Before Chung Ming-Rue, a head burst open like a watermelon, splattering its juices all over his face. What had transpired? What was happening? Confounded, Chung Ming-Rue's mind short-circuited in an instant. Wasn't I just engrossed in playing Warhammer, Dawn of War on my computer? Where am I? Have I played for too long and succumbed to hallucinations? Yet, the cacophony of brutal slaughter resonated in his ears with startling clarity, the thick, viscous blood pooling beneath his feet, and the surrounding gory scene evoked memories of a game named Warhammer, Space Marines, with a resounding slap. A hand struck the top of Chung Ming-Rue's head, the collision between the palm and his bald crown echoing sharply. Are you daft? What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and do something. Following the slap was a furious roar from a colossal green creature with bloodthirsty red eyes glaring at him. Its fierce visage and gaping maw nearly terrified Chung Ming-Rue into submission, though a peculiar sensation made it difficult for him to relieve himself. With its robust mechanical arms and an array of odd electronic tools strapped to its back, one eye outfitted with a mechanical lens, Chung Ming-Rue scrutinized the fearsome green beast before him and murmured a green-skinned war boss. The war boss, known as the Clever Head, had initially contemplated delivering another slap to the dazed youth, but upon hearing the compliment, it was instantly elated. Though a fool, he possessed remarkable insight. Clever Head mused triumphantly. Well, you seem rather astute, like a cunning little imp. Follow me, we have business to attend to. The jubilant Clever Head beckoned Chung Ming-Rue. A cadre of eager little imps surged forward, unceremoniously handing him a machete and a pistol, shoving him to trail behind Clever Head. To the left stood the war boss, in the center was the rocket boy, and to the right the Orsish slaughter can. The boss says you're quite crafty, which is splendid. We shall go and wreak havoc. We shall go for whack. One particularly lively imp, whose head was nearly as large as his body, leaped onto Chung Ming-Rue's shoulder, pointing ahead and shouting. The incantation of whack seemed to possess a peculiar magic, instantly infecting the previously bewildered Chung Ming-Rue with a fervor he had never experienced in his decades as a human. This emotion was one of bliss, embodying combat, zeal, and elation. It was the fulfillment of desires and the freedom to act upon whims. Consumed by this fervor, an instinctual roar erupted from Chung Ming-Rue's mouth. Whack! With that battle cry, he plunged into a frenzied melee. The green-skinned orcs were a chaotic blend, wielding firearms, axes, and even bare fists or bricks. Despite never having learned the art of wielding an axe, Chung Ming-Rue instinctively grasped the weapon's heft, and before him stood a diminutive human clad in basic green armor, brandishing a long rifle, his first victim beneath the axe's blade. The human's face, devoid of a visor, was etched with profound despair and terror. Next, Chung Ming-Rue experimented with the pistol in his grasp. It was a formidable weapon, not only featuring a thick barrel, but also adorned with spikes, suggesting it could serve as a hammer as well. As he unleashed a flurry of shots, the human he referred to as Shrimp was reduced to a crimson mist. The pistol's caliber was excessive, and the recoil was formidable. The imp perched on Chung Ming-Rue's shoulder was ecstatic upon witnessing his feats, exclaiming, Shoulda? You shoulda are remarkably accurate. Shoulda? Referring to my pistol? Chung Ming-Rue pondered in confusion. As he contemplated this, a sudden heat seared his shoulder, throwing him off balance and jolting him from his earlier frenzy. In the distance, a multitude of human soldiers poured forth from a nearby corridor, a torrent of red lasers filling the passage, knocking numerous green-skinned orcs to the ground. The robust orcs, if not struck in vital areas, could still fight, while the imps usually met a grim fate. Big guy, get down, jump over there. The imp on his shoulder immediately took charge. Though being directed by a diminutive creature irked Chung Ming-Rue, he could not deny the wisdom in the imp's command that he leaped forward, rolling to take cover behind a metallic wall. The black metal barrier was remarkably sturdy. The red lasers ricocheted off it like rain, proving ineffective. However, even if the human firepower could not penetrate the wall, it was sufficient to suppress the green-skinned horde. The battlefield seemed constricted. A metallic corridor? Where exactly were they fighting? Was it within a steel factory or aboard a vessel? As Chung Ming-Rue pondered their location, he noticed several imps climbing toward him from behind. The imp on his shoulder, shouted with a voice unaffected by the explosions and gunfire. Those imps, under his command, were diligently working to procure a heavy machine gun for Chung Ming-Rue. Use the Daka. Use the Daka. Use the Daka to turn those shrimp into mush. The imp shouted enthusiastically. The human firepower was intense. Half the imps had perished before they managed to transport the machine gun. The imp urged Chung Ming-Rue to take the machine gun and lean out to return fire, but he was reluctant. Who could ascertain whether he was experiencing a mere illusion, a transdimensional journey, or a dream? What if he truly died? The imp grew anxious, shaking Chung Ming-Rue's arm, attempting to pull him up for the shooting, while the surrounding imps looked on in eager anticipation. What is your name? To divert the imp's attention, Chung Ming-Rue inquired of the one perched on his shoulder. I am Clever Ghost. I am the wisest of the imps. That is why Clever Head, our leader, calls me that. Clever Ghost replied proudly. All right, Clever Ghost, listen to me. We need not take risks. The war boss is exceptionally formidable. As long as he is here, we can swiftly eradicate these shrimp. Chung Ming-Rue endeavored to persuade Clever Ghost and the other imps to wait for the war boss support. He was still unaccustomed to the green-skinned accent. Yet, it was evident that Clever Ghost misunderstood his intent. His voice rose several octaves as he bellowed. The crafty big guy is boasting he wishes to become the war boss. The crafty big guy desires to become the war boss. A war boss requires big Daka and big boom. You possess neither big boom nor big Daka. His proclamation seemed to rouse the nearby concealed imps and green-skinned youth, who promptly discarded their melee weapons and called for reinforcements to bring heavy weaponry and explosives. Soon enough, a cluster of bomb-laden squigs charged through the laser fire toward the human lines, and with a series of detonations, the human front suffered significant damage. Squigs were versatile creatures, akin to green-skinned brethren, varying in size from small enough to serve as hair to large enough to lay siege. The suppression of the red laser fire waned, and the smoke from the explosions created substantial chaos in the line of sight, as that mysterious green energy enveloped Chung Ming-Rue and all the green-skinned creatures that in no time, rationality was supplanted by exhilaration. He rose and unleashed a torrent of fire upon the human soldiers with a machine gun in hand, just before reason faded away. He heard a colossal whack resonate throughout the corridor. Chapter 2. The cunning leader in the eyes of the defending human army, the recently subdued green-skinned creatures have once again unleashed a wave of savage ferocity. The diminutive red monsters, strapped with burning explosives, relentlessly assault their front lines. From the smoke of the explosions, an increasing number of green-skinned orcs emerge. No longer mindlessly charging with crude blades, they now engage the human soldiers with firearms and grenades in a fierce exchange of fire. Although the human soldiers possess commendable combat skills, their physical prowess pales in comparison to that of the green-skinned beasts, and their fighting spirit lacks the unwavering resolve exhibited by their adversaries. Soon, under the relentless onslaught of the orcs, the human lines are breached. Several towering green-skinned brutes wielding heavy machine guns suppress the human firepower with overwhelming force. As the hordes of orcs, brandishing their assorted cleavers, penetrate the human defenses, the soldiers succumb to despair, and even the officer's threats of execution fail to halt their flight. The officer, clad in a red cap, after dispatching a few deserters, is swiftly felled by a nearby green-skinned orc wielding a massive cleaver, staining the deck with crimson. The Imperial Guard of War Dawn II, also known as the Star Realm Army, consists of a general, a political officer, cattle chong, a primate, and a heavy weapons squad. In the tumultuous battle against the humans, Chung Ming-Rue revels in his achievements, shouldering a colossal firearm that unleashes a torrent of wrath upon the human line. The gun's rhythmic thud-thud resonates as it devours the lives of the enemy, reducing them to mere remnants on the physical plane. The clever little creatures, known as sneaky ones, are equally exhilarated, their shrill cries harmonizing with the gunfire to compose a symphony of brutality. More sneaky ones scuttle from the shadows, hauling boxes of ammunition, while the clever ones diligently feed long chains of bullets into the massive gun, ensuring Chung Ming-Rue's relentless barrage remains unceasing. The caliber of the bullets dwarfs the hands of the clever ones, perfectly embodying the green-skinned aesthetic of size, speed, and ferocity. Suspended on Chung Ming-Rue's back, the clever one experiences the exhilarating recoil with each trigger pull, heightening its sense of satisfaction and bloodlust. The surrounding sneaky ones gaze enviously at its roll, yearning to be the one loading ammunition. Bathed in such admiration, The clever one grows increasingly confident and proud, feeling as though it has expanded in stature. The battle with the humans swiftly nears its conclusion. Whether surrendering, fleeing, or fighting to the last breath, all human soldiers are reduced to mere remnants, with only the size of the remnants differing. With the absence of foes, the mighty Wyak gradually subsides, and the green energy begins to dissipate. Chung Mingrue's thoughts return to clarity, liberated from the grip of that peculiar fervor. That sensation was truly exhilarating, surpassing even the most indulgent of pleasures. Perhaps even more delightful than experimenting with certain hallucinogenic substances. It is no wonder the green-skinned orcs are enamored with Wyak. Such ecstasy is irresistible, a primal instinct rooted in their very blood. Finally able to take a breather, Cheng Mingrue plopped down onto the ground with a soft thud, only to realize he had inadvertently sat on something. A damp, sticky sensation spread beneath him. Startled, he quickly stood up, checked his rear, and glanced down to discover he had accidentally crushed a mischievous imp. Instinctively, a tinge of panic washed over him. As if he had harmed one of his own? Was that permissible? Ha ha ha, foolish fool. A clever little creature leaped down from behind Cheng Mingrue, shrieking at the remains of the imp, eager to seize his spot. You wretched fool, unworthy of anything but filth. The other imps joined in the raucous celebration, some cunningly scavenging lost teeth from the decaying carcass. The social structure of the green-skinned folk was as brutally simplistic as it was harsh. They were merciless to their foes and equally unforgiving to themselves, with brute strength reigning as the eternal law of their society. For a moment, Cheng Mingrue felt a sense of unease, but what could he do? Since he was here, he might as well make himself comfortable. After all, he was one of the greenskinned now. He would have to adapt gradually. Grasping one of the imps at his feet, he wiped his sticky backside on it before seeking a cleaner spot to settle down. The other imps dared not provoke this hulking beast of a man, scurrying around him to the chaotic battlefield beyond, where they began to collect various treasures. Just moments ago, they had united in delivering ammunition. But soon they were embroiled in quarrels over shiny trinkets and teeth amidst the ruins. I must contemplate my future, while fighting among the green-skinned is exhilarating. It is also perilous. If only there existed a way to enjoy both combat and safety. Squatting in thought, Cheng Mingrue pondered his destiny through the lens of green-skinned reasoning. Perhaps it was the limitations of his green-skinned form that stifled his thoughts. After much deliberation, he arrived at a singular conclusion: to become the leader. By embodying strength, ferocity, and cunning, he could lead a life filled with joy in battle while avoiding demise. No, I possess human intelligence. How could I possibly succumb to the green-skinned? I must think further. Supporting his head with both hands, he continued his contemplation. The other green-skinned folk, the imps, paid no heed to Cheng Mingrue, engrossed in their own pursuits of scavenging for spoils and teeth, viewing him as a mere eccentric. They had grown accustomed to oddities, after all. There were many peculiarities among them. Some preferred shooting to slashing, while others favored blue over green, and so forth. After a lengthy period of fruitless contemplation, Cheng Mingrue felt a light tapping against his calf. Looking down, he saw the clever little creature, now noticeably larger, towering over the other imps. Its muscles appeared more defined, and it approached Cheng Mingrue proudly, accompanied by a band of imps dragging peculiar objects. With a flattering tone, it proclaimed, "Sly leader, I have found numerous treasures for you, some shiny, some teeth, and even a grand shellfish." Cheng Mingrue cast a glance at the collection, which, for the most part, consisted of mere scraps. The shimmering allure of metallic clasps and the smooth fragments of glass captivated Cheng Mingrue, igniting within him an impulse to seize the gleaming currency of emerald hue. Yet, he recognized that this yearning stemmed from primal instincts rather than his own volition. Amidst the detritus, treasures indeed existed, notably the boastful exclamations of the cunning trickster regarding a magnificent plasma rifle, an authentic weapon of mass destruction, once fully charged. A mere squeeze of the trigger unleashed a torrent of superheated energy, capable of obliterating everything in its path to nothingness. Such an extraordinary armament naturally thrilled Cheng Mingrue. A devoted fan of Warhammer, he extended his verdant hand to cradle this exquisite weapon, caressing every inch of its structure and components as one might tenderly admire the beauty of a lady. The trickster's shrewd eyes darted back and forth, his grin widening. For he believed he had the upper hand over the imposing figure before him. No matter how cunning the orc, he was no match for the trickster's guile. Chapter 3. The Green Plasma Gun. Soon, Cheng Mingrue discovered a significant issue. He was unable to wield the plasma gun, despite its considerable size, requiring a well-trained human soldier to operate it with both hands. For a green-skinned being, it was merely the size of a handgun. That was not the crux of the problem. The trigger was far too small. Chung Mingrue's thick fingers could barely fit inside. Possessing a fine weapon yet being unable to utilize it felt akin to a eunuch entering a beautiful lady's chamber, filled with desire yet devoid of capability. A surge of frustration welled up within Chang Mingrue, and in an impulsive outburst, he struck the nearby small creature across the face, sending it spinning in a wide arc. Quick-witted, the creature evaded the blow, having anticipated it and ducked just in time. Upon witnessing Chang Mingrue's ire, it immediately understood the cause and hastened to explain, "Boss, do not be angry. The shrimp's weapon may be slightly small, lacking in grandeur. However, among the shrimp, there are some tin cans whose weapons are perfectly suited. When we have the chance to confront the tin cans, I assure you I will help you find a proper and grand weapon." The small creature was a derivative species of the greenskins. Though diminutive, they were cunning, and like their orc counterparts, they were brutal, bloodthirsty, and relished chaos. Suddenly, the sound of tumultuous footsteps echoed from one side of the corridor, and shortly thereafter, a towering figure known as Smart Head appeared, flanked by a cadre of large greenskins. Upon seeing Chang Mingrue and the other greenskins, Smart Head's countenance darkened with anger. Grasping a small creature in his mechanical claws, he demanded, "Did you not say the shrimp had encircled our rear? Why do I see no shrimp? Do you comprehend the consequences of interfering with my skirmishes?" For the sake of survival, the creature in Smart Head's grasp screamed in explanation. There were shrimp, indeed. They must have been vanquished by these lads. Look, there are remnants of shrimp and their weapons over there. Following the direction of the small creature's finger, Smart Head's gaze fell upon Chung Mingrue, who was still bewildered by the unfolding events. Their eyes met once again, a strange twist of fate. Smart Head released the creature and strode purposefully toward Chang Mingrue, towering over him at 5 meters tall, resembling a small mountain looming above. "You crafty little one, what transpired here? Explain it to me clearly." Smart Head raised his mechanical claw menacingly, snapping it ominously above Chung Mingrue's head, seemingly unsatisfied with Chung Mingrue's response. He threatened to crush his skull as easily as one would squash a watermelon. Indeed, there were human soldiers, but they had already been annihilated by us. This is the weapon of humanity. Faced with the threat of death, Chung Mingrue dared not hesitate. After answering Smart Head's inquiries, he raised his hand, presenting the plasma gun. However, Smart Head's expression darkened further, the sound of his mechanical claw closing becoming increasingly jarring. Just as the crisis reached its peak, the clever little creature sprang forward. "Boss." Just now, a multitude of shrimp soldiers suddenly emerged from that corridor to engage us in battle. At first, we struggled, but later, under the guidance of our cunning leader, we shattered the shrimp into pieces. The clever little rascal grew increasingly animated as he recounted our triumphs, as if he himself had single-handedly vanquished the human soldiers. We also seized a considerable amount of shiny trinkets and teeth. Our sly leader aspired to become a great warlord. So I assisted him in locating a grand weapon for the shrimp. Nodding, the clever one lowered the mechanical claw he had been holding and shot a glare at Chang Mingrue, saying, "Stop mimicking the shrimp. It's quite displeasing to my ears." The Blood Access crew is far from green-skinned. After that, the clever one's gaze shifted to the plasma gun in Chang Mingrue's hands, remarking, "How can such a diminutive creature claim to wield a grand weapon? Aspiring to be a great warlord is commendable, but you must engage your intellect and contemplation. For now, focus on combat. Once you excel in battle, your mind will comprehend the intricacies. Begin with that little gearhead." As he spoke, a mechanical arm extended from behind him, snatching the plasma gun from Chung Mingrue's grasp. With his electronic eye, the clever one scrutinized the plasma gun meticulously for a moment, then shot a glance at Chang Mingrue, stating, "Observe closely and learn well. I shall demonstrate a technique for you." From the generator on his back, 2 mechanical arms emerged, one for assistance and the other for welding. At that moment, the clever one resembled a colossal octopus, with the generator and mechanical arms dancing chaotically as they modified the plasma gun before them. Some astute little gremlins rummaged through nearby refuse, unearthing various components for the clever one's use. After the clever one's mechanical arms retrieved the parts, they would reward the gremlins with teeth, further fueling their enthusiasm. 15 minutes later, the transformation was complete, and a uniquely styled, greenskin plasma gun was thrust into Chung Mingrue's hands. The shrimp's weaponry was undeniably inferior, and the design was utterly nonsensical. It was perplexing that such a design could even function. The clever one expressed his disdain, saying, "This is all I could modify. Make do with it for now. Once we seize this vessel and I become the true warlord, I shall craft for you an even grander weapon." Gazing at the oddly shaped plasma gun in his hands, Chung Mingrue felt an urge to voice his complaints, but found himself at a loss for words. The weapon was painted red, and he feared it might explode upon pulling the trigger. The clever one, believing Cheng Mingrue to be astonished by his brilliant design, swelled with pride. On one hand, Cheng Mingrue was indeed impressed by the warlord's display of skill. Such a straightforward operation had yielded a functional weapon. However, his greater concern was the potential for self-destruction while wielding it. Sly One is a fitting name, since the gremlins call you their leader, and you tower above the rest. All the little ones are under your command. Take them to the power chamber and eliminate the shrimp there. Do not let them detonate the power source, commanded the self-satisfied clever one, and with a triumphant shout, he led his troop of followers into the corridor. Before Cheng Mingrue could fully process the unfolding events, a throng of orcs and gremlins surrounded him, chattering excitedly. One of the young ones inquired, "Sly leader, where are we headed? To confront the shrimp?" Some young lads were exclaiming, "Boss, your grand display is truly impressive. It must be worth at least 200 teeth." To which another retorted, "Nonsense. Without 300 teeth, do not even entertain the thought. You are the real fool." As tensions escalated, a few began to grapple, and it threatened to evolve into a brawl. Nearby, a clever rascal chose a box and ascended to the highest point, commanding attention like a true leader, issuing orders to the approaching crowd of sycophants. All the sycophants obediently complied, cheering for each command he delivered, as he seemingly transformed into their king. Hail to the cunning leader! Hail to the cunning leader! More grand displays, more explosive spectacles. The clever rascal even broke into song. Chapter 4. Equipment upgrade. Gazing upon the raucous green-skinned creatures before him, Cheng Mingrue found them to be, despite their brutishness and cruelty, endearingly candid and charming. Most importantly, they radiated a sense of joy, resembling a group of carefree young boys. The green-skinned chief, accepting his lot, recognized that as a member of his kind, marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman and ascending to the peak of life was an impossible dream. Engaging in constant battles was perilous, fraught with the risk of sudden demise. Was reincarnation as a human devoid of danger? The rebels, chaos, insects, and the court of judgment all were deadly threats. In fact, being human could lead to an even swifter end. As a happy green-skinned creature, relishing the present in this perilous galaxy was not too shabby, was it? With a resolute mindset, Cheng Mingrue stood tall, his stature and height indeed the most commanding in the vicinity. Strapping his modified plasma gun to his waist, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap atop the heads of a group of tussling young greenskins. The sharp sound echoed, confirming the effectiveness of his strike. It was no wonder that the clever ones also sought to strike him. This initial hit had ignited an addiction within him. He continued to rain down slaps upon the bald heads of the greenskins, stopping only after delivering dozens. It was not that he wished to cease, but rather that the younglings had succumbed to his onslaught, crouching on the ground with their heads cradled in surrender, pleading for mercy. An astute imp, whose origins were unknown, began to follow Cheng Mingrue. With each greenskin he toppled, the imp would brazenly kick them while exclaiming, "Behave yourselves. Only when the cunning chief permits you to fight may you do so. Only when the cunning chief commands you to whack may you whack." After delivering his kicks, the imp climbed onto Cheng Mingrue's shoulder, wearing the most ingratiating smile and voice. He inquired, "Cunning chief, the clever chief has instructed us to head to the power chamber to catch some shrimp. Shall we depart now?" "No, let us wait a bit longer. Allow the youngsters to equip themselves with more weapons and a bit of boom before we set off." "Do you know where the power chamber is?" It was evident that they were aboard an Imperial warship, its size and model unknown to Cheng Mingrue, but it appeared to be quite a massive capital ship, comparable in scale to a small city. Getting lost without a map was hardly surprising. The imp almost uttered that he did not know. But realizing he was perched on Cheng Mingrue's shoulder, and aware of the brutal nature of the orc chieftains, he quickly amended, "I could never be unaware. Just wait a moment, I'll lead you there." With that, the imp leapt down from Cheng Mingrue's shoulder, calling upon a gaggle of goblins in the name of the cunning chief and leading them through the throng of greenskins, disappearing from Cheng Mingrue's sight. Minutes later, Cheng Mingrue began to ponder if the imp had indeed fled. The likelihood of such a possibility was quite high, for goblins were notoriously cunning. The next time he encountered that imp, he vowed to crush its head. Cheng Mingrue thought fiercely. Yes, you. Come here," Cheng Mingrue commanded, pointing at a larger greenskin. "What is your name?" I am called Iron Claw." Cheng Mingrue glanced at the mechanical claw of the greenskin before him, marveling at the whimsical nature of their naming conventions. "Please count the number of lads, and then gather a few more from the vicinity. Only with a greater number of lads can we achieve a grand whack." After dismissing the Iron Claw, Cheng Mingrue shouted to the group of lads, asking if there were any gear boys or mechanic boys present. Soon, 5 or 6 slightly smaller but more cunning orc lads approached him, accompanied by a few gremlins carrying wrenches and hammers. As you all know, I intend to take you into battle, and to do so effectively, we require superior equipment. I shall grant you 3 hours for preparation. I need more big guns, hefty blades, explosive devices, and if we can acquire motorcycles and killing machines, that would be splendid. Cheng Mingrue had yet to fully adapt to the orc's speech, and his accent sounded rather peculiar to their ears. With that, Cheng Mingrue produced a handful of teeth from his person and handed them to the lads before him, gifts from the clever little ones. The gear boys and mechanic boys displayed expressions of concern. Some hesitated to speak up, intimidated by the overwhelming presence of their leader. To maintain a workforce of 996, the wages must be ample. Cheng Mingrue turned and pulled several lads from the throng of orcs behind him, delivering a punch to the face of one. The lad's sharp teeth were knocked out in droves. By the time he reached the 10th lad, the serious expressions of the gear boys and mechanic boys transformed into broad smiles as they eagerly collected the teeth, thumping their chests and assuring Cheng Mingrue of their commitment to the task at hand. Under Cheng Mingrue's directives, the previously chaotic and unruly lads swiftly transformed into a state of focused preparation, exhibiting a stark contrast to their earlier disarray, as if they were two entirely different species. Truly, they were created by ancient saints as instruments of war, endowed with a remarkable aptitude for battle. The 3 hours of preparation passed swiftly, and Cheng Mingrue's orc lads shed their earlier image of disorganization and savagery, emerging as a well-equipped and even more ferocious machine of slaughter. The Iron Claw's recruitment proved effective. After the tally, Cheng Mingrue's ranks swelled to over 1,000 orc lads, while the number of gremlins increased even more, though their weakness rendered them inconsequential in the eyes of the orcs. The mechanic boys, armed with wrenches and bolstered by the teeth, displayed astonishing initiative and creativity, equipping each orc lad with firearms capable of ranged attacks, and even constructing several recoilless cannons. Everyone possessed stick bombs. To Cheng Mingrue's delight, the mechanic boys managed to cobble together 2 6-meter-tall killing machines using nothing but hammers, wrenches, and scraps from warships. The passageways became congested as a result of their presence. These killing machines were indeed formidable weapons. The massive claws on the left mechanical arm possessed an incredible crushing force, capable of cleaving an orc leader in two. The right arm bore an astonishingly large circular saw, its size and frenetic speed far beyond what a human body could endure, easily capable of slicing a tank in half. On the chest of the murderous contraption lies a pair of twin cannons, affectionately dubbed Big Daka by the lads, with 2 mischievous imps perched atop, ever ready to unleash a torrent of wrathful bullets upon their foes. Everything is in place, save for the elusive wind of fortune. With such a formidable horde, Cheng Mingrue is convinced that nothing can hinder their advance. The green tide will engulf all in its path. Yet, a pressing question remains: where is the power core? To engage the enemy, one must first locate both the battleground and adversaries. Cheng Mingrue's mind drifts to the cunning escapist. Just as he contemplates how to next ensnare this wily imp, the voice of the sly leader calls out from behind the lads. Chapter 5. The subspace following the sound. The clever little creature emerged between 2 green-skinned giants, preparing to leap onto Cheng Mingrue's shoulder, only to be seized by him with a swift motion. Impudent rascal! How dare you return? Cheng Mingrue bellowed. Spare me, O cunning chief. I have discovered the path to the power chamber. The creature, sensing the formidable pressure from Cheng Mingrue's grip, quickly exclaimed. This proclamation indeed saved its life. Cheng Mingrue's tightening grasp relinquished. If you dare deceive me, I shall crush you into pulp and feed you to the jumping beast. Neurotic little fellow. I have found the neurotic little fellows. They wield magic, and their magic will guide us to the power chamber. Cheng Mingrue gazed in the direction indicated by the clever creature and beheld a peculiar green figure adorned with an odd mask, reminiscent of a shaman from a primitive tribe performing a sacred dance. Cheng Mingrue was somewhat familiar with the neurotic little fellows. The green-skinned often referred to them as neurotic or madmen, harboring a degree of prejudice against them. However, the neurotic little fellows were indeed formidable, serving as psychics among the greenskins. In the universe of Warhammer 40k, psychic energy is a prevalent force, immensely powerful, capable of transmuting decay into the miraculous. Most sentient beings possess the capability to harness psychic energy, save for a certain blue-skinned race. Power is invariably accompanied by a cost, and psychic energy is no exception. The release of all psychic power must contend with the greatest existential threat to civilization in the 40K universe, the subspace. Subspace exists as an alternate dimension to the conventional universe. Chaotic and bizarre, devoid of time and infinite in dimensions, rendering comprehension of its nature exceedingly challenging for life in the conventional universe. Its origin, principles, and operational logic remain shrouded in mystery. Current intelligence suggests that following the war in heaven, subspace has been irreparably altered by the frenzied emotions generated by sentient beings. Extreme feelings such as anger, hatred, sorrow, slaughter, hedonism, and vengeance have transformed subspace into a perilous realm. The presence of the four ruinous powers has further established it as a haven for demons, where any soul venturing into subspace must confront 99 malevolence and 100 danger. Almost all sentient beings possess a projection within subspace. The stronger the soul, the more potent the projection, and the greater the psychic energy they wield. For instance, the Eldari, nearly all of whom can utilize psychic energy, find their souls are a favored delicacy of the dark gods. Humanity, too, faces dire circumstances. Their psychics are frequently ensnared by demons, or their bodies are overtaken, becoming vessels for demonic incursions into reality. The contemporary humans engage in pursuits akin to those of the Eldari in bygone days. Their enduring faith in the God Emperor has transformed the sovereign seated upon the golden throne into something else, an incandescent psychic sun ablaze within subspace. For other races, this equates to the emergence of a fifth ruinous power. It remains uncertain whether humanity will tread the path of the Eldari, forging a new dark deity from the future of their civilization. Yet, these concerns are utterly absent for the orcs. Their psychic abilities do not stem from subspace, but rather from their own wyak energy. The wyak of the orcs transcends mere howls and battle cries. It is a tangible essence, an intrinsic spirit unique to the orcs. Those particularly gifted among them can perceive this wyak energy and harness it as a form of psychic power. Its most remarkable characteristic is that the more greenskins present, the more exuberant the wyak becomes, amplifying the strength that even the most reckless among them can wield, all with negligible side effects. Guarding the souls of every orc are two formidable deities, Gork and Mork, whom the orcs regard as their cunning, savage patrons. The cunning trickster said, "If you possess a means to locate the shrimp's power core, you had best truly have a way. My patience is wearing thin." Chung Mingrue placed a hand upon the plasma gun at his waist, mimicking the demeanor of a traditional greenskin leader as he menacingly threatened the reckless one before him. "Indeed, Gork and Mork guide my path." After uttering this, the reckless one performed an awkward dance, increasingly resembling a charlatan in his mask. Chung Mingrue furrowed his brow, finding it difficult to believe such antics. While he had no doubts regarding the destructive capacity of using the wyak energy to attack enemies with Gork's mighty fists or crushing feet, he pondered whether the wyak energy could manage the finesse required to provide guidance. As Chung Mingrue contemplated, the trickster climbed onto his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "These reckless ones are all alike. Most are eccentrics or madmen. Do not fret, boss, let him give it a try. I've also gathered a number of scugger jumpers. Their noses are quite keen. They will seek out the shrimp, and one by one, we shall inevitably uncover the power core." Casting a sidelong glance at the trickster, Chung Mingrue thought how cunning this little imp truly was. It seemed he had a backup plan, and among the generally unscrupulous tricksters, this one was undoubtedly among the most devious. Such talent, no, such a gem among the greenskins, would indeed be a pity to extinguish. For now, he would make use of him. The reckless one introduced himself as Kuka, a prophet, and began to spread the gospel of Gork and Mork, proclaiming his uncertain revelations. Had he not known that greenskin psychics were somewhat rare, Chung Mingrue would have already struck him down like any traditional greenskin leader. He pressed down on Kuka, halting his dance, urging him to quickly find the power core. Perhaps aware that he should not overstep before his leader, Kuka commenced his task. Mumbling in an unintelligible tongue that none of the greenskins present could comprehend, compounded by his awkward dancing, leaving all the greenskins in a state of bewilderment, Chung Mingrue began to question his own sanity for believing the trickster and Kuka's nonsensical ramblings, as they seemed to revel in their madness. Finally, as Chung Mingrue's patience neared its breaking point, Kuka ceased his ridiculous dance, pointing towards a direction and indicating 3 passageways. Gork and Mork have provided guidance. Let us journey through that passageway to achieve our objective. Gazing at the 3 passageways, Chung Mingrue fell into silence, pondering which one to choose. Was he being played for a fool? The exuberant youngsters, however, paid no heed to such contemplations. Upon Kuka pointing the way, they erupted with excitement. having prepared for this moment to engage in a fierce battle. Suddenly, an unruly lad shouted, "Whack!" and the rest of the group echoed his cry. Surging into the 3 tunnels, Chung Mingrue was left astounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Was this revelry truly so carefree? They were ready to embark at a moment's notice, exclaiming "Whack" without a second thought. Chapter 6. The elite of the astral army. Come on, let us move. We must seize the opportunity before those youngsters snatch all the fun. The clever one excitedly tugged at Cheng Mingrue's arm, urging him onward. Cheng Mingrue, wearing an expression akin to that of an elderly person grappling with a smartphone, glanced at the clever one with a sense of resignation. The thought processes of the greenskins seemed to oscillate between sharp-wittedness and sheer foolishness. Observing that the other greenskins were getting increasingly exuberant and that the number of companions around him was dwindling, Cheng Mingrue decided to abandon his reservations, after all. As long as the greenskins rallied together in a cacophony of whack, it would suffice. Thus, with a mighty roar, he charged forward with the strongest and most formidable of his companions, alongside the battle-ready canister, into the most crowded passageway. Kuka had somehow procured a relatively large skug, riding atop it as he joined the fray. Perhaps, in some inscrutable manner, the blessings of the enigmatic urge had favored Chung Mingrue. The band of greenskins he led soon encountered the human defensive position. Hundreds of elite human soldiers, equipped with energy packs and heavy laser rifles, fortified by heavy weaponry and metal barricades, obstructed the greenskins' advance. The greenskins cared little whether the humans were guarding a power chamber. Their singular focus was on engaging in combat. However, the passageway proved exceedingly narrow, significantly hampering the greenskins' numerical advantage. The disparity between the heavy laser rifles and the previously employed flashlights was stark. The former could dispatch a greenskin with a single shot, whereas the latter required numerous rounds to achieve the same result. A mere throng of knife-wielding greenskins would inevitably struggle to breach such a formidable defense. Yet, the vast expenditure of teeth that Chung Mingrue had just incurred bore critical significance. Many of the Orcish warriors had armed themselves with daka and substantial firearms, roaring defiantly as they exchanged fire with the human soldiers, holding their ground against the elite forces behind the barricades, emboldened by their fearless demeanor as they sustained mutual casualties, even with the humans sheltered behind cover. Their losses were not sustainable over time. The number of human soldiers was finite, while the greenskins had the ability to replenish their ranks. As the battle commenced, scattered greenskins would invariably emerge from unknown corners to join the exhilarating clash. After half an hour of skirmishing, the human soldiers had sustained nearly 30% casualties. Had it not been for the 2 heavy weapon squads equipped with anti-aircraft machine guns, their situation would have been far graver. Much like on Earth, anti-aircraft machine guns had long been a formidable weapon against infantry. In the Interstellar age, their caliber and firing rate were further enhanced, unleashing torrents of heavy laser beams that pierced through armor with remarkable velocity. To contend with the otherworldly adversaries, an escalation of firepower was imperative. The buzzing of the 4-man-operated anti-aircraft machine guns resonated like the electric gatling of an A-10 attack aircraft. The crimson beams of laser fire resembling a whirlwind of death and destruction, positioned at opposite corners of the passageway. The 2 machine guns formed a crossfire that enveloped nearly the entire corridor, with 60% of the greenskins' casualties attributed to these 2 fearsome weapons. The prolonged oppression had ignited a fierce wrath among the orc youths. One of the boys, with a makeshift explosive contraption wrapped around his waist and a shield crafted from thick iron plates, unleashed a furious whack. Clad in his iron armor, he charged forward, only to be met instantly by 2 heavy machine guns, their barrels aimed directly at him, as a deadly crimson whirlwind engulfed the armored lad. For a brief moment, he held his ground against the relentless fire, advancing less than 50 meters before his shield melted and was pierced. In a cataclysmic explosion, his body detonated, forming a diminutive mushroom cloud that scattered a myriad of green spores into the sky. Seizing the moment of chaos wrought by the explosion, the other greenskins commenced their assault, unleashing a torrent of ammunition upon the human defenses, inflicting grievous losses on the enemy's ranks. This cycle of attrition had repeated several times, with both sides seemingly prepared to trade losses until the last man stood. Yet, this time was different. After observing the battlefield for a considerable duration, Cheng Mingrue lifted his plasma gun, taking aim at a cunningly concealed position targeting the heavy machine guns. A cerulean glow coalesced within the barrel, the immense energy causing the weapon to emit a creaking sound. Could it truly explode? Cheng wondered nervously as he gripped the trigger. In a flash, A bolt of blue lightning erupted from the muzzle, dispelling the smoke generated by the explosion. In an instant, a searing plasma orb detonated, engulfing the entire machine gun nest, reducing everything within to vapor, leaving only a scorched pit filled with molten iron. Such ferocity! This single shot could surely incapacitate a main battle tank. Cheng was astonished by the plasma gun's might, attributing its devastating power to the clever modifications made by his superiors. The human soldiers, true to their elite nature, reacted swiftly. Astonished by the obliteration of their machine gun position, they promptly organized a counteroffensive. 3 shoulder-fired missiles soared through the air, trailing long plumes of smoke, evidently aimed to blanket Chung and everything around him in a barrage of firepower to ensure the target's complete annihilation. "Boss, get down. Quickly." The clever little imp was turning even greener with fright. Cheng was equally stunned. He yearned to evade, but the missiles hurtled towards him with terrifying speed. In a desperate bid for survival, he threw himself forward, attempting to minimize the impact of the impending explosion. Suddenly, a green light manifested, akin to a whip ensnaring the 3 missiles, which were then flung back towards the human lines, resulting in a colossal explosion that further shattered their defenses. It was the eccentric youth Kuka, who had harnessed the Wyak energy to avert disaster. Seizing the opportunity while on the ground, Cheng aimed at another machine gun position and unleashed another high-energy plasma shot, which, as expected, melted the second stronghold into molten iron. Younglings, charge once more towards that breach. Wyak. Securing the now-warm plasma gun at his waist, Cheng retrieved his trusty daka to cover the human line with suppressive fire. The orc youths, though appearing somewhat dim-witted, displayed remarkable combat prowess as they rallied, rising to their feet and roaring as they grasped the largest firearms within reach, unleashing a barrage of fire, including recoilless rifles and explosive sticks toward the human defenses. Flames and explosions enveloped the entirety of the human defense line, with the rearguard suffering countless casualties. Dozens of armored youths, brandishing shields, surged forward with a resounding whack. As they breached the human front, a brutal massacre awaited. The absence of heavy firepower severely weakened humanity's counterattack. Ordinary personal laser guns struggled to penetrate the defenses of the armored youth shields within a short time frame. Sudden bursts of explosions toppled numerous adversaries, courtesy of landmines and grenade launchers. Yet, the human defenders had not surrendered. The soldiers here were markedly different from their predecessors, still launching counterattacks and refusing to falter. The cacophony of machinery and gears grinding amidst the explosions was particularly jarring, while the grating sound of circular saws and power claws sent shivers down one's spine. Amidst the thick black smoke and comical strides, the imposing silhouette of a killing machine emerged, exuding an aura of oppression. Flames spewed from its dual engines, and its arms glimmered menacingly with lethal implements. Whack! The spirits of the diminutive warriors within the canister were ignited, ready for battle. Chapter 7, Confronting Steel. Humanity's response was swift. 2 anti-tank squads unleashed their armor-piercing missiles upon the monstrous killing machine. This time, without Kuka's assistance, the missiles struck the armored behemoth with a resounding impact. Despite the astonishing explosions, the killing machine remained unscathed, its formidable steel plating designed to withstand considerable damage. Yet, fortune did not favor the machine this time, as one of its mechanical legs was severed, significantly reducing its speed. Nonetheless, it did not falter, utilizing its mechanical arm as a makeshift limb. The killing machine continued its relentless charge, its chest-mounted flame-thrower blazing brighter than ever. With the interference diminished, the armored warriors surged forward, swiftly traversing the battlefield and breaching humanity's defenses. They ignited their stick bombs and hurled them into the enemy's cover before unsheathing their massive cleavers, unleashing a wave of carnage. When one blood-soaked armored warrior hoisted his spoils, the sight invigorated all orcs present, igniting a fierce determination to prevent their enjoyment from being stolen, including Qingming Rui. Every orc rallied with a resounding whack. Ordinary orcs were formidable, but those driven by the whack became even deadlier. Under its influence, the lesser orcs dared to confront the warriors challenged the giants, and the giants stood against the formidable leaders, defying the very essence of warfare. Transformed by the whack, Qingming Rui transcended his humanity, becoming a ferocious beast and a harbinger of destruction. Equipped with a plasma gun in one hand and a massive cleaver in the other, Qingming Rui charged forth, firing indiscriminately and obliterating every enemy in his line of sight. His vision saturated with crimson. His subordinates fell into a frenzy, shattering humanity's defenses as if struck by a hammer, scattering the elite soldiers who met their end at the hands of the orcs' terrifying arsenal. The only commendable aspect was their unwavering resolve. They fought for the emperor until the last man, refusing to retreat. Following this clash, the orcs reveled in their triumph, indifferent to their own losses, lamenting only that there were too few shrimp-like beings to satiate their whack, leaving them vanquished. The battlefield was strewn with the corpses of orcs and humans alike, devoid of life, with few bodies remaining intact. The equipment adorning the killing machine and armored warriors was ruthlessly devastating. Any contact with humanity resulted in utter disintegration. To confront such a ferocious entity, only the Astartes space marines could suffice. The orcs and lesser beings, having missed the opportunity for spoils, were displeased, roaming the ruins of the battlefield in search of any surviving shrimp-like creatures to dispatch. Some cunning individuals scavenged for scrap and teeth, engaging in fierce disputes over treasures. Whether weapons or trophies of teeth, embodying one of the orcs' characteristic traits, greed. With no prisoners to interrogate, Cheng Mingrui could not ascertain what these elite human soldiers were defending. Nevertheless, he resolved to press on, guided by the singular purpose of Wyack. After spending some time restoring order among his subordinates and ensuring the surrounding rascals were in line, Cheng Mingrui, accompanied by his crew, proceeded along the corridor. Suddenly, a tremor akin to an earthquake reverberated through the area, causing the green-skinned creatures to sway precariously. "What is happening?" Cheng Mingrui inquired, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, a sprightly imp clinging to his muscles prevented him from falling, and shouted, "Up ahead, boss." The tremor originates from there. Once the shaking subsided, Cheng Mingrui led the green-skinned beings forward through the corridor, soon finding themselves in an expansive space. Countless human servitors labored tirelessly beneath colossal gears and iron chains, utilizing cumbersome machinery to load massive shells, each the size of a building, into gigantic cannon barrels. The tremors were indeed caused by the activation of these cannons. Upon spotting the green-skinned intruders, the well-equipped human guards swiftly surrounded them. In this vast expanse, the terrifying lethality of human heavy armor became apparent. Heavy plasma turrets, Riemann-Lust tanks, Sentinel mechs, and Chimera transport vehicles, armed with formidable machinery and artillery, enabled ordinary humans to contend with the fearsome alien threats. The green-skinned warriors who surged forth alongside Cheng Mingrui were immediately met with devastating fire from the armored units, suffering heavy casualties from plasma blasts, cannon fire, and lasers. Even the killing machines, attempting to shield themselves from human firepower, could not withstand the main cannon of the Riemann-Lust tank, disintegrating under multiple hits. If the killing machines could not endure such fire, the ordinary flesh-and-blood orcs stood no chance. The valiant yet futile charge of the green-skinned orcs resulted in them being reduced to smoldering fragments. "Fall back. Everyone retreat." This was not a fight they could win. Flesh and blood could not withstand steel. Cheng Mingrui swiftly commanded his men to withdraw. He was now certain of his misdirection, utilizing his knowledge from before the crossing. Cheng Mingrui realized they had entered the weapons module of a warship. This space was the munitions area for the Empire's standard weaponry. During the 40K era, the human empire was in dire straits, shaken by the historical Iron Man rebellion, the uprising of artificial intelligence, and technological regression, leading the empire into decline. Yet, even in this precarious state, the empire persisted, standing firm against adversity. Despite the absence of AI assistance and the loss of knowledge, the sheer reliance on basic machinery, bearings, gears, chains, allowed humanity's iron behemoths to wield tremendous power, exuding a raw and brutal aesthetic of violence. A frontal assault was not viable. Cheng Mingrui resolved to regroup his men and devise a new plan. Observing the green-skinned warriors being routed and retreating into the corridor, the human defenders did not pursue but maintained their vigilant watch. The corridor was too narrow. The human forces had suffered significant losses during the skirmishes, and their heavy equipment was ill-suited for the confined space, rendering them vulnerable to encirclement and annihilation by the orcs. As long as the great cannon can be defended, the task of the human forces is accomplished. Under the reprimand of the political commissar, the soldiers, who were elated by their victory, abandoned the notion of pursuit. Cheng Mingrui, realizing that his plan to lure the enemy deeper had also faltered, stroked his smooth chin and began to ponder. There is a saying that when humanity contemplates, God laughs. When the green-skinned ones think, Mao laughs heartily. Cheng Mingrui, reflecting on his past as a mere human, believed he would not have been so astute or cunning. However, with just a moment's reflection, an idea began to take shape in his mind. If a frontal assault is unfeasible, a surprise attack might suffice. As long as one's thoughts remain sharp, solutions will always outnumber the difficulties. Chapter 8. The quarrel. The ammunition chamber of the cannon was excessively vast, with numerous passageways leading into it. The clever imp heeded Cheng Mingrue's command, accompanied by a multitude of sensitive jumpers. To explore alternative routes, this was the initial step of their ambush. Subsequently, he gathered the mechanical lads to craft anti-armor weaponry. They reinforced the solitary lethal canister, focusing solely on enhancing its defensive capabilities, demanding it be larger, thicker, and more resilient to blows, all to capture the attention of the humans. Among the green-skinned orcs, some reveled in wielding cleavers to hack at foes, others preferred to riddle enemies with gunfire, while a few were enamored with creating grand explosions. Lost in the chaos wrought by roaring flames and flying debris, 5 or 6 demolition experts were summoned to work alongside Cheng Mingrue, obediently following his direct orders. Engrossed in the brawl, Cheng Mingrue may have forgotten that his intellect was misdirected. The cunning chief had commanded him to seize the power chamber. Yet he was utterly absorbed in vanquishing the shrimp before him. The Glorious Knight was merely an ordinary Imperial Lunar-class cruiser, tasked with monitoring the tumultuous Orc star domain, keeping a vigilant eye on the internal conflicts among the Orcs and relaying intelligence back to the Empire. Should the Orcs seek to conclude their civil war and elevate a powerful warlord, the Empire would dispatch a fleet to sow discord, prolonging the Orcish strife. This was a shrewd and remarkable strategy, allowing the Empire to achieve maximum gains with minimal losses, theoretically subduing the long-standing threat posed by Orcs to the human empire. The surveillance operation proceeded smoothly, barring any unforeseen incidents. When the Glorious Knight reported to its superiors that the Orcs remained entrenched in fierce internal conflict, posing no immediate threat to the Empire, 3 Orc pirate warships ambushed the Glorious Knight. By the grace of the Emperor, under the exceptional command of the captain, the Glorious Knight evaded the ambush zone, temporarily escaping the peril of destruction or capture. However, leaving the ambush zone did not equate to safety. The vile greenskins launched numerous boarding torpedoes that struck the Glorious Knight, allowing a horde of Orc marauders to rampage aboard, severely impairing the warship's combat efficacy and speed. At coordinates 42, 38, 57, an unidentified vessel approached, suspected to be an Orc pirate based on experience. "They are closing in," reported the radar operator from the bridge. "Damn it, why are these loathsome aliens such a nuisance?" Captain Peckus cursed, turning to his aide. "Have those green-skinned beasts ravaging my ship been eliminated?" "I regret to inform you, sir, not yet. Our forces are valiantly battling those wretched beasts, but several assaults have failed. The physical prowess of ordinary soldiers pales in comparison to that of the green-skinned fiends," the aide explained. "We have neither the savages nor the catachants, nor the Emperor's angels of Astartes. Our soldiers are doing their utmost." "Excuses. You are not striving hard enough, nor are you sufficiently loyal. You do not grasp the essence of sacrifice. Only through sacrifice can victory be forged." Peckus thundered, his voice reverberating throughout the bridge, spittle nearly landing on the aide's face. After being insulted, the officer's complexion turned a shade reminiscent of liver, his face rigid and brimming with suppressed fury. He found it intolerable that the captain would so brazenly demean the valiant soldiers under his command who had perished in battle. As the tension between the two men escalated, a crisp sound of polished shoes striking the steel deck shattered the mounting atmosphere. A political officer, adorned with a broad-brimmed military hat and clad in a sharply tailored uniform, one hand resting on a grenade launcher and the other on a chainsaw sword, surveyed the officer and the captain with eyes radiating lethal intent. The political officer had always been a stalwart pillar of the human empire, a bastion of order and morale. As long as a political officer remained within an imperial army, that force could retain its fighting spirit, even in the face of devastating losses. This resilience stemmed from the unwavering spirit, formidable will, and unparalleled loyalty to the emperor that each political officer embodied. Stationed on the bridge, the political officer was there to oversee the actions of commanders at all levels. Should he perceive any signs of disloyalty, be it treachery, cowardice, or desertion, he would not hesitate to enact justice with his grenade launcher and chainsaw sword. Thus, the political officer was a figure of dread for all. Yet, beyond the fear, there existed a profound admiration for some political officers who led from the front, exhibiting extraordinary bravery and displaying feats on par with the mighty Astartes Space Marines, using mere flesh and blood to combat alien monstrosities. People not only feared the political officer but also revered him. "Captain Pex, I have reviewed the battle footage. Those soldiers indeed gave their utmost, sacrificing themselves in allegiance to the Emperor. You should not be so harsh upon them. Some of those aliens are formidable special entities, and it is commendable that the Star Realm Army managed to stifle their assault," stated political officer Jappert, with one hand resting on the hilt of his chainsaw sword. His tone calm. With the political officer having spoken, Captain Pex knew better than to argue, shifting his focus back to command. The orc warships were indeed closing in rapidly, far swifter than Pex had anticipated, with the flames belching from the engines of the grotesque vessels now twice as long as before. A seasoned commander, Pex recognized this as a unique feature of orc warships, a red button that, when pressed, could exponentially increase their speed. Mere bravery could not dictate the outcome of war. The Lunar-class cruiser was a classic and excellent model of the human empire, and despite its damage, Pex retained confidence in commanding the glorious night to vanquish the enemy. Under Pex's orders, the warship executed a nimble maneuver, aligning a row of massive cannon muzzles toward the orc vessels. As the orc ships entered firing range, the cannons unleashed a thunderous roar, launching projectiles equivalent in power to nuclear warheads towards the adversaries. Due to the distance, the orcs' artillery was insufficient, prompting them to fire 2 salvos of space torpedoes at the glorious night, marking the commencement of the first clash between the two fleets. While the fierce battle unfolded in the vastness of space, it was equally intense within the confines of the glorious night. After an hour of preparation, Cheng Mingrue's strategy commenced. The clever jumpers brought forth good news. There were indeed multiple passages leading to the munitions area, not merely the one before them. However, the unfortunate reality was that each entrance was guarded by human soldiers, making any attempt to breach them quite challenging. Cheng Mingrue cast a glance at the gear-laden youngsters diligently crafting their secret weapon, then proceeded to sketch and annotate on the map laid out before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he patted his bald head, and the primary assault direction was decisively established. Chapter 9. A feint to the east. An attack from the west within the ammunition depot. A multitude of goblins and jumpers surged forth from several entry points, armed with rudimentary pistols and stick bombs. While the redskin jumpers were fully engulfed in explosives, suddenly beset from multiple angles, the Star Realm army experienced a moment of disarray. However, their rigorous training enabled them to swiftly regain composure and unleash a barrage of firepower upon all openings. Although the necessity to defend multiple passages resulted in a dispersion of their firepower and incurred some casualties, their line remained as steadfast as a mountain against the onslaught of goblins and jumpers. The assault was of brief duration, and soon the goblins could no longer withstand their losses, retreating along with the jumpers into the depths of the passage. Celebrations erupted among the Star Realm soldiers, their spirits rejuvenated after the recent setbacks. Before the might of humanity's steel and flames, the monstrous orcs were not invincible. For Cheng Mingrue, this probing attack had incurred minimal losses. Goblins, snotlings, and jumpers, as the orcs' accompanying races, were numerous, and employing them to deplete the enemy's ammunition was a common orcish tactic. By utilizing expendable units to gauge the defensive arrangements of the shrimp, Cheng Mingrue emerged with significant gains. His tactical acumen was remarkably sharp, allowing him to swiftly analyze the general deployment and firepower configuration of the shrimp forces. Indeed, the orcs possessed an extraordinary innate talent for warfare. Yet these instincts and bloodline gifts were seldom fully harnessed. The orcs were too exuberant and impulsive, often losing their rationality once they entered a state of whack. The second wave of attack commenced, again led by goblins and jumpers, who, though reluctantly driven by their kin, charged toward the Star Realm's defenses. This assault was even more ferocious than the first and featured 2 primary points of attack, as Cheng Mingrue had anticipated the Star Realm army's firepower arrangement. Numerous jumpers broke through the fire net, laden with explosives, shattering the Star Realm soldiers behind the lines. The furious roar of the political officer among the Star Realm ranks nearly drowned out the sound of cannon fire. Move. Reinforce the defenses. For the Emperor. Turn these green-skinned monsters to dust. 2 sudden blasts of melta rays erupted from a weakly defended passage, striking true upon 2 highly mobile yet poorly armored sentinel mechs, reducing these mechanized artillery units to mere scrap metal. Alongside the whack and the orcish roars came a torrential downpour of bullets from the submachine guns. This passage had indeed been chosen by Cheng Mingrue as the point of breach. As anticipated, the Star Realm soldiers were instantly bewildered, their meager firepower overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the orcs, while their scant heavy artillery was dismantled by the precision strikes of the melta rays. With the Star Realm army suppressed, it was the Iron Boys who first breached the human defenses, propelled by the fervor of Wyack and their crimson paint. Clad in full iron armor, they sprinted with remarkable speed. Upon breaching the line, the Iron Boys, akin to demonic demolishers, discarded their stick bombs, obliterating everything in their path, and then swung their weapons, toppling all that stood before them. The Star Realm army reacted swiftly, promptly organizing a mobile unit for support. 2 Leman Russ tanks led the way, escorting 5 Chimera transport vehicles nestled securely in their midst, penetrating the ranks of the armored boys like a dagger. Sticks, bombs, and blades proved ineffective against the tank's mechanical armor, under the wrath of the Leman Russ's cannons. The steel plating of the armored boys offered no protection to their fragile flesh within, leading to their swift demise. The Chimera transport vehicles were laden with elite troops from the Star Realm army, who disembarked to form tightly knit combat groups, unleashing a barrage of laser fire upon each isolated armored boy, dispatching them with merciless efficiency. If this continued, the Star Realm army would soon obliterate the green-skinned forces on the front line and reclaim control. 2 searing meltas accurately struck one of the rampaging Leman Russ tanks. Fortunately, the tank's thick armor prevented it from meeting the same fate as the Sentinel mech, which had been obliterated in a single blow. However, 2 more hits could change the tide dramatically. A colossal and terrifying war machine slowly emerged from the corridor, its immense size and grotesque appearance instantly commanding attention on the battlefield. Centered around a lethal canister, it boasted multiple layers of armor on its front, with large heat guns affixed to its head and sides, embodying a hideous and warped amalgamation, yet possessing unparalleled firepower and defense. Another Leman Russ swiftly adjusted its cannon to target this bizarre green-skinned contraption, firing a shot that struck the modified killing canister with a resounding boom. As the smoke cleared, it only managed to dislodge a section of external armor. The defensive capabilities of the modified killing canister elicited jubilant shouts from the green-skinned driver and his lackeys, igniting their fervor for battle. Perched atop the massive heat gun was a green-skinned shooter, who, equally exhilarated, shouted and urged the 2 lackeys beside him to hasten their aiming assistance. Soon, after cooling down, the heat gun fired again. One shot went awry while another successfully destroyed the track of the first Leman Russ tank. The green-skinned shooter uttered a string of foul curses. Feeling humiliated that the tank remained unscathed, he kicked one of the lackeys, urging them to expedite their work so he could continue firing. The unexpectedly formidable combat capabilities of the modified killing canister left the Star Realm army's political commissar utterly astounded. He bellowed commands, his spittle showering the nearby communications officer. Under the commissar's direction, more armored units rallied to the cause, while other forces established limited defenses at the exit, striving to concentrate heavy firepower against the green-skinned modified killing canister. The commissar was filled with a mix of shame and rage. He could scarcely believe he had been outwitted by the foolish greenskins. He had not anticipated their crude yet cunning use of diversionary tactics. Desperate to annihilate the greenskin troops and rectify his command blunder, he assembled the majority of tanks, artillery, and armored vehicles to face the modified killing canister head-on, unleashing a torrent of ammunition and flames upon it. No amount of external armor could withstand such a deluge of firepower. Even calculating the destruction of 1 layer of external armor per shot from the Leman Russ, the modified killing canister would not endure for more than 10 minutes. The mechanical arms and hot melt guns outside have become mere scraps, and the green-skinned lads nearby, who had sought to conceal their transformation of the killing machine, have suffered devastating losses, resulting only in the destruction of 2 Leman and Russ tanks. Witnessing such a brutal assault of iron and fire, the political commissar finally felt a sense of satisfaction. As long as this peculiar vehicle was obliterated, no green-skinned creature could breach the firepower net before him. Suddenly, the scene before the commissar seemed to freeze. The grinding sound of steel fracturing and the thunderous roar of a colossal explosion reverberated in his ears like the very wrath of the heavens. The 20-meter-high wall of the ammunition depot was torn apart like a rag, and the searing molten iron, accompanied by the shockwave, engulfed half of his mechanized battalion. Chapter 10. The grand explosion. The disorienting sensations of dizziness and tinnitus wrought by the explosion inflicted upon the astral army's political commissar a profound discomfort, nausea, and agony. The protective mechanisms of his mortal form seemed intent on stripping him of his will, urging him to succumb to unconsciousness in order to evade the relentless torment. Yet, bolstered by an ironclad resolve, the commissar endured the searing pain of blood trickling from his ears, forcing his eyes open to witness the chaos unfolding upon the battlefield. What met his gaze was a hellscape of flames. The munitions depot number 2 lay in ruins, a colossal breach torn into its wall by unknown means employed by the orcs. Countless orcs, armed with an array of lethal weaponry, surged forth through the opening, launching a ferocious assault upon the flanks of the astral army. The sudden onslaught and the disorienting aftermath of the violent explosion left his subordinates vulnerable to the Orcish slaughter. "Do not falter. Hold the line. For the Emperor," the Commissar bellowed, disregarding the blood spilling from his mouth due to the shock. He shouted into the fray of the disorganized astral soldiers. But sir, they are everywhere, absolutely everywhere," stammered a soldier, his mind consumed by fear. "Then fire indiscriminately. Seize every weapon at your disposal. If you have firearms, shoot them dead. If you possess explosives, blow them up. If you wield bayonets, stab them. If you have nothing, use your hands and teeth." After rallying the nearby astral troops, the Commissar brandished his explosive firearm and drew his chainsaw sword, roaring, "Officers, Karshajan, charge with me." The battlefield had devolved into utter chaos, and the Commissar's imperative was to lead by example, bolstering morale. His most fervent hope was to slay the Orc chieftain, thereby turning the tide of battle. Should he fail, he would resign himself to death upon this field, praying that his soul might ascend to the golden throne following his loyal sacrifice. In another corner, Cheng Mingrue reveled in the pandemonium. First employing a feigned assault to draw out the Shrimp's armored forces, then utilizing modified killing machines to further consolidate their ranks. The crux of his strategy lay in masking the sounds of the demolition crew breaching the walls amidst the explosions and chaos, ultimately delivering a perfectly executed directional blast that severely crippled the Shrimp's armored might and paved the way for his main force's advance. Leading the charge from the breach were the incendiary youth, equipped with flamethrowers and clad in protective goggles. They surged into the fray like living fire. Synchronized with the flames that erupted from the breached wall, their fiery jets tore through the astral lines, determined to ignite everything in sight, turning all into ash. Following closely behind the incendiaries were the demolition experts, the true architects of this successful ambush. These youth, consumed by an obsession with explosions, wielded triple-barreled missile launchers, their backs burdened with an overwhelming amount of ammunition that bent their already precarious forms further. If the incendiaries were the spark that ignited the battlefield's banquet, the demolition crew poured a deluge of water into a seething cauldron, triggering a cataclysmic eruption, with humanity's Shrimp becoming the main course in this fiery feast. The Astral Army's armored units were systematically obliterated by the demolition crew, their once formidable equipment gradually transforming into burning coffins of death. Cheng Mingrue, experiencing the thrill of wielding the missile launcher for the first time, found himself enamored with this instrument capable of unleashing violent explosions. Each shot resulted in 3 resounding detonations, explaining why the Orcs affectionately referred to similar weapons as boom booms. The sound of such obliteration was undeniably addictive to the greenskins. The Star Realm troops were succumbing to chaos. Fear and despair etched upon the faces of the soldiers, who would soon scatter like a disorganized mob, akin to the Shrimp the Orcs derisively called them. Under normal circumstances, when combat deteriorated to this extent, humans would be swiftly annihilated by the Orcs. After all, the physical prowess of humanity paled in comparison to that of the Orcs, and the resolve of an ordinary person could not match the fervor of the Orcish warriors. Convinced of his imminent victory, Cheng Mingrue relinquished his thoughts and focused solely on the carnage of the battlefield. He quickly realized the inconvenience of wielding both a plasma gun and a missile launcher. Perhaps inspired by the clever modifications he had witnessed, a spark of ingenuity ignited within him. He casually gathered the discarded scraps strewn about and, with the assistance of the clever little spirit, completed the assembly of a new weapon in a mere 2 minutes. A hybrid firearm emerged, capable of launching formidable rockets while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of searing plasma. "Boss, I've seen clever techies before, but none can match your prowess in combat and craftsmanship. You are the master of skills." The clever spirit exuberantly praised Cheng Mingrue. Master of skills. Cheng Mingrue felt a swell of joy. Although this was merely a rudimentary assembly, the technical sophistication was not insignificant. Managing the interference between the 2 weapons, particularly the heat dissipation of the plasma gun, was accomplished through sheer ingenuity. The exhilarating sensation of knowledge surging from his mind was intoxicating. In Orcish culture, terms like might, ferocity, and domination were revered. For instance, Master of Skills, Great Master of Skills, and dreaded Overlord reigning over numerous star sectors signified strength and power. This gradual feeling of empowerment was exhilarating, even amidst the greenskins. Why had the Shrimp not been eradicated yet? At that moment, Cheng Mingrue realized an unexpected turn on the battlefield, based on prior experiences. The Orcs should have commenced their cleanup by now. For the Emperor, the roar of a political officer resonated in Cheng Mingrue's ears. revealing to him the reason the human soldiers had managed to hold their ground thus far. A political officer of the Star Realm forces led this contingent, forming a makeshift defense with several Lehman Russ tanks and Chimera transport vehicles, standing resolutely like coastal rocks against the onslaught. The Star Realm forces were the bedrock of the human empire, while their combat prowess may not rival that of the Astartes. Their sheer numbers and fearless sacrifices safeguarded the vast human empire in the treacherous 40K universe teeming with horrors. A formidable political officer embodied the spirit that fueled their relentless resistance. Were he a human, Chung Mingrue would admire the officer and perhaps even follow him into battle against the malevolent extraterrestrials. However, he was presently a greenskin orc with his own allegiances. Despite his faith in the Emperor, given the Emperor's disdain for all Xenos, the Inquisition would likely see him burned at the stake. Go, summon all the good fellows. I shall vanquish that leader of the shrimp, commanded Chung Mingrue to the clever sprite. The sprite promptly leaped from Chung Mingrue's shoulder, using his sharp voice to cry out. The cunning boss declares his intention to eliminate the shrimp leader. As the words echoed farther and farther, after several repetitions, the green-skinned lads discerned that the cunning boss wished to challenge the shrimp leader to a duel, urging the shrimp leader to cleanse his neck in preparation for impending doom. It seemed that the military political commissar could also comprehend the Orcish tongue, and the situation began to take on an odd twist. Chapter 11. I contemplate before the assembly of all the green-skinned warriors. The commissar of the astral army raised his middle finger. In the culture of the greenskins, this gesture signified a desire to skewer their prey and roast it for consumption, a fate that many unfortunate souls had suffered, laden with deep insult. You are neither large enough nor formidable enough. You dare to seek my demise? I shall challenge your leader. The commissar proclaimed in fluent greenskin tongue. Upon hearing his declaration, the young greenskins erupted in anger, hurling vulgarities, yet refrained from launching an attack. They were not the leaders. Should they step forward to challenge the commissar and succeed in slaying him, they would simultaneously defy their leader's authority, inviting retribution that could lead to their own demise. That cunning leader, how audacious he is! They exclaimed. Indeed, we must annihilate him, topple him, sever him, and reduce him to fragments. Countless young warriors gathered around Chung Mingrue, expressing their outrage. This is my cleaver, borrowed for your use. A single strike from above, and that audacious one will be cleaved in two. Iron Claw eagerly offered his weapon to Chung Mingrue. Chung was at a loss. Was it truly necessary to flatter the leader while lending me a weapon? Furthermore, he could easily obliterate the commissar with his plasma gun, yet he was foolishly preparing for close combat. Greenskin orcs, while possessing cunning and treachery, held an even greater reverence for valor. Each tribe among the greenskins had its own distinctive traits. Some favored firearms, others reveled in racing, while certain tribes collected trophies of teeth. Yet, the most potent of all, the Goth tribe, cherished the art of direct confrontation, wielding their axes to vanquish all. Should Chung Mingrue renounce his duel with the commissar at this juncture, he would incur the disdain of his fellow orcs, deemed unworthy of leadership, leading to an endless cascade of challenges. He relinquished his plasma gun to the elvish specter, who stumbled slightly while grasping the weapon, now considerably larger. Handle my weapon with care. Should I return to find even a speck of paint missing, your head will pay the price, Chung warned, before taking up Iron Claw's massive cleaver and striding toward the Astral Army's commissar. Commander, the orc leader has emerged. If we were to launch a surprise attack and eliminate him, the orcs would descend into chaos without their leader, one of the commissar's subordinates suggested. No. The commissar replied firmly. To ambush and slay the orc leader in the absence of witnesses would severely undermine their morale. Scanning the vicinity, aside from my own regiment, the remaining astral soldiers have either perished or fled. Before me stands only a sea of orcs, grots, and squigs. In such glaring circumstances, to secretly assassinate the orc leader would incite the greenskins' wrath, for they would deem us despicable. They may eventually turn upon one another in a bid for leadership, but only after they have dealt with us. This knowledge stemmed from the invaluable experiences of countless individuals who had battled orcs. The commissar discarded his explosive rifle, drawing forth his chain's word, and advanced deliberately. To slay the orc leader in this duel is our sole hope for survival, for the Emperor. Upon finishing his statement, the political commissar pulled the trigger of the chainsaw sword. Amidst the deafening roar of the chainsaw's ferocious bite, he lunged forward with the blade towards Chung Mingrue. The massive orc's cleaver clashed with the roaring chainsaw sword, as the two figures, one tall and one short, refused to yield. Chung Mingrue, who initially believed that his formidable size and strength would allow him to dispatch the political commissar in a single blow, was taken aback. How could an unaltered mortal possess such incredible power? With a furious roar, Cheng Mingrui shifted from a one-handed grip to a two-handed grip on his weapon, pushing with all his might. In an instant, the delicate balance of strength was shattered, and the mortal was ultimately overwhelmed by the orc's brute force. Yet, the political commissar maintained his equilibrium, utilizing his waist to absorb the force, delivering a swift slash that grazed Cheng Mingrui's thigh. Had Cheng Mingrui not dodged in time, he would have faced the severing of his leg, rather than merely sustaining a bloody gash. The two combatants exchanged blows for 4 or 5 rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. The political commissar countered Cheng Mingrui's strength with nimble movements, while the inexperienced Cheng Mingrui found himself entangled by someone significantly smaller than himself. This should not be. How could this be possible? How could a mortal's speed be so remarkable? Cheng Mingrui's astonishment grew, until he overheard the whispers of nearby orc youths cheering him on, which illuminated the reason. This shrimp of a leader resembles Old One-Eye. Do you think so? I do too, you foolish deer. Mountain Cannon. Old One-Eye has long since passed away. How could it be Old One-Eye? The two orcs, holding differing opinions, began to quarrel. You are the foolish deer. How could Old One-Eye be dead? Old One-Eye is an exception. Though he is a shrimp, he is immortal. Cheng Mingrui observed closely and indeed noticed a green energy emanating from the political commissar with whom he was engaged in battle. This is Wyak energy. The orcs' absurd thoughts empower their foe. Wyak energy is a unique racial enhancement for orcs beyond their typical energy, and no one has yet deciphered its principles. Its effects can be simply summarized as the supremacy of mind over matter. For instance, if orcs believe that a vehicle painted red will run faster, then even without any modifications, merely painting it red will cause it to accelerate. Additionally, the orcs assembled weapons, tanks, armor, and starships, which appear as though cobbled together from scraps, are all influenced by Wyak energy. If orcs deem something usable, it will indeed function, however. The same items in the hands of other races, such as humans, either malfunction or explode, rendering it utterly incomprehensible. In pursuit of understanding this phenomenon, humans conducted extensive research, discovering that, on a microscopic level, Wyak energy compensates for various precision errors in weapons and machinery. Much like the inscrutable nature of quantum mechanics, Wyak energy remains unfathomable. Even the microscopic compensatory effects have their limits. For example, it is impossible for a square wheel to roll faster than a round one. Nor can a brick defy aerodynamics to soar into the sky. The effects are astonishing, bordering on the realm where consciousness dictates material existence. Cheng Mingrui, grappling with the political commissar, found himself nearly infuriated. These foolish green-skinned brutes should cease their absurd thoughts, for they could lead to dire consequences. It is not merely the physical form. I ponder that it may also influence various fleshly beings, extending beyond the orcs themselves. The Old One-Eyed is a formidable human commissar, whose name eludes the memory of the orcs. Due to his distinctive crimson mechanical eye, he is referred to as the Old One-Eyed. Time and again, he has vanquished the orcs' massive Wyak, and his formidable exploits have become legendary among the Orcish clans, with some even dubbing him the Orc Slayer. If these wretched little brutes believe that this commissar before them is the Old One-Eyed, then they are truly in grave peril. He is no mere harbinger of doom. Encountering the Old One-Eyed is undoubtedly a death sentence. Chapter 12. The Chosen One of Malgu, uncertain if it was merely a psychological effect stemming from Cheng Mingrui's anxiety. The political commissar wielding the chainsaw sword grew increasingly formidable, displaying not only enhanced speed but also amplified strength. You insufferable fools! If you keep this up, you shall drive me to my end. Cheng Mingrui cursed vehemently within, yet dared not voice his thoughts aloud, for uttering such words would undermine morale and hasten his demise. In the eyes of the orcs, a leader must be the largest, the strongest, and the most imposing. Any display of hesitation would invite derision, and any timid leader would inevitably grow weaker until overthrown by their subordinates. After yet another round of fierce combat, the two combatants momentarily found themselves locked in a deadly embrace before swiftly retreating. Cheng Mingrui bore a deep gash across his chest, significant muscle tissue severed, while the political commissar sported a long, crimson streak on his abdomen. This was the result of Cheng Mingrui's strategy of trading injuries. He believed his resilience far surpassed that of a mere human. A single sword strike would render him wounded. Yet any encounter with his mighty blade would spell ruin for a human. Ultimately, thanks to his shrewd calculations, the commissar emerged with only a superficial scar, which Cheng Mingrui assessed felt akin to a scratch upon steel. What a despicable trickery! Those orc youngsters are nothing but a bunch of incompetent fools. Chung Mingrue cast an exasperated glance at the surrounding green-skinned creatures. At that moment, amidst the onlooking orcs, he spotted a peculiar figure performing an eccentric dance. It was the eccentric Kuka, blessed by Maogu. A spark of inspiration ignited within Cheng Mingrue. Kuka, you mentioned that I am under the watchful gaze of Maogu, blessed by his grace. I now find your words to ring true. Cheng Mingrue proclaimed loudly, ensuring all could hear. Huh? I didn't. The bewildered Kuka halted his awkward dance, ready to refute, only to be swiftly interrupted by Cheng Mingrue. Look at my marksmanship. Precise and fierce. My blade always strikes true from the most unexpected angles. Surely, this is the blessing of Maogu. The orcs exchanged glances, contemplating the commissar's wound, and began to see the merit in Cheng Mingrue's assertions. Though Kuka was indeed an eccentric character, his stubbornness led him to doubt that Cheng Mingrue was truly favored by Maogu, prompting him to attempt a rebuttal. Yes, the cunning leader must have received Mao Ji's blessing. I stand upon his shoulders and see clearly. I have never witnessed an orc with such accuracy. At this juncture, the crafty little imp interrupted Kuka's discourse. Following the imp's remarks, the orc youths began to murmur amongst themselves, expressing agreement. It makes sense. I have indeed never encountered an orc who strikes with such precision and ferocity alongside our cunning leader. Moreover, our clever leader led us in a grand circle, successfully breaching the defenses of our foes. Indeed, the astute chief has praised our clever leader's cunning and intelligence. Yes, even the brilliant chief has lauded our clever leader. It must be true. He is certainly blessed by Maogu. It must be so. Only the blessing of Maogu could transform an orc into such a formidable force. Amidst the lively discussions among the orc youths, the notion of Cheng Mingrue embodying the chosen of Maogu seemed to solidify. Even Kuka began to doubt his own perceptions, pondering if he had indeed misjudged the situation. Was Cheng Mingrue truly under Mao Ji's watchful gaze? Behold, Maogu proclaimed, with a single strike, I shall cleave the shrimp before me in twain. There is no escape. As the majority of the orc youths fixated their attention on him, Cheng Mingrue suddenly exerted his strength, raising his formidable cleaver and delivering a decisive blow towards the political commissar. Emboldened by the recent skirmish, the political commissar felt a surge of confidence. The orc leader appeared far less fearsome than he had anticipated, and under the emperor's protection, victory was assured. He deftly pulled the trigger on the hilt of his sword, the chainsaw blade whirring ominously as he prepared to parry the orc leader's strike, intending to decapitate him in that fleeting moment of imbalance. In an instant, the scene before the commissar transformed into something surreal, as if the world had bifurcated. Soon, all that remained were blood and darkness. Cheng Mingrue's overwhelming force not only cleaved the commissar in two, but also embedded the blade deeply into the deck beneath, the blood that gushed forth staining both the blade and half of his body. Whack! The clever one shouted first, followed by the orc youths, and soon thereafter the goblins, until the entire horde of green-skinned creatures joined in a thunderous whack. They brandished their weapons and charged forth, surging past Cheng Mingrue as he slaughtered their human adversaries with ruthless efficiency. With the soldiers vanquished, the bloodthirsty orcs turned their blades upon the human slaves still laboring in the ammunition depot. These workers, devoid of spirit, were cleaved in half or shattered by gunfire without uttering a single cry of despair. They merely bowed their heads in silence, pulling chains and levers, preoccupied solely with their tasks. The human empire was steeped in darkness and cruelty, treating ordinary individuals as mere expendable resources, stripped of their emotions. They lived without understanding, and in death, their fates went unnoticed. After dispatching the political commissar, Cheng Mingrue exhaled, still concerned about whether he could indeed eliminate him in one decisive blow. Should his comrades falter, and his cleaver be thwarted by the chainsaw sword, all would be lost. Upon severing the chainsaw sword, Cheng Mingrue felt an infusion of power coursing through his body. The green light enveloping the commissar flowed into him, augmenting his stature, strength, and presence. Not only did he grow, but so too did his companions. Albeit their numbers had dwindled, the goblins and skugs were few, and the consecutive battles had brought both joy and significant losses to his ranks. If only I had more subordinates, Cheng Mingrue mused. The green-skinned orcs, hybrids of plant and beast, reproduced via spores, thriving on land, sunlight, and water. Yet, aboard a spacecraft, the conditions were ill-suited for nurturing orcs, as each skirmish resulted in diminishing numbers. Just as he fretted over the dwindling ranks, an explosion erupted on the outer wall of the ammunition depot, and a massive, round object resembling a missile burrowed its way inside. In the midst of the ensuing confusion, the sides of the missile suddenly detonated, unleashing a swarm of green-skinned youths armed with an array of weapons, numbering in the thousands. Upon emerging, they recklessly discharged their firearms, the cacophony of their war cries reverberating through the air. They anticipated a fierce resistance from humanity, yet before them lay a battlefield in disarray. Mankind had been utterly vanquished. This unforeseen turn of events left the exuberant green-skinned rascals in a state of bewilderment. Drawing forth his machete, Chung Mingrue broke into a grin. For here were the minions he sought. Standing at an imposing height of 5 meters, he was able to gaze down effortlessly upon all the green-skinned miscreants. Some of the youngsters remained defiant, but employing his tried-and-true method, Chung Mingrue dispatched them one by one, using reason, albeit of a physical nature, to bring them into submission. Swiftly taming this band of minions. Chapter 13. The resounding salvo upon the bridge of the Glory Night. Pexis wore a troubled expression. The battle was proving to be far more complex than he had anticipated. The accuracy of the macro cannon's triple barrage was less than encouraging. While the cannon's power was formidable on the planet's surface, in the vastness of space, it barely sufficed. The colossal shells illuminated the orc warships with massive mushroom clouds, their explosive force akin to magnificent fireworks. However, the orc vessels possessed exceedingly thick armor and substantial size, rendering such damage non-fatal. Orc craftsmanship was characteristically crude and unsightly, often marred by minor flaws, yet paradoxically effective, robust, and immensely powerful. Accelerate the loading efficiency in the artillery department and fire several more rounds. Prepare for impact, commanded Pexis. Aware that failing to deplete the structural integrity of the orc warships from outside their range would lead to a direct confrontation where the firepower of human vessels was slightly inferior. At that moment, the reports rang out. Regions 18 and 30 have been struck by orc torpedoes. Communication with macro cannon sectors 2 through 5 has been lost. They are unable to launch. Useless. Truly worthless. What is the point defense artillery doing? Why haven't they intercepted all the orc torpedoes? Pexis bellowed in frustration. Initiate a turn. Rotate the macro cannons on the opposite side and continue firing. The macro cannon sectors were positioned on either side of the vessel, making such a maneuver perilous, necessitating a reduction in speed to align in AT formation against the enemy. However, the Glory Knight had suffered extensive damage to many of its weapon systems, including the powerful light spears, in a previous ambush. Thus, turning was the sole option to maintain maximum firepower against the orc fleet. The lunar-class cruisers, emblematic of the human empire, exhibited a distinctive design featuring horns and a cathedral-like structure, flanked by macro-cannon sectors. The orc boarding parties had breached their defenses, advancing toward the critical areas of the bridge. The void shields in sectors A3 to A6 were under bombardment from the orc space fighters. The power output of the engine surged, yet there remained 5 increments before overload. Misfortune seldom comes alone, and ill tidings followed one after another. The engine system must not falter. Concentrate the void shield defenses at the rear of the vessel. Redirect the battle status to my terminal. How is it that we cannot handle a few orc boarding parties? The astral army is simply too vast. Some units are utterly incompetent. As Pexis monitored the unfolding battle, he cursed the resistance of the astral army, lamenting that without the disruptive orc forces, the situation would not be so dire. Commander, the orc warship is accelerating once more. What? Quickly, bring the visuals to my screen. On Pexis's blue display, the orc warship's engines visibly trembled, expelling flames that surged dramatically, its speed not merely increasing but skyrocketing. The trembling of the orc vessel suggested it might soon disintegrate, as if a green orc head loomed over the ship, its gaping maw bellowing a thunderous whack. Before the orc battleships arrived, their artillery had already commenced its barrage. As a devoted adherent of the multi-turreted doctrine, the orcs believed that more is better, and thus their vessels were adorned with numerous turrets. Typically, the firepower of orc battleships surpassed that of imperial ships by a third. The alarms on the bridge blared, and the lights shifted to a menacing red as the orc shells crashed heavily against the void shields. Damn it! Pex grasped a nearby handrail to prevent himself from tumbling. The human empire's void shields were capable of absorbing the majority of ranged damage, particularly effective against high-velocity projectiles. However, this did not render the void shields infallible. Slower objects, including water, could penetrate them, and the shockwaves from explosions would still affect the objects within the void shield's protection. This was dire. There was no time. The disparity in firepower was daunting. Feeling the weight of the orc shells, Pex's initial confidence had waned. His mind raced with thoughts, if only the glorious night were unscathed. A large hand rested on Pex's shoulder, and when he turned to face its owner, his heart nearly stopped. It was Jape, the political officer supervising all Imperial officers on the bridge. Locking eyes with Jape's cold, murderous gaze, Pex felt as if he might collapse and confess all the sins he had accumulated throughout his life. I will take a team to secure the bridge's passage. You are to fulfill your duty here. Jape's gaze sharpened. Serve the Emperor with unwavering loyalty, understand? After delivering this command, Jape adjusted his collar and surveyed everyone on the bridge, as if warning them with his eyes. I'm watching you. As Jape departed the bridge with his Carthaginian kill squad, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crew. The political officer's power of life and death loomed over them like the sword of Damocles. His presence a formidable source of intimidation and pressure. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Pex steadied his trembling legs. The helmsman continued to adjust the course, hastening the loading of the broadside cannons, preparing to unleash a barrage upon the enemy vessels. Pex's gaze subtly drifted to the gravity field generator outside the bridge, and then to the Triad Navigator. Power core. Ensure sufficient energy for the engines while preheating all engine systems. Upon hearing this command, everyone tightened their safety harnesses, an instinctual understanding dawning upon them that the captain was preparing for a high-speed maneuver. The glorious night began to arc forward, while the orc battleships pressed on, slicing into the ark's path. Once within the inner circle of the ark, the orc battleships unleashed their full fury, bombarding the glorious night with a barrage of super-heavy artillery. Countless explosions and munitions wove a magnificent net around the glorious night, akin to a dazzling display on New Year's Eve, if only sound traveled through space. The 5-kilometer-long lunar-class cruiser became the brightest of fireworks in the night sky. The only drawback was its somewhat dismal accuracy, as most shells detonated near the lunar-class ship, merely serving as embellishments. Yet, the orcs, with their relentless mindset, cared little for precision. As long as they fired in abundance, accuracy became a trivial concern. The Glory Night is currently enduring its most arduous moment. Alarms reverberate throughout the entire warship, and the vessel is subjected to violent tremors, with many external facilities ravaged by cannon fire. After sustaining significant damage, the lunar-class cruiser has relied on its robust structure to persevere. At last, the Glory Knight successfully executed a turn, positioning the intact artillery array at AT formation, aimed directly at the orc warship. The humiliation endured during the earlier maneuver erupted in this moment of triumph. At such a close range, the artillery's successive volleys achieved an impressive hit rate of 80%. The orc warship suffered severe damage, with 1/5 of its structure obliterated. On the bridge of the Glory Night, all personnel erupted into jubilant cheers. Chapter 14. Convergence with the Cunning Head. Do not rejoice too early, helmsman. After the triple cannonade, continue to turn and face the enemy head-on. Raise the prow for the ramming maneuver. Pecus commanded loudly. The tactic of ramming is favored by the Tyranid swarm, the human empire, the forces of chaos, and the orc pirates alike. In the universe of Warhammer 40k, starships generally extend several kilometers, even exceeding a dozen kilometers in length. Such colossal iron behemoths are formidable weapons in their own right. Here, attacking enemy vessels through ramming has been proven in numerous engagements to be the most effective and swiftest method to sink foes. A profound silence enveloped the bridge. The ramming tactic bears a resemblance to a mutually assured destruction strategy. Once engaged, the orcs would not veer away, and ordinary humans often lack the courage when faced with death. I commanded you to raise the prow and confront the enemy. Do you hear me? Pecus roared once more. With Japard absent, no one could defy Pecus, who, despite the fear that gripped him, was the captain. Consequently, all complied with his orders. May the Emperor's radiance illuminate my path, and may my soul ascend to the golden throne after death. Most of the crew silently prayed. Aboard the Glory Night warship, Cheng Mingrue felt a wave of despair upon realizing that his vessel was engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with orc pirate ships. Did he not know the nature of the orcs? They revel in chaos, even turning on their own kin. Their boarding parties, cast forth by their mothership, are merely fodder for destruction, employing suicidal assaults to inflict harm upon the enemy. If control of the bridge could not be seized swiftly, this Imperial warship might very well become Cheng Mingrue's coffin. This time, he did not summon Kuka to invoke his arcane guidance, and had no intention of heading to the engine room. Instead, he aimed for the bridge to assist the Cunning Head in gaining control of the warship. Of course, the engine room remained crucial. Cheng Mingrue allocated half of his squad and his now formidable subordinate, Iron Claw, to secure it, while allowing Skug to navigate through scent. Having made his decision, Chung Mingrue did not afford the mechanized lads much time to utilize the debris around them for equipment upgrades. Time was of the essence. Many of the younger crew members expressed discontent. 10 minutes was hardly sufficient for them. This trove of scrap was akin to paradise. Yet they found themselves obstructed by Chang Mingrue's formidable fist. The path to the cunning head was remarkably clear, marked by the remnants of torn human defenses, scorched wreckage, turretless Lehman Russ tanks, and shredded Sentinel war machines littered the way, with some chimera transports twisted into grotesque shapes. Rarely were human corpses visible. The orc firepower and caliber of weaponry were so overwhelming that most humans were reduced to mere pulp. As they neared the bridge, in a narrow corridor, Chang Mingrue's forces caught up with the cunning head. "You useless wretch. I sent you to handle the power systems. Why are you running back here?" The cunning head spat, showering Chung Mingrue with saliva. The reason why the clever head merely sprayed Chang Mingrue without leaving a lasting impression with his mechanical claws is primarily because Chang Mingrue has already reached a height comparable to that of the formidable Gi Ba. And behind him stands a formidable group of leaders. As long as one possesses a strong fist, the green-skinned orcs are remarkably reasonable. Indeed, this principle proves effective across most civilizations. I have dispatched a group of well-equipped and robust individuals to the power chamber, and I foresee no significant issues in securing it. To substantiate the truth of my words, Chang Mingrue gestured towards the formidable leaders behind him. "I believe, my esteemed leader, that you require my assistance more urgently. As the current situation is decidedly precarious, perhaps there is genuine urgency." Chung Mingrue's dialect began to emerge once again. After elucidating the context, he thoughtfully added, "My leader, you surely do not wish for the absence of securing this vessel to result in your demise as the great Gi Ba." The clever head's furious outburst was abruptly silenced as he fixed his cruel, red eyes upon Chung Mingrue for a prolonged 30 seconds, during which myriad thoughts must have surged in his mind. "You truly are a cunning one." The mechanical claws of the clever head, which had been poised to strike, ultimately refrained from landing on Chang Mingrue's head. "We can collaborate to seize the bridge. However, the condition is that this ship is mine. Entirely mine. I can offer you both the means and the crew, and even construct a smaller pirate ship for you, if you aspire to become the great Gi Ba. You must either commandeer a vessel or build a grand ship of your own. Do you comprehend?" Chang Mingrue was momentarily taken aback. The clever head's demands exceeded his expectations. For his intention in offering assistance was never to usurp the spoils. "This is my bottom line. Should you wish to contest my control over the ship, we must first engage in a duel. The victor shall claim the vessel." The clever head, believing Chung Mingrue to be defiant, began to prepare for a confrontation. "Very well. Very well." Observing the clever head ready to take action, Chang Mingrue hastily acquiesced, struggling to keep pace with the clever head's train of thought. He had thought of himself merely as the clever head's subordinate and had never envisioned contending for control over the ship. Unexpectedly, the clever head had begun to regard him as an equal. Was it merely a matter of size and stature? The dynamics of green-skinned society are indeed peculiar, yet straightforward. Furthermore, the clever head, pleased with Chang Mingrue's agreement, stated, "I have expressed my disdain for those who mimic the speech of shrimps, particularly those from the Blood Axe faction. If you wish to engage in such antics, await until you lead your own crew." "I understand, no problem at all, esteemed clever head," Chang Mingrue quickly clarified, noticing the growing ire upon the clever head's visage. In that moment, he perceived the green-skinned orcs as genuinely innocent and endearing. In human society, even if one traverses realms to become a noble, ascending the social ladder or advancing one's title necessitates appointments, grants, or the establishment of an independent system. In the realm of the green-skinned orcs, he had naively assumed such conventions would apply. Surprisingly, he was recognized solely for his ample stature. In contrast, within human society, few have emerged unscathed from the consequences of overshadowing their superiors. Reflect upon the ascension of the Bonebreaker within the Warhammer 40,000 universe. Numerous warlords, who command respect among the green-skinned factions, readily recognize and align themselves with the Bonebreaker, rendering any human opposition utterly futile. In the realm of power struggles, the green-skinned chieftains often resolve their conflicts through one-on-one duels. Conversely, among humans, disputes frequently escalate into total warfare, a process that is invariably brutal and drenched in bloodshed far beyond measure. The orcs, with their endearing simplicity, possess an inherent charm, that they are also remarkably ruthless. "This is your armor. Behold the garb you don. It is adorned with the might of the great cannon." As a leader, one must not only be towering but also resplendent, dazzling, and Whack. Meanwhile, the astute mechanic busied himself among the various components, fashioning a suit of powered armor for Cheng Mingrue. Chapter 15. The Click-Click Teleporter. Cleverhead bestowed upon Cheng Mingrue a subtle shock of green skin, not merely due to his exceptional skill, but also owing to his sincere demeanor, evoking a profound sense of camaraderie akin to a soldier's devotion to a dear friend. Cleverhead, you, Cheng Mingrue began, intending to express his gratitude for such kindness, but was promptly interrupted. Cease your prattling. If you continue, we shall come to blows. This is the finest equipment I can currently forge. He sighed, realizing that any further expressions of thanks would likely be lost on the simple-minded greenskins, whose thoughts were refreshingly straightforward. Choosing silence, Cheng Mingrue commenced donning the armor crafted by Cleverhead. This was no mere iron helmet or plate. It was, in fact, genuine powered armor, akin to that which the Astartes would wear. You fool, why are you putting it on like that? You must do it this way, and then like this, followed by this, and finally like so. Is it not simple? Cleverhead remarked disdainfully as he observed Cheng Mingrue struggle to don the armor as if it were mere ordinary gear. Reluctantly, he took it upon himself to instruct him. With Cleverhead's guidance, Cheng Mingrue finally managed to fully equip himself in the powered armor. Wearing it was indeed a skillful endeavor, fraught with technological intricacies. And through this experience, Cheng Mingrue's mechanical aptitude grew somewhat. How formidable are the ancient saints? Have they inscribed all of technology into the very genes of the greenskins? Cheng Mingrue pondered deeply. At present, the challenge before them lay in the narrow passage, which had claimed numerous valiant souls, yet they could not breach it. Once Cheng Mingrue was prepared, Cleverhead began to apprise him of the current battle conditions. With a swift kick to a nearby greenskin, Cleverhead sent the creature scurrying onto a makeshift killing machine, heavily armored yet devoid of weaponry, evidently a hasty modification. Soon, the greenskin piloted the contraption into the mouth of the passage, where it was met with a hail of heavy machine gun fire, concentrated laser blasts, plasma streams, and molten rays. After advancing nearly 15 meters, the heavily armored killing machine was obliterated. See? This is the situation. A frontal assault is exceedingly difficult. Even we, clad in heavy armor and shielded, must pay a steep price to break through, Cleverhead scoffed. Indeed, the circumstances were dire. Humanity's heavy firepower held significant advantage in such confined spaces, rendering the attackers at a severe disadvantage. Cheng Mingrue bowed his head in contemplation. However, you have arrived, and brought with you many capable allies, which means there is a solution. Cleverhead interrupted Cheng Mingrue's ruminations. Are you familiar with the Click-Click Teleporter? Of course, Cheng Mingrue was not. Yet, upon the peculiar term entering his mind, knowledge surged forth from the depths of his consciousness like a flowing stream. We can instantaneously transport ourselves to the rear of the shrimp line. Cheng Mingrue exclaimed with delight. Humph, you truly are a clever one. Indeed, that is precisely the plan. The device is positioned behind me. However, its power is sufficient to teleport only one person. Time does not allow for the construction of another, as this apparatus is rather intricate. Cleverhead pursed his lips, displaying a hint of envy. What is it about this fellow that makes him so astute? Initially, he could hardly comprehend the concept of a teleportation device. Thus, my plan unfolds as follows. I will teleport first, drawing the attention of the adversaries and inciting chaos. You will then seize the moment and charge forward with the others. If you act swiftly, you shall traverse the passage and eliminate this batch of foes. Once again, Cleverhead's words left Cheng Mingrue astounded. He gaped, at a loss for words. Cleverhead, quite pleased with himself, felt that his intelligence and unexpectedly strategic arrangements had astonished the sly individual before him, instilling within him the sensation of being overshadowed intellectually. Do not admire me. I am simply this clever, born to it, hence the name Cleverhead, he chuckled merrily. From one perspective, Cleverhead was indeed correct. Cheng Mingrue was profoundly astonished, bewildered by the perilous nature of the endeavor and questioning why Cleverhead would choose to take the risk himself rather than lead the charge. What if he were to be a treacherous villain, deliberately delaying support, thus endangering Cleverhead? Such simplicity, could it truly be wise? Very well, I shall lead the charge through the passage as swiftly as possible. Cheng Mingrue felt a painful urge to voice his frustrations at the adorable Cleverhead, realizing how truly endearing this band of orcs could be. Now, you must organize the order and method of the assault. Inform me when you are ready, soon. You shall witness my prowess in battle, hehehe. Cleverhead declared with pride. Understood. I shall arrange it immediately. Externally, Cheng Mingrue remained composed, yet internally, an angel and a devil were embroiled in a fierce debate within his mind. On the other side of the passage, Commissioner Japad stood resolutely at the heart of the position like a straight flagpole, flanked by only 2 Kashigan soldiers for protection. While the remaining members of the Kashigan Slaughter Squad provided defensive firepower at the front lines, he surveyed all personnel on the defense line, his resolve as unyielding as steel. Suddenly, a yellow flash erupted behind the defense line, causing utter chaos. Several bolts of lightning surged from the explosion point, igniting nearby stockpiles of ammunition and reducing personnel to cinders. A massive green-skinned orc, burdened with a generator, materialized seemingly out of nowhere, roaring and attacking all nearby enemies with wild abandon. The Kashigan Slaughter Squad reacted swiftly, surrounding him, dispersing into an attacking formation, unleashing a torrential barrage of laser beams from their Hellfire guns, engulfing the green-skinned orc. Yet, the devastating storm of hellish weaponry did not vanquish the creature. A yellow barrier surrounded him, not only shielding the orc within but also continuously launching lightning bolts at the nearby Star Realm forces. Utilize the heavy thermite and plasma guns. This barrier cannot withstand for long. Maintain fire suppression and do not allow this monstrosity any opportunity to retaliate, Japad commanded. Soon, the hot melt gun, relocated from the front line, commenced its setup. 2 plasma shots struck heavily against the yellow shield, causing it to flicker twice, teetering on the brink of collapse. The Riemann Russ turret emitted the sound of gears turning, while the passage proved too narrow for tanks to advance. Thus, the turret had to be disassembled to serve as a stationary fire point. Though the clever strategist was valiant, the overwhelming concentration of firepower rendered the situation decidedly grim. Chapter 16. Kuka with a resounding whack. The cunning leader hurled his power claw, which crashed heavily onto the base of the turret, transforming it into a slanted heap of scrap. Subsequently, he summoned the claw back with magnetic force, securing it firmly to his hand. "You foul shrimp. I shall utterly annihilate you," he declared, in rapid succession. 3 shots rang out as Jayapade took advantage of the moment when the cunning leader retracted his claw to fire bullets into the shield. Regrettably, the rounds failed to penetrate the power armor enveloping the cunning leader. "Silence, beast! For the Emperor! You shall perish here," Jayapade retorted. No sooner had the Commissar's words faded than a searing incendiary shot pierced through the air, striking directly at the cunning leader's yellow shield, mirroring the Commissar's wrath and forcing the leader to stagger backward. "You retreat and hold the front line. I shall keep an eye on this beast," Jayapade commanded. Dismissing the Astra Militarum troops attempting to provide support, for the front line was equally perilous. Alone, he advanced, one hand raised with his weapon as he continuously fired at the shield, resolutely approaching the cunning leader to cover Jayapade's advance. The Kashian troops executed their maneuvers with remarkable precision, compelling the cunning leader to lower his stance, deterred from launching an assault with his claw. At that moment, the sounds of conflict erupted from the front line as the orcs unleashed their anticipated attack on the defenses. Judging by the previous engagements, it appeared that, barring any unforeseen events, the defense would hold despite the minimal troop redeployments. Yet, surprises often manifest in the most unexpected forms. The feigned assault troops were annihilated, and Cheng Mingrue disowned the general distribution of defensive firepower. He crouched to meet Kuka at eye level, imparting words of encouragement. "Kuka, you are the emissary of Manhwaerec. Your psychic power is unparalleled. Whatever you wish to achieve, you shall accomplish." "I am the emissary of Manhwaerec," Kuka echoed, bewildered. "Indeed. Do you not often hear whispers from Manhwaerec? They say you can do it. You are capable." Cheng Mingrue persuaded with fervor reminiscent of a charismatic leader. Confidence blossomed within Kuka. Indeed, he could hear voices. He was the emissary of Manhwaerec, not an oddity, merely more extraordinary than others. The green whack energy coalesced in Kuka's eyes like a viscous liquid, augmenting his strength gradually. The shrimp on the other side were the villains. Manhwaerec demanded that we overturn them, and now you possess the power to transport us there. This was Cheng Mingrue's intent in inspiring Kuka. For psychics could rend the fabric of space, enabling objects to teleport over short distances. If Kuka could perform beyond his limits, transporting himself and over 20 heavily armored comrades deep into the human lines in concert with the cunning leader, it would culminate in a massacre. This was not a whimsical decision. Throughout their journey, Cheng Mingrue had witnessed Kuka teleporting an orc who mocked him into the deck. The unfortunate creature found itself half embedded in the deck, wailing in agony, and thereafter, none dared to ridicule Kuka again. I felt an overwhelming surge of power, a sensation of immense strength coursing through me, a primal roar escaping my lips. I heard the second-in-command exclaim that the adversaries would undoubtedly be crushed, utterly obliterated. A formidable wave of green energy enveloped Cheng Mingrue and his cadre of heavily armored warriors, and he felt a sense of satisfaction prior to their teleportation. He had specifically instructed his subordinates to launch an all-out assault the moment they arrived, leaving no one behind. Before he could finish his words, only the echo of Cheng Mingrue's astonished exclamation lingered in the wind. On the side of the human defenses, they witnessed colossal iron masses hurtling through the passage like cannonballs, instantly reducing fortifications, machine gun nests, and defensive structures to rubble. Then, these iron behemoths extended limbs, revealing the bewildered green heads of the orc warriors. The teleportation had succeeded, albeit in a rather peculiar manner, being physically hurled into their midst. Setting aside the bizarre mode of transportation, the effectiveness was unmatched. Who could have anticipated that orcs could launch their kind through cannon-like means? Rising to their feet, the heavily armored orc leaders transformed into terrifying killing machines. Wielding weapons of substantial might, their presence enhanced by formidable armor and shields, rendering them nearly invincible amidst the chaos of battle. Within the human ranks, perhaps only super soldiers akin to the Astartes or specialized forces like the primates could stand against them, armed with a composite rifle. Cheng Mingrue cursed Kuka as he bombarded the human positions with rockets and plasma guns, obliterating the landscape and eliciting cries of despair from the humans. The well-trained Karshagin attempted to establish a new defensive line, only to be met with the grim reality that countless orc warriors had surged through the passage alongside their armored leaders. Meanwhile, the clever commander found renewed vigor. Manipulating a yellow energy field that attracted vast amounts of debris and metallic refuse swirling around him. Upon charging his power, he hurled the accumulated projectiles with great force. The magnetically accelerated scrap transformed into lethal weapons, engulfing the frontline political officer, Jayapade, and his troops. Confident in his onslaught, the clever commander believed the adversaries would falter under his tempestuous assault, especially as reinforcements arrived. He was determined to showcase his prowess. Suddenly, a silver flash of lightning pierced through the weakened yellow energy field, streaking directly toward his head. In a moment of peril, honed instincts from years of battle prompted him to tilt his head just in time, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. However, the once relentless lightning adeptly redirected its course, cleaving downward and severing his intact arm with surgical precision. The clean cut left him with charred flesh and blood, the pain igniting a furious roar from him. Jayapade, wielding a power sword that activated a disintegration field, seized the opportunity to launch a renewed assault, cutting through the generator behind the clever commander, causing their shared yellow energy field to flicker dimly. How dare you ambush me, you wretched creature? The clever commander's fury seemed capable of engulfing the insignificant human before him. For the Emperor, you must perish here, beast. With the power sword raised high, the murderous intent and icy demeanor in Jayapade's eyes instilled a flicker of fear even in the heart of the notoriously savage and irascible orc warlord, Cleverhead. Whack! The collision of Cleverhead's power claw and the power sword resonated with a terrifying crackle. Amidst the chaotic battle between the large and small figures within the yellow field, a heat-welded gunner, having lost a leg and an arm to the onslaught of metallic debris, dragged his bloodied remnants towards the heat-welded gun, aiming its barrel at Cleverhead. For the Emperor. Chapter 17. For the Emperor in the brutal clash of combat, strength and physique proved advantageous. Cleverhead, recovering from an initial ambush, began to gradually overpower Jayapade, even with one hand. However, Jayapade fought with unwavering tenacity, making it difficult for Cleverhead to extend his dominance. As he remained wary of the menacing power sword, after several exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. A precisely aimed thermite beam pierced through the faltering yellow barrier, striking Cleverhead's chest and rupturing his power armor, creating a gaping wound. In his final moments, the starbound marksman pulled the trigger of his thermite gun, exclaiming, "Die, monster!" Seizing the opportunity, Jayapade leaped into action, bringing his power sword crashing down. Cleverhead tilted his neck, but the longsword descended with unstoppable force, nearly cleaving him in two. As Jayapade landed and lifted his power sword to deliver a fatal blow to Cleverhead, a series of thunderous gunshots erupted. 3 chilling bullets shattered his chest. The caliber of the firearm was devastating for any human, and Jayapade, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, clutched his power sword, his gaze fixed on the gravely injured Cleverhead, lamenting that he could not deliver a finishing strike. For the Emperor, in his dying moments, Jayapade continued to pray fervently. With a firearm, precision and speed were paramount. 10 paces away, a shot could be swift, but within 10 paces, It was both swift and precise. Chang Mingrui appeared at the opportune moment, wielding a rifle, saving Cleverhead from certain demise. Ultimately, he could not bear to witness Cleverhead's death. After arriving, this orc chieftain had upgraded his gear, shared spoils with his subordinates, and taught him the intricacies of Orcish mechanics. Even with a heart as dark as Chang Mingrui's, he could not bring himself to let Cleverhead perish. Thus, after breaching the Starbound army's defenses, Chang Mingrui rushed to provide support, arriving just in time. Otherwise, Cleverhead would have met his end. At this point, Cleverhead was nearly out of strength, lying on the ground with a wound cleaved through his chest, crimson blood pooling on the deck like a small lake. Is the Mad Doctor here? Is there a Mad Doctor? Upon witnessing Cleverhead's dire condition, Chang Mingrui called out to the group of younglings behind him. Shortly thereafter, a diminutive orc squeezed through, appearing shifty like a goblin, his clothing seemingly white but drenched in blood. This visage resembled that of a butcher more than a physician. "Boss, did you call for me?" The Mad Doctor, wielding two bloodied cleavers, looked up at Chang Mingrui, exuding an innocent yet somewhat dim-witted charm from his perspective. "If I can't revive Boss Cleverhead, I'll crush your skull." Chang Mingrui's tone increasingly mirrored that of a traditional green-skinned chieftain. "All right, boss. I will definitely save him," the Mad Doctor replied, fear evident in his voice, before gathering a few assistants who pushed a cart and commenced their work. The cart was laden with chainsaws, bone saws, heavy hammers, and other tools that appeared more suited for carnage than healing. Such was the nature of Orcish medicine, thus earning the title of Mad Doctor, alongside other monikers like Bloody Wretch and Slaughtering Fiend. The treatment process could terrify even the most hardened souls. Yet the results were undeniably exceptional. With iron nails and a welding gun, the Mad Doctor stitched up the belly of the Cleverhead, replacing the damaged organs with peculiar components. He also reattached a severed green-skinned arm to the Cleverhead's dismembered limb, securing it with steel plates and a row of nails, completing the crude yet effective treatment. Such a brutish remedy could only be endured by the green-skinned orcs, whose dual genetic spirals of plant and animal grant them remarkable resilience. Even if beheaded, they could swiftly inhabit a new body and continue to live. After a brief 10-minute respite, the Cleverhead shook himself awake and stood up once more. A fine green-skinned specimen. He raised his newly attached hand and examined it, finding it somewhat small, which cast a shadow over his countenance. "Fear not, my leader," the Mad Doctor reassured. "Though it appears diminutive now, it is simply a matter of your height and size. In due time, as your body acclimates, the arm will grow to match its former glory." With a cold huff, the Cleverhead offered no further response. He approached the corpse of Japad and remarked, "You were a formidable shrimp, a worthy adversary. I thoroughly enjoyed our clash." "Boss, what do the shrimps often shout about the Emperor?" "Who is this Emperor?" inquired a puzzled young green-skinned orc. "The majority of shrimps are feeble, yet among them exist potent foes, like the one who bested me. And the Emperor they so fervently acclaim." The Cleverhead began to elaborate. "The Emperor is a golden giant shrimp, immensely powerful. He subdued all the shrimps and stands as their supreme leader. However, he was eventually challenged by his most formidable lieutenant, who, dissatisfied, rallied his own followers to confront the golden giant. In the end, the lieutenant was vanquished and met his demise, while the golden shrimp sustained grievous injuries and was placed upon a strange contraption to prolong his life. In essence, it mirrors our grand tussles." The Cleverhead scratched his face, musing that the shrimps were excessively foolish and convoluted. Even with their leader rendered a mere husk, they did not elect a new one, while we are far simpler and more astute. Listening to this exchange, Chang Mingrui could not help but internally scoff. He was grateful that there were no fervent adherents of the imperial cult among them, for such an explanation might drive their blood pressure to catastrophic levels. We orcs, however, are different. Our brawls are not for anyone's sake. We fight for the sheer joy of it, for the thrill, which makes us greater and stronger than the shrimps. Upon reflection, it dawned upon him that perhaps the orcs, in their unadulterated nature, were the only truly joyful and carefree race in the vast universe of Warhammer 40k. Now, onward. He could hardly contain his excitement to reclaim his warship. The Cleverhead was brimming with joy, neglecting to organize his equipment or even consider a moment's rest. As if he had never been on the brink of death, Chang Mingrui initially contemplated urging him to take a breather while he led the others to seize the bridge. But upon further thought, he realized that the straightforward reasoning of the green-skinned might misconstrue his intentions as a desire to retract and commandeer the ship, akin to a young boy fearing an adult would snatch away his toy. This logic fit the green-skinned perfectly. "Let us fight. Seize the bridge." and let the new toy of the clever head soar into a raucous whack. As he coaxes the children, Chung Mingrue feels a sense of seasoned expertise. After all, little knowledge is undeniably adorable. The clever head's face radiates with excitement, and his gaze towards Cheng Mingrue is imbued with newfound warmth. The slippery one is indeed a delightful green-skinned creature. I hold an immense fondness for the slippery one. I shall personally assist in crafting a grand and resounding worship for the slippery one in due course. Chapter 18. Ambush. The path leading to the bridge was as smooth as a well-trodden road. The demise of Commissar Jayapade had utterly shattered the morale of the Stellar Army. Compounded by the ferocity of the Orc heavyweights, who were relentless, no defensive line could withstand their onslaught for more than a minute. Suddenly, the warship began to tremble violently. As though gripped in a giant's hand, and both Clever Head and Cheng Mingrue exchanged ashen glances, fearing the ship might be on the brink of destruction. A moment later, beyond the confines of the warship, in the expanse of the space battlefield, the Glory Knight, having lost its broadside cannon's firing angle, charged headlong towards the Orc warship. The Orc vessel, undeterred despite its severe damage, retained half of its combat capabilities. The Orc captain, eager for the collision, pressed the red whack button with fervor, declaring that those who showed fear were nothing more than sniveling cowards. As the two ships drew ever closer, their artillery exchanged fire like medieval knights proving their honor with lances. Just as their weapons were set to collide, the engines of the Glory Knight erupted, spewing forth a massive flame, causing the ship's bow to veer sharply to the side. The Orc warship's formidable ramming spikes scraped a deep gash along the left flank of the Glory Knight, even severing an engine. However, this injury was insufficient to sink the Glory Knight. The pre-warmed engines that Pex had prepared played a pivotal role, allowing the Glory Knight to execute a sudden turn and accelerate. Both warships, previously locked in a head-on engagement, had reached their maximum speeds and could not halt their momentum. By the time the Orc ship began to decelerate and pivot, the Glory Knight had already completed a second acceleration, widening the distance between them significantly. The Geller field enveloped the Glory Knight, and the subspace engine was primed, tearing a blue-violet rift in the conventional universe, expanding to a size sufficient for a warship to traverse. Watching helplessly as its prey fled, the Orc captain seethed with rage, smashing everything within reach. His meticulously planned ambush had devolved into a farce, and the clever little shrimp had mocked him before escaping. The shrimp appeared to have sailed away, leaving them trapped in a demon's lair. Once the ship's tremors subsided, Clever Head assessed, realizing that to engage elsewhere, they would have to navigate through the demon's realm, where they might encounter the demons themselves, though now was not the time. They needed to hurry. He could not allow the shrimp to ravage his ship. Concerned that his vessel might be destroyed by the demons lurking in subspace, Clever Head was exceedingly anxious. He surged ahead, eager to reach the bridge more quickly. Slippery boss. Iron Claw is looking for you. Kuka suddenly pulled Cheng Mingrue aside, speaking in a nervous tone. Are you confused? Iron Claw has gone to the power room. He isn't here, Cheng Mingrue replied cheerfully, dismissing Kuka's implications. Wait a moment. Let me connect you, Kuka insisted, rising on tiptoe to tap Cheng Mingrue lightly on the head. A surge of verdant energy seemed to innately enter his mind, both soothing and fluid. Could this be the Wyak energy? Quite invigorating. I shall delve into it later. Sly boss. It's me, Iron Claw. An abrupt voice interrupted Cheng Mingrue's wandering thoughts. The remote communication of a psyker? The neural link certainly proves useful. I must gather a few more later. Iron Claw, what is it? Have you secured the power chamber? You need to be swift. We are on the verge of seizing the bridge. Not quite, Sly boss. We've located the power chamber, but the ones we're battling aren't mere squigs. They are bugs. There are bugs here. Beware of ambush, boss. Iron Claw, eager to convey the urgency of the situation, transmitted an image into Cheng Mingrue's mind through the neural link. In the vast power chamber, the green-skinned lads had slain the human defenders and were leisurely tidying up the battlefield. As they rummaged for spoils, a horde of white-green insectoid creatures surged forth from the vents. Upon their arrival, they engaged in a frenzied melee with the green-skinned warriors, displaying a madness akin to that of the Wyak-fueled brutes. Gene Stealers. How many are there? What is happening? Isn't this a ship of the human empire? Cheng Mingrue was taken aback. The Tyranids, the swarm leviathans, exhibited a ruthlessness and cold efficiency that surpassed even the orcs. Could it be that this imperial warship is merely a decoy? Is the human empire attempting another stratagem of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf? This is dire. Truly dire. Cheng Mingrue's mind raced to comprehend the unfolding crisis. The sounds of gunfire and roars interrupted his contemplation. It seemed that the clever leader had indeed fallen into an ambush. Iron Claw, hold the line and eliminate the bugs. I require the power chamber intact. Do not allow any mishaps, understood? Understood, boss. The lads rallied. Annihilate the bugs, whack. After instructing Iron Claw, Chung Mingrue hefted his firearm and sprinted forward. The clever leader had charged too swiftly, leaving them behind. By the time reinforcements arrived, the clever leader was encircled by gene stealers. Dozens of them surrounded him, and in a fit of fury, he crushed one with his power claw, a layer of gene stealer corpses already littering the ground. Yet, there were too many foes. Several had clambered onto the clever leader, their claws capable of rending his power armor asunder, some even sinking their fangs into his flesh. Damn bugs, you shall perish. The clever leader yanked down a gene stealer clinging to his neck, a new arm proving somewhat unwieldy as the creature's head remained attached, dragging a length of spine with it. The crackle of gunfire erupted. Whack! Cheng Mingrue and the lads charged forth. The bullets arrived before the men did. A storm of steel swiftly enveloping the gene stealers surrounding the clever leader, reducing them to a gruesome spectacle of blood and viscera. The vent in the ceiling swung open, and a multitude of goblins descended from above. Lacking ranged attack capabilities, these goblins relied on ambush and surprise as their customary tactics. This particular group sought to intercept Chung Mingrue and his comrades, aiming to isolate their clever leader and buy time for a decapitating strike. The Tyrannid swarm and the orcs were no strangers to one another. Their epic clashes in Octarius had persisted for an extended period, resulting in a state of mutual cultivation. The hive mind was acutely aware that to eliminate the greenskins at minimal cost, it was imperative to first behead their chief. This tactical reasoning held merit. Yet the question lingered, could mere goblins truly impede Cheng Mingrue and the band of Orcish youths he led? Chapter 19, The Dark Age and Cheng Mingrue's Perspective. Dealing with the insects was far easier than contending with humans, likely due to the uniformity of their combat units. The claws of the gene thief possessed immense power. Capable of penetrating steel, yet the orc warriors excelled in close combat, wielding their blades with an innate proficiency. When the insects clashed with the orcs, it was a tumultuous spectacle of blood and flesh. Some orcs were torn apart by the gene thieves, while many gene thieves were cut, crushed, and mutilated. A single punch could obliterate a gene thief, and Cheng Mingrue felt as if he were engaged in a mindless hack-and-slash video game. This was in stark contrast to battles against humans, where one had to remain perpetually vigilant of grenades, heavy artillery, lasers, and anti-aircraft guns. Before long, the gene thieves' defensive lines were shattered, reminiscent of a watermelon crushed by an iron fist, with crimson blood and flesh splattering everywhere. With 2 precise shots, Cheng Mingrue eliminated the gene thief clinging to the back of the clever head, and 3 heavily armored warriors charged into the throng of gene thieves surrounding Clever Head, trampling their bones and flesh like tanks. With a newfound lightness in his body, Clever Head spun in place, his power claws whipping up a whirlwind of death, clearing away the gene thieves in his vicinity. In a fit of rage from the ambush, Clever Head seized the large firearm from Cheng Mingrue and unleashed a barrage upon the distant swarm of gene thieves. How dare you ambush me? How dare you bite me? Die, all of you perish. Clever Head fumed, succumbing to a frenzy. The number of green-skinned orcs appeared somewhat diminished, yet their quality was exceptionally high, and soon the gene thieves could no longer withstand the onslaught. The orcs' efficiency in slaughter surpassed the influx of foes from the vents, some of which were blown open by explosive devices, accompanied by the shout of fire in the hole. Recognizing their increasingly dire situation, the cunning gene thieves left a rear guard while the remainder fled through the intact vents. In this brutal clash, the orcs held a slight advantage. Bah, overestimating yourselves. Follow me, we must hasten. Wherever insects appear, misfortune surely follows. Clever Head removed the heads of the gene thieves hanging from him, each one dripping with blood and flesh. On the bridge, a multitude of gene thieves had already seized control of the situation, with the humans on the bridge being bitten and infected with viruses. A particularly massive gene thief emerged from the shadows, standing behind Captain Pex, its tongue over a meter long flicking back and forth, disgusting saliva dripping everywhere, even licking Peck's face. Captain Pex exhibited a peculiar demeanor, his pupils devoid of life, oblivious to everything on the bridge, solely focused on commanding the ship towards an unknown destination. For the great devourer, for the will of the hive. In a daze, Pex muttered to himself, his voice hollow and cold. The gene thieves served as the vanguard and guides of the hive fleet. They were insidious and terrifying, particularly adept at disguise. able to inject their genetic viruses into other life forms, transforming them into their own kind. The most severely affected faction by the Zerg is undoubtedly the human empire. No one knows how many worlds they have infiltrated, nor how many worlds that ostensibly pledge loyalty to the empire have become strongholds of the Zerg's insidious cults, resembling the Tyranid hive mind entirely. The primary reason for the Zerg's successful spread within the human empire lies in the fertile ground the empire provides for their existence. The sheer vastness of the human empire, coupled with its feudal and tax systems, ensures that as long as a world pays its taxes punctually and fully, the empire refrains from interfering in its internal affairs. The high degree of autonomy enjoyed by each planet results in the central authority of the human empire being remarkably low, creating external conditions conducive to infiltration. The most critical internal factor is that ordinary humans are willing to believe the Zerg's lies. Some even willingly submit to assimilation, eager to be engulfed by the swarm, believing that their souls will return to the heaven. The oppression exerted by the human empire upon the common populace is excessively severe. They may be seen merely as expendable resources, potential soldiers, or a tax base. However, they are denied the right to be themselves, to be free, and to possess dignity. The Zerg's propaganda touting the four-armed emperor resonates more with the lower classes, promoting unity and the rejection of suffering. They falsely proclaim that as long as the cult can summon the High Fleet, once the swarm devours a planet, every soul will find peace and ascend to a realm devoid of pain. Thus, the universe of Warhammer 40k is shrouded in darkness and despair, rife with warfare, bloodshed, and glory, yet devoid of hope. The eerie scene on the bridge was abruptly disrupted as a colossal foot smashed down the hatch. The imposing figure of the orc leader had to crouch low and exert considerable effort to squeeze through. "Filthy bugs, keep your filthy claws off my ship." The orc leader's voice thundered through the bridge, clear for all to hear. Shadows lurking on the bridge began to stir. They too were Zerg, but larger, faster, more agile, and, above all, more cunning than their brethren outside. The orc leader widened the hatch, allowing the other orcs to enter the bridge with ease. None were larger than him. Alongside Chung Mingrue, there were over 20 heavily armored orc leaders. Opposite them stood 40 to 50 more formidable Zerg, both sides sizing each other up, refraining from immediate engagement. The orcs held back due to their lack of heavy weaponry. The leader cautioned against damaging the bridge and urged his comrades to be cautious, wielding only their melee weapons. The Zerg refrained from attacking as well, aware that they needed to buy time. Previous skirmishes had demonstrated the ferocity of this pack of orcs, and they likely could not prevail in a direct confrontation. Every moment they could delay was crucial. The Zerg would never initiate the assault, serving merely as instruments of the hive minds will to stall for time. "Be careful when you strike. Don't damage my ship." Not a single one of these bugs is to be spared. Turn them all into mush. The sound of crunching echoed from the leader's powered claws. Each orc leader brandished a unique weapon, all adept for the task at hand. With a swift motion, a strangely shaped throwing axe struck true, hitting a lurking Zerg head-on, signaling the commencement of battle. With a resounding roar of whack, the heavily armored leaders sprang into action, engaging in a fierce melee with the enemy. The clash of discarded firearms was a spectacle to behold. It was a collision of fists and henchmen, a visceral encounter of fervent flesh against flesh, an eruption of raw power against power. This was the most primal and elemental form of violence, using cruelty and bloodshed as pigments. The vivid crimson of the enemy's torn flesh splattered across the entire command bridge, crafting a breathtaking and gratifying masterpiece to conclude the battle. Chapter 20. I have a dream. From the very outset, the battle escalated into a fervent frenzy. The continuous roars of the orcs plunging all the green-skinned warriors into a state of combat-induced madness. They tore apart their adversaries with axes, fists, palms, and teeth. The clever thieves soon found themselves overwhelmed, and by some time, more of them infiltrated the bridge through secret passages to join the fierce conflict. The orc side also suffered losses. Even the heavily armored chieftains had their limits. Moreover, the Tyranid swarm was notoriously efficient and precise. Once besieged for an extended period, even these towering behemoths could be ripped to shreds. However, the ranks of the orcs were plentiful. Each time casualties mounted, fresh recruits emerged to engage in the melee with the bugs. The bloody tactic of attrition persisted for an indeterminate duration. As there was no concept of time within the subspace, no one knew how long it lasted, only that the outcome was the total annihilation of the bugs, leaving a layer of orc corpses strewn across the bridge. Emerging from a state of frenzy, Cheng Mingrue felt as if his entire body had been filled with lead. Completely immobilized by an exhaustion that resonated from his very soul, he leaned against the wall to catch his breath. Just then, the clever trickster reappeared from wherever he had been hiding. The clever boss is magnificent. The clever boss is even greater, stronger, and more whack. This cunning fellow had returned to shower praise once more. A hefty foot swiftly sent him flying, leaving his remaining flattery unvoiced, as his blood-soaked form landed beside Cheng Mingrue. After kicking the trickster away, the clever one plopped down next to Cheng Mingrue, and they leaned against each other like longtime brothers. Why didn't you go and modify the warship? Didn't you always desire to possess your own vessel? The atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar as Cheng Mingrue shifted uneasily. Clever. You are a good orc. A flicker of melancholy crossed the fierce visage of the clever one. I truly like you. Cheng Mingrue was taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. What was this? They were green-skinned orcs, devoid of gender, mere fungal beings, mushroom folk. Do you know? I was very weak as a child. Exceedingly weak. Sometimes, the little gnomes would gang up on me. The clever one continued, disregarding Cheng Mingrue's bewilderment. Because I am not like the ordinary green-skinned lads. I never particularly enjoyed hacking and slashing. I love sounds, no, music. I am a rock kid, but due to the unmelodious nature of my music, the little gnomes mocked me as a noisemaker. At this point, the clever one grew slightly agitated, slapping down a passing gnome who was rummaging for scraps. Later, I dealt with those little gnomes. One particularly obstinate gnome leader took offense, believing that the once bullied victim now had the audacity to resist. He rallied a band of gnomes armed with clubs and blades to confront me. I was quite furious. Why must they bully me simply because I cherish different things? Thus, I readied a grand axe, a truly magnificent axe. The clever one fell silent for a moment, seemingly ensnared in recollection. I clashed with the gnomes, exchanging blows. Their strikes were painful, and so were mine. I can no longer recall the duration of my axe swinging. Only that my blade found its way into the mouth of the chieftain of the wretched, causing his eyes to bulge alarmingly. Cleverhead gestured, indicating the enormity of the situation. After that, none among the wretched dared to call me the noisy one, and I found little joy in their company. Instead, I sought the company of the young ones, believing that there would be those among them who could appreciate my music and the songs I sang. Yet, those youths were simpletons, preoccupied solely with eating and brawling. Incapable of engaging in anything meaningful, they mocked me just as the wretched did, bullying me relentlessly. Unable to endure their taunts any longer, I confronted them. Cleverhead slammed his fist onto the deck, then relaxed his hand. I had never fought before. They overpowered me and beat me down. I would not yield. I, too, was filled with rage. Once I had healed, I sought them out again for battle, and continued to do so relentlessly. Eventually, the youths of that area could no longer match my strength. I had subdued them and emerged as their leader. Ascending to leadership was the first step in the rise of the green-skinned orc, yet Cleverhead's tone suggested he was not particularly thrilled. I gathered the youths together to listen to my music and my songs. They squirmed uncomfortably, constrained by my fist, too fearful to resist. Their pained expressions weighed heavily upon me. Did I truly lack talent? Just as I began to doubt myself profoundly, one of the youths reminded me. A glimmer of light shone in Cleverhead's eyes. I needed quality instruments, an electric guitar, a drum set, and powerful speakers. Subsequently, I took residence amidst the refuse and heaps of garbage, crafting various contraptions, some formidable weaponry, and thunderous machines, yet I could not produce any decent musical instruments. I felt despondent. Cleverhead withered like a plant. Time passed, and I constructed a colossal contraption for a bomb-laden individual who expressed great satisfaction. He told me that my artistic essence was still not pronounced enough, and that I needed to forge my own path. For example, he believed that art was synonymous with explosions, grand, resounding explosions. In that moment, enlightenment struck me, and I sold my heap of refuse. Becoming a master craftsman and joining the pirate fleet, I had a purpose: to become a grand master craftsman, to possess my own magnificent ship, adorned with instruments and speakers. Cleverhead turned to look at Cheng Mingrue, his eyes sparkling with ambition. I envisioned singing while performing music, inspiring the youths to fight with increasing fervor and strength. Ever more fervently, Cheng Mingrue was astonished. He had not anticipated the nuanced emotions and aspirations of a green-skinned orc. Yet, this journey bore a resemblance to that of an art student who, upon failing to gain admission to an academy, found success by embarking on an alternative path. Now that you possess your own ship, why not transform it? If you find the insects bothersome, I can lead the youths to search the ship and clear them out. Chung Mingrue inquired, genuinely curious to witness what kind of music and art Cleverhead could conjure. Perhaps it is best to abandon the thought. I fear I may indeed lack talent. I excel at crafting formidable firearms, engines, and power claws, yet I cannot seem to produce a fine musical instrument. My attempts at bass and guitar have consistently faltered, often resulting in discordant notes. The disheartened intellect lamented, perhaps I am destined to create nothing of artistic merit. Such seems to be my ultimate fate. After all, my time is drawing to a close. Chapter 21. Passionate rock music death? How could that be? How is it possible that while battling against humanity, I, Cleverhead, survived being disemboweled, yet now, after contending with a few insects, I am on the brink of demise? Cheng Mingrue was incredulous. He had presumed that Cleverhead had sustained some internal injury. He rose to his feet, fervently calling for the mad doctor to attend to Cleverhead. Stop your futile fussing. It is of no use. Cleverhead waved his hand dismissively. It is the poison of the insects. Upon being bitten, there is a chance of being controlled by them. Under normal circumstances, my body should be unharmed. Perhaps it's merely bad luck, or it could be that the shrimp's strike weakened me, thus making me susceptible. The gene virus of the rogue thief is exceptionally potent, capable of even controlling the green-skinned orcs. However, due to the orcs' method of reproduction via spores, the infection can only propagate through one generation, making it difficult for the rogue thief's infiltration to flourish among the greenskins. Do not give up. Perhaps the mad doctor has a solution. Chung Mingrue offered an encouragement. It is futile. I know my body well. I can already hear the voice of the insects, such as that voice right now urging me to strike you down. Unconsciously. Chung Mingrue's legs wobbled at the thought. That voice. Could it be the will of the insect hive? It is a collective consciousness of countless swarms. What ordinary life could withstand such mental force? I wish that voice would vanish. If only I could see it or touch it. I would gladly let it feel my claw, Cleverhead remarked nonchalantly. I fear not death. I detest being controlled by insects. Yet, I have regrets. Not the regret of potentially dying just after acquiring my ship, but rather the sorrow of having no beautiful song of my own. Just because I am a greenskin, does it mean I lack an appreciation for art? Cleverhead raised his mechanical claw to his neck, his tone devoid of fear, filled only with sadness and regret. A large hand grasped Cleverhead's mechanical claw. It was Chung Mingrue. Wait, perhaps I have a song I can play for you. Cleverhead's tale resonated deeply within Chung Mingrue. In his eyes, this enormous green creature transformed from a figure of terror into one of warmth and authenticity. Here was a boy who, bullied for his passion at school, refused to abandon his beloved pursuits and instead rose to confront those who tormented him, challenging their disdain for his very essence. In his struggles, he grew stronger, relentlessly seeking something greater, yet he retained his dreams in his heart. For the sake of this dream, he feared neither hardship nor death, for it was the most precious treasure of his soul. Gifts, knowledge, and inspiration surged within Chung Mingrue's mind, awakening memories from the depths of his being. Perhaps the bloodline of the greenskin orcs truly enhanced intelligence. Even the grayest of memories could be dusted off and illuminated. He recalled a game from his childhood, Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, where, at the climax of the campaign, a stirring rock anthem played, titled Power of the Horde. It was exhilarating. I had watched the animation and listened to the song in awe. With fervor, Cheng Mingrue commanded the overturned sprite to rise, issuing his orders with newfound determination. He began to craft the corresponding instruments himself. However, the cunning leader interjected. Now is not the time for games. The mechanical lads have reported that this vessel's course has been locked down, and they are unable to rectify it. The clever one, trembling slightly, replied, let them find their own solutions. First, we must attend to the tasks I have laid out. If your performance falters, I assure you, no matter where you are, I will ensure you become fodder for the squig. Chung Mingrue thundered in anger, faced with the threat of death. The impudent ones and the lads worked with remarkable efficiency. Within merely 15 minutes, the instruments were ready. To address the issue of the other greenskins' inability to play, Cheng Mingrue devised a program, enabling certain instruments to perform melodies autonomously. Placing his hands upon the electric guitar, an instrument he had never touched before, he felt as though it had become an extension of his very being. Once prepared, he commenced his performance. Storm, earth, and fire, hear my call. The raucous music erupted, and as the lyrics were translated into greenskin dialect, they resonated even more profoundly, raw and powerful. The exhilarating rock reverberated through every corner of the bridge. The lad collecting refuse, the mechanical ones modifying the bridge's operational systems, and the impudent one tidying the floor while gathering teeth all shared a spontaneous surge of excitement. Some joined in song alongside Cheng Mingrue, others danced with abandon, while still others worked with newfound fervor. The most animated was the clever one, whose expression shifted from shock to joy as he sang along, growing more and more animated. More and more whack. One could only wonder if, had the clever one been human, he might have shed tears in that moment. The bridge's displays showcased the bizarre and colorful visions of the subspace, serving as the perfect backdrop to the performance. Achieving a remarkable feat, they held a concert amidst the subspace alongside the lads. Perhaps due to the heightened emotions experienced while traversing the subspace, the fervor of the intelligent beings intensified. After Cheng Mingrue concluded his initial rendition, the lads surrounding him clamored for more, demanding an encore that was higher and more fervent. The audience's enthusiasm was infectious. And Cheng Mingrue, too, was swept up in the fervor. He plucked the guitar strings and looked up at the clever one, seeking approval for his creation. The clever one, with a wide grin, met Cheng Mingrue's gaze from afar. Cunning one, you are a fine orc, and I truly admire you. However, the raucous voices of the surrounding lads drowned out the clever one's words. In Cheng Mingrue's eyes, the clever one nodded with a smile and then retracted the power claw resting upon his neck. Cheng Mingrue found himself at a loss for expression as an orc. He ought not to be overly sentimental, yet he felt a slight constriction in his heart, regardless of whether he viewed himself as a dominant figure or a rock star. The clever one was still dead. In the universe of Warhammer 40k, countless lives are lost each day, be they orc lads, humans, or the self-proclaimed superior Eldar. When would it be his turn? But he dismissed such thoughts. He would live as a carefree orc, embracing joy and continuing to whack. Cheng Mingrue elicited a high note from his electric guitar, igniting the fervor of the audience, thus commencing a new round of performance. A jubilant band of green-skinned orcs piloted a commandeered human warship, aimlessly traversing through the hyperspace while singing merrily. Suddenly, a rift manifested ahead in the hyperspace, expanding as if a colossal demon were poised to devour the battered Glory Knight. The ordinary starlight bathed the warship, illuminating a pale yellow star, several orbiting planets, and an unremarkable galaxy. Chapter 22. The Aronia Galaxy. The Aronia Galaxy is but an unremarkable celestial realm. Its third planet, a blue and habitable world, remains in a state of modest development, lacking monumental metropolises or advanced factories, with agricultural pursuits still in their infancy. In the grand scheme of the Empire, it exists as a somewhat superfluous entity. This planet has only recently been colonized for a few centuries and has yet to be fully developed. However, due to its relatively abundant resources, the inhabitants lead a life of relative contentment. A warship emerging from subspace shattered the tranquility of this place. Messages relayed from the orbital space station cast a pall over Governor Conworth's expression. In the 40th millennium, the plight of the human empire has become increasingly apparent. Their formidable adversary, Abaddon, has obliterated the bastion world of Cardian, which served to restrain the Eye of Fear, at the cost of a blackstone fortress. A terrifying galactic rift now cleaves through the galaxy, dividing it into eastern and western halves. Unfortunately, the Aronia Galaxy finds itself bisected by this colossal fissure. Positioned within the eastern expanse, seemingly isolated yet not located on major trade routes, Conworth had once believed himself fortunate. The Aronia Galaxy, still young and flourishing, occupies a relatively remote location, distanced from the myriad of malevolent entities that roam the galaxy. He reasoned that as long as he diligently fulfilled his duties and refrained from excessive indulgence, the colony would continue to thrive, allowing him to enjoy a few more centuries through longevity procedures without significant concern. The human empire is vast, sprawling across the galaxy, even with countless enemies and formidable challenges. The wheels of collapse would take considerable time to reach him. Perhaps by then, he would have passed on, leaving future generations to contend with whatever tribulations may arise. Yet, fate is indeed capricious. Recently, subspace storms have become increasingly frequent, occasionally leading disoriented vessels to the Aronia Galaxy. Most of these are Imperial warships or merchant vessels. And the news brought by the Imperial Navy often stirs deep concern, as the front lines of conflict appear to be blurring. With the specter of war looming in every corner of the galaxy, has the Imperial warship, the Glory Knight, not yet responded? Conworth inquired, establishing a direct link with the orbital space station through the communication device on his desk. The radar operators there were in a state of frenzy, calling out for the Glory Knight. Naturally, no response was forthcoming. as Chung Mingrue and his crew reveled in the joyous strains of rock music. Fortune favors the diligent. At last, several escape pods entered the radar range of the space station. Mayday, mayday. This is a member of the Imperial Navy aboard the Glory Knight. We were tasked with monitoring the situation in the Orsish star domain. We have unexpectedly come under attack by Orsish pirates. And the Glory Knight has now been seized by these savage beings. We are among the last survivors. Accompanying the escape pods was a distress signal. Have them transmit a video message, Conworth ordered with a furrowed brow. Soon, the escape pods relayed the video message, revealing a scene filled with humanity. Predominantly comprising injured members of the Imperial Star Navy. A figure clad in military officer's attire emerged, bloodied and battered, as though he had endured a harrowing battle. I am Pex, a member of the Lammaster family, the esteemed captain of the Imperial Navy's lunar-class cruiser, the Glory Knight. I beseech the governor of this world for assistance in the name of the Imperial officer and my family. Rest assured, we are surrounded by soldiers and non-combatants dedicated to the Empire, posing no threat whatsoever. The Lammaster family is renowned amongst the nobility, having produced many distinguished figures, including planetary governors, legion commanders, and fleet admirals. It is said that this family holds some influence even in the capital of the human empire, the Sacred Terra. The family of Governor Conward is considerably less prominent. Thus, to deny Pex would be unthinkable, not to mention the repercussions of offending powerful nobles, the Imperial Navy, and the Ministry of Military Affairs. Such a trifecta of enmity would spell doom for anyone bold enough to attempt it. Of course, esteemed Captain Pex, it is only fitting that as the governor of the Empire, I serve its interests diligently. Conward readily acquiesced, his taut frown transforming into a socially agreeable smile. Thank you, Your Excellency. Even the Emperor's angels would laud your benevolence and loyalty, Pex graciously replied. After instructing the space station to accommodate Pex and the personnel aboard the escape pod, Conward contacted the planetary fleet commander, commanding them to commence an encirclement of the Glory Knight, which had been captured by orcs. Through their brief interaction, a flicker of avarice ignited within Conward. After all, it was a lunar-class cruiser, albeit battered, yet the structural integrity remained intact. The orcs aboard, having engaged in continuous conflict, were now severely weakened. If his forces could board the vessel and eliminate the orc presence, it would result in the acquisition of a lunar-class cruiser without cost. The entire Oronian system boasted only a single cruiser and 3 destroyers, forming a rather feeble defensive fleet. Furthermore, the Oronian system lacked the industrial capacity to construct interstellar warships. Thus, expansion of the fleet could only be achieved through purchase. Even acquiring the most basic of corvettes would impose considerable strain on the economically limited Oronian system, which harbored but a single habitable planet. Greed can cloud one's judgment, and as the planetary escort fleet boldly advanced to encircle the Glory Knight, the tragic turn of events commenced. Rock music indeed proved effective in heightening the orcs' fervor, significantly enhancing their work and combat efficiency. While Cheng Mingrue was preoccupied with his concert, the mechanical minions regained control of the warship. The orcs, superior to mere shrimp in combat, found little difficulty in one-on-one confrontations. In his exhilaration, Cheng Mingrue disregarded the 3 destroyers and the Glory Knight, which lay in a state of disrepair. Upon witnessing 2 human destroyers entering range, Cheng Mingrue promptly commanded, first, reduce the 2 shrimp boats to rubble, then accelerate and ram into the larger shrimp vessel, splitting it in 2. A feeble voice emerged from beneath Cheng Mingrue's feet. Our men have yet to seize the turret. We cannot fire. Just moments ago, Cheng Mingrue had exuded an air of bravado, but now he found himself at a loss for words. This predicament was of his own making. His exuberant singing had lifted the spirits of the younger warriors. Yet he had failed to orchestrate their occupation of the turret in advance. With the turret still unclaimed, what purpose did it serve to linger here? He ought to hasten their efforts. With a gentle kick, he sent the messenger tumbling away, for the orc leader would not admit fault. With the cunning chief deceased, Cheng Mingrue stood as the most formidable, towering orc present, and none dared to provoke the new leader's ire. They swiftly mobilized, preparing their warships for battle. At that moment, Cheng Mingrue wished fervently that the human vessels would delay their assault, granting him a precious window for preparation. Coincidentally, as the human ships entered range, they refrained from attacking. Instead, they released smaller landing crafts, soon to rue their hubris. Chapter 23. The perilous boarding. Conworth was elated. What he had initially perceived as a dilemma had transformed into a windfall. A misfortune turned into a blessing, yet regrettably. Such adages do not exist in the realm of 40K. The landing craft successfully docked without encountering any resistance, and everything proceeded seamlessly. The intelligence relayed from ahead only heightened Cornworth's delight. If they could capture a lunar-class cruiser, thoughts inevitably turned to its former masters. No longer preoccupied with the landing, Cornworth instructed his attendants to prepare a shuttle, as he intended to personally greet Captain Pex at the space station. Should it come to that, he could certainly spare some funds. As long as Captain Pex turned a blind eye, the Imperial Navy could record the Glory Night as a combat loss. He instructed the steward to procure an ample amount of throne credits, ensuring they were not the imperial currency we issued, along with jewelry. For I am to meet a most significant guest. Before departing, Cornworth casually directed his orders. The human soldiers disembarking from the landing craft were relatively well trained, providing mutual cover as they advanced cautiously. The pitch-black corridors of the warship instilled a profound sense of dread, as if unseen perils lurked within the shadows. A lunar-class vessel, fully manned, would boast tens of thousands of crew members, and the Star Realm military was lavishly equipped, boasting heavy armaments, including the renowned Lehman Russ tanks. How could they possibly be vanquished by a mere boarding party of greenskins? Perhaps the oppressive sound of boots thudding against the deck was too stifling, one soldier, seeking to alleviate the tension, remarked. Indeed, even a few tens of thousands of greenskins could not be exterminated in 3 days and nights. Perhaps the Star Realm military aboard this ship is simply lacking compared to our elite defense forces. Focus on your vigilance, and cease your idle chatter. The sergeant leading the team barked. Increasingly anxious, the sergeant noted the signs of a fierce battle within the vessel. The environment bore the scars of violent conflict, with walls splattered in blood and twisted steel. Yet, how could such a brutal struggle leave no corpses in its wake? Whether greenskin or human, remnants of shattered flesh should surely be evident. The squad pressed onward, turning a corner where beams of flashlight illuminated the corridor's end. A creature, engrossed in its gruesome feast, was startled by the light, turning to unleash a guttural roar before retreating into the shadows. The soldiers had no time to pull their triggers, helplessly witnessing the monstrosity vanish before their eyes. Though the local defense forces were ostensibly well-trained and well-equipped, they sorely lacked experience in combating such terrifying extraterrestrial foes. The sergeant led his men to the site of the creature's gruesome meal, revealing a slaughterhouse of carnage. The bloodied remnants and shattered equipment suggested that a contingent of the Star Realm military had met their demise here. Sir, what is that? I have never encountered such a creature. A young private, his face pale with fear, stammered. The crouching sergeant, examining the scene, remained silent. He transmitted his observations to command via the recorder. After a long pause, he finally spoke. The intelligence was erroneous. There are not just greenskins here, but Tyranids as well. It is they who have annihilated everyone aboard the ship. In the public communication channel, the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and the horrific tearing of flesh reverberated incessantly, instantly engulfing the entire squad in a chilling atmosphere. Steady yourselves, prepare for combat, the sergeant commanded, raising his weapon and disengaging the safety. For the Emperor, Cheng Mingrue unleashed a torrent of scolding upon his subordinates. Who told you to act? I had instructed you to wait for more shrimp to arrive before engaging. It wasn't us, Chief. Our boys are well hidden. It was those bugs. They struck first at the shrimp. Perhaps they were merely hungry. A subordinate, shorter than Cheng Mingrue by a head or two, replied defensively. Alas, I knew your lot couldn't be relied upon. Let the artillery fire first. Eliminate the shrimp's small vessels. Then unleash the engines and charge towards the shrimp's flagship. With circumstances changing, Cheng Mingrue had no choice but to issue his orders. The enormous cannon, controlled by the green-skinned orcs, unleashed a thunderous roar. Although only a few remained operational, most having been destroyed in previous battles, they were sufficient against such nearby human destroyers. The combination of close range, a sudden assault, and the orcs enhancing the munitions with their perceived optimal yield led to 2 destroyers being struck in their core regions, exploding like fireworks in the void of space. The remaining engines of the Radiant Knight spewed forth long tongues of flame, pushing power to the maximum, nearly achieving the speed of a fully functional warship. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. The last remaining human cruiser immediately began to turn away. Fortunately, due to concerns about gravitational forces, the 2 cruisers had not approached too closely. Otherwise, they would have truly been taken by surprise. The Radiant Knight, charging ahead, nearly sliced off the 2 engines of the human cruiser with its prow. The 2 warships narrowly passed each other. Cheng Mingrue assessed that the current firepower of the Radiant Knight was insufficient to sink the human cruiser. Prolonging the engagement would only lead to failure. Thus, He commanded the power compartment to continuously inject energy into the engines, enabling the Radiant Knight to advance more swiftly. With the immediate objective being the nearest planet in the Euronia system, a relatively barren rocky world. He also yearned to venture towards the third planet of the Euronia system, a human colony world more suitable for the green-skinned orcs to thrive and reproduce. However, the condition of the Radiant Knight did not permit such a journey. Traveling that far risked being pursued and sunk by the human cruiser from behind. Prior to the momentous upheaval in space, on the space station of the Euronia system, Planetary Governor Conwith awaited Captain Pex's arrival in the reception room with quiet anticipation. According to tradition, all rescued personnel were required to undergo thorough physical examinations, as numerous alien entities had infiltrated and invaded the Empire, necessitating extreme caution in security matters. How dare you treat a noble aristocrat and a senior officer of the Imperial Navy in such a manner? Captain Pex bellowed in fury at the demands of the space station's inspection personnel, his two guards standing behind him, equally incensed. To be stripped bare in public for an examination is an affront. I will never accept this. The inspectors found themselves in an awkward position. Routine checks were imperative. Yet they dared not offend the esteemed noble of the Empire. Arrangements were made for a separate inspection process and room for our distinguished guest. Although Aronia is a remote locale, I too belong to the aristocracy and am acutely aware of etiquette. It would be remiss to allow the venerable Lambaster family to perceive our actions as disrespectful or offensive. Meanwhile, instructions were relayed from Cornwall via the communicator. This was also a tactic of his, first to establish authority, then to employ a conciliatory approach, thereby preparing for the forthcoming negotiations. Chapter 24. Yes, Commander. During a specialized examination designed for Pex, he exhibited a remarkable degree of compliance, refraining from any extreme resistance. When it came time for blood extraction and sampling, he insisted that no civilian was qualified to touch him and insisted on conducting the sampling himself. The test swiftly confirmed his status, proving that Pex remained unblemished, free from any alien infection and devoid of any lethal viruses. In the reception area of the space station, Cornworth warmly welcomed Pex. These were exquisite treasures from the Euronia star system. Despite their seemingly ordinary appearance, their extraction was exceedingly challenging, and they were exceedingly rare. Within the nearby star regions, these artifacts were considered luxurious and valuable. Cornworth spoke eloquently, preparing to engage in bribery and persuasion. Governor, immediate lockdown of the space station is necessary. Genetic infiltrators have breached our defenses. Pex abruptly interrupted the dialogue. Cornworth, taken aback, was simultaneously alerted by the sound of his private encrypted communication device. The boarding troops had come under attack. 6 out of 8 squads faced significant assaults from a multitude of raiders, while the remaining 2 encountered orc forces. The space station's detection center identified that survivors from the ship, Radiant Knight, carried Tyran gene sequences, with some individuals already exhibiting violent tendencies. What is happening? A flustered Cornworth, lacking experience in such emergencies, felt overwhelmed. As a planetary governor, he was still too young for such crises. Further dire news followed. The once quiet Radiant Knight had sprung to life, sinking its own 2 destroyers and inflicting damage upon the invaluable cruiser, Guardian. The orcs piloted Radiant Knight towards Aronia 3. Governor, what shall we do? Aye. There are 2 billion humans aboard. Do not concern yourself with the condition of the cruiser or the boarding troops. This is war. We must not allow the greenskins and the bugs to land on our world. Pursue them immediately and destroy them at once. Pex shouted into the communication device. Governor? The communicator on the other end was stunned, sensing the inappropriateness of the situation yet hesitating to voice further objections. Act according to Captain Pex's orders, immediately. Cornworth commanded, awakening to the urgency of the moment. Though he did not fully grasp the situation, he recognized that Pex did. With this assurance, Cornworth's anxiety began to ease. Aronia faced a monumental upheaval. Captain Pex, your extensive experience could greatly assist us in combating these aliens. May I count on your aid? It is my duty, Pex responded humbly. These aliens have followed us here. Eliminating them is my responsibility. Chung Mingrue noticed the human cruiser accelerating towards them. Blue energy lances striking against the void shields of his own vessel. Should this continue, the void shield system would soon reach its breaking point. And with a day's journey remaining to Aronia 4, the odds of being destroyed en route were alarmingly high. Ordinary steady advancement is insufficient. One must devise clever strategies and contemplate effective methods. In the cosmic expanse, it seems that fortune indeed favors the bold. After merely 10 minutes of scrutinizing the star map, Cheng Mingrui conceived an ingenious plan. The vast universe is not an entirely desolate void. Nebulae, meteors, and the satellites of planets present strategic terrains ripe for exploitation. The Glory Knight's trajectory began to alter, ostensibly to evade the light spear attacks from behind, yet it harbored ulterior motives. Iron Claw, have the enemies aboard been eradicated? The internal instability posed by the creatures and humans aboard necessitated vigilance. Cheng Mingrui maintained real-time communication with his subordinates through neural links to ascertain the battle status. Soon, boss. Very soon, Iron Claw's voice betrayed an unmistakable sense of unease. Soon. You have not yet vanquished the light. What are you doing? Roasting skewers? We're swiftly eliminating them. We've raided their rear, commandeered their vessels, and they are on the brink of collapse. However, those creatures are troublesome and cunning. They refuse to engage us head-on and continually burrow into narrow spaces. Iron Claw's explanation dwindled to a whisper. I do not wish to hear excuses. Go find more of those barbecue creatures and continue the purge. If I see a single bug before me, I shall knock out your teeth, and they shall never regrow. After issuing this threat to Iron Claw, Cheng Mingrui reached out to all the mechanical subordinates at his disposal. I require you to create bombs that can float in space. Imbued with magnetism, designed to adhere to enemy warships. The greater the power and the more numerous, the better. To facilitate comprehension, Cheng Mingrui sketched a rudimentary design. The orcs' mechanical prowess is truly exceptional, and the technological instincts embedded in their genes afford them unparalleled creativity. They not only grasped Cheng Mingrui's intentions swiftly but also undertook modifications. Some aerial mines enhanced their power, others expanded their detection range, while some exhibited increased speed for easier adherence to enemy vessels. Moreover, there were chain-reacting devices, where triggering one would incite a barrage of aerial mines to target enemy ships. Cheng Mingrui patted his bald head, pondering how the heavenly battles were fought. Despite the regression of many orc warriors, they remained formidable and innovative. After issuing instructions to the mechanical subordinates, Cheng Mingrui personally led 3 skilled technicians and a cadre of assisting spirits to the damaged heavy artillery area for maintenance. As for the command work on the bridge, Cheng Mingrui glanced down at his feet, where a clever little spirit was perched on his leg. Had this creature grown larger? Now standing at 5 meters tall, the spirit did not seem diminutive at all. Orcs tend to be brash and impulsive in battle. The spirits, while timid and somewhat cowardly, are far more ruthless and cunning in their diminutive forms. I intend for the warship to navigate in an S-shaped course, providing shooting angles for the heavy artillery on both sides, while simultaneously attacking the rear enemy vessels to impede their speed. However, I cannot direct operations from here. Can you manage this with the little ones here? Cheng Mingrui inquired of the clever spirit at his feet. The clever little creature leaped down from Cheng Mingrui's leg, standing at attention in a perfect military posture, raising its right hand to salute Cheng Mingrui. Yes, sir. I, the clever little one, pledged to accomplish the mission. After saluting, to demonstrate its resolve, it shouted to the nearby orc youths, the sly commander has issued orders. Did you hear that? Stand tall and salute. Just like the Blood Axe boys. The other orc youths appeared somewhat bewildered, yet compelled by their leader's authority, they all mimicked the clever little creature, standing erect and saluting Cheng Mingrui, declaring, we pledge to accomplish the mission, sir. It seemed all was well. Cheng Mingrui had no doubt about the orc's innate prowess in warfare. You can't even manage a salute, you fool. One of the orc youths kicked down the one beside him who was saluting with his left hand. Well, I hope they do not cause any trouble. Chapter 25. The Extermination Order. Furthermore, as we advance along this route, make sure to inform me immediately when we pass by these 2 nebulae. Cheng Ruiming glanced sideways towards Kuka. Kuka, assist the clever one in communicating with me while supervising him. Should he falter in his task, transform him into a mere plaything. After issuing his instructions, Cheng Ruiming shook his head at the solemn-faced recruits saluting him and departed from Cambridge. The space station had been sealed off. The occupants of the escape pods were being detained in batches for stringent inspections. Each checkpoint was manned by a company of soldiers, and most of the alien entities had been detected and subdued. Thank you for your counsel, Captain Pex. You have saved the entire space station. Cornwall expressed profound gratitude, acknowledging that had he been in the same position, he would not have been able to quell the crisis so swiftly. Do not let your guard down, Your Excellency. The green-skinned and Tyran are the most insidious afflictions in the universe. We cannot allow a gene thief or a green-skinned creature to fall upon the beautiful Euronia 3. Such an event would spell disaster for the entire planet. Pex, rather than basking in his modest achievements, grew even more earnest in enlightening Cornwall about the perils posed by the green-skinned and the insects. Once they spread like a plague, nothing could halt their advance, save for the extermination order from the court. The term extermination order sent an involuntary shiver through Cornwall. His beautiful homeworld lay shrouded beneath the oppressive shadow of the Imperial fleet. A merciless whirlwind torpedo was cast from the battleship's launch bay, crashing through the atmosphere and penetrating the crust with devastating force. From the planet's surface, enormous mushroom clouds of death arose, and searing firestorms radiated outward like shockwaves, consuming mountains, earth, and oceans until the entire planet was reduced to cinders. In that moment, all life upon the planet would be reduced to ashes, with no hope of survival. This was the method employed by the human empire to prevent festering wounds from becoming incurable, wielding thunderous force to excise both the necrotic flesh and the healthy parts. No, this cannot be allowed. Fear enveloped Cornwall. He found it unbearable to contemplate that his world might face such a horrifying fate. The loss of wealth paled in comparison to the dread of being court-martialed for negligence. Indeed, this must not happen. Thus, we must halt the spread of the aliens. The situation at the space station can be managed. As long as we control the flow, the dangers here remain manageable. The crux lies with the Glory Knight. Should the aliens on board reach Euronia 3, now is not the time for hesitation, even if it is my ship. I recommend we destroy it completely at the earliest opportunity. Pex appeared as the calmest and most loyal soldier of the Empire. The reasoning was straightforward, yet achieving the goal proved far more challenging. The Glory Knight, under Orc control, maneuvered in an S-curve, evading several shots of light spears while simultaneously providing a firing arc for its broadside cannons. Coincidentally, the Orc-fired projectiles were remarkably accurate, whether by fortune or some other factor. These blue-painted shells frequently struck the human cruiser at such extreme ranges, crashing against the void shields like sledgehammers. The captain of the cruiser Guardian appeared to be a novice, his trepidation evident as the ship trembled. Citing engine damage as an excuse, he refrained from pursuing at full speed. The Guardian's engines are compromised. We may not be able to catch up with the Radiant Knight, lamented Cornwall, his face etched with bitterness as he spoke to Pex. After a moment of contemplation, Pex turned to Walter and inquired, "Your Excellency, would you permit me to remotely command your cruiser?" Although her specifications differ from those of the standardized Imperial Navy vessels, I believe my experience could be of assistance. Furthermore, it is imperative that you return to Aronia 3 to reassure the populace, gather the troops, and prepare for the worst-case scenario. Pex's counsel was undeniably sound, a testament to his seasoned naval acumen. However, Walter felt a lack of experience in strategizing for potential calamities, particularly concerning the characteristics of both the Orcs and the Gene Stealers. He realized he would need to consult relevant materials upon his return to gain a deeper understanding. Captain Pex, no, General Pex, I hereby appoint you as the General of the Planetary Defense Force, with full authority to command the troops in response to the alien incursion. In my capacity as the Governor of Aronia 3, I hope you will accompany me back to Aronia 3, where we can collaboratively devise a defense strategy, Cornwall declared, clinging to Pex as if he were a lifeline. This is inappropriate. I should remain at the space station for further assessment. Pex hesitated. Thanks to your advice, we successfully thwarted the Tyranid infiltration of the space station, and the recent assessment concluded without issue, did it not? It would be a grave waste to confine someone of your experience here, especially with 2 billion lives on Aronia 3 awaiting our protection, Cornwall urged urgently. First, Pex's vast experience was indeed a rare asset. Secondly, should Pex lead the defense against the alien threat, any ensuing complications would place him as the primary accountable party in the Empire's eyes. He had beckoned the aliens and failed to halt their spread. The burden of responsibility would weigh far heavier on him than on Cornwall, the governor. In the event of a crisis, Cornwall, as a governor and noble, could still secure an escape with resources, while Pex would remain to safeguard the planet. It was evident that Cornwall had a contingency plan. And what of the Guardian? I will issue a direct order for the captain of the Guardian to exert every effort to annihilate the Radiant Knight. Lastly, Your Excellency, how is the training of your forces? What is the extent of your equipment, officers, and particularly the size of the Political Commissar Corps? Rest assured, General Pex, the defense forces within the Aronia system are of substantial size, equipped, and well-trained, though we do face a shortfall in the construction of our officer corps. As you are aware, the Empire is currently in turbulent times, making the recruitment of soldiers relatively easy, yet the cultivation of officers proves significantly more challenging. Consequently, The Ministry of Military Affairs has reassigned our allocated political commissars to other star regions. Cornwall sighed, a look of melancholy crossing his face. Who would not desire capable subordinates and officers? Had he reliable personnel, he would not need to solicit Pex's assistance. The absence of warfare in the erroneous system had delayed the allocation of officers. But he resolved to personally request an emergency augmentation of the officer corps from the Ministry of Military Affairs in due course. Oh, I understand. It is of no consequence. The Department of Military Affairs is indeed quite occupied, and personnel are exceedingly strained. I possess experience in officer training, and this aspect of the work can be entrusted to me. The glimmer of joy in Peck's eyes was skillfully concealed. Very well, General Peck, we shall set forth immediately. There remains a plethora of tasks awaiting us on the planet. Corworth, too, felt a sense of relief, having found someone to shoulder the blame. As for the lives of the 2 billion on Aronia 3, neither of their hearts bore much concern. In the vast universe of 40K, how many would truly care for the fates of mere mortals? Chapter 26, Descent. Cheng Mingrui felt a sense of urgency. Why weren't the human cruisers hastening their pursuit? He had already set his trap in place. Had a few cannon fire truly intimidated them? Surely not. He, along with the technicians, hurriedly worked to transform a damaged cannon platform into a missile launcher for aerial mines. The mechanical lads did not disappoint, crafting an array of formidable devices. And as the meal was prepared, it was somewhat vexing that the guests had yet to arrive. Commander, our battleship has entered the nebula. What are your orders? The clever one reported with a serious tone. Cheng Mingrui found himself at a loss for words. At such a critical juncture, could they not refrain from merely loitering outside? Reduce speed to half. Upon exiting the nebula, resume full speed and proceed in an S-curve towards the second nebula. Once we depart the second nebula, return to full speed and advance. Understood. We shall ensure the mission's completion, Commander. In his mind, he could almost visualize the clever one standing at attention, saluting. After reducing speed, Cheng Mingrui led his team to strategically position rows of creatively named aerial mines within the nebula. Some of the mechanical lads even christened their creations with striking titles, such as Chain Explosion, Headlong Fall, and Ultimate Whack. Names like Greetings from the Gawk and Sky High Blast seemed rather mundane in comparison. The Greenskin crew was in high spirits. After saturating the nebula with aerial mines, Cheng Mingrui, though slightly disappointed that he could not witness their detonation, moved on to the next task. Besides the aerial mines, he possessed a secret weapon. The boundless and intricate knowledge within his mind made it a pity not to create something remarkable, akin to a model enthusiast receiving a satisfactory kit, yet being unable to assemble it immediately. As the pursuing vessel, the Guardian, entered the nebula, it promptly fell into the trap of the aerial mines. The 4-kilometer-long cruiser was far too massive, making it impossible to evade the mines, each measuring over 100 meters. Countless mines equipped with magnetic guidance swarmed like piranhas through space, overwhelming the Guardian the moment it entered the minefield, detonating in a cascading fashion. Frequent explosions erupted above, below, and around the Guardian, engulfing the entire battleship in fiery brilliance. The void shield endured for a considerable duration before finally collapsing. The flames from the aerial mine detonations licked at the ship's hull, inflicting tangible damage upon the Guardian's structural integrity, causing the entire interior to flicker with red alarm lights. The captain, experiencing such a grand battle for the first time, was understandably terrified. With a pale complexion, he commanded the ship to cease its advance and await the recharging of the void shield. After the explosion subsided, the shield reactivated, casting a blue-purple barrier. Though an hour had already elapsed, by the time the Guardian resumed its pursuit, the Glory Knight had nearly entered the orbit of the fourth moon of Aronia. In truth, waiting was entirely unnecessary. How could a 100-meter-long aerial mine possibly sink a 4-kilometer-long battleship, even if they forced a breach? The most that could be expected was the damage of some outer structures like turrets. The losses in aircraft could not be compensated for by superficial injuries. After enduring the bombardment of the Nebula Thunder Field for the second time, the Guardian was once again stretched further away, making it seem impossible to catch up with the Radiant Knight. Allowing an inexperienced captain to command the battle alone resulted in a tremendous tragedy. Cheng Ruiming had not anticipated that the human warship trailing behind would be so inept. He had even rushed to magnetize the central spire structure of the Radiant Knight, transforming it into an arc weapon, which now seemed entirely superfluous. Had he known, he would not have devised such a conservative strategy. A direct approach to the third habitable planet would have been far more prudent. Now, it was too late. The colossal Radiant Knight, measuring 5 kilometers in length, had already entered the gravitational field of the fourth planet, and altering its course under such gravitational influence was perilous. However, the cunning Chung Ruiming, stroking his bald head, mused that perhaps he could have it all. The Radiant Knight began to navigate in an elliptical orbit around Uranian 4, executing centrifugal maneuvers at the periphery of the gravitational field. The blue spears of light disrupted the methodical trajectory, and the Guardian finally caught up. Likely fueled by the captain's stern reprimand from the governor, which had intensified the Guardian's firepower, even at a distance where they could not hit their target. They aimed to restrict the Radiant Knight's advance with long-range fire. Why hadn't they fought like this from the beginning? At this moment, Chung Ruiming was unconcerned. He sat steadily on the bridge, commanding the Radiant Knight to gradually lower its orbital altitude, preparing to descend onto Uranian 4. Frankly, after 2 ambushes, 1 subspace travel, and a long-range pursuit, the reliability of the Radiant Knight was nearing its limits. Continuing the fight would be unwise. Ensuring a safe landing with the green-skinned beings was the more prudent choice. Observing that under his command, the spears of light and the massive cannons were forcing the Radiant Knight into a descent towards Uranian 4, the captain of the Guardian felt a swell of pride. The initial mission objective had been achieved. The Orc warship had been severely damaged. It was anticipated that in 2 Tera-hours, it would crash onto Uranian 4, accompanied by its rocky surface and dust storms. Accompanying the captain of the Guardian in his moment of triumph were several streaks of white-silver light launched towards Uranian 3. Their size was so diminutive that they were scarcely detectable on a cosmic scale, and even if detected by radar, they could easily be mistaken for fragments of meteoric debris. These were the very vessels Chung Mingrue had deployed for orbital navigation, utilizing the gravitational slingshot of Uranian 4 and, amid stellar interference with optical radar, dispatching the Iron Claws and other green-skinned beings in small craft towards Uranian 3. According to calculations, the small vessels laden with green-skinned beings would drift through the galaxy like ordinary meteors, ultimately being ensnared by the gravitational pull of Uranian 3 and landing on its surface. Whether they succeeded in landing was of little concern to Cheng Mingrue. As long as a fragment of green-skinned orc remained on the planet, he would deem it a success. The spores of the green-skinned beings would disperse and develop underground, hatching waves of new offspring. The intense heat generated by atmospheric friction continued to scorch the exterior of the Radiant Knight, with damaged turrets and armor succumbing to the relentless burn. If one were to stand upon the surface of the planet and gaze towards the heavens, they would undoubtedly be awestruck by the magnificent spectacle before them. Enormous warships plummet from the sky, trailing fiery flames that stretch like elongated tails, akin to judgment descending from the heavens, striking the earth with tremendous force. The mushroom clouds produced by the impact and ensuing explosions can ascend to altitudes of tens of thousands of kilometers, while shockwaves sweep across hundreds of square kilometers, obliterating everything in their path. Chapter 27. The green-skinned primitive tribe. The colossal 5-kilometer-long cosmic battleship was not originally designed for planetary landings. A vessel propelled by propellant engines would be firmly ensnared by the planet's gravity, rendering the cost of breaking through the atmosphere exorbitant. Yet, Chen Mingrue remained unfazed by the potential casualties inflicted during the landing. The green-skinned creatures exhibited a profound indifference towards both their own lives and those of others. Moreover, the damage and losses resulting from the landing impact were mere trifles. Securing cover was the paramount gain. The immense mushroom cloud would propel vast quantities of dust into the atmosphere, obscuring hundreds of square kilometers and shrouding all visibility of outer space. This would effectively avert orbital bombardment from above, granting precious time for evacuation and development. Having witnessed the fall of the Radiant Knight from the Guardian, the captain promptly commanded that the video footage be relayed back to the governor's office on Uranian 3, viewing it as a means to curry favor. Cornworth, who was engaged in discussions with Pex regarding the reorganization of the defense forces, nearly lost his composure upon hearing the news of the Radiant Knight's destruction. General Pex, it seems our preparations were unnecessary. The orcs have not been able to escape pursuit. They were sunk on Uranian 4, observe the crash footage. Pex received the makeshift terminal and scrutinized each frame of the video intently, only returning the device to Cornworth after watching it twice. Your Excellency, I believe we must not only continue with the reorganization but also bolster our armaments and expand our factories to prepare for the forthcoming years, decades, and potentially centuries of warfare, Pex stated gravely. Why? Cornworth inquired, visibly perplexed. Uranian 4 was a challenging rocky planet, bereft of water, with a thin atmosphere and virtually devoid of flora and fauna. Given the severity of the impact and the ensuing explosions, it would be reasonable to assume that the alien life forms had perished. No, Pex, typically known for his genteel demeanor, shouted with fervor. Do not underestimate those damned green monsters. Regardless of Pex's intentions, his deep-seated concern and loathing for the green-skinned orcs were palpably genuine. I apologize for my outburst, Your Excellency. He quickly composed himself, bowing an apology before the astonished Cornworth and the assembled officers and aides. Cornworth, regaining his composure from the earlier excitement, responded coolly, General Pex, why do you regard these green creatures with such gravity? They are merely a backward and barbaric alien species. Are they not? The perception of the green-skinned orcs as a primitive and savage alien race was a common notion among the nobility of many human empires. Even among the common folk, they would deride the orcs for wielding crude axes, stones, and makeshift armor while charging against human defenses. In the cinematic portrayals glorifying the might of the human empire, orcs were often depicted as antagonists, mowed down by the valiant firepower of human warriors or obliterated by artillery bombardments. Cornworth's disdain for the green-skinned orcs was, in the eyes of many, a matter of course. Why is a race that relies on stones and axes to win wars given such importance? Deep within, Pex despises the nearby humans for their short-sightedness. When the orcs first charged in their warships, they felt fear and showed a modicum of seriousness. Now that the crisis has slightly abated, they have grown arrogant and careless. This race is far too young. Their lagging thoughts and perceptions embody true backwardness. Many are deceived by the seemingly foolish appearance of the greenskins. They are cunning, intelligent, and fervent in warfare, possessing an array of peculiar technologies, and most terrifying of all, their numbers are inexhaustible. Pex elucidated patiently. The logic of the greenskins is singular and simple: war, endless war. They exist solely for battle, either to slay their enemies or to be vanquished by them. A small remnant of an orc, should it fortuitously land on a planet, will take root and flourish. In no time, a multitude of green-skinned creatures will emerge from the planet's depths, orc, goblin, and snotling alike. Like a tale unfolding, Pex gradually recounted the characteristics of the greenskin race. A primitive greenskin tribe would swiftly form, numbers swelling. If a civilization exists on that planet, the greenskins will rejoice, banding together to assault it, growing rapidly in strength through warfare. Should this civilization fail to eradicate the greenskins swiftly, their technology will erupt like magic, surging forth. Upon their first encounter, the greenskins wield stones and bows. In the second, they begin to experiment with gunpowder and cannons. By the third, they may wield plasma weapons and towering armor. And by the fourth, formidable titans may emerge. Pex's words sent shivers through the audience, for such technological advancement was unimaginable, even for the mechanized cult of Mars. Such leaps in development could only be attributed to the manifestation of the OM Messiah. Typically, time is on the side of the greenskin aberrations, and ultimately, indigenous civilizations will be eradicated. In their quest for stronger adversaries, the orcs will engage in internecine conflicts until a warlord emerges. This warlord will lead all greenskins in a rapid technological evolution, crafting ships capable of traversing the stars, commencing their own expeditions. During these forays, greenskins must conquer their foes or be vanquished themselves. Should they be defeated, orc corpses will drift through the cosmos, and should fortune smile, a fragment of greenskin flesh may land upon a new planet. Soon, a new primitive greenskin tribe will be born. This is the reason for the greenskins' endless existence in the universe, a relentless scourge known as the Green Plague. After Pex concluded his tale, the atmosphere in the room froze, and no one dared to speak, unsure of what to say. Swallowing hard, Cornwall finally spoke. General Pex, what do you suggest we do now? As I previously mentioned, let us mobilize and prepare to dispatch troops to Aronia. For, extinguishing the threat in its infancy, Pex declared menacingly. On the bleak expanse of Aronia, Cheng Mingrue found himself in a state of despondency. This place was exceedingly desolate. It was nothing but stones, devoid of any water on the surface. Was it even possible to cultivate mushrooms in such an environment? Should one contemplate strategies further? Or perhaps seek refuge until Iron Claw and their kind could establish themselves on the human home planet, after which a spacecraft could be constructed to instigate events? This remains a conundrum. Chapter 28. The mighty drill a week swiftly passed aboard the Euronia 4. Initially, human warships attempted several bombardments, but the thick cloud cover rendered their efforts ineffective, leading to an eventual cessation of ammunition expenditure. The week unfolded relatively peacefully. However, the Glory Knight suffered over 70 damage, necessitating substantial resources and minerals for repair, relegating it to a mere heap of scrap and a makeshift fortress for the time being, with the warship as their nucleus. Cheng Mingrue frequently ventured out with his subordinates to explore the planetary environment and resources. The more they explored, the more disheartened they became. There were no minerals to be found, only bare stones. The robes shed by the green-skinned inhabitants began to take root on the barren rocks, while enormous mushrooms stubbornly thrived amidst the hard stones and soil. Perhaps due to the harsh environment, many mushrooms appeared wilted, with some even having withered away completely. Gazing at the mushroom fields before him, Cheng Mingrue felt a profound sorrow. How could one farm in such saline and alkaline soil? This was not like Civilization 6, where a poor starting point could simply be restarted. Boss, over here. An orc youth rode in swiftly on a massive yellow scug. What is it? If it isn't urgent, don't bother me. I'm quite vexed at the moment, Cheng Mingrue replied with a hint of annoyance. It's the well? It's the well. Something has happened. The orc exclaimed anxiously, but Cheng Mingrue remained unperturbed. Are the youngsters causing a ruckus again? It's curious. After all the fighting and singing along the way, they haven't complained of fatigue. Now, when it comes to digging a few wells, they all cry out in exhaustion. Rising from his crouch, Cheng Mingrue shook his arms, preparing to address the commotion at the well. Whenever there was a brawl, whether instigating or receiving blows, the youngsters would settle down for a while. It's water. They struck water. The orc finally relayed the complete message. Cheng Mingrue's eyes widened. This was indeed splendid news. He had anticipated at least a month of digging, but fortune favored them unexpectedly. Quickly, let us go to the well. The mushroom fields require ample water for irrigation. In a complex valley of intertwining ravines, a colossal drill towered above, robust and formidable, adorned with a blue-painted visage of a peculiar creature. The massive drill relentlessly pierced the rock, generating a cacophony of sound. However, such noise did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the surrounding youths, who were more engaged in brawls than diligent work. A group of blue-painted youths triumphed over their red-painted counterparts, who hung their heads in defeat. The victorious blue-painted youths proudly roared whack. From their platform, the vanquished red youths, looking crestfallen, obediently retrieved their tools from their peers and descended from the mine with expressions of dismay, ready to commence their labor. This was also Cheng Mingrue's strategy for alleviating tensions. The orc youths relished warfare and brawls, detesting monotonous labor. By fostering combat competitions, he could significantly alleviate their aversion, transforming thrice daily riots into a singular daily occurrence. Upon seeing their leader approach, the gathered youths promptly parted ways. Didn't you say you found water? Let me there? Cheng Mingrue inquired eagerly. A colossal creature, reminiscent of a dinosaur, known as the Shiguj, loomed before Cheng Mingrue, casting a shadow so vast that it could entirely envelop the 5-meter-tall figure of Cheng Mingrue, the cunning leader, perched atop the Shiguj. A rather plump and enlarged spirit waved enthusiastically at Cheng Mingrue. We've struck water. Excellent, splendid water. I told you our drill and my Shiguj are top-notch. Such superfluous chatter. What is the quality of the water? What is the yield? The clever spirit hurriedly dismounted from the Shiguj and led Cheng Mingrue into the depths of the mine. The cavern was profound. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, they finally discovered a small opening in the cave wall, from which murky, sand-laden water flowed. Cheng Mingrue cast a sidelong glance at the spirit, his eyes expressing a singular sentiment. Is this it? Did you not boast of finding water within a week? Now only 2 days remain, and my Shiguj has grown weary of its current fare. Orcs can derive energy from sunlight, while mushroom folk, despite their unique nature, also require sustenance to replenish excessive energy expenditure. Hence they too possess mouths. More often than not, this mouth is for the sake of enjoyment rather than hunger. In orc society, the Shiguj features prominently on the menu, diverse in varieties, rich in flavors, and highly adaptable. Many orcs relish consuming the essence of flatulence, particularly skewered and roasted. The essence always seeks a leader, hoping to find protection and prolong its existence within the green-skinned society. With thoughts racing at an alarming speed, the clever spirit seemed on the verge of combustion. Cheng Mingrue regarded him with sympathy. The spirit was merely jesting. He had mentally prepared himself for consuming Shiguj. Yet the thought of ingesting flatulence essence was utterly unthinkable. Boss, this water indeed fails to meet our requirements. I shall instruct the boys to exert themselves further and continue digging. The clever spirit, cunning as ever, refrained from using the meager water as an excuse. Speaking of which, boss, what do you need water for? If it's for drinking, I know of a particularly juicy Shiguj that tastes delightful. If you're seeking flavor, I can brew mushroom wine. With a swift motion, Chang Mingrui delivered a punch to the spirit's head, controlling his strength but still sending the spirit sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud. What nonsense are you thinking? Juicy Shigyujin wine? This wretched planet is so bereft of water that even the mushroom fields are wilting, on the brink of death. Without new crops, Shigyuj, how can you still ponder such trivialities? Huh? Boss, is your need for water related to the mushroom fields? The spirit's face bore an expression of disbelief, as if Chang Mingrui's words had shattered his worldview. Is that not obvious? Without water, how can one cultivate the fields? Irrigation is essential for farming. In his previous life, Chang Mingrui had never farmed, yet he understood that plants require water and trace elements like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium for growth. They cannot simply sprout from thin air. The laws of energy conservation must be upheld. The spirit gazed at Chang Mingrui with increasing incredulity, as though he had encountered a ghost. Yet, cowed by the threat of a fist, he weakly replied, "For the mushroom fields to thrive, we need the essence of snot. We must find the most foolish essence for when they slumber in the fields." The mushroom crops flourished splendidly. Chang Mingrui gazed at the clever little creature with a look akin to that of perceiving a simpleton, his eyes conveying a message that seemed to question, "Are you jesting with me? Boss, allow me to oversee the mushroom field. Grant me 10 days, and I shall surely cultivate a bountiful harvest." Perhaps within Chang Mingrui's gaze lay a glimmer of murderous intent, prompting the clever creature to experience a fervent desire for survival. Chang Mingrui remained uncertain whether the clever creature was merely feigning compliance to facilitate its escape. Yet a powerful intuition within him urged him to permit the creature to take a chance. Chapter 29. The Master of Techniques. Very well, I shall grant you 10 days. I expect to witness the fruitful cultivation of the mushroom field within that time. Of course, Chang Mingrui would not merely issue commands. For to do so while merely placing pressure upon his subordinates would be a form of workplace manipulation. He eagerly anticipated that the clever little rascal would indeed conjure a miracle, thus he entrusted half of his resources and a portion of the youngsters to his command. As for the snotty creatures, there were none to be found. What naval expedition would carry such foolish beings? Even if by chance they were aboard, they would likely perish along the way. Once the clever rascal departed with a throng of green-skinned youngsters, Chang Mingrui turned his attention to his own endeavors. One drilling machine was insufficient. Not only was water to be extracted, but minerals were to be mined as well, for the creation of new weapons, new armor, and new spacecraft. Particularly, new spacecraft, should he fail to thrive on Euronia 4, he could always resort to smuggling onto 3. Kneeling down, Chang Mingrui probed the murky spring, grasping a handful of silt and feeling its coolness. The water flow was modest. He resolved to excavate further and widen the area. Envisioning a simple yet moist spore cultivation base, certain fungi thrived in the shade. Thus, further research and practical experimentation could never be amiss. He decided to conduct a preliminary trial, for Chang Mingrui harbored an obsession with agriculture that seemed etched into his very soul, originating from a mysterious Eastern nation. After delegating his thoughts to his subordinates, Chang Mingrui returned to his workshop, which, despite being termed a factory, resembled more of a small workshop. The machining tools, welding guns, and robotic arms were relatively diminutive, limiting their output to small mechanical creations. Recently, his attention had been predominantly focused on agriculture, and he had not invested significant effort into technological advancements. The workshop had been constructed by his team of technical subordinates. On the central platform of the workshop, several young technicians were engaged in crafting a magnetic explosion generator with welding guns and hammers. "Kid, how goes the construction of my equipment?" Chang Mingrui inquired of the largest technician on the platform. The technician, known as Kid, did not immediately respond. Instead, he struck the component with his hammer a couple more times, scrutinizing it closely, seemingly dissatisfied with its precision. He then bit down on the piece slightly and proceeded to etch a rough image of a character onto its surface with the welding gun. Now the precision meets the requirement," he declared, affixing the component before finally replying to Chang Mingrui, "Boss, I reckon we will require another 15 days to complete your equipment. Is it not merely a matter of making some enhancements to the clever rascal's motor? Why will it take so long? Are you all slacking off? Or is the funding I provided insufficient?" Were Chang Mingrui a human, he might not have been so stringent with his technical personnel. Transforming a piece of equipment into one capable of producing vehicles, mechs, and engaging in combat within a mere 15 days would indeed be a marvel. However, such a miracle was only perceived as such by humans after spending considerable time with orcs. Chang Mingrui had come to understand the remarkable talents of these technicians all too well. Each technician possessed an innate design system in their minds, and when inspiration struck, they could produce a blueprint in mere seconds. The tools in their hands, wrenches and hammers, were akin to the most precise machinery, yielding parts with an extraordinarily high success rate. In the end, each mechanical lad exhibited an exceptional gaze, and Cheng Mingrui estimated that their precision in observing components could reach a nanometer level, truly extraordinary. Akin to a cheat code, capable of handcrafting chips, it was precisely due to such keen vision that these mechanical lads, while serving as logistical technicians, also proved to be outstanding marksmen and snipers. The conditions were far from ideal, the facilities were rudimentary, and the space limited, compounded by a scarcity of minerals and fierce sandstorms. I had constructed 3 circuit boards, but due to dust contamination, one was rendered useless. Kid did not cease his work, remaining engrossed in his tasks like a model enthusiast who wished not to be disturbed. Cheng Mingrui found himself at a loss for words. Within a mere 7 days, he had established a technical factory alongside the adept lads, created a drilling rig, and fashioned numerous excavation tools for his companions. To mention progress further made him feel akin to a green-skinned capitalist. However, as the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter. He too must not remain idle, but rather lend a hand in the labor. Once his equipment was completed, the expansion of projects and the efficiency of manufacturing would significantly enhance. Go fetch some delectable skewers for the technical lads, no sneaking bites, or I shall shatter your teeth. Cheng Mingrui commanded his subordinate with mock ferocity. He then selected the most suitable raw material from the nearby refuse pile and commenced crafting another magnetic explosion generator. His design for the power armor involved enlarging the generator located at the back, enabling it to provide greater kinetic energy while magnetizing 3 magnetic explosion generators. The utilization of these 3 generators became increasingly versatile. They could unleash lethal electric arcs against foes or employ magnetic forces akin to mechanical arms for material handling and component fabrication. With the infusion of the green-skinned Orc's arcane technology, the magnetic explosion generators could also generate formidable magnetic fields to create shields for defense. Naturally, the capabilities of the teleportation device remained intact, enhanced to transport multiple orcs at once instead of just one. Immersed in the creation process became addictive. The more he mingled with the refuse, the deeper his obsession grew, the mechanical talent coursing through his veins awakening at an elevated level. Watching the tattered components transform into exquisite mechanical creations under his hands, producing a thunderous cacophony of power, felt akin to driving a luxurious sports car with the pedal to the metal. The most exhilarating part was that this vehicle was of his own making. This experience was more addictive than late-night gaming or reading novels. Cheng Mingrui lost all sense of the passage of time. Other mechanical lads were equally enraptured, and finally, today marked the completion of the exclusive power armor for the adept. His mischievous assistants, pulling on iron chains, hoisted the final magnetic explosion generator onto the power pack, while Cheng Mingrui donned red goggles, wielding a delicate welding gun, meticulously connecting the lines and components of both. Perhaps this is the final step. A twinge of anxiety coursed through him, causing his hand to tremble slightly, resulting in a misstep in the welding process. He had forgotten to install a crucial component. Casting a glance at the adoring eyes surrounding him, Cheng Mingrui knew he could not falter at this moment. To be the chieftain of the orcs, one must embody strength, size, ferocity, cunning, and intelligence. On the surface, Cheng Mingrui maintained a stoic demeanor, subtly activating the transmission device in secret. In a flash of golden light, the pivotal part was deftly teleported to its designated location and securely fastened. Having completed this task, he donned the formidable power armor he had meticulously crafted and developed himself. An experience akin to that of a heroic transformation. The atmosphere was charged with exhilaration as the crowd of green-skinned admirers erupted in joyous cheers, chanting, "Great Tech Tyrant! Great Tech Tyrant!" Chapter 30. The mushroom field. Cheng Mingrui did not consider himself to be at the pinnacle of skill. He felt he still lagged behind the likes of the cunning heads. However, the green-skinned orcs held a different perception. Believing that Cheng Mingrui had crafted a more formidable power armor than the cunning heads, and donned it himself, thus deeming him superior, more whack, and hence, a true master of skill. Strengthening through battle is one method for orcs to grow powerful, while gaining recognition from fellow orcs through various deeds represents another path to fortitude. The verdant whack energy coalesced around Cheng Mingrui, and he sensed a surge of complex, esoteric knowledge flooding his mind. He even envisioned a luminous green orb casting its light upon him. The Orcish genes within him began to mutate and evolve, awakening dormant secrets embedded within his genome. Whack. Cheng Mingrui could not suppress a frenzied roar. The green-skinned creatures, too, were caught in the fervor, joining in the cacophony of shouts. The sensation of empowerment was exhilarating. Cheng Mingrui felt a profound clarity enveloping him, akin to the cleansing of one's essence in a mystical journey. Sly boss. Sly boss. A familiar voice pierced through the din, and following the sound, he spotted the clever little creature, clad in iron armor, pushing through the throngs of lesser beings. Clever. Why are you lingering here instead of nurturing the mushroom field? My time for you is limited. Cheng Mingrui expressed his irritation. Boss, I have fulfilled your request. The mushroom field has already sprouted with skugs and lesser beings. In a few days, healthy little ones will emerge from the earth, the clever little creature replied, visibly aggrieved. Already? It has only been a few days. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Cheng Mingrui's skepticism was evident. Suspecting the clever creature might have merely found a few unfamiliar lesser beings and skugs to masquerade as his creations. Boss, how could you tarnish my reputation like this? Even if I, clever, were to be shameless and deceitful, I have never lied to you. The clever creature's face was a portrait of indignation, as if it had suffered a great injustice. Truly, were it not for Cheng Mingrui's frequent witness to the clever creature's trickery with other lesser beings, he might have been inclined to believe it. Cheng Mingrui lifted the clever creature and gave it a shake, revealing a bag full of teeth that fell out. He casually tossed the teeth to the technicians behind him. Kid, this is your bonus. Treat yourselves well and take a break. We still have to create more, larger, and more exciting contraptions. Having said this, Cheng Mingrui carried the clever creature away, intending to visit the mushroom field to ascertain whether the clever creature had indeed been truthful. What? Has half a month already passed? On his way, through conversation with the clever creature, Cheng Mingrui realized how much time had slipped by. He had become so engrossed in the creation of the power armor that he had completely lost track of time. Throughout the crafting process, as inspiration surged within his mind, he had added numerous enhancements, continuing to fortify the armor, making it even more resilient and practical. Thus, time seemed to have slipped away, and he had even forgotten to check on the clever spirit's accomplishments. Had it not been for the clever spirit seeking him out, he would have believed that only a week had passed. Upon arriving at the mushroom field, Cheng Mingrui was astounded by the sight before him. The previously languid mushroom field had flourished, its expanse doubled, with barren land now cloaked in lush green mushroom caps, presenting a picture of vibrant vitality. Some mushrooms towered above houses, while others barely reached ankle height, and numerous diminutive snotlings frolicked, played, and slept amidst the mushroom forest, reminiscent of a fairy tale paradise. Look, look! The clever spirit exclaimed excitedly, hopping about with a clanging of iron plates on his body. I have taken great care of the mushroom field. Cheng Mingrui remained in a state of shock when the ground beside him trembled slightly, and a pair of green hands broke through the soil, revealing a glistening green bald head. On Euronia number 4, the first new orc child had been born. How did you manage this? How is it possible? This land was nothing but barren soil and stones just a few days ago. Cheng Mingrui lifted the clever spirit to eye level. It's the snotling. The snotling can cultivate the mushroom field. Boss, put me down. I shall demonstrate. The clever spirit proclaimed with pride. Nodding, Cheng Mingrui set the clever spirit down and followed him deeper into the mushroom forest. The clever spirit, leading the way, was searching for something and soon discovered a poorly developed mushroom. Boss, just like this one, this mushroom will not grow. It cannot produce snotlings or shrooms. The clever spirit explained, deftly using a dagger to slice open the mushroom stem, extracting an underdeveloped snotling from within. Just like this, the clever spirit continued, cutting down the ailing mushroom and tearing its mycelium into strips, placing them inside the cavity that nurtured the snotling. The slime within the cavity quickly dissolved the mycelium, and the clever spirit poured some slime for the snotling to consume. After drinking half, the snotling opened its eyes and came to life, confused and bewildered. The foolish snotling saw the towering figure of Cheng Mingrui with a gaping maw and screamed in terror as it fled. The clever spirit disregarded the snotling, saying, Snotlings are all fools, useless, but they are quite adept at mushroom cultivation. They are truly remarkable. Having said that, the clever spirit poured the remaining slime onto the ground, where it was swiftly absorbed by the mycelium. Cheng Mingrui's eyes widened as he, with the keen perception to discern mechanical discrepancies, discovered even more. The slime was a substance rich in nutrients, significantly enhancing the development of fungi on the mycelium. And the secrets within were far more intricate than the clever spirit had indicated. Cheng Mingrui squatted down seriously, using the magnetic pulse generator on his back to strip the clever spirit of its armor, fashioning it into a container to collect all the samples he deemed necessary. His thirst for research was ignited. The more knowledge he grasped, the greater his interest in new discoveries became. The clever spirit, lacking even a pair of trousers, stood beside him with crossed arms, feeling quite aggrieved, having had its teeth and equipment pilfered by Chang Mingrue during this outing. He felt aggrieved, yet what could he do? Chang Mingrue was the leader. If he wished to survive, he had to heed the leader's commands. Observing Chang Mingrue depart, the clever one timidly followed behind. You performed admirably this time. I shall reward you. Your shabby armor leaves much to be desired. Do not emulate those brutes who rely solely on sheer strength. I shall craft a bespoke set of powered armor for you. Chang Mingrue, without glancing back, spoke in his usual tone. Upon hearing this, the clever one chuckled with delight. Chapter 31. The Secret of the Ancient Sage. What exactly did the ancient sage leave upon the green-skinned beings? Perhaps no one in the universe knows, for the war of heaven has long since passed, and any traces may only be found within the most precious historical records of the spirit race. In Chang Mingrue's technological dominance factory, after returning from the mushroom fields, he designated a specific area as his private laboratory. Within this meticulously sterilized independent lab, under the scrutiny of high-precision microscopes, the secrets left by the ancient sage began to reveal themselves to Chang Mingrue. Before his journey through time, Chang Mingrue's understanding of the orc race was that of a virulent green plague, a powerful species that thrived in numbers, competing with the tyrannid swarm. He had long harbored a question. The emergence of intelligent life is exceedingly challenging and demands a specific environment. How then could a race so devoted to war and self-destruction, like the green-skinned orcs, proliferate? Even with spore reproduction, the harshness of the cosmic environment is common knowledge. How do the severed limbs of orcs maintain vitality? Moreover, many planets capable of supporting life possess atmospheres, and even if the severed orc limbs were active, atmospheric entry would incinerate them, temperatures far exceeding those used by humanity in the 40K setting to purge orc-tainted lands with flame. Additionally, most planets are desolate and lifeless, unsuitable for sustaining life. In the tale of the Bonebreaker of the Chosen, there is a segment where the Bonebreaker, accompanied by a young follower, discovers a derelict subspace vessel. During their journey through subspace, they continuously encounter demons, growing stronger with each battle, while the youth also becomes increasingly numerous, ultimately filling the ship's hold. Without soil, spores thrive within the steel confines of the derelict vessel, giving birth to new offspring. Initially, Chang Mingrue presumed it to be a bug or misascription of the subspace setting. He shook the test tube before him, filled with viscous liquid, realizing now that he had been too naive, underestimating the existence of the ancient sage. Orcs are not merely instruments of war, they constitute a complete and intricate ecological system, one might even say a perfect one. This viscous substance serves as the nurturing medium for the mucus entity, containing a complex ecosystem of thousands of diverse bacterial species, each playing a vital role in a marvelous collaborative system. Some decompose mycelium, others provide energy to the mucus entity, while others digest rock, absorbing elements from the air and transforming them into the various components necessary for the growth of the green-skinned fungal carpet. Moreover, when faced with high temperatures, this ecological community secretes a protective membrane to safeguard the vitality of the internal green-skinned spores. This small vial of viscous liquid is, astonishingly, a sophisticated biological factory. Such a substance only emerges within strains when incubating the mucus entity. To validate the authenticity of his research, Chang Mingrue even captured a mucus entity for dissection. Corroborating his hypotheses, the ancient sage embedded clues within the green-skinned race, and who could have anticipated that this clue would be concealed within the diminutive mucus entity? The mucus entity is a symbiotic life form akin to the flatulence entity, both resembling each other closely. However, the mucus entity is smaller and weaker, occupying the lowest echelon of green-skinned society, for they are deemed too unintelligent to possess any wisdom. Do not speak of other races. Even the greenskins look down upon the snotlings, considering them merely as sustenance, playthings, and instruments of amusement. Yet, these very snotlings secrete hormones that are pivotal for the flourishing development of greenskin fungi. The ecological microbiome extracts nutrients from the surrounding environment, nurturing the growth of mushroom fields. With the aid of the microbiome and the stimulation from snotlings, the mushroom fields can continuously transform their surroundings, unreservedly. Even a barren meteorite devoid of atmosphere and water can harbor greenskin fungi within its core, allowing them to thrive while evading the lethal cosmic rays. Over time, Provided the meteorite is sufficiently large and the trace elements remain adequate, greenskin fungi can, with the support of the ecological microbiome, convert its interior into a self-sustaining miniature ecosystem. Orcs, grots, snotlings, greenskin fungi, and the ecological microbiome together form a self-recycling ecological system. This manifests in the decay of fallen greenskin creatures, transforming into nourishment that fosters the growth of greenskin fungi. The fungi prioritize the hatching of snotlings, which in turn bring forth the ecological microbiome, drawing elements from surrounding materials to nourish the mushroom fields. The mushroom fields yield a diverse array of greenskin creatures, perpetuating an endless cycle. The spores of greenskin orcs not only spawn these warlike entities, but also revitalize desolate worlds, rendering them hospitable, of course, under the condition that the inhabitants are indifferent to the violent creatures that may emerge from below. For instance, the ancient, enigmatic beings known as the Old Ones. I recall reading online about the greenskin race, which mentioned not only the techies and psychers among them, each with their unique traits, but also a most peculiar type known as the Wise Ones. The Wise Ones governed all greenskins, serving as the maintainers of their societal structure and the developers of their technology. However, a catastrophic plague later befell the greenskins, claiming the lives of all the Wise Ones. And no new Wise Ones have since been born. These tales have become legends, their veracity uncertain, and many doubt the existence of Wise Ones. Most humans, greenskins, and ethereals do not believe in such stories. Changming Rui, having traversed from another realm, may be the most credulous of these legends, especially considering the current regression of the greenskins. In this galaxy, there appears to be no primeval greenskin leader among the numerous greenskins. It feels as though some conspiracy lurks within the annals of history. No. If I ponder further, I might strain my intellect. In the Warhammer 40k universe, true gods exist. I have acquired far too much forbidden knowledge, and a careless word could attract the attention of some god from the warp. May the blessings of Gork and Mork be upon me. I am but a humble orc. Please protect me, and I shall erect a grand statue in your honor, crafting a beautiful golden effigy. Changming Rui, filled with trepidation, prayed silently. Suddenly, an inexplicable notion struck his mind. You speak. We have heard you. The sudden turn of events left Cheng Mingrui utterly astounded. He had merely uttered a common Chinese phrase, akin to invoking the blessings of a bodhisattva, never anticipating that a bodhisattva would truly respond. The concept began to blur, as if memories were fading with the passage of time. Moments later, what had just transpired seemed like an illusion, non-existent. In an effort to grasp the remnants of his memory, Cheng Mingrui forcefully inscribed a message onto the steel of the machine tool using magnetic force. The primary task was clear, to immediately erect a statue for the illustrious Mao Ergo, casting it in gold. The larger and more magnificent, the better, the more extravagant, the better. Half a minute later, as Cheng Mingrui gazed at the characters etched on the steel plate, he fell into deep contemplation. What had just occurred? Why were there Chinese characters inscribed on his machine tool? Chapter 32. Flirting what is happening? Could it be that I am experiencing a bout of schizophrenia? Cheng Mingrui pondered, as fragments of his memory eluded him. Yet, in this universe, he seemed to be the sole individual capable of inscribing Chinese characters, even marking the main quest with particular emphasis. This information must be of paramount importance. The Warhammer 40k universe diverged significantly from his original Blue Star, where one must not disrespect the spirits, and more critically, escaping their grasp proved nearly impossible. The most perilous aspect of traversing the 40k universe might very well be that the forbidden knowledge residing in one's mind draws the attention of the malevolent deities, subsequently leading to one's soul being captured for their nefarious research. Setting aside his research endeavors, Cheng Mingrui concluded his final experimental notes and summoned his subordinates, preparing to erect a statue in honor of the esteemed Mao Ergo. Within the opulent planetary governor's residence on Auronia 3, a grand ballroom hosted a noble soiree. Enchanting melodies enveloped the air, while exquisite gourmet dishes, meticulously crafted by the finest chefs, were artfully arranged on elegant platters, casually placed upon tables nearby. Nobles adorned in lavish garments congregated at the fringes of the dance floor, engaging in heartfelt conversation, or entwined in the center, hand in hand, further deepening their connections. Pex sat alone in a secluded corner, a formal appointment letter from the Department of Military Affairs displayed on his terminal, eloquently proclaiming his official designation as the Supreme Commander of the Auronia system, in service to the Empire and the Emperor. The underlying reality was that the Empire's military forces were currently stretched thin, leaving him to rely solely on himself to assemble a defense utilizing the native resources of the Oronia system. As long as he remained loyal to the Empire, the losses incurred from his command errors, which led to the sinking of the Glorious Knight, would not be pursued. Such a blend of promotion and suppression would likely incite dissatisfaction within an ordinary human mind, especially when faced with perilous circumstances. However, Pex's focus lay on the information appended to the appointment letter. Given the impending approach of the Tyranid Tendril fleet, it was likely that numerous Imperial warships would jump to the Oronia system for resupply, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility that, in a century or two, the Oronia system might become a battleground. Recognizing the formidable nature of Pex's task, the Department of Military Affairs prepared to dispatch a smaller contingent of officers to assist, led by Commissar Caster. Accompanying them was a squad of priests from the cult Mechanicus, bearing precious industrial chain modules. The document instructed Pex to coordinate with the planetary governor for a warm reception and to collaborate over the course of a century to swiftly transform the Oronia system into a forge world, capable of producing formidable war machines to unleash the Emperor's wrath upon humanity's foes. The mentions of the Tendril fleet and Commissar Caster were critical pieces of information that Pex needed to contemplate carefully. Isn't this our system commander? Why is he here alone? Drowning his sorrows? Is he dissatisfied with the celebratory ball I have organized? Governor Cornwall approached, accompanied by a young and beautiful woman. Of course not, Your Excellency. The ball you have hosted is both grand and elegant, graced by renowned high nobility. It is truly astonishing that such an extravagant ball would be hosted solely due to my appointment. Commander Pex rose promptly, humbly inclining his head. No, Commander Pex. You are far too modest. Simplicity does not befit a person of your noble lineage. A grand affair is indeed warranted for one who commands the highest ranks of the galaxy. Moreover, overseeing such a significant responsibility is certainly no trivial matter. We must celebrate. From his demeanor and expressions, it was evident that Cornwall was somewhat inebriated. Pex furrowed his brow, though he concealed it well. Your Excellency, I have been on Oronia 3 for 3 months now, yet the expedition to eliminate the green-skinned creatures has yet to commence. You are far too earnest. Cornwall interjected. Since your arrival on Oronia 3, you have toiled without respite, even though the threat posed by the green beasts is considerable. Training an army and producing armaments requires time. Time is not on our side. All right. This is Cybus, my distant niece. Since you lack a dance partner, you two can engage and enjoy this evening. With that, Cornwall pushed the beautiful woman forward and excused himself. Humans are truly arrogant, indolent, a race that fails to learn from its mistakes. The thought that his story had only caused these noble humans a few days of anxiety filled Pex with further ire. With each passing day, those green monstrosities grew in number and strength. Mr. Pex, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Cybus, with her golden locks and captivating eyes, seemed to draw one in with her alluring gaze. She was young and beautiful, her loveliness rivaling that of any at the ball. It is a pleasure to meet you. Enchanting lady. Pex responded with a gentle smile, bowing slightly as he graciously took her delicate hand, placing a soft kiss upon her knuckles. Cybus's smile grew even more enchanting. Meeting Mr. Pex promised to be a delightful evening. Confident in her allure, she believed she could easily captivate most men in such an environment. Especially a promising commander of the galaxy hailing from an illustrious family, a worthy target indeed. As he inhaled, Pex could distinctly perceive the scent of pheromones. Procreation is undeniably vital for any species. He slowly raised his glass, half filled with red wine, and through the crimson liquid, he beheld Cybus and the resplendent starry sky behind her. Above, the moon was obscured by ominous clouds, which appeared almost like the tendrils of a swarm fleet extending from the heavens, casting their gaze upon the beings of Oronia 3. To fulfill the hive's consciousness and acquire the desired biomass, it was essential to expand the cult and illuminate the psychic beacons for the swarm fleet. Pex downed the red wine in one swift motion, setting the glass down as he wrapped his right arm around the beautiful woman before him. Cybus, adorned in a backless gown, allowed Pex's hand to glide over her back, smooth as marble. The two individuals locked eyes for a fleeting second before their lips met in a kiss, causing the untouched red wine to cascade from between them. It trickled down the pristine, alabaster skin of the emerald-hued silk, gliding over the neck and collarbone, following the graceful curve of the chest until it reached the abdomen. In order to satiate the great devourer, the green-skinned creatures must be eradicated. The foolish humans can be exploited as mere resources. The military delegation dispatched by the Ministry of Defense presents a certain complication, according to the wisdom instilled in them by their mother hive. Some unique factions among humanity are exceedingly difficult to vanquish and eliminate, and attempting to do so would exact a tremendous toll. The political officer is one such exceptional individual and warrants significant attention. Chapter 33. As long as you believe. It is often said that the green-skinned orcs are a joyous race, yet Cheng Mingrue cannot shake the feeling that troubles relentlessly pursue him. The primary task of constructing the statue of the illustrious Mount Ergu is of utmost urgency. The engineering aspect is relatively straightforward. The framework is already erected, with two immense orc heads perched atop. However, the creation of the golden statue proves to be quite troublesome, as this wretched rocky planet has yet to yield any gold mines. If the task is not completed with both quality and quantity assured, Mount Ergu will indeed descend upon them with wrath. Beyond the issues of the golden statue, there is a lack of drilling machines and insufficient mines. To date, the young ones have discovered a metal mine, but its reserves are scarcely adequate to equip the new recruits. There are not enough resources to construct warships or armor. The root cause of this predicament lies in the dwindling population, which results in insufficient productivity and a lack of both labor and skilled artisans. In the mushroom fields, a plethora of pigeons and orcs are born daily, and their numbers are steadily increasing. However, the pace of this growth does not satisfy Cheng Mingrue. The green-skinned orcs reproduce rapidly, yet the human population is significantly larger. Cheng Mingrue distinctly recalls that this is a human galaxy, and the population on that habitable planet is at least in the hundreds of millions. Should humanity decide to mobilize en masse, they could easily overwhelm the green-skinned orcs. In the distance, a group of young orcs and pigeons are entangled in a brawl, with unfortunate individuals suffering broken teeth. The interactions between the newly emerged green-skinned creatures and their elder counterparts appear rather discordant. Such scuffles occur incessantly, and while they may seem violent, the green-skinned monsters revel in the chaos. Naturally, according to the rules set forth by Cheng Mingrue, those who lose must toil in the mines, which motivates them to fight with even greater fervor. These concerns for the future seem to be Cheng Mingrue's solitary burden, having no impact on the joyous existence of the green-skinned creatures. In addition to brawling, they also race to determine superiority, with the orcs favoring greater heights and faster speeds. This penchant for speed leads to daily accidents, and in their fervor for racing, the reckless drivers have never managed to maintain a complete set of teeth. The sound of gunfire echoes. Behind Cheng Mingrue are the gun-loving Tutu lads. Their competitions differ from what one might expect. It is not about accuracy, but rather about the size of their firearms and the speed of their bullets. In the green-skin mindset, sheer quantity guarantees success. A group of Tutu lads clad in yellow attire, upon losing, lament that their failure is not due to their own inadequacy, but rather the inferiority of their weapons, as they despondently approach the Pigeon overseer to procure tools for the mines. When the youngsters are genuinely carefree and joyful, it is particularly burdensome to be a leader, especially one who is prone to worry. Ding dong. It seems that Mao Gu has once again favored Cheng Mingrue, as an idea sparks in his mind. If labor is insufficient, why not elevate the productivity levels of the existing workforce? Is this not what the textbooks refer to as liberating and developing productive forces? The skilled artisans possess keen eyes and remarkable accuracy with their firearms. The Tutu lads are also adept shots, and as long as they shoot frequently, they too achieve impressive precision. Given that the shooters and the techies are both remarkably adept at marksmanship, it can be concluded that the shooters are indeed the techies. Rising to his feet, Cheng Mingrue approached the group of shooters clad in yellow attire. In accordance with the established routine, he unleashed a barrage of shots at the group of bald heads, leaving them momentarily stunned. "What are you doing, boss? We're not cheating. Why are you shooting at us?" The yellow-clad youth protested, their voices laced with indignation. I merely haven't had the chance to engage in a while. I'm just a bit restless," Cheng Mingrue replied, shaking his hands in mild embarrassment. "Don't you find the shovels, pickaxes, and carts rather unwieldy?" The yellow-clad youths exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up as if they had discovered a kindred spirit. "Indeed, boss, they are quite cumbersome. Holding them is uncomfortable. You truly understand us." "I find the shovel acceptable." "Silence. I would prefer to wield a powerful firearm. Speak another word, and I'll turn it on you. I desire a grand cannon. Anything that can carry ammunition." "Boss, do we no longer need to mine?" The youths began to bicker amongst themselves. A shovel was drawn into the magnetic field, where the powerful magnetic force softened it and reshaped it into a wrench, gears, screws, and other mechanical tools. which were then placed into the hands of the shooters. Do you not find these tools more manageable? Merely holding them inspires a torrent of ideas in your minds, urging you to create something? The shooters exchanged awkward glances. One youth struck another on the head with the wrench, and in an instant, the two were embroiled in a scuffle. It seemed all the shooters comprehended the intended use of their newfound tools. It became evident that wrenches and pliers were indeed meant for striking heads. Fortunately, Cheng Mingrui's quick reflexes allowed him to absorb all the tools back into the magnetic field. Otherwise, a brawl would undoubtedly have ensued. The Orsishius were rather naive, leaving Cheng Mingrui feeling somewhat fatigued. Very well, let us try a different approach. 2 screws, one large and one small, floated before the youths, bound by magnetic force. Tell me, which is larger and which is smaller? The youths, confused, pointed to the larger one and then the smaller one. This one is big, and this one is small. Cheng Mingrui then produced 2 nuts and continued. Now, which is larger and which is smaller? The youths, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the concept and answered correctly once again. Excellent. Now, attach these 2 nuts to the screws. Upon issuing the command, a subtle smile crept onto Cheng Mingrui's lips. As anticipated, the majority of the shooters successfully completed his request. Congratulations, congratulations. You have now created your first masterpiece. You are now proficient mechanical craftsman, ready to undertake more challenging tasks, Cheng Mingrui proclaimed, applauding as he spoke. The shooters, bewildered, stared at him with mouths agape. The magnetic field surged once more, and dozens of components were fashioned. Cheng Mingrui's hands moved in a dazzling display, assembling the parts with finesse. Various pieces transformed into gun bodies, stocks, barrels, and magazines, ultimately coalescing into a formidable green-skinned firearm. Upon the sight of the imposing firearm, all the eager youths were captivated. The green-skinned orc's fervor for his cherished possession surpassed even his own life. As he swaggered with the grand weapon in hand, Cheng Mingrui wickedly inquired, "Do you like it? Do you desire to possess one?" Observing the youth's gaze follow the swaying gun, Cheng Mingrui felt his scheme had succeeded. Behold, crafting such a magnificent firearm is quite simple. You too can create one with ease, just as I have. I possess the blueprints and the materials. You may attempt it. However, one of the youths interjected. I find it rather challenging. Cheng Mingrui swiftly silenced him, cupping his hand over the boy's mouth, and with the most stirring tone, declared, "No, you can do it. As long as you believe in your abilities, do you not wish to own a magnificent gun of your own creation?" Chapter 34. The Oracle of Malgu Deception is an art form, and Cheng Mingrui has found himself increasingly adept at it, particularly when it comes to the green-skinned youths. These young orcs have gradually come to believe that their prowess lies in technical skills, yet their obsession with shooting has caused them to forget their previous talents in crafting. In truth, they possess a greater affinity for constructing formidable weapons and intricate machinery. They simply need to recall the requisite knowledge. With contemplation, and further contemplation, they can awaken their forgotten skills. For the sake of their own more formidable and ferocious weaponry, the youths persist in their reflections. Of course, Cheng Mingrui does not deceive indiscriminately. The inherent potential of the green-skinned orcs is exceptionally high. Nearly every notorious orc warlord throughout the galaxy has risen from the ranks of the most ordinary of orcs. It is through contemplation, bolstered by self-confidence, that they flourish. Much like Manhwaergo, who bestows equal regard upon each green-skinned individual. Take, for instance, the legendary warlord currently in the spotlight, the Bonebreaker. His origins were humble, belonging to the Gao family clan as a mere chop-swinging lad, until a fateful battle left him with half of his skull shattered by a space marine. After a gruesome and horrific surgery conducted by a mad doctor, his brain was repaired, and a half-piece of iron was fashioned to serve as a skullcap. Such treatment would surely spell doom for a mere mortal, yet the vitality of an orc is formidable enough to allow for recovery, even with half a brain. The Bonebreaker transformed thereafter. Cheng Mingrui believes he has gone mad. The Bonebreaker claims to hear the words of Manhwaergo, declaring himself the chosen orc, destined to unite all orcs to sweep across the galaxy. Whether he truly hears these words or merely imagines them, his mind perhaps distorted by injury, remains uncertain. Yet he holds this belief with unwavering conviction. Thus, he became a legend, challenging and defeating increasingly powerful warlords, growing stronger with each victory. An ever-growing number of youths began to believe that the Bonebreaker was indeed the chosen of Mao, destined for greatness, and willingly chose to follow him. This tale may seem overly idealistic, yet it illustrates that as long as an orc youth's conviction is sufficiently strong, their genetic heritage will empower them. And the ethos of Wyak alongside their contemplative nature will further amplify their strength. Deception is about solidifying the beliefs of these youths. Cheng Mingrui stroked his chin, realizing that personally convincing each one was an impractical use of his time. He needed someone to assist him in persuading the youths. And a name sprang to mind, the eccentric lad Kuka. After dispatching the newly recruited technical youth to the tech domination factory to tighten screws, Cheng Mingrui adjusted the positioning system of his power armor and activated the transmission device. A burst of yellow lightning erupted from the generator behind him, enveloping him in a brilliant glow before condensing into a small point and vanishing. Kuka was dancing before a fire, having grown increasingly convinced since their last encounter that he was the divine messenger of manhwaergo. He believed his dance to be a unique ritual that allowed him to commune more effectively with his deity. His eccentric behavior was no longer met with derision from other green-skinned orcs. Some of the youths with latent psychic abilities began to join him, viewing dance as a form of spiritual practice that could enhance their own psychic development. A dozen or so green-skinned youths encircled Kuka, performing an eccentric dance around the campfire. The scene was so enchanting that Cheng Mingrui, upon receiving the transmission, nearly mistook it for a gathering of some sinister cult, as if certain otherworldly entities had possessed these green-skinned boys. In pursuit of Kuka's assistance, Cheng patiently awaited the conclusion of the dance, enduring an hour of excruciating visual torment. Kuka, here's the situation, Cheng Mingrui began, elucidating his desire to transform the gun-toting rascals and the speed-loving motorcyclists into skilled technicians. You simply need to convey to these lads that, in the eyes of manhwaerg, shooting and racing are merely hobbies. Their true talents lie in mechanics and manufacturing. As Cheng spoke, his enthusiasm grew. You see, if they can gain entry into the tech dominance factory, an abundance of superior equipment will be crafted. Our prospects for development will flourish. What do you think? I believe you are a scheming rascal, Kuka, masked and inscrutable, responded. Anger surged within Cheng, and he playfully delivered a light slap to Kuka's bald head. He valued the neurotic fellow and refrained from any harshness, for he sought Kuka's aid, not enmity. Technical talent was something Cheng held in high regard. Aware of Kuka's obstinate disposition, he understood that a forceful approach would be futile. His small, red eyes whirled with fervor, embodying Kuka's assessment of him as a man brimming with cunning. Kuka, you know, I am chosen by Manhwa, so it is only natural for me to heed his divine revelations. Cheng began to weave his tale. Kuka recalled the scene aboard the Radiant Knight, where Cheng had battled against the human political officer. At that moment, he had not perceived Cheng as the chosen one. Yet, after witnessing Cheng's remarkable exploits, marked by both cunning and ferocity, nearly all the orcs had come to regard him as Mao Ji's anointed, and Kuka now found himself devoid of doubt. Indeed, slippery leader, you are the chosen one. Kuka nodded in agreement. Mao Gu imparted to me a language that facilitates better communication with manhwaerg. I can teach you this language. It possesses immense power. Anything articulated in it tends to materialize, a phenomenon known as words become deeds. Cheng uttered the phrase words become deeds in Chinese. Of course, all things come with conditions. If the speaker's heart is insincere, or if the influenced individual harbors doubts, the realization of such utterances may falter, or even fail altogether. Thus, sincerity is paramount. Cheng reiterated, sincerity begets efficacy, also in Chinese. Is this truly the case? This is utterly astonishing. Kuka was captivated, genuinely eager to believe Cheng, despite considering him a sly character with ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Cheng was indeed the legitimate chosen one of Manhwa. With a grave demeanor, Cheng Mingrui internally reveled in delight. In his previous life as a human, he had been unaware of his remarkable talent for persuasion. Now, ideas flowed effortlessly, perhaps a blessing from Manhwa himself. His lies were impeccable, regardless of whether the events materialized. Those who spoke of them were deemed sincere, while those whose words fell short were regarded as lacking in integrity, or influenced by insincerity. The language that embodies the principle of utterance and action is known as Chinese. Cheng Mingrui stifled a laugh and continued with a serious demeanor. The divine decree bestowed upon me by Brother Mao is inscribed upon my machine table, and I can take you there. The transmission device proved to be exceedingly effective. Soon, Cheng Mingrui observed Kuka trembling as he traced the Chinese characters etched into the surface of the machine. Overwhelmed with excitement, he nearly lost his ability to articulate, repeatedly running his fingers over the inscriptions, indifferent even when the etched grooves cut into his fingertips. With Brother Mao's guidance, I have encountered the tangible existence of a divine oracle. After a considerable time, Kuka finally managed to compose himself. Chapter 35. The Underground Mushroom Cavern. Cunning Leader. You are truly the finest green-skinned individual I have ever encountered. I can perceive the gaze of the esteemed Gaogu upon your left shoulder and the smile of the revered Maogu upon your right. Kaka's voice brimmed with fervor and reverence. I can see that both Gao and Mao are bestowing their blessings upon you, watching over you. Cunning leader. I aspire to learn the Chinese language. I wish to become the bridge for communication between you and the esteemed Gao and Mao. Upon hearing Kaka's description, Cheng Mingrui felt an unsettling chill, as if a ghost were seated upon his shoulders. Indeed, I am a green-skinned orc, but our cultures differ. Let us not speak carelessly. Fortunately, my attempt at persuasion seemed to have succeeded, paving the way for what was to come. Well, I can gradually teach you Chinese, but such a powerful language, which is spoken with such authority, cannot be imparted all at once. It can only be taught slowly. If too much is taught at once, I fear you may find it overwhelming, Cheng Mingrui said, embodying the role of a benevolent mentor, full of warmth and care for Kaka. The first sentence is as follows. Primary task. Immediately erect a statue for the esteemed Gao and Mao, sculpted in gold. The larger and more magnificent, the better, the more whack. The better. In greenskin tongue, this is the essence of the message. Kaka repeated it several times, yet, as it was his first encounter with the complexities of the Chinese language, he struggled to articulate it accurately. Nonetheless, he grasped the meaning. Cheng Mingrui's intent did not rest solely on this phrase, so he reassured Kaka, indeed, the first sentence is quite challenging for a novice. Let me teach you a second, simpler one. The second sentence held greater significance for Cheng Mingrui, prompting him to articulate it slowly and meticulously, besides being a skilled warrior. The esteemed Gao and Mao have noted your talents in mechanical manufacturing. This time, Kaka approached the learning process with increased diligence, using his psychic abilities to record Cheng Mingrui's words and recite them repeatedly. You must practice these two sentences diligently. Recently, during the competitions among the youths, be sure to share the second sentence with those who lose, not only in Chinese, but also in greenskin tongue. If they do not understand your words, the sincerity will be lost. At last, Cheng Mingrui revealed his true intentions, yet Kaka was no longer concerned with the ulterior motives. He was solely eager to practice this enchanting language, striving to master it for effective communication with the esteemed Gao and Mao. With his scheme succeeding, Cheng Mingrui felt an unparalleled joy, continually encouraging Kaka to practice Chinese with the youths, assuring him that failure was inconsequential as long as he persevered in mastering the formidable language. With my persuasive abilities, as long as some of the youths believe Kaka's words, they will awaken their mechanical talents, and Cheng Mingrui's deceit could never be unraveled. Presently, there is a shortage of hands. Gaining another mechanical youth is a boon. Having completed the necessary preparations, the rest now lies in fate. As the leader, Cheng Mingrui had other responsibilities to attend to, such as farming. Having discovered the remarkable adaptability of mushroom fields, Cheng Mingrui felt completely misled by his previous fixed mindset. He realized he could cultivate mushrooms more effectively and efficiently. Previously, he believed that plant growth necessitated sunlight. Thus, aside from a few mushroom fields nestled in the natural shelter of canyons, most were exposed to the elements. Indeed, cultivating on the surface poses significant limitations. On a rocky planet devoid of vegetation, fierce winds sweep across the landscape, casting a gloomy pall that seems capable of engulfing the very heavens. During this period, the mushroom fields on the surface have suffered considerable losses, severely impacting the reproductive efficiency of the green-skinned beings. However, there is a silver lining. The tempestuous winds facilitate the dispersal of green-skinned spores across the planet, albeit at a markedly slower rate of fruition. The growth of mushrooms relies on ecological microbial communities to extract nutrients from the surrounding environment, simultaneously transforming the barren landscape. Thus, subterranean cultivation emerges as a more advantageous option. By planting underground, one can eliminate the hazards posed by the winds, even if sunlight graces the surface. The stability of underground conditions surpasses the potential efficiency of surface cultivation. Yet, extensive underground farming remains a challenge. Tunneling to create mushroom caverns demands substantial resources. How can one enhance tunneling efficiency? The answer lies in tools. A design for a tunneling machine akin to a shield machine flashes through Cheng Mingrui's mind, enabling large-scale excavation. Each tunnel could become an unfathomable mushroom field, continuously yielding green-skinned creatures once they reach maturity. The dilemma, however, lies in the formidable challenge of constructing such a colossal shield machine. The current workforce, already overburdened, cannot undertake this task, and the emergence of mechanical laborers will require time. Thus, Cheng Mingrui must take matters into his own hands. Equipped with the technocratic armor, he becomes a formidable mobile manufacturing facility. With a swift teleportation, he retrieves ample construction materials from the limited mines and begins his arduous labor, aiming to fabricate a large-scale shield machine within half a month. Simultaneously, while utilizing the machine for excavation, he intends to search for minerals, particularly gold, to expedite the gilding of his comrade Maurj. The metallic materials smelted by the young ones lay haphazardly in a jumble, varying in purity, type, and size, lacking any semblance of standardization. Each unique and reflective of the mood of their creators. Such lack of standardization is untenable when crafting precision instruments. One must consider the rationale behind error compensation. One of the 3 magnetic explosion coils on Chung Mingrue's back secures the metallic materials. Another employs a stronger magnetic field to soften them, extracting the necessary metallic elements, while the 3rd coil molds the extracted metals into neatly defined ingots. Grasping the metallic ingots with his powerful claws, equipped with a drill, welder, and cutting tools on his powered armor, Chung Mingrue dons protective goggles and commences the meticulous assembly of components. The green-skinned quality, handcrafted, is undeniably trustworthy. As Cheng Mingrue's mechanical aptitude awakens once more, he immerses himself in the manufacturing process, losing track of time. When he finally regains his senses, he discovers that the majority of the fundamental components for the shield machine have been crafted. With materials exhausted, he must return to the mine to procure more. Upon successful teleportation, Cheng Mingrue stands before the barren mine, nearly doubting his coordinates. After multiple confirmations, he realizes that his memory has not failed him. How could it be that in just a few days, this mining area has been completely depleted? Has my memory faltered? Filled with curiosity, Cheng Mingrue was transported to the mouth of the mine, situated in the canyon where the young ones often congregated. Here, a rudimentary green-skinned city had emerged, adorned with green-themed decorations and dilapidated yet sturdy houses. Unlike the usual chaos, the green-skinned youths in the city were not embroiled in fights or noisy disputes. Most of the houses stood eerily vacant, a situation that deepened Chung Mingrue's perplexity. Suddenly, a cacophony of death metal music reverberated from the heart of the city. Chapter 36. The enlightened mouth. At the very heart of the city stood the statue of the illustrious Mao Ergo, crafted by Cheng Mingrue during his secluded endeavor to create a tunneling machine, adorned only with paint, awaiting the gilding of gold. In pursuit of understanding the unfolding events, Cheng Mingrue activated the clattering transporter for the 3rd time. Upon arriving at the city center, he was met with a spectacle that would forever etch itself into his memory. Dressed in garments that, even by the standards of the green-skinned, could be deemed eccentric, Kukka and a dozen spirited youths danced and sang exuberantly beneath the radiant halo encircling the statue of Mao Ergo. Ergo says it must be grand. The throng of thousands of Orcish youths echoed in unison. Grand. Mauga proclaims Wyak, roared the green-skinned orcs and the squigs. Wyak. We are all good greenskins. We shall honor the statue of Mao Ergo. Kukka directed the microphone towards the audience. High and mighty, the crowd sang with fervor and excitement. And we shall Wadak. The atmosphere of the concert soared to euphoric heights, as even the statue of Mao Ergo seemed to sway beneath the kaleidoscopic lights. Shouldn't a concert feature beautiful maidens in lovely dresses? Yet here was Kukka and his motley crew of garish greenskins. No. A fusion of orcs and maidens would surely fail to pass scrutiny. Halt. Setting aside the eye-popping attire, the songs led by Kukka were undeniably invigorating, perfectly resonating with the character and culture of the greenskins. What astonished Cheng Mingrue the most was the realization that the lyrics were delivered in pure Mandarin, with references to Ergo and Mauga woven throughout, coupled with the golden halo atop Mao Ergo's head. It seemed something extraordinary had transpired during his period of seclusion. Interrupting the concert was out of the question. The exuberant youths could cleave space marines or Emperor-S poisoned blades with their axes. Even Cheng Mingrue, despite being their leader, could not dampen their spirits. Standing a towering 5 meters, Cheng Mingrue was soon spotted by nearby youths, who eagerly pulled him into the revelry, with the clever little one soaring in on his powered armor. Wise leader, good to see you. Wise leader, Wyak. Following wise leader is always a jolly good time. After reciting a tongue twister, the clever little one landed at Cheng Mingrue's feet, akin to the most loyal of companions. Why do you still follow me? With that powered armor, even ordinary Orcish youths would be no match for you. You could easily claim leadership and rally your own band of followers, Cheng Mingrue inquired, glancing down at the clever one. The Orc society was notably loose-knit, aside from rallying under a singular leader's name. They often took their own followers or aligned with the second strongest. As long as the youths found joy and amusement under their leader, they would remain loyal. Until the leader fell or proved inadequate, at which point they would seek a new champion. I like Wise Leader. Wise Leader leads us into battle, commands the starships, and hurls cannonballs upon our foes. Wise Leader even crafted me armor that can fly and fight. I relish following Wise Leader. The clever little one declared without hesitation. Following the cunning leader, Chung Mingrue felt a surge of joy and excitement, exclaiming, "Wak!" He recognized that the mischievous spirit was a formidable entity, perhaps even more ingenious than himself, capable of weaving intricate lies without repetition when deceiving other green-skinned creatures. However, this time felt different. It seemed the clever sprite was speaking the truth, a rare moment of sincerity from this wily character. With a swift motion, Cheng Mingrue knocked the sprite to the ground. "Warning, you better keep up. I want to wait if you fall behind." The sprite, undeterred, quickly bounced back to follow him eagerly. As the merriment continued, Chung Mingrue found himself swept away by the jubilant atmosphere, joining the orc youths in their cheers and songs. For the first time since his arrival in this new world, he felt liberated, able to express his emotions without restraint. Living as a human often brought endless worries, but as a green-skinned creature, he could eat, sing, and fight at will, reveling in joy and happiness. After the concert concluded, Cheng Mingrue took a moment to rest before seeking out Kuka to inquire about the events that transpired during his absence. Cunning leader. The Chinese language is truly the most fascinating and powerful language I have ever encountered, Kuka exclaimed, dancing as he spoke. Since your departure, I have been diligently practicing the Mandarin pronunciation recorded through my psychic energy. Initially, the other greenskins thought I had lost my mind. However, when I shared the second phrase you taught me, it took a couple of days to see results. Eventually, the principle of words manifest reality truly came into play. Many of the youths reported an influx of mechanical knowledge in their minds, yet they struggled to construct firearms and other devices. They turned to me with their questions. And with pride, Kuka declared, I told them this knowledge was imparted by the divine messenger Kuka, a follower of the Cunning One. The principle works with sincerity, and it will reveal its power. As time passed, the youths exhibited remarkable mechanical talent, claiming that endless designs emerged in their minds, and the more they created, the more exhilarated they felt. The fame of the divine words spread among them, drawing more curious souls to seek my guidance. Occasionally, I would recite the first phrase of the divine words, and at other times, the second. Gradually, the visions described by the divine words began to materialize. The number of skilled technicians increased, and even the statue of the Cunning One was adorned with a radiant halo. Kuka chuckled gleefully, adding, moreover, when I dance and call out in Chinese, both Gao Gu and Mao Gu can sense a powerful presence touching them from beyond. Cunning leader, I yearn to learn more Chinese. Chung Mingrue felt a pang of anxiety. This could not continue unchecked. If he misled them, what chaos might ensue among the green-skinned folk? The principle of words manifest reality could lead to unforeseen turmoil and destruction. The changes in the material world would surely fall behind the diversity of language, and such an imbalance would lead to catastrophe. Next time. The depths of Chinese are profound, and its intricacies are not easily grasped. When the time is ripe, I shall teach you. After a perfunctory exchange with Kuka, Cheng Mingrue vanished, offering Kuka no opportunity for further dialogue. The proliferation of mechanical assistants presented an excellent opportunity to expand production capacity. Drilling machines, weaponry, and mining operations could all proceed simultaneously. Additionally, he could enlist a cadre of mechanical aides to expedite the construction of a shield tunneling machine. 5 days later, beneath the resplendent statue of the illustrious manhwarecap, a formidable shield tunneling machine, boasting a diameter of 20 meters, was completed. Boss, what is this? What purpose does it serve? Inquired a bewildered green-skinned apprentice. The term shield tunneling machine may not resonate with the aesthetic sensibilities of the green-skinned beings, potentially dissuading them from operating such a contraption. Thus, Cheng Mingrue bestowed upon the shield tunneling machine a catchy, endearing name, Big Digger, a colossal device even grander than a typical drill, capable of penetrating any mountain with ease. Chapter 37. Family and Empire. As Cheng Mingrue commenced his agricultural endeavors, the first contingent of 300,000 human expeditionary forces aboard Oronia 3 was finally poised for departure. The recruitment and training of the troops progressed swiftly. However, the manufacturing of heavy equipment and the conversion of merchant vessels into transport ships proved to be particularly time-consuming. In this newly colonized world, the industrial foundation remained exceedingly fragile. On the expansive landing platform, The guardsmen formed into neat blocks, akin to tofu, as they marched resolutely into the brick-like transport vessels. From the towering command tower, the sight of such a formidable army of 300,000 instilled a profound sense of awe in Governor Cornwall, who felt a swell of pride at the thought that this was his own force. Why only 300,000? I explicitly requested 1,000,000. We must strike swiftly and decisively against the orcs, delivering a crushing blow to extinguish them in their infancy. Commander Pexus chastised his aide. However, Commander Pexus, your earlier demand was for 200,000, which you then revised to 500,000, and now you claim you require 1,000,000 troops. With all due respect, although Oronia 3 is home to 2 billion inhabitants, the majority are pioneers from the first 3 generations, farmers, workers, teachers, and the like. For a considerable duration, we have maintained fewer than 100,000 guardsmen, predominantly equipped with light gear. The mobilization and outfitting of 300,000 for an interstellar expedition in such a short time frame is already the limit of our capabilities. Your demands are simply unrealistic. A castle built in the air, the aide finally expressed his candid thoughts, his resolve hardening. I am the supreme commander of this galaxy, and my orders must be executed. If your capabilities are insufficient to fulfill my command, then you are unfit to remain here. Depart. You are dismissed. Pexus showed no leniency, tearing the insignia from the aide's shoulder. The aide's face flushed crimson with indignation. He had diligently served the defense forces and the Empire. Yet this parachuted commander dared to dismiss him so casually, being a local noble with considerable influence. He pondered what he might have done had he not been mindful of the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Empire. Oh dear, Pexus. Why must you quarrel again? Cornwall, momentarily disturbed from admiring his troops by the commotion, was not overly concerned. The more discord there was between Pexus and others, the more stable his own power became. Fear not, fear not. Our commander is merely in a fit of anger. You may all leave. Allow me to have a word with him. Cornwall adeptly navigated the bureaucratic discourse, seeking to mediate and smooth over tensions. Once everyone had departed, Cornwall approached Pexus slowly. Do not allow them to provoke you. They are doing their utmost. If you offend everyone, how can you rely on them to accomplish your tasks? Will you undertake everything yourself? With 2 billion souls aboard Oronia 3, and potentially 80 billion in a century, how can you manage them all? Cornwall spoke earnestly. A century? Absolutely not. A century from now, it will be too late, Pexus exclaimed. If the expeditionary force can set sail within 3 months, then 300,000 will suffice. However, over 5 months have passed, and at this juncture, the green-skinned monstrosities are entering their period of rampant proliferation. 1,000,000 expeditionary forces is indeed a rather conservative estimate. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Cornwall jestingly inquired, I have heard that Cybus is with child? Quite splendid. As a man, would you be inclined to offer her a marriage and a harmonious family? This matter diverges significantly from our current discussion. The threat posed by the Xenos is far too pressing. Cornwall's abrupt topic shift left Pex completely bewildered, struggling to grasp the relevance. Cornwall turned his back to Pex, gazing at the 2 transport ships that had already taken flight. The history of the human empire is chronicled over millennia, enduring numerous crises that nearly led to the extinction of humanity. The Iron Men Rebellion, the Beast Wars, the Tyranid Invasion, and that rebellion which shall remain unnamed. Cornwall intentionally eschewed mentioning the Horus Heresy, opting for a more ambiguous phrase. Yet, despite having weathered so much adversity, has the Empire truly fallen? The Empire still exists, and perhaps it shall continue to do so. We are not akin to the lower classes. We are nobles, custodians of the imperial order, preserving its existence. Loyalty to the Empire is commendable, yet moderation is paramount. The continuity of one's lineage holds even greater significance. You may be impetuous and not fully comprehend my words now, but once your child is born, your perspective will undoubtedly shift. The Lamb-Aster name is steeped in glory. Cornwall turned back, his languid gaze piercing with sharp intensity, yet you remain just you, a mere member of your family. While the head of the household is someone else's legacy, you must contemplate your own future and establish your own lineage. The secret correspondence sent to you by the Empire was also forwarded to me, in pursuit of hastening the development of the Aronia system into a thriving world. A steady influx of resources shall be dispatched. If harnessed wisely, we can forge our own kingdom, and brighter days shall dawn, even if the Aronia system cannot be held. What of it? Provided we accumulate enough, new worlds in the galaxy shall await our exploration. Cornwall expounded upon many matters, predominantly concerning family and legacy. As he articulated, The survival of the empire is undeniably significant, yet the enduring legacy of one's family is of even greater importance, ensuring that one's lineage persists for millennia. Akin to the human empire is paramount. Had Pex remained the same Pex of old, he would have undoubtedly been swayed by Cornwall's words. However, his current disposition rendered him indifferent to such notions. He feigned enlightenment, bowing his head in apology to Cornwall, acknowledging his earlier impulsiveness. Young man, there is no need for haste. We have ample time to gradually accumulate experience and knowledge. Politics is a sordid affair, yet it proves invaluable. Cornwall had already begun to perceive himself as a mentor to Pex, encouragingly patting his shoulder. The sound of footsteps echoed from the tower staircase, and Cornwall's demeanor soured slightly. He had dismissed others precisely to converse privately with his future nephew-in-law, yet someone had the audacity to intrude. Your Excellency, the cities of the southern hemisphere have come under assault. It is the Greenskins. A multitude of green-skinned monsters has besieged the city, and no one knows how they appeared. The news brought by the aide-de-camp astonished the two most powerful figures in the galaxy. Can you ascertain the veracity of this intelligence? Are the Greenskins not on Aronia 4? How could they possibly be here? Cornwall inquired with urgency. An audio recording and video were presented before Cornwall by the aide-de-camp, depicting a vast horde of greenskin monstrosities armed with cold weapons surging forth from the rainforest, charging into an utterly defenseless city. Cornwall was taken aback, while a glimmer of murderous intent brewed within the narrowed eyes of Pex. Chapter 38, The Massacre. Ghana, a coastal city nestled in the southern hemisphere of Aronia, basks in a hot and humid climate, flanked by an unending expanse of tropical rainforest. Its picturesque landscapes render it an ideal locale for vacationers. With a population of approximately 2 million, the majority engage in the service industry and shipbuilding, while the fishing sector thrives as well. For the inhabitants, Ghana offers everything they require for daily life, save for adequate protection. Explosions erupted like brilliant fireworks across the city, the resulting black smoke enveloping half of Ghana, beneath which lay the anguished cries and wails of despair. Viewed from above, multiple waves of green surged like tributaries converging upon the heart of the city, leaving devastation, explosions, and flames in their wake. A throng of civilians, screaming, darted through the inferno of burning cars, refuse bins, shops, and streets, desperately fleeing from the monstrous terror pursuing them. In their wake trailed a green tide composed of foul creatures, goblins, snotlings, skaven, and orcish brutes, who shouted and cackled maniacally. Any civilian who lagged would be devoured by this tide, leaving no trace behind. As the civilians rounded a corner, the green-skinned fiends followed closely, only to be met with a barrage of laser fire, automatic cannon, and heavy machine guns, which mowed them down in droves. The scant defenders of Ghana formed a line, staunchly resisting the onslaught of the green horde. The human defenders roared as they pulled the triggers, providing cover for the unarmed civilians to escape. Die, green monsters! Die! A soldier manning a heavy machine gun screamed in a fit of rage. How dare these barbarous creatures attack a city of humans? As he watched his weapon reduce the green fiends to mere sieves, his fury intensified. Believing that these brutes only preyed upon the innocent and were utterly insignificant against the might of humanity, perhaps seeking to vent their emotions through their weapons, the soldiers unleashed a relentless barrage, drowning the green fiends in a torrent of ammunition and explosions. The volley continued for several minutes, until the street was shrouded in smoke and silence reigned once more. Laughter erupted among the soldiers on the front line, the adrenaline surging through them as they continued to fire, believing that the once feared orcs were not so formidable after all. Suddenly, a heavy thudding resonated, like the beating of a steel drum against the soldiers' hearts. Something loomed within the smoke. Drawn by the sound, the soldiers turned their gaze, witnessing a towering monster emerge from the haze. The dull thud of its footsteps echoed ominously against the ground. By the Emperor, what manner of creature is this? One soldier gasped, rendered speechless by the sight before him. Standing at 4 meters tall, the giant was clad in haphazardly assembled armor of iron, wielding a bloodied colossal axe in one hand, while the other bore a vicious metallic claw. Only that green skull could reveal the identity of an orc, its bloodthirsty red eyes fixated on all present. The human soldiers, clearly unaccustomed to such a colossal being, felt a twinge of dread rise within them. After a piercing scream of terror, gunfire erupted as the soldiers pulled their triggers in unison. Laser guns discharged clip after clip, while heavy machine guns and automatic cannons glowed red-hot from relentless firing. Overwhelmed by fear, the soldiers sought solace in the barrage of their weaponry. After an indeterminate span of time, likely all their firearms had overheated, necessitating a pause for cooling. In the throes of such firepower, Surely even that immense, terrifying creature would succumb. Exhausted and breathless, the soldiers harbored this thought. Yet, the very next moment, a massive figure burst forth from the smoke generated by their second wave of fire, charging into their makeshift defenses like a speeding train. Countless boulders, concrete fragments, shattered weapons, and dismembered bodies soared through the air. Is this all? Iron Claw scoffed, raising his deadly axe high before swinging it fiercely. The blade cleaved through both flesh and metal with ease, blood spilling forth in a graceful arc upon the ground. The lone automatic cannon crew, despite their trepidation, slowly aimed at Iron Claw, as if their weapons could indeed vanquish the monstrosity before them. Humph! Iron Claw snorted dismissively, crushing the heavy weapons crew with a single swipe. After severing a multitude of human soldiers like wheat, he lost interest. These puny beings were far too weak. Compared to the adversaries aboard the warship, the disparity was laughable. They could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers without him lifting a finger. Most of the townsfolk dared not resist, and those who did were of such low caliber. Iron Claw cast a disdainful glance at the fleeing human soldiers. Their bullets striking their own bodies felt akin to the warmth of a flashlight, merely a slight burn. The machine gun fire caused some pain, yet it was nothing more. The automatic cannon boasted considerable power, but as long as he protected his head, the damage was non-lethal. With this thought, Iron Claw felt a slight ache atop his head. He plucked out a shell from an automatic cannon that had failed to penetrate his skull. Even so, he was incensed enough to hurl the shell back, toppling a cluster of retreating humans. A throng of green-skinned creatures surged forth behind Iron Claw, gleefully pursuing and slaughtering the fleeing soldiers. He turned and began to walk away, disinterested in the carnage. Weak foes failed to pique his interest. Following the cunning leader had been far more exhilarating, as he had relished cleaving through those lesser beings, some even daring to leap forward with grenades in hand. Not only was there the delight in dispatching humans, but also in conquering insects. The latter brought an even greater thrill, as dozens of them swarmed around him, allowing Iron Claw to indulge in a refreshing feast of blood. However, had the cunning leader assigned him a task, or had he simply forgotten? While aboard the vessel, the cunning captain merely cast him and his subordinates into a spacecraft, providing no further instructions. Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, they had encountered the enemy and must act decisively. The sky was filled with a deafening roar as several iron birds soared overhead, unleashing bombs and incendiary devices that instantaneously illuminated the entire street, incinerating the majority of the green-skinned creatures and leaving the Iron Claw covered in soot and grime. Whack! The Iron Claw bellowed furiously at the flying machines above, yet alas, he lacked the ability to take to the skies. No matter. The odd weaponry possessed by the enemy was plentiful, and he would seek vengeance in due time. As for the losses among his troops, this region was warm and humid, with its lush rainforest teeming with life, ensuring that new recruits would emerge daily, having lost their way in the dense foliage. Speaking of which, the rainforests also harbored creatures such as the pity and skug, and with this thought, the Iron Claw's mind began to churn. He finally recalled the primary objective of their assault on the city of the enemy. Chapter 39. The heist upon opening the spaceship's hatch. Iron Claw found himself deep within a verdant rainforest, a realm both lush and profound, where he wandered aimlessly with his companions. During their excursions, they occasionally encountered ferocious creatures, prompting Iron Claw to engage in a display of strength, thus providing sustenance for the young ones, who multiplied steadily. As each day new lost souls emerged from the depths of the jungle. With an increasing number of youngsters, conflict became inevitable. Hence, Iron Claw dispatched the clever little ones and the cunning Skug to scout ahead and seek worthy adversaries. Soon, the scouts discovered numerous diminutive cities. However, Iron Claw did not charge forth upon merely sighting these settlements. His experiences alongside the sly warlord had imparted valuable lessons. The brutish yet shrewd ways of the leader, and the cunning yet savage nature of his comrades. The cities were numerous and expansive, teeming with inhabitants, and Iron Claw feared his current band was insufficient for a full assault. Although the diminutive beings appeared weak, some possessed formidable prowess, particularly those adorned with broad-brimmed hats, wielding single-handed firearms and sheathed in formidable blades. Thus, the astute Iron Claw resolved to bide his time, waiting until his forces swelled further before confronting these foes. Yet, fortune often intervenes unexpectedly. The surge of new recruits was astonishing. On the first evening, as Iron Claw rested beneath the trees, he awoke the following morning to find the number of green-skinned companions doubled, most of whom he did not recognize. Each dawn, he was roused by the cacophony of their bickering and skirmishing. Observing the newcomers wrestling naked amidst the jungle, Iron Claw felt a surge of frustration. Battles should not unfold in such a manner. The thrill of combat demanded weaponry, not merely fists. Thus, to equip his young followers, Iron Claw orchestrated a bold operation, a raid on the human city of Ghana. Golden Tooth. Iron Claw shouted to the skies. Swiftly, a skug equipped with gliding wings descended gracefully from the rooftop of a towering edifice, landing clumsily before Iron Claw. A grimy, golden-toothed little one scrambled to his feet and hurried to Iron Claw's side. Boss, you called? Perhaps a trait inherent to their kind. The little ones beamed brightly when addressing their leader, their smiles brimming with sycophantic warmth. We have come to plunder. How much loot have your kind amassed? Iron Claw inquired, his gaze dismissively sweeping over Golden Tooth. The little one, evidently unprepared for such an inquiry, animatedly declared, a great deal, boss. Some skugs can barely carry it all. Is it sufficient to equip the young ones in the rainforest? Iron Claw pressed, his primary concern resting upon the quantity of weaponry. Certainly. Golden Tooth cleverly withheld the notion of inadequacy, adding, as long as no new young ones emerge from the jungle, we shall manage. Iron Claw stroked his chin contemplatively. Golden Tooth's assertion held merit. The rainforest was indeed overflowing with young ones, far too many to arm adequately. Let it be. Whatever can be equipped shall be. After one more hour of plunder, allow your goblins and skug to retreat. This is the territory of the shrimp. And given our limited numbers, now is not the time for a head-on clash. Understood, boss. I shall promptly instruct the lads. Upon receiving the command, Golden Tooth rushed to the fallen skug, delivering a couple of kicks to rouse it. The skug, infuriated, attempted to bite Golden Tooth, but upon witnessing the mushroom he produced, it began to drool. It ate the mushroom and obediently soared into the sky alongside Golden Tooth. In the heavens, Golden Tooth placed his hand to his mouth and whistled, the resounding notes slicing through the air. Soon, more goblins mounted on skugs arrived, and after Golden Tooth gestured animatedly with his whistle, they dispersed in all directions. These airborne goblins did not descend to the ground. Instead, they continuously relayed Golden Tooth's orders to the goblins below through repetitive whistling. Upon receiving the orders, the goblins swiftly mobilized with their skugs, loading anything they deemed valuable, shiny trinkets, scrap, mechanical devices, metals, instruments, electronic components, and more, onto the backs of their transport skugs. Unlike other orc leaders, Iron Claw did not discriminate against the weaker goblins and skugs. He had witnessed firsthand aboard the Glory Night warship how the cunning leader utilized the lesser goblins and skugs to breach the shrimp's defenses. To be honest, the goblins and skugs were indeed effective. The clever goblins always grasped Iron Claw's intentions and executed them well. The skugs, versatile in form, could transport cargo, serve as war beasts, act as mounts, and even be consumed. In stark contrast to the dutiful goblins, the young ones were far more chaotic, preoccupied with fighting, killing, and destruction. Only a few of the more cunning greenskins began to gather suitable materials, preparing to follow their leader into the fray. Iron Claw's foresight proved remarkably accurate. As soon as Ghana was attacked, intelligence and images were relayed to the highest command of the planet. Cornwall and Pex's opinions clashed once more. Young man, under such circumstances, why do you still insist on the expedition? The greenskin monsters have threatened Aronia 3. This planet is our foundation. The typically affable Cornwall scolded. I do this for this world. Everything I do is to eradicate the greenskin monsters from it. This time, Pex did not hold back, but rather stood his ground against Cornwall. Cornwall's gaze turned dangerous as he fixed his eyes on Pex. It seems we cannot reach a consensus. Commander Pex. Pex's heart grew increasingly cold. After all, the planetary governor held the most significant position on the planet, subject to daily health inspections, making control unrealistic. To achieve his goals, he could only pursue indirect actions. Uncle Pex's address softened Cornwall's demeanor considerably. For the sake of Queebies, I too shall protect this world. Seeing that Cornwall remained silent, Pex continued, on Euronia 3, we possess a sufficient population and military strength. If managed appropriately, we can effectively curb the orc infestation in a timely manner. However, on Euronia 4, the orcs have proliferated for 5 months. If we allow this to persist, their eradication will become an insurmountable challenge. Pex's words were met with Cornwall's continued silence, though his demeanor appeared somewhat improved. Uncle, for the sake of my future with Queebies, allow me to make an attempt. I no longer request the deployment of 1 million expeditionary troops. Just grant me these 300,000 to test the waters. Pex's tone softened considerably. Very well, Cornwall sighed, shaking his head. The expedition shall proceed. After all, you are to be my future nephew-in-law. Upon your successful extermination of the green-skinned creatures on Uronia 4, return promptly, and I shall ensure that the space fleet provides you with support. As for the green-skinned creatures appearing in Ghana, I will assign Chuck to address that issue. He is the aide-de-camp who just reported to you. And I intend to promote him to general. Of course, this order is issued in the name of the Galactic Command. This serves as a political exchange. To continue the expedition against the green-skinned orcs, Pex had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 40. The Battle of Ghana. Chuck gazed with satisfaction at the appointment letter in his hands. Indeed, the governor recognized the reliability of local talent. His discord with Pex was of little consequence, as the Galactic Command had bestowed upon him the title of General of the Defense Forces. His mission was to take full command of the military maneuvers in the southern hemisphere of Uronia 3 and swiftly eradicate the emerging greenskin monstrosities. Brimming with confidence, Chuck refrained from devising any strategic plans and promptly ordered the planetary defense forces near Ghana to assemble and proceed to eliminate the orc menace. As for Pex, who had ventured with an expeditionary force to Uronia 4, Chuck was indifferent. He secretly hoped that the esteemed sector commander would meet his demise on that dreary planet. However, it soon became evident that while Chuck might excel as an advisor, the distinction between theoretical strategy and practical command was profound. His command efficiency was regrettably lacking. And by the time the regular forces he had summoned arrived to support Ghana, Ironclaw had already departed with his spoils, leaving behind a severely ravaged urban landscape. A copious amount of bloodshed, corpses, and a few hapless greenlings still reveling amidst the ruins. Upon witnessing the brutality inflicted by the orcs, Chuck was incensed and immediately ordered his troops to launch an assault on the green-skinned fiends within the city. Under the organization of their officers, the soldiers formed combat formations, with tanks and armored vehicles leading the charge through several main thoroughfares, preparing to cleanse the city of the green menace. Initially, the military advance proceeded smoothly. The scattered Orcish youths were no match for the armored firepower, let alone the foolish snotlings who merely followed the larger forces, becoming easy targets for the soldiers' laser rifles. Observing the green creature's utter vulnerability, Chuck promptly transmitted a message to Governor Cornwall, declaring that under his command, the planetary defense forces were advancing with unstoppable momentum, obliterating vast numbers of the green fiends. He was commanding his troops to accelerate their advance and swiftly eradicate the alien presence in Ghana, thereby saving the Empire's citizenry. As he sent the message, Chuck sat aboard a Valkyrie transport, a specially designed vessel larger and more fortified, equipped to accommodate a mobile command center. Positioned at the center of the command room, he reveled in the battle footage transmitted from the front lines, his heart swelling with pride. He could not fathom why these foolish green creatures warranted Pex's excessive caution. In the battle footage, greenlings emerged from the ruins, axes raised, only to be turned into Swiss cheese by laser weaponry, posing no threat whatsoever. Some soldiers even severed the heads of the orcs, displaying them as trophies on the Chimera transport. Analyzing the combat, it became clear that the orcs were merely a band of savages, bullying defenseless civilians but lacking any chance against the Empire's iron tide. As for Pex's tales, they seemed aimed at a singular purpose, to consolidate more military power. Once Chuck led his forces to eliminate the green-skinned orcs, he would relish the sight of Pex's countenance and whether it could withstand the disgrace. The 5th Squad. The 6th Squad is under orc attack. The voice of the communicator abruptly interrupted Chuck's reverie. Why fret? It's a good thing those brutes are coming to their own demise. It spares us the trouble of digging them out one by one, Chuck remarked nonchalantly. Team 10 requests assistance. We are under siege by orcs. They are everywhere. Soon. Alarming reports flooded in from all directions, each a desperate plea for help. What is happening? Chuck's expression shifted dramatically as he noticed the red dots on the radar multiplying rapidly. It appeared that those Orcish savages were gathering from every corner of the city. Why are there so many? Are these orcs not afraid of death? The battle footage from Team 10 arrived, showing orcs wielding stone axes relentlessly assaulting the firepower net. The front ranks fell, only for the rear ranks to surge forward. As one fell, another charged. The Orcish lads filled the battle line with their lives, shortening the distance to merely a few breaths. 1, 2, 3, ever more orcs broke through the storm of bullets, bringing their axes down upon the heads of human soldiers. Once the melee commenced, the planetary defenders found themselves utterly powerless, facing the Orcish fangs, battle axes, and slaughter. Before long, Team 10 was overwhelmed by the green-skinned orcs. With severed limbs and broken bodies strewn across the ground, crimson blood flowing like a river. The camera tumbled to the ground, splattering blood across half the screen. Just as everyone prepared to look away, the lens shifted, revealing a green Orcish face. "Look at this," Orca said to Orc B. Let me see." Orc B replied as he took the camera into his hands. "I don't recognize it, but I've seen this shiny round piece before. The tech lads often wear it." "Tech lads? They must be quite wealthy." Orca snatched the camera, smashed it to extract the lens, pondering how many teeth it could fetch. With that, he meticulously cleaned the lens and tucked it away. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, Chuck felt a surge of blood rush to his head. A tribe armed only with stone axes had managed to decimate his formidable human forces. Not only Team 10, but in the span of merely half an hour, 10 out of the 50 teams that entered the city had been lost. All perishing in the same manner, overwhelmed by the green tide, rendered helpless. The orcs suffered significant losses in their assault as well, yet they remained indifferent. Their laughter and war cries echoing throughout the city as if they were engaged in a revelry rather than a brutal conflict. With the elimination of numerous defenders, the Orcish lads had also seized a portion of human weaponry. Initially, they were bewildered by these items and their usage, but as they gathered in groups, their innate talents began to awaken. Some picked up wrenches and could repair, while others wielded firearms with surprising skill. An abandoned chimera transport vehicle was tinkered with by a newly mechanized orc, and with a swift kick from another orc, it sprang back to life. Soon, the remaining 40 squads of the defense forces encountered even greater troubles. The orcs no longer charged mindlessly with stone axes. Amidst the green tide, they were accompanied by sharpshooting ruffians, grenade-tossing demolitions experts, and speedsters driving chimera troop carriers, all uniquely characteristic of the Orcish forces. The equipment advantage of the Guardians was being eroded, further exacerbating the fluctuations in the morale of the mortal soldiers. Some squads began to disregard orders and withdrew from their positions without authorization. A nascent officer corps in this mortal army was proving insufficient when confronted with such ferocious alien adversaries. Chapter 41: The Wailing Banshee in the Command Room. As Chuck witnessed his troops being systematically defeated, his expression morphed from panic to fury. 50 squads, comprising 10,000 well-trained and finely equipped planetary guardians, how could they falter? How could he permit such a failure? To be vanquished by a horde of brutish savages. He would be the subject of ridicule, mocked by others, by Pex. Such a scenario was utterly intolerable, absolutely inconceivable. "Communications officer, connect me to the Wailing Banshee bombing squadron," Chuck commanded, his face darkened by determination. "The Wailing Banshee is online. How may I assist you, General?" The squadron leader's voice was calm and composed. "Ghana City has been overrun by the green-skinned beasts. Their numbers are overwhelming. I order the bombing squadron to take off immediately and conduct carpet bombing with high-temperature incendiary munitions on the designated area." After issuing the command, Chuck relayed the coordinates. After 2 minutes of confirmation, the squadron leader's voice trembled slightly with unease. "General, the designated area you provided seems to be erroneous. It nearly encompasses half the city, including our own positions. There is no issue with the area. Execute the orders." Chuck's tone was devoid of any emotion. "But, squadron leader, my command is to be executed immediately. Are you disobeying?" "And no, I wouldn't dare," the squadron leader stammered. "The Wailing Banshee will take off at once." The Empire's military discipline was harsh, devoid of compassion. The squadron leader knew that had a political officer been present, he would likely have a laser pistol aimed at his forehead by now. After relaying his orders to the Wailing Banshee bombing squadron, Chuck remained unsatisfied. He continued to instruct the communications officer. "Inform the Petrified Lizard Self-Propelled Artillery Regiment and the Scorpion-Tailed Lion Rocket Artillery Regiment to move to their designated positions and prepare for bombardment, awaiting further commands." The communications officer, not daring to delay, promptly conveyed Chuck's orders to the relevant regiments outside the city, oblivious to the catastrophic implications of Chuck's commands on the entirety of Ghana City. 3 hours later, the defending forces entrenched within the city had been driven back to the outer perimeter by the orc invaders, casualties skyrocketing. The remaining combat-capable squads numbered no more than 10 to 15. The orcs had gained a decisive advantage. The Valkyrie transport aircraft, carrying Chuck, drew near to Ghana, where the beautiful coastal city began to rise majestically from the azure waves in the distance. Standing from his command seat, Chuck approached the window, where he could gaze upon Ghana City in its entirety. Wailing Banshee commenced bombing. The reports from the bombing squadron crackled through Chuck's earpiece. At this distance, Chuck could not discern the silver wings of the bombers, yet he witnessed crimson flames erupting throughout the city, soaring hundreds of meters high. Rows of fire seemed to spew forth from every corner of the metropolis, akin to a volcanic eruption. The specially designed heavy incendiary bombs, upon full combustion, reached temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. No life could endure such a fiery hell, making this method of exterminating the green-skinned aliens utterly unparalleled. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Chuck finally smiled with satisfaction. He no longer cared about the cost of obliterating a city, as long as he could erase the stain of his previous failures. Once the flames had subsided, he intended to organize 50 squads to launch an assault from the city's periphery. Each team would be bolstered by the support of scorpion-tailed lions and petrified lizards. He desired a city devoid of any trace of greenery. This marked Chuck's final command in the campaign. Simultaneously observing the city's destruction were Iron Claw and his subordinates in the rainforest. Their concern for the compatriots left behind was non-existent. They were merely there for the spectacle. Iron Claw found the shrimp surprisingly formidable for its ability to annihilate a city so swiftly. He realized he needed to amass strength to gradually diminish the shrimp's power. Among his followers, a lad named Dullard was drooling at the sight of the heavy incendiary bombs dropped by the mournful Banshee. It seemed that the latent talent within his veins was awakening. He too yearned to create something akin to that, to engage in similar acts, as if that were the very essence of his existence. In the words of the Greenskins, bombers were exceedingly cool, truly a spectacle of whack. The subsequent Battle of Ghana extended for about another week, as the city's complex terrain and the concrete jungle provided considerable protection for the Greenskins, allowing some to survive. The effort to eradicate the surviving Greenskins prolonged the conflict, and the cost was monumental. The artillery of petrified lizards and the rocket launchers of scorpion-tailed lions nearly reduced the entire city to rubble, collapsing every high-rise. Chuck's brutal commands drew significant criticism, with many prominent figures denouncing him for the massacre of innocent lives and calling for his trial by court-martial. However, these voices were swiftly silenced by Governor Cornwall. The official narrative was that the greenskin orcs had slaughtered the residents of Ghana, leaving General Chuck no choice but to order the city's destruction. He and his soldiers suffered casualties numbering up to 10,000 in their efforts to eliminate the greenskins, and the public opinion was somewhat lenient towards those soldiers who sacrificed themselves to protect civilians. Overall, the outcry was subdued, and Chuck faced only reprimand from the governor's office as punishment. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, Pex, upon reading Chuck's battle report, was en route to Aronia 4 with his expedition fleet, anticipating their arrival in the planet's synchronous orbit in 3 days. It was not that Pex wished to progress more swiftly. Rather, the transport vessels, converted from merchant ships, were considerably slower compared to warships. Through the battle report, Pex began to appreciate Chuck's ruthlessness. Dealing with green-skin orcs required such mercilessness. Any semblance of compassion was superfluous. Upon returning to Aronia 3, Pex even contemplated fostering a closer relationship with Chuck, recognizing him as a valuable asset for the cult. Before Pex lay a holographic projection of Aronia 4, showcasing the planet's surface conditions and detailed terrain, a preparatory measure from prior reconnaissance. The radiant night had crashed in the eastern hemisphere, carving a deep canyon as its entire hull became ensconced within. After achieving a clear line of sight, the Guardian engaged in several bombardments of the radiant night, ultimately reducing it to 2 segments, rendering it nearly impossible for the orcs to exploit this human warship any further. As for the orc positions, optical radar consistently detected numerous patches of exposed green mushroom fields on the surface, all meticulously marked on the map. This observation was not merely due to exceptional reconnaissance. Rather, the vibrant green mushroom fields stood out starkly against the barren rocky planet, making them impossible to overlook. Judging by the size of the mushroom fields, they appeared rather modest, seemingly confirming the Cornwall governor's assertion that Uronian 4 is exceedingly desolate, wholly unsuitable for sustaining life, even for the green-skinned inhabitants. Pex hoped fervently that he was correct, wishing that within 5 months, this place would not give rise to an abundance of ferocious green monstrosities. Chapter 42. The first wave of impact. What? Who has arrived? At the moment when Chang Mingrue received the report from his subordinate, he was deftly operating a large excavator, digging underground. This excavator had been modified, allowing it to not only excavate with remarkable speed and efficiency, but also to spray mushroom spores through special pipes, enabling simultaneous digging and planting, akin to operating a sewing machine. Due to the tremendous rumble of the excavator, some of the green-skinned youths developed a fondness for it, prompting Chang Mingrue to procure 2 additional machines. During his leisure hours, he would take to the underground, treating it as a thrilling race to unwind. To his surprise, Just as he began to revel in the vibrations and the explosive sounds of rock being crushed, he received this unexpected news. Quick! Take me to see how many have come and what their intentions are. If they are here to fight, that would be splendid. Perhaps due to his prolonged association with the green-skinned, Chang Mingrue's accent had become increasingly unstable, and he found himself increasingly drawn to conflict. On Europa 4, there was nothing but sand. There were no enemies, not even a semblance of life. The youths engaged in daily brawls to vent their frustrations, while Chang Mingrue, towering at 5 meters as a formidable orc, struggled to find a worthy opponent. Europa 4 was barren, characterized by rocks and fierce winds. After a gust, a pair of red eyes peeked out from a layered ravine. These belonged to Chang Mingrue and a few of his astute subordinates, who had stealthily approached under the cover of the storm. In the distance, through the sandy expanse, a thriving mushroom field emerged, bringing a touch of green to this desolate planet. Suddenly, merciless fire dragons appeared, gradually consuming the mushroom field, as hundreds of human soldiers clad in protective gear wielded flamethrowers to incinerate the crops. Occasionally, a hapless orc or a green-skinned individual, caught in the flames, would erupt in agonizing screams as they transformed into burning fireballs. The sharp crack of laser guns echoed as these fireballs were shot down, eventually falling silent, reduced to ashes along with the mushroom field. Behind these soldiers loomed several massive transport ships resembling brick structures, from which more soldiers and armored units disembarked. Some joined the burning of the mushroom field, while others began constructing defensive fortifications, and yet more were establishing barracks, seemingly intent on constructing a solid base here. Chang Mingrue lifted his gaze, his vision penetrating the thin atmosphere of Europa 4, catching glimpses of shadowy figures of warships in the cosmos beyond. This indeed seemed an excellent location for establishing a base. The terrain was open, allowing direct access to the mushroom field, and the transport ships could land securely. With warships providing cover from space, orbital bombardments could be called upon at any moment. It appeared somewhat formidable, yet merely at first glance. Chang Mingrue withdrew his head, and his companions crouched down beside him, their red eyes fixed intently on him, brimming with excitement. Orcs are inherently warlike, as the Bone Breaker would say. We are born for war. We are destined to win. Surrounding the human-built base, not only were Chang Mingrue and his few companions present, but a vast throng of green-skinned warriors had also gathered, with more younglings continuously encircling from below. Beneath this land lies the very essence of the orcs. The mushroom fields above are insignificant compared to the depths below. The news of the shrimp's arrival spread rapidly, reaching nearly every orc. And after languishing for 5 months aboard the Euronia 4, without significant conflict, excitement surged among the green-skinned masses. Chang Mingrue seemed to perceive through the crimson eyes of his companions the countless gazes behind them, eyes brimming with a thirst for war, madness, and bloodshed. All the younglings awaited Chang Mingrue's command, anticipating the onset of a grand whack. Rambo, Chang Mingrue announced. The Special Operations Soldier, summoned by name, adjusted his goggles and donned them over his eyes. Awaiting your orders, sir. The Special Forces, a rarity among the green-skinned, remained calm, composed, and strictly adhered to discipline and commands. Their expertise, akin to their name, lay in specialized combat operations, with their numbers scarce, particularly abundant within the Blood Axe tribe. After all, the Blood Axe tribe was indeed exceptional, donning military coats and polished boots. Inform Kuka to notify the leaders below. Let the first wave of younglings commence their attack in half an hour. However, your task differs. I require you to capture several tongues, intact tongues. I must ascertain the intelligence from the shrimp's side. In truth, Chang Mingrue hesitated to issue this command, intending to wait, perhaps to entice the enemy deeper, allowing the human forces to amass further before striking decisively. However, recognizing that the younglings had endured long enough, he relented, permitting them a chance to whack. The orc's innate martial nature could not be suppressed. Even the Blood Axe, known for its strict discipline, struggled to maintain control over its subordinates, let alone Chang Mingrue. With a sharp salute, Rambo and the special forces behind him executed a precise military gesture, their hands positioned with remarkable accuracy. We will accomplish the mission, sir. With that, Rambo led his comrades into the tunnels. The name Rambo was bestowed by Chang Mingrue upon the leader of the special forces, a pure Chinese pronunciation, reflecting his astonishment and anticipation for the emergence of such warriors from the mushroom fields. Upon receiving the command, Kuka dispatched his psychic warriors to relay Chang Mingrue's orders to all the greenskin leaders. The first wave of orc leaders proudly showcased their muscles and weapons before the others, asserting their capability to defeat the shrimp in a single onslaught. The preparations for the impending assault flowed seamlessly, exhibiting remarkable order and structure. Order and structure may seem terms entirely incongruous with the green-skinned orcs, yet this misconception mirrors the imperial humans' misunderstanding of the orcs as mere savages wielding stone axes. In truth, the green-skinned orcs represent a higher civilization, evolving into a more organized and orderly entity as their development and numbers grow. During the historical Beast War, the orcs once established a colossal empire that spanned a galaxy, posing a grave threat to the human empire and nearly capturing its capital, Terra. Such an immense empire could not have existed without a formidable and stable organization. As the countdown to Chung Mingrue's command reached its conclusion, countless green-skinned orcs surged forth from the depths of the earth, valleys, and tunnels, encircling the human base with an overwhelming assault. The green tide appeared poised to engulf the central black point with ease. In terms of momentum, it resembled the fervent declaration of the first wave of orc leaders before their charge, suggesting that a single onslaught could utterly vanquish their adversaries. Chapter 43, Death Rock in the Vastness of Outer Space. On the bridge of the Guardian, Pex was engaged in casual conversation with the captain, exchanging experiences regarding the command of the cruiser. Suddenly, the communications officer exclaimed, "Your Excellency, the forward base under construction is under attack by the green-skinned orcs. They are surging forth like a tide from all directions." So soon? Despite having anticipated this, the timing of the orc assault still caught Pex off guard. He had foreseen that the orcs would initiate an attack, for it is nearly impossible for a warlike race such as theirs to suppress their inherent martial instincts. Initially, Pex had envisioned facing a large-scale orc assault only after the landing forces had reached approximately 100,000 and established preliminary defensive positions. If the plan proceeded smoothly, the landing forces would exploit the defensive positions to significantly deplete the orcs' living strength, after which Pex would continuously provide reinforcements, deploying the entire expeditionary force to annihilate the orc main body. At that juncture, the chances of success for the expedition would rise to 50%, followed by a meticulous sweep to eradicate all mushroom fields and orc nests. However, the first step of the plan had already encountered an unforeseen complication. The defensive positions were not yet established, and the landing forces numbered only around 50,000 when the orcs launched their offensive. "Project the visuals onto my terminal," Pex commanded as he approached his command station. The entire holographic projection of Euronia 4 began to shrink, focusing on an area centered around the landing point, encompassing the entire forward base and the surrounding terrain. With an aerial view, the projection not only displayed the entire battlefield but also delineated several smaller projections illustrating the orcs' points of origin, the most threatening orc units, and their primary attack directions. Several key visuals captured Pex's attention, particularly a few burrows from which the orcs were continuously emerging. No wonder they gathered so swiftly and approached so closely. Have they constructed tunnels underground? Pex mused to himself. The second visual comprised a matrix of several screens showcasing various heavy equipment, some familiar and some not. This equipment included long-range heavy artillery, various bizarre forms of massive cannons, armored units, vehicles of questionable origin and each with distinct designs, infantry support weapons, demolition devices, incendiary weapons, and soldiers wielding enormous firearms, and heavy infantry regiments, armored warriors wielding large cleavers and imposing orc brutes. This was undoubtedly the main force of the green-skinned orcs. Pex realized he had underestimated the rapid development and equipment sophistication of the orcs. In merely 5 months, they had assembled a force of such immense scale and superior armament. Faced with this terrifying green tide, the forward base would be overwhelmed in an instant. Dispatch the second wave of the expeditionary forces immediately. Deploy all armored divisions. Inform the commander at the forward base that I do not want casualty figures. I only require him to hold for 1 hour. Pex's thunderous orders reverberated throughout the entire communications channel. Captain, I hope the fleet can swiftly arrange its formation and prepare for orbital bombardment. Upon hearing Commander Pex's orders, the captain of the Guardian solemnly nodded, acknowledging that the preparations would require at least an hour. Can the forward base truly withstand the impending assault? Even if it cannot, we must endure. These damn xenomorphs are gathering in such overwhelming numbers. It presents an excellent opportunity to inflict significant damage upon them. The soldiers of the Empire ought to be loyal to the Empire, Pex stated coldly. Having experienced a previous space battle, the fleet of the Oronian star system has been bolstered with the support of the Ministry of Military Affairs, now comprising a Cobra-class destroyer and 6 Star-class frigates. This is the utmost sincerity that the Ministry can offer. Thus, the total strength of the fleet consists of 1 cruiser, 2 destroyers, and 6 frigates. Before embarking on their expedition, Pex equipped these warships with a substantial arsenal of orbital bombardment weapons, primarily to annihilate a large number of orcs and to prepare for the siege of their fortress, though he had not anticipated the urgency of their deployment. As the human fleet in the sky assumed their bombing formation, the orc forces on the ground were in a frenzy. Leading the charge were the speed-obsessed biker gang, a group of orcs fervently devoted to velocity, who adorned their motorcycles and vehicles in vibrant red hues, utterly disregarding reliability in favor of sheer speed. Recently, they had developed a penchant for rock music, each vehicle equipped with a speaker. In the subspace, the power of the horde performed by Chung Mingre resonated like a symphony across the battlefield. Storm, obscure the skies. Countless missiles and cannons unleashed their fury, slicing through the heavens towards the human positions. The cacophony of explosions and anguish screams filled the air, as flames and flickering white light illuminated the forward base with blinding brilliance. Earth, hear our battle cry. The biker gang surged forward, crashing through the human defenses, unleashing their firepower indiscriminately or colliding with obstacles. Stopping was not an option for them. The entire plane trembled under the relentless wave of green, akin to an earthquake. The defending human expeditionary forces, utilizing Chimera transport vehicles and Lehman Russ tanks in coordination with heavy weapon emplacements, constructed a makeshift defensive line, barely managing to hold their ground. Their firepower inflicted considerable casualties upon the charging orcs. Flames and lightning granted strength. From the sky came a resounding wayag, as hundreds of rocket-armed youths descended amidst flames. Upon landing, they hurled stick bombs, decimating the recently erected human defenses, while some of the more audacious among them launched themselves at tanks, detonating in a fiery explosion alongside their turrets. Streams of green lightning descended from above, obliterating numerous heavy weapon positions, the result of the psychics in the rear unleashing their might. The human forces were indeed exerting every effort to defend, as transport aircraft continually landed within the forward base, delivering waves of armored units and elite troops for reinforcement. Yet the defenses of the stronghold teetered on the brink of collapse, and barely half an hour had passed. To the east of the base, at its most protruding point, the orcs' charge finally collided with the outer defenses. After a mere 3 minutes, the line was breached. Several enormous war skugs, towering at 10 meters, unleashed a thunderous roar into the sky upon breaking through the front line. Death. Such was the greeting from the green-skinned horde. Whack. Chapter 44. The four-sided sandwich. Chung Mingrue possessed an abundance of skilled subordinates, endowing each orc with equipment of luxurious caliber. Even the most mundane of foot soldiers were outfitted with standard weaponry and defensive armor, not to mention the formidable artillery units and the myriad armored troops, alongside the colossal Skug war beasts, all of which were armed to the teeth. This is precisely why, in the initial wave of assault, the orc forces, with their diverse array of specialized troops, managed to completely overpower the human expeditionary forces. To be candid, Cheng Mingrue had somewhat underestimated the strength at his disposal. His troops were not only well-equipped, but also numerous. The exceptional agricultural efficiency of the Great Digger rendered the subterranean mushroom fields nearly boundless, with a daily influx of new recruits that was beyond counting. Even a test attack using around 200,000 greenskins to relieve the pressure on his forces, followed by an attempt to lure the enemy deeper into their territory, was an acceptable loss. Such lavish armament was exceedingly rare among all greenskins. Aside from a deficiency in aerial forces and Titan-class armored units, virtually all other orc troops were fully equipped. With this level of strength, they could boldly confront the renowned Star Realm military regiments, and even engage in a test of strength against less formidable Space Marine chapters. A crimson beam pierced the atmosphere of Oronia 4, dispersing the thin clouds and casting a fierce light upon the greenskin ranks on the eastern front. In an instant, the green tide faltered as numerous Orcish creatures and their equipment were swept away by the searing ray. Despite their physical prowess, orc bodies remained mortal. While some of the larger brutes and war beasts could withstand artillery fire, they too would be reduced to ash in the face of such energy-level bombardments. The crimson pillar of death etched a semicircle across the eastern front, carving a chasm filled with molten lava. The immediate threat to the forward base was temporarily alleviated. Yet, Pex's expression remained grim. The energy reserves aboard the Guardian had been significantly depleted by the recent bombardment, and recharging for the next strike would take considerable time. He could not afford to initiate a premature strike, lest the enormous Skug war beast breach the forward base. Nevertheless, a hasty bombardment could not entirely halt the greenskin charge. The chasm, suffused with molten rock, was an insurmountable barrier for ordinary life, yet merely a minor inconvenience for the greenskins. The speedsters among them found it exhilarating, cranking their vehicles to maximum velocity and leaping across the chasm, with those who succeeded roaring in triumph on the opposite bank, while those who failed met their demise against the chasm's wall, provoking raucous laughter from their comrades. The greenskin infantry, emboldened by their armor, leapt directly into the chasm, their feet landing on the scorching stones and molten rock. Some were burned, while others managed to vault over. Those who succeeded would reveal a layer of green energy enveloping their feet, for the greenskins had entered a state of wyak, as long as they believed they could ascend. The powerful wyak spirit would empower them to do so. The orcs to the east require additional time to traverse the ravines, while those on the other three fronts have boldly advanced under the cover of the human expeditionary forces ranged fire to the very gates of the base. The southern front was the first to engage. Here, the orc battalion primarily utilized filthy transports and filthy tanks. The transport vehicles, resembling pickups, disregarded their status as lightly armored units, racing forward with reckless abandon, the driver's finger never leaving the trigger of the gun mounted at the front. After sustaining significant losses, the transports reached a critical distance, at which point the launchers mounted on the backs of the pickups activated, hurling the green-skinned warriors or explosives over the base walls into the ranks of the expeditionary forces. The orcs, bolstered by the wyak spirit, transformed the seemingly ordinary warriors into formidable combatants, convinced that their crude weapons could sever anything in their path, as the human defenses crumbled under the onslaught of these warriors. The filthy tanks entered firing range. The design of the filthy tanks echoed the essence of the green-skinned, large, powerful, and imbued with the spirit of wyak. Their armor was merely adequate, and the chassis allowed for rapid movement, while the turrets were astonishingly oversized. Following a barrage from numerous filthy tanks, several breaches were blasted into the base's defensive wall, after which they simultaneously unleashed a torrent of shells into these gaps while charging forward. In stark contrast to the armored assault from the south, the Western Front exhibited a more primal approach, predominantly characterized by a multitude of squigs and their riders launching their assault. Squigs could be likened to the shapeshifters among the green-skinned, the most common being the vibrant red ones with wide-open mouths, ready to gnash at their foes. There were also delectable, juicy varieties, and some adorned with colorful tufts that could embellish the green-skinned heads. In the absence of sufficient minerals to equip the greenskins with weapons, squigs became their armament. The squig riders, accompanied by a myriad of squigs of various shapes and sizes, surged forth like an unleashed menagerie, each creature ferocious and wild. These squig beasts, undeterred by the bombardment of artillery or the storm of lasers and bullets, crashed against the walls of the advancing base, climbing up in layers. Upon breaching a gap, they flooded into the human expeditionary forces' defenses, tearing apart vehicles and flesh alike. Lastly, the northern front, the last to engage, remained the most unadorned. At the forefront of the green-skinned formation stood a multitude of Choppa boys and Shutta boys, advancing slowly like a moving dune, exchanging casualties with the human expeditionary forces atop the walls, while ordinary green-skinned warriors fell lifeless when struck. The kill tanks, driven by Gretchens, and slaughter tanks, driven by orcs, pressed forward, unfazed by the majority of the fire, trailing plumes of black smoke in their wake. Behind the formation, the greenskins had prepared a substantial array of long-range support fire, with a variety of large artillery pieces continuously bombarding the advancing base. The notion of surrounding three and cutting one is non-existent among the greenskins. If a battle is to be waged, it must be undertaken from all directions simultaneously, with each approach executed with unparalleled ferocity. Each greenskin is resolute in its determination not to cede any enjoyment to its rivals. The sequence of events becomes indistinguishable, and ultimately, the defenses of the advancing base collapse in a mere 30 minutes. A multitude of greenskin creatures surge into the fray, igniting a chaotic melee. Based on past experiences, it becomes exceedingly difficult for humanity to organize any effective resistance. It won't be long before the greenskins eradicate every last enemy within the base. Chapter 45. The unwavering loyalty. The initial wave of assault took Chang Mingrue completely by surprise. He had only dispatched 1/10 of his subordinates. Although it appeared that more than 1/10 had engaged, undoubtedly some of the young men had disobeyed orders and joined in, even with a slight increase in numbers. He had not anticipated that this single charge would be sufficient to shatter the human base's defenses, which swiftly crumbled. allowing the battlefield to encroach deep into the interior of the base, unfolding around the landing zone. Had it not been for the continuous reinforcements arriving from human transport ships above, this base would have fallen swiftly. How can it escalate so quickly, without more shrimp? There is no fun left, Cheng Mingrui lamented. In stark contrast to Cheng Mingrui's nonchalance, Pex, in space, had lost all color from his face. Even the elite armored divisions he had deployed were unable to withstand the Orcish onslaught. They were barely holding out after just 1 hour, with a throbbing headache. Pex closed his eyes, contemplating in silence for a minute before reopening them, fatigue etched across his features. Captain, let the ships commence full bombardment. The commander of the Guardian, his expression grave, offered no objections, refraining from citing the presence of troops below or the inadequacy of bombardment coverage across the battlefield. He simply nodded silently, issuing the command for the fleet to initiate a comprehensive bombardment. Accompanied by the creaking of machinery, each warship opened one or several bomb bays, revealing the bombs designated as Imperial Truth. Under the influence of gravity, the Truth plummeted toward Aronia 4, shrieking through the air. Below, within the confines of the forward base, the soldiers of the Expeditionary Force continued to battle the orcs, taking refuge against the transport ships' landing pads. Wounded soldiers were being evacuated to the Guardian, while new transport vessels continued to deliver reinforcements. The reason these soldiers persisted was not due to an indomitable spirit, but rather the stark reality that they had no avenue for retreat. Only through combat could they hope to survive. The descending bombs severed their last glimmer of hope as colossal mushroom clouds erupted over the plain, engulfing everything in a searing inferno, leaving no distinction between humans and orcs. Command Center, what are you doing? We are still down here. Why have you commenced orbital bombardment? The commander of the forward base shouted furiously into the communicator. What do you mean we can withdraw now? Wasn't it agreed that we would hold for an hour? Withdraw? With this kind of bombardment overhead, how can the transports take off? What do you mean it is up to us now? Damn it. Hello. Hello. After venting a few more expletives, the commander slammed down the communicator. Looking outside, a blinding white flash enveloped the world in brilliance. Without protective eyewear, the commander's eyes would have been seared. Against the backdrop of the immense mushroom cloud, the human soldiers of the Expeditionary Force could no longer bear the pressure. Some succumbed to despair while others wept, pointing their weapons at their own heads. Meanwhile, the orcs pressed their attack without a hint of fear or trepidation. In fact, they grew more fervent, their battle cries echoing louder amidst the chaos. With a slight pursing of his lips, the commander of the forward base activated all communication channels, including the loudspeakers outside the command center, to commence a global broadcast. The orbital bombardment had commenced, rendering further combat futile. Everyone was ordered to board the nearest transport ship and retreat immediately. Upon concluding the broadcast, he removed his cap and donned a steel helmet, instructing all members of the command's guard to remain behind and continue the fight, buying time for the withdrawal. After issuing his final command, the base commander equipped himself with his dual iron claws and exited the makeshift command room, rallying his Kashyyydan guard with cries of loyalty to the Emperor as they collided with the vanguard of the orc forces. The majority of the orc troops, drawn into the fray, diminished their pressure on the airport, allowing several transport ships to ascend and evacuate. Time waits for no one, and neither do opportunities. Some were fortunate enough to board a transport amid the chaos, while others were left behind. Even those who managed to board a transport were not guaranteed safety. Above them loomed the orcs' ample anti-aircraft fire, while below, the truth bombs rained down from the sky. Ultimately, only a scant few ships managed to escape unscathed. In such tumultuous circumstances, each person fortunate enough to survive was overwhelmed with emotion, often leading to lapses in judgment and failure to notice irregularities. These shrimp are truly ruthless. I seem to have suffered a loss this time, Cheng Mingrui lamented as he gazed upon the plains being ravaged by orbital bombardment. Don't worry, Sly Chief. I'll remember this grudge against the shrimp. Once our ancient giant is completed, we shall ascend and rain down all the munitions upon their heads, letting them experience the sensation of bombs falling upon them. The clever one chimed, bouncing around Cheng Mingrui. Oh, right, the ancient giant. It's splendid to have a tech-savvy lad around. Let us go and check on the progress of the ancient giant, Cheng Mingrui exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he recalled an important matter. With no further battles to engage in, they resolved to focus on work. Not only Cheng Mingrui, but also the commanders who had not participated in the fight were equally disappointed. As for the casualties caused by the bombardment, no one paid heed. The greenskin ones, now reduced to rubble, would eventually transform into fertile mushroom fields. yielding even more green-skinned inhabitants. Sly Chief, there is another matter. The Special Forces reported that they captured several shrimp tongues. If you wish to interrogate them, you must act swiftly. I fear that the Special Forces may not be able to protect those shrimp. I saw other green-skinned creatures drooling at the sight of them, the clever one continued, trailing Qing Mingrue, chattering incessantly. Their leader, what was it, Lon something, is gone. He likely fell victim to the shrimp's bombardment. I had warned him to paint his camouflage blue, but he insisted on matching the shrimp's uniform, he lamented. Lonbo is gone? Qing Mingrue exclaimed in astonishment, turning to look at the clever one. Indeed, I saw that their Special Forces returned with only half of their number. The tallest leader is no more. I am certain of it, the clever one asserted confidently. It seemed that naming oneself had not brought Lonbo any fortune. The anticipation had been in vain. Next time, let us paint the promising young Special Forces soldier with a blue face. The lads all believe that red signifies swiftness while blue brings fortune, which holds a certain truth among the orcs. Qing Mingrue rubbed his smooth chin and instructed the Special Forces soldier to bring over the shrimp, so we could head to Gujuji together. I merely have a few questions to ask. However, since the shrimp's ship has already departed, any inquiries would be futile. All right, Chief, you go ahead. I will follow shortly. The clever one ignited the jetpack on his back and soared into the sky with a whoosh. Alas, how dull it is, no battles to engage in. The green-skinned orcs must grow stronger through combat, persistently facing increasingly fierce challenges. Given my current prowess, I fear I may remain at this size for quite some time. With a slight sigh, Qing Mingrue resigned himself to the reality of enduring this tedium. Chapter 46, Greetings on Board the Guardian. A flurry of activity unfolded in the docking area designated for smaller transport vessels. Despite the limited number of ships that managed to evacuate from the 100,000-strong expeditionary force, nearly every vessel was crammed with personnel, the majority of whom were wounded. To ensure timely medical intervention, numerous medical teams conducted surgeries, transfusions, and bandaging right on site. The anguished cries of the injured, the frantic efforts of medical staff, and the continuous arrival of new spacecraft rendered the already cramped docking area even more chaotic and cacophonous, inducing a palpable sense of distress. At this moment, Pexis found himself deeply unsettled. The Expeditionary Force's initial landing had ended in failure, with nearly a third of its combat strength lost in a single engagement. Even as the commander of the galaxy, the blow to his reputation was immense. Upon reaching the triage area, Pexis personally assisted the doctors in tending to the wounded soldiers, applying pressure to staunch bleeding and administering injections. The Empire is grateful for your sacrifice, soldier, he said, as he injected a painkiller into a soldier's arm. Rest well, and may you recover swiftly. He patted the soldier's shoulder, leaving the man speechless with gratitude. Pexis's objectives were clear: to win the hearts of the soldiers, expand his faction, and consolidate his power, an endeavor that served multiple purposes. Initially, the soldiers who had returned were resentful towards their command. However, witnessing the esteemed galaxy commander personally visiting the injured dissipated their grievances. Even if his visit was merely a fade, it still represented a rare gesture of respect in a world where such acknowledgement was exceedingly precious. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Pexis bandaged another soldier's wounds when an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him, as though the boundary between life and death had narrowed to a mere breath. The Kashyyyk soldiers behind him seemed to share this intuition, swiftly loading their Hellfire guns and preparing for combat. Greetings from your illustrious leader, the Sly Boss. A deep, steady voice resonated suddenly in the air. To the astonishment of all present, 5 orcs, each towering at least 2 meters, materialized from thin air. With their shotguns, they decimated nearly all the Kashyyyk soldiers. The Kashyyyk forces quickly retaliated, piercing one orc's chest and severing another's arm. The 2 closest Kashyyyk soldiers to Pexis collided with him, knocking him to the ground, only to be gruesomely cleaved in 2 by a curved blade. With bloodied weapon in hand, the assailant aimed menacingly at Pexis's neck. In that critical moment, Pexis demonstrated remarkable reflexes, evading the strike just in time, causing the blade to embed itself into the deck with a clang, leaving a striking scar across Pexis's face from the resulting sparks. A voice of surprise echoed through the air. Pexis quickly raised his hands towards the air before him, compressing his psychic energy, and with a resounding crack, it struck something unseen in the atmosphere. An orc leader, adorned with red goggles and laden with 2 chains of ammunition, wielding 2 impressively large shotguns at his waist, was propelled into view. Rambo planted his knife firmly into the ground, casting a fierce glare at Pex. His assassination attempt to claim a trophy had failed, This entire sequence of battles unfolded in a mere flash, leaving ordinary onlookers stunned as they realized Rambo had been felled by Pex, and that orcs had indeed infiltrated the warship. The crowd erupted into chaos, many scrambling to arm themselves, some already aiming their weapons at the looming orc figures. The opportunity for assassination was singular. One failure meant no second chance. Lying on the ground, Rambo whistled sharply, signaling a retreat, and rolled away just in time to evade the laser fire aimed at him. As he completed his roll, he brandished two formidable shotguns, ready for action. Bang, bang, bang. Even if he could not secure a trophy, Rambo was determined to test whether he could eliminate Pex. Unfortunately, the vigilant guards formed a human shield before Pex, including the wounded soldier who had previously tended to Pex's injuries. The high-caliber shotguns caused widespread damage, toppling several members of the human barricade and injuring Pex, though not fatally. More soldiers from the expeditionary force rallied with their weapons, launching an assault against the few orc commandos. Despite their bravery, the commandos were overwhelmed, and two fell swiftly. Recognizing the futility of his continued resistance, Rambo unbuckled his belt, discarding all the grenades it held. The gathering soldiers mistook the grenades for hand grenades and hastily took cover, while Pex, shielded by his guards, made his escape from the docking area. A series of explosions ensued. Some were genuine grenades causing significant casualties, while others were flashbangs creating chaos. And smoke grenades provided cover for the commandos to conceal themselves. Amidst the turmoil, Rambo and his remaining two comrades stealthily reached a corner of the docking area, where a small supply ship awaited, its crew bewildered by the unfolding events. Soldiers inside quickly opened the hatch. A massive explosion has occurred, many are injured, and we need assistance. Rambo reached the external communicator of the supply ship and spoke in the accent he had recently learned from an officer. At your command, sir. The crew inside, oblivious to the true nature of the situation, hurriedly opened the hatch. What greeted them were two flashbangs that blinded the crew, and Rambo surged forward into the ship. Within the confined space of the warship, the advantage of his rifles was overwhelming, and Rambo slaughtered the crew with ruthless efficiency. The smoke from the smoke grenades still lingered in the docking area, providing cover as Rambo and his two subordinates piloted the supply ship, crashing through the fixed supports and soaring into the vastness of space. Of course, departing in such a manner was not Rambo's style. His mind was flooded with memories of Chang Ming-Rue recounting the legendary feats of Rambo, tales of solitary ventures, of facing 100 foes alone. Each recollection ignited a fervor within him, filling him with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. In the tale of Chang Ming-Rue, he reimagines the saga of Rambo within the context of an interstellar era, making slight modifications and embellishments. For instance, Rambo's adversaries are transformed into interstellar warriors, ethereal beings, and cosmic wraiths, ultimately metamorphosing the protagonist Rambo into an orc. As I have mentioned, Boss Yami, I extend greetings on behalf of the cunning leader. The corners of Rambo's mouth curled into a subtle smile as he grasped the remote control at his waist and decisively pressed the red button. The explosives, long positioned in the docking area, detonated one after another, unleashing flames and shockwaves that consumed all life in the vicinity. The entire docking area was transformed into a hell on earth, with survivors dwindling to a mere fraction. Witnessing the towering infernos erupting from the docking area, Rambo's smile broadened with delight as he piloted the supply ship in a plummeting descent towards Aronia 4. Chapter 47 Interrogation. After receiving rudimentary treatment in the medical pod, Pex realized that a violent explosion had occurred in the docking area shortly after his departure. Rambo's actions had truly unsettled him. While he bore no fear of death, the burgeoning cult had only just begun to take shape, and he could not betray the mission entrusted to him by the will of the swarm. He simply could not afford to die yet. He commanded the Kashigan squad to utilize servo skulls to inspect all warships, for the elusive orc might still be lurking aboard, waiting for the opportune moment. As Pex issued his orders, a nearby physician was stitching the wounds on his face. The pain of the sutures did nothing to hinder Pex from fulfilling his responsibilities. The servo skulls, a product prohibited by humanity following the Iron Men rebellion, were crafted from human skulls and served as drone-like devices, wetware assistive equipment. In contemporary human culture, a pure human skull symbolizes purity and sacrifice, embodying a profoundly positive emblem. The materials sourced from the servo skulls of the Emperor's loyal servants were exceedingly rare and potent, capable of scanning, counter-invisibility, and computational assistance. Some advanced servo skulls could even offer military advice as aides de camp. In order to identify potential threats, Pex deployed all available servo skulls, Rambo's assault necessitated that this thorough inspection extend throughout the fleet for approximately a week. Ultimately, although no significant findings emerged, the presence of Kashigen and the servo skulls became a routine aspect of the warship's patrols. The entire fleet lingered in the synchronized orbit of Aronia 4 for a week, occasionally unleashing orbital bombardments on the greenskins below, reveling in their vulnerability to spaceborne firepower. Pex recognized that the expedition had failed. However, fighting was futile, and retreat was unsatisfactory. So he remained adrift in orbit. Regardless of Pex's inner turmoil, Cheng Mingrue was preoccupied with a troublesome matter that had arisen from the interrogation of a captured tongue. Underground. The operatives had excavated a significant pit, repurposing it as a factory to assemble ancient hulks, traditional Orcish colossal garbage warships. Logically, it seemed improbable for the orcs to commence shipbuilding so soon after arriving on a planet, even with their technological advantages. Yet, Cheng Mingrue had a plethora of skilled technicians at his disposal, allowing for such audacity. Observing that the frames of 3 ancient hulks were already half-assembled, Cheng Mingrue felt quite pleased. The issues surrounding the subspace engines were manageable, and the development of various large-caliber weaponry posed no technical challenges. As for maneuverability, a simple red paint job would suffice. Navigational safety, however, presented a dilemma. Traversing subspace was perilous, and Cheng Mingrue lacked the technical data from the Geller field. Nevertheless, he resolved to confront whatever demons awaited him. After all, he was already one of the greenskins, so he would press on. Boss, the tongue is right here. Several operatives, led by a clever rascal, approached Cheng Mingrue. Although the tongue had lost much of its significance, humans were wholly incapable of contending with them. Obtaining intelligence held little value. Still, idleness was unappealing, so he decided to inquire casually. 5 human soldiers, blindfolded, knelt in a row before Cheng Mingrue, held in place by a group of special forces. Many trembled, with one unfortunate individual wetting himself, his trousers drenched. What is this? Are you afraid? With Cheng Mingrue's current intellect, comprehending human language was merely a matter of mental agility, although the vocalizations of the Orcish race sounded rather peculiar when uttering human words. The soldiers, paralyzed by fear, remained silent, fully aware of their predicament as captives of the greenskin beings. Even with their eyes covered, they could sense and hear their surroundings. The prolonged silence embarrassed the special forces behind the humans, who felt disrespected by the captives' refusal to respond. Thus, a particularly hot-tempered member of the special forces declared, "Commander, allow me to persuade these tongues to speak." Without waiting for Cheng Mingrue's response, he seized the soldier who had soiled himself, tearing away his blindfold and helmet and discarding them. On Orlonia 4, oxygen was non-existent, and the temperature was inhospitable to human life. Soon, the soldier gasped for breath, his cries of agony echoing as he writhed on the ground until he succumbed to the torment. Answer whatever the commander asks, or rest assured, your demise will be far more agonizing than his. The Special Forces soldier warned the human captives before proudly returning to his ranks, exuding an air of training and professionalism. What is the scale of your forces? Where is this star system located? What is the population of your kind? Cheng Mingrue began to casually inquire. This time, the human captives complied, save for a sergeant who rebuked the others. Yet, he could utter only a couple of curses before a member of the Special Forces swiftly ended his life with a cut to his throat, blood flooding into his windpipe, choking him. Thereafter, the interrogation proceeded without further incident, and Cheng Mingrue acquired the information he sought. Learning that the expeditionary force numbered 300,000 and that he had only eliminated a third of them left him disheartened. If he had successfully lured them into a trap, the thrill would have been doubled. The promising intelligence revealed that this system, known as Orlonia, was a small, remote, and overlooked star system, with human strength insufficiently robust, making it an ideal breeding ground. Have any of you received higher education, particularly regarding recent events in the galaxy and human history? Cheng Mingrue refrained from referring to humans derogatorily this time. The human empire was a society rigidly stratified, with the lower classes typically lacking access to substantial knowledge. This was not only to facilitate control, but also because knowledge could incite corruption. The upper echelons of those empires were acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the subspace. Even the strategic minds of the Space Marines could fall into degradation, let alone ordinary individuals. In truth, Cheng Mingrue intended to pose these questions casually. He possessed some understanding of the Warhammer 40k universe prior to his transmigration. Even a few fragments of information would allow him to infer the temporal context he inhabited, which would be advantageous for his future endeavors. After all, the Emperor was perched upon a golden throne, What significant events lay beyond this timeline? Cheng Mingrui pondered in his mind. In the present time, as delineated by the Chronicle of the Human Empire, we find ourselves in the 42nd millennium. The most significant event of the past 2 millennia has been the commencement of the 13th Black Crusade by the Chaos War Master Abaddon. A soldier recounted with an emotionless tone, as though he were not merely narrating but had witnessed the events firsthand. The Cadia, the bulwark against the Eye of Terror, was shattered by the Black Fortress cast down by Abaddon, and a great rift now cleaves the galaxy, dividing it into eastern and western realms. Chapter 48. The 42nd millennium. Aside from Abaddon's Dark Crusade, this tragic galaxy simultaneously endured numerous significant events. Particularly within this millennium, the scale, intensity, and scope of warfare, alongside the vast array of populations and species involved, represent an exceedingly rare period in the annals of galactic history. Some proclaim it to be the dawn of destruction, the prologue to the end of all civilizations. Indeed, from the current perspective, particularly that of the human empire, the alien entities have grown increasingly active, with insurrections, piracy, and mutations on the rise. The soldier who spoke rose to his feet, and curiously, the special ops squad behind him seemed oblivious, allowing him to act freely. The strategy of pitting the orcs against the Tyranids in mutual attrition proved a dismal failure. Although the Tyranids triumphed in Octalios, and their hive fleets grew ever more formidable, the orcs, fueled by the fierce intensity of war, became more active, larger, and stronger. Among the orcs, remarkable leaders and unpredictable variables emerged, most notably Gazkolmag Uruk-Thraka, whose moniker, the Breaker of Bones, resonates with notoriety. Furthermore, intelligence concerning the Necron dynasty and the formation of the Reaper army of the undead emerged, alongside the return of the Primarch Robot Gilliman, who initiated the Indomitus Crusade. If you seek knowledge, I can divulge it all. The soldier's voice took on an eerie tone. Cheng Mingrui was about to inquire about certain specifics, particularly concerning Gilliman, the Primarch mockingly referred to as the 13th brother, who was not only diligent and benevolent but also remarkably formidable. No. How could an ordinary human possess such extensive knowledge? How could he even be aware of the Necron and Eldar intelligence? A flash of green light seemed to pierce through Cheng Mingrui's befuddled mind. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a chaotic mark on the human's forehead, emanating a blue glow. Cursed! The exclamation slipped from his lips. A dialect of ancient Tao. How intriguing that a green-skinned orc could speak it. The peculiar human soldier approached Cheng Mingrui, his outstretched arm elongating as if to reach for his forehead. Let me see. Little one, what do you know? Cursed! 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 Cheng Mingrui refrained from speaking, inwardly berating himself. The very thing he feared had come to pass. Yet, due to some mysterious force, his powerful body lay utterly immobilized. To dispel the crisis, Cheng Mingrui incessantly muttered within his mind, I cannot endure this any longer. I shall obliterate the accursed deity with a single blow. Yet, it seemed futile. The hand inched ever closer to his forehead. Meanwhile, Kid, who was busy constructing an effigy of the Great Brother on the ancient dragon bones, remained oblivious to the changes occurring across the platform. Ever since the divine tongue spoken by Kuka spread among the green-skinned orcs, their fervor had intensified. In ordinary moments, they referred to the Great Brother in their native tongue. Yet during significant events, they would honorably address him in the divine language, often leading to fortunate occurrences. This has also inspired the green-skinned devotees to fervently venerate the illustrious Manhwaergo, whenever circumstances permit, regardless of the task at hand. The first order of business is to erect a grand statue in his honor. Once established, they would summon eccentric characters like Kuka to host a concert. Amidst a jubilant and ecstatic celebration, where a radiant halo of golden light would envelop the newly erected statue, a ritual known as opening the light. This term, a divine utterance, was first exclaimed by Cheng Mingrui upon witnessing Kuka illuminate the statue, a moment of astonishment that gave birth to this new expression, which subsequently spread widely. Although Kid is not one of these eccentric figures, he too holds a deep reverence for Manhwaergo. He has observed that whenever a creation bears the statue of Manhwaergo, the process unfolds remarkably smoothly, and the final product possesses exceptional utility. Thus, whenever he constructs something substantial, he personally crafts a statue of Mao. After fastening the last screw onto the statue, Kid joyfully struck it once more. This statue is truly magnificent. Now we await Kuka to perform the opening light ritual. The clashing of hammer and screw resonated like a devoted follower striking a sacred bell, imbuing the statue with extraordinary power. The sound waves rippled through another dimension, swiftly enveloping the entire underground factory. Suddenly, Chung Mingrue felt a surge of movement. He launched a powerful punch at the human before him. The frail human form could not withstand the force of the orc warlord's iron fist, exploding like a ripe watermelon. Fragments scattering everywhere. Breathing heavily due to the immense psychological pressure from moments ago, Cheng Mingrue raised his fist, panting. Hee, not bad, little one. You are quite remarkable. A peculiar voice echoed in his ears. Do not harbor such malice. We could easily strike a bargain. Your every action is not without intent. To convey my sincerity, I shall bestow upon you a gift, a precious gift. Once you receive it, you may choose how to dispose of it as you wish. With that, perhaps due to a loss of its vessel, the eerie voice dissipated. Boss, why do you hold up your fist? The Special Forces youngsters asked Cheng Mingrue. Their expressions tinged with confusion, as it seemed the strange state had only affected him. It's nothing. I merely found these little shrimp displeasing. Dispose of them. Cheng Mingrue refrained from revealing the matter of the dark god to his subordinates. In a reality so severely encroached upon by the subspace, casually uttering the names and deeds of dark deities was exceedingly perilous. As you command. The Special Forces saluted and proceeded to slit the throats of all the captives, dragging their lifeless bodies away. Feeling a sense of having escaped death, Cheng Mingrue sat down heavily, his mind swirling with complex thoughts. Ever since he ascended to the rank of warlord, his subordinates had multiplied, and he had grown increasingly arrogant. A stark contrast to the cautiousness he once exhibited upon his arrival. He must exercise greater caution in the future. The treacherous 40K universe, rife with fiends and phantoms, poses significant dangers. Fortuitously, he has manhwarecap watching over him. He shudders to think what might have happened had he been reborn into another race. Would he have met his end within moments of his arrival? However, understanding the era in which he finds himself has indeed been the greatest boon of this adventure. Boss, what troubles you? The clever spirit seemed to sense Cheng Mingrue's psychological shift and inquired with concern. It's nothing, just a bit tired. I need to sit for a while. The mischievous spirit, surprisingly attentive, brought some comfort to Cheng Mingrue's heart. Please fetch me a few succulent skewers, the most delectable ones, and also some mushroom wine. I wish to indulge in a delightful feast. No problem, boss. I assure you that I will make sure you are thoroughly satisfied and pleased. With a swift whoosh, the clever spirit took off. Alone, Cheng Mingrue raised his gaze to the distant statue of the revered Gao Manhwarecap and whispered a prayer of gratitude. Thank you for your blessings. Gao Manhwarecap. Chapter 49. Engaging in the art of Goglo since the last time an oracle inscribed in Chinese characters regarding Gomo or G appeared on his table. Cheng Mingrue had refrained from offering prayers to him. This brush with survival had instilled in Cheng a newfound piety. Exchanging faith for safety seemed a worthwhile bargain. As he continued to excavate deeper, a familiar yet indistinct notion flickered in Cheng Mingrue's mind, compelling him to inscribe it onto the floor with a magnetic explosion coil. Once the conceptual information faded from his consciousness, he gazed silently at the markings he had etched into the floor. This scene felt strikingly familiar. He sensed that after experiencing it a couple more times, he would grow accustomed to it. To prevent Kuka from deciphering the characters above, Cheng struck the floor with a firm hand, creating a significant indentation in the metallic surface. Was Gomo or G instructing me to dig deeper? Did the malevolent entity intend to bestow upon me a gift? What connection might these two notions share? Should I heed them? Cheng Mingrue scratched his bald head in confusion. In truth, he was uncertain about the nature of the malevolent entity he had encountered. In the subspace, the malevolent deities were not limited to merely 5. Those were merely the most renowned and powerful. Surely, he could not be the target of Qianqi's gaze, could he? Who could possibly be so unfortunate? Cheng continually reassured himself. Qianqi, one of the original 3 malevolent deities of the subspace, governed fate, wisdom, deception, and magic. His formidable strength and erratic behavior rendered him elusive and unpredictable. He was also known as the Lord of Metamorphosis, possessing numerous diverse avatars. The one that had taken residence in a human vessel might merely be a probing avatar or an unknown malevolent artifact from the subspace. However, even if it were not the true form of Qianqi, it would still pose a considerable challenge. Supernatural forces require supernatural means to counteract them, as his father had said. Only magic could defeat magic. Regrettably, his psychic aptitude was rather lackluster. Perhaps it was suppressed by his extraordinary mechanical talents. Cheng pressed his right hand against his temple, frowning deeply as he applied pressure for an extended period, nearly puncturing his own temple, until he finally managed to establish a psychic communication. Kuka. Why is your line always busy? My head is throbbing. Chung could not help but grumble. Who is this? Oh, it's you, the slippery boss. Your psychic communication is all static. I'm currently dancing. Is there something you need? If not, I'm hanging up. Kukka's voice remained as infuriating as ever. Honestly, if Kukka were not genuinely powerful and exceedingly useful, Chung would have long since lost his patience with such disrespect towards the subordinates of the boss. Kukka, have you ever fought against a demon? Chung restrained his temper and posed the question. I haven't, but I've heard that battling demons is exhilarating. Every lad who has fought a demon says they crave to do it again. Once, an old boss took his crew into the heart of the galaxy, into that great eye, and fought with demons for quite some time. Kukka seemed to reminisce about some stories. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Demons are only abundant in that great eye. Kukka found it quite peculiar that today, the antics of the mischievous second brother were unusually vibrant. It felt as though mischievous brother had delivered a sharp slap to him. Could this be a revelation? Hold on, boss, I'll be right there. In a sudden motion, Kukka severed the psychic communication, causing the line to snap back like a taut rubber band, striking Chung Mingrue on the forehead with a pain akin to a needle pricking his brain. Chung Mingrue couldn't help but curse under his breath, yearning to inquire about using psychic energy against demons, yet Kukka seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. A swirling orb of green light materialized before Chung Mingrue, growing larger while pulsating with vibrant green electricity. With a resounding bang, the green sphere erupted, signaling Kukka's successful teleportation as he landed unceremoniously on the ground. Awaiting him was Chung Mingrue's powerful punch, which sent Kukka spinning through the air multiple times before crashing down, losing half of his teeth in the process. Oh, that feels satisfying. After venting his frustrations, Chang Mingrue joyfully shook his wrist. After lying on the ground for a considerable time, Kukka finally sat up. Unsure whether to be angry or not, he muttered to himself, I just felt that mischievous brother's slap seemed off. It felt like a slap from hairy brother was missing. So, this is where the other slap came from. Indeed, it is a divine omen. Kukka's words left Chung Mingrue speechless, as comprehending the thoughts of this eccentric individual was quite the challenge. Since Kukka had arrived, Chang Mingrue felt it necessary to engage in conversation, pondering whether to heed the impulsive suggestions of mischievous second brother or to cautiously ascertain the nature of the malevolent entity before digging deeper. As Chung Mingrue finished explaining the situation, Kukka raised his large hand in front of him, exclaiming, We must dig first. Rally the others to join in. I am the messenger of mischievous second brother, and can his divine omens be wrong? Chang Mingrue was left even more bewildered. Was taking advice from this madcap truly a sound decision? Kukka seemed entirely disregarding of the malevolent entities. Let us not be hasty. We haven't clarified the direction for our excavation yet. Besides, dealing with malevolent entities and demons is quite troublesome. We must remain vigilant, Chung Mingrue patiently explained. Whatever demons or malevolent entities there may be, they are mere trifles before mischievous second brother. If they dare to show themselves, I shall crush them with mischievous brother's old fist and stomp them down with his mighty foot. As for where to dig, it's simple, just dig downwards. Can mischievous second brother truly deceive us? Kukka responded nonchalantly. As a deity of the green-skinned, jovial race, the reliability of mischievous brother and hairy brother was debatable, yet he dismissed such irreverent thoughts. You possess mischievous brother's old fist and mighty foot? Chung Mingrue asked in astonishment. Unlike the lightning generated by Wyak energy, constrained by the limited imagination of the green-skinned orcs, the old fist and mighty foot were the most potent psychic spells that these eccentric beings could unleash. Both of these spells were immensely destructive, albeit varying in scale. The feeble might of the Gorker-S punch could at most shatter a Rymian rustank, while a more formidable blow could even puncture a void ship. The efficacy of such strikes largely hinges on the prowess of the neurotic lad and the number of nearby greenskins, as well as the exuberance of the Wyak. The Gorker-S stomp and the Gorker-S punch yield similar results, differing only in method. One crushes, while the other tramples. Chung Mingrue, despite his deep desire for these two spells, could currently only wield psychic communication. Naturally, it was not a difficult feat. Envision a colossal Gorker infused with Wyak energy, and it would trample and smash the foes to oblivion. Kukka remarked nonchalantly. Chung Mingrue's palm tingled with anticipation. He yearned to bring his hand into another intimate encounter with Kukka's face, eager to witness the disheveled visage of this pretentious character as he donned his mask. Chapter 50. The Art of Eloquent Evasion. After dismissing Kukka, Chung Mingrue pondered for a moment. In truth, Kukka's observations were quite astute. It was merely the shock of being immobilized by the spell that rendered him excessively sensitive. Demons are not as formidable or invincible as they are often portrayed. The entity that ensnared him with magic merely seized an opportunity while he was isolated, coupled with a lack of significant spiritual prowess. If he were surrounded by a band of resilient warriors, how effective would the arcane arts prove? Could they withstand the relentless onslaught of a neurotic adversary? The essence remains. As an orc, he must not succumb to fear. Demons. Engage without hesitation. Should he encounter a great demon or a demon prince, he would not shy away from exchanging blows. Orcs thrive on strength, fearlessness, and an unwavering spirit to grow ever more formidable. With this newfound clarity, Chang Mingrui resolved to heed the oracle of his comrade, Manhwaerec, and delve underground. Kid, pause the current tasks. A new endeavor awaits. Utilizing the communicator on his powered armor, he reached out to his most gifted technician. What? No more building the ancient giant? Boss, that's not ideal. The ancient giant is massive and time-consuming. It's best to continue without interruptions for an early completion. Kid had just finished crafting a statue of Manhwaerec and was reluctant to switch tasks. The statue of Manhwaerec we just completed hasn't even been consecrated yet. Changing projects seems imprudent. With a flicker of inspiration, Chang Mingrui conceived a persuasive approach. Merely constructing a stationary statue lacked excitement. They needed something grand. For instance, an animated statue of Manhwaerec, a Manhwaerec golem. Seeing Kid's hesitation, Chang Mingrui pressed on. We could even encase the Manhwaerec golem within the ancient giant, making it both impressive and combat-ready. Thus, creating the Manhwaerec golem is effectively synonymous with constructing the ancient giant. Alright, but once the Manhwaerec golem is complete, do not assign me any further tasks. The progress on the ancient giant cannot be delayed. Kid ultimately acquiesced. Rest assured, I am always forthright and trustworthy. Days later, as Kid toiled away with over 100 technicians on the Manhwaerec golem, he observed Chang Mingrui commanding a workforce of thousands to construct a colossal excavator, leading him to reflect on the nature of honesty and diligence. Fear not. Once the colossal excavator is completed, all the mechanical workers will be at your disposal. Once the Manhwaerec golem is finished, you may pursue any endeavor you wish. When Rambo, clad in tattered gear, located Chang Mingrui, the latter was engaged in grandiose planning with Kid. Reporting, sir. Rambo, captain of the Special Forces, at your service. With a crisp salute, Rambo executed a standard military greeting. Rambo, you're alive? Chang Mingrui expressed his astonishment. Only days prior, he had presumed Rambo was lost. To his surprise, aside from appearing somewhat disheveled, Rambo bore few injuries. My apologies, sir. I failed to complete my mission. The shrimp leader escaped. Rambo lowered his head in shame. The inability to capture the head of Pex had left him feeling deeply embarrassed. As he fled, he and his two subordinates were unable to operate the supply ship effectively, resulting in a significant deviation from the intended landing or crash site, which consumed considerable time upon their return. This made the consequences of his reckless actions appear even more chaotic, in stark contrast to the formidable and composed Rambo from Chang Mingrui's tale, who executed a flawless retreat. He felt inadequate in his own strength. This thought filled Rambo with shame, causing him to hunch his once straight back. At least we made it back. That's what matters. We didn't succeed this time, but we will next time, Chang Mingrui encouraged, patting Rambo on the shoulder. He assumed that Rambo's reference to Shrimp Boss was about the commander at the frontline base. Entirely unaware that Rambo had actually made it to the Cruiser Guardian and had nearly taken down the commander of the erroneous system, Pex. Otherwise, Chang Mingrui would have questioned whether he had exaggerated his stories too much, setting the bar too high for this young Special Forces soldier. Understood, Commander. I will strive to do better. Just after finishing his exchange with Rambo, Chang Mingrui's communicator beeped. Upon connecting, he heard the sharp voice of the clever one. Boss. Shrimp is back. Huh. They dare to return? Chang Mingrui was puzzled. Through interrogating human soldiers, he learned that their expedition was only about 300,000 strong, and the first wave had already lost 100,000. Clearly, given such a disparity in combat power, continuing the fight would be futile. Why would they come back for more? Chang Mingrui himself was no longer interested in commanding. Defeating weak opponents would not make him stronger or larger, only bored. Just then, he noticed Rambo in front of him, who still had much room for growth. The experiences he had yet to acquire could be shared with Rambo. Rambo, I'm quite busy here. The Giant Digger and Mago King Kong both need me. So, you take charge of the lads and deal with Shrimp. It's fine if you lack experience. Just let the lads go all out and have fun. Rambo adjusted his goggles, his eyes wide with concern. Commander, I'm not the biggest or the strongest among the lads. I'm worried. Don't fret. Cheng Mingrui quickly interrupted. Remember, among the greenskins, being the biggest doesn't necessarily make you the leader. It's about who is the most whack and the strongest. Only if you believe you can be the leader will you become even more whack and powerful. Your potential is determined not by your size, but by your heart. The larger your heart, the larger your stage. Seeing Rambo fired up by his words, Cheng Mingrui felt his persuasive skills with the greenskins had reached a new level. After handing over command to Rambo, he ceased to concern himself further. Rambo was a good Special Forces soldier, but perhaps not an ideal commander. Yet, that was inconsequential. He had plenty of lads at his disposal for Rambo to lead. In space, the expedition fleet, having lingered in synchronous orbit for too long, finally resolved to continue their assault on the greenskins, aiming to restrict their development while awaiting support from Aronia 3. In the message from Peck to Cornwall, it was articulated, Your Excellency, whether you are the planetary governor of the Empire or my uncle, I express my sincerest apologies for my recklessness. The military expedition to Aronia 4 can be deemed a failure. I overestimated my capabilities and underestimated the greenskins. In merely one battle, the greenskin monstrosities inflicted severe losses upon the expeditionary forces. In order to take responsibility for the lives of the soldiers, I shall refrain from launching any further large-scale landings. However, it is fortunate that the greenskin vessels have been downed, rendering them incapable of threatening our space fleet in synchronous orbit. Thus, I intend to exploit our aerial superiority to continue striking the greenskin creatures on Aronia 4, thereby curtailing their development. Chapter 51, The Mousetrap if Possible. I would welcome additional military support. 1 million troops may prove insufficient to subdue the greenskins. A conservative estimate suggests that approximately 2 million would be necessary. Upon reaching this point, Pex paused his pen, fully aware of the fury that Cornwall would undoubtedly feel upon seeing such a figure, and thus opted for a change in tone. I recognize that this figure is unrealistic, so I merely hope for a resupply of ammunition. With adequate munitions, I can still endeavor to diminish the numbers of the greenskin monstrosities, buying time for the economic transition of Aronia 3 and recruiting additional forces. After dispatching this information, Pex gazed out of the office window, observing 3 transport vessels descending into the atmosphere of Aronia 4. The contingent of landing personnel was modest, comprising only 2,000 combatants. Yet their advantage lay in a higher ratio of armored units, including 50 Lehman Russ tanks. By enhancing the combat effectiveness of the landing forces through increased armor, the troops would draw the attention of the greenskin monsters. Once sufficient numbers had been lured into attacking, the landing forces would retreat onto the ships, while the fleet in space could commence orbital bombardment to reduce the greenskin numbers. Pex dubbed this tactic the mousetrap. The small-scale landing force served as bait, the space bombardment as the trap, and the greenskin monsters as the mice. The essence of the tactic lay in the bait's ability to attract the mice. While the timing of the trap's activation was crucial, the mice, it seemed, were utterly indifferent, deriving joy from the mere act of combat. As this was the first application of the mousetrap tactic, Pex exercised caution in selecting a narrow valley as the landing site. True to the challenging and remote terrain, the 2,000 expeditionary troops descended from the transport vessels and established a preliminary defensive base with remarkable ease. They constructed heavy weapon emplacements, artillery positions, and anti-tank trenches, ever ready to face a grand confrontation. This series of defensive preparations consumed the afternoon, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, an alarm echoed from the observation post high in the valley. The orcs were approaching. On the hazy horizon, vast clouds of dust were kicked into the air, reminiscent of a sandstorm advancing from the distance. It was the orc biker gang, renowned for their unmatched speed among their kind. As thousands of various vehicles painted in red raced towards them, the roar of engines and the heavy metal music blaring from the vehicles resonated across the desolate landscape. Even soldiers at the observation post, despite needing binoculars to discern the distance, could hear the commotion. The biker gang's velocity was astounding. Mere moments ago they were on the horizon, now they were within combat range. Guided by the observation post, 5 petrified lizard self-propelled guns were the first to open fire. After calculating the speed of the bikers, the self-propelled guns maintained a commendable accuracy even at their extreme range. The thunderous shells of the large-caliber howitzers screamed through the air, crashing into the ranks of the biker vehicles. Due to their close formation, a single shell often obliterated multiple vehicles. Yet, such casualties failed to instill fear in the reckless speedsters of the orcs, who, instead of slowing down, pressed their accelerators to the floor, bellowing their war cries of whack. In a bid to withstand the onslaught of the orc bikers, all of the Lehman Russ tanks have been positioned at the forefront of the defense line. Their barrels lined up and aimed forward. As the first wave of orc vehicles emerges within the tank's firing range, 50 tanks unleash a collective roar, and mere seconds later, the armor-piercing rounds from the Lehman Russ annihilate a multitude of orc vehicles. The destruction is not solely due to the formidable firepower of the Lehman Russ. A significant factor lies in the fact that the foremost orc vehicles are a band of lunatics who have sacrificed armor for the sake of speed. The orc bikers at the rear show little regard for the fate of their comrades ahead. They maneuver around or crash through the wreckage of destroyed vehicles and press onward, launching their counterattacks. Aside from their remarkable velocity, the defining characteristic of these orc light vehicles is their ferocious firepower, with nearly every one equipped with rocket launchers, big shooters, or flamethrowers. While the accuracy of these weapons at extreme ranges is somewhat disheartening, sheer volume ensures that they eventually find their mark. Various orc projectile weapons rain down upon the valley, saturating every corner from the valley's entrance to its flanks and deep within its confines. The situation encountered by the human expeditionary forces at the forward base unfolds once more in the valley. The orcs' battle tactics remain unchanged, an old strategy that, due to their overwhelming numbers and formidable strength, proves devastatingly effective. While the continuous bombardment from above inflicts minimal personnel losses, the damage to equipment is staggering. The fortifications painstakingly constructed over the afternoon lie in ruins. Lacking an equipment advantage, how can one withstand the orc assault? The commander of Bait promptly requests a retreat to avoid significant personnel losses should the orcs breach their defenses, fearing they may find themselves trapped. No? Why not? Wasn't the plan to lure the orcs out? Upon receiving orders from the command center, the commander of Bait falls silent. Resigned to obeying orders, he reflects. If I perish in battle, I hope the government will care for my family. Just as the commander comes to terms with the possibility of his demise, a multitude of orc motorcycles and rapid vehicles burst into the valley. These orc riders exhibit a reckless disregard for their own safety, unconcerned about being struck by laser guns, shredded by automatic cannons, or obliterated by Lehman Russ fire. Their singular focus is on achieving exhilarating speeds and the thrill of reducing their enemies to rubble amidst the cacophony of heavy metal music. Although these motorcycles scarcely survive a few seconds under the human expeditionary force's defensive fire, they wreak havoc with their explosives, heavy weaponry, and flamethrowers, throwing the human defenses into utter disarray. In such a chaotic scenario, any semblance of command becomes largely ineffective. Reinforcements will soon arrive, dumping a myriad of orc warriors into the fray, while orc tanks pave the way, leading to the inevitable collapse of the valley's base. As the soldiers of the human expeditionary forces within Bait teeter on the brink of despair, their morale nearing collapse, a scarlet beam of light descended from the heavens, crashing into the horde of greenskin marauders at the mouth of the valley, then slicing through the air towards the outside, marking a straight path of death. Every Orcish vehicle that ventured into the valley entrance was reduced to mere ashes, leaving nothing behind. The Orcish gang halted, though their fervor was undeniable. They were not foolish enough to charge headlong into annihilation. The command center called for decoy. Your mission is accomplished. You may withdraw. The mousetrap tactic had been successfully employed for the first time. Pex had eradicated thousands of orcs, including their peculiar array of vehicles, at the cost of merely 300 casualties. Chapter 52. Gene Virus. Regrettably, the forces under my command are not a swarm of insects. If they were, the greenskins would no longer be a nuisance to the will of the swarm, Pex thought to himself. Aboard the Guardian, the entire human expedition force believed that the mousetrap strategy had achieved significant success. The morale, which had plummeted due to the devastating losses of the initial landing campaign, was gradually recovering, and spirits were rising. Everyone felt optimistic. It turned out that the orcs, despite their fearsome appearance, were ultimately still beasts. Though these beasts could inflict great harm, a skilled hunter could adeptly trap and slay even the most ferocious of creatures. After the battle, Pex returned to the docking area, just as he had previously, to tend to the wounded soldiers. The docking area had been repaired, yet remnants of the violence remained evident, with certain distorted sections bearing witness to the catastrophic explosion that had wreaked havoc there. Some places evoked memories of the sudden appearance of the orcs, as well as the perilous assassination attempt. Several survivors of the earlier explosion were reluctant to approach the area due to psychological distress. As the commander of the star system, Pex risked another assassination in order to treat the injured, earning him the admiration and loyalty of all members of the expeditionary force. Pex's willingness to take such risks was indeed aimed at winning the soldiers' affection. His audacity was not without merit. The Carthaginian soldiers, clad in their ceremonial garb, were conducting high-intensity patrols. Should any stealthy orcs dare to approach, they would face dire consequences. Soldiers, do not be anxious. Relax. Soon, you shall feel no more pain. And when you awaken, you will feel reborn. Pex reassured the agitated soldiers after administering the injections. Expanding the cult was also one of Pex's primary objectives. He required a more extensive cult to illuminate a brighter psychic beacon, guiding the Leviathan swarm fleet. The Tyranid swarm had been undergoing targeted evolution. The first generation of gene viruses had demonstrated impressive infiltration capabilities, yet it bore a significant drawback. The infected host bodies exhibited considerable mutations, which hindered long-term infiltration and concealment. To address this issue, the new generation of gene viruses had been significantly tempered. The impact on the mutations of the parasitic host was now considerably slower, allowing the host to freely choose between rapid mutations to enhance combat prowess or to mitigate such mutations for better stealth. A host infected with the new generation of gene viruses could only be detected through comprehensive genetic testing. This was why Pex had insisted on taking his own samples. As long as the samples were not from critical areas, he appeared no different from an ordinary human. After a day filled with tireless treatment, Pex wiped the sweat from his brow and returned the admiring gazes of the surrounding soldiers with a warm smile. These individuals would one day become his descendants, his foundation. Completely under his control, everything for the swarm, everything for the great devourer. Once the effectiveness of the mousetrap tactic was demonstrated, Pex relentlessly employed similar strategies over the ensuing month to lure and eliminate the living forces of the green-skinned orcs, achieving success with each endeavor. The reports sent back to Euronia 3 from the expeditionary force exaggerated the enemy casualties to figures reaching into the millions. The expeditionary force is currently imbued with an overwhelming sense of optimism, firmly believing that, should their efforts persist, the orcs aboard the Euronia 4 will eventually be eradicated by humanity. However, they fail to reflect upon the puzzling fact that despite the significant number of orcs already vanquished, Pex has yet to initiate another large-scale landing to strike at the orc fortresses concealed underground. Pex's reasoning is astute. The rate at which he eliminates the green-skinned foes pales in comparison to the rapidity with which they proliferate beneath the surface. As long as the mushroom fields remain intact and undisturbed, the orcish numbers are virtually inexhaustible. His silence on this matter is merely a tactic to bolster his military accolades and expand the influence of his faction. Meanwhile, in the subterranean depths, Rambo is admonishing the orc chieftains under his command. How long will you allow yourselves to be manipulated? Will you continue to disregard orders and launch reckless assaults? Have you considered how many of your kind you have dispatched, and at what cost? A cohort of imposing orc leaders, chastised by Rambo, seethed with indignation, some casting disdainful glances at the diminutive figure before them. This little runt dares to lecture us. Were it not for the favor of the cunning chieftain, they murmur amongst themselves. So what if a few of our kin perish? The mushroom caverns are teeming with replacements, and they are merely brawling amongst themselves. If we do not seize the opportunity to strike the moment they appear, we risk having our glory snatched away by others. The tallest of the orc chieftains speaks, earning swift agreement from the others who nod in unison. In the Orcish perspective, engaging in battle is of paramount importance. Hesitance equates to losing the chance to partake in the fray. This characteristic is emblematic of orc warfare. They are initially caught off guard, vulnerable to the first wave of attack. Yet, as word spreads that a worthy brawl is underway, more orcs flock to the scene, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Consequently, the skirmish escalates in difficulty, ultimately overwhelming the attackers with an unrelenting tide of orcish ferocity. Your method of seeking amusement is futile. We orcs are here to wage war and claim victory, not to be toyed with like foolish, sniveling creatures. Rambo retorts dismissively to the orc chieftain. What are you staring at? Are you calling someone a sniveling creature? The orc chieftain bristles, his eyes blazing with fury. Who dares to label whom as a sniveling creature? Rambo defiantly responds. You, the orc chieftain, unleashes a torrent of orcish curses before launching a powerful punch aimed squarely at Rambo's face. Fueled by rage, the orc disregards whether Rambo is the appointed commander of the cunning chieftain. His singular focus is to obliterate the diminutive figure before him. The orc chieftain possesses formidable strength, yet Rambo's agility serves him well. He deftly evades the first punch, and the subsequent blows narrowly miss their target. In a surge of adrenaline, the enraged orc chieftain channels even greater strength and speed. One punch connects, but Rambo manages to block it. Pain radiates through Rambo's arm, as he acknowledges that while he may not match the orc chieftain's raw power, the disparity is not insurmountable. He is Rambo, and his stage is set against the vast expanse of the starry sky. The tin cans of shrimp shall tremble before him, the nimble bean sprouts will fear him, and even the metallic ribs shall quail at his actions. Rambo cannot falter here. The power within his genes surges forth, enveloping him in a radiant green glow. With astonishing reflexes, Rambo swiftly grasped the fist of the orc chieftain, dislocating his arm with ease. He then delivered a decisive kick that shattered the chieftain's shin, followed by a powerful shoulder throw, sending the towering orc crashing heavily to the floor. Chapter 53. A sudden turn of events as the orc chieftain engaged in battle with Rambo. None of the surrounding leaders intervened. Instead, they created a circle around the two combatants, reveling in the spectacle. Infighting is a traditional practice among orcs. Contrary to expectations, the towering orc did not unleash a brutal assault on Rambo. To the astonishment of all, it was the massive orc who found himself on the receiving end of a severe beating, crashing to the ground, his head creating a significant indentation in the floor, rendering him unconscious, teetering on the brink of life and death. In that moment, no one paid heed to the fallen brute. The once defiant orc leaders bowed their heads in fear and submission. Rambo himself was bewildered by his own prowess, having effortlessly vanquished an opponent far more formidable than himself. Perhaps the cunning chieftain was correct. The larger one's heart, the broader the stage one commands. At that moment, Rambo firmly believed he had become the legendary orc, inheriting the name and its storied legacy, destined to continue its remarkable narrative. Days passed, and as was customary, the human expeditionary force commenced a new strategy of capturing the orc hordes. This time, they chose a vantage point atop a high hill, where visibility and firepower could effectively encompass the surroundings, facilitating an easier retreat. As per routine, upon landing, the expeditionary force began constructing defensive fortifications. Although these structures would ultimately be destroyed, they significantly reduced casualties, and with each endeavor, the quality of their defenses improved. Typically, the expeditionary force had only a few hours before the orcs would initiate their assault, often launching their attack just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Sometimes it occurred earlier or later, but never beyond a single day. However, this time felt markedly different. From sunset to sunrise and back to sunset, all remained tranquil in the desolate expanse beneath the hill, devoid of life save for the shifting sands and the howling winds. Why had the orcs not attacked? Not only the soldiers of the expeditionary force, but also Pexis aboard the Guardian, found themselves puzzled. Had the relentless skirmishes finally inflicted enough pain on the orcs to instill fear in them? One of Pexis's advisors suggested this was an opportune moment for a large-scale landing, taking advantage of the orc force's diminished strength to locate their underground strongholds and deliver a crushing blow. Glory awaited the expeditionary force. Victory was within reach. Casting a sidelong glance at the advisor, Pexis swallowed his harsh retort. Had peace reigned in the Orlonian star system for so long that even military academy graduates exhibited such a lack of discernment? Patience was essential. War was no trifling matter, and the lives of soldiers were invaluable, warranting caution against reckless gambles. During the military conference, Pexis set the tone for the forthcoming operations. While some advisors outwardly refrained from expressing dissent, internally they harbored reservations, feeling that Pexis's caution might hinder their chances for victory. On the night of the third day, when darkness was profound and fatigue had set in, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The sturdy fortifications they had constructed suddenly collapsed, tilting the entire hilltop base. Before the human expeditionary force could react, a horde of orc warriors surged forth from the underground tunnels. All the human defenders were caught off guard, completely unprepared for the orcs' cunning strategy, thus neglecting the underground. The first to fall was the takeoff and landing platform, where the demolition crew promptly obliterated all the ships stationed there with their multiple rocket launchers. The fire-breathing dragons ignited the entire base, illuminating the night as if it were day. Various warriors and savage beasts surged into every corner of the base, mercilessly slaying all enemies in their path. From the onset of the ambush, the battle could be deemed over. The unprepared human forces stood no chance against the orcs' brutality. When Pekis was roused from his slumber by the urgent military report, he hastily donned his pajamas to convene a military meeting. The conference table was filled with disheveled advisors and officers, while the central screen displayed footage captured by reconnaissance satellites of the assault. The orcs' surprise attack was both brutal and sudden, a premeditated strike, from the commencement of the battle to the clearing of the battlefield and their return to the tunnels. A mere 20 minutes had elapsed. Everything transpired with such discipline and efficiency. I apologize for my earlier statements. Commander, one advisor, who had previously advocated for a large-scale landing, rose in shame to address Pecos. Pecos, with his hands clasped beneath his chin, obscured his mouth and expression, remaining silent as he contemplated. The orc's combat style had shifted. The hive mind had left Pecos devoid of experiential knowledge on how to respond, only imparting a warning. Should there be a significant alteration in the orc's tactics, the best course of action would be to retreat and regroup to understand the reasons before engaging again. This strategy had been deduced after a fleet of the swarm was tactically defeated by the orc fleet. At that moment, Pecos's private communication channel chimed. In the midst of the military meeting, there was only one individual within this star system capable of reaching him, indicating for the officers to continue their discussion. Pecos stepped away to a secluded spot to take the call. "Pecos, it's me," came Cornwall's voice from the communicator. "The last supply ships have departed. But regarding the battle on Aronia 4, I believe you must conclude it swiftly. It's acceptable if you cannot eliminate the green-skinned orcs for now." Pecos remained silent, aware that Cornwall, with a seasoned cunning, had ulterior motives behind his words. Support from the Ministry of Military Affairs was approximately a month away. And it was not just the delegation led by Commissar Kester that was en route, but also a newly formed legion of 20 million starborn soldiers, structured based on the Cadia Legion. Accompanying the Commissar were the first batch of troops, numbering around 200,000. With the potential arrival of a chapter of Astartes Space Marines to Aronia. "Uncle, what has transpired?" The intelligence brought by Cornwall left the usually stoic Pecos astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. "I am equally perplexed." A hint of panic crept into Cornwall's voice, as everything unfolded contrary to our expectations. Logically, even if the Olaronia were to face a large-scale war, it should be a matter for 2 centuries hence. What has altered the course of events? Is there intelligence that eludes our understanding? Or have we simply encountered ill fortune? The tremor in Peck's voice was palpable. Once the official Star Realm military battalions and interstellar warriors arrive in the Olaronia star system, the fate of this system will no longer rest in the hands of the 2 of them. Chapter 54. Let the gears of fate begin to turn, alas. It is difficult for me to answer your inquiry, Pex. It would be prudent for you to return post-haste. We must confer in person. With that, Cornwall terminated the communication. For Cornwall, the dream of his dominion was approaching its conclusion. For Pex, the unfolding events were decidedly detrimental to any of his plans. Instead of returning immediately to the military conference, Pex found himself drawn to a window, gazing down upon the desolate and barren expanse of Orlonia 4. It is a lamentable truth that humanity may never again tread upon this planet. In the future, it may give rise to billions, even trillions, of greenskin monstrosities, destined to become a source of trouble for all. Commissar Kester was aboard the flagship of an Imperial naval fleet, a formidable assemblage comprising a battleship, 4 cruisers, 20 destroyers, and numerous frigates and transport vessels, a force not to be underestimated in the cosmos. Were they to confront a mundane indigenous civilization, this fleet, coupled with its 2 million stellar marines, would suffice to obliterate it with ease. However, to pit this fleet against the swarm of the Great Devourer could only be described as a valiant endeavor, a testament to loyalty towards the Empire. The Ministry of Military Affairs was equally perplexed as to why tactical simulations had deviated so significantly. How could a Leviathan fleet of the swarm, engaged with an Orcish star system, so abruptly alter its course, abandoning its intended target in favor of this inconspicuous location, Orlonia? Prior to the arrival of the swarm fleet, Commissar Kester received an urgent promotion. He was no longer merely an assistant to the planetary governor and sector commander, but had ascended into the command circle as one of the decision-makers. Upon the arrival of the alien exterminators, a subsidiary of the Dark Angels chapter, the chapter master and their triumvirate command structure would become the supreme authority in the surrounding star sector. The singular purpose of these maneuvers was to delay the incursion of the swarm fleet as much as possible, thereby buying time for the Empire's main fleet to mount a defense. Indeed, an urgent promotion seldom heralds good fortune. After years of conflict following his graduation from the Academy of Loyal Sons, Kester had come to understand this truth. Little did the mortal Kester know. In the ethereal heights of a higher dimension, a blue tentacle seemed to caress vast stretches of starfields, touching, plucking, and weaving countless threads of fate. The crafting of a conspiracy requires time, as does the fermentation of such machinations. In a mysterious corner of the universe, within a pure white chamber, the orcs were deemed the pinnacle of creation. For them, the struggle for existence had been triumphantly resolved. They had evolved into a society devoid of stress and anxiety. What right do we, the defeated kin of the spirits, or those humans on the brink of failure, possessed to judge them? Why do we falter? Because we seek answers. While the orcs are disinterested in posing questions, we behold a mighty civilization yet scorn its barbarism. Perhaps unlike others, this is my understanding of the orcs. A race derisively termed savages by the majority of us. What, then, has summoned the esteemed prophet to my humble abode? The male spirit tribe poet inquired of the female spirit tribe prophet before him. After posing his question, the poet rose slightly and poured a cup of tea for the prophet, merely to glean information about the orcs? Surely, the archives of the Ark contain more comprehensive data. The spirit tribe prophet slowly removed her mask, revealing a stunning and youthful visage beneath the terrifying facade. The spirit tribe, with their striking beauty, are universally regarded as handsome and alluring by human standards, and this prophet is indeed among the most exquisite of her kind. As I meditated, I felt the threads of fate. Osuva sat solemnly, her bright eyes filled with unease. I seemed to glimpse a vision of the future. I beheld something submerged within a colossal incubator, and vast swathes of orcs battling countless enemies. Osuvis paused, reflecting on the fact that these orcs bore little resemblance to the records. They were more savage, more orderly, more ferocious, and indeed, more enormous. Yes, enormous. In all our records, there has been no mention of orcs of such immense size, nor of so many. I sense that something significant is about to transpire. The spirit tribe poet, Parkan, retrieved a tome, a collection of poetry, while listening intently to Osuvis's account, perusing the elegant verses inscribed within. After several minutes, Osuvis recounted in detail the events preceding her meditation, the experiences during it, and the visions she had witnessed. Is there nothing omitted? Parkan inquired, turning a page of poetry. After meticulously confirming her memories once more, Osuvis nodded. I am certain, not a single detail is overlooked. Why do you not consult your mentor? Instead, you seek out a mere poet like me. Parkan maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Mentor Savina said that my cultivation is insufficient, and that the troubling visions are merely one of many possibilities, unlikely to significantly influence the future. Osuvis appeared quite disheartened, her furrowed brow resembling that of an ordinary girl rather than a prophet. I understand that Mentor Savina speaks truthfully. The galaxy is currently embroiled in tumultuous times, with an overwhelming multitude of tangled threads of fate. Every prophet strives tirelessly for the future of our spirit tribe, seeking the singular thread that ensures the continuation of our race. Osuvis clasped her hands over her heart, her voice tinged with deep concern. I know I am being stubborn. However, prophecy and foresight are my paths. I fervently believe that this thread holds the answers I seek, answers that pertain to the future of my people. The sound of the book closing echoed sharply through the air. Answers that pertain to the future of my people? Parkpan's keen gaze bore into the youthful prophet before him, causing her to shyly avert her eyes. Many prophets have uttered similar sentiments, accompanied by their followers, traversing the webway to confront various adversaries across the cosmos. Parkpan displayed an expression of bemusement. To speak candidly, no one can verify the accuracy of their prophecies or actions. Fate is inherently enigmatic, capricious, and elusive. I only know that they have taken away many of our kin, leading to the demise of countless others, sometimes even including themselves. Parker Pan's voice turned grave. I have grown weary of this. Ever since my people birthed our greatest adversary through their own corruption, we have been doomed to failure. Since then, the actions of everyone have merely been a desperate struggle for survival. A race that has already succumbed, unwilling to accept its fate, resembles a jester performing foolishly upon the stage. With that, Parker Pan turned away, presenting his back to Osuvis. Chapter 55. The former ruler, Master Parker Pan. Osuvis rose, intending to voice her thoughts, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. She recognized the immaturity of her sentiments, aware that such words would scarcely resonate with the heart of this venerable master. The spirit race, when mentioned, inevitably conjures the cataclysmic war of heaven, a conflict that transpired millions of years ago and endured for eons. One faction comprised the cosmic undead and celestial deities, while the opposing side consisted of the ancient saints and their allied spirit races, including the orcs and the spirits. The orcs require no introduction. However, the spirits possess formidable psychic abilities, their physical prowess is remarkable, and their neural reaction speeds rival that of light itself. In comparison, though the spirits are outnumbered by the orcs, a single ordinary spirit warrior can effortlessly overpower a typical orc. During an era when the combat capabilities of all races had significantly diminished, an ordinary spirit warrior's prowess remained on par with that of the elite Astartes warriors of humanity. Following the conclusion of the War of Heaven, the ancient saints vanished, perhaps extinguished, or perhaps retreating into obscurity. Thus, the once most potent race in the universe ceased to be visible to the myriad life forms of the galaxy. The spirit race inherited numerous legacies from the ancient saints, including the intricate web of pathways that span the galaxy. These pathways, though simply termed, are coveted by even the Emperor of Humanity, representing one of the pinnacle achievements of ancient saint technology. Known as the passageways, they are, in essence, a higher dimensional realm, vast and complex. They harbor the spirits and conceal numerous secrets. The efficiency and safety of superluminal travel through these passageways far surpass that of the subspace, allowing the spirits to appear in any corner of the galaxy at will. Consequently, following the disappearance of the ancient saints, the spirit race began its ascendance. In the latter stages of the War of Heaven, the celestial deities, the primary adversaries of the ancient saints, were also betrayed by the cosmic undead. This treachery exacted a heavy toll on the cosmic undead, who suffered immense losses themselves. Faced with such circumstances, the cosmic undead lacked the assurance of overcoming the spirits in their quest for supremacy. Instead, they opted to seek out countless desolate planets throughout the galaxy, transforming them into burial worlds, leading their entire race into a slumber. The time sorcerers of the cosmic undead predicted that in the future, the spirit race would inevitably face annihilation, deeming it unnecessary to engage in a futile struggle at present. With the cosmic undead in slumber, the spirit race ascended to dominance over the galaxy. The invincible spirits constructed colossal arcs, resembling planets, to serve as transport vessels. They succumbed to arrogance, indulging in carnal desires and pleasures, incessantly stirring the already volatile subspace, further destabilized by the harrowing War of Heaven. Thus, the fourth great evil god, Lust, was born. Lust nearly consumed the entirety of the spirits' pantheon, establishing a soul bond with nearly all spirits, gradually siphoning their essence. A portion of the spirits survived. These immense transport arcs became their sanctuaries, and they were subsequently known as the Arc Spirits. Due to their intimate connection with Lust, the spirits dared not utter the name of their tormentor directly, lest their souls be devoured. Instead, they resorted to a more ambiguous term, referring to it simply as the Great Enemy. The urgent need to liberate all souls of the spirit race from the insidious grasp of malevolence stands as the paramount aspiration of the majority of the surviving spirits. This is precisely why the seer Osovis is so resolute. She genuinely believes that within her prophecies lies a hopeful future for her kind, a future for which she is willing to pay any price. I shall recruit my followers aboard the Ark, if my path unfolds in this manner. I shall resolutely pursue it, even if it leads to my demise. Osovis paused momentarily, contemplating her fate. You are but 300 years old. Parker Pan did not turn, yet his tone was suffused with compassion. This only strengthened Osovis's resolve. I have reached the age of 300. The Ark has nurtured my growth and allowed me to experience myriad beauties. The splendor we have created should not perish alongside us. I believe there is still hope for the spirit race, and for the continuation of our lineage, I am willing to sacrifice my life for a glimmer of possibility. Parker and S figure trembled slightly as he turned away. Indeed, the spirit race is steeped in history, rich with cultural treasures. While we may be perceived as arrogant or technological, artistic and cultural achievements are remarkably sophisticated. We embody a civilization of eminent stature. Yes, there remains much beauty among us, Parker Ann mused, casting a glance at the poetry collection on the table. Our music, our dance, our poetry, our architecture, because our bodies are more attuned. Our emotional experiences resonate more profoundly than those of any other race within the galaxy. For instance, humans perceive pain, love, and beauty at a level of 1. We experience it at a depth of 10. I admit, our race may appear somewhat haughty in the eyes of others, but we possess the merit to be so. The heights our experiences, aesthetics, and art reach are unattainable by other races. This beauty must be preserved. Having voiced this, Parker Ann turned to gaze at the young seer with a soft expression. The quest for Destiny's thread is fraught with challenges. Your motivations have moved me, and I believe our seers require guardians. I do not know how to express my gratitude, Master Parker Pan. Osovis stammered, her excitement rendering her speechless. Seer, you still have much to learn and to mature. I am an elder who has traversed many paths, a poet enamored with art. The title of master is merely a label bestowed upon me by others. I do not yet consider myself worthy of such a distinction. After Parker spoke, he refrained from looking at the tearful Osuvis. Instead, he opened a nearby white cabinet and retrieved a set of garments. Attire he once donned while walking the path of the warrior. Were Mage Parkerpan, an ancient appellation indeed. Organizing a guard requires time. The arc is vast, and many skilled individuals abound, yet few are willing to follow such a young seer. Training and guiding this young prophet will also take time. It is unexpected that at my age, I must accompany the youth on adventures. Reflecting on this, Parker could not help but smile wryly. On the Canaan Arc, a small yet remarkably elite fleet of the Spirit Clan is being assembled. This endeavor is deemed inconsequential. Not only do other races remain indifferent, but even the Spirit Clan itself shows little concern, as there are too many prophets eager to grasp the threads of destiny and depart from the Arkansas. Among them, how many will be immortalized in history, how many will fade into obscurity, and how many will fall into the abyss of the starry sea? Who can ascertain such fates? In stark contrast to the deep-seated grievances of other races, the orcs exude a perpetual joy, carefree as they sit atop their grand excavators, indulging in mushrooms and singing merrily. Up ahead, Chang Mingrue, maneuvering the controls, shares in their happiness, increasingly embracing the verdant lifestyle of the green-skinned folk. Chapter 56. The Space Undead with a grand excavation apparatus in hand. Chang Mingrue joyfully sang while maneuvering the controls. I saw a patch of little mushrooms, eagerly awaiting their growth. With a firm stomp on the controller, the conduit opened, and the gears of the mighty machine became coated in green mushrooms. These fungi were soon pulverized, smeared along the tunnel that had been unearthed. The crafty Mao Ergo urged Cheng Mingrue to dig deeper. Mere excavation seemed unprofitable without cultivating more mushrooms. As the greater the number of mushrooms, the higher Cheng Mingrue's sense of security became. Dig deeper. Let us see what lies beneath, exclaimed Mao Ergo. Lost in his song, Cheng Mingrue suddenly felt a tremor, as if he had collided with something. What could possibly obstruct the forward momentum of such a powerful machine? Throughout his recent excavations, he had encountered nothing that could hinder its progress. Even the hardest soil merely slowed its advance. Halting the machinery, Cheng Mingrue called upon his companions to descend and clear the surroundings, to unveil what lay ahead. With their concerted efforts, the earth was soon excavated, revealing a formidable black wall before Cheng Mingrue. Could it be? Cheng Mingrue touched the dark material, his emotions oscillating wildly. Was this not what Mao Ergo had instructed him to dig for? How could such a structure emerge? Could this possibly be something the current green-skin tribe could contend with? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he illuminated the wall with a powerful light. Without appropriate markings, it could merely be a discarded slab of obsidian. However, as the beam ascended, an emblem resembling ancient Egyptian motifs, a circular design with branching lines, shattered Cheng Mingrue's delusions. The Space Undead. Cheng Mingrue felt an overwhelming wave of despair. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable foe at the very outset of his journey. Where was the divine oracle promised by Mao Ergo? It seemed that even the deity's own followers were ensnared in their own traps. The Space Undead originated from a race known as the Fearful Dead. Their star, the birthplace of their kind, became unstable due to the insatiable hunger of the star gods, emitting toxic radiance. Life under such a glow was both agonizing and fleeting for the Fearful Dead. And this suffering bred deep-seated hatred towards those whose lives were long and prosperous, such as the ancient saints. Envy drove the Fearful Dead into madness, and they launched wars against the ancient saints, armed with their formidable technology. However, the might of the ancient saints far surpassed anything the Fearful Dead could muster. No matter how advanced the technology in the material world, it paled in comparison to the miraculous energies wielded by the ancient saints. Cunningly, the star gods intervened. They embodied the physical laws of the real world, greedily desiring to consume the flesh and souls of the living. The existence and protection of the ancient saints posed the greatest obstacle to their ambitions, exploiting the Fearful Dead's jealousy towards the ancient saints. There were whispers that the war of heaven was instigated by the star gods themselves. As the Fearful Dead retreated in defeat, the star gods offered them an irresistible bargain, promising eternal life and corporeal form. Thus, within the obsidian transformation towers, the frail and suffering Fearful Dead were transmuted into the cold and terrifying Space Undead. Crafted from living metal, the mechanical body is not only remarkably sturdy but also possesses self-repair capabilities. Its calm cognitive patterns propel the already terrifying technology of the fearsome beings to new heights, rendering it even more mystical. This phenomenon is known as the technology of the fearsome entities. However, such advancements come at a price. The star gods deceive these entities, denying them new corporeal forms. Within the transformation tower, the star gods, akin to the most gluttonous of beasts, devoured the flesh and souls of the fearsome beings, preserving only their memories within cold, mechanical data. This act sowed the seeds of future betrayal, where the fearsome entities would ultimately turn against the star gods, severing ties and sealing them away. The emergence of the space undead, alongside the star gods' full engagement in warfare, proved too formidable for even the ancient saints to withstand. To fuel this relentless machine of flesh and bone, the ancient saints allied with the spirit race, giving rise to the green-skinned creatures. The celestial war dragged on for an eternity, burying countless secrets in its wake. In the end, the ancient saints vanished, while the star gods were sealed by the space undead, destined to serve as batteries. To eternally prolong the demise of the spirit race, the space undead fell into slumber. It is evident that beneath Euronia 4 lies a potential tomb world of the space undead. Is this the gift the malevolent deity promised? Indeed. Its weight is sufficient, not merely a surprise, but a sheer shock. Yet, what of the matter regarding the peculiar figure? Perhaps even the peculiar figure finds this to be a fortunate turn of events, a formidable adversary. Indeed, a grand clash could ensue. As for Kid, I am but a trickster. Please do not end the communication. I have something of great import to convey. Without delay, Cheng Mingrui established contact with Kid. It is thus, after contemplation. I believe your suggestion to continue constructing the ancient colossus is quite astute. Both the spacecraft and Titans hold equal significance. Let us reallocate the technical personnel. We shall build the colossus alongside the ancient giant. Do not be alarmed. I shall venture into the pit shortly to scout for talented technicians to assist you. As long as your progress accelerates, a shortage of hands is merely a trivial matter. I must take my leave now. After relaying the message to Kid, Cheng Mingrui clenched his fist and struck his forehead decisively as the psychic communication connected. Kuka, please inform the leader below that I have a grand scheme, an exceedingly remarkable scheme, a clash they could scarcely dream of. Let them descend into the deepest abyss. Narrow? No matter. We shall widen it immediately. I am operating the Great Digger. Upon concluding his discussion with Kuka, the crew surrounding Cheng Mingrui, who were operating the Great Digger, gathered excitedly. Boss, there's a battle to be fought. Boss, what are we going to fight? Boss, what is this wall? Why can't our Great Digger penetrate it? Didn't TU say the Great Digger can break through anything? The youngsters buzzed like a flock of exuberant children, bombarding him with questions, particularly eager about the prospect of a battle. Amidst the clamor, the enormous obsidian wall began to tremble, emitting a purple glow from a peculiar symbol. It appears that something monumental is approaching. Is there a reason to fear? The essence of humanity, Cheng Mingrui, was filled with trepidation. However, at this moment, his soul and body had achieved a profound fusion. With an overwhelming sense of combativeness coursing through his veins, the smallest among them operated a massive excavator, burrowing back towards the heart of the valley base to rally the others. Cheng Mingrui rolled his neck, steeling himself for the impending confrontation. The rest shall remain with me, for a grand battle awaits us. The obsidian stone wall parted, releasing a green light reminiscent of death itself. Now, let us unleash our war cry. Chapter 57. The Undead Warriors. As anticipated, the obsidian stone wall opened to reveal countless emerald eyes. A legion of silent undead warriors emerged from the verdant glow, wielding Gauss rifles. Whack! The undead warriors were met with an equally ferocious green tide, a throng of orc boys led by a mighty war boss charging forward. The undead warriors halted in unison, raising their Gauss rifles, unleashing streams of green death rays toward the advancing tide led by Cheng Mingrui. The warboss's armor, equipped with 3 magnetic explosion coils, generated a formidable defensive field that mitigated much of the Gauss fire. Yet, some rays penetrated this barrier, striking Cheng Mingrui and the orc boys behind him. While Cheng Mingrui's powered armor sustained only superficial damage, the orc boys, if hit, could suffer the loss of limbs. Or worse, be disintegrated to their very atoms by the relentless Gauss energy. The weaponry of the space undead was indeed formidable. Even the most basic undead warriors wielded Gauss rifles with a potency far exceeding that of the Star Realm's handheld devices. Crucially, Gauss rays inflicted uniform damage regardless of the armor's resilience, ensuring no possibility of immunity. Theoretically, a sufficient number of undead warriors firing in unison could obliterate a human titan. Due to the extraordinary efficacy of Gauss weaponry, the majority of the space undead's arsenal consisted of such arms, varying only in power output. Cheng Mingrui, confident in the superiority of his warboss's powered armor over standard Terminator suits, found it could still be compromised by the Gauss rifles of even the most ordinary undead warriors. Though individual hits might be negligible, it was akin to a video game. Once a boss's health bar was revealed, even minor damage could lead to defeat. The notion of a green-skinned war boss falling to the relentless assault of undead warriors was a source of shame for the orc race. As the magnetic explosion coils began to unleash their potential, Chung Mingrue extended his right hand toward the throng of undead warriors, grasping fiercely. His generator surged to full power, and the magnetic force transformed into an unparalleled strength, drawing the multitude of undead warriors together into a singular mass, akin to a ball of iron. It was as if an invisible giant hand molded the undead into a cohesive form. In an instant, the incoming Gauss fire diminished by half, allowing Chung Mingrue to better shield the orc boys charging behind him. With the suppression of enemy fire lifted and the orc boys caught in the fervor of Whack, their speed surged. In a brief moment, Chung Mingrue led his comrades into the heart of the undead warriors, plunging into the chaos of melee combat. Under typical circumstances, when orcs clashed in close quarters with other races, they often held the advantage. However, certain races, like the space undead, proved exceptions to this rule, excelling in both ranged and melee combat. The most commonplace undead warriors, crafted from living metal, were remarkably resilient. Chung Mingrue, originally engaged in tunneling and farming, was ill-equipped with heavy weaponry, yet in the throes of Whack, he seized whatever was at hand to fight. Even though some of the orcs are caught up in a frenzy of Whack, able to crack open metal cans with their crude weapons, the majority can only produce a cacophony of clanging against the skeletal warriors. The undead soldiers do not allow the orcs to strike without consequence. Their Gauss rifles are equipped with massive scythes, rendering them formidable in close combat, often cleaving the orcs in two with sweeping and vertical strikes. Most terrifyingly, after being shredded by the orcs, the skeletal warriors can, over time and with the accumulation of energy, reassemble their bodies and continue to fight. Only when their energy is depleted and the living metal loses its vitality will they truly fall silent. Were it not for the fact that these space necrons are soulless mechanical entities, remarkably rigid and sluggish, the orcs might find themselves at a disadvantage in close quarters. As the orcs, spurred by Whack, found themselves evenly matched against the skeletal warriors in melee, Chung Mingrue grew anxious. With only a limited number of orcs by his side, he knew that if the stalemate continued until reinforcements arrived, his fate would be sealed. Moreover, the skeletal warriors were merely the basic infantry of the space necrons. More formidable foes, such as the Immortals, massive necron vehicles, and pyramids, lay ahead. With a mighty roar of Whack, Chung Mingrue concentrated the magnetic force in his hands. The intensity of the magnetic energy surged, and the electromagnetic waves coalesced, disintegrating the nearby skeletal warriors into fragments, severing their chances of reassembly. These fragments were then ensnared by the magnetic field and propelled outward in the form of electromagnetic projectiles. Each shard, accelerated by the magnetic forces, struck like a bolt of lightning, effortlessly piercing the hardened living metal armor of the necrons and shattering their forms. Chung Mingrue's hands, continuously emitting electromagnetic shards, appeared more electrifying than wielding twin electric Gatling guns. It seemed as if he grasped two bolts of thunder, and the blinding white light engulfed the space necrons before him. He had not anticipated the overwhelming firepower of his new armor. Waves of skeletal warriors were obliterated by the white electric arcs, and the immense kinetic energy required for their revival increased significantly. Witnessing their leader's ferocity, the orc boys grew even more exhilarated, their cries of Whack rising in fervor, each call augmented by at least 3 additional A's. Green Whack energy enveloped their bodies and weapons, rendering them more resilient and robust, transforming even the simplest of their crude weapons into instruments of devastating sharpness. Morale was paramount for the green-skinned orcs. When their spirits reached a zenith, they became nearly unstoppable. A prime example of this phenomenon was an orc, emboldened by Whack, who pierced through Terminator armor with nothing but a wooden stick. The psychic prowess of the ancient, empowered orcs was indeed formidable, and the beings they created mirrored this strength. Such extreme instances exemplified the triumph of spirit over matter, a testament to consciousness distorting reality. The unyielding, cold space necrons could not withstand the fervor of the orcs led by Chung Mingrue. In this state of heightened morale, the orc boys could shatter the defenses of the space marines. Before long, the young lads wielded an array of weapons, cleaving the skeletal warriors within the passage into disarray. Those that dared to resurrect were swiftly dispatched once more, until the undead fell into a profound silence. Chung Mingrue led the charge, accompanied by a few of the most spirited companions, breaching the defensive line of the skeletal warriors. The elongated black corridor culminated in a grand revelation. unveiling a vast underground necropolis before Cheng Mingrue's eyes. Chapter 58. The Wyak position. Any individual who gazes upon the eerie and frigid realm of the space Necron tomb world for the first time is invariably struck by its unsettling beauty. Vast cubic pits lie arranged in an orderly matrix, each harboring a multitude of dormant space Necron units. Dominating these immense chasms are the Necron warriors, accompanied by formidable entities such as immortals and heavy destroyers. Unerring pathways, devoid of any deviation, separate each pit, functioning as the corridors and highways of the tomb. These intersecting passages converge beneath the apex of a central pyramid, crowned by a colossal green crystal that emits a foreboding luminescence. As the pulsating glow of the crystal quickens, the space Necron units nestled within the pits begin to stir, their mechanical eye sockets igniting with an ominous green light. The initial assault on the intruding greenskins does not come from the awakening Necron units, but rather from the scarabs and tomb spiders diligently performing maintenance around the vast pits. The scarabs, though lacking in combat prowess, swarm in overwhelming numbers, inundating Cheng Mingrue and his band of greenskin followers. However, the formidable greenskin warboss is far from an easy target. The scarab's feeble Gauss electric discharge proves insufficient to inflict harm. Before long, 3 massive magnetic storm coils unleash thick arcs of lightning, short-circuiting the clusters of scarabs and sending them plummeting from the sky. Tomb spiders, the reconnaissance units of the space Necrons, glide through the air with elongated tails and armed with metal-spiked appendages. While they appear weak in combat, their exceptional agility and ability to phase into alternate dimensions render them a vexing challenge for Cheng Mingrue. Occasionally, a handful of tomb spiders hover amidst the greenskin throng, skewering one with their metallic protrusions before rending it asunder, blood splattering in every direction. When the greenskins attempt to retaliate, the tomb spiders slip into another dimension, becoming intangible, rendering their attacks ineffectual, as if they were striking at mere shadows. Just as one tomb spider solidifies to claim another greenskin, a precisely aimed electromagnetic round pierces its chest, reducing it to a heap of scrap. Recognizing the vulnerability of their teleportation devices located within their torsos, Cheng Mingrue seizes the opportunity to command his minions to strike. The greenskins, equipped with an innate combat instinct, swiftly eliminate the tomb spiders that had been harassing them. Realizing their futility against the greenskin warriors, the scarabs hastily retreat, taking refuge atop abandoned space Necron vehicles to effect repairs and replenish their energy reserves. Soon, for colossal grave spiders, each larger than 2 Riemann-Russ tanks, stood up, serving as repair units for the space undead. However, their formidable armor and indomitable pincers also rendered them effective as frontline assault vehicles, akin to humanity's dreadnoughts. The greenskins kill tanks, and the ethereal lord of the undead. The immense grave spiders appeared daunting, particularly since the young warriors under Cheng Mingrue lacked armor-piercing weaponry. Yet, undeterred, they charged forward, striking the grave spiders with a myriad of slashes, and astonishingly, breached their defenses. The grave spiders retaliated with their massive pincers, equipped with disintegration fields, possessing armor-piercing attributes akin to energy weapons. The overwhelming force was excessive against the nearly unarmored greenskin youths. Any warrior touched by the pincers was torn to shreds. The Wyak energy was not sufficiently potent, nor elevated enough to enable the young warriors to dismantle the armor of the space undead with their axes. After being greenskins for so long, Cheng Mingrue's understanding of the Wyak energy deepened. It was not an ethereal concept nor mere psychological mysticism. It was science, indeed. The Wyak energy constituted a scientific phenomenon, a grand invention of the ancients, a controllable psychic force. It was a psychic field that could exist independently outside of subspace, being more stable, with potential limits possibly exceeding those of subspace. Cheng Mingrue had reason to suspect that the ancients foresaw the instability of subspace, predicting it would become a malignant tumor eroding the material world, thus developing the Wyak energy and inscribing this technology as a racial inheritance in the genes of the greenskin orcs. This is one of the characteristics of the Wyak energy. It is bound to the race, growing stronger as the number and emotions of the orcs increase. Distorting reality, emotion triumphs over matter. The second characteristic, stemming from the weakness of the Wyak energy, lies in the unstable morale of the greenskin orcs. When the orc warboss is valiant and fearless, the greenskins grow increasingly Wyak, their emotions heightening and the Wyak energy intensifying. However, should the warboss suffer a humiliating defeat, such as being slain by a diminutive foe, the morale of the greenskins plummets, and they may become utterly despondent, even fleeing in panic. The strength of the Wyak energy would then deflate like a punctured balloon. Why does this occur? Logically, with a large number of greenskins, there should be a second strongest war boss to take command upon the first demise. Yet, more often than not, the greenskins collapse. This is due to the third characteristic of the Wyak energy, which many remain unaware of. The energy requires emotional anchors. One can simplistically perceive the Wyak energy as a collective connection akin to hive mind consciousness. During periods of heightened strength, all greenskins become interconnected through the Wyak energy. Within this connection, the greenskins exhibit greater unity, subconsciously learning from one another's experiences and knowledge. This is precisely why an increase in the number of green-skinned individuals manifests as greater order, intelligence, and creativity. While even the most basic of their kind grows larger and more robust, this connection bears a striking resemblance to the Tyranid swarm, which establishes numerous node creatures to command vast ranks of lesser insects. Upon the demise of these node creatures, the nearby lower-tier insects descend into chaos. However, due to the swarm's precise and efficient will, these disconnected lower insects eventually reconnect to the network after a period of time. Thus, employing decapitation tactics against the Tyranids proves to be of limited efficacy. The profound impact of decapitating orc leaders stems from the simplistic and brute nature of the Wyak connection, wherein any orc horde, regardless of its size, consists solely of three tiers: the orc warlord, the orc chief, and the orc grunt, nothing more. Chapter 59. I am the greatest. I am the strongest. An overly simplistic structure can lead to two extreme outcomes. In a favorable scenario, the emotions of the Orcish warriors reach a climax, intensifying the strength of the Wyak stance. At this peak of emotional fervor, the leader becomes immensely powerful, thereby inspiring the younger warriors to grow in strength as well. Conversely, in an unfortunate turn of events, should the leader perish or succumb to fear and trepidation, the Wyak stance transmits the leader's negative emotions to all orcs beneath him. This adverse sentiment cascades down like an unstoppable torrent from the mountaintop, engulfing the emotions of every orc in despair and fear, prompting them to flee. Understanding the inherent nature of the Wyak stance, Chung Mingrue knew he had but one task: to charge forth relentlessly and unyieldingly. He aimed to showcase his fearlessness and might to all the young orcs, demonstrating that he was not alone in battle. Behind him stood all the greenskins aboard the Oralania 4. A fervent zeal for combat began to radiate from Chung Mingrue as an emotional fulcrum, spreading to all the greenskins, be they young orcs, goblins, squigs, or even snotlings. They were unaware of the reasons behind this shift, yet intuitively recognized that there existed a place below where a grand battle awaited. With his mind consumed by the fervor of combat, Chung Mingrue charged at a tomb spider like a relentless tank. This time, he opted not to employ his formidable magnetic pulse ability, but instead chose to confront it with sheer physical prowess. The vibrant Wyak energy enveloped Chung Mingrue's hand, enabling him to grasp the tomb spider's claw without suffering harm from its disintegrating force field. The tomb spider, sensing something amiss, found that its massive size and strength could not subdue the orc leader before it. Its mechanical AI began to struggle, exerting more force in an attempt to rend apart the orc that dared to grapple with it. "You think you can defeat me?" Chung Mingrue's fierce red eyes locked onto the tomb spider's single green eye, unleashing a war cry befitting an orc leader. It felt as though a lock within his very bloodline had been unsealed, and a power erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. His body seemed to transcend its limits, growing larger, while the increased force of the tomb spider appeared feeble in comparison. With a resounding crack, Chung Mingrue shattered the tomb spider's massive pincers with his tremendous strength. He then wrenched them downward, severing all of the spider's lower limbs. A left hook sent the tomb spider's singular eye flying, followed by a right hook that slammed it to the ground. With both hands, he plunged into the shattered cranium of the tomb spider, tearing it apart with forceful determination. The colossal, sturdy tomb spider was rent asunder. "Wyak!" Chung Mingrue roared in triumph. "Wyak!" The young orcs echoed their leader's battle cry, their spirits ignited anew. The intensity of the Wyak stance surged once more. Chung Mingrue hurled the two halves of the tomb spider aside, smashing them against the nearest two tomb spiders, reducing them to fragments. The valiant warriors, undeterred, wielded their axes that shimmered with a verdant glow. Each strike upon the skeletal arachnids left profound wounds, and soon, the remaining creatures were reduced to mere fragments. Chung Mingrue led his comrades through the breach, emerging into the open air, where they beheld a myriad of deep, ominous pits. Within these graves, vast legions of cosmic wraiths began to stir, sluggishly crawling from their tombs, brandishing weapons, and approaching Cheng Mingrue and his band with expressionless countenances. On one side stood a mere 100 of Cheng Mingrue's warriors, now matured through the trials of battle, resembling formidable giants. Opposing them was an endless tide of cosmic wraiths, their ominous green luminescence stretching infinitely beyond the horizon. Were it any other race's warriors facing such a sight, how many would dare confront the enemy without a flicker of trepidation? If Cheng Mingrue remained under the dominion of a human soul, he would either be paralyzed by fear or flee in terror. Yet, the current Cheng Mingrue was exhilarated by the prospect of facing countless foes. This was a glorious battle. Indeed, a magnificent one. Wayak, as the apex of the Wayak emotional spectrum, Cheng Mingrue could not succumb to cowardice or fear. He yearned to force the rising skeletons back into their graves. His band of formidable warriors echoed his battle cry, charging into the sea of bones. A torrent of Gauss rays surged like a green wall, engulfing Cheng Mingrue and his stalwart companions. However, the properties of Gauss weaponry inflict genuine damage and breach defenses. Before absolute strength and numbers, the limits of the Wayak would obliterate everything in its path. The pinnacle creations of ancient saints, engaged in a fierce exchange with the cosmic wraiths during the heavenly conflict, would not simply fall. The orc's green psychic energy wielded a far greater power, a force of higher dimension compared to the Gauss rays, capable of distorting reality itself. A colossal orc visage emerged, growing larger and larger as Gauss rays struck it, akin to a child with a squirt gun attempting to extinguish a blazing sun. The blessings of the mighty Gork are never straightforward. Such blessings are challenges that only the strongest can endure. I am the greatest. I am the strongest. I am the most Wayak. Cheng Mingrue's roar reverberated throughout the subterranean crypt. The immense orc face surged forth alongside Cheng Mingrue, transforming into a green shockwave that crashed into the tide of cosmic wraiths. As if Gork's mighty fist delivered a devastating blow to the wraiths, in reality, even the resilient living metal of the cosmic wraiths could not withstand Gork's formidable punch. Countless units were obliterated, reduced to ash, their very atoms scattered. A cohort of immortals approached, wielding staff-like weapons equipped with dual green Gauss emitters, capable of delivering ranged attacks and infusing powerful Gauss energy into enemies in close combat, inflicting catastrophic damage. The weapon, which the young ones have dubbed the Staff of Death, is said to be impervious to any existing material or armor, rendering them defenseless against its blows. In close combat, it has been known to strike down an enemy, unleashing a burst of Gauss lightning that leaps among the ranks of foes, obliterating a wider array of adversaries into mere atoms. Cheng Mingrue and his companions, once numbering nearly 50, now stand as a more formidable, ferocious, and robust group. An immortal raises the Staff of Death high, aiming to cleave down upon one of the formidable warriors, only to be caught bare-handed by the giant. At this moment, the Wayak has undeniably distorted the very laws of physics in this realm. Chapter 60. The arrival of the youngsters. The other races were enveloped in a visibly vibrant green mist, which completely enveloped the mighty Choppa, akin to a spell, illustrating the formidable strength of the Wayak at this moment. With a powerful motion of his arm, Choppa seized the death staff from the immortal and, with a swift strike, reduced the immortal to atoms. A surge of green lightning erupted, knocking down several nearby immortals simultaneously. Each Choppa showcased their own dazzling prowess, proving that even the elite immortals of the Necron were no match for them in close combat. However, Cheng Mingrue exhibited an even greater strength. He fashioned a pair of lightning claws from the fragments of Necron bodies using magnetic detonation coils. His towering figure loomed like a giant before the immortals, each swipe of his claws taking down a multitude of them, with the electric arcs from his strikes causing widespread devastation. Piles of immortal corpses accumulated around Cheng Mingrue, forming a small mountain. The Necrons, devoid of fear, were soon swarmed by more undead units, resembling a dune intent on engulfing everything in its path, seeking to drown out the obstructing green hue. A tremendous tremor shook the entire tomb, reminiscent of tectonic shifts causing massive earthquakes, as dust cascaded from the lofty ceiling of the tomb world. Wadak, accompanied by the battle cries of the orcs. Two massive diggers broke through the ceiling of the underground tomb, crashing into the tide of Necrons below. As long as the greenskins believed that the diggers could tunnel through anything, they would indeed pierce through all obstacles. From the enormous openings created by the diggers, countless greenskin creatures descended, not only orc youngsters, but also Gretchens and Snotlings. They were all invigorated by Chung Mingrue's whack. This was truly a grand spectacle, an opportunity not to be missed. The resounding whack echoed throughout the tomb, as the two openings in the ceiling gushed forth a deluge of green-skinned creatures. Behind Chung Mingrue, they entered through the regular passageway to the underground tomb, where a horde of red motorcycle-riding speedsters with booming sound systems roared in, always the fastest to arrive at the scene. Let us go. Let us fight. Let us whack. Accompanying the heavy metal music were various explosive devices unique to the greenskins: bombs, missiles, shells, and grenades, diverse in type yet all packed to the brim with explosives. The numerous detonations not only erupted among the Necron ranks but also amidst the greenskin horde. With a hit rate befitting their kind, red motorcycles continuously sped past Cheng Mingrue, crashing into throngs of immortals and Necron warriors. Sly boss. We've come to whack with you. In the sky, the Sly Git descended from the passage, quickly spotting Cheng Mingrue and enthusiastically flying over to greet him. Groups of Gretchens and tech-savvy youngsters landed, scavenging materials and assembling makeshift Gretchen cannons from debris and refuse, firing them off as soon as they were completed. After exchanging pleasantries with the boss, the Sly Git soared into the midst of the Gretchens, bellowing, more big booms, more big explosions. The greenskins have long been characterized as cunning, timid, and feeble. However, the current scene is overwhelmingly chaotic. The greenskins, too, are infused with the fervor of slaughter and battle. They do not merely resort to distant artillery fire against the space Necrons. They boldly engage in close combat. As more and more greenskins gather around him, Chung Mingrue closes his eyes, attuned to the pulsating energy of the whack. From his very core, countless greenskins ignite like stars, numbering in the millions and tens of millions. They form flowing rivers of green, cascading from every corner of Oronia, pour into the subterranean crypts. Each greenskin resembles a moth drawn to a flame, irresistibly attracted to Chung Mingrue, and with each one that joins, the strength of the whack grows, fortifying Chung Mingrue in turn. The war between the greenskins and the space Necrons has erupted in full force. Many greenskins plummeting from the sky are swiftly vanquished by the Necrons. Yet the descent of greenskins remains unrelenting, accumulating into a towering mountain beneath the opening. Beneath this mountainous heap, a myriad of greenskins launches an assault on the nearby Necrons. The Shuda boys shatter Necron warriors into fragments with their Daka, while the Burna boys set entire swathes of Necron soldiers ablaze, reducing them to molten metal. The most exuberant are the Blast boys, whose explosive weaponry, rockets, and massive bombs thrives in such chaotic melee, creating mushroom clouds that inflict severe casualties upon the Necrons, albeit sometimes at the expense of their own ranks as well. In one or two of the deep pits, the greenskins have decimated the Necron forces within, filling the space with a variety of greenskins. To curtail the influx of greenskins into the crypts, the Necrons concentrate their light and heavy fire on the openings in the ceiling. The effects of their fire suppression are evident. Many ordinary greenskins are obliterated by Gauss energy before they even touch the ground, drastically reducing the number of those who land. As it appears that the Necrons are on the verge of controlling the number of greenskins entering the crypt world, Cheng Mingrue, relentlessly charging at the forefront of the line, dismantles a massive Necron vehicle over 10 meters tall into mere fragments. Standing upon the wreckage, he bellows, whack. The crypt world begins to tremble once more as the third digger pierces through the ceiling, with all the diggers advancing into the crypt world. The fourth, fifth, and sixth follow suit. What were once two narrow conduits have now transformed into a deluge, with the ceiling of the underground crypts now leaking not water, but a torrent of greenskins. In their effort to vanquish the greenskins led by Cheng Mingrue, the Necrons are deploying their elite forces. Whether it be the colossal tomb spiders or the battalions of heavy destroyers, Necron warriors with heavy Gauss weaponry mounted on their upper bodies and magnetic levitation bases that grant them speed, ferocity, and robust armor, or the enormous, agile, and heavily armed hunters resembling spiders, the Necrons are resolute in their mission. Yet none of this could quell the exuberant greenskins. As a subtle fragment of the war in heaven seemed to unfold within this subterranean crypt, the ranks of greenskins swelled, their whack energy surging with palpable intensity. Kuka and his psychic comrades arrived on the battlefield, unleashing a torrent of emerald lightning upon the ranks of the Necron. A colossal apparition of Gork materialized at the heart of the necropolis, towering so high that his head nearly grazed the ceiling of the crypt. Gork lifted his immense right foot and brought it crashing down upon the throng of heavy destroyers, leaving no exception, Every single destroyer was reduced to a mere thin disk, irretrievably adhered to the ground. The suppressive firepower aimed at the greenskins was instantly diminished to a mere fraction of its former might. Chapter 61. Under Siege. This was the masterpiece of Kuka, who firmly believed himself to be the divine messenger of Mao Ergo, conveying prophetic revelations on his behalf. After consecrating numerous statues of Mao, all the green-skinned lads shared this conviction, thus amplifying Kuka's psychic powers, rendering him increasingly formidable and sinister. Bolstered by the Wyak stance, the other psychic beings also exhibited remarkable prowess. One fervently raised its fist, conjuring a colossal punch that shattered a tomb spider with tremendous force. The enhancement from the stance was comprehensive. Those who could previously emit psychic rays were now capable of unleashing psychic lightning. Those who wielded psychic lightning could now deliver mighty punches, and those adept at punches could now execute earth-shattering stomps. Gradually, the tide of battle began to favor the green-skinned horde, as the map was inundated with waves of orcs, overwhelming an increasing number of tomb pits in the space and dead within them. At the heart of the battlefield, the pyramid glimmered momentarily, transforming into a realm of white at the locus of the green-skinned throng. In the wake of this brilliance, a vast pit emerged, and apart from the green fissures of Gaussian energy at its base, all else was rendered void. Suddenly, a sense of impending doom gripped Chung Mingrue, as several formidable Gaussian rays, traversing countless spaces and obstacles, struck his chest. The sheer power and acute angles of this sniper assault nearly penetrated the Wyak stance. This jolted Chung Mingrue into a state of alertness. The space undead were preparing to employ decapitation tactics. If memory served him right, there existed a sniper unit among the space undead known as the Deathmark Warriors, capable of marking enemies and achieving perfect accuracy from any angle. He could defend against one shot, perhaps two, but sustaining such a defense indefinitely was uncertain. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. The Great Pyramid began to ascend, its four gates glowing with emerald light, and waves of new space undead units emerged from within. The scene of battle between the space undead and the spirit race unfolded. Yet the skeletal lord beneath the pyramid had yet to make his appearance. To be candid, the space undead were indeed overpowered, high offense, high defense, immortal, and capable of limitless reinforcements. During these contemplative moments, a second blinding flash erupted within the throng of greenskins, erasing yet another multitude from existence. A strategy had to be devised. If the lads were so invigorated by Wyak, how could they possibly falter? The Deathmark fired once more, a beam of Gaussian energy piercing through the Wyak stance, leaving deep scars upon Chung Mingrue's armor. At times, he found himself questioning whether Mao truly favored him. Every time he began to contemplate a turning point, one would inevitably present itself. Slippery leader, I am Kid. The voice of Kid resonated perfectly through Chung Mingrue's communication channel. Indeed, he possesses formidable weapons, including the mighty Mao Gu King Kong and the ancient behemoths currently under construction. Kid, how is the progress on the construction of Mao Gu King Kong and the ancient behemoths? Well, boss, those Mao Gu King Kongs are about 20 away from completion. Once they reach 19, they will be fully operational. As for the ancient behemoths, they still have a long way to go. You know, the lads have been preoccupied with the Mao Gu King Kong project lately, Kid replied timidly. Are weapons installed on them? Yes, of course they are. You know that, boss. The tech team installs various components at each stage of progress. Wherever feasible, they add enhancements, some capable of firing, others designed for ramming, and some for smashing. Speaking of weapons, Kid's enthusiasm surged. He excelled in research and manufacturing. However, his essence remained that of a greenskin fond of war and weaponry. As long as there are weapons, that is sufficient. Our lads are in the thick of battle, and they require heavier firepower support. Is it possible to transport the Mao Gu King Kong and ancient behemoths down from the corridor? Upon hearing that a considerable number of weapons were installed, Cheng Mingrue felt reassured. However, there is one more issue, boss. While many weapons are installed, only one Mao Gu King Kong has a power system. The other units lack wheels and legs. Regarding the ancient behemoth, we are following a flying template, but the battleship engines are still without power. Many cannons are installed, but we can't send them down. Idealism is often lush, while reality is stark. Excess firepower without support is meaningless. At that moment, a swarm of colossal phasic reapers, armed with blades on both sides, sliced through Chung Mingrue's greenskin front line and advanced toward him. The heavy melee units of the space undead, utilizing phase weaponry, one of their technological anomalies rendered conventional weaponry mere child's play. even with the robust protection of the Wyak energy field. Those greenskins struck by the phasic blades were swiftly dispatched. Figure it out yourselves. If you can't think of a solution, there will be no battle to engage in. With no time to chat with Kid, Chung Mingrue raised his lightning claws to confront the oncoming threat. Behind the hundreds of Reapers, a towering Reaper Lord approached, evidently intent on executing a decisive strike against him. As the leader of the orcs in the core of the Wyak emotional node, he must be, and indeed shall be, fearless in the face of formidable foes. We should figure something out? What can we devise? Kid shouted loudly over the comms. Cheng Mingrue paid him no mind. 2 Reapers had now encircled him, and this time, he could not achieve instant kills. Each Reaper took him 20 seconds to eliminate. Boss, I have an idea. Just as Kid was feeling frustrated, one of his techies suddenly spoke up. What is it? Speak quickly. We could construct a massive teleportation device to send down both the Mauga King Kong and the ancient behemoths, the techie declared proudly. Initially, Kid harbored no expectations that his subordinates would offer any valuable suggestions. These fellows were prone to aimless musings, though occasionally, their thoughts proved to be quite beneficial. I believe you are correct. Let us get to work, lads. Construct a grand transmission device. We shall teleport to the heart of the battlefield. Kid commanded loudly, envisioning that they would emerge as the most striking green-skinned figures present. Cheng Mingrue, meanwhile, found himself too drained to concern himself with the overarching situation. He realized that not only was he under siege from the sniper of the Death Imprint warriors and the encroaching Harrow Scorpion exiles, but also the formidable golden pyramid at the center had set its sights on him. The green crystal atop the pyramid was charging up, and this time, the process took considerably longer than before. In the competitive realm of cosmic civilizations, there exists a saying, the greatest respect one can show to a hostile adversary is to eradicate them entirely. A radiant white light began to illuminate the scene, this time centering solely on Chung Mingrue. Chapter 62 Wayag. The force of the pyramid's assault was unprecedented, shaking the very foundations of the tomb world for an extended period. The sonic boom from the explosion reverberated across the battlefield, momentarily silencing the cacophony of combat. In this hushed arena, all eyes were drawn to the epicenter of the explosion. The space Necron sought to ascertain the success of his decapitation mission, while the orcs yearned to know the fate of their leader. As the smoke and dust began to dissipate, a vast crater revealed itself, its bottom marred by green Gauss energy fissures resembling scars. These scars extended outward, converging at the center of the pit, where a shadow gradually crystallized into form. Chung Mingrue found himself half encased in melted power armor, his body riddled with grievous wounds and necrotic flesh. In his hand, he held the severed head of the Scorpion Exterminator Lord, which he slowly affixed to the spikes of his armor. Wayoaf. The sight ignited a frenzy among the orcs, unleashing primal instincts that caused their bodies to visibly swell. They roared the names of their leaders, Gao Gu, Mao Gu, and the Cunning Boss, as a consuming green tide surged forth, overwhelming the space Necrons before them. The previously resilient line of the space Necron shattered, their once unyielding living metal forms crumbling like glass under the onslaught of the Orcish weapons. The Wyak stance was a masterpiece of the ancient saints, with no limits to its fury. Severely injured, Chung Mingrue collapsed to the ground, while the clever goblin quickly rallied a group to rescue their leader. In the rear lines, the Wyak stance distorted reality, complicating the space Necron's efforts to locate the gravely wounded Cheng Mingrue. In contrast to the other Wyak warriors, the clever goblin exhibited considerable concern for Chung Mingrue. After securing his protection, several mad medics began to treat him, extracting molten shards of metal from his muscles and applying a special medical substance to his damaged flesh. The preceding battle had been perilous. Cheng Mingrue had intended to evade the pyramid's direct assault by teleportation. However, to impede him, the Scorpion Exterminator Lord had personally charged forward, wielding 4 phase blades in an impenetrable flurry, leaving Cheng Mingrue no time to breathe. In a moment of dire urgency, Cheng Mingrue, despite sustaining a wound from the phase blade that sliced his abdomen, managed to sever the head of the Scorpion Exterminator Lord before teleporting away. Yet, the phase weapon strike affected his transmission, causing him to linger in another dimension for only a brief moment before being ejected back, ultimately absorbing a portion of the damage physically, akin to withstanding a nuclear explosion. Though his injuries were severe, the benefits were immense. The orcs were thoroughly invigorated. The emotional shock Chung Mingrue instilled within them was akin to the Bonebreaker being devoured by a mutated titan serpent orchestrated by the will of the swarm, only to burst forth from its belly, their faces alight with invincibility. Inspired by the Bonebreaker, the orcs felt empowered to overcome the challenges posed by the Tyranid swarm. And Cheng Mingrue's Orcish followers faced the space Necrons with newfound confidence. Watch it. Be gentle. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Cheng Mingrue's upper body, causing him to cry out in agony. The deranged physician scraped away the necrotic flesh from Cheng's body with a meat-scraping knife, and to enhance efficiency, he even resorted to using a chainsaw. Fortunately, Cheng's physical resilience now defied the laws of physics. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure such torment. A white substance resembling a gel enveloped Cheng's upper body, akin to plunging into a creamy pool. One of the mad doctors suggested that Cheng augment himself with mechanical parts, but he vehemently declined. It was not due to a fear of pain. Rather, he believed he could still grow taller, perhaps even surpassing the strength of steel. Boss, give us a location. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The clever little one rushed to Cheng, brandishing a communicator, with Kid's voice emanating from it. Location? What do you need that for? Cheng's mind stirred. The urgency in his subordinate's voice often signaled a significant endeavor. We temporarily constructed a large transmission device. Just provide the coordinates, and we'll bring over Brother Mao, the Mighty, and Gu Juji. Kid exclaimed eagerly. Are you sure about this? Brother Mao, the Mighty, and Gu Juji are not exactly small. Cheng expressed his concerns, aware that teleportation technology was exceedingly intricate. He personally inspected his device daily. Boss, trust us. We considered this thoroughly. There's no problem. Hurry up. The boys are itching for a brawl. Kid pressed on. With a thunderous roar, the central pyramid unleashed its power once more, a colossal white flash evaporating a significant number of green-skinned entities, primarily targeting the vehicles. A green shockwave radiated outward from the pyramid's epicenter, swiftly reorganizing the shattered forces of the space undead, which glimmered with an eerie green light. The pyramid levitated, extending numerous turrets around it. Beneath its shadow, every flicker of green light heralded the emergence of a battalion of space undead. It appeared that this tomb had fully awakened. Ugh, this is absurd. I've never seen anything like it. Cheng cursed. After venting his frustration, he seized the communicator from the clever little one's grasp, employing a wrench and screwdriver to modify it. His power armor was practically non-functional, incapable of providing a location. The technological prowess he wielded was akin to that of a master magician, as he transformed the communicator into a teleportation locator within mere seconds. Gently pressing the button on the locator, golden lightning instantly filled the subterranean tomb. Dimensions were pierced, space warped, and with a resounding blast, several towering machines, ranging from 10 to 100 meters in height, materialized onto the battlefield. A colossal, over 3,000 meters long ancient machine, recently completed and bristling with turrets, lay horizontally at the heart of the tomb world. As the Orc Mech Legion appeared, the technicians aboard unleashed a barrage of firepower. For a considerable time, Cheng had instructed them to construct massive weaponry and vehicles, great tanks, mighty aircraft, rarely allowing them to see the battlefield. Though the tech enthusiasts, many of whom have been lured into their roles, revel in their creations, they are fundamentally akin to the Greenskins. As Greenskins, they possess an intrinsic affinity for warfare, relishing in conflict and the exuberance of battle cries. Each towering mechboy dreadnought, with its weaponry unleashed, ignites with flames that engulf its entire form, as if the very machines themselves were ablaze. In an instant, vast swathes of the Necron forces are enveloped in an overwhelming barrage of firepower. The dreadnoughts, ranging from 50 to 100 meters in height, sport the ominous eye of Gork atop their heads. Powerful beams of yellow energy emanate from these eyes, slicing through the formations of the Necron legions and vaporizing everything in their path. With sufficient firepower, all troubles cease to exist. Chapter 63, The War Will Continue. The emergence of Brother Mao, the indomitable Titan, became the final straw that broke the back of the space Necron front. Despite their formidable offensive capabilities, robust defenses, and the ability to resurrect, bolstered by the bombardment from the pyramids, the outcome of their defeat remained unaltered. The Greenskins were in a state of exuberant chaos, their reinforcements flooding the various entryways, overwhelming the space Necrons, who fell in droves, leaving the orcs with barely enough amusement to satiate their bloodlust. The space Necron dynasty beneath Oronia IV was not among the strongest, and this time they were truly pierced through by a singular whack. The majestic floating pyramid, unwilling to accept its fate, had only just awakened and had yet to display its true might. The tide of battle was decidedly in favor of the Greenskins. In a moment of desperation, the green crystal atop the pyramid radiated a brilliant emerald light, seemingly preparing to deliver a powerful retribution upon the barbaric invaders of the tomb world. Amidst the battlefield, atop the ancient monolith, Kid stood proudly upon the statue of Mao, surrounded by a halo of golden light, exuding an aura of grandeur. He drew a single-handed blaster and fired a shot towards the towering pyramid, bellowing, "Open fire." The ancient behemoth, with only its keel and turrets remaining, let out a roar of its own, as every turret unleashed a simultaneous barrage, the thunderous sound reverberating through the tomb world as if it might collapse under the cacophony. The greenskins, afflicted by a severe phobia of insufficient firepower, had constructed warships and turrets in numbers and calibers that bordered on the insane. Such point-blank volleys from battleship-grade artillery would likely overwhelm even the sturdiest of vessels, let alone a solitary space Necron pyramid. Initially, the pyramid withstood the onslaught, but it was soon pierced by the whistling shells, shattering its defenses like fragile glass. A wave of dimensional disturbance rippled through the underground tomb with the explosion of the pyramid, drastically diminishing the performance of all space Necron units. Those already unable to withstand the greenskin onslaught were mercilessly crushed. Cheng Mingrue had merely intended to rest for half an hour before rejoining the fray, yet upon his recovery, he found that the space Necrons had nearly been eradicated. The entire underground tomb was devoid of any intact space Necron units. Some overzealous youths lingered around the remnants of their space Necron warriors, eagerly awaiting the moment to dismantle them once repairs were complete, reveling in their playful destruction. "Boss, aren't we looking sharp today? Aren't we impressive?" Kid exclaimed excitedly before Cheng Mingrue. Cheng Mingrue glanced at the shattered remnants of the pyramid strewn across the ground, and then at the ancient monolith, which had succumbed to the recoil of the simultaneous fire. Reduced to a pile of debris. "Kid, you are the most dazzling technician I have ever encountered. From now on, whenever there's a battle, I shall certainly call upon you." Motivating his subordinates not only strengthened them, but also demonstrated Cheng Mingrue's growing mastery over the art of leadership. Had Kid shrunk? No, it was he who had grown. He wondered how his current strength compared to that of the self-proclaimed prophet of chaos, the Bonebreaker. Nonetheless, with such a vigorous display of might, his strength had certainly increased substantially, fulfilling the prophecy of the second brother of chaos, perhaps. Continue digging. Once again, a vague concept emerged in Cheng Mingrue's mind. Despite not having prayed, Cheng Mingrue found himself at a loss for words. His inner world resembled a vegetable garden, where the whims of the chaotic brother could come and go as they pleased. As a subordinate, he could not oppose the very one who was meant to protect him. Silently, Cheng Mingrue picked up a metal plate and inscribed the oracle in Chinese with his finger. He had no interest in cleaning up the battlefield, while the tech-savvy crew, like Kid, were brimming with excitement as they flocked into the bombed ruins, chattering in incomprehensible tongues about matters such as the Chaos Brother, the mighty ancient giant, and the thunderous onslaught. Crushing the metal plate into fragments, Cheng Mingrue understood that the oracle from the chaotic brother must be strictly adhered to. Judging from the recent battle, the undead dynasty he faced appeared to be rather weak, likely a mere experience package sent by the chaotic brother. However, the enthusiastic youngsters were so elated that they nearly wielded the massive excavator as a weapon. Restoration would require some time, and only once repaired could they continue their digging. Seizing this opportunity, Cheng Mingrue could also prepare more thoroughly. He needed to manufacture more of the mighty weapons and procure larger, armor-piercing artillery. Moreover, he aimed to bolster the infantry, organizing the most capable fighters and equipping them with superior gear for breakthroughs and assaults. Additionally, he intended to invest time in crafting more powered armor, not only for himself but also for the strongest cadre of warriors, in order to form a heavy infantry unit. Having witnessed the might of heavy infantry aboard the initial human warships, Cheng Mingrue compared them to the Astartes among the orcs, albeit with a more wild and uncontrollable combat prowess. While preparing for the impending battle against the space undead, the human fleet on Euronia 4 had already begun its retreat. Pex had originally planned to linger, using the elimination of the greenskins as a training exercise, thereby enhancing his control within the expeditionary force. However, relentless communications from Cornwall urged him to depart promptly, citing a straightforward reason: the greenskins on Euronia 3 were spiraling out of control. While the great battle raged on Euronia 4, Iron Claw was not idle on 3. He quietly developed within the rainforest, constructing his fortress and greenskin industrial complex, while excavating minerals and equipping his troops. Occasionally, he led his orc warriors and goblins to plunder human cities and train stations, where spoils were plentiful. The orcs would engage in combat, while the goblins scoured for loot. He was gradually amassing strength. "Chuck, with an air of arrogance, believed he could completely subdue the orcs, confining their activities to manageable territories before slowly eradicating them. On the surface, Chuck had indeed achieved some success. He had trained more planetary guards and had rescued cities under attack from the greenskins, eliminating a considerable number of their monstrous kin. Coupled with Cornwall's robust support and media coverage, each of Chuck's victories was embellished with praise and accolades. This engendered a delusion within Chuck, convincing him that he was a hero, the protector of the planet, and a killer of greenskins. However, the stark reality is that those obliterated greenskin troops were intentionally spared by the Iron Claw, serving merely as a facade for the plundering of spoils. Losses? The Iron Claw is utterly indifferent to the losses of mere foot soldiers. The rainforests are teeming with them. An inexhaustible tide of foot soldiers that not even a multitude of incendiary devices could eradicate, having endured for so long. The Iron Claw now believes that his greenskin minions are sufficiently equipped and numerous, ready to embark on a whack that would ignite a thrill within him. Chapter 64 Prelude to War Suddenly. In the southern hemisphere of Uronian 3, more than half of the human cities across the continent were pleading for assistance. The distress signals were eerily uniform, all reporting assaults by the greenskin monsters that surged like an unrelenting tide, seemingly infinite in number. Capello, the political capital of Uronian 3, stood as a bastion of formidable defenses and robust industrial capabilities, housing the command center of the Southern Hemisphere's Guard Army. Within the confines of the command center, Chuck was utterly disoriented, his mind in turmoil under the weight of the overwhelming pleas for help. It defied reason. How could there be so many greenskins? The defense forces had been tirelessly engaged in eradicating them for quite some time. Why were there still so many? General, the governor requests to speak with you. The communications officer's voice jolted Chuck from his stupor. Quick, put him through. Moments later, the stern visage of Cornwall materialized on the communication terminal. General Chuck, I believe you owe me an explanation regarding the current situation. I have provided you with everything within my power: soldiers, equipment, propaganda, funding, and more. Cornwall's tone grew increasingly severe. Would I receive in return reports of innocent civilians being slaughtered? Accounts of besieged cities and wrecked vehicles? Or perhaps those suddenly emerging greenskin beasts? Please allow me to explain, Governor. There must be some misunderstanding. Chuck stammered, at a loss for where to begin. I no longer wish to hear your explanations. I will continue to support you as before. But you must hold the line as best as you can. Do not allow the greenskins to cross the equator into the populous and densely populated northern hemisphere. Should you fail to do so, Cornwall's voice turned cold. You shall be the first general I execute in this war against the greenskins. With that, Cornwall severed the communication. It was evident that Cornwall harbored no trust in Chuck. He merely hoped that Chuck could endure long enough for Pex to return. In Cornwall's mind, Pex, his nephew-in-law, was not only one of their own but also the commander with the most tactical experience. On a hill within a rainforest, a towering figure known as Iron Claw was surrounded by a cadre of burly warriors alongside several tall, robust, and clever individuals. Iron Claw traced a map in the dirt with his claws, using simplistic Orcish figures to represent his troops and the steel helmets of the guard army to signify the enemy, marking various distinctions based on their equipment. For instance, the guard army's armored units were indicated with squares, those with cannons were marked with circles, and aerial support was denoted by triangles. As he sketched, Iron Claw elucidated his strategy to his subordinates and issued commands for the upcoming operation. You lot, take your men and launch an attack from this line to this line. You may deal with any small towns along the way as you see fit. However, I require you to assemble in front of this city and capture it. With that, Iron Claw struck the targeted city with his fist. But, boss, there are sizable forces behind this city. They have large vehicles and heavy artillery. What if they come to assist? A commanding leader expressed his doubts. Fool. Another leader slapped him on the head, declaring, if they dare come, we will annihilate them. Upon hearing his subordinates' concerns, the murderous intent in Iron Claw's eyes softened. He turned to the leader who had slapped him and remarked, you are indeed correct. Should they come, we shall destroy them. I entrust this faction to your command, but do employ your intellect before the skirmish. After the war council concluded, most of the leaders departed with the tasks assigned by Iron Claw, leaving only the cunning Gold Tooth behind. By this time, Gold Tooth had grown considerably. Accompanied by a large, fierce, and crimson squig, his mount, friend, and companion. With the squig's aid, many of the green-skinned leaders found themselves unable to contend with Gold Tooth and willingly obeyed his commands. among the entirety of the green-skinned tribe. Only Iron Claw surpassed Goldtooth in prestige. My leader, what is your true plan? Goldtooth inquired, casting a shrewd smile towards Iron Claw. Humph, you sly one. You have indeed seen through me, Iron Claw replied with a smile that bore a cruel edge. Merely whittling away at the enemy is of little interest. We have prepared for so long, we must orchestrate a grand whack. My leader's trophy wall is lacking a worthy head to mount. Iron Claw shook the massive frame strapped to his back, a tradition among orc culture. Generally, these crude structures symbolize a leader's might, adorned with spoils of war, sometimes human skulls. Elven hats, or the helmets of space marines. The legendary bone breaker bore the colossal skull of a demon. Oh, I see. Iron Claw, you intend to eliminate the enemy leader. Goldtooth said, a look of realization dawning upon him. So, the recent attack routes were merely a ruse? Indeed, Iron Claw affirmed. As long as they can draw the enemies out, I can lead my brave warriors through the breach in their defenses to eliminate their leader. Upon finishing, Iron Claw's claws nervously relaxed and tightened, as if filled with anticipation. So, you have left my stealthy warriors and the grots behind to assist in creating a gap in their defenses? Goldtooth pondered aloud. Yes, Goldtooth. You are astute and cunning. Should we succeed, I assure you, you shall have first pick of the spoils. It's a deal, Iron Claw. My stealthy warriors and grots shall not disappoint you. After concluding his communication with Iron Claw, Goldtooth mounted his squig and raced down the hillside, where numerous other squig-riding grots soon followed in pursuit of Goldtooth. Meanwhile, Chuck, unaware of Iron Claw's arrangements, grew increasingly anxious after being warned by Cornwall, becoming more paranoid. He erupted in fury at the command center, each order punctuated by his wrath. Following analyses from his advisors and intelligence gathered by reconnaissance drones, the command staff concluded that the primary assault from the Greenskins would focus on the cities in the southern hemisphere's extensive right flank, a conclusion corroborated by various photographs and videos. As for the cities on the left flank of the mainland, although they have also come under assault, the intensity of the combat has not been particularly high. With the appropriate deployment of reinforcements and the training of some militia, they should be able to hold their ground. Moreover, the rainforest terrain lies directly to the right, and after such an extended period of conflict, the command can ascertain that the lairs of the green-skinned adversaries are nestled within the depths of the jungle. The complexity and vastness of the terrain have deterred any military incursions to eradicate them. The left flank, being adjacent to the coastline, predominantly features hilly and flat landscapes with sparse vegetation. The green-skinned assailants attacking the left flank cities likely became disoriented after emerging from the rainforest, resulting in their diminished numbers and lack of organization. Chapter 65. Pioneer City. The intelligence was remarkably clear, combined with the disordered and barbaric conduct of the greenskins. It was evident that no cunning schemes were at play. Chuck commanded a total force of 600,000, including 10 armored divisions, approximately 100,000 strong, fully equipped with Lehman Russ tanks, Chimera transports, and petrified lizard self-propelled guns. However, there were no Emperor's Blade super heavy tanks among them. The remainder of his forces consisted mainly of infantry divisions, armed with some heavy weaponry, alongside automatic cannons and anti-aircraft machine guns, as well as adequate anti-tank weaponry. Thus, the overall characteristic of the Defense Army's infantry divisions was their ability to utilize terrain and trenches for defensive operations. Their offensive capabilities paled in comparison to that of the armored divisions. 600,000 troops were woefully inadequate to secure the southern hemisphere, which boasted a resident population exceeding 500 million. Fortunately, several months prior, Governor Cornwall had enacted a decree to expand military readiness. This decree allocated numerous light weapons to robust civilians and established grassroots militia organizations, officially numbering 20 million, dispersed across various cities. However, when compared to the regular army, the combat efficacy of these militias remained to be tested. In a bid to restore his reputation and compensate for his previous failures, Chuck instructed the general staff to devise a more aggressive operational plan. He was dissatisfied with a passive defense within the city. He yearned for an offensive, believing that only through the large-scale annihilation of the greenskin forces, with their carcasses strewn across the battlefield, could he cleanse his tarnished honor. Coincidentally, satellite imagery revealed that over 1 million greenskins had surged forth from the rainforest on the right flank, splitting into multiple chaotic attack vectors. Smaller towns and villages were utterly incapable of withstanding such a tide of green, due to the suddenness of the greenskin assault. Many human settlements on the outskirts of the major cities were unable to evacuate in time, and fell victim to the greenskin slaughter. Panic swiftly spread, and in their desperate bid for survival, mortals exhausted all means to flee toward the larger cities, resulting in a massive influx of refugees surrounding these urban centers. Among the cities grappling with the refugee crisis was an unmissable stronghold, Pioneer City, one of the initial urban establishments by human colonizers. Do not crowd. Do not breach the defensive lines. Countless refugees pressed together at the main thoroughfare leading into the city, where armed militia had erected 3 barricades using fences and trucks to prevent the desperate masses from rushing in. Please let us in. We beg you. Those green monsters are right behind us. They have slaughtered so many. Please, save us. The refugees implored from beyond the barricades, attempting to evoke the militia's compassion and gain entry into the city for sanctuary. No, the militia leader resolutely declared, embodying the sentiments of all present. Pioneer City is fortifying its defenses against the greenskin onslaught. Allowing you entry would incite chaos. What would happen if the greenskins seized the opportunity to attack the city? If Pioneer City falls, what fate awaits the 5 million residents within? Here lies their home, a sanctuary imbued with the essence of their kin, a treasure worthy of their very lives to defend. Although the plight of the refugees evokes a profound sense of compassion within the militia, such sympathy pales in comparison to the bonds they share with their own families, rendering them unwilling to take risks. The orcs have arrived. Distant screams of terror pierce the air. This cry seems to have ignited a shot within the Torii forest, startling the flocks of birds and sending the refugees into a frenzied panic, their rationality lost as they instinctively surged towards the barricades. Retreat! Retreat! We shall open fire, commanded the militia leader with a booming voice. Yet, mere words could not quell the fear-driven refugees, who continued to press against the barricades, some even vaulting over and sprinting towards the city. Captain, what shall we do? Inquired the anxious militia members, their faces wrought with tension. Open fire. Disperse the refugees. Clear the firing zone, or all will be lost once the orcs breach our defenses amidst the chaos. The militia captain gritted his teeth and issued the order. The militia raised their weapons, pulling the triggers of their gunpowder arms against the encroaching refugees, who cried out in anguish as bullets found their mark, quickly turning the entrance to the city into a gruesome tableau of blood and bodies. In a desperate bid for survival, the refugees fled in every direction, suffering a third of their number in casualties before they were scattered. Witnessing the carnage before him, the militia captain felt a pang of remorse. Their weapons were intended to combat the orcs, not to slay their own people. Soon, he would find solace in the decisiveness of his actions. Amidst the dispersing throng of refugees, screams erupted once more as some individuals were torn apart, their blood splattering the ground. A cacophony of terror erupted, accompanied by the thunderous roar of gunfire from afar, as a dilapidated motorcycle barreled towards them, carrying 2 orcs. One orc manned the vehicle while the other wielded a double-barreled shotgun, laden with ammunition, firing relentlessly at the refugees, a diminutive imp seated behind assisting in reloading. The caliber of the orc's firearm was grotesquely excessive. Even a mere graze would leave a gaping wound, and a direct hit would cleave a body in 2. In no time, the orc motorcycle had inflicted near 100 casualties. However, the orcs soon appeared disinterested in slaughtering the common folk, accelerating towards the militia's position. As a vital entryway into Pioneer City, despite the militia being newly formed, they had fortified their defenses with considerable firepower, including heavy machine guns, howitzers, and bunkers. Upon sighting the orc motorcycle charging forward, the militia needed no command from their captain. All firepower was unleashed upon the rapidly approaching vehicle. Alas, the speed of the greenskin driver was too great. Most of the militia's shots missed their target, and those that did strike merely produced insignificant wounds on the orc's resilient flesh. The heavy machine gun fire was evaded by the orc driver with agile maneuvers, while the howitzer's accuracy regrettably resulted in nothing more than a display of fireworks beside the motorcycle. The orc's marksman, however, was a different story. The firepower of his formidable weapon rivaled that of an entire militia squad, and in the rhythmic cadence of gunfire, the militia found themselves decimated, losing several men in an instant. A wave of terror swept through the militia as they suddenly realized they were mere mortals confronting a bloodthirsty and terrifying alien menace. The motorcycle roared to life, surging past obstacles and breaching the defenses of the militia. The greenskin driver abruptly yanked at a device on the motorcycle, unleashing rockets mounted on either side, which instantly transformed the militia's defenses into a blazing inferno. Chapter 66. Besieged. The green-skinned orcs on their motorcycles rampaged for 10 minutes behind the defensive lines before being eliminated by the garrison. The orcs met their demise with a sense of satisfaction and exhilaration. Their actions inflicted profound damage upon the morale of the human defenders. With merely 3 green-skinned creatures causing such havoc, doubts arose. Could the garrison of 50,000 planetary soldiers and 700,000 militia truly suffice? The advancing horde of green-skinned monsters numbered at least 1 million. Even if they were not concentrated, scattered across vast territories and distracted by various small targets. The prospect of 50,000 orcish beasts descending upon the city posed a formidable challenge for ordinary humans. Defend Pioneer City at all costs. Chuck commanded from the command center. Fear not the brute strength and savagery of these barbarians. Humanity possesses faith, artillery, and steel. I shall lend them support. He believed that as long as they could hold their ground, he could deploy troops to encircle the green-skinned monsters from the flanks. Initially, he would unleash the Banshees for a carpet bombing, followed by the armored divisions to break through, and ultimately, the main force would crush these orcish fiends entirely. The plan appeared strikingly feasible, a pincer movement combined with overwhelming firepower. In the military academies, such strategies were deemed infallible. Chuck's confidence swelled. In his mind, the green-skinned orcs were disorganized. First, he would draw their attention to Pioneer City, then deploy all armored divisions to sever them at their weakest points, flooding infantry divisions through the breach to encircle the orcs. The remaining task was to wield the armored divisions like a hammer against the anvil of Pioneer City, crushing the orcish monsters beneath their might. To realize this campaign, Chuck committed 500,000 planetary soldiers, leaving only 100,000 to defend the capital city of Capello. Prepared to go all in. After all, eliminating the orcish main force would enable his formidable planetary army to sweep away the scattered remnants. Past months of extermination campaigns had demonstrated this. Well-equipped and heavily armed planetary soldiers could easily overpower the disorganized and undisciplined green-skinned foes. Chuck had not foreseen the multitude of contingencies within his plan. Any unforeseen event could jeopardize his living forces. Just as the armored divisions set forth, Pioneer City, the Anvil, found itself in dire straits. In truth, many orcish units had yet to arrive at Pioneer City, having swept through smaller towns along the way. Given the orcs' inherently chaotic nature, disciplined marching was a luxury. Merely reaching their designated positions was commendable. Yet, even those small detachments of green-skinned creatures posed a significant threat to Pioneer City. Occasionally, a couple of orcish motorcycle gangs would dare to assault the city's defenses, employing suicidal tactics that inflicted horrifying casualties. The militia's losses escalated daily, with temporary medical facilities nearly overflowing. The planetary soldiers, while more elite, faced a daunting challenge. Their defenses were somewhat sturdier, yet they numbered only 50,000. How could they comprehensively defend a city housing 5 million inhabitants? Resources, manpower, weaponry, and medical supplies were alarmingly scarce. In a dire turn of events, to replenish the severely depleted militia, Pioneer City opened its gates to refugees, only to find itself grappling with a scarcity of food. The stipulations for the refugees were straightforward. Designated areas within the city would be allocated for their habitation, yet all able-bodied individuals, regardless of gender, were required to enlist in the militia to defend the city. To seek sanctuary, one must also embrace responsibility. The refugees had no choice but to bid farewell to their children and parents, becoming scattered and integrated into the most perilous defensive zones. The future that awaited them was bleak. A mere morning of shooting drills would culminate in a lavish lunch before they were thrust into the front lines, often assaulted by the relentless greenskin foes. These untrained individuals struggled to steady their weapons, and even if they managed to do so, how could a rifle of mere millimeter caliber inflict fatal damage upon the towering greenskins? Pioneer City was perilously delaying the onslaught of the greenskins with the flesh and blood of ordinary people. Soon, the city faced a formidable threat, as a vanguard of approximately 100,000 greenskins encircled its perimeter. The leader of this horde, mounted upon a colossal squig beast, raised his massive cleaver and bellowed a war cry towards Pioneer City. Wyag. The greenskins surged forth like a relentless tide. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air resonated with the orcish battle cries, conjuring memories of past assaults marked by severed limbs and pools of blood. The militiamen, composed of ordinary citizens, began to succumb to fear. Their morale wavered, and even before the first engagement, signs of impending collapse emerged. Had it not been for their prior combat experiences and the planetary defense forces bolstering the militia with resolute sergeants to serve as officers, desertions would have already occurred. At the forefront of the greenskin charge were the most common foot soldiers, with only a few squig riders interspersed among them, and heavy artillery was notably scarce. This was largely due to the more well-equipped biker gangs having already advanced, either wreaking havoc or meeting their own demise. Meanwhile, heavier and more powerful units remained in the rear, preparing for a sweeping assault. On another front, the Iron Claw had amassed considerable equipment through prolonged looting. Though not every soldier was fortunate enough to receive a share of the more formidable weaponry. The Iron Claw lacked the technical prowess of individuals like Cheng Mingrue, and merely equipping their subordinates with basic weapons was commendable in itself. Fear not, they are nothing more than a rabble wielding primitive arms, a defense officer proclaimed, rallying the spirits of the militia. He was acutely aware of the falsehood of his words. Revealing the true nature of the greenskins might shatter the morale of the troops instantly. Unleash all firepower. Discharge every round, under the officer's command. The entire defensive line erupted in a cacophony of gunfire. Both light and heavy arms, as well as artillery, were unleashed. Aiming, that was a luxury they could not afford. The greenskins formed ranks and were met with indiscriminate fire, assuredly hitting their targets. Yet, while the human defenders created a tumultuous din, the results were far from satisfactory. A heavy machine gun unleashed a barrage upon an ordinary greenskin for several seconds, yet it was only after the greenskin had sprinted 20 meters forward that it finally succumbed. The green-skinned creatures, a formidable amalgamation of animal and plant, exhibit remarkable resilience against impacts. Many of these green beings, blasted by artillery, managed to rise and shake their heads, continuing their charge. Witnessing such resilience led some militia members to question whether the bullets they fired were, in fact, real. In contrast, the laser weaponry wielded by the planetary guardians proves to be significantly more powerful, at the very least. The concentrated barrage of laser fire can effectively impede the onslaught of the beastmen, unlike conventional gunpowder weapons that merely seem to tickle. Chapter 67. Fantasy. The presence of the Planetary Defense Force on the front line remains woefully inadequate, with the majority being mere militia, rendering their firepower insufficient. The orcs suffered minimal losses as they surged past the defensive line, charging across the most perilous few hundred meters of the assault front. Once they closed in for hand-to-hand combat, the militia's rifles and makeshift weapons proved nearly indistinguishable as they fell victim to the merciless onslaught. The devastation wrought by the Skug Riders was even more severe. They moved through the ranks of militia like ancient cavalry, cleaving through bodies with ease, while their monstrous steeds savagely tore at the panicked, fleeing soldiers. In mere moments of contact, the militia disintegrated. They held no longer than the refugees before the greenskins. Ordinary humans, relying solely on their physical prowess, found it nearly impossible to withstand the onslaught of the Orcish horde. What? The city of Pioneer is faltering. How could this be? This is merely the first wave of orcs. Chuck, upon receiving the alarming intelligence, could hardly believe his ears. His strategic plans had only just begun to unfold when disaster struck. Including the militia and armed refugees, the city boasted a force of 1 million. That was 1 million souls, not a mere herd of swine. A gaggle of cowards. This is treachery. This is betrayal against the Empire, betrayal against the Emperor. Chuck's face flushed crimson with rage as he berated the staff for a full 10 minutes, his fury unabated. My Lord General, what should we do next? The first and second lines of defense have fallen, and the third is likely to follow suit. A substantial number of greenskins have infiltrated the urban area, and the casualties among the defense force have reached 10%. One tactless aide ventured to say, Perhaps we should abandon the encirclement strategy and focus on reinforcing the city of Pioneer. If we lose the city, the greenskins' next target will be Capello's Gate. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Chuck vehemently rejected the notion. Stubborn individuals never concede their errors. A compulsive gambler will not leave the table until all chips are lost. As long as my armored division launches an offensive, everything will turn around. Chuck was becoming somewhat unhinged. Indeed. We are equipped with a formidable arsenal of Lehman Russ tanks, Chimera transport vehicles, and Sentinel mechs to cover our flanks, alongside the petrified Lizard self-propelled artillery for long-range strikes. In the skies, we have the mournful Banshees. This torrent of steel will effortlessly vanquish the greenskins. My Lord General. An aide felt compelled to voice his concerns about the plan's inherent risks. Silence. Chuck bellowed, interrupting the aide, who was swiftly escorted away by the military police for sowing seeds of despair and undermining morale. In my capacity as a general of the Planetary Defense Force, I hereby revoke his rank. He is forbidden from entering the command center without my express permission. In the midst of the aide's bewildered expression, 2 soldiers dragged him out. Very well, everyone return to your stations. I shall now commence the operational planning. Chuck disregarded the expressions of those around him, focused solely on ensuring his orders were executed. Approaching the holographic battlefield projection, Chuck gestured animatedly over the display. The Valkyrie Transport Squadron is stationed nearby, ready to urgently deploy an elite mechanized unit to support Pioneer City, along with 2 Scorpion rocket artillery regiments and a planetary defense infantry division. With such formidable firepower, Pioneer City should be able to withstand the assault. Furthermore, inform the armored divisions in the south that they may commence their offensive immediately. There is no need to wait for the complete assembly. However, General, such a move would result in an excessively narrow breach for the armored divisions. The formation would stretch into a long line, which would be disadvantageous for both the attack and resupply, suggested another staff officer. You may also leave. Military police, drag him out. Without heeding the staff officer's detailed explanation, Chuck dismissed him. Once the armored divisions initiate their attack, everything will fall into place. Chuck seemed increasingly entranced. Wailing Banshee Squadron commenced bombardment on the breach area occupied by the Greenskins. The operation begins on Aronia 3 in the southern hemisphere. At the breakthrough point of the southern front, a vast array of armored units has gathered. Rows of brand-new Lehman-Russ tanks, Chimera armored vehicles, and a variety of supply trucks all exemplify the formidable strength of the human military. Numerous logistics personnel traverse between the vehicles, performing adjustments, repairs, and resupply. What? We must depart immediately. A group of crew members gazed incredulously at the orders in their hands. The vehicle inspections had yet to be completed, and launching an offensive at this juncture seemed impossible. There were insufficient fuel and ammunition. They quickly united to present their concerns to the command center, which responded promptly. The attack must commence at once. Any delay in seizing the opportunity would result in a court-martial post-conflict. Court-martial? There is no notion of human rights or justice. The outcome for those implicated is invariably execution. Under Chuck's stern directive, all armored and infantry divisions complied with the order and began their assault from the flanks against the Greenskins. Fortunately, humanity still maintained air superiority, with numerous wailing banshees taking off day and night, conducting dozens of sorties daily to fulfill the carpet bombing mission. However, the Greenskins were exceedingly dispersed. 1 million may seem substantial, but spread across the rainforests and open terrains of the southern hemisphere, they appeared quite scattered. The bombardment inflicted a degree of damage on the Greenskins, yet the results were not as decisive as Chuck had anticipated. Following the commencement of the offensive, both the armored and infantry divisions of the Planetary Defense Forces advanced remarkably well. Those scattered Greenskin skirmishers, after enduring the bombardment from the wailing banshees, could hardly mount an effective defense. Each time they encountered the forces of the planetary defense, the Greenskins would loudly charge forward to engage, causing some trouble and losses to the planetary forces, yet failing to halt their relentless advance. In the initial days, Chuck felt a surge of exhilaration as the attacking forces, spearheaded by the armored divisions, successfully routed large groups of Greenskins, having penetrated halfway into enemy territory. Chuck's confidence has been restored. He firmly believes himself to be a genius, convinced that his fellow strategists are excessively cautious and fail to recognize his acute grasp of the battlefield. However, the recent assaults have placed considerable strain on logistics, with the ammunition reserves of the Banshee dwindling to less than 1/5. The armored division spearheading the offensive also requires a respite, while the infantry division trailing behind needs time to establish a defensive line to thwart any potential counterattacks from the Greenskins. He urged them not to falter, to continue the assault. If they endure a little longer, victory shall belong to humanity, to the Emperor. Chuck rallied his subordinates from the command center. Despite suffering significant casualties, the City of Pioneers has managed to hold its ground with his support. The armored division, known as the Hammer, continues to make steady progress. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, they will relentlessly crush the Greenskins. Everything will eventually improve. Before the command screen, Chuck incessantly reinforced his own resolve. Chapter 68. The Sly Youngster What? Another shrimp brigade has exited the city? Iron Claw listened to his subordinate's report with an incredulous expression. He had braced himself for a fierce battle, only to find it morphing into a mere stroll in the park. Iron Claw scratched his bald head, pondering whether the shrimp boss had the qualifications to lead. Let us settle for the first one. We can always replace him with someone more capable later. The Greenskins relished warfare, particularly fierce confrontations against formidable foes. If the adversaries were too weak, the skirmishes would become tedious, stunting their own growth. during the War of Paradise. The stature, physique, and technology of the Greenskins were significantly superior to what they are now, primarily due to the formidable enemies they faced at that time. After enduring the plague and the disappearance of the clever lad, the current orc genes exhibited certain deficiencies compared to those bygone days. Yet they were not so weak as to warrant this present state of affairs. In the War of Paradise, the towering orc brutes stood at least 10 meters tall. Now, those around 4 meters are merely considered large. Ultimately, all races in the galaxy have grown weaker, engaging in a cycle of mutual degradation akin to inept players in a game of chess. In the southern hemisphere of Oronia 3, the right flank of this continent is characterized by rainforests and major human urban clusters. Yet this seemingly proximate direction is not where Iron Claw intends to mount his primary assault. He led his elite 50,000 along the left flank. The terrain on the continent's left side is more expansive, with most cities built by the sea. Although this approach may seem both lengthy and risky, it is often the overlooked path by defenders. Surveying the dim surroundings, Iron Claw tapped on a nearby rock wall and remarked, "Golden Tooth. Ensure you don't misjudge the direction, otherwise, I won't hesitate to hang you on my back. Rest assured, Boss Iron Claw, I have everything arranged." The direction is indisputable. Soon, we'll breach this and emerge on the surface. Above us lies a shrimp city, perfectly situated in the center of the railway. My stealthy youngsters are already lurking nearby. The moment we reveal ourselves, they will coordinate an attack, swiftly seizing control of the shrimp city. Golden Tooth began sketching a map on the ground. Although the lines were rough, the precision and logic were commendable. Once we capture the city, we can repurpose the shrimp's trains to head towards the city where the shrimp boss resides, taking advantage of the fact that he has few minions nearby to protect him, and swiftly eliminate him. Iron Claw contemplated the map for a moment, reminiscing about how the cunning boss on the Glory Night had orchestrated the movements of the shrimp army, annihilating them. "I feel our pace is still too slow." After a moment of reflection, Iron Claw declared, "Let us proceed as planned." Catching the shrimp off guard and seizing their city first. With the boss's command, the waiting minions sprang into action, utilizing specialized excavation machinery to dig upwards incessantly until, shortly thereafter, the exit was unearthed. The chilling moonlight cast its glow upon a vast lawn, where an enormous gaping hole materialized from thin air. A multitude of fully armed green-skinned warriors emerged, their numbers swelling rapidly until they filled the entire expanse. A few camouflaged goblins, resembling specters, appeared in the center of the lawn before their leader, Iron Claw. These sneaky goblins exchanged a few hushed words with Gold Tooth before departing. Iron Claw. "The sneaky ones are ready," Gold Tooth whispered conspiratorially. "This city's defenses are quite lax. My boys are monitoring the main entrances and firing points. Once we commence our assault, we shall encounter no unforeseen obstacles." Upon hearing this, Iron Claw nodded, surveying his surroundings. The eager faces of his loyal followers shone with anticipation, their tiny red eyes brimming with excitement. Without uttering a word, Iron Claw raised his battle axe high and bellowed towards the distant human city, whack. In response, his followers raised their weapons, some wielding axes, others firearms, and a few missile launchers. Whack! With a thunderous charge, Iron Claw and his warriors surged forth towards the human settlement. The commotion inevitably roused the city's defenders. Even though it was merely a small town, the onslaught of the greenskin marauders had turned it into a bastion of vigilance. With over 10,000 militia members on guard duty through the night, they were alert and prepared to deal with any scattered Orcish incursions. However, just as the watchful militia was about to sound the alarm, an arrow expertly pierced one soldier's throat. Swiftly, arrows sliced through the darkness, claiming one militia member after another. Clad in camouflage and seamlessly blending into their surroundings, the goblins sprang into action. They leapt into the fray, unleashing precise volleys of arrows while deftly maneuvering over obstacles, plunging daggers into the throats of slumbering sentries behind cover. The entire operation unfolded with fluidity, the night air resonating only with the lamentations of the dying and the soft rustle of goblin bodies in motion. Perched at the highest vantage point, a crafty goblin retrieved a monocular and peered in the direction of the battle cries. Spotting the advancing horde of green-skinned warriors, he promptly stowed the telescope away. "Hurry up. The bosses are coming. Clear the roadblocks. Don't impede their path," he commanded the goblins below. Without hesitation, the goblins sprang into action, swiftly relocating the large obstacles. For those too massive to move quickly, they affixed explosives and blasted them aside. As for whether the explosions would alert the city's inhabitants, with the sentries already dispatched, the Orcish army was poised to invade. Even if discovered, the townsfolk would have little time to organize a defense. Leading the charge, Iron Claw resembled an unstoppable beast, and had the crafty goblins not been so nimble, they might have found themselves crushed beneath his feet. The obstacles that hinder progress remain only partially cleared. However, for Iron Claw, it matters not. He is akin to a racing locomotive, an indomitable tank, impervious to any impediment. Countless walls, bunkers, and landmines have been shattered, crushed, and flattened beneath him. These barriers have merely left a few scratches upon the armor of Iron Claw. As he charged forward, a Lehman Russ tank obstructed his path, and a solid tank shell struck his chest. As the smoke dissipated, Iron Claw's breastplate lay in ruins, and his chest was a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Yet he continued his relentless assault. Walk. The Lehman Russ, attempting to retreat, found it too late. Iron Claw raised his murderous axe and delivered a sweeping blow, sending the Lehman Russ turret soaring into the sky. Chapter 69. The Emperor-class battleship trailing behind the Iron Claw was a surging green tide. Once they entered the city, instinct propelled them to scatter, engaging in slaughter, destruction, and annihilation. The hastily organized resistance of the city's militia proved futile. They were as defenseless as unarmed civilians. Akin to eggs shattered against the stones wielded by the greenskins, reduced to mere fragments. This could hardly be termed war. It was sheer carnage. Flames, thick smoke, and the anguished cries of the dying rose from every corner of the city, illuminating half the night sky. For humanity, it was a hell of despair. For the greenskins, a jubilant revelry. The obliteration of a human city was this simple. 3 hours later, gazing upon the burning remnants of the human city, the Iron Claw nonchalantly twisted his neck. Too weak. So uninteresting. Not a single challenge. A squad of squig riders, led by the Grinning Jaw, traversed the charred ruins amidst the raging inferno, navigating the streets piled high with blood and corpses, laden with a bountiful haul of spoils, arriving before Grinning Jaw. Boss. My lads have secured the train station. Now I need some tech-savvy boys and mechanics to modify the train, and we can set off, Grinning Jaw proclaimed with pride. Satisfied with the swift success of their raid on the Shrimp City, having amassed a considerable amount of loot. 2 large bags of teeth and shiny treasures strapped to the back of his squig. The Iron Claw did not respond immediately. He contemplated for a moment before saying, Grinning Jaw, I can provide you with the lads you seek. Most of them here can be left in your charge for the whack. Boss, what do you mean? I lead the lads. What about you? Grinning Jaw questioned, perplexed, for spoils not earned personally held little value. And the Iron Claw surely wouldn't send him to claim the head of the shrimp boss. I have my own methods. Taking the train is too slow. I must catch the shrimp boss off guard. With that, Grinning Joe raised his head towards the sky, where amidst the dark night, something flickered with light. Hello? Can you hear me? Iron Claw tapped at his ear. A crackling noise ensued before the communication finally connected. Can hear you. The dummy Air Force awaits your command, Iron Claw. Excellent. Find a place to land. I want you to bring as many good lads as possible. Iron Claw grinned, revealing a mouthful of tusks. Let us go meet the shrimp's boss and see if he is as ruthless and tough as he ought to be. Dummy Air Force received, adjusting formation, preparing to land. Grinning Jaw stared in astonishment as one battered aircraft after another descended from the sky, their red lights flashing, 2 of which collided during landing. Boss, what is this? This is the Dummy Air Force. The inspiration struck me when I first saw the shrimp's iron birds. They can build them, so can we. Now you understand where all that loot goes, don't you? Iron Claw boasted with a hint of pride. Could they execute bombardments akin to the iron birds of the shrimp? Genia lacked an intuitive understanding of the Daifu Air Force. No. They possess far greater capabilities. They can elevate Wyak upon wings of flight, incinerating all foes beneath the iron birds. In the vast expanse of outer space, Pex was en route back to Euronia 3 with his expedition fleet, estimating 3 days until he would once again behold that beautiful habitable world. A subspace reaction was detected at bearing 62, a distance of 200 star map units. The navigator's calm electrical hum resonated throughout the bridge, immediately heightening the tension among all aboard the Guardian. 200 star map units were roughly a third of the range of a light spear, an exceedingly perilous distance in a naval engagement among the stars. As a precaution, the captain of the Guardian ordered all weapon systems to be prepared, ready to launch an immediate counterattack should anything malevolent emerge from subspace. A kaleidoscope of colors and bizarre shapes tore open a vast rift in the conventional universe. A colossal, menacing warship emerged, adorned with cathedrals, massive cannons, light spears, flying platforms, and sacred embellishments, unmistakably a vessel of the human empire. The 4,000-meter long Guardian cruiser was but half the length of this Imperial battleship. This was an Emperor-class battleship, formidable, powerful, and heavily laden, serving as the backbone of the human Empire's fleet, typically designated as the flagship. Following closely behind the battleship were two cruisers. Not standard types like the Moon class, but heavy cruisers equipped with an abundance of weaponry and armor. Trailing behind were ordinary destroyers and a multitude of escort vessels and transport ships. This constituted an entire Imperial fleet. Just as Pex's suspicions began to form, communication was established. "This is the Doombringer, calling the defense fleet of the Euronia star system. We are reinforcements dispatched by the Department of Military Affairs to assist in the defense of the star system. I am Commissar Kester, the commander of the fleet." Indeed. Wasn't it agreed upon that they would arrive in a month? Why have they come a few days early? Is it due to subspace instability? This is the Guardian, flagship of the Euronia star system defense fleet. I am Pex Lampaster, the system commander, Pex replied gravely. "Greetings, Commander Pex, what a fortunate coincidence. I was just about to seek you and Governor Cornwall. I have a directive from the Department of Military Affairs, and I hope you can find time to visit the Doombringer." Commissar Kester seemed oblivious to the implications of Pex introducing himself and directly stated his request. Pex was reluctant to comply. He truly did not wish to go. In the memories left by the hive mind, commissars were a high-risk demographic, especially those in elevated positions. Physically eliminating them seemed the best course of action. Yet, how could a system commander appointed by the Department of Military Affairs defy its orders? Pex lowered his cellular activity to a minimum, smiled, and said, "At your service, Commissar Kester, I shall depart immediately." Seated aboard the shuttle, Pex's emotions were a tumultuous blend of apprehension and contemplation. He envisioned the direst of scenarios, such as the possibility of being discovered, or the peril of being recognized by the descendants of the expeditionary forces. Should they all be uncovered and subsequently eradicated? He took solace in the fact that aboard Euronia 3, he had preserved a spark, a remarkable progenitor destined to yield exceptional offspring. Conversely, Commissar Kester's thoughts were far less convoluted. Clutching a hand order sealed with wax, he meticulously crafted his words in his mind, strategizing how to communicate with the commander of the galaxy without allowing the intelligence to overwhelm him. Chapter 70. The Tyranids approach. The Tyranids in the Greenskins stand as formidable adversaries to the human empire, perpetually threatening its security. Should the empire muster its full strength, it would not cower before them, for the vastness of its territory and the multitude of its populace provide a robust foundation. However, the empire grapples with its own complexities. Its enormity necessitates the presence of military forces in every corner, embroiled in conflicts across the expanse. In the face of the Tyranid fleet's invasion, the human empire resorted to a stratagem of misdirection, employing the psychic beacons of the Genestealers to lure the invaders into the territory of the Greenskins. The intent was for these two formidable foes to exhaust one another, ideally leading to their mutual destruction, a divine intervention, if ever there was one. The plan was conceived with great promise and executed with remarkable success, as the Tyranid swarm indeed penetrated deep into the Greenskin star system, engaging in an unprecedented and monumental clash at Octarius. If all proceeded as anticipated, everything appeared to be unfolding seamlessly. Yet, unforeseen calamity awaited, the devastating conflict. Rather than weakening either the Tyranids or the Greenskins, inadvertently bolstered their might. The Tyranids thrived on the abundant biomass acquired, growing in number and ferocity. Simultaneously, the Greenskins, galvanized by the war, united more than ever, not only increasing their ranks, but also enhancing the strength of each individual warrior. The Empire's presumptuous machinations inadvertently fortified both enemies, transforming the entire Greenskin star system into a powder keg, ready to obliterate the Empire's eastern defenses at any moment. To avert the impending catastrophe, the human empire commenced a hasty fortification of the defenses bordering the Greenskin territories, aspiring to establish a formidable bulwark against future tribulations. At this juncture, opinions within the empire diverged into two factions. One faction argued that allowing the situation to fester was perilous, whether the Tyranids or the Greenskins emerged from the star system. The empire's defenses might falter. They advocated for a concentrated offensive to preemptively eradicate the looming threat. Conversely, the more cautious faction deemed such an offensive reckless, perceiving it as a gamble with the empire's vital resources. They warned that should the plan fail, it could trigger the crisis in the Greenskin star system prematurely. with both the Greenskins and the Tyranids surging forth, bringing ruin upon the Empire. Both factions presented compelling arguments, yet neither could sway the other. Nevertheless, the unanimous consensus remained: the fortification of the border star systems must continue. In theory, the Tyranids and the Greenskins would remain embroiled in their conflict for an extended period. Yet the reality hung precariously in the balance. However, for reasons unknown, a fleet of Leviathan swarms altered its course towards the Eronia star system. Strangely, the orcs, poised for a grand battle, suddenly realized that their amusement had vanished, leading to their displeasure as they pursued in their makeshift vessels crafted from meteors, refuse, and detritus. This scenario bore a striking resemblance to the precarious imbalance within the orc star domain, heralding the emergence of swarms and green-skinned creatures. Thus, our task is monumental. It is a sacred mission bestowed upon us by the Empire, to secure time for reinforcing the defenses of the subsequent star domains. We must steadfastly hold the Eronia star system and prevent those vile Xenos from breaching our ranks. After outlining the current circumstances, Caister turned his cold, emotionless gaze towards Pex, who was visibly troubled. How could this be? Faced with such an adversary, how could the Eronia star system possibly endure? Pex remained silent, but Cornwall, participating via holographic projection, could no longer contain himself. The Department of Military Affairs is well aware that you cannot hold the line alone. That is precisely why we are here. The Astartes battle group is en route to provide support. The three of us, along with the future commander of the Astartes battle group, will form the supreme command authority of the star system, fully responsible for its defense. Caister activated his command tablet, displaying its contents for Pex and Cornwall to see. Even so, Cornwall disregarded the appointment document. He swallowed hard, suppressing the thought that even under these circumstances, they might not hold. How long must we endure? We cannot hold out indefinitely. Caister's gaze shifted from Pex to Cornwall's holographic image. The directive from the Department of Military Affairs is to endure for as long as possible. Each additional day we hold here allows for greater fortification of the rear star domains, enhancing their chances of withstanding the Xenos. Even through the green hues of the hologram, it was evident that Cornwall's complexion was turning ashen. This order implied they would have to defend the Eronia star system to their deaths, embodying their loyalty to the Empire through sacrifice. Caister cast a sidelong glance at Cornwall before diverting his attention. Within the Empire, there are many governors like Cornwall, who cling to life out of fear. In his heart, Caister held disdain for such individuals. These nobles indulge in opulence yet are cowardly and greedy, rarely displaying true bravery or willingness to sacrifice for the Empire. Were it not for the Empire's vastness, requiring the likes of Cornwall to govern the entirety of humanity, Caister would not hesitate to use his explosive weapon to preemptively fulfill Cornwall's duty to the Empire. In contrast, Pex remained remarkably composed. From the outset of his recounting of the dire situation, his demeanor exhibited little change. According to his record, he had previously served as the captain of an Imperial lunar-class cruiser, which had encountered an unfortunate ambush by orcs while surveilling their star domain. Remarkably, he not only evaded the orc ambush, but also led several individuals to safety, unveiling a conspiracy of gene thieves infiltrating the cruiser. After being urgently appointed as the Galactic commander by the Ministry of Military Affairs, Pex diligently undertook the responsibility of enhancing the defensive capabilities of the galaxy. In an effort to eradicate the threat posed by the Greenskins, he personally led an expeditionary force to assault their encampment on Eronia 4. Pex was indeed an exemplary soldier of the Empire. However, therein lay the dilemma: his excellence was almost too pronounced. Had he not perused Pex's evaluation report himself, he might have harbored doubts regarding the soldier's well-being. Ideally, there would be no issues, as collaborating with such a commendable officer would undoubtedly facilitate the arduous battles that lay ahead. Reflecting on the Greenskins brought a twinge of discomfort to Caister. The records of this green plague were woven throughout the annals of human imperial history, and none had succeeded in eradicating them completely. What was the current status of the greenskin infestation in the Eronia system? Had it been contained? To maintain a long-term stronghold, the internal threat must first be eradicated. Caister refrained from querying Cornwall, his gaze remaining fixed upon Pex. I regret to inform you, Comrade Caister, that the expeditionary force I commanded has not succeeded in eliminating the greenskin presence on Eronia 4. They have proliferated upon the planet. And while I have employed various methods to mitigate their numbers, the establishment of fortifications underground has rendered these efforts largely ineffective, Pex admitted with palpable shame. Regardless of the emotional weight or perspective, he ardently desired the annihilation of the greenskins residing on Aronia 4. Chapter 71. The collapse in the southern hemisphere of the planet. With a slight nod, Kester expressed his satisfaction with Peck's response. Although Peck had failed to achieve the operational objectives, his attitude was commendable. Were the green-skinned foes truly so easily vanquished? Could the training of the planetary defense forces over the past few months suffice? Even with his formidable Star Realm Legion, Kester knew that without a decisive numerical advantage and firepower support, victory was far from guaranteed. What was the situation on Oralonia 3? Kester's gaze remained fixed, yet the holographic image of Cornwall revealed beads of sweat forming on his brow in evident tension. The situation here, although the green-skinned adversaries had not been eradicated, they remained contained, Cornwall hesitantly reported. The tone of his voice caused Kester's brows to furrow. When Imperial officials spoke in such a manner, it often indicated that matters had spiraled beyond control. I require an accurate assessment. So, Governor Cornwall, when you say the situation is still under control, does that genuinely mean we have restricted the movements of the green-skinned entities, preventing their spread across Oralonia 3? Kester shifted his gaze from Peck's to Cornwall's holographic projection. Governor, in the near future, the three of us, along with Commander Astartes, shall form the highest command authority in the Oralonia system. We must foster mutual trust and unity. There is no need for you to conceal anything from me. Speak plainly now, and we may still prevent the situation from deteriorating further. I can also advocate for you in my report to the Ministry of Military Affairs. In order to coax Cornwall into candor, Kester softened his tone significantly. This was a lesson from experience. Pressuring Imperial officials too harshly could lead to desperate actions, with some choosing betrayal or surrender to chaos. Cornwall's expression shifted multiple times, his mind racing with thoughts. Ultimately, he sighed and relayed the true state of affairs on Oralonia 3. It turned out that just before connecting with Kester, Cornwall had lambasted Chuck and intensified the deployment of defenses along the equator. The southern hemisphere was lost, under Chuck's exemplary command. The 500 million inhabitants and 600,000 planetary defense forces of the southern hemisphere were finished. The tactic of advancing with armored divisions as the spearhead had encountered dire straits just past the halfway mark of their breakthrough plan. Endless waves of green-skinned foes surged from all directions, surrounding the planetary defense forces completely. This had all been foreshadowed, yet Chuck had paid it no heed. He believed that with his iron tide, he could crush all in his path. While his military acumen was not entirely lacking, his understanding of the green-skinned species was superficial. Traditional armies feared being outflanked, but the green-skinned did not share such concerns. Indeed, he had decimated many of the green-skinned forces, yet destruction did not equate to defeat. On the contrary, his actions had signaled to all the green-skinned that this was a stronghold, a worthy opponent. Another glorious battle awaited. Consequently, numerous green-skinned warriors, initially poised to attack Pioneer City, redirected southward in search of greater amusement. Do not attempt to comprehend the mindset of the greenskins. They are consumed by their fervor, lost even to themselves, driven solely by the desire for conflict and joy. This notion had eluded not only Chuck, but also Iron Claw, whose right flank forces were merely bait, intended to divert the attention of the squids. He would feel no sorrow for their complete annihilation. Given the current circumstances, it seems that this bait is on the verge of overwhelming the main forces of the squids. The defenders of Pioneer City breathed a sigh of relief as they noticed the dwindling numbers of greenskin troops before them, not because they had successfully defended the city or vanquished the attacking greenskins, but rather because the greenskins had scattered from Pioneer City in search of amusement. At this point, the population of Pioneer City had diminished to less than 1/10 of its original size, with combat-ready forces reduced to fewer than 100,000. As the defenders observed the retreating greenskins, the encircled planetary guard in the south beheld wave after wave of orcs crashing against their defenses. Originally intended as a spearhead, the Lehman Russ tank had been relegated to the trenches, serving as a stationary turret. The Chimera transport vehicle was outfitted with an engineering shovel, digging trench after trench to bolster their defenses. Within the trenches crouched a line of planetary guard soldiers, many adorned with bandages, their wounds seeping with crimson blood. These soldiers, clutching laser rifles, stared blankly ahead, seemingly afraid to blink. The relentless assaults from the greenskins persisted for 3 days, leaving the nerves of the defenders taut. The ground before them was strewn with the corpses of greenskins, ranging from orcs to snotlings, their blood seeping deep into the earth beneath. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and the previously drowsy soldiers instantly regained their vigor. A sergeant, brandishing a sword, expelled the whistle from around his neck, drawing his longsword as he bellowed, "Everyone, prepare. The greenskins are coming again." The familiar sound of whack echoed from a distance, and a green tide surged forth, trampling over the blood of their kin. Braving human artillery and barrages as they re-entered this meat grinder. Without requiring orders from their officers, the green tide, upon entering the planetary guard's fire zone, was met with a comprehensive onslaught. Yet, the artillery shattered the greenskins into fragments, failing to deter them. Lasers riddled them, yet they pressed on. Mines, trenches, and barbed wire proved futile. Some fortunate, or particularly formidable greenskins breached the trenches, swiftly dispatching the surrounding human soldiers within a minute. The flesh of ordinary soldiers was powerless against the greenskins' brute strength, and even sturdy armor faltered. A Lehman Russ tank became overrun with greenskins, both orcs and snotlings. 3 orcs heaved with effort, prying open the hatch, while a snotling cleverly retrieved a grenade scavenged from one of the squids and tossed it inside. With a thunderous explosion, the Lehman Russ tank fell silent. Several wailing banshees swooped down, unleashing heavy incendiary bombs upon the front line. In an instant, flames erupted indiscriminately, transforming the battlefield into a wall of fire, where lives were consumed by the searing heat before they could utter a cry, reduced to mere ashes. These intense flames momentarily halted the onslaught of the greenskin foes. However, their attacks were not confined to this singular front, as more breaches were emerging from various directions. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, and a greenish haze seemed to envelop the sky. The nearby rainforest was also affected, as an increasing number of disoriented greenskins emerged, instinctively drawn to the conflict, yearning to partake in the strife. As for weaponry, once they began to contemplate, they found an abundance of tools for warfare scattered throughout the battlefield. Chapter 72. Rivers of Blood. The battleground in the southern hemisphere is undeniably dire. However, it still retains the essence of a battlefield. The valiant efforts of the planetary defense forces are on the brink of annihilation, yet they continue to fight. The left continent has descended into a veritable hell on Earth. Overnight, countless breaches appeared along the critical thoroughfares of the left continent, and an endless swarm of greenskin troops manifested as if conjured by sorcery. The cities of the continent were besieged, and in a single night, nearly 10 metropolises were laid to waste. Within these urban landscapes, whether ordinary soldiers, civilians, officials, or the affluent elite, all were rendered equal in the face of the green-skinned reapers. Corpses littered the streets, and blood flowed through the sewage channels, forming vivid crimson rivers. The stench of blood mingled with the acrid scent of burning flesh, permeating the skies above the city. Anyone witnessing these horrific scenes from above was left profoundly shaken. Several reconnaissance pilots, having surveyed the devastation, experienced varying degrees of psychological trauma. Despite the green-skinned savagery, their numbers paled in comparison to the billions of humans, creating a stark disparity. Amidst the chaos, a multitude of refugees managed to escape, forming long lines as they trudged toward the capital of the southern hemisphere, Capello. In their desperate bid for survival, they obstructed all pathways, leading to frequent disorder, trampling, and violent clashes. Some of the green-skinned pursuers stalked them like ravenous beasts, claiming lives with relentless hunger. Strictly speaking, due to their relatively sparse numbers, the fatalities directly inflicted by the green-skinned were not substantial. The casualties among humans, however, were exacerbated by infighting and pandemonium. Their gunpowder weaponry proved inadequate against the green-skinned, yet was devastatingly effective when turned against their own kin. The bodies of the fallen blocked rivers, roads, and streets, and from above, a sea of blood stained the once verdant fields and crystal-clear waters a deep red. After losing communication with Cornwall, Chuck gazed at the map, which was increasingly marked by red zones indicating green-skinned incursions. His mind became a void, devoid of rational thought. He issued no further commands and retreated into a chamber within the bunker, locking himself away. In the darkness, he loaded a finely crafted handgun. His gaze lost upon the weapon, rendered speechless. The disintegration of the southern hemisphere's war effort could not solely be attributed to Chuck. His family would undoubtedly share in the impending doom. He could end it all with his own life, but what of his children, his kin? What of his lineage? Aboard the harbinger of doom, Kester slammed his fist onto the table before him, leaving a deep imprint in the metallic surface. This Chuck should be brought before a military tribunal. I shall wield the sacred explosive firearm to judge his folly. He commands a mere 600 poorly trained planetary guards. It is commendable that he has consolidated forces to defend the southern capital of Capello, yet he naively dreams of encirclement and annihilation. Does he believe he leads an entire astral army? or a detachment of Astartes. He is squandering the lives of soldiers. He is indirectly the executioner of the Empire's people. Kester, increasingly incensed by his own vitriol, felt that had Chuck truly been before him, he would have drawn his weapon. The vituperations from Kester rendered Cornwall mute, despite being a governor and one of the highest echelons of command. His authority was on par with Kester's. However, Kester held the position of political commissar, a role uniquely significant within the Empire's decision-making sphere. The legends and deeds associated with him instilled fear in all, with those who had fallen before their guns ranging from the most ordinary soldiers to the upper echelons of the Empire. The order to promote Chuck had emanated from the Galactic Command, yet it was Cornwall's idea. Upon closer inspection, Chuck was indeed his relative. To distance himself from the potential repercussions of Chuck's actions, Cornwall steeled his resolve to shift the blame entirely onto him, preferring Chuck's demise over his own survival. Commissar Kester, I implore you not to be so harsh on General Chuck. He possesses considerable talent, and it was his decisiveness that thwarted the incursion of the Greenskins during their initial confrontation. Cornwall interjected, his disbelief directed at Pexis. Unable to fathom why Pexis would advocate for Chuck, the victory in the Ghana campaign was largely attributed to General Chuck. Admittedly, he lacked experience and required nurturing. Yet among the numerous officers of the Planetary Defense Force, his awareness was commendable. Pexis's tone was measured and composed, rendering his words persuasive to the others. His admiration for Chuck was genuine. He viewed Chuck's scorched earth tactics against the Greenskins as entirely justified. When confronting such entities, considerations of cost or compassion were irrelevant. The most direct and brutal means of annihilation was the optimal choice. Kester, taken aback by Pexis's defense of Chuck, recognized the unexpected nature of such an endorsement. Bureaucrats within the Empire excelled at throwing others under the bus, adept at evading responsibility. After a moment's contemplation, Kester conceded that Pexis's argument bore merit. Fully aware of the capabilities of the Planetary Defense Force, many officers were merely local aristocrats, content with maintaining order in their regions, engaging in warfare. Merely reciting military protocols was already a display of exceptional ability. Casting a sharp glance at Pexis, Kester inquired, Commander Pexis, how do you propose we deal with Chuck? The situation in the southern regions of the planet could no longer deteriorate. Executing Chuck would only result in a leaderless chaos, with the orcs likely to spread into the northern territories, leading to even graver losses. Pexis was genuinely analyzing the situation to curtail the orc threat. Thus, it would be prudent to retain Chuck, allowing him to redeem himself through the defense of Capello. I concur with Commander Pexis's assessment, Cornwall quickly added. As Kester's gaze shifted between Pexis and Cornwall, it became evident that the local officials were quite united. Having just arrived in the Oronia system, Kester was reluctant to strain relations, especially given that Pexis was suggesting that Chuck redeem himself, not absolve him of his transgressions. This was a cunning maneuver to extract maximum value from an individual. Very well, let us set aside the matter of Chuck for the time being. Addressing the Greenskin threat must take precedence. The governor of Cornwall swiftly commanded Chuck to assemble the troops at Caparo, resolutely ensuring its defense, as our reinforcements would arrive in 3 days. Neither Cornwall nor Pex expressed any dissent regarding Kester's directive. After the meeting concluded, Cornwall promptly deactivated the holographic projection, his psychological burden weighing heavily upon him. As Pex was preparing to depart, he was halted by Kester. Commander Pex, I would like you to remain aboard the Doombringer. You are a seasoned officer of the Empire, and I believe that together we can communicate more effectively in the forthcoming battle against the Greenskins. Pex paused for a moment, then beamed a warm smile, more than willing to oblige. As you wish, Comrade Kester. Chapter 73. The Iron Claw in a pitch-black confinement chamber. Chuck, in a desperate bid to escape reality, secludes himself, awaiting his fate. Gripping his pistol in his right hand, he raises it and then lowers it again. After much deliberation, he finally aims the gun at his temple, but the thought of the despair his death would bring to his family halts his resolve. A soft knock resounds at the door, startling Chuck and nearly causing him to drop the firearm. Fear grips him. He dreads the prospect of opening the door only to confront armed soldiers who would read his charges and condemn him and his family. Yet, whether he opens the door or not, it will be breached. Indeed, a squad of soldiers enters, their boots thudding against the floor in a manner that nearly suffocates Chuck with dread. A tape recorder is placed before him, and Cornwall's voice emanates from it. Chuck, you have one final chance. Rally all your forces and defend Capello. If you can hold out until our reinforcements arrive, at the very least, you will safeguard your family. Otherwise, your wife, children, and descendants will face the harshest of punishments. By then, death may be the only solace they yearn for. Moments after the recording ceases, a glimmer of hope ignites in Chuck S. One still eyes. Meanwhile, as chaos ensued aboard the Euronia 3, Chung Mingrue and his crew engaged in relentless battles against the space undead in the subterranean graveyards of Euronia 4. Initially, unearthing new underground tombs resulted in fierce confrontations, with Chung leading a multitude of young recruits. After enduring significant losses and engaging in arduous combat, they would ultimately vanquish the space undead lurking within the new graves. However, as time passed, the nature of these skirmishes took a bizarre turn, becoming oddly jovial. Each massive digger was followed by throngs of green-skinned followers who wagered on whether any given digger would unearth a tomb that day. If they succeeded, the eager recruits would rush in to revel in the spoils, while the unfortunate ones who lost their bets could only watch and envy. Daily, the teams of recruits were reassigned to accompany different diggers, with the most popular being a blue digger emblazoned with Mao's likeness, which had unearthed tombs 3 times. Following closely behind in popularity was a yellow digger adorned with Gao's image, having discovered tombs on 2 occasions. Contentions inevitably arose among recruits vying to accompany their favored digger, prompting Chang Mingrue to establish a rule to prevent excessive internal conflict. Selection would be determined by lottery. Whoever drew a particular digger would be bound to it, with no room for negotiation or deceit. Those caught attempting to cheat the system would face confinement and a week-long ban from participating in the lottery or reveling in the spoils. The implementation of this rule yielded satisfactory results, as the recruits, fearing imprisonment, maintained a semblance of honesty. As for Chung Mingrue's perspective on treating war as a game, he was a warlord, the leader of all the green-skinned followers, a figure akin to a war boss in the gaming world. His feelings were mixed, while he found the situation absurd. He also recalled the initial thrill of battling the formidable space undead, which once provided an outlet for his pent-up energy and aggression. Subsequently, whenever he appeared on the battlefield of the underground tomb, the young warriors would descend into a frenzy, their wyak energy surging like the perspiration of a person trapped in a sweltering room during the height of summer. This overwhelming energy incited such chaos that even the formidable Chung Mingrue had yet to engage fully, and the legions of space Necrons could hardly withstand the relentless onslaught of the green-skinned warriors. Today was yet another tedious day. Chang Mingrue had constructed a new power armor and had just teleported to the center of the battlefield, having dispatched merely a handful of immortals. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flashed, and a towering mech known as the Gakko emerged onto the battlefield, standing over 100 meters tall. It raised its massive claws and swept through the ranks of Necrons, turning numerous units into mere scrap. In a comical and absurd manner, the Gakko performed a gesture, its crimson armor slowly retracting to reveal an enormous cannon nestled within, its barrel gleaming brightly. With a resounding boom, 3 mushroom clouds erupted from the Necron formation, the explosion wreaking catastrophic devastation as the intense heat melted the core of their forces. Disoriented and disarrayed, the Necrons faced a relentless wave of young warriors shielded by the Gakko's protective aura. This tangible wyak presence enveloped the young warriors, manifesting as a colossal Orcish visage, which significantly weakened the potency of any ranged attacks that penetrated its formidable facade. As the warriors charged, this visage, akin to the gaping maw of the Gakko, devoured the enemy whole. This was a wyak skill previously employed by Chung Mingrue in battle, later formally dubbed the Gakko-S visage by the Clever Kid. The subsequent skirmish devolved into mere formality, with the Gakko and the warriors wielding the Gakko-S visage. The Necrons were utterly unable to resist and were swiftly vanquished. Encountering a lack of amusement, Chang Mingrue let out an annoyed grunt, preparing to teleport away. The Orcish spacecraft was still under construction, demanding considerable time for assembly. Once the Necrons were dealt with, he would need new foes to confront, and lacking a spaceship was simply unacceptable. A hatch on the Gakko's exterior opened, and Kid emerged, sporting a pair of red goggles. "Boss, sneaky boss," he exclaimed. "What is it?" "Stop bothering me unless it's urgent," Chung Mingrue replied, convinced he had maintained his temper well, at least not responding with a harsh rebuke. Kid had been particularly restless lately, often intruding upon his enjoyment. "Boss, you must come see this. I've discovered something peculiar down below, a vast pit, hollow and obscured," Kid shouted, gesturing downwards. Instantly, Chang Mingrue's senses heightened. Had the second brother of the Gakko suggested they dig deeper, and now they had unearthed something significant? Teleporting atop the Gakko, he took the battered tablet from Kid's hands and, After a couple of taps, the screen finally illuminated. As Kid remarked, radar has detected a void deep within this underground tomb, a stark contrast to the surrounding rocky soil, resembling a true black hole. As if a portion of space had been excavated. I summoned Kuka, Rambo, and my slaughter squad, an elite team of formidable heavyweights meticulously assembled by Chang Mingrue. Each member a ruthless character. You should gather your most astute tech-savvy individuals. Chang Mingrue cracked his neck, the sound echoing sharply, indicating that we had encountered a formidable challenge. Chapter 74. Hidden Secrets. Upon hearing of a solid plan, Chang Mingrue's most formidable and ferocious greenskins quickly gathered in jovial anticipation. Hundreds of towering greenskins, each standing no shorter than 4 meters, donned their power armor, elevating their stature to an imposing 5 meters. Among these behemoths were several who had grown stronger during their previous whack with Chang Mingrue at the first necropolis. 4 greenskins, brutal and intense combat fosters growth and strength. As long as they survive the ceaseless battles, they become increasingly powerful. Following Kaid's digital map, Chang Mingrue led a cadre of robust orc warriors through the tunnels for over an hour. Some of the more temperamental giants cast menacing glances at Kaid. If they fail to uncover something soon, while they might not dare to strike their leader Chang Mingrue, they could very well unleash their frustration upon Kaid. Kaid, feeling the weight of pressure, recognized that although he was now regarded as a top-tier giant, equipped with his own formidable armor capable of taking on 4 or 5 others, he was still surrounded by a dozen hulking figures, each poised to erupt with a fierce challenge at the slightest provocation. Greenskins relished combat, but they despised unprovoked assaults. Fortunately, Kaid's flat screen finally proved its worth as a massive black door, inscribed with the insignia of the space undead, was unearthed by his subordinates. Kaid promptly commenced the decryption process, hoping for a more abundant and aggressive presence behind the door, believing that if the other giants found satisfaction in battle, they would forget their grievances towards him. After a brief 10 minutes of adjustments at the entrance, Kaid aimed for the interface just as he was about to attempt breaching the door's firewall. Suddenly, a brilliant scarlet beam illuminated the sturdy door. It was a high-powered manhwaedit, brought in by other tech-savvy subordinates while Kaid endeavored to unlock the door. A vexatious voice chimed in Kaid's ear. Kaid, you remain as rigid as ever. Do you not comprehend that the ultimate essence of technology lies in yield and power? Extravagant embellishments merely squander time and yield poor results. As long as it is substantial and potent, no problem is insurmountable. A diminutive, standing at 2 meters, orc technician, basking in pride, stood beside the manhwaedit. Dio, Kaid muttered through clenched teeth. Dio was a newly emerged technician from the mushroom fields. Yet his high aptitude and cunning intellect propelled his rapid advancement in skills. Their rivalry was palpable. The younger orcs had ceased to refer to Chang Mingrue as the great technician, recognizing him as a warlord and chief. Within the tribe, there must always be a singular, unparalleled master technician, which fostered an adversarial relationship between Kaid and Dio, just as Kaid considered delivering a sharp retort. The robust door was pierced amidst the cheers of the giants. See, my approach is indeed the most correct, Dio proclaimed, triumphantly chewing on a screw. As he hefted his massive weapon and joined the fray, Chang Mingrue, unconcerned with the disputes among his subordinates, focused solely on leading them into battle as their warlord. Whosoever excels in their task shall be rewarded with teeth and spoils of war. As the door swung open, he merely uttered, "Follow me," and promptly vanished into the threshold. With the imposing figures eagerly raising their weapons in pursuit, Kid and Dio exchanged a brief glance, uttering no further words, each donning their gear, prepared to showcase their true prowess upon the battlefield. Upon entering the black hole region mapped out, Chang Mingrue sensed an overwhelming pressure, a fatigue that seemed to emanate from his very soul. It felt akin to traversing the abyssal depths of a dark ocean, each step demanding more exertion than usual. The walls of the shadowy corridor, illuminated by the lights of the green-skinned giant's power armor, revealed bizarre murals that evoked a chilling ambience reminiscent of a horror film. The other hulking figures seemed indifferent to the images depicted, yet Chang Mingrue felt an increasing trepidation. His soul, originating from another realm, was aware of many secrets concerning the essence of the 40K universe. Thus, the seemingly chaotic and richly Necron-themed murals instilled in him a growing fear and anxiety. May the benevolent Galmauer go protect us, he thought, but the prayer transformed into a rallying cry, "We got your back." The sudden voice brought him not discomfort, but an immense sense of reassurance. At this moment, Chang Mingrue lost all interest in furthering his quest to confront the Necrons. believing that the murals lining the corridor held far greater significance, chronicling a hidden history entwined within the war in heaven. Kid, Dio Kuka, take your underlings ahead. Dismantle any animated skeletal frames you encounter, but be cautious not to damage the walls. Whoever causes destruction shall face the penalty of losing their teeth. After issuing his orders, Chung Mingrue crafted a recording device, meticulously documenting the images on the murals and attempting a degree of restoration. From the perspective of the Necrons, following the war in heaven, the divine was no longer the oppressive mountain looming over mortal races. With the ancient beings, whom the Necrons refer to with a specific term, surmised by Chung Mingrue, no longer manipulating all, and the star deities, once perceiving mortals as mere sustenance, now providing energy for the happiness of the living in fragmented form. Of course, warfare persisted, not concluding with the departure of those gods, yet the scale of conflict had notably diminished. Most ordinary mortal races experienced an extended era of peace, mending the wounds of the galaxy, igniting stars, shaping planets, and sowing life, all advancing toward a brighter future. This epoch was dubbed the Age of Paradise. The war in heaven spanned millions of years, and who could articulate all that transpired within? At the very least, the murals provided a glimpse into this concealed history. In paradise, joy coexisted with sorrow, and inevitably, discordant elements disrupted the harmonious order, such as the green creations of the ancient beings. The central computing system reveals that a staggering 85% of the warfare occurring daily within the galaxy is instigated by them, provoking widespread discontent among nearly all intelligent races in the cosmos. The Genius Youth Association pledges to regulate the conduct of its subordinates, while simultaneously intensifying arms control to prevent the technologically adept from supplying weaponry to the uncontrollable, violent green-skinned beings. A vast expanse of blank mural remains, leaving one to ponder whether it was never painted or has been deliberately erased. In the previous cycle, the Genius Youth Association employed similar rhetoric, a practice that has persisted for several cycles now. The Holy Trinity Council has grown weary of this, as have the majority of the Lost Sovereigns from various dynasties. Chapter 75, Targeted Gene Weapon. The esteemed Silent King opposes our antagonistic actions towards the green-skinned orcs. His concerns are indeed well-founded. The green-skinned orcs do not represent traditional life forms. They are the last war machines crafted by the ancient saints. Should we ignite a full-scale war? It would undoubtedly precipitate a repetition of the Celestial War. Even if we devote our utmost efforts, we may still falter against the green-skinned orcs, who grow increasingly formidable with each battle. Our greatest fear lies in their potential to disseminate their spores throughout the galaxy. If that were to occur, the galaxy would be overrun by greenskins, rendering no race capable of contending with them. There is yet another vacant mural. We are perplexed as to how the spirit race became aware of our covert plans to address the green-skinned orcs. Logically, there should have been no means of exposure. Could it be that their subspace deities possess omniscience? No, that is implausible. No entity can be all-knowing, let alone all-powerful. The spirit race has willingly offered us assistance, claiming their deities have foreseen the future. To substantiate their prophecy regarding the demise of the green-skinned orc civilization, they have provided us with pertinent technology and some of their kin for our study. This must have been a considerable concession for the haughty spirit race. Do they truly possess such confidence? Due to our inability to wield spiritual energy, the examination of the spirit race's technology took an extensive duration. Yet, the ultimate outcome revealed that the spirit race was indeed correct. We successfully developed a new temporal technology and a corresponding class, time sorcerers. After numerous glimpses into the river of time by the time sorcerers, we discovered that the green-skinned civilization truly meets its demise in the future. Their hierarchy no longer includes the clever progeny to lead them, and their empire soon crumbles due to internal strife. Consequently, we initiated a new experimental program based on this future outcome, researching a special targeted gene virus that specifically affects the segment of the greenskin genetics responsible for producing their intelligent progeny. We had contemplated eradicating the green-skinned orcs once and for all with a virus. However, our current technology is inadequate. The ancient saints inscribed too many gifts upon their genes in the creation of the green-skinned orcs, and their own genetic offspring continually fortify their genetic coding. If a virus were capable of exterminating the green-skinned orcs, their genetics would inevitably evolve mechanisms to counter the virus, just as the green-skinned orcs grow stronger through combat. It appears that the disappearance of the intelligent progeny was orchestrated through a conspiracy between the space undead and the spirit race. No wonder both the green-skinned orcs and the spirit race inherited the legacy of the ancient saints. How did the spirit race ascend to dominance in the galaxy while the orcs are regarded as mere savages? Chang Mingrui found himself increasingly alarmed yet intrigued, yearning to uncover further reasons and details. Following the mural along the wall, he entered a grand hall, which was eerily vacant, devoid of new murals. After searching for a while, Chang Mingrui finally discovered further clues on the floor. At the onset of the celestial conflict, in our quest to vanquish the rampant green-skinned orcs that plagued the galaxy, we experimented with genetic weaponry. Those attempts that appeared successful ultimately culminated in failure. Even if a particular virus could decimate the green-skinned orcs, the second generation of orcs that swiftly emerged from their corpses would invariably develop immunity. This served as a pivotal reason for our initial skepticism regarding the efficacy of genetic weapons. It was then that the deities of the spirit race, through their divine influence, imparted to us a novel perspective. Increasingly, the archmages grew apprehensive of the spirit race's actions. With the protection of their pantheon, could the spirit empire's power ascend to unprecedented heights, potentially evolving into a new ancient sage? The insights provided by the spirit deities proved remarkably effective. The new genetic weaponry would no longer aim to annihilate the green-skinned orcs. Instead, it would foster a form of integration. The weapon would enhance the orcs' combat prowess, akin to the effects of a stimulant, albeit with gradual and non-threatening results. Such effects would not provoke a vigorous immune response from the orcs. Rather, the virus would be transmitted through their genes from generation to generation. Once the spread reached a sufficient breadth and depth, the targeted potency of the genetic virus would begin to manifest. As the genetic virus amplified the orcs' battle fervor, they would increasingly find themselves unable to contain their desire for conflict. The more intelligent and stronger the orc, the less restraint they would exhibit. They would descend into a state of frenzy if a day passed without combat or war. Rationality would be obliterated by violence, and wisdom would succumb to the brutality of thought. Members of the Genius Youth Association would discover that the newer generation tended to resort to brute force to resolve issues rather than employing intellect. Because this transformation was subtle and gradual, it aligned with the Orcish genetics, rendering initial detection nearly impossible. By the time the Genius Youth Association recognized the dwindling number of clever individuals and the rarity of wise ones, it would be too late. They would be akin to frogs in gradually heating water, realizing their peril only when escape became futile. The subsequent mural likely depicted the collapse of the green-skinned orc empire alongside the development of the targeted genetic virus, and then the mural vanished. Chang Mingrui searched the ground for an extended period but found nothing. As he stood to leave and catch up with Kid and the others, inquiring about the existence of further murals, a green beam of light erupted from beneath his feet. The formidable binding force ensnared him within a force field, rendering his powered armor ineffective. Chang Mingrui was taken aback. This was a trap. A space white, wielding a staff, emerged from the shadows of the hall. Its icy green singular eye fixating on the ensnared Chang Mingrui with an unsettling gaze. Observing Chang Mingrui's struggles destabilizing the entire platform only deepened its astonishment. Consequently, the space white struck the floor with its staff, intensifying the force of the stasis field and solidifying the confinement. After circling Chang Mingrui twice, a peculiar dialect of Orcish emerged from the space white's lips, articulated in a mechanical cadence. However, Chang Mingrui could not comprehend it. Akin to the vast differences between Mandarin and various southern dialects of Chinese, it appears that Chang Mingrui is unable to comprehend the situation. The space necromancer altered its frequency until it employed a dialect that Chang Mingrui could seemingly understand, a language of the orcs. Your pupils have shifted. It seems that my words are now intelligible to you. I am a Fentis, an ordinary necromancer. Why have you led others to assault my dynasty? What is your purpose? As Fentis finished speaking, Chang Mingrui realized he could move his mouth. You, wretched skeleton, dare to scheme against me? Just wait. I shall dismantle you into fragments. Chang Mingrui spat out his furious retort, nearly splattering saliva upon Fentis' visage. Calm down, calm down. Since you can understand me, we can engage in dialogue. Given your evident interest in knowledge and history, are you a clever lad? What is your surname? Fentis showed no sign of annoyance, patiently inquiring. Chapter 76, Counterattack. Do not act like a fool in front of me. I have dismantled countless skeletal frames like yours. Chang Mingrui continued to unleash a torrent of profanities. The space necromancer named Fentis paid little heed to the vulgarity of Chang Mingrui's words. His green, single eye flickered twice. It is quite rare for a clever lad like you to have survived to this age. Are you a member of the Genius Youth Association? What are your academic accomplishments? Fentis tapped his staff against the floor, altering the imagery displayed above, captivating Cheng Mingrue's attention and momentarily slowing his barrage of insults. It appears that you possess a genuine interest in history. Ophinstis noted this keenly. I shall provide you with the knowledge and information you seek, in exchange for your answers to my questions. Would that be agreeable? Cheng Mingrue felt a stirring of intrigue. His struggles diminished slightly. An opportunity to engage with a communicative space necromancer is not something one encounters every day. Sensing Cheng Mingrue's hesitation, Ophinstis glanced at the imagery on the ground and continued. Are you interested in the targeted gene virus? While I am not privy to the specific experimental data or formulas, I believe you may be misallocating your energy. It is impossible to reverse the damage caused by the gene virus. He has fully integrated into the genetic makeup of all green-skinned orcs. This is one of our greatest technological creations. This achievement, apart from the genius and dedication of our technicians, is also attributed to the vast number of experimental samples contributed by the spirit race. When the ancient sage created the orcs, he utilized a considerable amount of spirit race genes. For instance, like you, every individual possesses formidable psychic talents. In distorting reality, your abilities may even be slightly superior. The brilliance of this targeted gene virus lies in the fact that it does not eliminate all intelligent beings, but rather compels them to relinquish the use of their own clever minds. Therefore, surrender, nameless clever one. Your companions will not return, nor will the Orc Empire. In the Grand Hall, Cheng Mingrue remained silent, locking eyes with Ophinstis for an extended moment. Just as Ophinstis was preparing to speak again, believing Cheng Mingrue would not cooperate, Cheng Mingrue slowly remarked, Are you familiar with Gogo and Mao? Ophinstis rested his chin on his hand and replied, I have indeed heard of them. They are deities of your traditional beliefs, though their authenticity is questionable. I lean towards skepticism, suggesting that Gogo and Mao are figments of your imagination. It is evident that deities created in subspace, born from the consciousness of intelligent beings, have discernible origins, as exemplified by the gods of the spirit race. As for your deities, Ophinstis shrugged, stating that there is no evidence beyond your own assertions to support the existence of Gogo and Mao. Very well. Cheng Mingrue scoffed coldly, summoning his strength as the stasis field suddenly overloaded. Then allow me to show you the might of Gogo's old fist. Cheng Mingrue's right fist formed a colossal punch composed of whack energy, hurtling towards Ophinstis' face. To my astonishment, Ophinstis reacted swiftly, positioning his staff before him, conjuring a protective shield that instantaneously blocked the assault of the formidable Galactic. Such immense power is indeed rare. A clever lad like you, possessing such strength, is truly exceptional. Ophinstis remained composed and unflustered, as though everything were well within his grasp. It would be more prudent for us to engage in a dialogue of equals. I am eager to learn how, as a clever individual, you manage to control your increasingly potent violent emotions. Have you perhaps survived since the Second Celestial War? That seems improbable, as the spirit race has relentlessly pursued and eliminated clever beings for over 1,000,000 years. Your survival would be unfathomable. Even if you had endured, your lifespan could not extend this far. It is far more likely that you were born in this era. Pray tell me your name. Every clever individual bestows upon themselves a unique appellation, a reflection of your genetic heritage. Suddenly, a look of surprise seemed to manifest on Ophinstis' metallic visage. He abruptly turned, swinging his staff backward, yet struck nothing but air. Rambo sends his regards on behalf of the cunning chief. With that, Rambo leaped from the ether, two scythe-like blades slicing through the air with the speed of lightning, reducing Ophinstis to a multitude of fragments in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for Cheng Mingrue's timely intervention, clutching Ophinstis' head with the immense Gauga hand, the severed head would have suffered a similar fate. Now, I believe we can engage in a dialogue of equals. Grinning widely at the mechanical head he held aloft, Cheng Mingrue reveled in his victory. Through the Wyak force field, he had long since detected Rambo's presence, and thus they had coordinated their attack. The once loquacious Ophinstis now fell silent, the gleam in his solitary green eye noticeably dimmed. Hey, do not feign death. I am all too aware of your kind. You are the sort that can be minced and still reassemble into form. Cheng Mingrue violently shook the head in his grasp. To subdue a violent experimental subject, one must apply an even greater force of power. After a moment of silence, Ophinstis finally responded in a mechanical tone. Cheng Mingrue's mind began to race. The governance of the space undead operates under a dynastic structure, with each dynasty functioning as a small nation, exhibiting significant disparities in power. The supreme ruler of each dynasty is known as the Law Emperor. The three most powerful Law Emperors form the Holy Trinity Council, with the Silent King elected from among them to govern all space undead. The number 3 holds great significance for the space undead. Thus, the highest authority in each dynasty comprises the Law Emperor and his 2 chief lieutenants, the Chief Lord and the Chief Technician. However, due to prolonged slumber, some Law Emperors have become negligent, while others have been usurped by their subordinates. Among those who seize power, the easiest targets are the lieutenants and chief technicians serving under the Law Emperor. Therefore, it is highly probable that this technician named Afinset is the ruler of this undead dynasty. Rambo, destroy that staff. Chung Mingrue bellowed as realization dawned upon him. Yet, he was a moment too late. The staff began to levitate, gently tapping against the ground. A resounding crack echoed as the formidable metallic floor shattered like fragile glass, sending tremors throughout the grand hall, transforming the entire space into oblivion. By the time Chung Mingrue regained his senses, he found himself enveloped in a misty realm, where everything appeared hazy, and the ground beneath him felt soft and yielding. His vision could not penetrate far, yet the ambience suggested an infinite expanse. Indeed, he had encountered a race that wielded technology as if it were magic. Cheng Mingrue realized he was likely ensnared within a dimensional prison. If they possessed the means to confine him in such a manner, why did they not simply eliminate him through dimensional severance? Cheng Mingrue pondered this with a hint of confusion. He dismissed the notion that a Finsight spared him out of curiosity for the secrets he harbored. For he had transgressed upon their dynasty, a grievance of lost nations and shattered homes. What individual could be magnanimous enough to overlook such animosity? Chapter 77. Dimension Prison. Upon experimenting with the clattering teleportation device within the power armor, it became evident that tumultuous currents of time and space existed here, rendering dimensional information highly unstable. Teleportation was indeed possible, yet the absence of coordinates posed a tremendous risk. Not all dimensions are hospitable to life. In such circumstances, a blind leap into the unknown is tantamount to self-destruction. Placing a hand on his bald head, Chung Mingrue began to ponder. He had accepted his identity as the chosen one of the great Mao, and with contemplation came inspiration. His self-assessment was that of a green-skinned idea master. Dimensions are layered and multifaceted. No single existence can comprehend them all. Each dimension can be regarded as a new world, and those capable of mastering a dimension may be referred to as deities or gods within religious contexts. Subspace and network pathways are but forms of dimensional space, and even the cosmic undead have mastered such technologies. Some of the celestial beings they vanquished are imprisoned within this dimension prison. Theoretically, no entity confined within a dimension prison could escape independently. But was Chung Mingrue merely an ordinary individual in theory? As the chosen one of Mao, the green-skinned technocrat possessed the ability to actively channel his thoughts. His knowledge was far from ordinary. Magnetism served as both Chung Mingrue's weapon and his tool. Several computational templates and metallic components from the power armor were disassembled. With deft hands, he manipulated the magnetic forces to parallel the computational templates, temporarily enhancing their processing power, albeit at the cost of accelerated life deterioration. All things in the universe are composed of waves, perpetually vibrating. Spatial teleportation technology operates by hitching a ride on these undulating waves. The procedure comprised 3 steps: locate the vessel, board it, and disembark. It was akin to the logic of placing an elephant in a refrigerator. Through the computational templates and the clattering teleportation device, Cheng Mingrue emitted a positioning wave towards other dimensions, centering it on himself. The enigmatic dimension prison unveiled its shrouded mysteries, revealing a distorted labyrinthine map on the display of his power armor. Chung Mingrue was not alone in this confinement. Kuka, Kid, Rambo, and several heavily armored giants were also ensnared. Remarkably, this dimension prison essentially amalgamated the most ferocious, dominant, and boisterous greenskin leaders into one chaotic pot. With a firm slap of his palm against his forehead, he acknowledged that the Wyak energy was still intact and available for use. Psychic communication was activated. The first connection established was with Kuka, who was engaged in a fierce battle alongside several psychic companions against a colossal beast resembling a crocodile. Chung Mingrue had never encountered a creature of such magnitude, leading him to question whether this being was a product of nature or a technological creation. The crocodile spanned over 50 meters in length, its exterior clad in impenetrable crimson armor. It exhibited immense strength, capable of spewing flames from its maw and shooting lasers from its eyes, behaving in a manner that defied the characteristics of organic life. One heavily armored giant, caught off guard, was utterly engulfed by the flames emitted by the crocodile. From Kuka's perspective, Chung Mingrue feared that this giant had met his demise. Whack! Suddenly, a crimson figure surged forth from the flames, crashing directly into the crocodile's jaw, causing its head to snap back and the flames to veer askew. The heavily armored giant did not perish. Rather, his power armor had melted into molten iron, leaving numerous wounds that exposed bone and charred muscle. One side of his skull was scorched, revealing a visage that was half green-skinned orc and half raw, red bone. Seizing the moment, the giant, emboldened by his impact on the crocodile, raised his sole remaining arm to grasp one of its teeth, applying force until he wrenched free a large fang. With a mighty roar, he thrust the fang into the crocodile's jaw. A torrent of blood, as hot as lava, poured forth, and the crocodile, in agony, thrashed about, flinging the severely injured giant aside. "Kuka, what manner of creature is this? How long have you been battling it?" Cheng Mingrui initiated a telepathic communication with Kuka. "Huh, sneaky boss? You are here too? Please hold on. Let us first deal with this massive crocodile." With that, Kuka brandished his staff and began to harness the nearby Wyack energy. The number of greenskins in the area was limited, resulting in a relatively weak Wyack field. However, Kuka himself was formidable, so his remarkable feats did not surprise Cheng Mingrui. "Go, old fist." The summoned Wyack energy coalesced into a gigantic green fist that came crashing down onto the crocodile's forehead, toppling it to the ground and flipping it onto its back. "Go. Cut it." While the green fist remained, Kuka transformed it into ordinary Wyack energy, bestowing it upon all the armored giants. Each armored giant's body, fists, and weapons were infused with the Wyack energy, augmenting their strength and destructive power. Excited, the armored giants surged forth, surrounding the dazed crocodile and commencing their brutal assault, swiftly tearing it to shreds. "All right, sneaky boss, where are you? We shall seek you out." Kuka, pleased with their victory over the crocodile, danced with delight. The heavily injured armored giant sat on the ground, covered in Wyack energy that healed his wounds, restoring his muscles and even making them more resilient and robust. "There is no need for you to come find me. We are too far apart. Have you just arrived? Did this crocodile accompany you through the teleportation?" Through his connection with Kuka, Cheng Mingrui discovered that this dimensional prison was quite expansive, comprising multiple layers in a multi-tiered spatial structure. "No, we were teleported in 3 days ago. Including this crocodile, we have eliminated nearly 10 tough adversaries. Goodness, time flows differently within this dimensional prison." After exchanging further details and intelligence with Kuka, Cheng Mingrui marked him before severing the link. In the ensuing time, Cheng Mingrui connected with Limbo and Kid, establishing their locations. Strangely, it appeared that he was the last to enter, and notably, he had not encountered any hostile creatures. In addition to the few captives, Cheng Mingrui attempted to establish contact with the outside world through his psychic abilities, but the results were disheartening. He could utter only a few words amidst a cacophony of overwhelming static. As he sat quietly on the ground, contemplating his escape, the mist surrounding him began to dissipate, heralding the approach of an ominous presence. With a slight curl of his lip, Cheng Mingrui surmised that the monstrous adversary he was destined to confront was drawing near. A terrifying, guttural roar echoed through the fog, and dozens of dragon-like creatures, reminiscent of swift raptors, charged toward him. Is this all? Cheng Mingrui, capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, deemed such adversaries hardly worthy of a warm-up. Chapter 78. The Trial Space in Numerous Cinematic Portrayals. The Velociraptor is depicted as a terrifying predator, cold-blooded and ruthless, excelling in teamwork and hunting. The raptor-like creatures that besiege Cheng Mingrui exhibit similar traits. They are swifter, their claws imbued with a disintegration field capable of shredding Cheng Mingrui's power armor. Their regenerative abilities are remarkable. Despite Cheng Mingrui delivering a devastating punch that seemingly shattered its internal organs and skeletal structure, the creature struggled momentarily on the ground before rising again to continue the fight. Merely 30 seconds later, while other larger opponents would find it arduous to contend with this pack of raptors, they paled in comparison to Cheng Mingrui. Having discerned the characteristics of these raptor-like beasts, he no longer held back. His iron fists were instantaneously enveloped with an array of armor components, transforming into a formidable powered gauntlet through magnetic synergy. The creature struck by his blow was instantly obliterated, and in their shattered state, they could scarcely be expected to recover. After several minutes, under the relentless assault of Cheng Mingrui's iron fists, he dispatched them one by one with astonishing speed, swiftly annihilating the raptor-like monsters. Sitting amidst the heap of corpses, Cheng Mingrui began to ponder the nature of the creatures he and Kuka encountered, questioning their origin and purpose. Were they manipulated by the technician named Offensight? Was the intent to eliminate them? It was evident that such a feat was implausible. Even the legions of space necromancers could not achieve this. So how could these creatures? Offensight did not strike him as a fool. He would not engage in such futile endeavors. Unable to fathom the rationale, Cheng-Ming Rui anchored a magnetic burst coil into the ground and utilized the output program from the computational template to continuously scan the data of this dimensional prison with a magnetic probe. Time passed swiftly, and soon the second wave of monsters emerged, accompanied by a subtle tremor in the dimensional space. Though faint, it was precisely detected by Cheng-Ming Rui's probe. A spark of inspiration ignited in Cheng-Ming Rui's mind. The dimensional prison was unstable, and these creatures were a result of spatial fusion. The cells within the prison began to merge, allowing the imprisoned inmates to encounter one another. He obliterated the oncoming monster with a single punch, blood splattering across Cheng-Ming Rui, stirring a sense of exhilaration within him as he even licked the blood from his lips. The separated spaces would gradually coalesce into one, ultimately leading to a state of stability, which would greatly facilitate pinpointing the location of the dimensional prison and significantly mitigate the risks associated with using the Kaka transporter. He had not anticipated that the method of escaping the dimensional prison could be so straightforward. As his mind raced with contemplation, Cheng-Ming Rui's reflexes lagged slightly, resulting in a solid punch from a stone-like creature landing on his face. He felt it, but it was not painful. In retaliation, Cheng-Ming Rui delivered a headbutt that pulverized both the head and body of the stone creature. Kid, Kaka, Rambo, listen closely. Whatever monsters you encounter, obliterate them. After finishing one batch, proceed forward through the fog. If you feel tremors beneath your feet, do not fear. It signifies the emergence of new monsters. The old method of destruction remains effective. Cheng-Ming Rui communicated his orders via psychic transmission to his subordinates. Understood, boss. No problem, boss. I find it somewhat peculiar, boss, that we are engaging in this endeavor. Kid, being a tech-savvy individual, often contemplates various matters, and it is evident that he has noticed the spatial anomalies within the dimensional prison. This is a trial presented by the esteemed manhwarecap, wherein only the mightiest, the fiercest, the most formidable orcs can prevail, thereby becoming even more powerful. There is no time for elaborate explanations. Cheng-Ming Rui has opted to employ persuasive rhetoric, a method that has repeatedly proven effective with the green-skinned folk. His words were not merely for Kid's ears, but were meant to resonate with all the greenskins present. In the eyes of the other greenskins, Kaka is perceived as the divine messenger of manhwarecap, tasked with conveying his sacred decrees. Cheng-Ming Rui, not only the chosen of manhwarecap, is regarded as the most formidable and capable subordinate under Mao Ji's command. Thus, the orcs are almost unreservedly convinced by Cheng-Ming Rui's exhortations. Even if he occasionally utters a few dubious statements, the younglings attribute it to the insincerity of the greenskins who have failed to receive manhwarecap's protection. Wag. Upon hearing Cheng-Ming Rui's words, all greenskin orcs, including Kid, were consumed by the primal instincts of battle coursing through their veins, resulting in a dramatic surge in their combat prowess. Every chief exhibited remarkable performance. The monsters that appeared were mercilessly crushed, battered by an exuberant horde of orcish brutes. The most exaggerated of all was Kaka, who almost revered Cheng-Ming Rui's words to a fanatical degree. He enveloped himself in Wyak energy, transforming into a colossal giant. Like a green giant, Kaka became an unstoppable force, displaying a ferocity and wildness that surpassed even that of other heavily armored chiefs. Witnessing the exceptional performance of his subordinates, Cheng-Ming Rui could hardly allow himself to slay fewer monsters than they did. This relentless desire for victory. Wadag! Cheng-Ming Rui roared, unleashing his full power as he began to decimate the monsters before him. Meanwhile, aboard the Euronia 3, Chuck was diligently occupied in his command center. He was uncertain whether Cornwall's promise was genuine, but he could only place his faith in its authenticity, for he recognized it as a glimmer of hope. He kept a fully loaded handgun at his side, ever ready to pledge his loyalty to the Empire, hoping that the Empire would show mercy to his family and lineage. The situation in Capello was somewhat favorable. Aside from the insufficient garrison, the region boasted a thriving industrial, agricultural, manufacturing, and financial sector, with a resident population of 15 million. To compensate for the lack of troops, Chuck devised every conceivable strategy. He mandated that all individuals must take up arms and join the battlefield. This time, the temporary militia was equipped not with small-caliber firearms, but with laser guns, identical to those of the garrison. All airports were requisitioned, and both civilian and military aircraft were treated equally, with flights taking off around the clock. The objective is to gather the planetary garrison dispersed across the surrounding cities to Caparo. Chuck is now acutely aware of the limited combat effectiveness of the ordinary militia. Armed civilians offer scant assistance when confronting the green-skinned foes. His most reliable resource remains the planetary garrison, yet, regrettably, his reckless actions have already cost the main force dearly. Fortunately, in his efforts to defend Pioneer City, he left behind a significant number of troops and heavy equipment, including the Scorpion Tail Lion Rocket Artillery Brigade and the Petrified Lizard Self-Propelled Artillery Brigade. These assets now represent an invaluable reserve of combat strength. Chapter 79, The Dullard Air Force. In addition, the governor of Cornwall dispatched reinforcements to Chuck. This gesture was not born out of goodwill. Rather, the governor feared that Chuck might falter, allowing the green-skinned creatures to infiltrate the northern hemisphere, which would inevitably lead to his own accountability. Among these reinforcements was a fully equipped armored division, boasting a formidable fleet of 700 Lehman Russ tanks. Ultimately, Chuck assembled 80,000 planetary guards, the most elite among them assigned to protect his command center in the heart of the city, while the peripheral areas were entrusted to hastily conscripted militia. Due to the overwhelming number of militia, it became exceedingly challenging to adequately arm them, prompting the city's military factories to commence round-the-clock production of weaponry and ammunition. As for the refugees flocking toward Capello, Chuck dispatched troops to block them at critical junctions, resolutely denying them entry into Capello, leaving their fate to chance. Along the main roads and intersections, Chuck ordered the construction of machine gun nests, the erection of barbed wire, and the extensive deployment of landmines. Such measures effectively severed all escape routes for the southern cities, rendering the refugees' northward flight impossible. While Chuck's preparations may not have sufficed to counter the onslaught of the green-skinned orcs, they were perfectly calibrated to deal with ordinary human refugees. Chuck's strategy was straightforward. He needed to hold Capello for 3 days, enduring until Comrade Kester's starry military arrived. If it were possible to draw the green-skinned creature's attention away with the inhabitants of the southern hemisphere, that would be ideal. Optimistically, it was likely that these marauding greenskins would become engrossed in their massacre of the refugees, forgetting to concentrate their forces on attacking Capello. The loss of countless lives mattered little to Chuck compared to the significance of his family in the northern reaches of the planet. Similarly for Pex, the demise of numerous humans paled in comparison to fulfilling the mission assigned to him by the hive mind. High above, at altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters, the Dullard Air Force, comprising hundreds of green-skinned aircraft, flew under the cover of clouds, tasked with delivering the Ironclaw leader and his ruthless minions into the city of Shrimp Chief. Once this primary mission was accomplished, the green pilots could pursue whatever endeavors they desired. At the heart of the formation, several notably large transport aircraft soared, each wing equipped with 4 engines, their bellies bulging as if satiated. Captain Dullard piloted one such transport. Bored, Dullard's co-pilot struck up a conversation. "Captain Dullard, do you think with so many aircraft in the sky and the roar of the engines, we might be discovered by the shrimp?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Dullard replied with unwavering certainty. "I've already contemplated this issue. Firstly, we are flying at such heights that the shrimp are unlikely to see us, nor hear the noise. Moreover, I procured some clever little gadgets from the techies, which we've painted blue and white beneath the aircraft, mirroring the sky's hues. Even if a shrimp were to gaze upward and catch sight of our planes, they would simply perceive them as clouds drifting by. I may be dullard, but my mind is quite sharp. However, even shrimp possess radar capabilities, and no matter how high we fly, they can still spot us. Moreover, we are taking off at night, and the blue and white hues below us make us even more conspicuous to those shrimp." The fool turned to his co-pilot, his eyes reflecting the embarrassment of having his foolish plan exposed. Yet, he swiftly masked his awkwardness. "Navigator, how dare anyone question the authority of their captain?" the fool bellowed. A little creature descended from the turret above the cockpit, wielding a wrench raised high, and brought it down forcefully upon the co-pilot's head. "Is your skull harder than the wrench? How dare you challenge the captain?" The creature scolded loudly. The orc co-pilot, infuriated, brandished a large firearm from beneath his feet, ready to retaliate. The firearm pressed against his face twisted the creature's expression, causing it to weep, its snot and tears mingling. Had it not been for the absence of a lower body, it might have soiled itself. However, the creature was spared from the orc's wrath, as the fool pressed a hot glue gun against the co-pilot's face. "Captain, The regulations of the full aviation team state that no individual is permitted to bring weapons or explosives into the cockpit to prevent any imbecile from blowing up their own aircraft. The orc co-pilot, confronted with the hot glue gun, spoke with a hint of trepidation. You must remember, I wrote those flight regulations, and it is evident you, in your foolishness, have failed to adhere to them, the fool said menacingly. Just as the situation reached an awkward standstill, a red light illuminated on the control panel of the cockpit, seemingly signaling communication from the cargo hold. Due to both the fool and his co-pilot brandishing their firearms, the situation was fraught with the potential for an accidental discharge. Thus, they paid no heed to the red light. The light flashed for several seconds until a furious roar erupted in the fool's mind. Fool, have you been bitten on the backside by a bug? You can't even respond to my communication. The Iron Claw was exceedingly angry, and the fool had no doubt that had he been present, a hefty slap would have landed on his face. It's just that, Captain. There is a slight issue in the cockpit, the fool hastily explained. Spare me your excuses, or I shall have you chopped into pieces. Where are we flying now? Have we not yet reached the Shrimp City? Surely you are not flying in the wrong direction. Iron Claw interrupted the fool's explanation. No, how could that be, Captain? You know my skills. We shall arrive shortly. It better be so. I can only wait a little longer, if we have not arrived. I shall make you into a ball for the big fellows to kick. After his tirade, Iron Claw severed the psychic communication. The orc co-pilot gazed at the fool with pleading eyes. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Put away your weapons. Quickly locate our position. Iron Claw has not engaged in combat all day, and he is quite irate. The fool willingly stowed away the hot glue gun. The orc co-pilot, seeing the opportunity, also holstered his weapon and began to ascertain their position on the radar. The imp, in a flurry of movement, scrambled into his turret, slamming the turret door shut with a resounding clap. Utilizing the blueprints in his hands and the aircraft's locator, the orc co-pilot peered out through the airplane window, gazing downwards. The thick layers of cloud seemed insufficient to obscure his vision. At such an altitude, he could clearly discern the lights of the city of Shrimp below. Captain, based on my years of experience and exceptional navigational skills, we should be close. In another 5 minutes, we will reach the city of Shrimp, reported the orc co-pilot. Excellent. Inform all aircraft to begin their descent and prepare for a dive. I want the shrimp to witness the true meaning of Wyack descending from the heavens. The dim-witted fellow felt a surge of excitement coursing through his entire being. Chapter 80. Airstrikes and landings. The radar station of Capello had indeed detected the presence of the Dullard Air Force in advance. The Dullard Air Force had not managed to elude the radar with their petty tricks, nor did the orc aircraft possess any stealth capabilities. When the radar station relayed the information regarding the unidentified flying objects approaching Capello to the command center, the message was unfortunately disregarded. The command center was exceedingly busy at that moment. There was no time to concern themselves with unidentified flying objects. The air routes were congested with troops and equipment transporting tens of thousands of personnel, keeping every airport in a frenzy. The unidentified flying objects were likely a result of a malfunction in the radar system, even if that were not the case. It could be attributed to a poor alignment with the navigation tower, causing some planetary defense aircraft to stray outside their designated routes. The radar station simply needed to correct the errors once the navigation tower was available, but given the current busyness of the navigation tower, it seemed unlikely they would have time to assist the radar station in verifying the situation. As for the aircraft that had strayed from the airways, what could they do? They could only queue up behind. After all, they had deviated from the designated route. Given the current chaos, failing to adhere to regulations would only complicate matters for the navigation tower staff. No one had considered the possibility that the orcs had established an air force, which, in a rational line of thinking, was indeed unexpected. A horde wielding axes against tanks, although undeniably skilled at repairing human vehicles for their own use, was still limited to rudimentary technology. Could the orcs truly establish an air force within a matter of months? No officer or staff member within the planetary defense forces believed it. Even those at the radar station who had detected the unidentified aircraft thought it was merely a case of an air fleet miscalculating their flight path and straying off course. As the Dullard led his air fleet into a rapid dive, surprisingly, not a single anti-aircraft weapon was fired. The navigation tower was desperately attempting to communicate via radio with the Dullard Air Force, warning them that their flight maneuvers were perilous and ordering them to steer clear of urban areas. Captain, doesn't your manual state that flying is dangerous? Quipped the co-pilot. The artillery of those shrimp will rain down like a storm, but I find it exhilarating, which is precisely why I joined the Air Force. The co-pilot began to ramble again. Where are all the cannons? Even a charge from a bunch of kids is more thrilling than this. You wouldn't be trying to pull a fast one on me, would you? The dullard, feeling vexed, sensed that the co-pilot was underestimating him. He cast a glance at the heat gun by his feet, subtly suggesting to his co-pilot to remain silent. This time, the co-pilot complied without protest. He then activated the communication switch, addressing the entire air fleet. Listen carefully, my brilliant ambush plan has been flawlessly executed. The shrimp are completely caught off guard. Their shells are too slow to even catch up with our exhaust trails. Once we dive down to an altitude of 2,000 meters, we'll drop Ironclaw and his vicious lads right into the heart of the city. Let the worthless refuse kiss the ground. Clearing his throat, he continued. Then we shall unleash a mighty whack upon the city of the shrimp. Just to be clear, my aircraft is loaded with cannons and large bombs. Any crew member returning without satisfactory results will face a week of ground duty without flying privileges. Is that understood? In the midst of our exuberant war cries, the other green-skinned orc pilots responded with an equally fervent whack. Within the cockpit, Ironclaw addressed his hulking subordinates, reminding them of the proper usage of their rocket packs. Remember how to use those rocket packs, lads. Once the aircraft hurls us out, we'll be descending at a tremendous speed. Let us see which fool among us meets his demise. Just as Ironclaw prepared to impart further instructions, the bomb bay doors swung open, casting him and his massive comrades into a steep dive. All words coalesced into a resounding whack. As Ironclaw and the brutes activated their rocket packs, plummeting towards Capello amidst a blaze of crimson flames, as the fool and his aerial squadron descended in a suicidal dive. The shrill shriek produced by the friction of wings against the air captured the attention of nearly all the military and civilian inhabitants of Capello. They gazed in disbelief at the Orcish aircraft plummeting through the clouds, half painted red and half adorned in blue and white, their fuselage and wings patched together, resembling a child's crude toy constructed from discarded parts rather than a legitimate aircraft. It was only when the Orcish planes unleashed thousands of orcs armed with rocket packs from the heavens, igniting the city with explosive ordnance, that expressions of terror etched themselves onto the faces of the onlookers. These seemingly derelict flying contraptions were, in fact, the enemy, the aircraft of the green-skinned orcs. Ordinary civilians screamed and scattered in panic, while soldiers, under the furious commands of their officers, began to organize a defensive stance, hastily erecting anti-aircraft weapons to retaliate against the orc invaders. Regrettably, humanity had been far too arrogant, believing the skies belonged solely to them. Thus, they had constructed minimal defensive positions. By the time some anti-aircraft guns were operational, the fool had already begun to ascend, preparing for a second bombing run. Those techies didn't waste their resources. The bombs they equipped me with are truly whack-worthy, the fool exclaimed excitedly to his co-pilot, as he witnessed his dropped bombs instantly engulf an entire street in flames, incinerating both the shrimp and their equipment into charred remains. His co-pilot could hardly contain his joy. Captain, I'm in awe of you. We've caught those shrimp completely off guard. You're a genius. Look at how terrified they are. Our arrival has utterly frightened them. Perhaps in his overconfidence, the fool dove too low, and just as he intended to pull up, the aircraft was merely a few hundred meters from the ground. The planetary defense forces below retaliated furiously with a barrage of weaponry, including laser guns and rockets. The rockets lacked the speed to catch up with the fool, but the relentless barrage of lasers striking the fuselage posed a significant threat. Should one engine be disabled, it would spell disaster. Utilizing a transport plane as a dive bomber came with its inherent risks. The fool struggled to adjust his aircraft's attitude, desperately trying to pull up from the perilous descent. His co-pilot could no longer endure the unbearable atmosphere. He tapped on the overhead cannon turret, then seized the heavy weapon, thrusting half of his body through the open window to engage in a fierce exchange of fire with the planetary guard. Damn those shrimp. Watch me unleash my fury upon you, the orc co-pilot bellowed, firing his weapon with fervor, while the cannon turret in the cockpit synchronized its fire, claiming the lives of numerous members of the planetary guard. Just as the co-pilot reveled in his triumph, a chilling buzz filled the air, and a barrage of laser fire erupted from the side, enveloping the cockpit of the fighter jet. On the adjacent battleground, a squad of planetary defense forces had finally set up an anti-aircraft machine gun, unleashing a torrent of laser fire powerful enough to shred a Chimera transport vehicle to pieces. Chapter 81. The laughter of the fool. Not only was the co-pilot shattered into fragments, but the cockpit was also being gradually torn apart. Damn it. The fool realized that if he continued to be the target of concentrated fire, his cockpit could be obliterated at any moment, and he would meet the same fate as the co-pilot. His aircraft was too large, and its speed was insufficient to swiftly evade the relentless barrage of anti-aircraft fire. I am the fool. I am a legend. How could I possibly be brought down by mere shrimp? With a furious roar, the fool crouched down and yanked on the wrench below. A dark bomb emblazoned with the yellow emblem of the fool was released from the belly of the aircraft. In that moment, the fool felt a twinge of regret. That bomb was rather expensive, worth quite a few teeth, and he had intended to reserve it for a formidable target. Had it not been for the imminent crisis, he would never have discarded it. Freed from the burden of heavy ordnance, the aircraft's speed increased significantly. The personnel of the planetary guard, taken aback by the sight of such a massive bomb descending from the Orc aircraft, hesitated. What immense power must such a bomb possess? This momentary pause allowed the fool to seize an opportunity. He abruptly ascended the aircraft, gaining altitude and escaping the concentrated fire of the anti-aircraft guns. The bomb, resembling a bowling ball of considerable size, captivated the attention of nearly everyone on the ground. As it struck the Earth, every member of the planetary guard ducked down, bracing for the impending explosion. However, after nearly 10 minutes of anxious anticipation, the expected detonation failed to occur. It was a dud. With this realization, the nearby planetary guards exhaled in relief. Some of the braver soldiers stood up and cautiously approached the unexploded bomb, contemplating how to dismantle it and neutralize its potential threat. As these intrepid guards pondered their next move against the round bomb, the image of the fool seemed to smile, and in an instant, a blinding flash engulfed them in an explosion. Meanwhile, the fool had ascended to higher altitudes. The aircraft trembled violently from the shockwave of the blast, almost threatening to disintegrate. After stabilizing the aircraft, the fool turned to gaze at the direction of the explosion, watching a colossal mushroom cloud, reminiscent of an orc's visage, rise nearly 200 meters high above the city. That bomb certainly packed a punch. Next time, I must enlist that crooked-mouthed technician for another one. The fool mused with satisfaction. The fool's air squadron was wreaking havoc upon Capello, causing immense destruction and chaos throughout the city, enveloping it in flames and explosions. Within Chuck's command center, reports of bombings from Orc aircraft poured in from all directions, creating a chaotic tangle of information. The staff and officers were in a state of panic, frequently misreporting to Chuck. A resounding explosion echoed nearby, suggesting that a bomb had detonated close to the command center. The resulting tremor caused dust to fall from the ceiling, and the lights flickered ominously. The reporting officers braced themselves for evasive actions. What's the panic? It's just Orc aircraft. Bombing alone cannot seize Capello, Chuck admonished the officers before him. I apologize, Your Excellency. The officer bowed his head in shame after being reprimanded. Are there any green-skinned main forces on the primary road to Capro? No matter how formidable the Air Force, it cannot occupy a city. Chuck was far more concerned about the movements of the green-skinned main forces. According to intelligence, the green-skinned main forces, which had suddenly emerged on the left flank, were gathering with exceptionally advanced equipment, including artillery, tanks, and various armored vehicles. Chuck's greatest fear was that these green-skinned troops would swiftly advance north to attack Capro. Given the situation in Pioneer City, if the true green-skinned main forces began their siege, he would undoubtedly be unable to hold the line. Yes, they are advancing towards Capro. However, their progress is slow due to the distraction caused by the influx of refugees. Based on the current pace, it is estimated they will reach the outskirts of the city in as little as 3 days. The officer, now considerably calmer, answered more coherently. Upon hearing this intelligence, Chuck felt a sense of relief, knowing he needed to monitor the green-skinned main forces comprehensively, hoping no unforeseen circumstances would arise. What is the status at the airport? The airport is vital. In the short term, all our supplies and support must come from there. Additionally, reconnaissance planes need to take off from the airport. The focus of the city's defense is not in the urban area or residential zones, but at the airport. The reporting officer hesitated for a moment, but steeled himself to respond. Most airports have suffered bombings from Orc aircraft. Their bombs are of such magnitude that numerous runways have sustained significant damage. Only the 2 outermost airports in the suburbs are still operational. Chuck's expression indeed darkened. But unlike usual, he did not vent his anger through a roar. If I recall correctly, each of the 2 outer airports has 2 squadrons, totaling 100 Lightning fighter jets. Chuck's tone was remarkably composed. Given that there has been virtually no air combat on Uronian 3, air superiority fighters have not been prioritized. Indeed, Your Excellency, the officer replied cautiously. Now they will be prioritized. Clear all airways and allow them to take off to engage the Orc air fleet. Chuck fixed a deep gaze on the officer, stating firmly, "I want to see the Lightning fighter jet soaring over Capro within 20 minutes. This time, the officers under Chuck did not disappoint him. 20 minutes later, the airborne Lightning fighter jets were already embroiled in fierce combat with the Orc air fleet over Capro. The screens in the command center displayed a clear view of planes, some emitting black smoke, being shot down, both human and Orc alike. Although the Orcs had numerical superiority, their aircraft were of poor quality, predominantly bombers, lacking the exceptional maneuverability and dogfighting capabilities of the Lightning fighters. For the moment, the two sides were evenly matched, with the situation gradually shifting in favor of humanity. Chuck's spirits lifted as he sought additional support from Governor Cornwall. More Lightning fighter jets were en route to Capro. Suddenly, a bloodied officer burst through the doors of the command center, his wounds grotesque, evidently inflicted by a terrifying weapon. The green-skinned orcs. The green-skinned orcs are advancing towards the command center, the officer shouted. Upon hearing the term green-skinned orcs, Chuck's heart involuntarily skipped a beat, though he quickly composed himself. Were they not merely the initial wave of orc warriors equipped with rockets? How much havoc could they possibly wreak? Hundreds of orcs attempting to seize control of a city with a population in the millions, Capello? Absurd. Chapter 82. The ruthless brood of Iron Claw. Iron Claw had no intention of seizing Capello. That was a task reserved for later when Goldtooth and his band of miscreants arrived. His immediate objective was to identify the leader among the shrimp in a city teeming with them, to use his head as a trophy for his own leader. He aimed to demonstrate to the shrimp's leader that his band of miscreants was far too feeble to safeguard his life. The aircraft had a limited capacity, and the few ruthless brutes he had brought along, once released into a city as vast as that of the shrimp, would merely scatter like grains of rice thrown into a lake, making nary a ripple. Logically, given his small contingent, any plans for a decapitation strike should have been meticulously crafted and executed discreetly. Amidst the chaos wrought by the bumbling Air Force's bombardment, he could have utilized the disorder of human command systems to embark on covert special operations. Under normal circumstances, Iron Claw might have pursued such a strategy, as he was a tactical-minded orc. However, at this moment, he could no longer contain himself, since the commencement of his full-scale WIAC. Nearly all of his minions had relished the thrill of the campaign. Yet, he found it all rather tedious. The shrimp's forces were woefully inadequate, their resistance pitiful, and their weaponry and munitions laughably weak. This lack of challenge left him unsatisfied, yearning for a more exhilarating confrontation. Thus, Iron Claw raised his newly forged colossal power claw and made a fist toward the city center, specifically the heavily fortified command structures. All of his ruthless brutes, who were launching an assault on Capello, could hear his voice through their communication devices. "My fierce brutes," he proclaimed, referring to his elite rocket boys. "Skilled in breaching defenses and excelling in close combat, you are all fine specimens, handpicked for your ferocity, strength, and prowess. Right now, we are surrounded by shrimp, an abundance of shrimp. This shall be a grand brawl, a truly magnificent WIAC. Do you see that central shrimp fortress? I believe the shrimp leader resides within, and I intend to claim his head as a trophy for my own leader. I have but one demand: annihilate every shrimp in sight. Let us WIAC." Scattered throughout the corners of Capello, the ruthless brutes raised their weapons and unleashed thunderous roars directed at Chuck's command center. WIAC. The slaughter commenced in earnest, and every planetary guard position assaulted by the brutes descended into utter panic. The terrifying cries of WIAC and the shrieks of rockets descended from the heavens, crashing into the ranks of the planetary guard. Upon landing, the brutes wielded their twin blades, reducing everything around them to mere fragments in mere seconds. As the planetary guard regained their wits, they hurriedly armed themselves to retaliate against these brutes. Yet, the brutes reacted with astonishing speed. As soon as they were targeted by laser guns, they activated their rocket packs to evade. Conventional heavy firepower struggled to hit them, and even if a laser were to find its mark, it would hardly penetrate the formidable armor of the ruthless brutes. Mobility, defensive capability, and the fervor of battle empower the ruthless marauders to utterly dominate the planetary guard forces. Often, just a handful of these fierce individuals can decimate entire positions, claiming the lives of hundreds. Such overwhelming circumstances are even more pronounced in areas defended by militia, whose fighting spirit pales in comparison to that of the planetary guards. Once the marauders charge in, the majority of the militia collapses. The marauders resemble lions, mercilessly slaughtering the human militia, perceived as mere sheep by ordinary civilians, monsters, butchers, beasts, and an unstoppable force. Soon, the devastation and carnage they wreaked reached Chuck's command post. This reminded Chuck of the gravely injured officer who had come to deliver the news. At the time, he had hardly paid attention, merely instructing his subordinates to see to the officer's wounds. What is happening? Can't a few hundred Orcish marauders be dealt with? Are they perhaps hundreds of Astartes? This time, Chuck could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a roar upon his subordinates. Everyone in the command room had long since grown accustomed to his temperament. The notion that tens of thousands of planetary guards and millions of human militia could not swiftly eradicate a mere handful of greenskins filled all the officers with a sense of shame. Deploy the armored units. I refuse to believe that flesh and blood can withstand steel. This band of greenskins can withstand the fire of a Leman Russ tank. After venting his frustration, Chuck, feeling somewhat fatigued, issued his orders. The heavy doors adorned with the double-headed eagle insignia slowly lifted, and the gates of the command fortress opened, revealing Leman Russ tanks lined up in formation, ready to advance. The armored soldiers brimmed with confidence, as did the accompanying troops. Reassured by their intelligence that their adversaries were merely oversized greenskins wreaking havoc below, dropped by Orcish aircraft, even though the reports indicated that these foes possessed formidable combat abilities. Having routed numerous planetary guard warriors, they were different, proud, and formidable armored troops, as long as they pressed forward. Any greenskin daring to obstruct their path would surely be crushed beneath their treads. The armored division spread out to confront the marauders lost in their slaughter. In the clash of flesh against armor, the Leman Russ tanks proved their namesake and capabilities, becoming humanity's final bastion when almost all other planetary guard equipment failed. A direct hit from a tank's cannon could indeed inflict significant damage upon the marauders, although aiming proved to be a challenge. Tanks, however, never operate in solitude. Coordinated infantry support is a fundamental aspect of combat proficiency. The infantry accompanying the Leman Russ would suppress the marauders with a barrage of firepower, restricting their movements, before unleashing a concentrated volley from the tanks to inflict casualties. Yet, the marauders were not to be underestimated, emboldened by their whack frenzy. They could wield their massive cleavers against the Leman Russ tanks, and with the explosives they carried. The armored division would also suffer considerable losses in their efforts to eliminate the marauders. Despite their limited numbers, the marauders exemplified the true worth of the greenskin brutes, resisting cannon fire with their flesh, tearing through armor with bare hands, turning any ordinary weapon into a harbinger of bloodshed. The fierce battle raged throughout the day, only slightly easing by the night of the following day. The armored division suffered the loss of 300 Leman Russ tanks, with casualties reaching approximately 4,000. This figure does not account for the casualties among the planetary defense forces, militia, and civilians, whose losses, when compared to those of the armored division, were immense and nearly impossible to quantify. Their plight was truly devastating, with rivers of blood flowing. Chuck, upon reviewing this casualty report, could not help but feel a surge of alarm. How could these orcs be so formidable? Of course, they were formidable. Those who followed the towering leader were the fiercest and most powerful. Outside the gates of the Central Command, 20 Leman Russ tanks formed the first line of defense, tasked with repelling the last and most formidable wave of orcs. Dozens of rockets streaked across the sky, crashing into the first defensive line like falling meteors. The once sturdy fortifications were shattered as easily as tofu. The colossal Iron Claw kicked one tank over, and with a mere grasp of its mechanical claws, reduced it to scrap metal. Chapter 83. The Great Wyak Iron Claw bore numerous wounds, having savored the thrill of battle while deeply ensnared in a formidable siege, relishing the exhilarating sensation of wreaking havoc. Now, he was finally poised to confront his main course, fervently hoping that the Shrimp's leader would not turn out to be a coward and flee prematurely. As Iron Claw contemplated his next move, several tank cannons locked their sights on him. With his reflexes, he could have evaded or utilized the debris of a nearby Leman Russ tank as a makeshift shield to deflect the direct fire. Yet, he remained motionless, standing even more resolutely. "Fire!" roared the commanders from within each tank, their voices unified in a chorus of dread. The orcs were terrifying. Only by annihilating them could they quell the fear festering in their hearts. Through the observation scopes, shells struck Iron Claw with resounding force. The first impact caused him to stagger, and as the onslaught continued, the smoke from the explosions enveloped him. Perhaps driven by sheer terror, each tank unleashed a barrage, firing a second and third round without pause. No one could recall the number of shells fired. All commanders of the Leman Russ tanks believed it impossible for any entity to withstand such relentless bombardment, and thus ordered their turrets to shift focus onto other targets. Suddenly, something cleaved through the smoke of the explosions, crashing into the nearest tank with a deafening roar. The formidable armor of the tank was rent asunder as if it were mere butter, and the munitions within detonated, sending the turret soaring into the air as thick black smoke billowed from the wreckage. Emerging from the haze, Iron Claw lowered the claw that had shielded his head, blood trickling from his forehead and cascading down his face, rendering the red liquid indistinguishable from his eyes. Marvelous. This was splendid. This felt like combat. This was true war. This was Wyack. Iron Claw surged forward, transforming into an unstoppable beast, a monstrous force that plunged into the ranks of armored foes before him. As the leader of all greenskins aboard the orc ship, he ignited the fervor of his kindred to an unparalleled zenith. In his wake, on the southern continent of the planet, the elite forces of the planetary defense, encircled by throngs of savage orcs wielding primitive weaponry, first sensed a shift in the nature of their adversaries. Once easily dispatched with a single volley, the orc warriors now charged forth. Even under the concentrated fire of laser weaponry, covering dozens of meters with their relentless assault, the orcs' speed and strength burgeoned, their thunderous whack resonating above the cacophony of the battlefield. Despite their lack of modern firearms, the greenskins managed to commandeer human equipment and utilize squiggets in place of steeds and tanks. Some psychers, stimulated by the whack energy, began to awaken. Those without the innate talent to control such violent energy found their heads throbbing painfully, culminating in explosive bursts of power. Fortunately, gifted psychers deftly redirected this energy towards human positions, unleashing green psychic lightning that shattered their foes into fragments. Even as the Banshee's bombardment from the skies continued unabated, the greenskins on the ground appeared as if conjured by sorcery, impervious to the devastation wrought upon them. Humans are unable to perceive the whack energy field, yet every greenskin creature, even the most foolish of grots, can see it. A thick green mist envelopes the battlefield, resembling the furious visage of an orc roaring in wrath. The defenses have been breached, with countless greenskins surging through the lines of the Imperial Guard, their armored and infantry divisions torn asunder. After several days of relentless combat, the guardsmen are utterly fatigued, while the orcs seem to possess boundless energy, charging forth continuously, relishing in the chaos of battle and death, a feat beyond human capacity. Above, a pilot of a wailing banshee gazes down upon the carnage, where explosions, blood, and fierce combat abound. Some remnants of the Imperial Guard still hold their ground, but their endurance wanes. In the distant rainforests, greenskins are inexorably drawn to the battlefield, like iron filings to a magnet, with hope a distant memory. The Southern Legion of the Planetary Defense Force is doomed. The pilot mournfully mutters into the communications channel. Beneath the surface, unseen, the very soil, permeated by greenskin blood, teems with whack energy, causing spores to swiftly take root and sprout. On the left flank of the continent, the cunning Goth boss, known as Goldtooth, scavenges treasures and lays waste to cities, leaving his underlings to spread across the entire left continent. While an orc war boss can exert some control over his minions, he cannot command them with the precision of a human leader. The orc boys are governed by instinct when out of sight. They rob, kill, fight, and brawl amongst themselves, only united by the call of whack. Goldtooth pays little mind to the other greenskins, retaining only around 100,000 of the most obedient and elite boys by his side. True to his name, he is insatiably greedy, plundering treasures with train stations as his focal point, amassing a multitude of spoils. During this time, he has lost count of the riches he has collected, with every train destined for the underground packed to the brim. Yet, Goldtooth remains perpetually dissatisfied, demanding that his tech boys construct larger trains, bigger cargo containers, and more expansive tracks. This is a monumental task, one that the tech boys are reluctant to undertake. However, Goldtooth's influence and rewards compel them. Thus, increasingly more heavy-duty trains, adorned with greenskin motifs, traverse between cities. Goldtooth's mind brims with visions of how to utilize this vast bounty to forge new equipment, should he upgrade his cunning boys, or perhaps create some killing machines. Ah, yes. The Ironclaw boss's aerial squadron is impressive. Could he not emulate that? A tech-savvy individual had once provided Goldtooth with a blueprint for a helicopter armed with a machine gun and chainsaw, perfectly sized for a grot to operate. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of emotion interrupts Goldtooth's daydreaming. He abruptly rises, standing atop his mount, gazing northward. A primal urge swells within him, an escalating fervor for violence, for war, for the insatiable craving of whack, influences Goldtooth's very being. Meanwhile, all the green-skinned beings on the leftist continent experienced emotions akin to those of the golden-toothed. They set aside their tasks, abandoning their bloodied weapons and smoking firearms, allowing the diminutive shrimp to scatter in flight. It seemed pointless to bully such feeble creatures. A grander and more exhilarating battle awaited them in the north, beckoning their attention. The main forces of the green-skinned commenced their fervent advance towards Capello's direction. At that moment, on the defensive line formed by the Lehman Russ tanks, the colossal figure of the Iron Claw descended from the heavens, landing heavily upon one of the Lehman Russ tanks, effortlessly reducing it to mere scrap metal. Chapter 84, The Skull Hunt. This marked the fifth Lehman Russ tank shattered beneath the Iron Claws. The planetary defense forces despaired as they witnessed their once proud armored division crumble like parchment before the might of a mere orc war boss. It was not for lack of effort. They had exerted the full extent of their mortal capabilities to thwart the war machines crafted by the ancient saints. From the command tower, Chuck gazed down through the glass at the tumult outside the command center. Initially, he was consumed by rage, perplexed as to why his vast army failed to halt a mere handful of greenskins. However, upon witnessing the ferocity of Iron Claw and his ruthless minions, he gradually regained his composure and dispatched further reinforcements to the front line. He truly endeavored this time, meticulously allocating troops, soliciting counsel, and employing every conceivable strategy to impede the greenskin advance. Yet, despite his efforts, defeat loomed ominously. The majority of his forces had suffered grievous losses, many reduced to shattered corpses and charred remnants strewn about the entrance. Chuck harbored a grim realization, no matter how many soldiers he dispatched. It merely bought time rather than vanquishing the colossal monstrosity that lay ahead. The main cannon of the Lehman Russ was ineffectual against the creature, producing nothing but explosions and smoke, as if an unseen force shielded it from harm. Iron Claw, the protagonist of the battlefield, felt invigorated with each clash, believing that no matter the number of foes, they were no match for his might. The so-called flashlights, missiles, artillery, and bombs were utterly incapable of toppling his formidable presence. This continued struggle was becoming rather tedious. He decided to leave a portion of the tanks to cover the rear, ordering the troops at the gate to withdraw and secure it, fortifying their defenses. Reluctant to commit more of his surviving forces to the slaughterhouse at the entrance, Chuck finally issued the long-anticipated command. The command fortress had been constructed to planetary standards, with 1/3 of its structure above ground and 2/3 below, designed to withstand 2 nuclear strikes while retaining 70% of its integrity. The fortress gates were a focal point of defense, flanked by 2 turrets with calibers surpassing that of the Rieman's main cannon by 1/3. Additionally, there were melta-guns, plasma weapons, and artillery, with rows upon rows of firing ports lining the walls. The gates, forged from exquisite metals, were nearly indestructible, theoretically, without heavy firepower. The defenders could hold the fortress gates until their last breath. Iron Claw observed the greenskins retreating, their vehicles, tanks, and soldiers fleeing into the safety of the fortress gates. Escape? Lost in the throes of battle and slaughter for too long, Iron Claw suddenly recalled his true purpose. He was there to hunt skulls. His rocket pack had sustained damage in the earlier skirmishes, and should the gate emblazoned with the double-headed eagle descend, his passage would be severely hindered. Could he scale the walls amidst the greenskins' barrage? That seemed far too unwhack-like. Gripping his killing axe, Iron Claw tightened his leg muscles and sprinted forward. It felt as though his axe had shrunk and lightened. Perhaps next time, he would opt for a heftier warhammer. The retreating planetary guards were consumed by terror as the Iron Claw pursued them relentlessly. In their desperation, they hastened their pace, striving to escape from this horrific beast. However, their speed was insufficient. To avoid being crushed underfoot, many soldiers hastily veered aside. The Iron Claw, uninterested in their demise, had a singular objective: to breach the gates before they could close. The sentinels at the entrance widened their eyes, fully aware of the Iron Claw's intentions. At its current velocity, it could undoubtedly break through the gates before the retreating guards could enter. Should they immediately seal the gates, leaving the remaining guards and the green-skinned monster outside? The Guardians hesitated. Close the gates, now. Fortunately, Chuck's command was relayed in time. The guards who had not yet entered watched in despair as the heavy golden gates slowly descended before them. A flash of green light pierced their line of sight, and just as the gates were about to close, a colossal figure braced against them. It was the Iron Claw, accelerating with a speed akin to teleportation. It reached the gates just in time. With a furious roar, the Iron Claw thrust the gates upward, stepping into the fortress with an air of calm as they hung suspended. Alone within the command center, the Iron Claw faced thousands of human defenders. Yet it was not the beast who felt fear, but rather every human present. Chuck's composed visage warped. A terror he had never encountered surged within him. Why was such a terrifying entity portrayed in the Empire's propaganda as a foolish barbarian? This creature was not something an ordinary human army could contend with. We must retreat to the basement, positioning troops and fire points on every level. For the Empire, we must hold Capello. To conceal his own fear and prevent a collapse in morale, Chuck dared not glance at the Iron Claw again. He strode purposefully towards the elevator leading to the basement. The descent was swift, paralleling the dwindling hope in Chuck's heart. He needed to endure for just one more day. If he could persevere through this day, his lifelong mission would be accomplished. Hidden within the fortified underground stronghold, Chuck listened as layer after layer of defenses were breached. Yet his heart settled into a calm resolve once more. Ultimately, he issued his last command as a general of the planetary guards. He ordered all defenders of Capello to cease supporting the command center and to steadfastly hold their positions. To protect their families, they must fight until the last moment. The Empire would forever remember their sacrifice. With a thunderous crash, the wall before Chuck was shattered, and the Iron Claw, encrusted in dirt, wounds, and blood, stormed in. It approached Chuck, looming over him. The disparity in their colossal sizes rendered Chuck akin to a mouse at the feet of the Iron Claw. "I presume you are the leader of the shrimp," it rumbled in Orcish, "and by following the fiercest of the resistance, I have finally found you." To Chuck, the terrifying roar of the monstrous figure felt overwhelming, and the courage he had mustered began to wane, his legs trembling involuntarily. "You are too small and too weak. But then again, you are merely a transitional obstacle." Iron Claw did not allow Chuck to linger in fear for long. With a swift twist, he grasped Chuck's head and effortlessly wrenched it away, exerting minimal force to avoid crushing his prize. As he crawled out through the passage he had forged, the dim underground gave way to the brightening sky, where the Orc aircraft had returned to base due to fuel depletion. The azure expanse was now graced by the presence of mere shrimp-like planes, or rather, it appeared to be more than just aircraft. Iron Claw discerned several colossal spaceships descending in flames, and looking upwards alongside these vessels, he beheld even grander shadows beyond the atmosphere. Those were the shrimp-like space battleships. Indeed, a mightier adversary had arrived. This was truly exhilarating. Iron Claw felt no trepidation. Instead, he smiled with delight. Chapter 85. The landing plan on board the vessel, Doombringer. Kester and Peck stood together, gazing through the immense viewport at the enchanting world of Oronia 3 below. What a magnificent realm it was, adorned with mountains, rivers, forests, and lakes. It could undoubtedly be cultivated into a serene paradise for leisurely tourism. How splendid it would be if it were not for those detestable Xenos. This land could rightfully belong to the Empire, allowing its citizens to live in tranquility for centuries. Upon witnessing the breathtaking scenery of Oronia 3, even the typically stern and unyielding Commissar Kester could not suppress his feelings. "Thus, we must expedite the eradication of the Xenos above, preparing for the future, safeguarding her," he expressed. Pex's voice remained composed and steady. Kester refrained from responding, instead casting a profound glance at Pex. Over the 2 days of their acquaintance, he had developed a deep admiration for Pex, the sector commander, whose fervor for annihilating the green-skinned orcs, along with his unique military insights and personal discipline, were truly commendable. Governor Cornwall was easily discernible. His sole motivation for diligent work was to evade accountability. In contrast, Pex's recommendation stemmed from a resolute desire to completely eradicate the greenskins. Indifferent to the costs involved, such awareness was commendable. Yet, Kester could not shake off a lingering sense of unease, his vigilance towards Pex remaining intact. Even under the pretense of a medical examination, he covertly collected Pex's blood and tissue samples to submit for analysis by the ship's medic, yet no abnormalities were detected. Pex was in excellent health, devoid of any ailments. In fact, he appeared more robust than those who had recently undergone life extension procedures. "Commissar, the situation on Oronia 3 is dire. The Orc tide is advancing towards Caparo. Fortunately, large-scale combat remains confined to the outskirts, and we still have time," Pex declared. As Kester pondered, Pex stepped forward, sliding his fingers across the virtual projection of the map. "The right flank is beyond saving. I recommend a complete withdrawal. We should focus on orbital bombardment centered around Pioneer City to impede the greenskins on the right. The defensive core on the left still lies within Caparo. However, I advise against deploying the entirety of the Starborn forces into this metropolis of 10 million. Engaging in a war of attrition with 2 million Starborn against the greenskins is unwise. Each Starborn is an elite. Their training and development demand significant time and resources. Unlike the greenskins, who emerge from the earth, a war of attrition would be detrimental to our side. Kester found himself drawn into Pex's discourse, gradually relinquishing his suspicions and overlooking the anomalies surrounding Pex. The Greenskins' unique technology, their overwhelming numbers, and their capacity for endless warfare without resupply constituted their advantages. Naturally, they possessed weaknesses as well. By judiciously exploiting these vulnerabilities, their defeat was not insurmountable. Their weaknesses resided within their leaders. The stronger individuals among them struggled to contain their battle lust, ensuring that their leaders would inevitably appear on the front lines. As long as we can concentrate our forces and decapitate their leader, even the most terrifying green tide will dissipate into nothingness. While this notion is easily articulated, it is far more challenging to execute. Kester certainly understands the vulnerabilities of the Greenskins, but is the strategy of decapitation as straightforward as it seems? If it were merely a matter of executing such a plan, the issues posed by the Greenskins would cease to exist altogether. I have devised a plan. The words of Pex stirred a glimmer of intrigue in Kester's eyes. Although the situation in the south has deteriorated, a significant population has survived. It is implausible for the Greenskins to have exterminated everyone in such a short span of time, with their homes destroyed and loved ones slain. The survivors harbor a profound hatred for the Greenskins. I can unite them and divert the Greenskins' attention from the rear. There exists a marshy forest and a region of lakes, conducive to establishing a defensive base for sheltering refugees and training an army. At this point, Pex inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to meet Kester's. I can lead my expeditionary force to undertake this task. Although I did not defeat the Greenskins on Aronia 4, the soldiers of the expeditionary force have received ample combat training and gained invaluable experience in battling the Greenskins, even if we struggle to establish a stable base here. Beyond the lakes lies an unbroken chain of mountains. In the short term, the Greenskins will lack sufficient manpower to pursue and eradicate every peak. Once we manage to draw the Greenskins' attention, Your Excellency, you can defend Pex with minimal cost while launching a counteroffensive against the Greenskins' flanks. With a stroke of good fortune, we may uncover the Greenskins' leader during the conflict and set a trap, employing orbital bombardment to eliminate him entirely. Thus, we shall bring an end to this green tide. Kester found himself deeply captivated by Pex's plan, his gaze toward Pex infused with newfound trust. Such loyalty from an Imperial officer was truly commendable. Your plan carries significant risks. If the Greenskins' main force is drawn to you, this area, while defensible, poses challenges for retreat, placing your entire army in peril. Would that not be preferable? If the Greenskins' main force arrives, their leader must surely be among them, making it easier for us to pinpoint and eradicate him. Pex's tone was resolute, devoid of hesitation. Should the Greenskins' leader approach my position, I implore you, do not hesitate. Unleash the devastating orbital bombardment to obliterate him entirely. Kester was genuinely moved by Pex's words. Could it be that there are beings willing to sacrifice themselves in the pursuit of annihilating the Greenskins? Such talent, would it not be a waste to lose him? Your plan is viable, but perhaps we could appoint another commander. I could also provide you with several legions of Star Realm troops. Kester's heart softened, reluctant to lose such talent. No, it must be me. I understand my troops. Only I can command them to unleash their utmost potential. Your Excellency Kester, there is no time for hesitation. The Greenskins are rampant on Aronia 3, and the citizens of the Empire perish by the second. Pex's fervor stirred Kester. Moved by such selfless dedication and the resolve to sacrifice oneself for a greater cause, a profound turmoil enveloped Kester's brow, as if two diminutive figures were locked in fierce contention within his mind. One figure urged, let Pex take charge. His plan is exceptionally well structured. Above all, it is imperative to halt the further expansion of the green tide. The other figure countered, we ought to exercise caution. Pex is indeed peculiar, exhibiting behavior that is quite erratic. He seems utterly indifferent to his own existence. After a minute's contemplation, Kester, finally meeting Pex's anxious gaze, declared, very well, Commander Pex. May you achieve resounding success. Chapter 86. The Apostle in Search of Wisdom as he observed the fleet of transport ships departing and entering the atmosphere. Kester remained unsettled about Pex and his troops. This time, he had covertly retained numerous blood samples and tissue specimens from the expeditionary soldiers. Feeling a slight sense of relief would only come once all tests yielded satisfactory results. Kester did not perceive his actions as overly cautious. In the face of potential infiltration by alien entities, such vigilance was justified. However, the urgency of the situation compelled him to shift his focus to the deteriorating conditions on Aronia 3, necessitating immediate containment of the green-skinned foes before confronting the tyrants. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, he would never have permitted Pex to depart. While Commissioner Kester and the tyrant-infected Pex engaged in a battle of wits. Within a concealed chamber of the planetary governor's office on the northern hemisphere of Oronia. 3. Governor Cornwall stood alone, conducting a mysterious ritual. He had shed the opulent garments of his office in favor of a simple coat, draping a tattered gray cloak around himself, resembling a penitent monk. Cornwall approached an ancient table, its surface cluttered with an array of materials, including vividly colored powders housed in transparent glass vials. To others, these substances might appear bizarre and unfamiliar. To Cornwall, they were remarkably well known. With practiced ease, he selected a central vial and various special ingredients, laboriously mixing them in a purple bowl until beads of sweat adorned his brow, marking the completion of his concoction. Donning silk gloves, Cornwall pinched a small amount of powder, allowing the blue-violet granules to cascade into the bowl, reminiscent of fragments of the galaxy. Nodding slightly, he expressed satisfaction with his preparation. He then moved to the center of the room, where a magical circle lay, both ethereal and tangible, as if it had existed for eons yet appeared freshly inscribed. In this era, the acquisition of knowledge demanded a heavy toll, particularly knowledge capable of altering one's fate. Each ritual filled Cornwall with trepidation, for he was burdened with knowledge that he ought not to possess, like slippery tentacles drawing him ever closer to the abyss. The dire circumstances within the Oronia system left Cornwall feeling profoundly insecure. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to another ritual in search of wisdom and enlightenment. Taking a deep breath, Cornwall steeled himself mentally, commencing his circumambulation of the magical circle, casting the powder from the purple bowl beneath his feet. A strange language flowed from his lips, imbued with a mysterious power capable of breaching the boundaries of reality to commune with formidable entities in subspace. The ritual continued until Cornwall had exhausted the contents of the purple bowl, at which point the magical circle began to emit a radiant light, an indescribable hue transcending human understanding and perception. Cornwall sensed that he had established a connection with some otherworldly presence through the circle, as a shadow of higher dimensions descended from the ceiling, merging with the fabric of the reality surrounding him. As I gazed upwards along the array of the magical formation, my eyes fell upon a pitch-black floor-to-ceiling mirror, the depths of which were as dark as ink. The once tranquil surface of the mirror began to seethe as Cornwall's gaze rested upon it. Within the darkness, it seemed that colossal entities stirred everything into disarray. Had Cornwall not prepared himself mentally for this encounter, the terror of the immense beings could have rendered his heart to a standstill. Seeking wisdom, O Apostle, I heed your desires. The voice emanating from the mirror was exceedingly gentle and sweet, instantly calming Cornwall's frayed nerves. O great prophet, you are omniscient and all-seeing. Your humble apostle implores once more for the favor of your wisdom. Cornwall knelt in reverence before the mirror. Certainly, certainly. I'm fond of wisdom. Anyone who seeks it is dear to me. Pray tell, what aspect of knowledge does my apostle seek this time? Is it the clandestine history of the human empire or intelligence regarding its adversaries, those aberrations? The sweet voice grew increasingly joyful, akin to a child receiving a delightful toy. Yet, Cornwall failed to perceive the elation in the voice. Instead, his anxiety intensified. Rather than articulating his request, he retrieved several ancient tomes from the dim corners of the room and placed them before the mirror. These are fragments of knowledge gathered by your humble apostle. Some of these texts are of considerable antiquity, remnants of lost wisdom and hidden histories, which I, in my folly, cannot decipher. However, I believe the great prophet might find them intriguing. With that, Cornwall prostrated himself on the ground, offering the ancient books as a tribute, performing an act of veneration. A viscous tendril emerged from the mirror, gently tapping the volumes before retreating after a moment of contemplation. These are somewhat interesting. It appears you have put forth some effort. Yet alas, they are not what I require. The words struck Cornwall's heart like a dagger, fear spreading through his mind like poison. To displease his master carried dire consequences. I can offer further tributes, my lord. You may relish the blood, flesh, and souls of mortals. Though the risks are considerable at this juncture, I could still provide 50, no, 100 mortal souls and their flesh. As he contemplated the Emperor-class battleship in the atmosphere of Oronia 3 and the Commissar Kester aboard, a sense of dread enveloped him. Quickly, he reassured himself that he was not betraying the Empire, but merely engaging in a transaction. No. While your offer is commendable, it is not what I seek at present. The voice shifted from joy to calmness, resonating with myriad echoes throughout the chamber. I am aware of your desires. You yearn for the knowledge and power to escape this galaxy, to flee to a safe haven, continuing your role as governor, leading a life of leisure and comfort. The chaos of the galaxy shall be managed by others. The fate of mortals is of no concern to you. You are nobility, destined for dominion and indulgence. The voice articulated the thoughts residing in Cornwall's heart, yet at that moment it ceased, enveloping the room in an eerie silence where even the fall of a pin could be heard. Only the sound of Cornwall's rapid breaths and the thumping of his heart echoed in the stillness. After a prolonged silence, as Cornwall pondered the price he might have to pay, the voice resumed, "It is quite simple. I shall undoubtedly assist you. Moreover, you need not offer any payment. By merely reaching out to me, you have already settled the debt. Now lean in closely." Cornwall was gripped by fear, hesitating to approach the mirror. Yet his dread of defying his master, the voice, was even greater. Thus, with trembling legs, he rose and took a single step forward. In an instant, a tentacle shot forth from the mirror, ensnaring Cornwall entirely, leaving only the echoes of his fearful moans in the darkened room. Chapter 87. Communication. Once the viscous tendrils released Cornwall, his expression transformed entirely, his irises displaying a blend of blue and crimson streaks, a clear indication of being tainted. Sensing something amiss with his gaze, Cornwall blinked, and his eyes returned to their normal state. He now comprehended the task his master had entrusted to him, to remain concealed, to prepare diligently, and to await the opportune moment to fulfill his master's bidding. In the void, the swarm fleet seemed to have experienced some form of provocation, altering their steady course and accelerating towards the erroneous star system. It was evident that, in the not-so-distant future, a larger scale of warfare would erupt within the erroneous star system. Chang Mingrue, however, remained oblivious to these developments. Having succumbed to a frenzy of silent slaughter within the dimensional prison, immersed in his relentless killing spree, he paid no heed to the passage of time. The prison was shrouded in mist, devoid of any markers distinguishing day from night. The only record he meticulously maintained was the tally of monsters he had slain, for he intended to compare his achievements with those of his formidable subordinates upon his release. After toppling a towering flesh-and-blood giant, measuring over 20 meters, and crushing its skull with his powered gauntlet, Chang Mingrue marked another tally on his scorecard. Each time he vanquished a creature from the dimensional prison, he noted a 1, whether it was a solitary beast or horde. Including his previous conquests, the total number of monsters he had dispatched surpassed 500. The sole sentiment accompanying him was that, with each battle, the creatures not only grew increasingly grotesque in form but also enhanced their combat prowess. Chang Mingrue was nearly certain that these monsters were artificially created, most likely by the necromancer technician known as a Fensitor. Were they crafted for warfare? Indeed. These creatures were fearsome in their might, possessing strength that rivaled the toughest adamantine armor, capable of emitting lasers and spewing high-temperature particle streams, inflicting astonishing damage. Such monsters could indeed injure Chang Mingrue during combat, yet, comparatively speaking, he was more monstrous himself, and in moments of fury, he would rend them asunder. Evaluating solely their combat capabilities, the monsters were formidable. However, in the theater of war, their cost-effectiveness appeared lacking. The various units of the space necromancers were already well established, with gas weaponry capable of decimating all, and living metal that could regenerate. The effort to create new biological weapons might not be entirely futile, but it seemed largely superfluous overall. What, then, was the purpose behind the creation of these monsters? Chang Mingrue's brief contemplation prompted him to halt his advance. Leading his subordinates in points, he could afford a moment to ponder. The dense mist of the space quivered slightly, eliciting a sense of curiosity within him, as it seemed that the spatial fusion should still require some time. "Dear clever lad, a Fensitor sends his regards. Your subordinates call you Slippery? What an intriguing moniker. Aptly reflecting the cunning and treachery of orcs, yet it scarcely encapsulates your intellect." A Fensitor's voice permeated the mist from all directions. Uncertain of a Fensitor's intentions, Chang Mingrue remained silent. Seated. "Very well, you are sufficiently astute. I shall not beat around the bush. I find you exceedingly intriguing. Even if you were to dismantle my empire, the reality is that we must unite to navigate this crisis. Humph. Should you attempt to ensnare me and bind me to your laboratory table, you would hardly speak of collaboration," Chang Mingrue remarked disdainfully. No, no, no. You misunderstand my intentions. I come bearing goodwill. In matters of cooperation, there are no eternal foes, only enduring interests. Would you not agree? In the past, we allied with the spirit race to combat the Orc Empire. Now, we can similarly join forces against a mutual threat. Do you believe that this dimensional prison can confine me? Chang Mingrue scoffed. I have already mastered the secrets of this space. We need merely to find our way through, and we can pinpoint our location, allowing for instantaneous transport at any moment. No, 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 I do not doubt your intellect. A dimensional prison of this magnitude could hardly hold you. Indeed, conversing with an astute individual should not involve such convoluted discourse. Initially, I did intend to confine you, to treat you as a specimen, a prized possession. Af's electronic voice resonated with a hint of excitement, a fervent enthusiasm as if he had uncovered a rare gem. Yes, an extraordinary treasure. You may be unaware of your uniqueness in this era, should a friend of mine discover your existence as part of my collection. He would be driven to madness with jealousy. His emotional circuits would burn with envy, only to be replaced and ignited anew. You appear perilously close to madness yourself. Have the space wraiths slumbered for too long, causing their minds to decay? Cheng Mingrue mocked. I apologize. I was overly engrossed. You see, our lives are infinite. In such an extended existence, one must pursue something. Our mechanical forms strip us of the rich emotions and sensations of flesh and blood life. To avoid being crushed by the weight of time and emptiness, any rational being seeks a hobby, or perhaps a form of entertainment, to satisfy their need for diversion. F's tone shifted to a more composed and contemplative demeanor, a notable improvement from the earlier madness. I am uncertain of what you know. You are a clever young man, likely having reached the threshold of sagacity. What does your genetic inheritance reveal to you? From which era does knowledge descend? Of course, I do not seek to pry into your secrets. Only by understanding your situation can I propose more suitable terms for collaboration. The green-skinned beings possess genetic inheritance. This is a rare piece of intelligence, yet Cheng Mingrue himself remained unaware of its existence. Wait, could those peculiar technical insights that suddenly emerged in my mind be the very inheritance? It seems that the more one knows, the more bewildered one becomes. You are unaware of your inheritance. Seeing Cheng Mingrue's prolonged silence, Athens deduced the truth. His astonished electronic voice sharpening into a piercing tone as a virtual shadow projected itself before Cheng Mingrue. The form had changed. Yet that singular eye and visage remained unmistakably Ath's. This cannot be. How can this be? Such a pity. The lamentation and regret exhibited by a Finsight resemble the sorrow for a golden city submerged by tumultuous waves. Each legacy of the wise little ones symbolizes a pathway of technological knowledge. Even a mere branch can yield considerable benefits, allowing one to trace back to the origins and ultimately reach the trunk of science. It appears that the genetic virus has lingered too long, its effects too potent, causing the previous generation of wise little ones to possibly forget the importance of preserving their genetic heritage. A Finsight sighed, every metallic fragment adorning him exuding a sense of regret. Chapter 88. Secrets within the Dimension Prison. Unable to comprehend a Finsight's meaning, Cheng Mingrue could only respond with silence. It appeared that there was indeed much he was unaware of. There was no time to elaborate on the intricacies of the three heavenly wars. A Finsight's expression grew increasingly anxious. He had assumed Cheng Mingrue possessed considerable knowledge, and that a brief explanation would suffice to establish mutual understanding. However, the circumstances had become significantly more complex. Now, we shall communicate as equals in collaboration. Allow me to succinctly outline the situation we are about to confront. Previously, I had indeed intended to imprison you within the Dimension Prison, but an unforeseen complication arose. Logically, given the capacity of the Dimension Prison, confining an additional 1,000,000 green-skinned beings should not pose any issue. Yet, inexplicably, the balance of the prison collapsed immediately upon your confinement. As I speak, a look of inexplicable unease and confusion manifests on a Finsight's face. It seems he too has not discerned the reason behind this. I had just been scrutinizing the source of the issue, and despite conducting a thorough examination of the Dimension Prison's data and equipment twice, everything appeared normal. The cause of the imbalance turned out to be the sheer number of entities I had confined, at least 200 million lives and souls. This is utterly absurd. Regardless, I shall dismiss it. Perhaps it is a systemic issue or a bug that I am currently unable to identify, for this Dimension Prison has existed for many years, and encountering problems is not unusual. After a brief pause, a Finsight spoke slowly, his tone tinged with concern. Furthermore, the entities sealed within this Dimension Prison have been persistently attempting to breach their confinement. Maintaining stability for this long is a testament to the prison system's excellence. This sealed entity represents a shared threat, a foundation for our collaboration. A fragment of a celestial deity, though minuscule, is extraordinarily perilous, the shard of the void dragon. As he uttered the term celestial shard, A Finsight's voice faltered momentarily, and Cheng Mingrui seemed to detect a hint of fear in his tone. This time, Cheng Mingrui managed to maintain his composure, feigning ignorance regarding the concept of the heavenly war and the celestial beings, without receiving any inheritance. The matters I speak of may be difficult for you to grasp, leaving you unaware of the gravity of the current crisis. A Finsight's voice retained that tremulous quality. That is your predicament. It bears no relation to us. Once the dimension prison stabilizes further, I shall teleport away. Despite the disquieting presence of the celestial shard, Cheng Mingrui maintained an indifferent demeanor, recognizing that even in collaboration, he must assert an advantageous position through such an attitude. No, you cannot escape. The celestial beings are the true deities of the material realm, the embodiment of physical laws. As such, they cannot be destroyed, only sealed through fragmentation. To persuade Cheng Mingrui, a Finsight patiently elaborated. The Void Dragon is one of the most formidable celestial beings. Even a mere fragment of its essence brims with boundless energy and destructive power. The moment he transcends the prison of dimensions, this tomb shall cease to exist, along with this planet and this galaxy. Within at least a light-year radius centered here, all concepts of space will be obliterated from the cosmos. Thus, with your astute intellect, it is evident how grave the crisis we now face is. Collaboration is our only recourse. At this juncture, to convey sincerity, a Finster's virtual projection transformed from ethereal to corporeal, standing directly before Cheng Mingrui. Should Cheng Mingrui desire, he could strike at a Finster at any moment. However, a Finster believed he had elucidated the situation clearly. This clever orc, nicknamed Sly, had no rationale to refuse cooperation. Coupled with the sincerity he exhibited, victory seemed assured, even if the orc before him resorted to violence, based on prior displays of strength. A Finster felt confident he could hold his own and buy time for escape. Yet, his line of reasoning faltered as he was taken aback by Cheng Mingrui's actions. With a speed far surpassing a Finster's expectations, Cheng Mingrui disassembled him into fragments, leaving only his head intact. Cheng Mingrui took particular care to dismantle a Finster's staff, not only shattering it, but also employing magnetic force to generate intense heat, melting the remnants. A Finster had placed excessive faith in his calculations. Cheng Mingrui's power had surged significantly in a short span. I relish telling off those who are self-assured, Cheng Mingrui declared with pride, subsequently affixing a Finster's head to his waist. A Finster's cognitive faculties were paralyzed for at least a minute, his electronic voice seething with rage. You fool! Do you comprehend what you've done? You've destroyed the control staff. It's all over. No one can prevent the fragments of the Void Dragon from breaking free. Cheng Mingrui chuckled as he replied. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. After all, I am the clever green-skinned strategist. While you spoke, Brother Mao relayed everything to me. He informed me that you, a mere skeleton, harbor nefarious intentions and would not genuinely cooperate with us greenskins. Your current collaboration is merely a tactical maneuver. Once you resolve the crisis of the dimensional prison, you will swiftly seek to imprison us again. Let me guess. The chaos within the dimensional prison stems not solely from our confinement, but also from your significant losses of underground tombs. Absent the energy support of those tombs, regaining complete control over the dimensional prison would indeed be a formidable challenge. A Finster fell silent, his large green eyes flickering with instability. The collaboration you seek may merely entail releasing us and subsequently aiding in the restoration of energy terminals within the underground tombs, perhaps through other means, essentially, a restoration of power. In his overconfidence, Cheng Mingrui even tapped a Finster's head. With sufficient energy, not only could you stabilize the dimensional prison, but you could also reconstruct your empire. As those damaged space undead units are crafted from living metal, provided there is enough energy, all can be restored. I am known as Sly, and Brother Mao is chosen by fate. Cheng Mingrui smiled wider, reveling in his joy. You think you can outsmart me? Don't be ridiculous. Do you truly believe that I have merely been battling monsters during this time? After a prolonged silence, a Finsight resumed speaking, acknowledging, indeed, I underestimated you. I placed too much faith in the probabilities provided by the logical core. It appears you are not only intelligent, but also quite cunning. Your deductive reasoning is fundamentally sound. The key to repairing the dimensional prison indeed lies in energy transmission. However, I had no intention of imprisoning you post-repair. Admittedly, I contemplated it. But I believe the benefits of our collaboration would be far greater. Thus, my request for cooperation is sincere. Yet, cunning one, you are overly arrogant. Do you think you have control over everything? Destroying the scepter of authority was your gravest error, and now, no matter what you do, it cannot be undone. We shall both meet our demise here. Upon uttering these words, a Finsight's green eye dimmed. Chapter 89. In contemplation. Hey, are you playing dead again? Noticing the stillness around his waist, Chang Mingrui removed a Finsight's head and gave it a gentle pat. A Finsight lay there as if lifeless. Never mind. I'll keep you for now. Perhaps a Finsight's confidence has been shattered, leading to this lethargy, or perhaps he has simply switched bodies. It remains uncertain for the moment. And Chang Mingrui decided not to dwell on it any longer. Once he had come to terms with it, he hung a Finsight's head upon the sharp spike on his back, intending to return it to its rightful place should he awaken. Treating a Finsight in such a manner raised questions about his collaboration with the void undead. Was he not afraid in the face of the star god fragments? Indeed, he was afraid. How could one not fear the star gods? They were entities capable of contending with ancient saints, true deities of the material realm. However, Cheng Mingrui's confidence stemmed from the assurance given by his ally, the Mao Ergu. Before taking any action, he silently prayed to Mao Ergu once more, receiving the same 4 words in response. We've got your back. What more was there to say? With Mao watching over him, it was time to act. Thus, it was prudent to eliminate the unstable factor of a Finsight as soon as possible. With that concern addressed, it was time to ponder the matters of the star gods. The Void Dragon. Cheng Mingrui found himself rather uninformed about it. He only knew that one of its fragments might reside on Mars, mistakenly identified by the mechanized church as the OM Messiah. Of course, this was mere conjecture, as the mechanized church believed the OM Messiah to be merely a different incarnation of the Emperor. Every star god, even in fragmentary form, presented a formidable challenge. What was to be done? The advice from Mao Er was straightforward. Don't overthink, just act. Once action was taken, solutions would present themselves. Mao's suggestion was to find a way to flank them and strike fiercely. If one strike proved insufficient, then 2 would suffice. Their suggestions were certainly constructive, though the method of implementation remained vague. Time was ample, and Cheng Mingrui decided to reflect deeply. The immense heart of the green-skinned beast instilled within him a sense of calm, prompting him to sit down and contemplate. Outside the dimensional prison, Dio was in a state of agitation. Previously, he had heeded the words of the cunning leader, engaging the undead within the crypt passages. However, suddenly, the surrounding figures of Kid, Kuka, and a host of heavily armored giants vanished in an instant. All that remained were Dio, clutching a screw, and a few of the armored giants. After overcoming the initial confusion, Dio and the giants shrugged off their concerns. Perhaps they had merely been transported to an unknown location and would find their way back eventually. Thus, Dio led the armored giants onward through the corridor, dispatching any emerging space undead with ease. Due to the exhausting nature of their journey, Dio discovered peculiar black obelisks. Destroying these obelisks significantly alleviated the fatigue weighing upon their souls. Explosions were Dio's delight, akin to his fondness for large guns, grand blasts, and monumental explosions. As Dio traversed a considerable distance, contemplating whether to wait for the cunning leader and his scattered companions, his electronic devices detected something unusual. A massive void loomed at the end of the corridor. Curiosity ignited within Dio as he swiftly exited the corridor with his subordinates, only to confront a seemingly bottomless abyss before him. The darkness within the chasm was akin to the depths of a black hole, obscuring any semblance of visibility, rendering it utterly void. However, Dio's detector indicated the presence of something substantial within, an entity of immense mass and energy. Driven by his inquisitive nature, Dio extended his hand towards the void, only to retract it swiftly with a horrified scream as an unseen force inflicted pain upon him. A series of green-glowing diamond-shaped shields materialized before the abyss, and as Dio's blood and flesh disintegrated into ashes under the caustic green currents, the shields transitioned into an invisible state. Enraged yet exhilarated by the loss of 2 fingers, Dio surmised that whatever lay beyond such formidable protection must be of great value. He resolved to act quickly, lest some other green-skinned marauder seize the opportunity first. As he pondered how to breach the shield, a psychic companion accompanying Dio gently tapped him on the shoulder and then pointed a finger at his head. A cacophony of static invaded Dio's mind, creating a significant disturbance. Yet he could discern fragments of the voice belonging to the cunning leader. The interference was overwhelming, making it difficult for Dio to grasp the essence of the message. They appeared to be engaged in a fierce battle against a formidable foe, discussing trials involving the strongest and the largest, amidst chaotic exclamations of whack. Upon hearing of the skirmish, Dio's composure shattered. He seized the psychic youth, shaking him vigorously, imploring him to establish contact with their leader, demanding to know their location in the fight. Don't just fight. Take me with you. My heavy artillery is incredibly precise. The very thought of their leader battling alongside formidable adversaries filled Dio with jealousy and anguish. Why was he excluded from the fray? Why was Kid included instead? The psychic youth, overwhelmed by Dio's fervent shaking, struggled to articulate, Stop shaking me. I don't know. I'm merely relaying a message. The signal is poor. The signal is poor. Dio's impatience grew as he insisted, Never mind that. Just ask where the leader is. The psychic youth, disoriented from the shaking, pointed forward in desperation. I think it's that way. With a resounding smack, Dio released the youth, who collapsed to the ground in a daze. Suddenly, clarity struck Dio. He realized that the treacherous Kid had discovered some mechanism and had transported the leaders into the barrier, reveling in the battle within while he had been cast aside. Very well, so they wish to engage in a whack without him, do they? Who could endure such indignation? I shall take matters into my own hands. Bring me that colossal eye of Magro, and let us breach this screen. Fueled by anger, Dio commanded the technician at his side, who immediately set to work, though the heavily armed leaders were not easily swayed by his efforts. Humph. Do you think we will simply follow your orders? Little one, let us see whether your words possess more strength than our fists. The leaders of the heavy infantry are predominantly brutish individuals, their minds seemingly forged for muscle. Otherwise, they would not have emerged from among millions of orcs to become members of a slaughter squad. In terms of intellect, Dio surpasses them by leagues. Yet in a contest of brute force, he finds himself at a disadvantage. The cunning leader, accompanied by other leaders and various slaughter squads, is engaged in a fierce battle against formidable foes behind this barrier. How could we possibly sit idly by? If we arrive late, the thrill will be lost. In an instant, Dio's words ignited the fervor of the heavy infantry leaders. To commence the whack without us? This is utterly unacceptable. Chapter 90. The Squeaky Cannon Soon. The greenskin warriors sprang into action, bringing in Dio's brother eye. The immense yellow laser struck the green barrier with formidable force. The results were, to say the least, minimal. Dio, are you capable or not? Can you break through this barrier? If those slippery leaders finish their fun and find us unable to even enter, where will we hide our faces? The heavy hitters began their incessant complaints once again. Dio, incensed, crushed the screws he often chewed on and declared, Relying solely on the brother eye has its limits. I require something larger, more potent, and a greater supply of energy. Connecting to the public channel, Dio commanded all the techies. With the slippery leaders and Kid absent, I am now the strongest tech overlord. I need you all to brainstorm and connect the energy sources from the ribs together. I intend to construct the largest, most formidable squeaky cannon capable of piercing the Earth's crust. If I miss this whack, none of you will ever partake in one again. Upon hearing Dio's orders, the techies exchanged bewildered glances, still unclear about the situation. But what if, in the absence of the slippery leader, Dio had become the new boss? The thought of missing the whack was terrifying. Action was imperative. Thus, a multitude of techies began excavating the graves of the space necrons, dismantling and linking the green energy sources while simultaneously drafting new blueprints, striving to combine the rib technology to create a truly formidable squeaky cannon worthy of a whack. Who could have anticipated that the previously sporadic psychic communications would so profoundly stimulate Dio? Meanwhile, Cheng Ming Rui found himself preoccupied with his own dilemmas, how to confront the shards of the Void Dragon. Perhaps he should adopt the approach of a Finstar, utilizing an external system to reinforce the dimensional space. As long as the energy system could provide sufficient power, fortifying an uncollapsed dimensional prison was feasible. As Cheng Ming Rui pondered, knowledge regarding waves, dimensions, strings, and hyperdimensional energy conversion seemed to be extracted from his very genes, flooding his mind. After meticulously verifying his calculations multiple times, Cheng Ming Rui felt like a genius, capable of translating such imaginative designs into reality. Once transmitted, accompanied by his techies, they swiftly transformed the designs into equipment, thereby completing the fortification of the dimensional prison and resolving the issue of the star shards. Lost in thought for too long, Cheng Ming Rui suddenly realized something was amiss. He had been seated for quite a while, yet there was no spatial merging occurring, nor any new monsters or enemies appearing. Suddenly, Kid emerged from the mist, wielding two double-barreled guns, and greeted Cheng Ming Rui upon spotting him. Huh? Cheng Ming Rui exclaimed in surprise. How did you get here? Huh? Kid echoed, equally perplexed. Boss. Weren't you the one who instructed us to advance in Wyak? It was I who urged you to advance, but before I could finish my words. Kukka shouted as the cunning chief emerged from the mist. He stood there, his upper body bare, muscles rippling, each inch of skin marred by numerous wounds and scars, suggesting he had endured many arduous battles. Remarkably, his mask remained intact, adorned and well-protected during combat, as if it were the very essence of his being. A sense of unease surged within Chung Mingrue. Surely, I Haven T pondered for too long. Why is it that this time the merging of spaces has been devoid of any tremor? Chief Commander, Rambo reporting for duty. In the air, half of his face painted blue. With a dagger at his waist and weapons crafted from monstrous claws slung across his back, Rambo appeared beside Chung Mingrue like a true jungle warrior, without any preamble. Accompanying the three chiefs were several heavily armored brutes, their scars and gear indicating they too had traversed many brutal skirmishes to arrive here. One thing was certain, all the green-skinned warriors had grown larger and stronger. Cunning Chief, you were absolutely right. The more we fight, the stronger the monsters that appear. The bigger we become, the mightier we grow. So, have we completed the trial of the second brother? Kukka exclaimed joyfully, breaking into a dance. The armored brutes echoed his excitement, shouting whack, as they showcased their formidable muscles and the spoils of their conquest with various poses. Look at these teeth. Are they not impressive and sharp? One alone could rival 100 outside. It took immense effort to slay that tiger. And behold this skull. Is it not magnificent and fierce? It was no easy feat to sever it. I planned to hang it behind me for flair. Cunning Chief, are there more trials ahead? We still have the strength to fight. We yearn for battle. In stark contrast to his subordinate's optimism, Chung Mingrue bore the weight of immense pressure. This situation indicated but one truth. The spatial merging of the dimensional prison was nearly complete, and the fragment of the star god dwelling within was. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Before Chang Mingrue could react, the entire space trembled, and the mist dissipated entirely. Suddenly, he and his followers found themselves standing amidst the void of the cosmos, surrounded by twinkling stars, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Chung Mingrue, having never experienced such a spectacle, stood momentarily entranced by the breathtaking vista. Amidst the splendid cosmic backdrop, a rift opened, with countless purple lights shimmering within, seemingly brimming with untold energy. This colossal fissure bisected the entire scene, rendering Cheng Mingrue and his band of green-skinned orcs as insignificant as mere ants in the face of such grandeur. Before him lay a pair of eyes, their form composed of stark linearity. Cheng Mingrue's heart sank. The transformation was occurring far more swiftly than anticipated. He had barely prepared his strategy, and yet the boss had already emerged. A sequence of rifts opened, revealing a multitude of eyes radiating purple energy, together sketching the visage of a dragon-like face. The visage is already immense. Surely the body must be even larger. Are those starlight glimmers merely the scales adorning his form? Is this colossal being, reminiscent of a mountain, merely a fragment of the celestial void dragon? Is this what a finster referred to as a trivial piece? How can it be deemed trivial? Not only was Cheng Mingrue taken aback, but all the green-skinned orcs were equally astonished, gazing at the pairs of gigantic eyes and that vast countenance. Both Lambwa and Kid stood agape in astonishment. Is this truly the trial posed by the second brother of Gao Mao, to battle such a creature? One heavily armored elder murmured in disbelief. Orcs, too, can experience trepidation. When confronted with an insurmountable presence, they may falter, crumble, and flee. To be honest, Cheng Mingrue himself felt fear. This terrifying void dragon seemed capable of dispatching them all with a mere swipe of its paw. For the second brother of Gao Mao, Whack, Kukka roared, transforming into a colossal orc enveloped in Whack energy. The divine envoy of the second brother of Gao Mao shall not fear any adversary. Chapter 91. Fragments of the Star God. A colossal green giant revealed intricate details of Orcish features, muscular physique, fierce fangs, and gigantic iron fists. Kukka bellowed, wildly swinging his fists like a madman. He charged forth, howling, and crashed against what appeared to be a wall, a concept, a denial, an absolute oppression from the divine upon the mortal realm. Kukka, akin to a jester, was knocked to the ground by the wall. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Mingrue felt a flicker of sympathy, mingled with despair. This wall might very well be the corporeal form of the void dragon. How could mere mortals contend against the divine? I am Kukka, the messenger of the great Mao Ergu. How dare you? A wound opened on Kukka's bald head, blood streaming across half his face, yet he remained undaunted by the presence before him. Great Mao Ergu commands you. After his roar, Kukka rose once more, a layer of green energy seeping from his muscles. The Wyak energy surged forth, and a new, enormous green Orcish avatar materialized. Old Punch of Malgu. The colossal green fist struck the wall before him with a resounding bang, disintegrating like a stone meeting an egg. Old Punch of Malgu. Within the green avatar, a long crimson gash traced Kukka's arm, yet he seemed impervious to pain. His second punch met the wall, and it too shattered. As the green Old Punch of Malgu disintegrated, Kukka summoned it anew. The third punch, the fourth, the fifth. Kukka felt no pain. He relentlessly forged his fists, each strike against the wall resulting in further destruction. The speed of his assaults quickened, and the wounds on his arms multiplied, bloodstaining his entire form. Whack! The calm kid felt a surge of fervor, swiftly discarding the ammunition box from his back. The lengthy chain trailing behind him glinting coldly. He connected it to the chamber of his massive gun. Click, click. Kid's double-barreled guns roared to life, the large caliber bullets forming a fiery line as they struck the wall, sending sparks flying. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythmic fire of the shotgun echoed in the air. Rambo remained silent, cool and collected, methodically unleashing his firepower. After expending his bullets, he deftly reloaded and resumed shooting. Spurred on, all the heavily armed leaders raised their weapons, targeting the void dragon that lay before them like a mountain. A kaleidoscope of ammunition, lasers, thermite, plasma, live rounds, and sparks from powered weapons rained down. In a different battleground, the ferocious onslaught of the orc leaders could dismantle a 100-meter-tall mechanical behemoth. Yet before them stood the star god. Even a fragment represented the pinnacle of existence in the material realm. The geometrically defined head of the void dragon shifted slightly, observing the ants before it, offering no response. In truth, the entire dimensional prison had stabilized. According to the preparations made by Chung Mingrue, he could effortlessly teleport away and initiate his next move. With the technical prodigy in tow, they commenced the fabrication of his newly conceived invention, aimed at reinforcing the dimensional prison to once again ensnare the fragments of the void dragon. However, an orc chieftain abandoned his followers to flee. Is such a leader truly worthy of the title? Aboard the Glory Knight, the astute tech dominator invariably led the charge, facing the gravest dangers and engaging in the fiercest battles. Cheng Mingrue recalled the previous council of Brother Mao, which echoed a singular sentiment: to take action. Frustration surged within him, and he resolved to unleash his fury. The blood pressure and emotion surged from Cheng Mingrue's core to his brain, the Wyak energy infecting him. As rational thought began to dissipate, in his mind, only one logic remained: to obliterate the object before him, maximizing the power of the magnetic storm coil. Cheng Mingrue utilized the discarded shell casings littering the ground, along with components from his own powered armor, to fashion a high-powered electromagnetic cannon on site. A thunderous explosion erupted from the cannon's muzzle, its force surpassing that of any other S artillery, striking the void dragon SI with considerable impact. Yet, akin to a mere pebble cast into a violet ocean, the assault proved futile. Undeterred, Chung Mingrue recalled Brother Mao's second piece of advice: to approach from behind and strike anew. Thus, he soared into the air, manipulating the magnetic forces while simultaneously firing projectiles from the colossal electromagnetic cannon. The roar of the cannon echoed like thunderclaps in Cheng Mingrue's ears. The proximity was overwhelming, and even his immensely resilient physique could not withstand such sonic onslaughts. Blood began to flow from his ears, trickling down to his chin. Such pain was trivial compared to the sight of Kukka, whose arms were a grotesque mess, yet he persisted in his relentless assault. His hands were rendered nearly useless, striking the void dragon with little more than bone. All the greenskins exerted every ounce of their strength, their battle cries mingling with the sounds of weaponry igniting. A familiar and primal roar: Wyak, Wadak, Wayawaf. The fervor of the greenskins' warfare had been ignited, rendering them fearless of death and any form of existence. It was agonizing to circle the void dragon, especially when every effort seemed utterly fruitless. Had Chung Mingrue remained lucid, he might have considered himself fortunate. His rationality was entirely consumed by Wyak, shielding him from the despair of hopelessness. Memories surged amidst the agony, as a vision began to envelop Chung Mingrue's sight, a desolate landscape, strewn with the remnants of war. The first sight to greet him was that of blackened metal and skeletal frames, a battlefield seemingly caught in conflict with the space Necrons. A new wave of space Necron units emerged from the horizon, advancing over the remains of their kin. These were not the ordinary space Necrons. They towered taller, each encased in an additional layer of defensive shields, their Gauss weaponry larger and far more lethal. They did not advance as gradually as Chung Mingrue recalled. Instead, they evaded, crawled, and formed a loose formation to engage in combat. This strategy effectively minimized their casualties. And their adversaries were the green-skinned orcs. These were not ordinary orcs. They were the ancient orcs, clad in power armor of such advanced technology that it rivaled that of space necromancers. The ancient orcs towered over 10 meters in height. Beneath the gaze of 7 or 8 ancient orcs, hundreds of space necromancers appeared as mere ants. The Gauss beams they emitted were thwarted by the force field shields of the power armor, failing to even leave a scratch on the armor. On the shoulders of the ancient orcs rested a small device resembling a searchlight, which indeed emitted a beam of light, sweeping across the ranks of the space necromancers. This beam of light was silent and seemingly devoid of lethality, if not for the fact that every space necromancer illuminated by it vanished completely without a trace. Chapter 92. Remnants of memory. The hundreds of Necron warriors found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught of merely 7 or 8 ancient beastmen. Their movements desperate and akin to those of human soldiers as they leaped and dodged, fearing the peculiar radiance that might ensnare them. Yet, their troubles extended far beyond this. In the unseen distance, a cadre of spirit kin engaged in a communion with the subspace, channeling their ethereal energies. Visually, they bore little distinction from the contemporary spirit kin, save for their formidable psychic might, which distorted the very fabric of space around them, even without the active use of their powers. As preparations for their incantations concluded, a vast cloud of psychic energy materialized above the Necrons' heads, pulsating with countless bolts of lightning. In but a moment, the psychic storm reached its zenith, and the ethereal lightning struck with the precision of delicate threads, targeting each Necron with uncanny accuracy. Their formidable shields, which could withstand the might of macro cannons, were deftly circumvented, rendering them utterly ineffective. The force of the psychic lightning was immense, while it may not have possessed the total annihilation of the beastmen's shoulder-mounted cannons. Each Necron struck was either reduced to dust or lay incapacitated upon the ground, devoid of combat efficacy. It was unfathomable that in the epoch of 40K, the Necrons, once deemed invincible and heralded as world destroyers, could be so effortlessly crushed and annihilated. The ancient beastmen led the charge, with the ancient spirit kin providing remote support, showcasing a staggering advantage upon the conventional battlefield, leaving the Necrons seemingly bereft of any hope of victory. The same grim tableau unfolded repeatedly across the planet. Suddenly, the storm of psychic energy above was dissipated by a surge of green energy as a colossal black obelisk ascended from the ground, enveloping the entire battlefield in a mysterious force field. Both the spirit kin and beastmen discovered that their connection to the psychic realm had been severed, and the strength of their souls was steadily waning. Atop the black obelisk, a green singularity erupted, radiating a ring of verdant light. Initially, the spread of this ring was slow, but in the blink of an eye, it traversed the battlefield, reaching the equator, and ultimately collapsing into a singularity on the opposite side of the planet. Time seemed to pause for a fleeting second, had the psychic energies not been entirely severed. The recent ring might have appeared as mere illusion. An ancient spirit kin, inexplicably amused, perhaps mocking the Necron's measures, suddenly had his head explode with a resounding bang, splattering crimson and white everywhere. Then came the second, the third. The heads of every spirit kin on the planet erupted like fireworks, without exception. The ancient beastmen were not spared either, as deep craters erupted in their skulls. The recent devastation was the Necron's countermeasure, a weapon devised to counter the formidable psychic prowess of the ancient beastmen and spirit kin. The stronger the psychic energy, the more potent the retaliation. The psychic organs of the beastmen were obliterated as well. However, the resilience of the beastmen's physical constitution was inherently robust. A mere hole in the head constituted a minor injury, insufficient to be fatal. More Necron units ascended from the depths, revealing a battalion of colossal war machines, each towering over 20 meters, equipped not only with long-range Gauss weaponry but also armed with close combat phase blades. The war machines were stationed at considerable distances from one another, reminiscent of the ancient orcs, as both sides seemed wary of each other's extensive artillery support. As the colossal war machines of the space Necrons drew nearer, the ancient orcs removed their helmets and let out a resounding battle cry. Whack! They charged forward, their black metal armors pulsating with a green luminescence, wielding weapons forged from vibrant green energy. These malleable armaments, a fusion of special energy and the Whack energy field, functioned seamlessly even in the absence of psychic energy, as rendered by the space Necrons. The battle erupted between the ancient orcs and the towering Necron war machines, However, the Necron phase blades and Gauss weaponry failed to penetrate the orcs' power armor effectively. In stark contrast, the orcs' green-hued weapons cleaved through everything in their path, shattering the Necron shields and armor as if they were mere trifles. The battlefield, which had recently seen the Necrons gain a slight advantage, swiftly tilted back in favor of the orcs. Despite the relentless deployment of enormous war machines by the Necrons, the tide remained unfavorable, with the exchange ratio heavily skewed against them, often 1:5 Necron war machines could only claim the life of a single orc. Given the orcs' reproductive traits and their indifference to losses, the Necrons found this exchange ratio intolerable. Consequently, they retreated, leaving behind a multitude of jubilant orcs, brandishing their weapons amidst the ravaged battlefield. They had obliterated everything: the Necron forces, the immense war machines, and that colossal black obelisk. It appeared the orcs had triumphed. As the sun above seemed to swell in acknowledgement of their victory, suddenly, at the heart of the battlefield, a rift in space was torn open. The battlefield vanished. The planet ceased to exist, and even the sun was obliterated. All that remained was a stark, pallid expanse, filled with bewildered orcs, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Among them stood a gargantuan creature, over 100 meters tall, crowned with a black hole. With its emergence, a concept of annihilation descended upon it, and countless orcs, too close to such a being, were instantaneously reduced to particles, leaving no trace of their existence. The divine was not to be trifled with, approached, or defeated. The once indomitable orcs, who had charged forth against the space Necrons, were now reduced to mere prey underfoot. Yet, the hundreds of thousands of orcs showed no fear. They surged towards the suddenly manifested creature like a relentless tide. The green whack energy enveloped them, but the concept of annihilation was far more potent. As the orcs ventured within 10 meters of the creature, they were instantly disintegrated into particles, without exception. 100, 200, 300 still, the orcs did not falter. 1,000. 2,000, 3,000, they pressed on. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, the orcs were instruments of war, indifferent to their own demise. For they cared only for the essence of battle itself. The pace of annihilation was swift, outstripping the ancient beastman's ability to fill the void. The radius of destruction, initially extending 10 meters, began to contract, first to 9 meters, then 8, and finally 7. A mysterious force had intervened in the confrontation between the mundane and the celestial. The divine possessed its own formidable strength, while the mortal realm boasted pride, courage, and sacrifice, bridging the chasm of disparity. Even the haughty avatars of the celestial beings could be vanquished by the most ordinary of mortals. Only the central avatar of the celestial deity on the battlefield could perceive these words, and in astonishment, it turned its gaze toward a particular direction, sensing that some fundamental cosmic law had been altered. Chapter 93. We will protect you. The star god avatar was engulfed by a wave of panic, its previous arrogance dissipating entirely. With every ounce of its strength, it obliterated the ancient beastmen that dared to approach. As long as it endured longer than these creatures, and as long as they succumbed to significant casualties, it would remain the invincible star god. The divine rules stating that a god could be vanquished by mere mortals would not apply. With numbers reaching astonishing heights, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, the ancient beastmen surrounding the star god avatar were being annihilated, causing the very particles around it to become densely packed, rendering the void itself viscous. The area of annihilation had been compressed to a mere 2 meters, revealing the snarling faces of the beastmen, whose various energy and melee weapons were also disintegrated. However, being so close to the star god avatar was a considerable affront. How dare these insignificant mortals challenge the divine? Irritation surged within the star god avatar as it unleashed its power in a sudden, explosive manner. In an instant, vast swathes of ancient beastmen were reduced to ashes, with the number of those vanishing exceeding 100,000. Yet, before the star god avatar could bask in its triumph, the remaining beastmen swiftly filled the void, raising their weapons to strike at the avatar. Upon entering the 2-meter range, they too were disintegrated into particles. Even a self-proclaimed divine entity has its limits and can commit minor errors. The power born of emotional outbursts inadvertently destabilized its own equilibrium, rendering it even more vulnerable. Just as before, the fabric of reality twisted, turning spoken words into truth. The star god avatar realized that its recent explosion of power had inadvertently disrupted its energy cycle, leading to a slight instability in the concept it embodied. Under normal circumstances, this would merely require a moment to recuperate. However, in this dire situation, such a flaw proved fatal. A green light blade pierced through the annihilation field, leaving a wound on the star god avatar. Although it was quickly reduced to powder and the wound rapidly healed, this was merely the beginning. The ancient beastmen showed no signs of halting their assault, and gradually, the attacks breaching the annihilation field increased, resulting in more wounds upon the avatar. Initially, the star god avatar possessed the strength to mend these injuries. But soon it found itself exhausted, resigned to the existence of these wounds and the power leaking from them. This approach was unsustainable. It would truly face demise. Even as a mere avatar, its fall would inflict significant loss upon its true self. Recognizing the unfavorable circumstances, retreat was the rational choice, an effortless task for one of its caliber. Yet, the ongoing battle was endless. Until a conclusion emerged, no presence could depart. At that moment, a mysterious voice intoned a third statement, and the star god avatar suddenly realized it could no longer create a space for movement. The white realm it had conjured transformed into an isolated island within the dimensional expanse. Cursed ancient sage, this is a trap. The star god avatar seethed inwardly. Reluctantly, the avatar of the star god continued the battle, expending its dwindling strength in a desperate struggle against the ancient beastmen. The conflict persisted for an extended period, the outcome growing increasingly inevitable. The formidable avatar of the star god was ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the ancient beastmen, shattering into fragments that could be sealed and reclaimed. The cost was staggering, as the ancient beastmen suffered catastrophic losses, dwindling to merely a few thousand. Memories surged forth like a tide, only to recede just as swiftly. The scene before Chang Mingrue shifted back to that of him and his subordinates besieging the fragment of the Void Dragon. Had the recent events been a divine revelation from the second brother, or merely a transmission of genetic memory? Chang Mingrue found himself unable to discern the difference. Yet, the fleeting recollection imparted a crucial understanding. Even mortal beings could topple the pinnacle of the material realm, casting down the entity known as the star god from its lofty perch. However, such a feat required the might of hundreds of thousands of ancient beastmen, and he was surrounded only by a few exceptional leaders and a cadre of heavily armored brutes. The fragment of the Void Dragon appeared scarcely weaker than the avatar of the star god he recalled. What use was it to know that the fragment could be vanquished? A tiger may be felled by a bullet, but without a firearm, only fists remain, necessitating a perilous hand-to-hand struggle. Moreover, Chang Mingrue was not contending with a mere tiger. To illustrate the disparity, it was akin to an infant facing the colossal Godzilla. The massive head of the Void Dragon stirred slightly, a mere twitch. Yet Chang Mingrue and the other greenskins felt as though the world itself were quaking in the throes of an apocalypse. This slight retaliation wrought tremendous devastation upon the beastmen. Many of the heavily armored brutes reduced to mere dust. The nerve-ridden Kuka, having drawn too close, was the first to perish. He transformed into a green giant that exploded like a balloon, his very flesh and blood scattered in the aftermath. Strangely, his mask remained unscathed, flung away like refused to land beside him. The peculiar figure, who had proclaimed himself a messenger of the second brother and relished in challenging Chang Mingrue with nonsensical banter, had fervently worshipped the second brother. Now, Kuka lay dead, crushed like an insignificant ant, with only the solitary mask bearing witness to his former existence. Chang Mingrue's eyes instantly reddened. His soul, still tethered to humanity, felt profound sorrow for his fallen comrades. The deaths of both the clever leader and Kuka pierced his heart. He yearned to weep, yet the beastmen seemed devoid of tear ducts. Instead, his eyes felt swollen, brimming with blood. Brother Gao, Brother Mao, it was you who urged me to dig deeper, who promised to shield me. Now, where are you in this dire predicament? Consumed by despair, Chang Mingrue shouted in Mandarin, desperate to expel the turmoil and grief within him. Indeed, the cries proved futile. Offenside's words rang true. Brother Gao and Brother Mao did not exist. They were mere figments of the orc's imagination, and within the subspace, those two deities were non-existent. The Void Dragon shifted slightly, its movement mirroring the previous one. Yet once it fully awakened, aside from the flying Chang Mingrue, it was likely that all the orcs would be reduced to mere dust. Cursed! 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 Chang Mingrue operated the electromagnetic cannon, firing incessantly, each shot accompanied by an expletive, lamenting his dire predicament. As a mere human, trusting in the second brother was indeed a grave error. Had he heeded Offenside's advice and collaborated with him, at least his plan would have been feasible. Suddenly, just as the Void Dragon was about to move, it was immobilized, seemingly struggling in vain against an unseen force that bounded, rendering it motionless. Chang Mingrue widened his eyes, witnessing a myriad of green phantoms swirling in the starry sky. When we say we will shield you, we shall undoubtedly protect you. Chapter 94. The manifestation of Gork and Mork. A green ethereal figure emerged from Chung Mingrue, gradually taking shape into two identical, colossal orcish beings, robust and formidable. In front of the void dragon, the first giant orc delivered a fierce punch to the dragon's face, followed by a powerful downward strike with both hands that landed squarely on its forehead. The mighty shard of the star deity had never endured such humiliation, defiant. It held its neck high, refusing to succumb. Behind it, the second giant orc produced a brick from an unknown source and struck the void dragon's head with a resounding blow. The brick shattered on impact, eliciting a mournful cry of pain from the dragon, whose massive head drooped in defeat. The orc in front was Gork, while the one behind was Mork. Gork tightened his iron grip around the dragon's neck, while Mork wielded a hefty club, delivering a devastating smack to the dragon's skull. The force of the strike reverberated through the very fabric of space, leaving a long fissure on the dragon's head, from which streams of purple energy began to flow. Chung Mingrue was astonished. Gork and Mork had truly manifested. They were indeed assisting him against the shards of the star deity. Why was such a paradigm-shifting event occurring? Suddenly, he recalled the Finster's words that after imprisoning their kind in the dimensional prison, the prison began to collapse, ostensibly due to the influx of 200 million souls. Could it be that the system was functioning correctly, and that those 200 million souls were indeed real? Perhaps even the manifestations of Gork and Mork? Their protection had always been with him. Chung Mingrue scrutinized the form of Gork and Mork. The details revealed that they were not merely composed of simple green lines. Each pixel was a visage of an orc, and upon closer inspection, there were even hints of other figures. The essence of Gork and Mork was not that of mere subspace deities. They were intertwined with all green-skinned beings. One is all. And all is one. Chung Mingrue mused aloud. So this is how it is. No wonder the green-skinned tribes exhibit such diverse personalities, be it the melee-loving Goth, the ranged embracing evil sun, the war-evolving blood axe with its rigid military structure, or the technology-despising snakebite that reveres tradition and savagery. The disparities in character and ideology among the various green-skinned tribes are so vast that, from a human perspective, they hardly seem to belong to a single race. Yet, they all share a commonality, the worship of Gork and Mork. Chung Mingrue's voice rose in fervor. There was no need for anyone to preach, no need for any legacy. As soon as a green-skinned being emerged from the earth, they would inherently know of Gork and Mork's existence and revere them. For Gork and Mork existed beside every green-skinned creature. The green-skinned were the very fulcrum of Gork and Mork's existence. For Gork and Mork. Upon witnessing the colossal forms of Gork and Mork, not only Chung Mingrue, but all the green-skinned beings were engulfed by the fervor of battle, their reason drowned in a cacophony of frenzied cries. Wasteland, Kid and Rambo, along with other surviving giants, relentlessly attacked the colossal void dragon. Their ammunition had long been exhausted, yet inexplicably, bullets continued to emerge. These projectiles, shrouded in a verdant glow, had transformed from mere trifles into instruments capable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon the divine entity. Chung Mingrue's electromagnetic cannon underwent a metamorphosis. The azure lightning morphed into a vibrant green, accelerating in velocity and potency. A shot struck the void dragon squarely in one eye, igniting the previously tranquil violet ocean into a tempest, reminiscent of a drop of water plunging into hot oil, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The void dragon, feeling the sting of pain, let out a mournful wail and closed the afflicted eye. Resignation was not in the dragon's nature. It was ensnared by Gao Ji's grip around its neck and struck upon the head by Mao Ge. In such dire straits, the creature struggled fiercely, its essence resilient even as it was drained of energy, showing no signs of disintegration. Defeating a fragment of a celestial deity was no simple task. Gao Mao's strength stemmed from the green-skinned beings, of which there were far too few in this dimensional prison. The formidable power displayed was largely due to Gao Mao's deep favor for Chung Mingrue. The leader had promised to protect his underlings. Mere words without action were unthinkable. The void dragon seemed to sense this, realizing that the suppression by its two captors could not last indefinitely. If it could endure a little longer, it would outlast Gao Mao's dissipating energy. With its restored strength, it could break free from this dimensional prison and reclaim its freedom. As for the insignificant ants, they posed no threat. Suddenly, the entire dimensional prison trembled violently, as if struck by a colossal hammer. At the apex of the space, the dark sky was rent apart, revealing a radiant point of light within the shadowy confines of the prison. This deep green luminescence plunged sharply into the void dragon's forehead, precisely at the center of the fissure created by Mao Ji's blows. The void dragon emitted an excruciating scream, more intense than the agony inflicted by Mao Ji's relentless strikes. A shattering force coursed through its head, destabilizing the fragment of the celestial deity and heralding signs of collapse. Cheng Mingrue stood astonished, pondering the sudden turn of events. He gazed upwards at the widening rift, through which a multitude of beams of light poured in, illuminating the entire space. A peculiar aircraft emerged through the aperture, its strange, jumbled design unmistakably reminiscent of the Orsish style. The craft descended steadily, soon hovering near Cheng Mingrue. The pilot, upon recognizing Cheng Mingrue, opened the cockpit and stood up, pushing up his goggles to reveal the lewd and screw-chewing visage of Dio. Slippery boss. I knew there was a fight brewing here. Now I've brought the kids with me. You think you can shake us off? No chance at all. You. How did you get in here? He. I am a genius. The cunning leader, you would never guess, has been contemplating numerous methods over the past few days, despite creating many Mao Ji's eyes and chirping cannons. I have yet to shatter that ominous black shell. Both the Mao Ji's eye and chirping cannon have their limitations. I pondered whether I could utilize the weapons of the pork ribs as well. After some experimentation, it turned out to be feasible. I combined the weaponry of the pork ribs with my chirping cannon, resulting in the creation of the super chirping cannon. The results were indeed extraordinary. With a single shot, the shell was shattered. Dio's excitement grew with each word. I have always maintained that sheer power is paramount. As long as the magnitude is sufficient, no problem remains insurmountable. Chapter 95. Young ones, let us revel. Is that our adversary ahead? A worthy opponent indeed. Dio pointed toward the void dragon. Before Cheng Mingrue could nod in agreement, Dio let out a triumphant whack and maneuvered the aircraft towards the void dragon. As the aircraft soared, it released a multitude of yellow glowing beacons from its rear. Soon, an abundance of green-skinned troops materialized at the locations of these beacons, akin to a magical summoning of soldiers. The first to arrive were the Orc Air Forces. Unable to contain their eagerness, they teleported in midair before the beacons even touched ground. Thousands of aircraft, painted in vibrant reds and yellows, roared toward the colossal void dragon, unleashing bombs and cannon fire upon it. Some exuberantly reckless Orc planes failed to change course, colliding directly with the void dragon, resulting in their own destruction. Given the nature of the green-skinned, it is likely that those within felt an exhilarating thrill. The second wave consisted of various colossal and supercolossal Orc mech units, towering between 50 to 100 meters high, including lumbering behemoths and heaps of scrap. Each of these machines was equipped with its own teleportation device, a trend that emerged after Kid S's remarkable use of teleportation technology during the battle against the space undead. Cheng Mingrue's tech-savvy subordinates eagerly installed teleportation devices on their large mechs. These formidable machines, numbering in the hundreds, unleashed a torrent of firepower, resulting in a dazzling display of colored explosions upon the void dragon. The third wave comprised an assortment of armored canisters, explosive barrels, and deadly containers, ranging from small to large. Many of these were still airborne upon arrival, crashing to the ground and crumpling into heaps of scrap metal. However, a substantial number landed firmly, their chainsaws and drills roaring to life as they targeted the void dragon. The fourth wave featured a throng of speed enthusiasts, riding motorcycles, tanks, armored vehicles, and massive war fortresses. Cheng Mingrue had utilized Mandarin numerous times, almost transforming them into tech-savvy individuals. Thus their equipment had become increasingly extravagant. Young ones, let us revel, bellowed the Orc leading the charge. Behind him, several goblins cranked up external speakers to the maximum. The fervent and intense strains of heavy metal music filled the battlefield, invigorating the Orcs who sang and fought with unrestrained joy, unexpectedly boosting their combat efficiency. One by one, the teleportation beacons landed with a series of thuds, as battalions of green-skinned infantry materialized. Each Orc, upon entering, was imbued with the exhilarating atmosphere, fervently exuding Wyak energy that intensified their resolve. 100,000 Orcs, 200,000, 500,000. The teleportation showed no signs of abating. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, as the beacons continued to emit their glow. When over 20 million green-skinned monstrosities converged upon the space, encircling the void dragon, the teleportation finally ceased. The Orcs observed as Gaogu and Maogu relentlessly assaulted the void dragon, and they immediately joined the fray. For Gork and Mork, Wadag. Strangely, the Orcish strikes, whether physical or psychic, effortlessly passed through Gao Mao Ergu and struck the void dragon with resounding force. The once mighty shard of the star god resembled a mere wooden post, subjected to the whims of the green-skinned marauders. It had accumulated immense damage, and an increasing torrent of purple energy seeped from its wounds, dissipating into the ether. Gao Gu delivered a powerful blow to the dragon's visage, while Mao Gu swung a heavy hammer upon its head. With a resounding crack, a massive gash opened atop the dragoness skull, unleashing a torrent of purple energy that incinerated any orc unfortunate enough to be caught in its path. As Gao Gu and Mao Ji's strength began to wane, the orcs fortified their Wyak stance, amplifying their might. However, as divine beings, the greater their power, the more they repelled the material realm. Fortunately, the void dragon was already severely weakened, having endured a brutal beating from Gao Mao Ergu, been struck by the star god weapon of the space Necrons, and subjected to a relentless assault by millions of green-skinned warriors. It could no longer withstand the onslaught. Its star-like form began to collapse, each fragment releasing a deluge of purple energy that wreaked havoc upon the green-skinned horde. This appeared to be a form of self-destruction, a desperate attempt to exact a toll on those who dared to offend it. The orcs were indifferent to their own casualties. Witnessing the colossal Gao Mao Ergu engage in battle against such a formidable foe during the Grand Wyak was exhilarating. Death? Who cared? Those who did were not true orcs. Yet, Cheng Mingrui was not particularly orcish. As Gao Mao Ergu began to dissipate, he emerged from the haze of Wyak-induced madness. A profound sense of regret enveloped him, a sentiment he sensed was imparted by Gao Mao Ergu, who still yearned to fight and dismantle the void dragon with his own hands. At that moment, a jet of purple energy surged towards Cheng Mingrui. He swiftly manipulated magnetic forces to evade it. Though the energy did not harm him, it struck an Orcish fighter jet behind him, instantly vaporizing both the aircraft and its green occupants. At this rate, even if they triumphed over the void dragon shard, how many orcs would be lost? This was an unbearable thought for Cheng Mingrui. These were his warriors, his soldiers. They could not be squandered so recklessly. The energy from the void dragon annihilated orcs without leaving even a spore behind, and the dimensional prison offered no soil for their propagation. Losses would be absolute. Moreover, among his warriors were many whom Cheng Mingrui deeply valued. Lumbo, Clever, Kid, Kuka had perished, and he wished no such fate upon them. Was it time to order a retreat for his soldiers? It is utterly impossible. In the eyes of the greenskins atop Wyak, retreat is not an option. Thus, there exists but one course of action: to swiftly obliterate the fragments of the void dragon. Gao Gao, Mao Gao, lend me your strength. Let us together shatter this monstrous being into even finer shards. To swiftly vanquish a deity, the aid of another deity is indispensable. Upon hearing Cheng Mingrui's call, Gao Gao and Mao Gao gathered their residual powers, not yet entirely dissipated, and infused them into Cheng Mingrui's being. This ferocious energy, surpassing the realm of mortals, nearly caused him to burst asunder. Ultimately, perhaps due to the assistance of Gao Gao and Mao Gao, Cheng Mingrui did not explode from the excess energy. Rather, his form began to swell and ascend. He grew larger than a tin can, larger than an orc battle fortress, larger than Gao Gao the Titan, larger than the mountain of rubbish. Chapter 96. The Cunning Overlord. The growth of flesh and blood has its limits. Cheng Mingrui reached a height that was half of what he had previously achieved as the embodiment of the rebellious brother, and his growth began to slow. The Cunning Overlord. In the midst of the greenskin horde, the cries of the cunning goblins pierced through the cacophony of the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. Wadag. The cunning goblins danced and screamed, unable to fully articulate their exhilaration, which manifested as a heartfelt walk. All the greenskins seemed abruptly awakened, their gaze fixed upon the towering Cheng Mingrui as they bellowed in unison. Cunning Overlord. Wayawaf. The fervent energy of Wyak surged, finding its outlet as it poured unreservedly into Cheng Mingrui's form. His immense body rapidly expanded once more, countless Wyak energies coalescing into his new physique, transforming him into the very incarnation of the rebellious brother. At the epicenter of this power, Cheng Mingrui felt himself transcending the mortal realm, his strength boundless, his fury akin to a conflagration that scorches the heavens. Now towering to the same colossal stature as the rebellious brother, the void dragon appeared merely as a fragile creature, easily crushed at his whim. Wyak. Cheng Mingrui struck the void dragon squarely on its head. The eyes upon its visage shattered, leaving a gaping maw that spewed forth purple energy. His second strike landed upon the dragon's body, piercing through it, and a torrent of energy, akin to blood, poured forth, while the purple energy began to corrode Cheng Mingrui's arm. Yet, as the Wyak energy dissipated, fresh strength surged forth to replenish it. The The spirits of the greenskins soared. For Cheng Mingrui exchanged the consumption of Wyak energy for the Void Dragon's vitality, a most advantageous trade. With each successive punch, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the Void Dragon's form became tattered and torn, as Cheng Mingrui's dominance became increasingly apparent. If he continued this relentless assault, he would reduce the dragon to mere fragments, diminishing its influence upon the world further. The greenskins, not merely spectators, joined the fray. Though each individual contribution was small, their sheer numbers combined to create considerable damage. Upon witnessing another torrent of purple energy engulf a group of overly ambitious speeders, a flicker of clarity returned to Cheng Mingrui's mind. Now nearly transformed into the embodiment of the rebellious brother, he was not driven by a desire to obliterate the Void Dragon, but rather to mitigate the losses of his greenskin kin. With his fist rendered ineffective, the explosive remnants of the Void Dragon's purple energy would pose a grave threat to the greenskins. With fists no longer an option, he resorted to his teeth, opening his mouth wide to bite down upon the dragon's head, sealing the gaping wound that spewed chaotic energy. As he chewed, his body, composed of Wyak energy, came into contact with the disorderly purple energy, accelerating its consumption. This depletion was not merely a matter of loss. Cheng Mingrui felt the sting of pain, a throbbing ache in his throat. The body composed of Wyak energy shared sensations and pain with him. The experience of consuming the purple chaotic energy was akin to downing a bottle of intensely spicy mushroom liquor, mixed with burning gunpowder. The pain was so vivid and excruciating that Cheng Mingrui endured it, believing that by suffering himself, he could spare his subordinates from greater loss. Gritting his teeth, Cheng Mingrui gulped down the purple chaotic energy, feeling as though his throat was being seared, and tore off a piece of flesh to swallow alongside it. All the greenskin followers gazed in awe at the formidable leader as he consumed the immensely powerful enemy, their admiration for him reaching its zenith. They deemed their chief incredibly impressive, embodying the essence of Wyak. Such a leader was the one they ought to follow, the one they aspired to become. As their leader partook of the feast, the greenskins ceased their attacks, encircling Cheng Mingrui as they sang and shouted Wyak, until he devoured the last remnants of the Void Dragon's body. Cheng Mingrui, as the one directly involved, felt overwhelming agony. His stomach, blood, muscles, and marrow seemed to burn, and he feared that if this continued, he would experience every detail of his transformation into ash. "You're a good lad. You've got guts. We've got your back." This sentiment flowed into Cheng Mingrui's heart like a refreshing spring, sending a soothing chill radiating throughout his body, alleviating his suffering. His form began to shrink, transitioning from a colossal being to several hundred meters, then to dozens of meters. When he reached 18 meters, the reduction halted momentarily. Soon, however, it resumed, pausing again at 12 meters, yet ultimately continuing to diminish until it stabilized at 6 meters. The fatigue emanating from his soul left Cheng Mingrui with little energy to concern himself with his size. The burden of harnessing the powers of the notorious Mount Ergu and Wyak weighed heavily upon him. His followers, undeterred by such matters, reveled in their Wyak excitement, encircling Cheng Mingrui and continuously calling his name. The cost of defeating the shards of the star god was steep, measured in the lives of millions of greenskins. Yet the triumph was undeniably magnificent. Summoning all his strength, Cheng Mingrui fought against the overwhelming fatigue that beckoned him to rest. Rising to lift his newly formed right hand, his entire body having undergone a cycle of destruction and rebirth during the consumption of the Void Dragon. "You are all my good lads. Today, I find you remarkably impressive, exceptionally courageous, and truly formidable." To respond to their fervor, Cheng Mingrui intended to deliver a simple speech. "Wyak," the young ones roared in reply. "What we shattered today is known as the shards of the star god. You may not understand, but they are among the most formidable entities in the entire galaxy. No matter how formidable or powerful he may be, he has been vanquished by our Wyak. We revel in battle and thrive in war. Regardless of whether we will confront such entities again in the future, or if there will arise foes even more formidable than him, we harbor no fear. Instead, we are filled with exhilaration." Cheng Mingrui ascended the podium, which had been cunningly arranged for him. "All I wish to convey is this. Let them come. Let them come with greater ferocity. Let them come with more brutality. Our excitement and valor will only intensify. We shall Wyak through everything." The lads went into a frenzy, responding with frenzied roars of Wyak to their leader's proclamations. Chapter 97 Departure. Amid such fervent atmosphere, Cheng Mingrui felt an overwhelming fatigue. He instructed his subordinates to eliminate any entity claiming to be a Finsite without mercy. Subsequently, he lay down on the ground, surrendering to rest and slumber. The genetics of the green-skinned orc allowed him to grow stronger with each battle. However, the weariness of his soul weighed heavily upon him. After a brief respite, the severed head of a Finsite on the rack flickered momentarily with a green gleam. Deep within the bowels of Uronia 4, a coffin crafted from living metal slowly opened, and a space lich emerged from within. His appearance bore no distinction from that of an ordinary lich warrior, save for the singular eye atop his head, strikingly reminiscent of a Finsite. Though the idiom "a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows" may not exist within the culture of space liches, the principle remains the same. For a crafty lich technician like a Finsite, it was prudent to prepare additional spare bodies. The Orcish deities. Indeed, they do exist. The evidence collected this time would be compelling enough to convince even the Silent King. A Finsite thoughtfully rested his hand upon his chin. Yet, the nature of their existence warranted further study. Why, with such a lengthy history, had the orcs never manifested until now? What was the urgency for their appearance? Nevertheless, their existence posed a grave danger. The fabric of the universe could not permit such formidable beings unless there existed corresponding rules to support their prolonged presence in the material universe. Could this be a foreshadowing left behind by the ancient saints? A Finsite fervently hoped to gain control over the orcs on Uronia 4 for comprehensive research, particularly that peculiar, clever young one. However, his dynasty was on the brink of collapse, and he lacked the strength to pursue such endeavors. Furthermore, the presence of the enigmatic Maurge made it exceedingly difficult for mere mortals to contend with divine beings. He required a new force to intervene, an ally, a friend. Whether it be the Silent King or certain monarchs of the law, they would undoubtedly be intrigued by his discoveries. Resolute in his decision, a Finsite stood and pressed a button on the side of the metallic coffin. A small box ejected, revealing a shorter control scepter resting inside. A Finsite proudly retrieved the scepter. Though it paled in comparison to the original, it would suffice. An adept lich technician is always prepared with a contingency plan. With a slight twist of the scepter, a green portal materialized before a Finsite, who raised his head and stepped through. On the other side lay a pitch-black enclosed space. A Finsite tapped the wall with the head of the scepter. A series of green lights illuminated, brightening the entire area. The control room, the cockpit of a Finsite's personal spacecraft. His thoughts intertwined with the main computer of the ship. After delegating a secondary consciousness to pilot the vessel, he marked the destination for flight. The external cameras transitioned from the subterranean darkness to an infinite starry expanse. In the gravitational field beyond Uronia 4, a crescent-shaped space dreadnought, reminiscent of a waning moon, materialized abruptly. After a brief moment of energy charging, the vessel transformed into a streak of emerald light, vanishing within the cosmos. Uronia 3, Southern Hemisphere, Left-Wing Continent. Stone Ridge, as described by Pex, is a province characterized by complex terrains of rivers, swamps, and mountains. This remote locale, sparsely populated and economically stagnant, represents a realm of dire poverty. As the green-skinned marauders ravaged the Southern Hemisphere, refugees found their way to this desolate land, only to be rebuffed by Chuck's soldiers. It became a sanctuary for many fleeing souls. Pex established his base amidst the mountains, dispatching most of his expeditionary forces to gather refugees from various regions. Within a fortnight, the once desolate mountains became bustling with life, as millions of displaced individuals were sheltered within their embrace. Some had fled on their own. Others had been rescued by Pex's troops, while many had come seeking refuge upon hearing of its existence. The encampment expanded in size, its population swelling, and Pex's reputation soared as countless rescued souls clung to his legs, weeping profusely, perceiving him as an angelic savior dispatched by the emperor. A convoy comprised of sentinel mechs, chimera transports, and numerous agile motorcycles entered the base, shielded by mountains and dense forests. Clad in full combat gear, wielding a stance shield and dual iron claws, Pex took command in the camp, personally overseeing operations. Advance slowly, do not rush. Every vehicle must undergo high-temperature disinfection, and no protocol shall be overlooked. Pex's booming voice seemed perfectly suited for the cacophony surrounding him. Understand this. We are warriors engaged in battle against the green-skinned orcs, not mere bees scattering spores for them. Combating these extraterrestrial abominations demands meticulous attention to detail. Every nuance is a step toward victory. After extensive training under Pex's stringent regimen, the soldiers of the expeditionary force had become a formidable cohort, capable of confronting the orcs head-on. At last, the first chimera transport, having undergone rigorous disinfection, exited the quarantine zone and entered the encampment. As the doors swung open, a group of refugees clad in white emerged, individuals rescued from the clutches of the greenskin marauders. Following thorough health checks and disinfection to ensure their safety, they were admitted into the camp. Awaiting them were new provisions, sustenance, shelter, and further screening and training. The expeditionary force, though numerically inferior to the Orcish horde, relied on the willingness of countless refugees to rise and wield arms against their oppressors. The eyes of the survivors glistened with exhaustion, yearning for a moment of respite in a haven of safety. Suddenly, a middle-aged man lifted his gaze to behold Pex conversing with the officers of the raiding convoy. His eyes widened, and he succumbed to overwhelming emotion, breaking down uncontrollably. He broke free from the crowd, sprinting toward Pex, shouting, "Angel! Commander Pex, you are the angel of the Emperor. We are eternally grateful for your salvation from the clutches of the xenomorphs." A man pushed through the throng, yet was intercepted by the guards, who, uncertain of his intent, felt compelled to halt him in their duty to protect the commander and escort him away. As Pex conferred with his subordinates regarding military matters, he raised his hand, signaling a temporary cessation of discussion. He approached the man and solemnly declared, "I am not the angel of the Empire. Those formidable Astartes are far beyond our reach. Incapable of delivering us, it is only mortals who can save their own kind." Chapter 98. The Imperial State Religion. The man seemed to devoutly believe in the Emperor. He held a deep admiration for Pexis, yet the words of Pexis left him engulfed in confusion. Rely on mere mortals? How could that possibly be achieved? He lamented. His spirit shattered. Our city is home to numerous planetary defense forces, true guardians, not merely hastily assembled militias. They are equipped with tanks, artillery, and heavy machine guns. They are robust and well-trained. That night, when the green monsters began their assault on the city, I was not particularly afraid. I thought that in the face of machine guns, tanks, and artillery, those creatures armed only with cold weapons would pose no threat. It seemed that the recollection plunged the man into a nightmarish reverie as he clutched his head in anguish. Out of curiosity, I ascended to the rooftop, eager to witness how those green monstrosities were vanquished, how they were slaughtered. Indeed, it was a massacre, but the ones being slaughtered were the planetary defense forces. The scene was horrific. I witnessed a shell explode amidst the throng of greenskin creatures. Many were felled, yet more than half of them managed to rise again. An orc wielding a crude cleaver charged into the ranks of the defenders, holding a piece of iron as a shield. The cleaver in his hand was grotesquely fashioned, terrifying in its sheer brutality. It was my first encounter with death, a human life extinguished so easily, like a tattered cloth, disintegrating at the slightest touch. Such creatures were utterly fearsome, beyond the capability of mere mortals to contend with. Thus, I fled under the cover of night, desperately fighting for my survival. Along the path of escape, I encountered more of the green monsters. They were truly horrific. Only the Emperor's angels could stand against them, much like you. Dear angel, the man, in his despair, extended his hand toward Pexis, convinced that if Pexis acknowledged himself as an angel of the Emperor, he would wholeheartedly accept it as truth, obeying his every word. Pexis regarded the man with solemnity, reiterating, "I am not an angel of the Emperor. However, in these trying times, faith is indeed of paramount importance. You should rest now. Later, I will lead you in a mass at the church. With the aid of faith, you will find solace in your mind." Having spoken, Pexis turned away, no longer engaging with the man. Lowering his head, the man contemplated Pexis's words before exclaiming, "I will go to the church. Commander Pexis, I shall await you there." Subsequently, he was ushered back into the throng, his actions piquing the curiosity of many refugees, eager to witness what a mass conducted by a system commander might entail. Returning to his officers, Pexis inquired, "How has the recent sweep been progressing?" "It is becoming increasingly difficult. The green-skinned creatures have become aware of our presence, making sudden assaults challenging, and the number of refugees we can locate dwindles," one officer replied. "Indeed, combat draws the green-skinned creatures. Numerous small squads are loitering near Stone Ridge. There have been several skirmishes around the lakes and marshes, and we have completely annihilated the green-skinned foes. Our soldiers have displayed remarkable bravery, especially the fresh recruits, who fight with reckless abandon," another officer remarked. "Has the battlefield been thoroughly cleared?" The aftermath has always been a concern for Pex. There are no issues. The soldiers have cooperated well and have conducted a centralized cremation of the greenskin corpses. The ground where they fell has also undergone thorough excavation and incineration, performed 3 times, each lasting 10 minutes. I dare not claim absolute certainty, but over 98 of the greenskin spores should have been eradicated, the first officer replied. Pex nodded in approval, satisfied with his subordinate's efforts. A 98 incineration rate is commendable. The greenskin spores are remarkably resilient, and it is impossible to eliminate them in one sweep. Continued monitoring and repeated burnings are essential. However, conducting such extensive battlefield cleanup significantly drains our fuel resources. It is not our ammunition that limits us, but rather the fuel needed for these operations, expressed the second officer with concern. I will seek assistance from Governor Cornwall regarding the fuel issue. And as for Comrade Kester, Pex hesitated momentarily, harboring a degree of apprehension towards the resolute political officer. By the way, how's the situation with our idea within the ranks? Pex inquired, posing a rather peculiar question. The two officers exchanged a glance, an indescribable strangeness evident in their eyes. He was rather unfortunate. During a charge, he was struck by an orc's large firearm and perished on the battlefield, the first officer remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The combat was exceedingly intense. Such casualties are to be expected when engaging the greenskin orcs, as anything can transpire, the second officer quickly defended. Pex appeared displeased, remarking that next time they should avoid such directness, emphasizing the need for vigilance and monitoring, asserting that only upon discovering something should they take action. The casualty rate among Kester's personnel was alarmingly high. Understood, my lord. Both officers bowed respectfully to Pex. Caution is indeed warranted. The strength of the order is still insufficient, yet exposure is merely a matter of time. The most pressing matter is to swiftly gather populace and accumulate strength. Pex's thoughts drifted to how the evening mass should unfold. Speaking of mass, one cannot overlook the official and singular faith of the human empire, the imperial cult, which is simply defined as the veneration of the emperor as a deity. This belief fundamentally conflicts with the emperor's own principles, which promote the imperial truth, an ideology that venerates reason and science while opposing the delusions of religion. The imperial cult operates under the guise of the emperor's name, engaging in actions that undermine his ideals. But is the cult strictly in the wrong? Not entirely. Without the cult, it is difficult to ascertain what the human empire might resemble today. Perhaps it would be even worse. After the emperor suffered grave injuries and descended to the golden throne, the human empire, strictly speaking, perished. There has been no new figure to assume the emperor's mantle and govern the empire. In the face of aliens, malevolent gods from the warp, internal rebellions, and the vast territorial expanse leading to extreme cultural and ethnic fragmentation among humans, the absence of the emperor necessitates a unifying belief to rally humanity together. Thus, the emperor cannot perish. He exists solely as a deity, an entity that must endure. The state religion has forged such a concept, becoming the very bond that unites humanity. To speak candidly, the emperor, as a loving god of mankind, indeed protects humanity. Some have transformed into eternal, immortal living saints due to their devout faith in the emperor. These living saints are ageless. Even if defeated and slain by monstrous foes, they can resurrect, continuing to fight for the emperor and humanity. This notion resembles the malevolent demons under the dominion of the four dark gods. Ultimately, the state religion conveys a profound truth. To a certain extent, the emperor has become a genuine deity. Chapter 99. A New Faith for Ordinary Humans, the Astartes. The Space Marines represent not merely a formidable force safeguarding the Empire from various alien threats, but they are equally revered in the realm of religion as the Emperor's angels. Their numbers are so few that they engage only in the most critical battles, often leaving the common folk to live their lives without ever witnessing their might. Many have only heard tales of them through sacred texts, leading a considerable number of mortals to place their faith in these celestial beings. The angels of the Emperor are far too scarce, while the alien threats remain overwhelmingly abundant. As subjects of the Empire and devout followers of the God Emperor, we ought not to burden the angels with the responsibility of our salvation. Pax donned attire reminiscent of the imperial cult's clergy, albeit with peculiar and bizarre details, such as forearms. Mortals possess their own strengths and can equally save themselves, demonstrating their devotion to the God Emperor through their actions. Only through such means can we hope to unite with him in the afterlife, merging our essence with the greatness that is he. Pax's words diverged significantly from the imperial cult's dogma, which monopolizes the cultural narrative of the empire, extolling the sanctity and grandeur of the emperor. Most of the empire's holidays are religious in nature. The cult suggests that sincere faith might grant one a return to the golden throne after death. But it stops short of implying a true merging of souls, for how could the divine emperor, a holy figure among humanity, ever conjoin with the spirits of mere mortals? Indeed, within the church, many refugees displayed expressions of confusion and even panic. The absence of dissenting voices stemmed from the prior expulsion of fervent cultists. My lord, could such statements be seen as disrespectful to the emperor? How could we, mere mortals, ever compare ourselves to the great emperor or consider ourselves a part of him? The faith of the imperial cult runs deep in the hearts of the empire's people, as most lack cultural pursuits outside of their devout beliefs, music, and the occasional drink. Other cultural experiences are nearly non-existent. Most tales recounted are religious, narrating the emperor's valiant leadership alongside his loyal Astartes in their battles across the galaxy. Accessing the internet, such luxuries only emerged in the 2000s. Engaging with illicit literature or browsing inappropriate content could lead to dire consequences in this era, either succumbing to the corruption of the warp or facing purification by the empire. This state of affairs has instilled a cautious disposition within the character of most imperial citizens. After all, the audacious often become labeled as heretics or traitors, or worse, meet their demise at the hands of those who deem them as such. You mustn't underestimate yourselves. We mortals possess formidable strength. Whether this power manifests depends solely upon our own consciousness. Pax spread his arms wide, resembling a compassionate father. Perhaps you might argue that you are but mere mortals, ordinary beings, and that your strength, physique, and training pale in comparison to the Astartes or the Astra Militarum. Indeed, my lords, we are weak. Why then do you claim we are strong? A woman quivered as she spoke. Because we are many. We are the most numerous of groups. The very foundation and flesh of the Empire, the guardians of the galaxies, the astral military, the interstellar warriors, before they grew powerful, they were once ordinary individuals. It is from among us that they emerged. We need not look up to them. Within the church, the refugees expressed their astonishment, their murmurs resembling the clamor of the most boisterous marketplace. Their long-formed perceptions rendered them momentarily incapable of accepting the words of Pex. Humanity exists in equality. You are not the lowly subjects of the nobles, nor am I a lord. We are a seemingly weak assembly of mortals, yet when united, we can forge an insurmountable strength. Pex's words grew increasingly seductive and inflammatory. The notion of universal equality struck at the very core of the refugees' values. The nobility are born rulers, destined to toil in factories and fields, remitting taxes to their betters. Is not the empire's dominion structured thus? Every planetary realm must timely remit the tithe of 11, the 10th of their soldiers, and the 10th of their wealth. The people of the empire generally accept this as a given, the natural order of societal function. And now someone asserts that this order is erroneous. Such a notion is difficult for them to accept. Several individuals rose, their faces flushed with emotion. Trembling as they spoke, my lord, you are mistaken. Even if you have saved our lives, what you say cannot be true. How could people be equal? Would not equality lead to chaos? Can commoners command nobles, or nobles labor in the fields? How could the lords of the astral military, such as the Astartes, be our equals? This is simply unimaginable. Another interjected. You also claim we need not look up to the emperor's angels or those who fight for the emperor, although they were indeed chosen from among ordinary folk. They are all elite among elites, the most powerful of mortals, favored by the emperor. Such beings undoubtedly deserve our respect and admiration. If an angel of the emperor were to descend to save Oronia III, I would instinctively kneel in reverence. Pex patiently awaited the refugees' expressions of opinion, smiling gently, which alleviated some of the tense atmosphere. The words just spoken were not mine. They are the emperor's oracle, the will of the emperor. From the outset of Pex's speech, nearly every utterance stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of all present. Is this truly the case? Yet, my lord, you are not the bishop of the state religion. How could you hear the emperor's oracle? The Lord has saved our lives. And he is also an angel of the emperor. What he says must be true. Some harbored doubts, others were perplexed, while still others held unwavering belief. As discord threatened to erupt into argument among the crowd, Pex raised his hand, signaling for silence. Like you, I am a devout believer in the emperor. However, unlike the ordinary state religion, the emperor possesses many divine incarnations. For instance, the Mechanicus has long proclaimed that the Omniscia is an avatar of the Emperor, has it not? Some embodiments of the Emperor possess the ability to heal ailments, others can mend wounds, and still others empower us to grow stronger and more united. The Emperor's new manifestation and faith have the potential to unite mortals, endowing ordinary individuals like you and me with greater strength. Observing the doubtful expressions of the refugees, Pex clapped his hands, and a few modestly dressed individuals entered, pushing carts laden with food. The refugees' attention was instantly captivated by the provisions. For although they had eaten upon entering the camp, their hunger remained unquenched. The prolonged ordeal of fleeing had left them yearning for a hearty meal followed by a restful slumber. This meal serves as a precursor to a deeper understanding of the Emperor's faith. Savor it, relish it. As Peck spoke, he distributed the food from the cart to the refugees. After partaking, rest well. Tomorrow, we shall engage in a thorough discussion about the new faith, unity, and the power of ordinary people. The four-armed God Emperor Church will warmly welcome its new disciples. This was the sentiment that echoed in Peck's heart. Chapter 100. The Mechanized Cult Commissioner Kester. This city stands as the most industrially advanced settlement on Aronia 3. Cornwall and Kester walked side by side within a factory. Kester did not respond to Cornwall immediately. Instead, he tilted his head to converse with a peculiar figure beside him, part human, part machine, draped in a crimson cloak, using an odd dialect. After several exchanges, he turned to Cornwall and remarked, "Father Carter has expressed that your people exhibit a profound lack of reverence towards machinery. He perceives an absence of respect for the mechanized spirit among the Aronians, which accounts for your subpar industrial output." Cornwall suppressed a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The individuals of the mechanized cult were not particularly rational, yet opposing them offered little advantage, so he opted for a path of tranquility. "I apologize, Father Carter. This locale lies far from the Empire's core, thus receiving less inspiration from its glory. Both the state religion and the mechanized cult, along with the Department of Military Affairs, have invested little here. Colonial development relies solely on the funding of the nobility, which explains the lag in production capabilities." The priest of the mechanized cult, known as Carter, offered no response to Cornwall's statements, but directly articulated his demands. He sought complete dominion over 10 cities, wherein the mechanized cult could govern mortal lives at will, enact laws, and manage all city affairs. Upon hearing the names of these 10 cities, Cornwall's practiced social smile faltered. While the number did not seem excessive, the intrinsic value and interests entailed were sufficient to cause him distress. Coupled with the complexities of these interests, a headache began to form. Aronia 3's production capacity was already limited, and the 10 cities in question represented 1/10 of the planet's total output. Aside from 2 mining towns, the remaining 8 were industrial cities, with the first being the planetary capital, directly governed by Cornwall, housing his governor's office. "Your Excellency Father Carter, your request. I assure you, it is not my intention to disregard the orders of the Department of Military Affairs. I genuinely wish to foster a friendship with the mechanized cult. However, might we discuss a possible exchange? If the overall output remains comparable, I could relinquish control over a greater number of cities and populace." Calculations indicated that to most swiftly and effectively enhance Aronia 3's production capabilities and transform it into a bastion world, these 10 cities were the optimal choice. "If Your Excellency could transfer control of 20 cities, that would be ideal. Alas, my colleagues accompanying me do not possess such numbers, making it impossible to simultaneously transform so many cities," Father Carter replied coldly. Father Carter, being far removed from the Empire, is unaware of our specific circumstances. A fact I fully comprehend. When our families sought to gather resources for the colonization of the Aronian system, we also sought the assistance of the mechanized cult, only to be met with rejection. Cornwall's voice rose in pitch and intensity, asserting that the entirety of the Aronia star system has been colonized and developed through the resources of our few families, with the Empire offering no assistance aside from the Imperial Navy. Nevertheless, we have diligently constructed our world, timely remitting our tithe without any delays. Is our unwavering loyalty to be met with the indiscriminate plundering and appropriation of our assets? Carter's mechanical eye whirred slightly as he straightened his hunched back, regarding Cornwall with a detached and lifeless gaze. "Governor Cornwall, my recommendations are based on theoretical calculations, representing the most prudent course of action. Should you dispute my methods, you are welcome to lodge a complaint with the Ministry of Military Affairs and the higher echelons of the Mechanist Church, though I assure you the efficiency of such a process will be minimal. Therefore, prior to any resolution, I shall seize control of the city with the cooperation of the Astral Army, commencing our modifications forthwith." "You," Cornwall exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. He still commanded a significant number of planetary defense forces. If he did not cooperate, Carter would find it far from easy to secure his city. Kester's hand, resting on Cornwall's shoulder, served to calm the planetary governor, who had no intention of merely acting as a translator. Inserting himself between Cornwall and Carter, he stated, "The Aronia star system is a loyal one. Since the establishment of the colonies, taxes have never been in arrears. The expropriation of local nobility's assets without compensation undermines the motivation of the populace, detrimental to future conflicts. The role of the political commissar extends beyond supervising traders and leading troops into battle. They are adept at resolving inter-unit conflicts. Of course, the fundamental reason for their extensive efforts is to galvanize everyone's enthusiasm, directing their strength toward the fight against the enemy. Father Carter, I have a proposal. The 10 cities you seek, with the exception of Governor Cornwall's direct jurisdiction and the capital, can be transferred to the Mechanist Church to offset the deficit. Cornwall shall provide equivalent compensation in the form of several cities to exchange for his direct territory. Noting Cornwall's deepening scowl, Keister continued, rest assured. The Mechanist Church will not seize the property of the Euronians without recompense. They will offer appropriate compensation. Re-establishing a more formidable planetary defense force is currently unattainable with the present production capabilities on Eronia 3. As you have observed, without sufficient steel, mortal armies are exceedingly vulnerable before the greenskins. In return for the control of the cities, the Mechanist Church will supply you with a substantial arsenal. Your gains will far exceed your losses. Father Carter, do you concur? Keister inquired. That is acceptable, but we will only provide enough equipment to outfit 2 million planetary defense forces, ranging from the simplest rifles to Lehman Russ tanks, beyond the 200,000 mark. Materials and processing fees must be covered. Carter nodded in agreement. Only 2 million. Cornwall instinctively felt compelled to negotiate. Keister cast a piercing glance at him, causing Cornwall to swallow the carefully prepared words he had intended to speak. Very well, Governor Cornwall, I shall provide you with an additional Imperial Venom Blade Super Heavy tank. With maintenance personnel supplied by the Colt Mechanicus, Keister proposed, laying forth his final offer. After considerable deliberation, Cornwall nodded gravely. Excellent, let us proceed thus, Governor Cornwall. You must expedite the transfer of administrative authority to Father Carter. We are racing against time, Keister concluded, striding forward. Father Carter followed closely behind, his thoughts consumed by plans to transform the city and establish a new Adeptus Custodes. Yet, it was Cornwall, trailing behind, whose thoughts remained inscrutable to all. Chapter 101. The current state of Euronian 3 as night fell, Commissar Keister, having concluded a day filled with laborious tasks, sat at his desk with his eyes closed, indulging in a brief moment of respite. Yet, even during this interlude, his thoughts remained consumed by the tumultuous situation aboard Euronian 3. He found himself unable to quell the burdens weighing on his mind. Strictly speaking, Chuck had fulfilled the expectations placed upon him. Although he had not entirely held the line at Capello, he managed to endure until the arrival of the Star Realm army, preventing the green-skinned invaders from crossing the equator into the densely populated northern hemisphere. Nevertheless, Cornwall still sought retribution against Chuck's family. The fall of the southern hemisphere, resulting in the deaths of over 100 million souls, coupled with Chuck's desperate strategy of using refugees to impede the advance of the greenskin marauders, incited a wave of fury from both the populace and the nobility towards Chuck. The transformation of such a figure into a steadfast hero, one who perished valiantly on the battlefield, was simply unacceptable to the majority. Furthermore, Chuck bore substantial responsibility for the collapse of the Southern Territories. In an effort to quell public outrage and the ire of the aristocracy, Cornwall unceremoniously forsook his entire lineage. He deftly manipulated public opinion, leading the masses to believe that Chuck should be held accountable for the sacrifice of 500 million souls in the South, attributing the calamity to his arrogance and folly. Most critically, Cornwall obliterated Chuck's accomplishments, rendering it as though Chuck had never vanquished a single orc or steadfastly defended Capello, depicting him instead as a mere fool and jester. The downfall of the Chuck family ensued, their wealth confiscated, while those fortunate enough to be severed from emotional ties were relegated to the status of laborers, and those less fortunate were cast into the most brutal of work environments, treated as expendable resources. Both commoners and nobles expressed contentment. The aristocrats reveled in the division of Chuck's inheritance, while the common folk felt a sense of justice, believing that at least a prominent noble had taken responsibility for the prior failures, thus embodying a semblance of fairness. Due to Chuck's appointment from the Galactic Command, many voices also criticized Commander Pax for his poor judgment in personnel selection, suggesting he too should bear some blame for the southern debacle. Had Pax not led the expeditionary forces into the south and engaged personally in combat against the orcs, the public outcry would have been even more pronounced. The one who reaped the greatest benefits was Governor Cornwall. The failures of others only served to highlight his adeptness in maintaining control over the governor's office. Although the defensive line he established at the equator had yet to prove effective, Many attributed the absence of the orc invasion from the north to his merit. Those who exerted the most effort faced scrutiny, while those who contributed the least garnered the most rewards. Kester regarded Cornwall as one of the most cunning imperial bureaucrats he had ever encountered. Kester heeded Pax's counsel and refrained from committing all the Star Realm forces to Capello. He wisely utilized his spatial advantages, deploying small contingents of troops while employing various bombardments to deplete the green-skinned orc forces. Within the walls of Capello, battles raged daily. Yet overall, the situation remained in a state of stalemate. The Green Tide appeared formidable, yet their numbers were insufficient. According to reconnaissance data, the active green-skinned forces on the southern continent did not exceed 2 to 3 million, a figure that paled in comparison to the strength of Kester's Star Realm army. However, retaliation remains unwise, as the battlefield has expanded extensively across the southern continent, inundated with the spores of the greenskins. Soon enough, their numbers will burgeon exponentially. The most prudent course of action is to continue fortifying Capello's defenses, aiming to achieve a favorable casualty ratio in the defensive engagements, while awaiting the arrival of the Space Marine chapter, at which point they can launch a counteroffensive with the formidable combat prowess of the Space Marines. Unless a method can be devised to decapitate the Orc Warlord. The Orc Warlord. Kester opened his eyes, realizing that in such a tense state, he could no longer close them and rest. He opened the drawer and retrieved a stack of documents, the topmost being a large, vivid photograph depicting a hulking figure that could only be described as monstrous, an orc, wielding a massive warhammer in one hand and a giant power claw in the other. This was Warlord Geberd. The name Geberd is a code name bestowed by the Oronians, meaning butcher. It is due to his assaults that the southern continent has fallen and millions of humans have perished. According to the accounts of survivors from the Capello defense, this individual not only appears monstrous but fights like one as well. In that battle, he single-handedly claimed the lives of at least 10,000 and penetrated the fortress to slay Commander Chuck, coupled with his previous achievements enduring the fire of Lehman Russ tanks, his astonishing speed, and the strength to shoulder the fortress's adamantine gates. Kester found it utterly bewildering how such a grotesque orc warlord could emerge from the diminutive Oronian number 3 in such a short span of time. It seems that the primary solution to the orc menace lies with this warlord. In the initial skirmishes, Kester attempted to lure Geberd into the fray using bait, followed by a concentrated barrage of energy weapons aimed at decapitation. However, it appeared that Geberd saw through this ruse, dispatching numerous orc-piloted helicopters into the battle, which attacked the ambushed forces from the air, transforming an ambush into a meeting engagement. The battle raged for a week, with both the Astral Army and the orcs suffering significant losses, yet Geberd's shadow remained elusive. The orcs experienced slightly greater losses, but ultimately, humanity emerged defeated. In a war of attrition, humanity incurs losses, as they cannot transform refuse into weaponry or cultivate soldiers from the earth. During the second encounter, reconnaissance aircraft spotted Geberd near Pioneer City. After instructing the nearby forces to divert Geberd's attention, Kester commanded indiscriminate bombardment from the orbital fleet. Watching the crimson lasers turn the Earth into glass, and the powerful bombs upheaving the ground in layers, one would expect no life to survive such a hellish scene. Many officers optimistically believed that Geberd had perished, but when Kester observed that the greenskin horde showed no signs of collapse, he could only shake his head in resignation. Subsequently, Geberd's movements became increasingly cunning and stealthy, with reconnaissance units rarely catching sight of him. Even when he was spotted, it was typically late in the battle. As Geberd would descend onto the battlefield, unleash a whirlwind of slaughter, and then rapidly retreat. The orcs are both savage and cunning, and Geberd is acutely aware that he has become the target for execution, which has rendered him more cautious. Alas, Kester sighed wearily. Casting aside the documents he had perused onto the table, he regretted his impulsiveness. When dealing with a sly quarry, a hunter must be thoroughly prepared before making a move. The chances of decapitating Geberd have diminished almost entirely, leaving him to place his hopes on the imminent arrival of the Space Marine chapter. However, amidst the grim tidings, there is a glimmer of hope. Another contingent of reinforcements is on the way, and the Starborn Legion at his disposal could amass a staggering number of 10 million. At that point, he could contemplate launching a strategic counteroffensive to reclaim a portion of the lost territory. Chapter 102. Preparations for war. The 10 million Star Realm troops represent a formidable force, yet they also impose immense pressure. The industrial capacity of Orion 3 is woefully inadequate, and its agricultural capabilities are equally lacking. In such a world, merely being able to sustain a planetary defense force is commendable, let alone supplying an army of this magnitude. The mechanized cult requires time to enhance the planet's production capacity. Thus, following the failure to eliminate Gobbard, Caister has devoted his efforts to the industrial development of Orion 3, ensuring the planet is prepared for resupply by the time all troops arrive. The forthcoming battles will be arduous, with substantial equipment losses anticipated. While it is unrealistic to expect Orion 3 to independently maintain the majority of the Star Realm's equipment, it must at least be capable of producing most infantry gear and achieving self-sufficiency in ammunition production. As for food supplies, the consideration of gourmet rations, vegetarian dishes, canned meats, and alcoholic beverages has become irrelevant to Caister, despite their potential to enhance troop morale and combat effectiveness. From the perspective of sustaining the soldiers, even the prospect of utilizing corpse starch is not to be dismissed. As Caister toiled diligently at his desk, he often overlooked critical intelligence, such as the prolonged silence from his operatives in southern Pex. Meanwhile, beneath the southern continent, in increasingly deeper and more intricate tunnels, Iron Claw felt a growing sense of agitation. The support from the shrimp was invigorating, and the younglings were thriving in battle. However, their celestial fire was rather underhanded. Each time victory appeared within reach, searing flames would descend from the heavens, incinerating all in their path. The cosmos belonged to the shrimp, whose warships were colossal. On clear days, one could discern the silhouettes of their vessels through the atmosphere. Previously, the shrimp had even attempted to eliminate him with their heavenly fire. The more Iron Claw pondered, the angrier he became. Had it not been for the instinctive sense of crisis that compelled him to retreat into the depths of the tunnel, he would have been roasted alive. When caught up in the heat of battle, Iron Claw relished the sensation of artillery shells striking his body, reveling in the pain, believing himself capable of enduring it. However, that searing red laser cutting through the sky was certainly beyond the resilience of flesh and bone. Since the shrimp had targeted him, he could no longer afford to engage recklessly in combat, further deepening his frustration. A passing goblin, perhaps with poor eyesight, collided with Iron Claw's shins. In a foul mood, Iron Claw seized the goblin, skewered it, and kindled a fire to prepare a meal. Lately, unfamiliar faces and goblins had been emerging from the underground passages, and this particular goblin may have simply lost its way. An increasing number of green-skinned creatures had led to congestion in the initially excavated tunnels, prompting the greenskins to continue expanding their passages to avoid being crushed. This indiscriminate digging often resulted in tunnel collapses, burying hundreds or even thousands of greenskins. Of course, such matters were inconsequential to Goldtooth, who merely sought to avoid disturbing his treasure cave. However, Iron Claw's deteriorating mood instilled a sense of unease in Goldtooth. Ordinary greenskin orcs became irritable when deprived of conflict for a single day. What then of their leader? To prevent himself and his beloved from becoming the targets of the boss's wrath, the cunning Genia devised a nefarious plan. Boss, Genia approached cautiously, rubbing his hands together, his exaggerated smile stretching to the fullest, revealing his gleaming golden teeth. I have a scheme, a splendid war strategy. Iron Claw shot Genia a sidelong glance, tearing a chunk of flesh from the stick without uttering a single word as he chewed and swallowed. The situation with the shrimp has become rather troublesome. We currently lack the means to confront their space battleships, and their numbers and firepower have significantly increased. However, if we cannot engage the shrimp, we can first target the insects. Once we have dealt with the insects, we can conveniently gather more of our comrades and then turn our attention to the shrimp. Iron Claw paused his chewing, recalling the time aboard the Glory Knight. The insects present a worthy adversary, individually weak, yet they coordinate excellently, becoming perilous when they encircle their prey. After swallowing the last morsel, Iron Claw regarded Genia and said, "But do not deceive me. We are no longer on the shrimp's ship. Where are the insects?" There are. Right here." Genia crouched down, sketching a map on the ground. Upon comparing Genia's map to the terrain, it was unmistakably stone-rich. "Elaborate for me," Iron Claw said, intrigued, tossing aside the skewer of meat in his hand. "It's the type of insect we encountered on the battleship. The ones with an extra pair of arms protruding from their waists, discovered by my sneaky lads. They lurk within this swamp, lakes, and mountains, continuously ambushing our men." Genia explained. "This area, didn't many shrimp flee into it? Haven't the shrimp engaged the insects?" "Their celestial fire easily incinerates insects," Iron Claw queried. "I don't know. Perhaps the insects are cunning enough to evade the shrimp's notice. However, I am certain that the insects are increasing in number by devouring the shrimp. Given the time that has passed, there must be a multitude of them by now." To emphasize the accuracy of his intelligence, Jinya accentuated the word insects. Indeed, indeed. The more insects, the more exhilarating the battle. Iron Claw exclaimed joyfully as he lifted his power hammer, only to have his spirits dampen again. But the shrimp are targeting me. The moment I show myself, I will be met with celestial fire. We can tunnel underground for our offensive. Boss, just imagine. In those narrow passages, an endless swarm of insects surging towards you. What a sight that would be. Jinya's words were highly persuasive. Yes, tunnels. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Slaughter the endless insects. That would be splendid. Iron Claw joyfully slapped his thigh, hoisting the power hammer onto his shoulder. And with one hand grasping Jinya, he strode purposefully into the depths of the underground passage. Meanwhile, aboard the Euronia 3, as various factions prepared for war. The desolate Euronia 4 lacked such vibrant activity. However, they found another means to expend their surplus energy. The subterranean tombs may have been thoroughly scavenged, leaving no new burial sites to excavate for a long time. The orcs, stripped of merriment, resorted to brawling and engaging in skirmishes out of sheer boredom. In their quest for amusement, the young ones devised a novel form of entertainment. They sought out the most skilled nurturers of the ferocious chomping skug, purchasing one of these vicious little creatures. This diminutive red entity proved impossible to tame, for once released, it was consumed with either devouring or biting. The orcs then split into two teams, each roughly equal in number, competing on a field adorned with goalposts for possession of the chomping skug. A victory was claimed when an orc successfully seized the creature and carried it into the opposing team's goal. The triumphant side would then be rewarded with all the teeth that had fallen upon the ground during the contest. Chapter 103, Awakening apart from the prohibition on weapons. The competition is devoid of any rules. The orcs may employ any form of violence to secure victory. Thus, such contests often commence with a bloody brawl and culminate in an even more savage melee. The coveted skug, fiercely contested by the orcs, frequently leaves the arms of those who seize it mangled and bloodied. Bloodshed lies at the heart of the competition, which has been aptly dubbed the Blood Bowl Skug Tournament by the orcs. Dressed in power armor and towering over the average youth, the clever one observes a match of the Blood Bowl Skug Tournament. His stature and equipment, coupled with his position as the leader's aide, generally deter most greenskins from provoking him. Surrounding him is a gaggle of sycophants, who hold the clever one in high regard and aspire to emulate him. Strike him. Hit him hard. Take him down before seizing the ball. The clever one, consumed by the excitement of the match, jumps on the spectator stands, wishing fervently that he were in the fray. The sycophants echo his fervor, hurling insults at his targets, mirroring his every utterance. Good play. Quick, run with it. Why fear pain? Extend your hand for the skug to bite. Once it clings to something, it will remain still. Fear not, even if it bites off a piece. I will introduce you to the mightiest mad doctor to procure a replacement. Upon witnessing his favored team gain the upper hand, the clever one roars even louder, akin to the most fervent fans on earth. You foolish fools, block those lads on the left. Why are our team members fighting amongst themselves? Let someone secure the ball. Perhaps the clever one's commands bore fruit, as his chosen team charged towards the opposing goal with the ball in hand. However, this was not the end of the match. A fierce debate, physical, ensued over the ownership of the teeth scattered on the ground, further increasing their number. The greenskin spectators did not merely observe as usual. They participated in the friendly discussions, physical, regarding the team's fate, for all had wagered their teeth on the outcome. To the greenskins, regardless of winning or losing their bets, acquiring teeth depended on their own prowess. Typically, such intense friendly exchanges transpired among the orcs, yet this time was an exception. Clad in power armor, the clever one resembled a war god, delivering a punch to one lad after another, claiming a tooth with each strike. Under his leadership, the sycophants grew unexpectedly valiant, often toppling the orc lads with their treacherous ambushes and overwhelming numbers. The clever one, ever cunning, consistently chose the more easily intimidated orc lads for his wagers. Just as he sat among the sycophants, counting the teeth his subordinates had brought him, a colossal skug came running from afar, its jaws clamping onto a sycophant. Upon reaching the clever one, the skug dropped the sycophant at his feet. Seeing the clever one, the sycophant shouted, "Clever one, big brother, the slippery leader. The slippery leader has awakened." Startled from his meticulous counting of teeth, the clever one sprang to attention, hastily stuffing all the teeth into his pockets before activating his power armor and soaring into the sky. In the operating room of the eccentric surgeon, Blade, Kid and Blade were engaged in a discussion regarding a medical plan. "I believe we should administer something additional to the chief. You see, he has no visible injuries. Yet he has been asleep for such an extended period. There must be something amiss, Kid remarked, somewhat bewildered. Blade, wearing monocles, was sketching lines on Chang Mingrue's head with a pen. I am not skilled in fixing greenskins. My expertise lies in motorcycles and large machinery. Why have you summoned me? Kid inquired, puzzled. I have a notion, a brilliantly ingenious treatment plan, one that only a genius like me could conceive, Blade exclaimed with enthusiasm. I suspect the chief has lost his spirit in slumber. We must devise a method to retrieve it, and he will awaken. I intend to create an opening here, likely requiring a hot melt to penetrate. The chief's skull is too robust for my drill to penetrate. You should construct an electromagnetic receiver to insert here. Blade gestured earnestly on Chang Mingrue's head. I shall use some ancient tendons for the connection, and the surgery will be successful. After a while, the receiver will activate, and the chief will awaken. Kid was left speechless. Is this plan truly reliable? Besides, I perceive the chief is merely in a deep sleep. Perhaps he will awaken in a few days. On the operating table, Chang Mingrue emitted occasional sounds similar to snoring. No, no, no. The patient has been under for far too long without awakening. It must be that my treatment is insufficient. We must innovate, Blade insisted resolutely. Consider it. You are the most astute technician, and I am the finest mad surgeon. Our collaboration will surely yield results. Why not consult Dio? Kid posed a question that seemed to baffle Blade. Because Dio is far too unpredictable, always inclined to explode things. I do not wish to mistakenly create a crater on the chief's head. If he awakens then, it would not bode well for us, the mad surgeon replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Since you are not enlisting Dio, then we can indeed deliberate further, Kid mused, resting his chin on his hand. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, an object burst through the ceiling of the operating room, and the clever spirit emerged from the rubble. I heard, the cunning chief has awakened. The clever spirit exclaimed loudly as he scrambled from the debris, tossing a bag of teeth at Blade's feet. This left Blade somewhat embarrassed. The teeth were too enticing. And while he wanted to take them, he felt uncomfortable stating that the patient had not yet fully recovered. The patient has indeed awakened, though he feels a bit drowsy and has returned to sleep. Please wait outside. Let the patient rest well, Blade hastily assured, pushing the clever spirit out. Do not deceive me. I saw the cunning chief preparing to open his eyes. The clever spirit dodged Blade's attempt to push him away, activating his powered armor and soaring toward Chang Mingrue. In the darkness, Chang Mingrue heard peculiar sounds, seemingly calling out to him. Oh dear. Is that a foreigner speaking my language? His eyelids felt leaden, and Chang Mingrue longed to return to slumber. Yet, he sensed a persistent nudging at his head, reminiscent of a playful cat or dog. How bothersome. Did they not realize he had a morning temperament? With irritation, Chang Mingrue bumped his head back, and to his astonishment, he heard the sound of metal bending. Slippery boss. Slippery boss. The voice grew increasingly distinct, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he was met by the mischievous face of a trickster mere inches from him. Goodness, what an ugly creature. Startled awake, he instinctively swatted the trickster against the wall, grateful that his powered armor proved reliable enough to spare the little rascal's life. The following is a digression unrelated to the plot. Perhaps it was the nightly musings on the storyline that led to a dream. In this dream, I envisioned myself as an orc, gambling beside a bloody match of scubball. I wagered all my teeth on the red team, believing that all-in was a mark of wisdom. The thrill was palpable as I directed the red team's strategies from the stands. They performed remarkably well, showcasing their prowess. The field was strewn with teeth, and they even managed to score a goal by biting the scubball. I emerged victorious, relishing the triumph, yet the promised teeth eluded my grasp. In front of the stands, a colossal figure rose. Though I was quite large myself, towering over most, I felt diminutive in comparison to this giant. I overheard the trickster muttering that this brute was a war boss, accusing me of cheating, claiming that no gambler should be directing the match from the audience. I retorted, insisting he simply could not handle losing. Eventually, a brawl ensued between us. Unsurprisingly, I was bested. Not only did the war boss seize my teeth, but he also pilfered half of my remaining ones. Fury coursed through me, and with my cunning intellect, I deceived numerous tricksters, amassing their teeth in preparation to procure goods from the local merchant. Soon, I would show the obstinate boss who truly held the upper hand. Regrettably, before I could enact my plan, I awoke. Cursed be that. Chapter 104. Sublimation after regaining consciousness. Chang Mingrue pondered how long he had been asleep, rubbing his temples. He sensed that his very essence had undergone a transformation, harboring an indefinable element within its core. The trio Clever Ghost, Kid, and Big Blade exchanged bewildered glances before Clever Ghost finally spoke up. Boss, we are at a loss too. Usually, no one keeps track of time. But it has certainly been quite a while. After we shattered the star god fragments that day, you fell into a deep slumber. And some of the younger ones speculated that you might sleep eternally, never to awaken. I refused to believe it, so I took the lads to search for mad doctors. We visited several, but some were too insane for my comfort to allow them to treat you. Clever Ghost then pushed Big Blade forward, declaring, "He's the one who brought you back. He promised, give me a few days. And I will ensure the boss awakens, so you must have been asleep for at least that long." Big Blade, caught in Chang Mingrue's penetrating gaze, promptly knelt and surrendered the teeth that Clever Ghost had given him. The intensity of the boss's stare was formidable, compelling him to confess. "Boss, I confess. I did nothing wrong. I am merely an ordinary lad enduring hardship. I only wish to earn a few teeth." Big Blade stammered, his voice trembling. Beside them, Kid and Clever Ghost widened their eyes in astonishment, with Kid visibly irked as he loaded his firearm. Chang Mingrue felt a wave of gratitude wash over him upon hearing that Clever Ghost had been searching for mad doctors on his behalf. Yet he was also apprehensive. Who knew what those lunatics might do? A quick examination of himself revealed that he was intact, with no additional metal shards adorning his head. As he stepped down from the operating table, his towering height nearly breached the confines of the surgery room. He bent down and patted Big Blade on the head. "No, you are a commendable doctor. The fact that you refrained from unnecessary actions is already commendable." This statement spared Big Blade from dire consequences, especially with Kid and Clever Ghost ready to retaliate behind him. "Kid, Clever Ghost, come with me. We have new endeavors ahead." As Chang Mingrue led his subordinates away, Big Blade did not dwell long in relief over his reprieve. He mused on the notion that the cunning boss was praising him, acknowledging him as a capable lad. Was it possible that he was destined to become the most gifted mad doctor? The thought was tantalizing. Boss, where are we headed?" Clever Ghost exclaimed, his powered armor having been carelessly damaged by Chang Mingrue, rendering him unable to fly and struggling to keep pace. "We are going to the place where I fell asleep. I need to seek that sensation again. I feel I ought to take another look." Seeing Clever Ghost struggle at his feet, Chang Mingrue lifted him onto his forearm. After a few steps, he smacked his forehead. How could he forget that he was a master of skills and shouldn't he be confined to walking? However, when he glanced at his bare body, he realized that there wasn't a single metal piece left on his muscular frame. The last battle had obliterated everything. "Kid, where is your workshop? Lead us to the teleportation point." "Alas, my esteemed leader, my teleportation device lacks the requisite power. However, I possess alternative means." Kid swiftly activated the communicator to confer with his subordinates. Before long, a pulsating golden sphere of lightning materialized in the air, expanding with each leap until it detonated with a resounding crack, obliterating the Go-Go Mecha, Kid's prized vehicle. While the size of the Go-Go Mecha remained unchanged, its appearance underwent significant transformation, readily evident to Chang Mingrue, who recognized the incorporation of numerous technologies and equipment from the space undead. Observing Kid proudly teleport to the mecha's head and order the minions to lower a ladder, Chang Mingrue felt a twinge of displeasure. If Kid could be so ostentatious, he too must procure a striking contraption upon his return. Through the Go-Go Mecha, the group swiftly arrived at Kid's workshop. However, upon reaching the entrance, Chang Mingrue's expression darkened. This was not Kid's workshop, it was his. The workshop had been divided in twain, with half adorned in Kid's colors and the other in Dio's. "Boss, allow me to explain. We were unaware of when you would awaken. Your workshop is the largest and finest. Dio sought to claim it, and I valiantly contested to preserve at least half for you." Kid concocted a tale fueled by desperation. With a swift motion, Chang Mingrue delivered a resounding slap to Kid's face, sending him spinning. "Enough of your prattle. Quickly reclaim my workshop. Those techies have commandeered all the equipment within." "Ah, boss, a considerable amount of equipment has been relocated by me," Kid protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Chang Mingrue seized the bag of teeth from the clever goblin and tossed it to Kid. "Will this suffice? You ought to consider that Dio has yet to acquire any teeth." Initially, Kid was discontented. A mere bag of teeth could not replace his workshop and equipment. Yet upon hearing that Dio lacked teeth, he broke into a grin. Chang Mingrue, feeling magnanimous as a benevolent orc warlord, refrained from holding his subordinate accountable for occupying his workshop and even provided him with teeth. Could other orc warlords exhibit such mercy? After a day's labor, Chang Mingrue fashioned a rudimentary yet formidable tech-powered exosuit for himself, equipped solely with a high-powered teleportation device. Simultaneously, he upgraded the clever goblin's powered armor. In Orcish culture, Life and death are of little consequence. Having awoken from slumber only to find his workshop usurped was a bitter realization, yet the clever goblin remained steadfast in his loyalty. Moreover, goblins, unlike orcs, although capable of growth, inherently possess lesser strength. Without proper protection, the perilous environment for greenskins could prove fatal. And it was entirely conceivable that the clever goblin could meet an untimely end. Emerging from the workshop, the clever goblin gleefully showcased his powered armor, darting about with vivacity. Kid gazed upward with a nonchalant demeanor, as if unconcerned. Dio, recently returned, exhibited a range of emotions, torn between anger and restraint. Feeling aggrieved, yet unable to voice his discontent, standing awkwardly with his diminutive stature. With a sharp slap to Dio's head, Chung Mingrue commanded, "Stand at attention. We are heading to the dimensional prison." Without awaiting the techie's response, he activated the teleportation device. With a blink, several greenskins materialized in the center of the previous battlefield. The entire dimension of the prison is engulfed in darkness, and the once beautiful vista of the starry sky is now forever lost. The fabric of space is gradually collapsing, its edges merging imperceptibly with the conventional universe. Nothing remains here, save for a few greenskin scavengers rummaging through the meager refuse in search of valuable treasures. Occasionally jolted by chaotic bursts of purple energy, Cheng Mingrue remained silent, closing his eyes to absorb the essence of this space with his soul. He sensed the remnants of Gao Gu, Mao Gu, and the fragments of the star deity, along with their influences on the surrounding environment. In the heat of battle, he had been too caught up in the frenzy to fully appreciate it. Now, his soul carried an added depth, enabling him to perceive the higher echelons of existence with greater clarity. Chapter 105. A new power during the process of perceiving with his soul. Cheng Mingrue acquired vast knowledge, insights that elude conventional understanding and description within the universe. These revelations are ineffable, understood only intuitively. Through this enlightenment, Cheng Mingrue recognized that his essence had been irrevocably transformed. He was no longer an ordinary mortal. In terms of life's duration, he had attained immortality. Moreover, when confronting deities, he would no longer be subjugated by their ranks and had gained formidable resistance to spiritual energies. The space around him bore no remnants of the star god, presumably all absorbed by the enigmatic Gao Mao Erge. This may have been the very purpose behind Gao Mao Erge's insistence on his descent. What consequences would arise from Gao Mao Erge's absorption of the star god fragments? For now, Cheng Mingrue was unaware, as his rank had yet to reach such heights. However, he speculated that for the other deities, facing the mightier Gao Mao Erge would undoubtedly bring some joy to this ruthless galaxy. With his newfound knowledge, Cheng Mingrue's capabilities had evolved. He waved his hand, seemingly grasping at the air, yet he was, in fact, collecting conceptual information. Holding the gathered concepts, he advanced and, guided by his perception, discovered Kuka's mask beside a heap of refuse. Perhaps this extravagant mask was deemed useless, leading scavengers to overlook it. Or perhaps a mysterious force rendered it invisible to all, allowing it to quietly await discovery. After recalling the knowledge and processes in his mind, Cheng Mingrue gently placed the concepts he held into the mask. Old friend, how could the divine messenger of Gao Mao perish before the chosen of Gao Mao? With a chuckle, he affixed the mask to his waist. Dio and Kid followed behind, whispering as they observed their clever leader's peculiar behavior. "Do you think the boss is a bit muddled? He seems quite eccentric now," Dio remarked, shifting the screw he had been chewing from his left side to the right. "Humph, the boss is right ahead. If you have the guts, say it in front of him," Kid retorted disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Dio. "Don't speak ill of the boss behind his back. Everything he does has its reason." "You're simply too dim-witted to see it," the clever one interjected, leaping up in a fit of indignation to defend his esteemed clever leader. "Kid, Dio, pay close attention. I shall demonstrate a skill for you. Watch carefully, learn well, and feel deeply," Cheng Mingrue suddenly proclaimed ahead. The three greenskin beings, with 6 keen eyes, turned their earnest gaze towards their cunning leader. From their perspective, his upright silhouette resembled that of Gao Mao Erge. He extended his hands and swept them across the dark space before him, pulling it apart to reveal a door leading into a wide interior. The simplistic application of the transporter opened a gateway concealed beneath the dimensional space, cleverly hidden by a fencite, yet not without its traces. Cheng Mingrue easily turned to explain to his subordinates, "Time is of the essence. Once this dimensional prison vanishes entirely, this secret space will also cease to exist. I grant you 10 minutes to summon some formidable characters. We are embarking on yet another adventure." "Very well. I shall swiftly rally them." With that, Dio vanished in an instant. With a notorious leader adept at securing prime opportunities, what more could one desire? Kid and the clever rogue promptly disappeared as well. The teleportation device proved exceptionally useful. During these 10 minutes, Cheng Mingrue also made his preparations. He first teleported to a mountain peak, beneath which lay the wreckage of the radiant night, largely buried by wind and dust. The hard landing, coupled with the previous orbital bombardment from the shrimp-like cruiser, had rendered the keel shattered, transforming it into a mere junkyard. Many scavengers were eager to explore for treasures. And had the shrimp not bombed it again recently, Cheng Mingrue was considering utilizing the debris to construct something akin to an ancient behemoth. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Mingrue teleported to the bridge of the radiant night. This place had been thoroughly destroyed, with a massive hole in the ceiling, and rocks and dust nearly buried the entire area. Long-forgotten memories surfaced in his mind. The visage of the clever leader and the sound of his laughter became vividly clear. Employing the same method as before, Cheng Mingrue extended his hand to navigate through the concepts of information within the bridge. However, this time, success eluded him. After 5 minutes of effort, he reluctantly lowered his hand. The ability to collect lost information was not infallible. Both time and the flow of potent energy could impede the gathering of conceptual information. Although he managed to extract some fragments of memory, they were merely shards of the clever leader's recollections, and amalgamating them into a coherent personality was impossible. Accepting fate, Cheng Mingrue teleported once more, arriving in the subterranean city of the orcs. In the mushroom fields, he scattered the fragments of the clever leader's memories into the soil, hoping that one day another rock and roll youth akin to the clever leader would emerge to embark on a joyful orcish existence. Typically, the center of an orc city featured an arena. The young ones adhered to the rules set forth by Cheng Mingrue, employing combat to determine who would labor in the mines, workshops, and docks. Victors could continue to revel in the arena. Cheng Mingrue urged his subordinates to exercise caution during their internal skirmishes to avoid excessive casualties. While there was some success, losses still occurred. The arena was notorious for its high casualty rate, where bare-handed combat could easily prove fatal. Before long, Cheng Mingrue discovered what he sought behind the arena: numerous orc corpses slain in battle. Any human witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly feel profound discomfort. The sight of so many fellow beings gathered together would serve as excellent material for a horror film. The green-skinned creatures, however, held a different perspective. In life, war was an integral part of their existence. In death, procreation was equally significant. These bodies would be sent to the mushroom fields, continuously enriching the soil to yield more green-skinned offspring. After searching through the pile of corpses for an extended period, Cheng Mingrue unearthed a relatively intact, albeit diminutive orc body. Cheng Mingrue carefully removed the mask of Kuka from his waist, dusting it off to restore its cleanliness. With great solemnity, he placed it upon the face of the orc's lifeless body. This was his first experience undertaking such a task, and a sense of nervousness enveloped him as he grasped the mask firmly, diligently organizing the information contained within. He meticulously aligned Kuka's memories into a cohesive personality, channeling Wyak energy to mend the physical damages of the corpse. Moments swiftly elapsed, and after 3 minutes, the body remained inert. Just as Cheng Mingrue began to believe that he had failed, a familiar yet peculiar voice echoed in the air. "Sly boss, why are you holding on to me?" Chapter 106. The hidden laboratory. The voice was insufferably insolent. Aside from Kuka, few green-skinned beings could articulate such words. Cheng Mingrue stifled the impulse to strike and refrained from offering an explanation, immediately commencing the teleportation. Perhaps due to his overwhelming anger, the coordinates were misaligned, resulting in a failed teleportation that left a substantial crater in the operating room. He yanked down the young man who had been assembling a mechanical arm, then tossed Kuka into the fray. Once the injuries on Kuka were healed, Cheng intended to witness him brimming with vitality and performing his usual antics. With this thought in mind, he prepared to depart but reconsidered, realizing it would be improper to leave without compensation. The perilous and unpredictable nature of orc society made him wary. He could not afford to see Kuka perish after having gone through the trouble of saving him. He touched his tusks, applying pressure that elicited a slight twinge of pain. In orc culture, the more fearsome the tusks, the greater their worth. His own, being the chief's, were undoubtedly highly valuable. Under the incredulous gaze of the young man, Cheng Mingrue resolutely snapped one of his tusks and handed it to him. "Consider this a treatment fee." Cradling Cheng's tusk in both hands, the young man's expression was one of astonishment as Cheng Mingrue vanished with a decisive thud. Before the imposing white gates of the dimensional prison, 100 heavily armored giants had assembled. Among these formidable figures stood a few lesser beings brandishing rifles and plasma guns. conspicuously out of place. Upon closer inspection, Cheng recognized the Clever One and his few loyal companions. Why have you returned, Clever One? The destination we seek may harbor formidable foes, far beyond what you can handle, Chang Mingrui cautioned, genuinely concerned for Clever One's safety. Fearing he might inadvertently meet his demise on the battlefield. No, I shall fight too. I follow the fiercest, most powerful, most ruthless leader, as a greenskin being. I also have the right to join the Wyak, Clever One declared, adopting a fierce expression. Nearby, the heavily armored giants chuckled. While Clever One's fierce demeanor might intimidate the lesser beings, he appeared rather endearing in the presence of the giants. Clever One felt aggrieved, vociferously protesting as he aimed his rifle at the giants. Do not laugh at me. Laugh again, and I shall shoot. The Orcish heavyweights were typically likened to the Terminators of the Space Marines, and those following Cheng Mingrui were of an exceptionally high caliber. A single one of them, if placed elsewhere, could easily command the presence of a warlord. Thus, it was somewhat absurd for them to fear the threats posed by Clever One. Instead, their laughter grew louder. Just as Clever One was about to pull the trigger in frustration, Cheng spoke up, "Very well, but be cautious while following." With that, Cheng seized a rifle from one of his subordinates and a machete from another before stepping boldly through the white gates. While his intention to protect his underlings was noble, a green-skinned being who shunned risks and abstained from battle would find little meaning in life. As the leader issued his command, the heavily armored giants fell silent. Following with a cold grunt, passing through the imposing white gate, one's vision momentarily blurred, only to be restored to a vast and expansive chamber. Within, rows of upright sarcophagi stood alongside diamond-shaped enclosures and various upright petri dishes. This place appeared to be a laboratory, and upon observing the peculiar devices, Cheng Mingrui pondered whether the monstrous entities within the dimensional prison had been cultivated here. Some of the sarcophagi emitted an ominous green glow, and the familiar space revenants rose from their confines. It was the same old routine: skeletal warriors, immortals, and the harbingers of desolation. Such a force could no longer pique Cheng Mingrui's interest. With a single charge, the lead giant shattered them into fragments, akin to smashing an egg with a hammer. While the cunning rogue amongst the giants seized a few heads as well. The laboratory was exceedingly vast, seemingly having undergone numerous expansions. Clearing all the space revenants within would require considerable time, and time was the most precious commodity at present. Suddenly, Cheng Mingrui realized the purpose of this laboratory. What did the space revenants, the fearful ones, desire most? To those unaware of the background, it would be difficult to articulate. The physical technology of the space revenants had reached the pinnacle among all races, and they possessed endless life. What more could they want? Strength and immortality, they already had those. Yet, they lacked the most essential element, the ability to feel emotions. The price of becoming a space revenant was steep, encompassing flesh, soul, emotion, and the extinction of the race known as the Fearful Ones. The Silent King, the ultimate authority over the space revenants, was once overwhelmed by the despairing state of affairs, leading him to destroy the master protocol that governed all space revenants. He set forth on a spaceship to other extragalactic systems. However, midway, he encountered the colossal Tyranid swarm, rivaling the scale of the galaxy itself, prompting him to turn back and reclaim his power, rallying the various necromantic dynasties to engage in battle against the Tyranids. If an opportunity arose for the space revenants to restore their flesh and soul, allowing their race to begin anew, Cheng Mingrui believed they would pay any price for it. This laboratory served as a research facility for the space revenants to discover how to regain their corporeal forms and souls. It was likely that such places were not singular. Many dynasties might be conducting similar research. The results were likely non-existent. If there had been any breakthroughs, the space revenants would most probably have awakened across the galaxy, presenting themselves anew upon the grand stage of the Milky Way. Even so, Cheng Mingrui remained intrigued by the research outcomes of the space revenants. As a relatively inexperienced enthusiast, he was eager to learn what attempts the space revenants had undertaken. The dimensional prison could not be allowed to collapse. The loss of even a fragment of this invaluable information would be a significant detriment. Cheng Mingrui began to comprehend the disappointment that a Finster felt upon realizing he had not inherited the legacy of the wise boy, understanding the profound emotions that lay beneath it. In an instant, he recalled the device he had designed for the dimensional prison, originally intended to stabilize it and contain the fragments of the star deity. However, the transition from design to implementation required considerable time and a substantial energy source. Would there be enough time? With each passing moment, the laboratory was gradually vanishing. Would it not be more efficient to transport numerous small entities to assist in relocating the equipment? No, that is not the solution I seek. I must think deeper. I am the chosen one, the ingenious innovator. Surely, a more brilliant approach will present itself. Suddenly, Chung Mingrue lifted his head and beheld Dio. A screw clenched between his lips, wielding a massive gun to reduce an immortal to mere rubble. An idea sparked within him. Chapter 107. The greenskin shock. In the midst of an exhilarating battle, Dio, who was preparing to reload his weapon, was suddenly lifted by Chung Mingrue. The considerable height difference between the two orcs rendered Dio, who had just been fiercely aggressive, momentarily subdued. When asked about the substantial energy sources he had connected while shattering the star god fragments, and how he managed to transport millions of greenskins into the dimensional prison, Dio, feeling the weight of the question, responded earnestly. Connecting the energy sources is relatively straightforward. We merely linked our reactors with those of the skeletons. I employed a composite parallel method to harmonize the variations in energy flow caused by differing equipment, ensuring that the energies would coordinate rather than clash. As for transporting the lads, that was even simpler. Upon hearing of the upcoming skirmish, the young ones grew quite excited. And a technical lad suggested utilizing the massive Kaka transporters they had built previously to send everyone in. After all, a true Wyak thrives on numbers. Thus, we constructed numerous Kaka transporters outside. Once we breached the black eggshell, we connected the energy to the transporters and sent the lads in batches. With a resounding slap, Cheng Mingrue struck Dio on the head, leaving him perplexed. Well done. You've indeed confirmed my suspicions. Ample energy sources and large-scale spatial interference facilities, aren't the hardware requirements met? He then called for Kid without further explanation. Addressing his two most gifted subordinates, Cheng Mingrue spoke with gravity. I have a plan. This endeavor necessitates your collaborative efforts. Those who excel will be deemed the chief technician. The initially apprehensive Kid and Dio's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as they perked up their ears to listen intently. Cheng Mingrue promptly shared his revised blueprints with them. Dio would handle the hardware, ensuring the energy and construction were in order, while Kid would focus on the software, fine-tuning the Kaka transporters to prepare for stabilizing the dimensional prison. Chung Mingrue would assist on both fronts, being the one most familiar with his design and the pertinent knowledge required to effectively coordinate the construction and promptly address any arising issues. He instructed the heavily armed brutes to clear out the space necromancers from the laboratory, advising them to eliminate the foes through close combat, avoiding any destruction of the environment or data within. Cheng Mingrue was uncertain whether these giants could restrain their violent instincts. His priority was to stabilize the dimensional prison before gradually enlisting Rambo and his special forces to continue the cleanup. The Kaka transporters proved their utility. And in the blink of an eye, Cheng Mingrue, along with Dio and Kid, was teleported to the location where Dio had indicated the transporters and energy sources were stored. What lay before Cheng Mingrue was astonishing. He had anticipated that the orc-made constructions would be crude and chaotic, yet the sight before him challenged his preconceived notions. Neatly arranged, rows upon rows of orc reactors formed a meticulous matrix, filling every deep pit within the subterranean tombs, as the orcs ingeniously repurposed the necromancers' graves for their own use. The immense green crystal at the center has been interconnected, and the energy source of the space necromancer pyramid plays a pivotal role. The once fiercely contested straight pathways have been smoothed over, now adorned with conduits for energy transmission, while massive clicking transporters have been constructed atop them. This scene bears a striking resemblance to a film I had seen before my journey through dimensions, The Matrix, where colossal power towers stand deep within the realm of machines. Were it not for the occasional tremors of the orc reactors, accompanied by minor explosions in the nearby grots hastily climbing to effect repairs, the atmosphere would have been even more reminiscent of science fiction. Did you create all of this? It is hard for me to fathom how the greenskin folk managed such an extensive endeavor while we were confined in the dimensional prison. The ingenuity exhibited by the greenskins and their fervor for Wyak has left me somewhat astonished. Considering all the tech-savvy individuals and gearheads involved, time would surely be insufficient. Dio chuckled with pride, proclaiming that he had informed all the lads of the tremendous Wyak opportunity, contingent upon the successful repair of the reactors and transporters. Not only were all the lads mobilized, but even the grots were enthusiastic, as orc Wyafs seldom included them due to their perceived weakness. Upon hearing that the cunning chief was leading the Wyak, they were thrilled and eager to participate. Thus, I told them that for each reactor repaired, they would earn a work point, and once they accumulated 5, I would take them to the Wyak. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon me. Is that why so many greenskins entered the battlefield? Could it be that even now, the grots are still repairing reactors? Well, I'm not entirely certain about that. I do not keep track of work points. I merely lead the lads into the Wyak. Some grots may be fortunate enough to join, while others may not. Dio shrugged nonchalantly, remarking that there are plenty of grots, and their weakness is inconsequential. I sensed an underlying discord, yet at this moment, my priority was stabilizing the dimensional prison. After delegating tasks to Kid and Dio, I teleported back to my workshop. Time is of the essence, and I must swiftly produce schematics and construct a formidable tech armor. This time, I invested a bit more effort, transforming a colossal killing canister with an open design, allowing for a greater expanse to accommodate additional control screens. All the steel saws and drill bits were replaced with mechanical arms and welding guns. And after integrating the clicking transporter into the core of the killing canister, it evolved into an engineering canister. Maneuvering the engineering canister, I teleported back and forth between Kid and Dio, continuously fine-tuning the equipment and programming. The greenskin techs, moving at a pace that the human mechanist found astonishing and incomprehensible, constructed the dimensional stabilization device within 3 hours. Only the final step remained, the energy emission device. Beside the abyss where Dior once lost 2 fingers, 3 distinct beams of yellow light flickered momentarily as Chung Mingrue, Dior, and Kid teleported into view. The first sight that greeted them was the dimensional prison, resembling a black eggshell gradually dissolving. A large breach had been created at its apex, from which the young ones had constructed a bridge, allowing them to traverse in and out through the opening. Next, they beheld a series of increasingly grandiose cannons adjacent to the black source, each more imposing than the last. With pride, Dior patted the colossal cannon beside him, exclaiming, "This is all the result of my ingenious design. I am intimately aware of how every single screw is fastened within." Chapter 108. The Scree clan. The sheer multitude of large, chattering cannons left Cheng Mingrue astounded. In their fervent quest to breach the dimensional barrier and join his Wyak, the lads toiled relentlessly. An inspiration ignited within Cheng Mingrue's mind as he discerned among the myriad of chattering cannons the largest and most peculiar one, which appeared somewhat odd. He swiftly teleported before the cannon, and its exterior indeed bore the craftsmanship of the greenskins. However, the black metal and deep green luminescence within seemed to amalgamate elements of some Necron technology. What an astute leader. It was this cannon that shattered the black egg shell, a testament to my ingenious design. A genius such as myself is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to serve as the chief engineer of the tribe. My concept is thus. Dio materialized beside him, eager to impress the astute leader and enhance his own standing. Chung Mingrue, however, paid him no heed. He traced his fingers along the surface of the chattering cannon. Time appeared to freeze as a torrent of mechanical knowledge and theoretical logic, alongside the design schematics and 3D models of the cannon, cascaded over every inch of its surface, flowing into his mind through his fingertips. Dio's design contributed, though it was not the pivotal factor. The formidable power of this cannon stemmed from its origins as a weapon of the Necrons, crafted for celestial warfare. It was a preparatory measure by the dimensional prison to thwart the escape of the celestial beings. For reasons unknown, it fortuitously came into Dio's possession and merged with his chattering cannon. Ultimately, during the confrontation with the Void Dragon, it breached the dimensional prison and struck the dragon's head, hastening its collapse. As he withdrew his hand from the cannon, Dio's self-aggrandizing chatter resumed, and time resumed its flow. It seemed that the benefits I reaped from the last battle extended beyond mere spiritual elevation. I had acquired the ability to swiftly deconstruct all mechanical constructs. Chung Mingrue mused silently. Avoiding Dio's incessant prattle, Chung Mingrue began crafting a spatial stabilizer using engineering rations. He designed the stabilizer to be compact yet intricate, capable of synchronizing the clattering teleporters created by Dio and the others, transforming the chaotic spatial vibrations into a stable, coordinated frequency. Through dimensional resonance, he aimed to stabilize the crumbling dimensional prison into a usable spatial realm. The dimensional space itself was vast, nearly the size of a moon. Folded space was indeed a remarkable asset, though Cheng Mingrue had yet to conceive a method to utilize it. His immediate priority was to salvage the research materials of the Necrons. After simultaneously calculating the data, Cheng Mingrue and Kid exchanged glances, arriving at a conclusive figure. Excellent. Precisely identical. Verification complete. Cheng Mingrue gently pressed the switch of the spatial stabilizer. Within several modified underground tombs, the reactors of the greenskins and the energy sources of the Necrons intensified their output, channeling a surge of power into the multitude of colossal clattering teleporters. Under the control of the spatial stabilizer, the forces of the teleporters operated across countless dimensions, mending the damaged areas of the dimensional prison and restoring stability to the chaotic regions. Centered around the bridge constructed by the scavenging youths at the entrance of the eggshell cave, Chung Mingrui opened a portal in the folded space, facilitating the youths' ingress and egress. The stability of the space was achieved in a mere matter of minutes, as the efficiency of the reactor and the transmission device exceeded Cheng Mingrui's expectations, stabilizing far more swiftly than he had envisioned. The precious research data was preserved. However, the gazes of Kid and Dio began to unsettle Cheng Mingrui. He vaguely recalled that he had promised to elevate the more exceptional of the two skilled individuals he had summoned from the front line to the position of chief technician. This was indeed a challenging decision. Kid possessed a more robust theoretical knowledge and excelled in meticulous creation, having established a theoretical framework in certain domains, embodying the essence of a scholarly technician. He had been under Cheng Mingrui's guidance since the inception of the Radiant Knight, progressing through the ranks of the gear-laden youths to his current stature. In terms of military achievements, Kid had also participated in numerous significant battles, establishing himself as a formidable character. Both emotionally and logically, Cheng Mingrui ought to promote him to chief technician. If not for Dio, this would have been a foregone conclusion. Dio was an anomaly, an extraordinary one at that. When an exceptional green-skinned individual is recognized by their peers, they typically become stronger and larger. Dio, however, defied this norm. Regardless of how his exploits were propagated or how his status was elevated, no matter the admiration he garnered for his inventions from other technical youths, Dio remained slightly taller than the average youth, growing at a glacial pace, and was quite diminutive. In terms of innate talent, Cheng Mingrui believed Dio might surpass Kid, though the knowledge within Dio's mind was not structured into a coherent system. During a previous assessment of Dio's qualifications to become a technician, Cheng Mingrui had posed several questions, to which Dio's responses were chaotic, resembling those of an amateur. Were it not for the fact that Dio had crafted a lethal canister using merely a wrench, he might not have gained Cheng Mingrui's recognition as a technician. Subsequently, Dio's talents began to manifest astonishingly. Often when queried, he appeared clueless, yet he could create anything with ease. At times, Cheng Mingrui found himself bewildered. Perhaps this was indeed a reflection of innate talent. In the recent two battles, Dio's contributions proved to be pivotal. Had he not breached the dimensional prison's outer shell, allowing a multitude of greenskins to infiltrate, Cheng Mingrui would have lacked the assurance to truly vanquish the shards of the Void Dragon. A glimmer of inspiration flickered in Cheng Mingrui's mind, stirring the mischief within him. He had devised a plan. You see, I am the chosen one to lead the multitude of greenskins in a whack across the galaxy, destined to be the mightiest, most formidable warlord among the greenskins. Correct? Indeed, Slippery Chief, you shall undoubtedly be the most powerful and dominant warlord, Kid responded with impeccable precision. Nay, Slippery Chief, the term warlord hardly suffices to encapsulate your might. We must forge a new term to describe your formidable prowess, Dio chimed in, demonstrating a greater understanding. Thus, my subordinates shall be numerous, and my direct aides shall undoubtedly be the fiercest and most formidable. Cheng Mingrui began to steer the thoughts of the two skilled technicians. At that time, with thousands of billions, even trillions of my subordinates, one grand technocrat may not suffice. Indeed, it is insufficient. Currently, the numbers of the young ones in the underground have piled up like mountains, conservatively estimated to produce over 100,000 daily, with the figures continuing to rise. Therefore, you too, as my clever subordinates. Cheng Mingrui cast a glance at the screw on Dio's mouth and continued, the first two grand technocrats of the Scori clan. You should feel honored. In the future, when the name of the Scori clan resonates throughout the galaxy as a beacon of grand technocracy, who would imagine that such a clan, comprised almost entirely of technical prodigies, would have such a casual approach when naming itself? Dio and Kid instinctively sensed something amiss, yet found themselves at a loss for how to counter it. Chapter 109, The Great Devourer. Kid, you are the chief engineer responsible for the creation of various machinery. Dio, you are the master of explosives, tasked with the manufacture of all manner of detonations and artillery. Before either of the engineers could fully comprehend the situation, Cheng Mingrui swiftly announced their appointments and continued, I have a rather audacious plan. This dreary planet is devoid of foes. The lads are growing restless. Once the ribcage is entirely exterminated, we shall find ourselves utterly idle. Tell me, can we greenskins afford to be without a fight? Absolutely not. Therefore, we shall depart from here and construct colossal spacecraft to seek out stronger, more ferocious adversaries, engaging them in battle and war. Having successfully captured the attention of the two orcs, Cheng Mingrui swiftly unveiled his second plan. Kid, have you not long desired to create ancient behemoths? Now you may pursue this endeavor with all your might. 30 ships, 50 ships, or even 100, the choice is yours. Kid's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dio. The explosions on the ground are trivial. It is the fireworks of the cosmos that truly dazzle. You have crafted so many of those squeaky cannons. It would be a waste to leave them here. Let us mount them upon our spacecraft and allow our ancient behemoths to shatter everything in their path. Dio trembled with exhilaration. The newly appointed engineers, without so much as a word to Cheng Mingrui, vanished in an instant, seemingly preparing for their ascent into the cosmos. Shaking off the remnants of his previous thoughts, Cheng Mingrui bellowed into the public channel of his slaughter squad. I know you are all the fiercest and strongest among us. Yet a dilemma presents itself. The engineers are preparing to build ships, those vast vessels capable of soaring high into the heavens. We plan to seek out mightier and more ruthless foes. However, the space within these vessels is limited, which means the number of greenskins we can take along is also restricted. The communication channel, once filled with curses, laughter, and roars, fell silent. I believe there are but two solutions to our spatial predicament. Either we construct larger, more formidable ships, or the engineers must create more and even grander behemoths. However, they are currently short-staffed. After stirring the anxiety of the larger orcs, Cheng Mingrui added an assurance. The engineers have promised that as long as you work hard and perform well, they will guarantee your place aboard the ship, even if you are but a minor player. Because you are all my strongest subordinates, I wanted to inform you first before relaying this to all greenskins. I hope to see each and every one of you as our ship embarks into the cosmos. Upon concluding his address, the heavily armored orcs erupted into a cacophony on the public channel. What do you mean I'm the strongest? Surely there will be room for me on the ship. The slippery leader always calls for me in battle. He won't abandon me this time. Will he? Can the engineers truly deliver? Are the ships large enough for all of us? What if they forget about us? The more they clamored, the greater their unease became. Thus, with a swift motion, they emerged from the laboratory of the space undead, ready to seek out their formidable ally and discuss the matter of the ancient giant's location. The cunning trickster, accompanied by his subordinates, made a beeline for the Blood Bowl Scuggerball arena, convinced that as long as he possessed enough teeth, no ally could be swayed. The scheming Cheng Mingrui smirked malevolently as he connected with Rambo. Commander, Rambo exclaimed with palpable excitement. This communication was known only to the slippery leader. It is truly wonderful to hear your voice again, Commander. Indeed, Captain Rambo, I am equally pleased. I have a mission to entrust to you. This is a testament to my faith in you and an acknowledgement of the capabilities of your elite squad. Cheng Mingrui feigned solemnity. Commander, I assure you I will accomplish the task. Rambo's voice came through, crisp and resolute. Excellent. I have discovered a laboratory belonging to the space undead, filled with invaluable treasures. I cannot entrust this to another leader, so gather your elite squad and prepare to join me in seizing the laboratory. With a sharp salute and a crisp snap of attention, Rambo complied. Before long, Cheng Mingrui transported Rambo and his elite squad to the laboratory of a finster, which occupied a considerable area. Cheng Mingrui was uncertain how long a finster had conducted his experiments here. Was it mere hundreds of thousands of years or perhaps millions? The answer lay in a finster's patience and determination, and Cheng Mingrui eagerly anticipated the treasures that awaited discovery. Eliminating the space undead within would not pose a significant challenge. The real task lay in collecting and analyzing the experimental data, which would prove to be far more time-consuming. As Cheng Mingrui delved into the exploration and study of a finster's legacy, far away in the dark cosmos, the Tyranid swarm fleet resolutely advanced towards the Oronian star system. Utilizing gravitational compression to traverse space, the fleet's mode of faster-than-light travel was difficult to detect. Only as the swarm fleet neared the gravitational well of a star did the alarms become more pronounced. The Tyranids' racial logic remained an enigma to all. They scorned communication with any species. Based on their actions, it was surmised that they were solely devoted to consumption, evolution, and the expansion of their kind, showing little interest in anything else. In the Orcstar domain, the Octarius campaign had ended in defeat for the Orcs due to the departure of the Bonebreaker accompanied by a multitude of elite Orc warriors. All Orc territories in the Octarius sector seemed to be facing war against the Tyranid swarm. As they continued their assault, consuming the greenskins, the swarm would amass an immense amount of biomass. At that juncture, the Tyranid swarm would become unstoppable. However, what surprised the supreme logic of the Tyranid, known as the Great Devourer, was that progress was not as straightforward as anticipated. Indeed, it was launching a full-scale attack on the Greenskins, yet they fought with increasing valor, their weaponry growing ever more potent and targeted. The front line in the Octarius sector has once again become fiercely contested, and the Great Devourer is able to observe a steady influx of numerous green-skinned warships from surrounding star systems, arriving to bolster the defense of Octarius. The fervor and dedication of the orcs towards warfare surpassed the Great Devourer's wildest expectations. The Euronia system, while merely a trivial location beyond the Octarius war zone, has caught the attention of the Great Devourer, which has detected the activation of a psychic beacon by gene stealers. Initially, the Great Devourer paid little heed to this area, as devouring most human planets tends to be a straightforward endeavor. However, the orcs' expansion within this system is intolerable to the Great Devourer. The Octarius war zone is already mired in stalemate, and the orcs are further extending their influence. Should they develop their strength, they may eventually return to support the Octarius front, bringing the outcome of the entire campaign back to square one. Chapter 110, The Entrance Ceremony. The Great Devourer has consumed countless galaxies beyond the River of Stars, having witnessed a plethora of wondrous life forms, which can be broadly categorized into two types. The first type comprises those from which biomass is lost during consumption, such as entities that battle the void as undead. The second type includes those that yield biomass, such as engagements with humanity. Intriguingly, there exists a third category, exemplified by the orcs, whose defeat can yield substantial biomass, yet the encounters are exceedingly arduous, with the swarm frequently suffering significant losses under the Orcish onslaught. The peculiarities of the galaxy are unparalleled. It is not only the civilizations of the material realm that are extraordinary, but also the existence of certain subspace demons within the domain of souls. These demons, composed of energy and birth from the emotions of life, exist to harvest the souls of mortals, often competing with the swarm for sustenance. The Chronos Swarm Fleet is a strategy devised by the Great Devourer. This fleet is distinct from other swarm fleets, as it is specifically designed to combat the subspace demons. The swarm units within the fleet primarily engage in ranged attacks, equipped with a plethora of psychic units to mitigate the influence of the subspace on the material world. In recent encounters with the subspace demons, this tactical approach has proven highly effective. Previously, when the Chaos Warlord Abaddon annihilated Cadia, the frenzied expansion of the Great Rift significantly impacted the material universe, coinciding with the massive swarm fleet's path of expansion, resulting in substantial losses for the fleet. Initially, the swarm fleet was of sufficient scale to deliver a fatal blow to the human empire. However, due to the Great Rift, the Great Devourer was compelled to conserve biomass and further augment the fleet. In the orc domain of this battlefield, the swarm situation is not particularly favorable. The swarm fleet must allocate a considerable portion of its biomass to the Chronos fleet, enabling it to suppress the subspace and prevent a recurrence of the catastrophic events experienced during the Great Rift. Concurrently, it is imperative to maintain a continuous offensive from the swarm fleet, exerting pressure on the orc domain to avert any potential counterattacks that could dismantle the swarm fleet. Moreover, the Great Devourer must remain vigilant of other hostile forces surrounding the battlefield, which harbor enmity towards the swarm fleet and lie in wait. The Tyranid combat style appears aggressive and reckless, characterized by bold assaults that eschew reason. Nevertheless, its core is intricately detailed, from grand strategic deployments to the meticulous coordination of swarm combat. This exemplifies the advantage of collective thinking, the advantage of the Great Devourer, who aims to extinguish any instability in its infancy. A fleet composed of over 1,000 biological warships should easily devour the target star system, according to navigational calculations. Arrival is imminent. The prior acceleration has intensified the swarm's hunger, igniting their eagerness to commence a grand feast. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Euronia 3 remain blissfully unaware of the fate that awaits them. In the capital, Glory Fortress, the populace fills the streets, eagerly welcoming the arrival of the astral army at the city gates. As the most prosperous and industrialized city on Euronia 3, Glory Fortress embodies the essence of an imperial metropolis. At the pinnacle of the city stands the planetary governor's palace and the national church, breathtakingly adorned, symbolizing the physical and spiritual affiliations of the imperial populace. Beneath these magnificent edifices lies the territory of various nobles and guilds, representing the dominion over the city and the entire planet. It is only the lower, squalid, and dilapidated areas that belong to the common people of the empire, These imperial citizens gather at the city's gates, jubilantly welcoming the arrival of the astral army. The streets are impeccably clean, with petals strewn in certain areas, while the planetary guard cordons off the onlookers on either side of the road, as the national church's priests chant blessings with incense burners in hand. A regiment of interstellar soldiers forms a precise and synchronized march as they enter through the city gates, their steps and weaponry harmonized. Their boots striking the ground with the force of thunder, causing the very foundation of Glory Fortress to tremble. The uniformity of their cadence leaves the gathered crowd in awe. A spirit they have never witnessed in the planetary guard. Is this the true visage of the Emperor's Warhammer, the astral army? The people's cheers swell like ocean waves, some, in their excitement, kneel in prayer to this formidable force. Yet, no clamor or exuberance distracts the marching astral army. Their footfalls remain resolute and unwavering. Their gaze is steadfast and resolute. A military of such caliber should easily vanquish the greenskin marauders that plague Aronia 3. Many onlookers cannot help but feel a sense of security fill their hearts. This grand entry ceremony is orchestrated by Commissar Kester, intended to bolster morale and restore the confidence of the imperial subjects on the planet, but it serves a dual purpose. The stationed astral army in Glory Fortress also serves to intimidate and oversee Governor Cornwall, should the governor exhibit any signs of cowardice or treachery. The army stands ready to act. Your astral army is remarkably powerful and majestic, capable of effortlessly clearing the southern regions of the greenskin menace. Governor Cornwall praises incessantly beside Kester. It is evident he is no mere sycophant. He possesses the acumen to identify the armored units accompanying the astral army, marking him as an astute governor. Indeed, if casualties are disregarded, the astral army could drive the greenskin creatures deep into the rainforests. However, such losses cannot yield a decisive victory. The fallen soldiers of the astral army cannot be replenished, while the greenskin foes continue to emerge from the jungles. Kester remarks with a sense of pragmatism. I intend to launch an offensive to reclaim Pioneer City, strategically located near a mineral deposit. Such a place should not be left to the green-skinned, Kester asserts, turning his gaze toward Cornwall. Yet, relying solely on the astral army is insufficient. Cooperation with the planetary guard is essential, as they are more familiar with the local terrain. Although he contemplated the idea of collaborating with other forces to bear the casualties, Cornwall merely smiled, resembling a cunning fox, and replied, "Of course, it is my duty to assist the astral army in battle." Suddenly, the communicator on Kester's person emitted a sound. What could possibly interrupt such an important occasion as the city entry ceremony? Setting aside his curiosity, Kester activated the communication device. "I apologize for the disturbance, Your Excellency," came the voice from Commander Pex. "We have received intelligence that the orcs have launched an attack. Leading the charge is the orc warlord Gobad, and Commander Pex is under immense pressure. He requests immediate assistance." Chapter 111. Tactical nuclear strike. Launching an assault from underground was indeed a commendable strategy. Iron Claw wielded his hammer, shattering the grotesque creature with 4 arms before him, its blood splattering across his form. The sensation of being enveloped in blood was exhilarating, particularly given the relentless onslaught of these monstrous insects. Golden Tooth was not mistaken. This desolate, rocky expanse was indeed teeming with vermin. Clad in shrimp-like attire and wielding shrimp-like weaponry, these creatures, upon realizing their inability to thwart the Orcish advance, would sprout an additional pair of arms to engage in close combat. For Iron Claw, the intensity of battle was neither perilous nor particularly thrilling. However, it was certainly preferable to a lack of conflict altogether. Meanwhile, in the command center nestled within the mountains, Pex's countenance was grim. He moved with utmost caution, striving not to attract undue attention from the orcs as he sought to cultivate the power of the 4-armed Divine Emperor Church, preparing for the impending arrival of the swarm fleet. Yet, the unpredictability of the greenskins was a formidable challenge, despite the heightened combat intensity at Capello's location. They had inexplicably converged upon Stone Ridge. Through psychic resonance, Pex felt the anguish of his elite squad being systematically annihilated underground by Gobad. His heart ached. These were his direct descendants, the most formidable among the awakened within the kin, yet even such a distinguished squad could only hope to buy a fleeting moment against Gobad. The subterranean tunnels, initially constructed to counter orc invasions, now facilitated the encroachment of the greenskins. "Is the tactical nuclear device ready?" Pex inquired of his adjutant. "It is prepared. Although we have not reached optimal range, Gobad is within the effective kill zone," the adjutant confirmed after verifying the position of the Special Operations Team. Then, detonated. Underground. At the precise moment Pex issued his command, The squad bearing the nuclear device triggered the explosion, leaving no time for retreat and bypassing their consent. A blinding light erupted, and the team carrying the nuclear bomb was instantly obliterated, their demise devoid of suffering. A certain stroke of fortune, perhaps. Beneath the surface, the immense power of the nuclear blast collapsed a majority of the tunnels, engulfing Iron Claw, positioned at the epicenter, in a radiant white glow. Above ground, a colossal earthquake rippled across a span of several kilometers. In the immediate vicinity of the explosion, the entire mountain fractured like a block of tofu, caving in to form a hollow within the range. Cheers erupted in the command center as staff and officers celebrated, believing that even the monstrous Gobad would be reduced to ashes by the nuclear detonation at such close proximity. With his elimination, the Greenskin assault would inevitably falter. Has the frontal assault by the Greenskins ceased? Pex's calm inquiry brought the jubilant celebration to an abrupt halt, redirecting focus to battlefield command. An officer, notably balding, closed his eyes to attune his senses, and upon reopening them, astonishment lit his features. The devotees ahead reported that the Greenskin offensive was unraveling, although not yet widespread. The momentum of their assault had palpably slowed. Excellent. The serious countenance of Pex revealed a rare smile. He called for the support of the mournful harpies to bombard the enemy, planning to retaliate only after the Greenskin foes suffered significant losses. At your command. With the Orc chieftain eliminated, the Greenskins were left as mere beasts, brimming with brute strength but lacking in strategy. Their defeat was merely a matter of time. In high spirits, Pex connected to his dedicated communication line. Once he donned his headset, the voice of Kester resonated within. Commander Pex, what is the situation on your front? The line has stabilized, and the Greenskins' advance has begun to wane. Previously, we faced a grave threat when the Orc warlord Gobad launched a surprise attack on our rear through underground passages. Fortunately, I had preemptively arranged for a tactical nuclear strike, which obliterated the tunnels and likely eliminated that accursed alien warlord. Pex had no intention of disclosing that a squad of elite raiders had delayed Gobad, thereby enabling the nuclear strike to succeed. What? Has the result been confirmed? Kester exclaimed, astonished. Not yet. The explosion occurred deep underground, and the resulting collapse has buried the tunnel area, making confirmation of the outcome quite challenging. Without witnessing Gobad's demise firsthand, I remain uneasy. Yet, the evident chaos among the Greenskins suggested that the strategy had indeed succeeded. Their disarray served as evidence of this. One moment, Kester promptly initiated another communication channel, reaching out to the fleet in orbit to observe from high above. Soon, the efficient crew aboard the Doombringer provided a report. The Orcs were genuinely in disarray. Though their assaults persisted, the organization and momentum of their attacks had noticeably diminished. A photograph captured from space revealed that, despite suffering little damage, some Greenskins had begun to flee in fear. An opportunity. Such a moment must not be squandered. Kester lamented his previous doubts about Pex. A soldier of the Empire so loyal and capable should be a paragon, deserving of immense praise and recognition. Commander Pex, this is an invaluable opportunity. I have a plan. As Kester departed the viewing platform at Glory Fortress, he left Cornwall alone at the city entrance ceremony. While the tides of battle shifted rapidly, Cornwall shot Kester a glance, feeling somewhat disgruntled but refraining from voicing his displeasure. The Oralonia system was no longer under his dominion. The two newcomers had conspired against him, exerting political pressure on the local chieftain, a common occurrence in politics. After Pex absorbed Kester's description, he expressed his concern. Attacking the pioneer city carries risks. The Astral Army will undoubtedly incur substantial losses. The Greenskins may be irresistibly drawn to the conflict, birthing a new leader among them to rally their forces. Precisely, which is why now presents the optimal moment for an offensive. As you are aware, the Southern Hemisphere is already teeming with Greenskin spores. Time is on their side. If we do not swiftly curtail their war potential, future battles will be exceedingly arduous. The City of Pioneers is indeed pivotal. The resources hidden within its depths, if left to the Orcs, would significantly augment their war potential. Kester firmly upheld his stance. After a moment of contemplation, Pex responded, Your Excellency, you are absolutely correct. We must seize this opportunity. The sacrifices made by the Astral Army now are for the sake of fewer sacrifices in the future. I shall also launch a measured counterattack to divert the Greenskins' attention. Once the campaign commences, please exercise utmost caution. Are you referring to the Greenskin corridor? Kester smiled faintly. Rest assured, I will remain vigilant and will not engage in a direct war of attrition with the Greenskins. Chapter 112. Igniting the Earth after a brief exchange. The battle plan was finalized. Pex would initiate a week-long counteroffensive to draw the attention of the nearby Greenskins. On the right flank, Commissar Kester intended to lead 3 million stellar troops in a thunderous assault on Pioneer City, now reduced to ruins and a paradise for Greenskins. The operational objective was to eradicate the Greenskins surrounding Pioneer City within a month, establish defensive fortifications, and reclaim the nearby mineral resources for humanity. A significant point of crisis within this strategy was the Greenskin Corridor. This term describes a vast expanse of rainforest at the continent's edge, where bands of greenskins emerge incessantly. From above, it resembles green veins penetrating various corners of the southern hemisphere. The paths frequented by these greenskins are referred to as the Greenskin Corridor. Within these verdant streams, the greenskins frolic joyfully, feasting on mushrooms and singing, merrily following the lead of their kin into the fray of battle. For humanity, however, these rivers are terrifying. Those who dare approach are swiftly engulfed by an endless tide of greenskins. Governor Cornwall. I bring good news. The orc warlord Gobad is likely to be eliminated by Commander Pex, presenting an opportune moment for our counterattack. Commissar Kester's smile radiated like sunlight. Cornwall reciprocated with a similar grin, recognizing the gravity of this fortuitous news. What is your excellency plan for the counteroffensive? The plan has just been discussed with Commander Pex. But our stellar troops are somewhat numerically deficient. Therefore, I require assistance from a portion of the planetary guard stationed with Capro, approximately 500,000 troops. The most battle-hardened among us. Kester felt a twinge of embarrassment. The planetary guard had expanded several times and now numbered around 5 million, with ongoing recruitment. Yet, civilians armed with laser rifles remain civilians and pose no greater threat to the greenskins than traditional gunpowder weaponry. Training and morale take time to cultivate. The planetary guard under Capro represents Cornwall's most formidable forces, and this cunning governor would likely be reluctant to part with them. On the other hand, Kester was equally disinclined to suffer significant losses among his stellar troops. Thus he was left with no choice but to sacrifice Cornwall's forces. Rest assured, Commissar Kester. I will liaise with the officers on that front. They will cooperate fully with your stellar troops in the operation. To Kester's surprise, the shrewd Cornwall imposed no conditions and readily acquiesced. Could it be that his perception of Cornwall was flawed? Was the governor truly loyal to the Empire in matters of great significance? Kester was taken aback. Governor Cornwall, I am grateful for your support. The Empire stands on shaky ground, and it is your unwavering loyalty that enables it to endure. Kester expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your kind words, Commissar Kester. Devotion is the cornerstone of my loyalty. Cornwall maintained his smile. With the troop arrangements settled, the offensive plan was ready to be set in motion. Kester's command capabilities far exceed those of Chuck. His staff devised an offensive strategy in merely 1 hour. And the outermost legions of the Star Realm Army have already commenced preparations for artillery fire. The staff estimates that the total number of greenskins surrounding Pioneer City is approximately 1 million, considering that additional greenskins will likely be drawn in once the battle commences. The worst-case scenario presents a daunting figure of 2 million. With 3,050,000 elite troops of the Star Realm facing 2 million disorganized greenskins who have recently lost their leader, Kester perceives a significant advantage. He believes that expelling the greenskins while managing casualties will not pose a considerable challenge. Capello City has been embroiled in conflict for an extended period, with a substantial portion of the city reduced to ruins. The engineering battalions of the Star Realm have constructed countless trenches and fortifications amidst the debris, where warfare has perpetually persisted. Regardless of the circumstances, those scattered greenskins relentlessly surge from every corner, unleashing their full firepower upon the defensive lines of the Star Realm. At times, the greenskins breach the trenches, wreaking havoc and demolishing a fortification or two. However, more often they are met with a barrage of lasers, automatic cannons, and petrifying lizard artillery, decimating their ranks as they charge forth. This is a front line that Kester despises, as the greenskins continue to bleed the Star Realm army dry at the cost of their own meager lives. From this front line, one can gaze upward, ascending through the atmosphere into space where the planet's synchronous orbit resides. The Doombringer, accompanied by 3 other cruisers, along with a multitude of destroyers and frigates, has formed a bombing formation. The Emperor-class battleship possesses its unique merits. While its firepower may not be the most formidable among battleships, nor its mobility or defensive capabilities particularly outstanding, it excels in overall performance. With sufficient hangar space to function as an aircraft carrier, advanced electronic systems to serve as the fleet's flagship, and mature manufacturing technology ensuring high reliability, as well as commendable orbital bombardment capabilities. It is no wonder that many Imperial fleets opt for the Emperor-class battleship as their flagship. As Kester issued his command, the bomb hatches of each warship gradually opened, revealing the formidable explosives within, which were methodically deployed to their designated targets. As the screaming bombs raced towards their destination, crimson lasers cleaved through the sky, striking heavily upon the Earth before Capello. This was not the first encounter with such an assault. The greenskins on the outskirts of the city immediately ceased their attack and fled. The direct lasers served primarily to herd and gather the greenskins, while the true devastating blows were still en route. As the greenskins mocked the slow-moving crimson beams behind them, heavy bombs began to fall with precision upon their congregated masses. Each bomb had the potential to annihilate a significant number of greenskins, and the orbital bombardment persisted for half an hour, effectively clearing nearly all the greenskins encircling the city of Capello. All of this had been meticulously calculated and anticipated. For this moment, Kester had prepared for a lengthy duration, conducting extensive calculations and stockpiling munitions. Now, reaping such magnificent results serves as the greatest reward for his diligent efforts. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed when the Celestial Army, under the command of Capello, and the Planetary Guard braved the sweltering heat beyond the city walls, stepping into a realm that had recently been ignited into a hellish inferno. Time was of the essence. Having painstakingly cleared the area of the green-skinned adversaries, a swift advance was imperative. Mobilizing an army of 5 million was no trivial task. Yet the professionalism of the Celestial Army shone brilliantly at this moment. Leading the charge out of the city were the Chimera transport vehicles equipped with engineering apparatus. They utilized their front shovels to level the terrain, employed pre-mounted water cannons to cool the surroundings, and some even sprayed quick-drying materials onto the prepared ground, initiating the process of solidifying the surface for road construction. Chapter 113. The Offensive of Kester. A multitude of engineering Chimera transport vehicles advanced steadily, deftly clearing a path for the troops behind, significantly expediting the march of the massive forces. As long as the roads were well and swiftly constructed, the 3 million-strong Astral Army could traverse them with ease, maximizing their combat effectiveness and catching the wandering greenskins off guard. Indeed, this was the case. Under the steady advance of the Astral Army and the Planetary Guard, the scattered and panicked greenskins were largely defeated in a single strike, unable to mount any effective counterattack. Countless greenskins fell before the might of the Astral Army's lasers, artillery, and ironclad fists. Had Chuck faced such a scenario, he might have become overconfident, believing himself a master tactician, dismissing the greenskins as trivial. However, Kester was far more prudent. He forbade his forces from pursuing the greenskins en masse, confining their operations strictly to the designated target area, namely the zone surrounding Pioneer City. Engaging the greenskins in battle, ephemeral victories meant little. Only sustained triumphs leading to a final victory could truly vanquish these green war monsters. Deep in the murky underground, the intense heat from tactical nuclear explosions melted many rocks, allowing molten lava to flow slowly down the fissures. One particularly searing stream of lava coursed deeper into a piece of metallic armor, which appeared rather substantial, accumulating more and more lava within. With a thunderous explosion, a tremendous force swept away the nearby rocks, lava, and debris, instantly transforming the once cramped space into a vast expanse. Ouch! Why is my chest so hot? Could it be that some scoundrel is roasting me? The enraged Iron Claw cursed vehemently. After prying open the armor on his chest and pouring out the scalding lava, he felt somewhat relieved, though he noted that his skin had turned an angry red from the heat. Iron Claw was furious. The repercussions were dire. What had transpired? The shockwave from the explosion rattled his mind, leaving him momentarily unable to recall the events leading up to this predicament, or even what he was supposed to be doing. Trapped underground. I remember fighting the bugs. How did I end up here? Right. Those bugs dared to ambush me. After 10 minutes of contemplation, Iron Claw finally recalled some details. He had anticipated a protracted battle against the bugs in the tunnel, believing he could continue as long as the bugs did not exhaust their numbers. Yet, the bugs had indeed ambushed him. How had they resorted to such cowardly tactics? Just like the shrimps, unable to fight fair, the shrimps bombarded him with heavenly fire while the bugs detonated explosives. How infuriating. Did these rascals not understand the concept of fair play? Iron Claw could easily take on a group of them single-handedly. As he patted his waist, he felt a device, a spherical mechanism, that was now broken. Ever since the shrimps had bombarded him with heavenly fire, he had sought out the tech master to procure this item. which was said to generate a shield capable of withstanding attacks of a certain ferocity. It appears that the cunning strategist did not deceive. For the crooked-mouthed tactician indeed possesses remarkable skill. I shall seek him out again to procure some quality items. After rummaging through my belongings for a while, my iron claw finally discovered a functional communicator. A gentle shake revealed it was seemingly defective. Must I resort to tunneling my way out? This is far too undignified. I am a leader of refinement. Dismissing the peculiar thought, I gave the communicator another pat, and although it seemed unresponsive, a subsequent tap produced a sound. This device may yet be operable. Boss. Iron Claw, are you all right? The voice was laden with static, indicating poor communication. I am unscathed. I am trapped underground. Quickly, send someone to dig me out. Uncertain whether the communicator would fail again at any moment, I urgently sought assistance. Boss. The shrimp and insects are launching an assault against us. Boss, we cannot hold on. The subordinate on the other end seemed to miss the crux of the matter entirely. Forget about that. Just focus on digging me out. My irritation surged. Was the individual on the other end a fool? Soon, a clever thought struck me. Seek Gold Tooth. Inform him that I shall repay the debt of my previous tooth, but only if he rescues me. However, only a cacophony of static responded from the communicator, indicating it had become completely inoperative. Hello? Gold Tooth, did you hear me? I will repay the tooth soon. I bellowed, but instead of a reply, the device erupted into fragments, its last remnants of communication extinguished. Rubbing my bald head, I began to ponder whether it might be prudent to start digging myself. As long as no one witnessed my clumsy tunneling efforts, I could maintain the facade of never having dug a tunnel. Gold Tooth, upon hearing his subordinate's reports, felt a twinge of conflict within. He harbored ambitions of his own. If Iron Claw were to vanish, could he not ascend as the first greenskin leader of this realm? Regrettably, Iron Claw was formidable, and without him, even the larger brutes might not heed Gold Tooth's command, leading to inevitable chaos. Moreover, Iron Claw's promise of a tooth was quite tempting. After 10 minutes of contemplation, Gold Tooth commanded, go find some reckless individuals. Have them locate Iron Claw's position, and bring along enough manpower to dig him out. As for the assault from the shrimp, Gold Tooth wished to take action. Yet most of his subordinates were merely green-skinned miscreants, adept at petty thievery but ill-equipped to withstand the iron tide of the shrimp head-on. Let the larger orc brutes devise their own strategy. As long as it was not his own men falling in battle, he would remain indifferent. With Iron Claw's absence and Gold Tooth's inaction, the green-skinned forces under attack by the Astral Army struggled to organize any effective defense. Occasionally, a leader might muster a modest green tide, only to be met with orbital bombardment, banshee whales, and artillery barrages. Under the command of Kestrel, the Astral Army held a significant advantage, making swift progress. The journey to Pioneer City was already more than half complete, with losses being minimal, only around 10,000. Predominantly from the planetary defense forces, Pex initiated a counteroffensive, yet his response lacked the resolute fervor that characterized Kester's assault. His primary objective was to disperse the encroaching greenskins advancing towards Shertu Ridge, subsequently broadening his search radius to locate nearby human refugees and escort them back to safety. From Pex's perspective, engaging in a relentless struggle against the greenskins had become futile, as the spores scattered across the southern continent of the planet began to germinate en masse. The wave of greenskins could swell to tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. His imperative was to prepare for the impending deluge, preserving his remaining forces while awaiting the arrival of the High Fleet. Chapter 114. Rash decisions in times of crisis. Time passed swiftly, and by the moment Genia and his companions unearthed the iron claws beneath the ground, the situation in the southern hemisphere of Oronia III had undergone significant transformation. Kester's Star Realm army had successfully reoccupied Pioneer City, reconstructing its ruins into a formidable frontline fortress akin to Capello. Furthermore, a rapid transit route was established directly between Pioneer City and Capello to facilitate the swift deployment of troops. Countless fortifications, hidden bunkers, and trenches were erected on either side of the road to shield this passage from the onslaught of the green-skinned adversaries. To bolster defenses, Kester commanded the engineering corps of the Star Realm army to construct a railway along the route. Armored trains traversed this line, not only transporting supplies between the two cities, but also providing mobile long-range fire support to every point along the defensive line. The Legion led by Kester was newly formed. Aside from its core of seasoned veterans from the experienced Old Star Realm army, many of the ordinary soldiers hailed from various planetary defense forces. As the saying goes, a lion begets a fierce tiger. Under Kester's command, This legion exhibited qualities that rivaled those of long-established regiments. Before the defensive line, the ground bore the scars of battle. Craters, corpses, and burning vehicles littered the landscape. In the months since the line's establishment, countless green-skinned assaults had been launched, all of which met with utter failure. A cacophony of frenetic music erupted from the distance as several orc vehicles raced toward the front lines. The orc street racing gang was never absent from the fray. Leading the charge were two orc motorcycles, one with a sharpshooter in the passenger compartment and the other manned by a demolitions expert wielding a rocket launcher. As the motorcycles sped along, they unleashed a barrage of ammunition and rockets upon the defensive lines flanking the road. The heavy gunfire illuminated the bunkers with bursts of flame, while the rockets detonated before the human positions, creating mushroom clouds that, despite their imposing appearance, yielded only modest lethality. The Star Realm Army, concealed within their bunkers, had long since readied their thermite guns. With precision, a single shot obliterated one of the orc motorcycles. The automatic artillery from the heavy weapons emplacements commenced a sweeping fire, targeting the lighter vehicles and the green-skinned foes clinging to their exteriors. As the orc vehicles drew nearer, laser and heavy machine gun fire erupted in unison, effectively clearing the green-skinned assailants from their perches. When the orc vehicles approached the defensive line, they encountered a series of anti-tank trenches that barred their path. Some motorcycles accelerated over them, but the heavier vehicles found themselves halted, either coming to a stop or maneuvering along the trenches, rendering them easy targets for the human defenders behind the line. Just as the orc vehicle horde neared annihilation, a massive orc dirty truck remained intact amidst the burning wreckage. The truck's cargo bay was filled with numerous orc youths, well protected by the vehicle's armor, resulting in minimal casualties. However, the anti-tank trenches posed an insurmountable obstacle for the filthy truck. The orcs' methods are undoubtedly fraught with more challenges. Suddenly, the rear of the stolen vehicle lurched upwards, catapulting a horde of Orcish youths into the air like springs. In this comical manner, these orcs vaulted over the anti-tank trench, landing behind the human lines, and launched an assault alongside the previously deployed orc motorcycles. This unexpected incursion caused a degree of chaos, inflicting some casualties among the human soldiers stationed at the rear of the defensive line. However, it appeared that Kester had anticipated such a scenario. His defenses were deep and multifaceted. Behind the front line lay additional fortifications, similar bunkers, concealed strongholds, and heavy weaponry positions. Consequently, the Orcish offensive failed to breach the defenses and was swiftly annihilated. Over 1,000 meters away from the front line, Ironclaw retracted his head from the tunnel, having been buried underground for nearly 2 months. Initially, Ironclaw had been furious that the shrimp dared to mount an offensive, especially in alliance with the insects, resulting in the demise of over 1 million of his kin. Were it not for the continuous support from the greenskin corridors, he might have been unable to withstand the shrimp's onslaught. With Ironclaw's temperament, one would expect retaliation after such an assault. But after assessing the situation and attempting several counterattacks, he resolved to exercise caution. Winning a war is not merely a matter of intellect. One must strategize like a cunning leader. Settling back into the trench, Ironclaw rubbed his bald head, pondering the reliability of his previous methods. How had he failed despite such a seemingly sound plan? Goldtooth, resembling a canine strategist, interjected, "Boss, why don't we launch a whack? Let us scour the rainforest and plains for every warrior we can gather." I refuse to believe that the shrimp's defenses are truly impenetrable. Goldtooth's words stirred Ironclaw's interest. After several attempts to breach the defenses through clever tactics, all had ended in failure, igniting within him a reckless urge to charge forward. Yet, he restrained the impulse. Recklessness could lead to disaster, especially with the shrimp wielding their devastating firepower. Though his troops were born of the earth, they could not be squandered so recklessly. Observing that the two were unable to devise a plan, Ironclaw summoned the strongest leaders among his ranks for a brainstorming session. As night fell, the consensus surprisingly mirrored Goldtooth's suggestion to charge recklessly first. Even the Bloodaxe clan, renowned for its military discipline, found it hard to suppress the urge for a bold offensive. Ironclaw, too, seemed unable to contain his desire for action. With one hand propping up his chin and the other resting on his knee, he grasped his power hammer, embodying a pensive demeanor. In his mind, he reminisced about the cunning leader, which sparked a new idea. Thus, Genia, you should lead your cunning little companions to infiltrate the territory of the shrimps, seeking any potential weaknesses in their defenses. Additionally, prepare an ample supply of the particularly swift red skugs, for they shall prove invaluable in due time. Ironclaw first assigned tasks to Genya. You lot. Venture into the rainforest and plains, gathering every available lad you can find. Inform all the greenskins that I intend to conduct a grand whack, and they are welcome to join. However, I have stipulations. They must heed my commands. Only upon my signal can they charge forth. Otherwise, they may as well retreat back into the rainforest. Ironclaw regarded his subordinates, those who lacked initiative and merely sought to brawl, with a disapproving countenance. He rubbed his bald head in mild exasperation, feeling a pang of regret. Yet, war must persist. Without the deployment of elite forces, how could one truly call it war? With a heavy heart, Ironclaw seized his communicator, calling upon the Daft Air Force. I am about to embark on a grand whack, and I urge those pilots to exercise caution. My aircraft are precious indeed. Chapter 115. The Crooked Mouth after the distribution of tasks. Ironclaw summoned his fierce lads once more. This time, the assembly was even grander, boasting over 2,000 members. The climate aboard the Orionia 3 was splendid, allowing mushrooms to grow tall and rapidly. Amidst the prolonged conflict, formidable characters consistently emerged on the battlefield. This contraption, known as the rocket backpack, enables you to soar into the sky with a resounding whack, only to descend and trample your foes upon landing. Ironclaw introduced this marvel, demonstrating its capabilities as he soared through the air. This device is standard for the fierce lads. Those without it are unworthy to engage in the most intense and brutal battles alongside us. You are fortunate to have time to gather teeth and procure such equipment from the tech boss. My demand is simple. Be prepared before the next whack. Those lacking the proper gear shall merely eat dust in the rear. Having said this, Ironclaw ceased his chatter and activated his rocket backpack, ascending into the sky. Below, the aspiring fierce lads, those equipped with rocket backpacks, reveled in their advantage, while those without immediately began to clash, intent on seizing each other's teeth. Among the greenskins, Ironclaw was renowned for his flying prowess. He had gathered his troops near the greenskin corridor and swiftly located his destination at a junction within the corridor. From above, he spotted several Gretchen anti-air positions, armed with heavy artillery and gleaming missiles. Ironclaw spat in disdain. The crooked-mouthed folk certainly had wealth, as even their Gretchen were equipped with such fine weaponry. How corrupt they must be. Meanwhile, on the anti-air positions, a Gretchen lowered his binoculars and relayed to his comrades. Inform all positions to hold their fire. It's Boss Ironclaw. Moreover, discreetly notify Boss Crooked Mouth that Ironclaw seems to be short on teeth, likely needing to run a tab again. At the convergence of several green pathways stood a colossal battle orc stronghold, towering over 40 meters high. Were it not for the immense wheels and vehicle-like structure, one might mistake this fortress for a steel citadel erected on the site. A throng of orc lads, freshly emerged from the rainforest and lacking even a scrap of cloth, gathered around the battle stronghold. On the platform before the fortress, a Gretchen raised a loudspeaker and shouted with fervor, "Come one, come all." Custom gear from the great tech boss, Crooked Mouth. With the right equipment, battles become exhilarating. With extraordinary gear, one commands greater presence on the battlefield. Truly a sight to behold. The Gretchen seized a firearm, skillfully disassembling it to reveal its inner workings before expertly reassembling it, loading around, and unleashing a volley into the sky that lasted a full minute. This was merely an ordinary Daka, yet it boasted formidable firepower and durability. It could utilize any ammunition, even that meant for shrimp. With this, you could single-handedly charge into the trenches of the shrimp and eliminate them all. Oh. The unworldly orc lads below were wide-eyed with wonder, some already inquiring about the price. For those wishing to purchase, go over there. No teeth, no problem. We offer complimentary tooth extraction services, swift, painless, and thorough. A diminutive creature gestured toward a row of imposing figures standing nearby. These colossal beastmen towered over ordinary orc lads by a substantial margin, their fists larger than their heads. They donned powered armor, which, albeit less formidable than that worn by true heavyweights, gleamed with an undeniable flair in this locale. As an orc lad approached to procure a firearm, one of the giants seized him and delivered a punch that sent his teeth flying. Truly, they were lost entirely, leaving him with a pristine, empty smile. The diminutive creature swiftly collected the scattered teeth and handed over a standard firearm along with a dozen magazines to the orc lad, ensuring a seamless transaction. If this orc were to reach the front lines, where 5 teeth could be exchanged for a firearm, and an entire set for a double-barreled shotgun, complete with ample ammunition, one wonders what thoughts might cross his mind. The diminutive creature at the battle fortress continued to fervently promote an array of wares, from standard firearms to heavy artillery, even including orc motorcycles, tanks, powered swords, and claws. Nothing was beyond their offerings. The cacophony of product pitches and transactions created an atmosphere of lively commotion. Having completed their purchases, the orcs surged forward along the verdant tide, eager for the battlefield of their dreams. Meanwhile, those drawn in by the spectacle pondered what equipment would be suitable in exchange for their own teeth, or perhaps considering trading others' teeth instead. Entire boxes of teeth were amassed and sent into the battle fortress, provoking envy among the onlooking orcs at the sight of such amassed wealth. Though some orcs contemplated banding together for a heist, such thoughts were tempered by the imposing sight of artillery capable of swallowing a lad whole. The fortress bristling with heavy weaponry and the rows of giants clad in powered armor. Suddenly, Iron Claw's rocket descended upon the orc battle fortress, his massive form clad in scar-laden armor instantly capturing the attention of all present. "Take me to see Crooked Mouth," he commanded, grasping the diminutive creature who had just been promoting wares. Though initially inclined to curse the audacity of one daring enough to challenge Crooked Mouth, the creature's indignation swiftly morphed into obsequiousness upon realizing it was Iron Claw. "Iron Claw, what a rare honor. Crooked Mouth has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Allow me to escort you." The naked orc lads below, hearing the mention of Iron Claw, shifted from anticipation of a spectacle to heightened excitement. Iron Claw was a legendary figure, having single-handedly vanquished thousands of foes, including their tanks. Thousands? One orc corrected. More like tens of thousands. Absolutely incredible. The youth bickered over Iron Claw's feats, yet their spirited discussions did not hinder their exuberant cheers. "Iron Claw! Iron Claw!" The shouts reverberated, nearly shaking the very foundations of the battle fortress. Iron Claw did not respond to the orc youngsters. He was accustomed to it. A leader as formidable as he ought to exhibit grace and presence. After following the sycophant into the orc combat fortress, Iron Claw wound through the maze until he finally encountered the peculiar orc known as Crooked Mouth. Crooked Mouth was an oddity among orcs, not particularly tall or robust, resembling a mere minnow that Iron Claw could easily dispatch with a single blow. He had a peculiar antenna protruding from his head and sat amidst a heap of refuse, maintaining a meditative posture. "Is this how your skilled craftsmen create things? Merely sitting here in contemplation?" Iron Claw quipped sarcastically. Crooked Mouth paid him no heed, remaining in his strange position, seemingly on the verge of drooling from prolonged stillness. Understanding the nature of Crooked Mouth, Iron Claw decided to sit down as well, patiently awaiting the outcome. Chapter 116. The device unraveled the way it was becoming interminable. Iron Claw was yawning, on the verge of slumber. Just as his boredom reached its zenith and he contemplated engaging in some activity before returning, the Crooked Mouth stirred awake. Iron Claw's expression management was commendable. His typically fierce visage softened into a gentle smile. After all, when seeking assistance, there is no shame in humility. That Crooked Mouth powerhouse. Iron Claw rubbed his hands together. "I have a favor to ask of you. You see, those shrimp have become rather audacious. They have not only dispatched many of our warriors, but have also constructed formidable defenses, making any breakthrough exceedingly challenging. I believe we need to strike hard. We require heavy artillery, grand weaponry, and explosive force. Large iron canisters, massive aircraft, and substantial vehicles are essential. However, I must confess, I recently adorned my teeth with gold, which has left me somewhat financially constrained, and I might need to defer payment. Of course, you know I, Iron Claw, am a being of my word. I will repay any debts incurred for those teeth. Once our Wyak breaches the shrimp's defenses, I shall settle my dues post-haste." Crooked Mouth tilted his head and regarded Iron Claw. "But I am not the great powerhouse you think. My prowess has yet to be acknowledged. You are far too modest. From the rainforest to the plains and into the caverns, do those greenskins not recognize the renown of Crooked Mouth? With your prowess in this Wyak, the shrimp's fragile defenses will be utterly vanquished." It was a remarkable feat for such a towering and formidable orc as Iron Claw to engage in such humble discourse. Crooked Mouth dismissively waved his hand. "Iron Claw, I trust your integrity, and I believe you will repay your debts, though it may take some time." Just as Iron Claw was about to assure him of prompt repayment, he was interrupted by Crooked Mouth. "I will support your Wyak, providing you with anything you desire: large iron canisters, massive tanks, and explosive ordnance. Even this." Crooked Mouth gestured towards the orc war fortress. "I can offer you as well." This revelation left Iron Claw bewildered. Was Crooked Mouth being overly generous? How many teeth will all this require? It seems quite a lot. Are you charging interest? No, entirely free of charge. However, I have one condition. Iron Claw immediately donned a knowing expression. I knew it. Once this walk concludes, regardless of victory or defeat, you must rally all the lads to assist me, skilled technicians, powerhouses, and the more chaos the better. Crooked mouth S.I. sharpened. I intend to construct the ancient monstrosity. I have heard the call of the divine. Iron Claw stifled the thought. You wouldn't be possessed by some lunacy, would you? Agreed. No problem. All resources shall be yours to command, enabling us to build the ancient monstrosity. With the unwavering support of Crooked Mouth, Iron Claw suddenly felt invigorated, realizing that even a reckless charge in a whack could yield favorable odds. While the orcs hastened their preparations for the impending war, the humans were equally diligent. Commissar Kester maintained an intense work ethic, inspecting every potential orc offensive location, perpetually simulating and predicting the orcs' large-scale assaults. He instinctively sensed that the storm ahead would be exceedingly fierce. The orcs encountered this time are markedly different from those of the past. They exhibit greater cunning and a heightened focus on tactics, with soldiers mysteriously vanishing from their defensive lines. After several investigations, it became evident that these were a group of stealthy operatives, adept at special operations. Armed with daggers and camouflaged, they silently navigated through minefields and barbed wire, dispatching sentinels without a sound and dragging them away. My heavens, above! Kester swore that had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that such stealthy warriors could exist. It seems the Blood Axe clan lacks such elite operatives. What on earth is happening in this star system? Another piece of intelligence only deepened his unease. The monitors tracking the orc population discovered that, for reasons unknown, the orc spores exhibited heightened activity and accelerated growth. The mere thought of millions of green-skinned marauders breaching his defenses sent shivers down Kester's spine. All he could do now was fulfill his duty and fortify the defenses to an impenetrable state. In stark contrast to Kester's worries, Cheng Mingrue was living a blissful existence aboard the Euronia 4. Rambo and his team of elite operatives worked with remarkable efficiency, clearing out the space necromancer units from the laboratory within just a few days. Occasionally, a stray creature might emerge, yet they were merely insignificant pests or beetles. Decoding and translating the data from the space necromancers consumed considerable time. Fortunately, Cheng Mingrue's cognitive processing speed rivaled that of a supercomputer. Otherwise, breaching firewalls and translating encrypted files would have been an arduous endeavor. Focusing his attention, Cheng Mingrue placed his hand on the cultivation chamber before him, swiftly activating its capabilities. The entire structure of the chamber was deciphered, and with additional effort, he could trace back to how each component was fabricated by the space necromancers. This mechanical deconstruction ability was remarkably advanced. Given sufficient time, Cheng Mingrue believed unraveling the entirety of the space necromancer's technology would pose no challenge. Carefully, he made an incision, ensuring his attention remained sharp to avoid damaging the internal data boards. Below this point lay the equipment's storage device, which he extracted. After explaining the operational procedures to the technical team behind him, Cheng Mingrue proceeded to the next device. During this period, he diligently dismantled the space necromancer's equipment piece by piece, garnering a wealth of information in the process. For millennia, the scientists of the space necromancers had utilized fragments of star deity energy to create life. This location housed a multitude of specimens to enrich their collection. The royal fleet had largely vacated the planet, traversing the galaxy to gather life samples. In addition to over 100 million life forms, the space necromancer scientists possessed samples from various factions involved in the war in heaven. Indeed, he even had samples from the ancient elves and ancient beasts, utilizing their genetics to cultivate new life in search of a method to reintegrate the race of the fearsome dead into the galaxy. Regrettably, these invaluable samples were likely nearing depletion. Should the situation prove dire, Cheng Mingrue contemplated seeking genetic fragments or data from the synthetic life forms present, aiming to reconstruct the original genetics of the ancient beasts. During his prior encounter with the fragments of the Void Dragon, he had realized that his potential was not confined to a mere 6-meter stature. However, in the present age of diminishing warfare within the galaxy, the combat prowess of the orcs has significantly deteriorated. This regression resembles a chain that binds the orcs' potential. To break these shackles, one must either resort to traditional methods, continuously consolidating vast numbers of greenskins to shatter the chains through successive whack, or seek genetic solutions to initiate a profound awakening. For instance, acquiring the genes of ancient orcs could act as a catalyst, revitalizing the genetic makeup of contemporary orcs. Initially, such catalysis would progress at a languid pace, Yet as the number of catalyzing greenskins increases, the entire orc community could potentially return to the prowess witnessed during the war in heaven. Of course, this represents the most optimistic scenario. After all, in the absence of the clever lad to organize their genes, the orcs have neglected their genetic heritage for many years. Who can truly ascertain the extent of their current degeneration? Chapter 117. Hatred sample number 53276 has once again failed, and our experiments continue to encounter the same persistent issues. When the physical body is excessively enhanced, it nurtures a formidable spirit. However, such a body soon gives rise to a completely new soul. Yet, a body that is overly dull and rigid cannot sustain a powerful soul. The soul and body must exist in harmony. Moreover, bodies that lack intelligence are unworthy of becoming our new vessels. Their learning abilities and creativity are woefully inadequate, rendering them incapable of inheriting the knowledge and technology we have amassed over millions of years. This is the record that Chung Mingrue discovered from various experimental devices, the authorship of which remains uncertain, whether it be left by a Finsite or another. Sample number 1579663 failed. Sample number 269857 failed. Sample number 479041 failed. The subsequent records are predominantly failures. Why must this be so arduous? We have accumulated substantial advancements in genetic technology, yet we still face such challenges. We merely desire a body with above-average talents and a slightly resilient soul. The ancient saints are truly detestable. Chung Mingrue could almost sense the profound hatred the space undead harbored towards the ancient saints through the text. The races they casually uplifted could attain everything we long for. The spirit race and the orcs are truly favored by the heavens. Not only do they possess robust physiques and resilient souls, but their intellectual gifts are also exceedingly high. This is profoundly unjust. Today, I destroyed the last spirit race sample in my possession, fully aware that the experiment would not succeed. Yet I proceeded nonetheless. Witnessing the once beautiful form of the spirit race contort in agony and collapse due to the injected genetic serum filled me with an inexplicable sense of cathartic release. All organic life in this universe deserves to perish. The ancient saints deserve to die, the spirit race deserves to die, and the orcs deserve to die. The growing intensity of the recorder's hatred is palpable. It is no wonder that after the battle in heaven, the once tranquil subspace has descended into this state, infected with jealousy and the madness of war that consumes every being involved. Turning off the terminal screen, Chang Mingrue resolved not to review any further information. There exists a zone within the laboratory that remains in a state of stasis, possibly due to an elevation in the essence of life. Chang Mingrue feels that within it may lie the answers he seeks. However, he has no intention of deactivating the stasis field until he fully comprehends the situation. He is no longer afraid of inadvertently unleashing something. After all, he is equipped with epic-grade gear. He is confident in his ability to confront the renowned demons of subspace. His only concern is whether the contents within may be in a precarious state, akin to that of Kilimanjaro, where they could perish at any moment, thereby necessitating their placement in stasis to slow the flow of time to near stillness for temporary containment. Suddenly, the communicator buzzed to life. Upon seeing that it was Dio calling, Chang Mingrue contemplated ending the call. Yet, fearing it might impede his progress, he ultimately answered. Dio, the great leader, spoke. Now is the moment of rapid development for our clan. All the orcs are diligently working towards a common goal. Everyone is quite occupied. So please refrain from disturbing me unless it pertains to work matters. Boss, I implore you for assistance. At present, several formidable figures clad in power armor are obstructing the entrance to my workshop. If I fail to provide them with a satisfactory explanation, my life may very well be forfeit. The anguished voice of Dio echoed through the communicator. To think that orcs would dare to threaten one of my esteemed lieutenants. Chung Mingrue was taken aback, his anger rising. What audacity! Just wait. Dio, I shall be there forthwith, and I will shatter those ruffians' teeth. With that declaration, Chang Mingrue executed a teleportation and appeared beside Dio. Dio was in a state of disarray, his equipment in tatters and his fangs broken, lamenting into the communicator. Before Chang Mingrue could inquire about the situation, the door of Dio's workshop was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash, and 3 heavily armored brutes stormed in. Upon closer inspection, Chang Mingrue recognized them as familiar orcs, notorious members of his own slaughter squad. Among them was one he recognized, a former subordinate known as Knife, who had now matured into a formidable heavy-duty figure named Copperhead. Initially filled with wrath, the hulking figure's menacing aura dissipated upon seeing Chang Mingrue. Boss, what brings you here? One of them asked. What brings me here? The technician is the clan's most valuable asset, especially a great technician. What do you intend to do? Revolt? Do you believe you can challenge me, your superior? Chung Mingrue retorted, positioning himself protectively in front of Dio. Boss, how could we dare to challenge you? Indeed, you are the chosen one of Manhwaergo, the most formidable and distinguished among us. The orcs exclaimed in unison. You misunderstand. We do not wish to harm Dio. It is merely that he has been unreasonable, promising to construct a sufficiently large ancient vehicle for me and my associates. However, it is neither large enough nor progressing swiftly. He has made commitments to other bosses. He is playing us all. Copperhead interjected hastily. The other two brutes exchanged glances with Copperhead and chimed in. Yes. We have also paid our dues. Why should he only construct for you? What are you looking at? Copperhead retorted, growing bold as long as he wasn't facing Chung Mingrue. What are you going to do about it? The other two orcs shot back defiantly, just as tensions were about to erupt into chaos. Cheng Mingrue raised his hand and utilized a teleportation device to send them outside, allowing them to settle their disputes without wreaking havoc within the workshop. After addressing the matter, he turned to Dio and inquired, what is the situation? Is production really that strained? Have I not nearly allocated all the technical personnel to you? Boss, this is not my fault. I have been working tirelessly on the ancient vehicle. However, the youngsters are growing too swiftly. Dio hastily explained. If it were just the big fellows, it would be manageable, but each of them has their own subordinates. When the boss departs, the minions must follow, which escalates the demand for the vehicle's size exponentially. Boss, during your time excavating the tombs of the space undead in the dimensional realm, you may not realize that the youngsters are aware that the ancient vehicle cannot accommodate all the greenskins. Thus, they have divided into numerous factions, each led by a big fellow, and soon, conflict will arise over the rights to board. Cheng Mingrue suddenly became aware of a crucial issue. The greenskins possessed another characteristic he had overlooked, infighting. Furthermore, considering that the orcs had become increasingly irritable due to the targeted genetic virus unleashed by the space undead, and the prolonged absence of warfare had only exacerbated their restlessness. While it is true that the technological prowess of the orcs is extraordinarily formidable, the construction of ancient behemoths does not require the centuries-long efforts typical of the human empires, which might take decades or even a century to build a single vessel. Nevertheless, Chung Mingrue conservatively estimated that the completion of 100 ancient behemoths would take approximately a decade. In the span of 10 years, how many greenskins would emerge on this desolate planet? Chapter 118. Constructing the flagship. Have you conducted a census of the lads? Cheng Mingrue inquired of Dio. No. How could one possibly keep track? Each day, the number of lads continues to swell. However, I did assist the Copperhead boss in counting his minions while aiding in the construction of the ancient giant. I recall that during our initial whack at the first rib tomb, he was merely a young knife-ear. Now, he has grown into quite the hulking figure. The Copperhead's minions, estimated through regional sampling, number around 1 million. If we extrapolate this density across all bosses, we could be looking at 300 to 400 million lads, not including the Gretchens. With so many orc lads and Gretchens, 10 years without a brawl? Internal strife? How could that possibly occur? Chung Mingrue felt that he could scarcely endure a decade without conflict. I yearn for a fight, be it against the Ribs, the Eldar, or the Bugs. Anything would suffice. Yet it seems we need the personal involvement of Gazkul or perhaps a few more startup war bands. Otherwise, the battles seem rather unsatisfactory. It is evident that this planet holds no prospects. The Rib faction has already completed their whack. The most pragmatic solution lies solely with the ancient giant. Even engaging in a skirmish with demons in the warp would be acceptable. Yet, we have returned to square one. The ancient giant cannot accommodate the entirety of the greenskins. We must first engage in internal conflict to cull a portion before taking flight. Wait, an idea has struck me again. Chung Mingrue often felt as though his mind was a veritable fountain of inspiration, always conjuring solutions at the mere act of contemplation. He envisioned a dimensional space the size of a moon within that internal realm. Constructing an Orcish battle moon would take considerable time, but compressing a moon into the ancient giant would prove far more manageable. I'm truly a genius. Cheng Mingrue couldn't help but laud his own inventive thoughts. Recently, due to his research into the various technologies of space necromancy, he had garnered a certain understanding of the technology involved. The new shipbuilding initiative is underway. The first order of business was to address the previously utilized dimensional prison by a Fincist, where numerous reactors and cacas were appropriated by Dio and Kid, now affixed to the ancient giant. These readily available resources would expedite the construction process. The remaining quantity was sufficient for Cheng Mingrue's designs, and he noted that the Gretchens were genuinely industrious, tirelessly constructing reactors, believing that if they performed well, they would earn a chance to join the next WIAC. Without hesitation, Cheng Mingrue began to gather the energy from these reactors, employing a colossal cactus to sculpt the folding space. This process of spatial manipulation was difficult to articulate. Resembling the act of molding clay with energy-infused gloves, shaping a mass of clay the size of a moon, Cheng Mingrue's hands danced deftly, tirelessly engaged in spatial formation. The clever little ones truly lived up to their name. He had long prepared delectable scugger treats and invigorating mushroom brew for the slippery boss. The flavors were indeed delightful. Perhaps culinary prowess was ingrained in the genetic makeup of the green skins. As he munched and worked, Cheng Mingrue felt as though he had returned to the days of his previous life, laboring at a computer to meet deadlines. After unleashing the full extent of his creativity, he finally completed the shaping of the folding space after an indeterminate number of days and nights. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the moon's immense multi-layered folded space manifests as a mere sphere with a diameter of only 10 kilometers, its mass cleverly concealed. Weighing no more than 20 ancient behemoths, remarkably light. Within, Cheng Mingrue has also employed a multi-layered structure, delineating numerous zones, including a starport for the ancient behemoths to dock, and storerooms for various formidable Titan weapons, such as the notorious Gao Mao Jin Gang and Garbage Mountain. Furthermore, there are hangars for both spacecraft and conventional fighters, as well as workshops dedicated to the production of diverse equipment, ranging from firearms to spaceships. To maintain a surging power supply, Cheng Mingrue has directed the energy beings to relocate a multitude of reactors, including the energy sources from the space undead, resulting in an excess of energy and a remarkable display of strength. A cultivation area is also essential. The rich heritage of the central China region must be preserved, allowing for a soilless mushroom farm designed entirely to the preferences of the energy beings, ensuring a continuous yield of greenskin produce. In addition to the spatial structure, the unique temporal characteristics from the dimensional prison, where time flowed differently, have been well preserved. Cheng Mingrue intends to harness this feature primarily within the shipyard of the starport, aiming to expedite the construction of ancient behemoths by various technical teams. With the folded space successfully established, it is anticipated that all green-skinned entities on the planet can be evacuated. Next, the design of the warship's exterior must be addressed, specifically the style of the vessel that will house the folded space. When pondering warships, Cheng Mingrue's mind does not conjure images of the sleek vessels from science fiction films, but rather an array of formidable weaponry. Perhaps having been a green-skinned orc for too long, he instinctively gravitates towards the large, powerful, and robust. The ship's shape, armor, and engine can be considered later. The initial focus must be on the armament. The largest, most powerful cannons must be mounted. Electromagnetic cannons, nova cannons, light spears, not a single one should be omitted. The close-in weapon systems must be fully equipped, with as large a caliber as possible and rapid firing rates, capable of intercepting any approaching torpedoes or aircraft, while also being able to sweep the decks of enemy vessels in close quarters. The more he contemplates, the more exhilarated Cheng Mingrue becomes, prompting him to summon Kid and Dio via communication. My plan is as follows. The technical team will be divided into 3 groups. Kid, you will lead one group at the shipyard within the folded space, primarily constructing the hull and engines of the ancient behemoths, utilizing the reactors built by the energy beings outside. Dio, you will oversee the second group responsible for weaponry, while the demand for primary weapons is not immense. Given your previous production of numerous Gigi cannons, the need for secondary armaments is significant, and you will be in charge of all weapon manufacturing. Once completed, the weapons will be assembled onto the ships, culminating in the creation of an ancient behemoth. This collaborative approach will enhance fleet construction efficiency, and I have adjusted the time flow in the shipyard to be considerably faster than normal. The sooner we complete the ancient behemoths, the sooner we can commence the WIAC. The final group of technical personnel will accompany me, as I aspire to construct a flagship for the fleet, the largest and most formidable vessel. I have also devised several promising names. I would appreciate your assistance in selecting one. With that, Cheng Mingrue handed over the data slate inscribed with names to Kid and Dio. Above are some renowned warship names known to Cheng Mingrue, such as the Retribution, Natural Selection, and Enterprise. Cheng Mingrue initially believed these names to be commendable. However, upon observing the perplexed expressions of Kid and Dio, reminiscent of elderly individuals grappling with modern technology. He wondered what was amiss. Yet, daunted by their leader, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, their expressions contorting increasingly in discontent. This greatly irked Cheng Mingrue, who, in an outburst of frustration, slapped the heads of the two tech-savvy giants and bellowed, "What are you dissatisfied with? Is my choice of names not resonant enough? Lacking in grandeur and might?" Chapter 119. The inertia-free engine. Two formidable technicians were left in considerable pain, cradling their heads while casting a look of grievance at Cheng Mingrue. In a moment of resignation, Dio remarked, "I truly believe that the Namesley Big Boss possesses an impressive and commanding aura." What? Cheng Mingrue's expression mirrored that of an elderly individual grappling with modern technology. "Surely, you jest. I too find the Namesley Big Boss to be quite formidable. It resonates with power, akin to the audacity of a certain notorious character." Could echo Dio's sentiments, further astonishing Cheng Mingrue, who noted that these two were still entangled in a rivalry, vying against one another. Indeed, what do names like Enterprise or Natural Selection even signify? They bear no semblance of ferocity or dominance. Before Sly Big Boss, they are utterly insignificant, Dio asserted with conviction. Cheng Mingrue began to doubt his own aesthetic judgment. Feeling somewhat insecure, he sought the opinions of several others, who unanimously expressed their admiration for the Namesley Big Boss, claiming it exuded invincibility upon mere utterance. Realizing his cognitive blind spot, Cheng Mingrue understood that the perception of a name's greatness does not inherently confer greatness upon it. Rather, it is the individual behind the name that imbues it with significance. For instance, the moniker of Commissar Yarek, Old Cannoneer, may not sound appealing at first, yet it does not hinder the admiration it inspires among the green-skinned folk, ultimately leading to the rise of Old Cannoneer to even greater heights. Eventually, Cheng Mingrue reconciled with this notion, recognizing that his own achievements had taken root in the minds of the younger generation, who instinctively associated Sly Big Boss with audacity, dominance, and invincibility. This encapsulates the logic behind the ever-growing strength of the orc leaders. How could they not thrive when consistently pondered upon by the youth? With the name of the new flagship settled as Sly Big Boss, he hoped that the aspirations of the younger generation would contribute to the vessel's burgeoning strength. Following the finalization of the name, Cheng Mingrue engaged in a technical briefing with his team of specialists, during which his ambitions evolved. He desired not only formidable firepower but also robust armor and agility. To wish for it all is fundamentally unattainable. It is akin to a real-time strategy game where attempting to fortify every aspect equates to leaving oneself vulnerable. An opponent could exploit a single weakness and breach defenses. A brief overview of the characteristics of various factions' warships. Human Empire. This faction comprises Imperial Navy vessels, strike ships of the Space Marines, and the warships of the Mechanicus. Each possesses distinct traits that cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Overall, the warships of the Human Empire are quite versatile, equipped for close combat and long-range engagements, with heavy armor and commendable maneuverability, excelling in direct confrontations with foes. Their drawback lies in their overly comprehensive nature, lacking in specialization. For those interested in the Gothic fleet of Warhammer 40k, I highly recommend beginning with the Human Empire for practice. Spirit Race. The warships of this faction are categorized into Spirit Pirates, Arc Spirits, and Dark Spirits. Again, the intricacies cannot be elaborated upon here. The Spirit Race's vessels seldom prioritize heavy armor. Instead, they lean towards high maneuverability and firepower. Their tactics favor ambushes and hit-and-run strategies, excelling in delivering lethal strikes before swiftly retreating from the battlefield, albeit at the cost of poor resilience against damage. Space Necrons. These represent the pinnacle of high firepower, robust armor, and structural integrity, capable of rapid recovery even after sustaining injuries. Apart from mobility, all other attributes are exceptionally strong, particularly excelling in direct confrontations with any adversary, overwhelming them with sheer force. As for the Orc warships, their nature is difficult to define, as the Orc engineers exhibit a certain nonchalance, resulting in a diverse array of vessels. Some are constructed from scrap, others are modifications of ships from different races, and some are even repurposed asteroids transformed into warships. Thus, these Orc vessels possess various characteristics, yet they share common traits: excessive firepower, resilient structures, incredibly swift charging speeds, and a significant degree of randomness. A distinctive feature of naval engagements involving Orc warships is that many Orcs are indifferent to victory or defeat. Their primary concern is the thrill of battle, the exuberance of Wyak. Cheng Mingrue, being an Orc himself, is determined to maximize both armor and firepower. In terms of firepower, He intends to equip his warship with the Star God weaponry derived from the space Necrons, in addition to enhancing the existing array of artillery. After finalizing the design, he plans to consult Dio to further augment the firepower. For armor, aside from adhering to the traditional orc method of thickening, he also aims to incorporate living metal from the space Necrons into critical structural components. The abundance of space Necron reactors within the folded space will sufficiently support the continual regeneration of this living metal, even under sustained assault. Once the warship is completed, Cheng Mingrue intends to form a maintenance squad, capitalizing on the ample internal space to facilitate repairs as needed. The Void Shield system will also be equipped with the most advanced technology, ensuring the reactors, meticulously crafted by the engineers, are utilized efficiently. Mobility, however, remains a significant shortfall for the orc warships, and it is the aspect that troubles Cheng Mingrue the most. The colossal size of the vessel he designed, the Slippery Boss, is staggering. Even when compressed, its radius extends to 50 kilometers, rendering it an undeniable behemoth. Coupled with heavy firepower and thick armor, such a warship is destined to have limited maneuverability. Resolving the mobility issue has occupied Cheng Mingrue's thoughts the most, proving to be the most challenging dilemma. Striving for an all-encompassing solution is no simple feat. As he observed his subordinates busily transporting a plethora of orc reactors and rapid teleportation devices into the folded space, Cheng Mingrue suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Within the Space Necron laboratory, he had amassed an extensive knowledge of their technologies, and he sensed that it was time to unleash this reservoir of understanding. The Space Necrons, lacking psychic technology, are unable to access subspace, thus precluding them from utilizing subspace travel for faster-than-light navigation. Instead, they employ a method known as the inertialess engine. Before his traversal, Cheng Mingrue had struggled to grasp the logic behind this inertialess engine, as it enables space Necron vessels to achieve superluminal speeds in regular space, exceeding even dozens or hundreds of times the speed of light. Relativity dictates that light speed cannot be surpassed. No object with mass can attain light speed, and the energy required to accelerate an object to light speed is infinite. Initially, Cheng Mingrue dismissed this concept as mere fiction, a grandiose notion devoid of a feasible explanation. However, now, under the rapid deconstruction of all mechanical constructs, he has unraveled the logic behind the inertialess engine from the space Necrons. The technological sophistication and theoretical logic contained within could, if placed on Earth, yield countless papers by Cheng Mingrue, each of such exceptional quality that it could potentially earn a Nobel Prize. However, it is likely that such accolades would remain elusive, as the prevailing scientific understanding on Blue Star is insufficient to grasp even the most fundamental of these papers. Others might deem the author of such works a visionary madman. In simpler terms, the concept of the inertia-free engine revolves around altering the physical laws of the universe, thereby creating a cosmic framework wherein the speed of light can be infinitely surpassed. This is achieved by eliminating inertia from the equation, leading to the designation of the engine as the inertia-free engine. Upon comprehending this concept, Cheng Mingrue was left utterly astonished. One could only marvel at the ingenuity of a race that invented weapons capable of overpowering true deities of the material realm. The level of absurdity is indeed remarkable. In the context of the real universe, the inertia-free engine exhibits characteristics akin to a teleportation device. Coupled with the orcs' formidable Kakaka teleportation technology, capable of transporting objects as massive as the moon. Referred to as the Battle Moon, Cheng Mingrue contemplated abandoning the conventional matter propulsion engines in favor of maneuvering through battlefield jumps. Chapter 120. Spiritual Heritage. In the eyes of Cheng Mingrue, although the cunning leader's vessel was large and cumbersome, with low acceleration and agility, I possessed the ability to teleport. Even though the inertia-free engine required a cool-down period after each use, I could rely on the Orc-S Kaka transporter during that time. This maneuverability was sufficient for decisive fleet battles in the conventional universe. Indeed, I believed that great magic was advantageous. A warship with high firepower, robust armor, and exceptional maneuverability had truly been conceived by Cheng Mingrue. The reputation of the Greenskin mastermind was not unfounded. With the design concept resolved, the remaining challenge was production capacity. It would be prudent to have an abundance of technical talents. With a snap of his fingers, Cheng Mingrue gracefully established a psychic link with the newly transformed Kaka, intending to persuade him to recruit more ordinary individuals into the ranks of technical experts. Ah, cunning leader, what brings you to seek me? Kaka's cheeky voice resonated through the psychic connection, though his demeanor now carried a newfound reverence, devoid of the previous arrogance he once exhibited. Kaka's character had indeed transformed. This new Kaka was merely a version imbued with Kaka's memories. Cheng Mingrui's method was not akin to the anticipated revival. Such a feat likely required the authority of a deity. Perhaps, if Cheng Mingrui's unique ability evolved from deconstructing machinery to deconstructing all existence, he could fundamentally reshape souls and flesh, achieving true resurrection. If such a skill were to be acquired, it would perfectly align with the resurrection ambitions of the space undead. At that point, the Silent King would be effortlessly in control. However, such far-reaching thoughts were futile. Such a bug-like ability was not easily attained. What are you up to, Kaka? To ease Kaka's tension, Cheng Mingrui decided to engage in casual conversation. I am conducting a consecration ceremony. The technical experts have constructed a statue of the Great Brother on the ancient giant's keel. They believe that once the statue is consecrated, the subsequent construction will proceed smoothly. However, I have already danced around it twice, and the statue still has emitted any light. Cheng Mingrui recalled that Kaka had not been faring well since his revival. It was rumored that many doubted his authenticity, branding him a charlatan. Some of the neurotic individuals had even bullied him, and Kaka's new form lacked the strength to defend itself. If this continued, the recently revived Kaka would likely be discarded by Orc society. It was only due to Cheng Mingrui personally asserting that he had resurrected Kaka, thus solidifying his identity. That Kaka's situation improved slightly. Through the psychic communication, Cheng Mingrui could not perceive any noise aside from Kaka's voice. Yet he discerned through the emotional undertones that Kaka's circumstances were likely dire. It was time to take action. Cheng Mingrui hoped the new Kaka could assume the responsibilities of the old Kaka, converting more individuals into technical experts in the name of the Great Brother. This was a crucial part of enhancing production capacity. The 10-year shipbuilding timeline needed to be compressed into a single year. The Kaka transporter activated in front of a statue, which had been nearly transformed into a likeness of the Great Brother. Kaka awkwardly danced alone, a performance both embarrassing and unrefined, as the neurotic individuals who once accompanied him had long since departed. Gathered below the stage were the talented shipbuilding technicians and their less skilled assistants, all expressing their dissatisfaction vocally. Can this eccentric figure in a floral mask really deliver? It's been an eternity, yet the statue remains devoid of brilliance. Many shared this sentiment. The cunning leader proclaimed him to be the reincarnation of the Kaka prophet, yet doubts lingered. He seemed too diminutive, and his rituals lacked finesse. Could the cunning leader have erred? Indeed, I recalled the copper-headed leader's words, stating that the Kaka prophet had been obliterated, his remains lost to time. How could one speak of resurrection so casually? The distinct sounds of firearms being readied filled the air. As nearly every technician was armed with a formidable weapon, this was their purpose for being here. Witnessing the prospect of being met with a barrage of gunfire, Kaka danced with increased trepidation, nearly losing his balance. Several technicians raised their weapons, aiming at the stumbling Kaka. Suddenly, a resounding bang erupted, a flash of gold igniting the space between the rifles and Kaka. Cheng Mingrui, clad in powered armor and towering at 10 meters, interposed himself between them. This unexpected turn of events prevented the technicians from pulling the triggers. Boss Hui. The voices of the surrounding technicians brimmed with astonishment. Cheng Mingrui's exploits and reputation were revered among the greenskins. Once on solid ground, he surveyed his surroundings and glared at the technicians. What is this? Do you truly believe your pitiful weapons could harm me? The technicians hastily discarded their firearms, raising their hands in surrender. No, we would never dare to target Boss Hui. One technician, leaning sideways, pointed at Kaka behind Cheng Mingrui. Due to Cheng's immense stature, his gesture seemed awkward. Boss Hui, it's that fellow behind you. He is not the Kaka prophet. He is an impostor. He cannot perform the divine dance, nor can he consecrate the statue. The technician gesticulated wildly to convey the urgency of the situation. Cheng Mingrui glanced back at Kaka, who sat trembling on the ground, sweat pouring down his face. Observing the technicians before him, he sighed inwardly, lamenting the loss of the once confident Kaka, who now seemed a mere shadow of his former self. It is time to reveal true skill, he declared, activating his ultimate technique. I do not blame you for wanting to confront Kaka. The current version is far from the formidable envoy of the great Manhwaerec, let alone a prophet. Now, he is but an ordinary fool. Cheng Mingrui sank to the ground, his expression heavy with sorrow. The hundreds of technicians felt as though a mountain had settled before them, the ground trembling beneath their feet. They were curious about what could provoke such a powerful, formidable, and audacious figure as Boss Hui to exhibit such an expression. Even the new Kaka leaned in, ears perked, intently observing Cheng Mingrue. As emotions settled, Cheng Mingrue adopted a reflective demeanor, recalling the last encounter with the star god shards. Initially, it was just a handful of us, along with some giants, facing off against the towering star god shards, each one as tall as the great Maurch. At that moment, many leaders were struck with trepidation, and even I was at a loss as to where to commence. The fragment of the star god loomed large, resembling an insurmountable mountain. Although I possessed the strength to lift a mountain, the endless expanse of peaks proved to be a formidable challenge. It was then that I heard a thunderous roar, akin to the furious bellow of the formidable Gao Mao Ergu echoing in my ear. The source of such a fierce outcry was none other than the divine emissary of Gao Mao Ergu, the prophet Kuka. He stood as the sole figure devoid of any fear or panic, embodying pure, unadulterated bravery as an orc. He was indeed a commendable orc. As many orcs gazed upon Kuka with admiration for his valor, Cheng Mingrue drew a conclusion. Chapter 121. The mission-driven orcs. Every orc possesses a unique mission, and in time, you shall discover your own. The sacred duty of Kuka, the divine messenger of our revered leader, is to convey his divine decrees and share his thoughts with us. With unanimous agreement, all orcs, including Kuka, nodded in affirmation. In the face of the star god fragment, Kuka, embodying our leader's spirit, bellowed with fervor. Let us confront it. In that pivotal moment, an immeasurable courage surged within the hearts of the towering warriors. Our battle cry resonated throughout the expanse, as our seemingly diminutive forms wielded our strength and valor to shake the very mountains. Cheng Mingrue's voice rose to a fervent pitch, although his intent was to rally us. His emotions were genuine. Orcs are a passionate breed, driven by fervor. The star god fragment quaked in fear, resorting to despicable tactics as it bore down on Kuka. In the final moments before being crushed, the valiant Kuka continued to strike with his fists. In the twilight of his life, Kuka remained steadfast in fulfilling his missions, embodying our leader's divine will. Cheng Mingrue's words ignited a fervor among the surrounding orcs, who longed to join the battle against the star god fragment. Kuka was filled with nostalgia, recalling memories not as personal experiences, but as though witnessing them through a vivid tableau. A tech-savvy orc exclaimed, "It's the truth." The Copperhead chief was also present, boasting about it numerous times. I, the cunning one, and Kuka, the divine messenger, were bound by a shared destiny. Kuka conveyed the will of our leader, and I endeavored to realize that will. When our leader commanded us to vanquish the star god fragment, I was resolute in my determination to shatter it. The circumstances of that moment are difficult to articulate, but suffice it to say, Kuka sacrificed his life to forge a connection between me and our leader, allowing the latter's essence to manifest in our reality. How could the star god fragment compare to our leader? It was utterly subdued and soon fell victim to our relentless assault. Eventually, Dio joined the fray, and nearly all our comrades teleported in, culminating in a unified effort that obliterated the star god fragment. With our leader's assistance, I consumed its remnants. The faces of the tech-savvy orcs glimmered with excitement, while some newly emerged orcs expressed regret for not having emerged sooner to partake in such a monumental battle. Once the emotional groundwork was laid, Cheng Mingrue brought forth the new Kuka, crouching to meet his gaze. The new Kuka appeared anxious, his eyes darting away. "Kuka, you can do this. As the chosen of our leader, I shall resurrect you countless times, no matter how many times you fall. This is your new life. The previous Kuka fulfilled his mission with his life. You too can, and you shall. You are Kuka." Seeing the new Kuka's trepidation, Cheng Mingrue playfully slapped his head. "You must believe in yourself. If you do not have faith in your own abilities, how can you expect other orcs to believe in you? In that case, it would be better for them to use their heavy artillery against you. Then I shall resurrect another Kuka, who will undoubtedly possess a greater sense of responsibility and mission." Cheng Mingrue lifted his head and glanced at the nearby technicians, declaring, "War is the essence and duty of orcs. Dying on the most glorious battlefield is the ultimate fate for most orcs. You must also believe in your own exceptional potential, that you can achieve remarkable feats on the battlefield. I, the cunning one, am the chosen one of Brother Mao. I will ignite the most formidable war in the galaxy, and I hope to witness your extraordinary performances in the next battle." The technicians, inspired by Cheng Mingrue's words, resembled a group of excited monkeys, chattering enthusiastically as if they were eager to charge into battle and prove themselves. Then, Cheng Mingrue turned his gaze back to the new Kuka, instructing, "Go dance and bless the statue of Brother Mao." The new Kuka felt a bit apprehensive, saying, "But I'm not very skilled at dancing." Cheng Mingrue promptly pushed him forward, asserting, "You are Kuka, the prophet, the divine messenger of Brother Mao. If you take action and believe in yourself, you will surely bless the statue. Reluctantly elevated onto the stage, the new Kuka had no choice but to commence his dance, continuously convincing himself, I am Kuka, the divine messenger of Brother Mao. The cunning chief believes in me. The chosen one of Brother Mao believes in me. As he danced, he repeated to himself, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. All the technicians watched with eager anticipation, observing his awkward dance as he circled the statue of Brother Mao. It seemed ineffective. The new Kuka appeared insufficiently confident. Just as some technicians began to feel disheartened, suddenly, a halo of golden light appeared atop the statue, shimmering brilliantly. Whack! The technicians erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating both the statue and the new Kuka. Stopping his dance, the new Kuka gazed in awe at the radiant statue, joining in the exuberant cry of whack. He truly began to believe that the cunning chief was right. He was an orc with a mission. He was Kuka, the divine messenger of Brother Mao, destined to traverse the galaxy alongside the chosen of Brother Mao in glorious whack. Cheng Mingrue smiled gently, quietly switching off the illuminating lights that he had just conjured behind the statue, deeming them unnecessary now that the orc's fervent will had already gilded the statue with golden light. This golden hue was indeed peculiar. Orcs did not particularly favor the color gold, yet no one pondered this deeply, and so it remained. He looked upon Kuka, who was animatedly celebrating in front of the statue, feeling both proud and satisfied, much like a father observing his child grow. Kuka, do you still remember the sacred words I taught you? I do, cunning chief, they replied in unison. Besides being a fierce warrior, Brother Mao has also noted your aptitude for machinery. Previously, I advised you to use the sacred words with caution. Now, I want you to proclaim this message to all orcs, regardless of whether they are younglings or mere squigs. Cheng Mingrue has come to a profound realization. As long as not all aspects of the Chinese language are disseminated, the tangible impact will remain minimal. Presently, the entire clan is in dire need of individuals endowed with mechanical aptitude. Very well, I shall convey this message forthwith. I am aware that sincerity begets efficacy. It appears that the new Kuka has begun to embrace its identity, expressing great joy in its revelation. Cheng Mingrue nodded in satisfaction, confident that the productivity issues would ultimately be resolved. At that moment, a communication was received within his powered armor. Boss, the youngsters have successfully connected all the storage devices. You may come and review them at your convenience. A sycophantic voice emanated from the communicator. This is indeed splendid news. The sooner I clarify the contents of the storage, the sooner I shall comprehend what lies within the stationary position. After bidding farewell to Kuka, Cheng Mingrue teleported directly to the laboratory. Chapter 122. Experimental records as the scenery morphed into the visage of a laboratory. The first sight to greet the eyes was a meticulously aligned array of space necromancer storage devices, so orderly that they seemed almost too refined to be the work of orcs. The clever little ones, accompanied by their diminutive companions and the tech-savvy youths, stood in a disciplined formation as if awaiting a grand review. Cheng Mingrue felt a peculiar sensation, as though the latent mechanical talents of each green-skinned subordinate were awakening. He pondered whether this was due to his position as a warlord, serving as an emotional fulcrum for the Wyak, or perhaps the incessant coaxing by Kuka, who had been using divine words to transform the other youngsters into tech-savvy individuals. It could very well be a blend of both influences. One couldn't help but wonder. Once Kuka had successfully persuaded all the greenskins, would every orc in his clan ultimately become a technical prodigy? The anticipation was indeed palpable. Boss, with this, I've made an attempt to organize things. Although I only grasp a fraction, I can still streamline the documents, the clever little one said, presenting a data cable with a sense of pride, as if it were an award. Cheng Mingrue accepted it, not immediately utilizing it, but instead casually inquiring about various aspects of space necromancer technology. The clever one did not answer all questions correctly, yet managed to provide satisfactory responses for the majority. With the current level of knowledge displayed by the clever one, he was nearing the status of an above-average tech-savvy individual, tantalizingly close to becoming a true technical master. The individuals surrounding him were also growing increasingly impressive. Cheng Mingrue reflected that even the green-skinned orcs, raised under the guidance of a formidable leader, were becoming quite remarkable themselves. He then redirected his focus to the data. In merely 3 hours, he had meticulously perused through the millennia-long data records of the Finster laboratory. Fortunately, among these records were elements pertaining to the stasis field. From subsequent entries, it appeared that the experimenter, likely a Finster, had succumbed to madness. Descending from a frenzied hatred for the ancient saints, and all their creations to a deranged animosity toward all organic life, ultimately harboring a loathing for existence itself, fully immersing himself in the tragic perspective of the deceased. To torment and study the living has become my soul's solace and entertainment in this endless existence. I derive pleasure from it, thus maintaining the stability of my consciousness. At times, scientific inquiry fails to ignite my interest, observing the bloodied lives as they slaughter one another. Driven by the lies of the victors, brings me a perverse delight, watching severed limbs and rivers of blood. A lengthy segment of the records described the space necromancer scientist cultivating life forms, orchestrating their brutal clashes, and reveling in the spectacle, all while neglecting the original intent of seeking a suitable vessel for the necromancer to return to corporeal form. No form of entertainment, no matter how enthralling, can sustain perpetual joy. The battles among flesh and blood have begun to lose their charm. I find myself contemplating the living beings, their bodies, whether robust or frail, who among their cells is superior or inferior. Yet another inexplicable experimental process unfolded, wherein the space necromancer scientist manufactured a multitude of bizarre synthetic entities, discarding them into the dimensional prison out of sheer disdain for the inconvenience they presented. I have finally uncovered an extraordinary synthesis model within a single biological entity. In addition to the integration of the cells from the spirit race and the orcs, there exist various potent life forms. Allowing these cells to devour and assault one another within this corporeal vessel results in a state of perpetual collapse and continual restoration. Such torment and transformation bring me immense delight. I shall incessantly adjust the equilibrium within the flesh, providing ample energy to each type of cell, thereby intensifying their competition and slaughter. The soul's birth from such a body often disintegrate within an hour, which is entirely expected. What resilient spirit could endure such ceaseless torment? Upon witnessing this, Chung Mingrue felt that his existence as a green-skinned orc was already quite cruel, yet he was astonished to discover such perverse entities among the cosmic undead. Indeed, an excessively prolonged existence can sometimes curse one's mind, driving it to madness. However, after these souls shatter into fragments, I utilize spiritual dispelling energy to utterly crush them, thereby creating a nurturing ground for new souls to emerge. Without souls to endure torment, how could I, the tormentor, experience delight? It is intriguing that this spiritual dispelling energy, an invention of my own, has garnered the attention of the Silent King, and the Three Saints Council has rewarded me, stating that this extensive and cost-effective technology for suppressing subspace is crucial and has proven remarkably effective against the chaotic demonic armies in the Third Heaven War. With this reward, I acquired a fragment of a star god, thus enabling me to harness even more energy for my research. I have also established my dynasty, the Sphinx dynasty, named in my honor. Now, Chung Mingrue can ascertain that the master of the laboratory is named Sphinx, likely of imperial caliber, though he remains puzzled as to why his power has been usurped by a Finch. While Chung Mingrue is intrigued by Sphinx's fate, he is not overly concerned. He is far more elated to have finally located the ancient orc genes he so fervently desired. If only I had a complete spore, I could cultivate a legion of ancient orcs, approximately 10 meters tall, both fierce in battle and obedient to commands, capable of traversing the galaxy in mere moments. The subsequent information is lengthy and intricate, primarily consisting of Sphinx's self-indulgent musings and records. For instance, in the competition among cells, it is predominantly the green-skinned cells that emerge victorious, followed by those of the spirit race, while the combined cells of the other myriad races hardly achieve a 30 success rate. The green-skinned cells boast a 50 success rate, and Sphinx has yet to ascertain the reason behind this phenomenon. Moreover, these green-skinned cells seem to grow stronger with each battle, which is utterly absurd. Furthermore, Sphinx documents the bodies that serve as battlegrounds for these cells. Initially, these bodies could not endure beyond a day before complete collapse, but eventually, they managed to withstand for a month. This prolonged torment has only served to heighten Sphinx's satisfaction. Yet, as these bodies gradually exhibit the physical characteristics of green-skinned orcs and the spirit race, Sphinx finds himself greatly displeased, perceiving this as a mockery from the ancient saints. It seemed to convey a sentiment of disdain, questioning the utility of the extensive research on the astral undead, asserting that their own creations represent the ultimate answer. The thought of soon acquiring the cells of the ancient beast men filled Chung Mingrue with exhilaration, prompting him to cease further examination. He bypassed the information logs and, after surveying the internal map of the stasis field, commanded the clever spirit to shut down the power. Within the laboratory of the astral undead, the region ensconced by the stasis field swiftly resumed the flow of time, and a pungent scent of blood wafted forth from within. Chapter 123. The curse of skinning. The stench of blood was overwhelmingly foul and repugnant, causing all the orcs, including Chung Mingrue, to instinctively cover their noses. They had fought amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, yet had never encountered such a putrid odor. Frowning, Chung Mingrue was the first to step into the laboratory, followed closely by the clever imp and several tech-savvy companions. Some of the green-skinned orcs, overwhelmed by the stench, retched nearby, likely disqualifying themselves from this venture. Inside the laboratory, the sophisticated instruments and equipment commonly found outside were scarce. Instead, there were numerous cultivation tanks filled with various specimens, many of whose life forms Cheng Mingrue had never seen before and found difficult to describe. Some specimens were grotesque amalgamations of flesh, with twisted limbs and bulging eyes situated in bizarre locations on their bodies. The frightening scenarios typical of horror films were abundantly present within these tanks. As a green-skinned warlord, the leader of over 1 billion orcs, Chung Mingrue was not easily frightened, even when confronted with the most terrifying of demons. His primary concern remained whether the creature was capable of combat. The acrid stench of blood intensified, forcing many orcs to retreat. Only a dozen or so remained near Cheng Mingrue, most of them holding their noses to endure the odor. With a soft squelching sound, Chung Mingrue glanced down to find his foot mired in a viscous substance, seemingly a putrid mixture of decaying flesh, glass, and metal. The noxious fumes emanating from it appeared to be the source of the laboratory's foul odor. Although Chung Mingrue's scientific curiosity urged him to analyze this mixture closely, the overpowering stench was reminiscent of something that had fermented for millennia, proving psychologically unbearable. Abandoning his research, Cheng Mingrue activated a transparent shield that materialized above his head, an integral part of his powered armor designed to block all forms of contamination. He, too, could no longer endure the stench. A metallic clang echoed against his shield, as a sharp black steel needle ricocheted off and clattered to the ground. Despite being distracted by the foul odor, Cheng Mingrue recognized the silent threat and turned his gaze towards the origin of the needle's trajectory. Emerging from the shadows was a peculiar space necromancer, whose appearance was unconventional, unlike traditional space necromancers composed of straight living metal. This figure was draped in a gruesome layer of flesh. Within his metallic skeletal frame, viscous fragments of blood and flesh continuously oozed forth as if he had consumed them, evoking both horror and disgust. The clever imp and the other green-skinned orcs were taken aback, not from fear, but from sheer bewilderment. They had never before witnessed such a fusion of bone, flesh, and machinery. What is going on with those bones? Surely they can't be rotting? One orc exclaimed. But wait. Bones are made of iron. How can they have flesh upon them? Another pondered in confusion. Perhaps a lapse in judgment led one to believe that even a fool could feast like a king. The clever rogue tilted his head casually and spoke. Cheng Mingrue glanced at the clever rogue, realizing that he had indeed spoken the truth. This was a Skinner among the space wraiths. It was said that after the wraiths betrayed the star god, one of them was cursed upon defeating a star god. Not even Cheng Mingrue, who was not the most seasoned of the hammer enthusiasts, could recall the name of that star god. He only knew that the deity had been vanquished by the wraiths rather than sealed away, thus leaving behind a curse. This curse compelled the space wraiths to revel in the torment of other beings, flaying their skins to drape upon their own forms. The wraiths became ravenous for the warmth of flesh and blood, even if they could not possess corporeal bodies. They sought to momentarily experience the sensation of life through consumption and the wearing of skins. To other space wraiths, those infected by the flaying virus were deemed mad, likely contributing to the decision of the Stasis faction to seal this place off, preventing further infection of their kind. More skinning wraiths emerged from the shadows, not merely concealed within them, but rather teleported from other dimensions. This seemed to be a peculiar advantage of the flaying curse, granting the wraiths swifter access to their prey. However, this grotesque assembly of supposed hunters had misidentified their adversary. Cheng Mingrue raised his right hand, the twin-barreled explosive cannon on his arm roaring to life, unleashing flames that shattered the ambushing Skinner into a multitude of fragments. These creatures were repulsive, and Cheng Mingrue had no desire for close combat. The other green-skinned warriors were predominantly technical specialists, each equipped with their own weaponry. They swiftly chambered rounds, unleashing a storm of bullets that overwhelmed the Skinners before them. Not every Skinner succumbed to the Orcish artillery. While the caliber of the bullets was formidable, they often failed to strike the wraiths' bodies. Cheng Mingrue, with eyes as discerning as an electron microscope, observed that one of his explosive rounds, upon nearing a Skinner, encountered a ripple akin to that of water, which seemingly absorbed the bullet. Just as the Skinners had teleported from alternate realms, they were employing their abilities to shield themselves. A similar watery surface manifested before Chung Mingrue, as an explosive round struck his shield with a resounding impact, enveloping his head in a cloud of smoke. It became evident to Chung Mingrue how that steel needle had swiftly traversed the distance to strike him. More bullets were deflected in this manner, and the unprepared technicians and warriors were swiftly engulfed by their own onslaught, resulting in numerous casualties. The clever rogue, however, remained unscathed. His powered armor equipped with the shield system installed by Chang Mingrue. With the suppression of firepower lost, the Skinners moved with increased alacrity, advancing toward Chung Mingrue and his green-skinned allies with a speed of 1 step forward and 3 steps in a flash. Forced into close combat, Chung Mingrue felt quite displeased. He glanced at the scant number of young ones beside him and instructed the clever boy, "I will hold the line here. You go rally the others. Remember, seek out only Rambo. Do not call upon any other brutes." The clever boy was rather eager for a fight, as who among the green-skinned would shy away from battle? Yet, bound by his leader's command, he reluctantly utilized the teleportation device to temporarily depart. With the clever boy gone, Chang Mingrue felt a sense of relief. The clever boy was merely a nuisance, and amidst this crowd of Skinners, he could unleash his prowess without the concern of safeguarding him. Only after his departure could he truly let loose. Chapter 124. The unmatched slaughter. Chang Mingrue first brushed his right hand against the shield atop his head, and a mask resembling a hulking face enveloped him, revealing only the traditional gaping maw and formidable fangs of an orc. Then, he clapped his hands together in front of his chest, summoning 2 phasing great blades, akin to those wielded by the harrower. The phasing great blade is a melee weapon designed to utterly pierce through shields and armor, and due to its phasing nature, it can also disrupt teleportation, making it the perfect counter to the Skinners. 3 Skinners charged toward him, and with a deft flick of his left-handed phasing great blade, he cleaved them into 6 segments. The sweeping arcs of the phasing great blades were executed with remarkable precision, each swing claiming multiple Skinners while sparing the experimental apparatuses nearby from harm. Standing resolutely in the center of the corridor, Chung Mingrue obstructed the majority of the Skinners, allowing only a few to slip past and engage with the orc technicians behind him. After suffering significant losses, some Skinners inevitably made their way to the technicians, where they utilized their sharp claws to rend the young ones asunder. The technicians, aware that their firearm projectiles would be repelled, resorted to energy weapons for their attacks. Although these assaults could also be absorbed into alternate dimensions, they would not rebound, often interfering with dimensional teleportation to breach defenses. As the battle intensified, blood flowed freely, drawing more Skinners who quickened their pace, teleporting near the corpses and disregarding the ongoing skirmish to crouch down and feast upon the spilled flesh. The ravenous Skinners emerged from the shadows like sharks lured by the scent of blood, their decaying, putrid hides encircling Chang Mingrue. While the phasing great blades effectively contained the Skinners in front, he found himself lacking against the onslaught from behind. Several Skinners materialized from the dimension, leaping down and clinging to Chang Mingrue's back, their elongated claws poised to strike fiercely into his rear. However, his protective shield stood firm against their lethal talons, producing a sharp, grating sound as the claws scraped against it. Their attacks, though fierce, were insufficient to breach his defenses. Glancing at the shield's energy consumption, Chung Mingrue noted a significant depletion. If the Skinners continued their assault, it would eventually falter. With a firm grip on the phasing great blade in his right hand, Chang Mingrue summoned his strength, hurling it like a boomerang. In an instant, the corridor was cleared of Skinners. Subsequently, he swept his vacant right hand behind him, conjuring a powerful magnetic force that drew all the Skinners toward him, slamming them violently to the ground. Those dazed Skinners attempted to rise, only to be crushed beneath Chang Mingrue's foot, as one would squash a bug. Having not engaged in combat for quite some time, Chang Mingrue felt a surge of exhilaration. He lifted his head and bellowed a resounding war cry towards the seemingly endless tide of Skinners emerging from the shadows. Wag! The entire horde of Skinners appeared momentarily stunned by the ferocity of his roar, their movements faltering, yet the chaotic logic and frenzied instincts still propelled them towards Chang Mingrue. Chang Mingrue harbored no fear. He smiled, undeterred by the seemingly endless onslaught of the space-dwelling Skinners. Even if their talons could rend any armor, and they knew neither fear nor retreat, such attributes only served to ignite Chung Mingrue's blood further and elevate his excitement. With a slight clench of his empty right hand, the colossal phase blade he had previously cast away vanished from the distance. Materializing in his grasp once more, a mere triviality in the use of the Kakaka transporter. Resuming his stance, Chang Mingrui prepared to unleash a new wave of carnage. By the time the clever spirits, accompanied by Lanbo and the special forces, arrived, the laboratory floor was blanketed with a thick layer of Skinner corpses. The relentless charge of the Skinners yielded little in terms of victory, save for their own demise. Lanbo and the special forces traversed the path littered with the fallen Skinners. Shattering the reconstituted ones restored through the reorganization protocol along the way, until they finally beheld the cunning chief at the end of their journey. The battle had reached its conclusion. A towering Skinner, standing 7 or 8 meters high, was held aloft by the cunning chief by its neck. One of the Skinner's talons was embedded in the chief's right shoulder, while another pierced his abdomen. Yet, the giant Skinner lacked the strength to rend the chief's body. Unable even to withdraw its own claws. In the eyes of the clever spirits and Lanbo, the invincible chief seemed unfazed by the minor injuries he sustained. He effortlessly extracted the massive Skinner's head along with its mechanical spine, briefly cleaning it before affixing the relatively pristine metal skull onto the chief's back. So, you are the Sphinx. Truly, evil begets evil. You have tormented countless lives, only to be subjected to the same curse of skinning. Upon recognizing the insignia on the giant Skinner, Chang Mingrui at last discerned the true master of the laboratory. He glanced at the chief's back, finding it somewhat monotonous. 3 skulls, all belonging to space-dwelling Skinners. It was time to diversify the spoils of war. Lanbo, clever spirits, gather some agile lads and clear this place. Remember, do not damage any of the equipment here, Chang Mingrui commanded upon their arrival. Understood, Commander. Aye, Chief. The recent battle had felt to Chang Mingrui like a mere warm-up. A simple exercise to limber his muscles. The colossal Skinner transformed from the Emperor Sphinx proved formidable enough to engage him for a few exchanges. Chang Mingrui withdrew the talons embedded in his body, experiencing a twinge of pain that was oddly invigorating. At that moment, he observed Lanbo and the clever spirits diligently executing his orders, though their eyes betrayed a hint of resentment, as if they were lamenting, "We arrived too late." All the fun was snatched away by the cunning chief. Chang Mingrui pondered that perhaps he should leave such battles to his subordinates in the future, for his own experience did not seem to grow from engaging directly. He shook his neck, the muscles and bones cracking satisfyingly, while the wounds on his body ceased to bleed. Retracting the weapons from his power armor, Chang Mingrui produced a locator and continued his advance along the row of incubators. According to the map, he was nearing his destination. A colossal incubator loomed before him, measuring 50 meters in diameter. Its exterior shrouded in a haze that obscured the contents within. Yet, despite this ambiguity, Chang Mingrui could not suppress a smile. At long last, he had located what he sought. He could distinctly sense the vibrant green wyak energy resonating with his own wyak essence emanating from within this incubator. This apparatus was likely employed by the Sphinx to cultivate flesh and blood, serving as a battlefield for the cells, a device to indulge its whims. The presence of active wyak energy indicated that whatever lay within was still alive. The pressing question now was whether it housed ancient orcs or a lesser breed of orcs. He could only hope that the Sphinx had not overstepped its bounds, ensuring that none of the orc samples from before the war in heaven had perished. Chapter 125, The Trap of Suffering. Impatiently, Chang Mingrui placed his palm upon the incubator before him, activating his ability to deconstruct machinery. The intricate structure of the incubator, along with the data from numerous experiments, transformed into information that flooded Chang Mingrui's mind. Unexpectedly, this information was not merely a collection of knowledge and intelligence. It was laden with overwhelming despair, anguish, and hatred. The weight of these emotions was immense, akin to a tidal wave that instantaneously submerged Chang Mingrui's logical consciousness. Darkness. An endless abyss of darkness, pain, ceaseless, relentless pain, seemed to devour time itself, tormenting each soul until they were left with nothing but fragments and animosity. Chang Mingrui's physical form, unable to even scream in agony, was brought to its knees by these emotions. The 10-meter-tall orc warlord lay sprawled upon the ground like a small mountain. Within the information matrix lay memories that sparked these emotions. Although Chang Mingrui's physical body had become grotesquely powerful in the conventional universe, his mental resilience had not yet evolved. Fortunately, his soul had grown remarkably resilient due to the benefits acquired from consuming fragments of the star god. Otherwise, he might have shattered under the onslaught of such tormenting information. During his state of unconsciousness, Chang Mingrui experienced a multitude of dreams. In these dreams, he embodied various forms of existence: orc, spirit race, countless alien species whose names he could not recall, and numerous synthetic beasts. Through their perspectives, he fought desperately in that dark, brutal laboratory. At times, he emerged victorious, while at others, he faced defeat. This struggle transcended the individual, extending to the cellular level, where the agony was indescribably profound. For the lives and souls within that place, eternal death seemed the only fitting resolution. Amidst the unending torment, a voice suddenly pierced through Cheng Mingrue's logical consciousness, awakening his thoughts anew. Ah, how utterly delightful! I am in contact with such a wondrous soul. A human soul can perceive my essence so profoundly. The sensation of being so thoroughly understood is astonishingly exhilarating. It was a sweet, feminine voice, unlike any Cheng Mingrue had ever encountered, evoking thoughts of beauty and unwittingly captivating him with its allure. Yet, the libertine undertones of this voice instinctively repulsed him. Desire is the primal driving force of intelligent life. Curiosity and the yearning to know have led you to this place. This is a world of suffering, yet I am the entity capable of fulfilling all your desires. As long as you wish, as long as you are willing, I can grant you the utmost satisfaction, transforming you into the happiest being in this universe. A male voice then resonated, exuding an air of reliability that compelled one to trust it. Is not the essence of life the pursuit of joy? What are you still holding on to? Endless pleasure awaits you. You need not do anything. When you are weary, the most comfortable slumber will embrace you. When you are hungry, a plethora of exquisite delicacies will be at your fingertips. When you wish to vent your emotions, countless lies will be at your disposal, ready to be tormented and torn asunder. Two voices intertwined, merging into a peculiar, androgynous sound, brimming with allure. The promise of obtaining anything one desires lingered in the air. This voice was irresistibly seductive. The propositions it conveyed were tantalizing, suggesting that a mere nod and acknowledgement could lead to an endless fulfillment of all yearnings. A flash of green lightning coursed through Cheng Mingrue's mind, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a tempest in his ears. You scoundrel! Damn you! The familiar, savage, coarse, and discordant shout evoked laughter from Cheng Mingrue, who clutched his belly and erupted into hearty guffaws, rising to sit while joyously slapping the ground. After a prolonged fit of laughter, he finally opened his eyes to behold the tangible world once more. The clever spirit, startled by Cheng Mingrue's abrupt awakening, flitted about chattering. Boss, what happened? Why did you suddenly fall asleep and then burst into laughter? Cheng Mingrue, smiling, affectionately ruffled the clever spirit's head, choosing not to divulge anything. For the less known about the four great evil gods, the better. Knowledge often begets calamity. Isn't there a saying? Initially, transmigrating into the Warhammer universe is simply a torment. But once one realizes their existence within that realm, one is faced with a choice, to ascend into chaos or to become a spawn of the warp, inevitably murmuring the names of the four great evil gods within one's heart. Having been corrupted by lustful desires was no concern for him. It was merely a fleeting brush with death. Truly, the protection from the guardian of the underworld was remarkable. No need for thanks. We got your back. You green-skinned one. The familiar tone was indeed reassuring. I'm just fine. I dreamt of the guardian of the underworld and felt elated. Cheng Mingrue casually remarked to the clever spirit. Ah, the guardian of the underworld. That is indeed a joy. The clever spirit danced exuberantly, sharing in Cheng Mingrue's delight. How long did I sleep this time? Cheng Mingrue pondered, concerned he might have slumbered for months again. It wasn't too long at all, just a little while. I just contacted the blade, asking for assistance. You woke up right after I hung up. The clever spirit's response alleviated Cheng Mingrue's worries. That's good, no time wasted. Cheng Mingrue rose, detaching a screen from his power armor, entering the names of several devices and materials, and handed it to the clever spirit. Gather everything on this list for me, and if you encounter any obstacles, just let it slide for now. I'll settle it later. Is there anything you don't understand? The clever spirit scrutinized the list twice and assured, no problem, I recognize everything. Don't worry, boss. I'll have it for you shortly. If there is anything unclear, just contact me or seek out Kid and Dio. Cheng Mingrue, perhaps having brushed against death, felt an increased concern for those around him. Everything's straightforward. I'm off. The clever spirit declared before vanishing with a resounding pop. Well, it seems the clever spirit's technical prowess has indeed improved. Once left alone, Cheng Mingrue's expression turned grave as he gazed at the immense cultivation chamber, recalling the malevolent entity encountered during the interrogation of human captives. This must be the entity referred to as the malevolent being. Initially, I presumed that the malevolent creature was either a sinister figure or a formidable demon under its command. However, it appears that it is not the former. but rather a manifestation of lustful desires. This cultivation device has been thoroughly corrupted, having accumulated an overwhelming amount of suffering and emotions, which have permeated reality itself, even tainting the very machinery involved. This explains why, despite Chung Mingrue's utilization of deconstructive mechanical abilities, he was still inexorably drawn into a connection with the subspace, nearly falling prey to the grasp of the lustful entity wielding the power of desire. Nevertheless, there is a silver lining within this cultivation apparatus. He discerned the truth of its contents. Though its appearance may be somewhat peculiar, it is undoubtedly a synthetic beast with traces of ancient beastman genes. Chapter 126. Fatal Temptation. The pressing urgency at hand is to save the life of this synthetic beast. Within its corporeal form lies a multitude of genes from various races, which are incessantly attacking and consuming one another. Should this chaos be allowed to persist, the outcome will undoubtedly be disastrous. As previously documented, the synthetic beast's flesh and blood will ultimately succumb to ruin, transforming into a putrid mass of decaying remnants. Such repulsive matter could only be consumed by a deranged skin peeler. To rescue the synthetic beast and thereby salvage the possibly mutated yet still viable genetic samples of ancient beastmen within, Chang Mingrue must once again venture into peril. However, with the blessing of the esteemed Gao Mao Ergo, his confidence has significantly bolstered. The incubator has already been tainted by the influence of the sinister power, thus, it must first be purged of this eerie force before being repaired. Following that, adjustments to the synthetic beast's genes will stabilize its life form. Each step of this process is fraught with difficulty. According to the materials list recently provided to the clever spirit, he estimates it will take approximately 3 hours to procure the necessary items. During this time, he will commence with the expulsion of the malevolent influence. After silently invoking the name of Gao Mao Ergu in his heart, Cheng Mingrue once more placed his hand upon the incubator. Surrender? Impossible. The Beastman leader must forge ahead. The Beastman leader must conquer all. The moment his hand made contact with the incubator, the reality before him seemed to shatter as if struck by a mighty hammer. Before Cheng Mingrue unfolded a vibrant world, where he found himself within a corridor adorned with kaleidoscopic imagery. A fleeting glance at these scenes revealed an array of bizarre, chaotic, incomprehensible, and unobservable states. As Cheng Mingrue focused his attention on one particular image, the chaos gradually transformed into clarity. The first image reflected Cheng Mingrue's insatiable greed. He envisioned himself surrounded by endless wealth, swimming amidst mountains of gold and seas of silver, as the figures representing his assets surged at an accelerating pace, reaching heights beyond his comprehension. Mortal desires swelled, tempting him to indulge. Instinctively, Cheng Mingrue's hand rose, yearning to touch the vision. Yet, halfway up, he withdrew it. His soul, having undergone a sublime transformation, no longer belonged to the realm of the mundane, endowing him with a heightened resistance to temptation. He shifted his gaze aside, refocusing on the corridor ahead, and continued onward. The dark entrance of the corridor revealed yet another image. From his perspective, it appeared as though he were seated upon a dragon throne. Within a resplendent imperial palace, countless dignitaries knelt before him, their posteriors raised high, a display of the emperor's might. Beyond the grand hall, a multitude of officials, attendants, and guards extended beyond the horizon, all similarly prostrating themselves, chanting praises to the figure upon the throne. Both power and wealth possess an alluring charm. Unlike the first encounter, this time armed with experience, Cheng Mingrue closed his eyes for a moment and internally chanted, "Power is empty. Wealth is also empty. All desires are but illusions." One must comprehend the futility of these ephemeral pursuits and strive to be the best version of oneself in the present moment. Cheng Mingrue opened his eyes and let out a resounding shout. Break. The entire kaleidoscopic space seemed to tremble momentarily as the resplendent palace instantaneously crumbled, and the bewildering imagery vanished into thin air. The divine power fortified Cheng Mingrue's soul, rendering his will unyielding, making ordinary methods of temptation increasingly ineffective. In the distance, an entity approached him, and as it drew nearer, Cheng Mingrue discerned that it was a woman, breathtakingly beautiful to an indescribable degree, exuding allure from every pore and every cell. She adorned herself in a layer of exquisite, diaphanous silk, splendid beyond compare, embodying both the opulence of a noblewoman and the innocence of a youthful maiden. Yet the intoxicating and untamed essence about her could not be concealed. Though she was clothed, to Cheng Mingrue, she appeared as a vision of flawless flesh, rendering him momentarily entranced and captivated. A tail emerged from behind her, gently wrapping around Cheng Mingrue's leg. ascending to place its soft tip in the palm of his hand. With but a gentle squeeze, he could feel its warmth. Why endure such hardship? Relax, take it easy. The master cherishes you immensely, so much so that it incites a jealousy within me that drives me to madness. You effortlessly possess what I may never attain. Why resist? Is it not delightful to embrace joy? Describing the woman's voice with melodious and ethereal adjectives falls short. It resonates with the innermost yearnings of every heart. Striking chords deep within, Cheng Mingrui glanced down at his form, recognizing himself as a soul embodying humanity. He then looked at the woman, a faint smile gracing his lips. The woman felt as though she had persuaded him, brimming with confidence in her enchanting abilities. Such potent allure, surely no one could withstand it. She smiled back, closing her eyes, leaning forward as if to kiss him. Cheng Mingrui clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful punch to her face. The blow was so fierce that it contorted her facial muscles, leaving them distorted and swollen. The woman was sent flying, tumbling several times before she finally came to a halt. What a thrill! Cheng Mingrui exclaimed, having long desired to act thus, and now reveling in the exhilaration. The woman slowly rose from the ground, her face visibly swollen, casting a look of resentment at Cheng Mingrui, which soon morphed into a guise of feigned fragility. Why refuse me? Is my beauty insufficient? What form do you desire? I can become anything, any race, any visage, any shape. Pa, on what grounds do you presume that mere beauty warrants my compliance? Is attractiveness synonymous with righteousness? To acquire knowledge demands diligent study, and to reap rewards necessitates earnest labor. Beauty does not equate to wisdom, power, or strength. The audacity of thinking that attractiveness breeds unfounded confidence is truly laughable. Cheng Mingrui laughed heartily, a sound reminiscent of a carefree soul, his mirth as straightforward and pure as that of a beast. I now find myself transformed into a mushroom being, utterly devoid of any reproductive desires. The allure of beauty to tempt me is, quite frankly, unnecessary. The woman, scorned by Cheng Mingrui, stood there in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the failure of her seduction. There was no rationale for such a setback, yet she could not afford to falter. Her master would not tolerate any shortcomings. Coupled with the humiliation she had endured, her anger surged within her. Ungrateful barbarian, foolish and despicable savage, you shall face the consequences of your actions. The voice of the woman transformed, resonating with an eerie tremor. Her garments slipped away, and her form began to expand, peculiar appendages sprouting from her back and waist. Chapter 127. The Emperor's love for humanity. The mutation occurred rapidly, and a colossal demon manifested before Cheng Mingrui, its skin a deep purple, adorned with claws and exhibiting both masculine and feminine traits. Cheng Mingrui swiftly comprehended that he was confronting a lustful demon. "Humph, you appear far more appealing like this," he remarked with an air of nonchalance. "You shall perish. I will revel in your agony, torment your very soul. I demand you wail in endless suffering, savoring every ounce of despair," declared the lustful demon, as it lunged at Cheng Mingrui with its razor-sharp claws extending from its back. Within the confines of the mental realm, Cheng Mingrui, in human form, lacked the formidable physique of a great warrior or the legendary gear of complete power armor. This perhaps emboldened the lustful demon to attack. As he dodged the descending claws, Cheng Mingrui noticed a significant decline in his strength and reaction speed, a stark contrast to the superhuman physique he possessed in the real world. He could not entirely evade the demon's assault. The claws grazed his calf, instantly transforming it into a gruesome sight, the pain surging far beyond the physical damage, overwhelming his senses. "Damn it!" Cheng Mingrui exclaimed, incredulous that within this realm of consciousness, his sensations felt so strikingly real. What if he were to perish here? Would his physical body in reality become a mere shell? The lustful demon chuckled, observing Cheng Mingrui writhing on the ground, sweat trickling down his brow from the agony. "I do not understand why the master holds you in such high regard. You are merely a fortunate mortal. Your spirit does not merit such formidable power. Surrender everything to the master." Summoning his mental energy, Cheng Mingrui conjured an AK-47, raising it to unleash a barrage upon the lustful demon. The demon raised its claws defensively, and the bullets clashed against its armored appendages, producing sparks akin to metal striking metal. This approach proved ineffective. Light weaponry yielded minimal results, yet crafting intricate weapons would deplete his mental energy more rapidly. Cheng Mingrui hesitated. In moments of indecision, one invites defeat. The lustful demon lunged with ferocity, its multiple limbs brandishing claws that blocked Cheng Mingrui's potential escape routes. "Damn you," he shouted, continuing to fire at the airborne demon. A fortunate shot struck its eye, causing its head to jerk to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Mingrui pulled out a grenade and hurled it. With a resounding explosion, both he and the lustful demon were thrown to the ground, shrapnel inflicting numerous wounds upon them. Damnable mortal! The demon spat, blood seeping from its mouth. Why were his conjured AK and grenade able to injure a lustful demon? In the heat of battle, Cheng Mingrui had not fully contemplated the implications, but now he realized that the demon's injuries were not inflicted by weapons. They were merely vessels for his mental energy. The essence of this confrontation lay in the clash of souls and spirits. Therefore, the most effective offense would be divine melee, a longsword materialized in Cheng Mingrui's grasp. A lengthy incantation was uttered by the lustful demon, and a torrent of purple mist suddenly enveloped Cheng Mingrui, ensnaring him. The despicable dark demon has begun to cheat. You lack martial virtue. Cheng Mingrui exclaimed in fury, attempting to sever the purple mist that ensnared his limbs, a task that required time. At such close quarters, this fleeting moment proved to be fatal. Your deity has been ensnared by my master. They cannot offer you protection. My master has bestowed upon me a modicum of power, which has become the pivotal factor in this contest. Perish. The lascivious demon wasted no more words, its claws lunging towards Cheng Mingrui, seemingly intent on tearing him asunder. In a flash of golden light, Cheng Mingrui's sword transformed into a radiant gold, cleaving through the purple mist and the dark demon's claws, instantly altering the tide of battle. Brandishing the sword ablaze with golden flames, Cheng Mingrui gazed disdainfully at the fallen demon, proclaiming, "Did you think you were the only one with a trump card? The Emperor cherishes all of humanity. A Sigma man shall never fall into a woman's trap. This is impossible," the demon screeched, its voice more grating than the sound of glass scraping against itself. For the Emperor, die, abomination. With a decisive strike, Cheng Mingrui severed the demon's exquisite head, reducing its form to mere ash. The entire bizarre realm shattered, returning to the conventional universe. I pondered, you must leave me a trophy. Cheng Mingrui raised his head, addressing the burning head of the demon. The sacred flame of the Emperor dissipated, revealing a skull, half blackened and half pure white. Cheng Mingrui, unfazed, brushed off the dust and affixed it to the rack on his back. Addressing the empty air before him, he remarked, "Thank you, golden giant." Yet, the atmosphere offered no reply. When Kuka spoke Chinese, recounting the moment of consecrating the statue, Cheng Mingrui sensed something unusual. The second brother of Gao Mao might not favor gold. Even if the boy's latent power gilded the statue, it would not have been this hue. Thus, he secretly prayed to the Emperor, and indeed received a response. However, later on, as a green-skinned being, he was unaware of the fifth evil god's intentions, and thus did not beseech for power. Little did he know, prayer proved to be remarkably reliable. In retrospect, he considered himself a fortunate mortal. Not only had the Emperor favored his soul, but his green-skinned identity was also shielded by the second brother of Gao Mao. Such a sense of security. It was overwhelming. The 40K universe wasn't so perilous after all. Well, perhaps it was best not to be too complacent and to proceed with caution. Cheng Mingrui then examined the cultivation chamber, within which the dark god's power had been completely dispelled, pristine as if newly forged. The synthetic beast inside wailed in agony, struggling. As it faced imminent death, there was no time for reflection. He needed to act swiftly to stabilize its genes and save its life. With 3 resounding booms, the clever spirit transported several heavy-duty devices into the fray. The clever spirit wielded precise equipment, while the heavy gear was carried by the sturdy beast. Excellent. The hardware is ready. Cheng Mingrui commended the clever spirit, preparing to commence his work. In the great hidden chamber beneath the governor's residence of Cornwall in the Fortress of Honor, aboard the Euronia 3, the malevolent demon known as the Devourer of Pain, Lozak, was engulfed in golden flames. It felt its entire being, body, soul, and flesh dissolving into oblivion. Though a demon by nature, destined to resurrect in the subspace at this moment, it sensed the cold embrace of death drawing near. In the distance, Cornwall gazed upon the golden torch, his legs trembling, yet he dared not invoke the Emperor. Nor could he even bear to utter that name. Suddenly, the golden flames vanished. With the flames, the head of the cursed demon Lozak also disappeared, its charred body collapsing rigidly to the ground. The chamber returned to silence, with only Cornwall's labored breaths and the acrid scent of scorched flesh lingering in the air. Chapter 128. Fated Destiny. After taking several deep breaths, Cornwall finally composed himself. Regardless of the formidable demon's demise, it bore no relevance to him. He must find a way to dispose of the corpse it left behind. At a height of 5 meters, and with robust musculature, This was no easy task. Quick! Illuminate this wretched being with the spirit mirror. A voice echoed in Cornwall's mind. Trembling with fear, Cornwall mustered his courage and responded, "Yes, master." Scurrying to the corner of the room, he positioned the spirit mirror to face the corpse of Lozak. A greasy, slimy tentacle emerged from the mirror, coiling around Lozak's body. In no time, the charred form began to mend, muscle writhing on its severed neck, and suddenly a new head sprouted forth. The vitality of demons is formidable, particularly that of a greater demon. As long as they are not entirely deceased, a being of subspace can intervene to restore them, even in the event of complete death. Should their master desire it, resurrection is possible. With a sudden, deathly shriek, Lozak awoke, and the tentacle slowly retracted back into the mirror. "See control of your body to me. Though you are but a worthless creature, you are beneath the dignity to converse with it." Lozak, feeling its head, sat upright. Still perplexed by the events, had it not just perished? Its soul felt fragmented, and memories were elusive. What was the master's command again? A diminutive human, appearing as insignificant as an ant in Lozak's eyes, approached and spoke in the tongue of demons. "I did not bring you into the material realm for you to make a fool of yourself, wretch." A mere mortal dared to call it worthless. Though its memories were muddled, Lozak could not endure such an affront. It raised its claws to strike Cornwall. The moment its claws clashed with Cornwall's flesh, instead of tearing through, they passed through him, creating a large crater in the floor. "Wretch, use your mind wisely and calm yourself. If you continue to act like a reckless fool, I fear your master will have to discipline you." The voice came from behind Lozak, and as it turned, it found the insignificant ant standing there. Fury surged within. And as Lozak prepared to unleash more power to annihilate the ant before it, the name master sent tremors through its being. Fear supplanted all other emotions, and its body quaked involuntarily. Fragments of memory began to resurface. It seemed it had botched the task assigned by its master. Observing the demon, paralyzed by terror, Cornwall muttered another epithet of worthlessness and instantly teleported atop Lozak. After pressing his hand on Lozak's head for a moment, he withdrew his hand, his expression grave. Having extracted Lozak's memories, Cornwall's countenance darkened. The entity known as Lozak has been rendered ineffective. Although its essence has been restored, a significant number of crucial memories, particularly those pertaining to specific individuals, have been lost. Were it not for the apprehension of peril, matters concerning these exceptional individuals would have been better handled personally. From the fragments of memory, a rudimentary understanding of the intelligence regarding these unique entities has emerged. One such entity is a human soul, with temporal memories estimated to be around 2,000 years. It is astonishing that such an ancient human possesses knowledge of the essence of subspace and the names of the 4 great malevolent gods. This is highly abnormal. Regrettably, the orc's peculiar guardian is shielding this soul, preventing direct action. Otherwise, I would not have had to traverse such an extensive path. It defies logic that a soul from the past could possess such profound insight into the trajectory of the future, unless it is not human. Cornwall suddenly perceived a blind spot. That golden flame and radiance are unmistakable to him. Officially, there are 4 malevolent gods within subspace, yet in truth, there are 5. The 5th malevolent god, the human emperor, has yet to embark on the path to divinity. This is both his flaw and his strength. His flaw lies in the fact that his power has not yet permeated the universe, nor has it ascended to the level of conceptuality. His strength, however, allows for more direct interference with the tangible universe, unlike myself and the other 3, who are essentially unable to penetrate the reality of the universe. Should this be the work of the human emperor, the implications would be grave. As one who wields knowledge and destiny, I have access to vast reservoirs of information. It is evident that he is aware of the conceptual essence of the human emperor. The human emperor is no ordinary being. He is an embodiment of concepts, a collective of all prophets throughout human history. Moreover, he represents the amalgamation of human consciousness, thus extending a profound compassion towards humanity, willing to sacrifice everything for the collective. Presently, while the human empire appears immense, the human race constantly teeters on the brink of extinction. The cautionary tale of the spirit race looms large. The emperor would never allow humanity to repeat the tragic fate of the spirit race. The time spells that influence the future are not unique. Aside from that terrifying individual, the other 3 have employed them as well. Once, the figure revered by followers as the benevolent father utilized a parasitic corruption virus embedded in the future to decay an entire imperial fleet from the past. Subspace is inherently a concept that spans across various temporal realms. That peculiar soul may very well be one of the emperor's avatars, a hidden contingency. As for the Emperor's precise intentions, I cannot yet fathom, but I must ensure that he does not succeed. Humanity becoming the next spirit race is a predestined outcome, a price for the Emperor's ascension to divinity. This also serves to clear space for the next species to dominate the galaxy. I despise the unsettling feeling of the fated threads of destiny being disrupted. Meanwhile, Lozek, having undergone a memory search, found its recollections organized by the Seeker during the process, allowing it to recover from the chaos of memory and recall the events of battle. Such a significant task cannot be deemed a failure, for its master would not accept defeat. Lozek raised one of its sharp claws and placed it against its smooth abdomen, extending the claw's tip slowly downward, slicing open its own belly. Another mutated hand, less exaggerated than the first, reached inside, rummaging about before extracting a handful of entrails and casting them onto the ground. In a state where sensations were heightened, the agony of disembowelment intensified, accompanied by a paradoxical surge of pleasure. The blessings of the master bore this contradiction, this distortion. Trembling on his legs, Lozek used his own innards and blood to inscribe a scene on the ground that appeared to humanity as profoundly malevolent, blasphemous, and cruel. I beg your pardon, my master. Please punish me. I have shamefully failed. With the power you bestowed upon me, I could have accomplished the task. However, that golden being intervened suddenly, its radiant strength manifesting upon the blazing sword, severing my head from my body. Kneeling on the ground, Lozek continued to draw, pray, and lament. I intended to atone for this failure with my life and blood, hoping that the glory of my master would crush any adversaries that dared to oppose him. Chapter 129. The construction of conspiracy. The entity known as Lozak did not merely offer its innards as a sacrificial gesture, that was its very essence, its lifeblood. The agony etched upon its countenance suggested an excruciating ordeal, yet the stains upon the ground hinted at a peculiar satisfaction. The dichotomy of pain and pleasure reached an apex, akin to bloodied bait luring forth the depths of malevolence from beneath the ocean's surface. A shadow seemed to descend upon the secret chamber, weighing heavily upon the fabric of the reality that enveloped it. A singular violet eye materialized above the magical circle, brimming with insatiable malice and desire. As this eye cast its gaze upon Lozak's form, the creature trembled uncontrollably, rendered motionless, collapsing onto the ground like a fish subjected to an electric shock, quivering in distress. Whether this was due to suffering or some other profound experience remained uncertain. Death? That would be an act of mercy. The sound did not emanate from any source, rather. It was an understanding that permeated the entirety of the chamber. Lozak's corporeal form began to dissolve, the liquefied substance giving birth to even more grotesque entities, tentacles, eyes, and teeth. Standing nearby, Cornwall approached with an air of calm, bowing slightly in deference to the eye, offering a polite greeting. It is a wretched creature, yet it possesses utility, Cornwall remarked. The violet eye shifted its focus, scrutinizing Cornwall, whose stature appeared insignificant before Lozak, akin to that of an ant. It is you, this cunning individual. Surely, this time you are not orchestrating another scheme. Cornwall refrained from a direct response, instead smiling. We share a foundation of cooperation, do we not? Moreover, is my intelligence not remarkably accurate? Is this soul, this morsel, not exquisite enough? The violet eye withheld immediate judgment, merely fixating on Cornwall. It appears you have sustained injuries? Cornwall's words were laced with provocation, yet reassured. Fear not. This target shall pose less difficulty. We are deities, not petty creatures consumed by trivial grievances. I do not trust you. The violet eye conveyed its stance. I have no need for your trust. We are merely collaborators, are we not? I seek the knowledge I crave, and you obtain the sustenance you desire. It is a most equitable arrangement. Cornwall seemed convinced that the being before him would acquiesce to his terms. How can you assure that a repetition of this incident will not occur? I cannot provide such assurance. Every endeavor carries inherent risks, much like the withered corpse seated upon the golden throne, whose inclination to act often supersedes contemplation. Whether this sustenance is worth such peril, that remains a question for you to ponder. I shall only offer assistance and necessary intelligence. The eye and the human locked gazes for an extended moment. Amidst the cries of anguish and the dissolution of Lozak, the creature began to reconstitute itself, new muscles sprouting forth, a fresh corporeal form taking shape. I shall invest some power. However, should I discover that you are once more engaging in deceit, I will ensure you face the consequences. The violet eye gazed upon the resurrected Lozak, delivering its final command. Construct the magical array to allow my legion to enter this realm. Sacrifice the delectable offerings and souls to me. Once the order was conveyed, the violet eye slowly faded away as if erased by an eraser. The material world would not permit such entities to persist indefinitely. Lozek knelt upon the ground, waiting a long while before daring to rise. The sensation of his very being melting away was a profound terror, yet this fear was merely the tip of the iceberg of eternal torment. He must seize this last opportunity. Bowing his head to Cornwall, he inquired, "What must I do? What actions are required?" "Engage in what you excel at, corrupt mortals. Conduct their so-called blasphemous rituals, and open the gates to the subspace. Guide your master's legion onto this planet." Cornwall replied with ease, harboring little expectation for the worthless Lozek, whose utility had been exhausted. "Nay, I meant how can I accomplish this?" Lozek's tone had grown significantly more humble. "That depends on your own intellect. My apostle shall assist you. He possesses sufficient stature to facilitate your operations on this planet. However, the means to achieve it lies with you. Fear not. You have not yet lost your final chance." A sinister chuckle escaped Cornwall, whose eerie smile lingered for a moment before vanishing, his expression contorting into one of horror. Lozek sensed the departure of that formidable power, experiencing a slight alleviation of pressure, yet his mood grew heavier. Without that great being, could he fulfill his master's task? "Mortal, divulge to me all that you know about yourself, about everything on this planet." In the presence of the true Cornwall, Lozek's tone regained its arrogant edge. Realizing he had no avenue for retreat, Cornwall suppressed his fear of the demon and nodded, "Very well." The events unfolding in Glory Fortress were completely unknown to Kest, who was consumed by the turmoil of the front line. The onslaught of the Greenskins had arrived, swifter, fiercer, and more terrifying than Kest had anticipated. Every point of the defense was embroiled in battle, with ammunition depletion, troop losses, medical care for the wounded, and troop rotations all weighing heavily on Kest's mind. Had it not been for the machine god cult providing a warlord-class titan and his possession of 3 Emperor's Venom Blade heavy tanks, the defensive line might have crumbled long ago. The titan could be likened to a colossal battle robot, a weapon of immense destructive power. It would have been preferable had Cornwall not been provided with an Emperor's Venom Blade heavy tank. But the exchange for the full support of the planetary defense forces was not without merit. The Emperor's Venom Blade heavy tanks came in various types, were scarce in number, and were also weapons of decisive warfare. Exhausted, Kest returned to his frontline command post, wearily tossing his broad-brimmed hat onto his desk and taking a moment to rest in his chair. Just moments ago, he personally led a contingent to repel an onslaught from the orcs. This assault was particularly ferocious, featuring an array of tanks and trucks. They initiated their attack with a barrage from crude artillery, which resembled nothing more than dilapidated scrap, before launching their offensive. The orcs nearly succeeded in breaching our defenses. It was only through the valiant leadership of Kester, who commanded the Imperial Venom Blade in 2 armored divisions, that the gap was ultimately sealed, forcing the orcs back. An aide entered the room, his armor bearing the marks of battle, and his sword showing evident signs of wear. "Your Excellency," he reported, "the casualty figures for today have been compiled. On the A3-1 front, 572 soldiers lost their lives, and 721 were injured, with 247 sustaining severe wounds. On the A3-6 front, 785 soldiers perished, and 541 were wounded, of which 15 are critically injured." Chapter 130. Desperation. The aide pondered for an extended period. A typical commander might struggle to retain such details, yet Kester would undoubtedly remember. The specifics were as follows. I possess a more comprehensive list, detailing each individual's name and military affiliation. Upon concluding, the aide placed the documents and lists before Kester on his desk. The figures for just one day were indeed devastating. Even though the total strength of the Star Realm army exceeded 10 million, with a second wave approaching nearly 20 million, such attrition against the orcs was unsustainable. It was simply too costly. Gently lifting the list from the desk, Kester perused the names, recognizing some while many remained unfamiliar. Behind each name lay a vibrant life, and each represented a sacrificial loyalty. Sacrifice. It was the cornerstone of the human empire. Without sacrifice, the empire would not have endured through countless tribulations. One day, such sacrifice might also befall him. A melancholic thought crossed Kester's mind. Surely there would be a place for him beneath the golden throne. What news from Father Carter? Kester roused himself, eager to inquire about the status of equipment and ammunition production. The aide chuckled. Good news had arrived from Father Carter. Urban transformation was progressing smoothly, ahead of expectations. Moreover, this star system appeared to possess unique qualities, with the machine spirits exhibiting heightened activity. When they prayed to the god of all machines, the responses were clearer than ever. If this star system were situated in a secure location rather than within the breachable defense line, Father Carter might even consider petitioning the Mechanicus to designate this area as a sacred site for further development. And what of the ammunition and equipment replenishment? Kester felt a surge of optimism. Prolonged warfare hinges upon logistics and supply. Indeed, the supply exceeded projections by 30%. Our resources could now sustain us for an even longer duration. The aide, smiling, placed the report and data on Kester's desk. The population and productivity on Aronia 3 were insufficient to support the Star Realm Army's prolonged operations at such a scale. The supplies carried by the Star Realm Army were only sufficient for approximately 10 years, and under high-intensity conditions, that duration would diminish further. The Mechanicus's transformation of the planetary industrial zones was the sole viable solution for sustaining a long-term war. The faster the transformation, the higher the productivity of those forged cities, thereby extending the Star Realm Army's operational time and enhancing its combat effectiveness. With the current rate of productivity increase in merely 3 years, the cities transformed by the Mechanicus could supply the light weaponry consumption of 20 million Star Realm soldiers. In 5 years, they could meet the demands for artillery shells. And within 8 years, they could significantly replenish the losses of armored divisions. Upon reviewing the report and the optimistic data, Kester's spirits soared. The Mechanicus and Father Carter were proving to be invaluable allies. If the Holy Emperor were amenable, Kester might even find the words to extol the omnipotent god of all machines. Suddenly, an urgent communicator on Kester's desk began to emit a disquieting red light. This alarming signal caused smiles to freeze on both Kester's and the reporting aide's faces. After a brief moment spent adjusting his emotions, Kester activated the communication device. The voice emanating from it was tinged with urgency, but only Kester, with his esteemed qualifications, was privy to its contents, prompting his aide to take a respectful step back. Soon, the aide observed the countenance of his revered superior, Kester, the political commissar, transform into one of grave seriousness, tension, and even pallor. Once the communication was terminated, the once formidable and valiant demeanor of Kester seemed entirely absent, replaced by a visage of despair akin to that of a cowardly soldier seeking to flee the battlefield. This sentiment began to infect the aide, whose voice quivered as he inquired, "Your Excellency, what has transpired?" Kester was roused by this voice, his resolute spirit returning. He cast a glance at the aide before bending over his desk to compose a document, which he stamped and handed to the aide before him. "Hanks, this is a letter of recommendation I have penned. Shortly, you shall take it north to the command of the Stellar Army. I will arrange for an elite squad to accompany you." The aide, named Hanks, solemnly accepted the letter, placing it in the safest and most secure location on his person. "Are there any further instructions, Your Excellency? This letter of recommendation is written for you. If all goes well, you will ascend to the rank of general in the Stellar Army. You will be my successor, leading the army to continue the fight should I fall." Kester's calm words resonated as if he were discussing the demise of another. Hanks's eyes widened in disbelief. The transition was too abrupt for him to fully grasp. "Your Excellency, my experience is not yet sufficient. There is no need for such pessimism. Although the green-skinned foes are fierce, we have successfully repelled them each time. Surely, all is progressing favorably, is it not? As a general of a legion, you are entitled to this intelligence," Kester replied with unwavering calmness. "How much do you know about the impenetrable defense line?" "I know a bit, but not comprehensively. We must hold the line, mustn't we?" Kester swept aside the documents on his desk, revealing the virtual display unit, typically employed to simulate battlefields for the convenience of commanders. Presently, a vast model of the Orc domain in the adjacent Imperial territories floated upon the screen, depicting an expansive theater of war. The Orc domain had long been a festering sore upon the Empire, periodically erupting with the pus of the Orc pirate fleets, causing extensive decay across the Empire's vast expanse. Kester's serious tone was most fitting for such elucidation. The Tyrannid swarm, an alien incursion from beyond the galaxy, now poses the gravest threat to the Empire. Consequently, a judge proposed a stratagem to lure the Tyrannid fleet into the Orc domain, inciting conflict between the two. The outcome of this maneuver has transformed this festering sore into a tumor capable of jeopardizing the Empire's very existence. As the tumor grows ever larger, to prevent its spread, Judge Sahanson proposed the impenetrable defense line plan, of which we are but a small point. The defense line, known as the unbreakable line, is riddled with flaws. Now, we must confront our official mission, to resolutely resist with our very lives, delaying the incursion of the Tyranid fleet. Kester's voice grew cold and icy. They are arriving faster than anticipated. We have detected the biological fleet of the Tyranids, and within a maximum of 3 months. Thousands of Tyranid bioships will reach the Oronian system. Thousands. At this moment, Hanks's expression was even paler than Kester's had been moments ago. Space warships are not mere tanks and firearms. They are colossal constructs that require the full capacity of world forging, taking years to build. Each of those steel behemoths, measuring thousands of meters, comes at an exorbitant cost and is exceedingly precious. Chapter 131. The Annihilation of the Xenomorphs. What are you thinking? Kester interrupted Hank's musings. In the Oronian star system, even with the arrival of the Space Marine Corps and all our transport ships and auxiliary vessels, we possess merely 300 to 400 warships. The number of capital ships, such as cruisers, is limited to just a few. Even if the subsequent fleet arrives ahead of schedule, the total will not exceed 10 vessels. Such a fleet size cannot hope to vanquish the Xenomorphs. Therefore, we are destined to confront a far more brutal ground battle. Which is precisely why I have recommended your appointment as general. Even if one command system is destroyed, another remains, allowing the fight to continue. Hanks began to speak, but was once again interrupted by Kester. General Hanks, I address you as such in advance. I sincerely hope you can adapt to this role more effectively. Subsequently, I shall introduce you to the captains of each warship. The campaign will be arduous, and the Empire's ships are invaluable. At this point, Kester fell silent momentarily. In times of emergency, I permit you to command a portion of the warships to retreat, preserving the Empire's living forces and preparing for the subsequent defense. Hanks wished to protest. How can I abandon my comrades and the Legion, Commissar? What will you do? However, upon meeting Kester's gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Empire, and every soldier must grasp the weight of this truth. Watching Hanks depart, Kester felt a sense of relief. With a backup command center, he could fight with abandon. Though he had not anticipated that this remote star system would become the terminus of his life. If only he had a bit more time. If only he could fortify the defenses of Oronian 3 further, constructing massive artillery and anti-air installations. Alas, reality offers no if only. Kester reached out, intending to communicate with Pex, the resilient and loyal commander of the star system, who valiantly engaged the Greenskin forces with his meager troops, a rare talent indeed. At that moment, a surge of information flashed through Kester's mind. The raiders, the High Fleet, reports of all living tests passing with flying colors, extraordinary combat prowess, and significant losses among his planted personnel, yet the survivors reported all was well. This was highly irregular. In such a time of relentless warfare and resource scarcity, how could one be devoid of even minor ailments? Engaged in combat against the ferocious orcs, the soldiers maintained unwavering morale without mutiny, desertion, or rebellion. This was not normal. That unit was merely an ordinary planetary defense force, and a substantial number of reinforcements were recent civilians. How could their resolve be so steadfast? He had been too busy, too engrossed in the battlefield, production, and the impending pressure, neglecting these anomalies that had long been apparent. Kester's mind raced as all the inconsistencies began to align. No. Without decisive evidence, identifying and capturing their commander among the millions of troops would not be an easy task. Guard. Notify the Air Force. Prepare a Valkyrie transport for me, quickly. I must go to Glory Fortress. Kestrel has always been known for his decisive and swift demeanor. 2 days later, within the opulent noble district of the Glory Fortress, Kestrel, fully armed and accompanied by a contingent of guards, traversed a lavish private villa, with Governor Cornwall trailing behind. Your Excellency, Kestrel, what brings you back from the front lines so suddenly? Cornwall inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. The onslaught from the Greenskins is relentless. Your presence is indispensable at the front. Is it a matter of supplies or personnel? We could communicate via the comms. Kestrel halted, retrieving a note from the hovering servo-cranium beside him. After coldly perusing the information inscribed upon it, he extended the note to Cornwall. Governor Cornwall, consider yourself fortunate. Both the full-body scan and genetic analysis confirm that you remain a complete human being, Kestrel remarked calmly. Cornwall's eyes widened in confusion as he stared at Kestrel. What of your niece? He stammered. What issues does she face? She has just given birth and is in need of rest. As they approached the chamber of his niece, Cornwall continued to inquire, utterly oblivious to the unfolding situation. Upon entering the room, they found 2 maids attending to the newly delivered Sibel, who tenderly cradled her child, nurturing it at her bosom. Upon noticing the intrusion, one maid sharply admonished, the mistress has just given birth. How rude. The latter half of her sentence faltered as she caught sight of Kestrel's menacing gaze and the armed soldiers behind him. Sibel, frightened, instinctively clutched her infant closer and wrapped herself in a blanket. "Uncle, what is happening?" "I am frightened." Sibel's voice was frail and helpless. Cornwall, at a loss for words, could only offer a feeble reassurance. "Do not fear, do not fear." The servo-cranium advanced, its eyes emitting a crimson glow as it meticulously scanned both the maids and Sibel. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm blared from the device, akin to the signal for battle. Kestrel drew his power sword, and the soldiers behind him raised their laser rifles in unison. The two maids, startled, reacted in terror. One was instantly reduced to a mere sieve by a laser shot. The other maid, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, let out a feral scream and lunged at Kestrel. In a swift motion, Kestrel's sword flashed, cleaving the maid-turned monster in two. "Ah!" Sibel screamed, recoiling in horror as blood splattered upon her. She cowered further into the bed, terror-stricken. Witnessing the carnage and the grotesque features of the slain maid, Cornwall stood aghast, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. How could this be? How could there be a monstrous abomination near my beloved niece? Cornwall muttered to himself, teetering on the brink of madness. Kester paid no heed to the increasingly deranged governor behind him. He raised his longsword and stepped forward, driving the emerald-hued thread into the soft bed. Along with the child nestled within her bosom, "Clean this place with fire. These loathsome aberrations have defiled the Empire's territory. Investigate all who have come into contact with her, leaving no stone unturned. A thorough examination of each is imperative. Should time for such scrutiny be lacking, you may exercise full authority to handle matters directly. My recommendation is execution." Turning to face Cornwall, who knelt upon the ground, Kester declared, "Governor, take a close look at what your niece has brought forth. There remains much to be done to thwart the spread of these aberrations." Chapter 132. The green tide approaches. Blood pooled on the bed, forming a small crimson puddle where the lifeless body of the infant lay, its frigid form accentuated by the grotesque sharp teeth and claws reminiscent of a maid. This was not how it was supposed to be. How had it come to this? Cornwall seemed to exist in a state of dulled intellect, merely repeating nonsensical phrases. It was Pex who had done this. He had been infected by the gene thieves, and now the entire planet was unsafe. "He deceived you, deceived me, deceived us all." The situation was dire. "Governor Cornwall, I demand that the entire Glory Fortress be placed on high alert. You must follow my lead and cooperate with my actions." No longer employing a tone of negotiation, Kester strode out of the room, his guards accompanying Cornwall. The governor's office needed to issue numerous orders. This night was destined to be sleepless. As for Pex, entrenched in Stone Ridge to the south, Kester found himself at a temporary loss. The gene thieves were also adversaries among themselves, and their conflict would ultimately serve the Empire's interests. It was best to sever Pex's supply lines and halt personnel movement, allowing them to annihilate each other alongside the green-skinned orcs. The immediate priority was to thoroughly investigate the gene thieves who may have infiltrated the northern regions of the planet, as well as various cities. Fortunately, there appeared to be no issues within his Star Realm army. Possessing a reliable force at this critical juncture was of utmost importance. Indeed, upon meticulous inspection, traces of gene thief infiltration were discovered within Glory Fortress, upholding the principle of better to mistakenly execute than to let slip. Numerous relevant individuals were apprehended and executed. Such inspections spread from Glory Fortress to all human cities in the Northern Hemisphere, creating a tempest of fear and anxiety among the populace. Coincidentally, alongside the discovery of gene thieves, some cultist heretics were also unearthed. As per tradition, they too faced execution and purification by fire. Which part of the Empire's world was devoid of cults? Kester found no peculiarity in uncovering these monstrous entities. Rather, the absence of such would be alarming, indicating the existence of even more terrifying forces hidden away. Perhaps it was due to the infection of his niece that Governor Cornwall, fearing repercussions, refrained from causing trouble for Kester. Instead, he dutifully relinquished his law enforcement authority, assigning an increased number of planetary guards to his governor's mansion, pledging not to interfere with Kester's actions, displaying a notably cooperative demeanor. However, trouble was indeed on the horizon, not from within, but from without. The orcs seemed poised to launch another assault, one larger in scale than the previous incursion. Reluctantly, Kester had to hand over the task of investigating the gene thieves and eliminating the alien threat to Hanks before hastening back to the front lines. En route, the news grew increasingly grim. Photographs transmitted from reconnaissance aircraft revealed vast swathes of green-skinned mushroom fields across the southern continent of the planet. Each day, Countless green-skinned monsters surged forth from these fields, rushing toward the defenses of the Star Realm army. The remarkable uniformity and discipline exhibited by these greenskins heightened Kester's concerns. A new and stronger greenskin warlord may have emerged, thereby organizing the greenskins, which rendered the green tide all the more formidable. The new greenskin warlord Iron Claw let out a tremendous sneeze, spraying saliva and mucus onto the glass before him, rendering it grimy and obscured. How disgusting! How can your airplane window be so filthy, fool? Iron Claw sat in the rear seat of the aircraft, his massive frame occupying the space meant for 3 orcs. Boss, that was your doing, Fool timidly remarked. With a sharp slap, Iron Claw struck Fool on the head. Do not talk back to the boss, understand? After reprimanding Fool, Iron Claw realized that his own spit had obscured his view of the battlefield below. In a foul mood, he shattered the airplane window with a forceful blow, allowing a torrent of wind to rush in and wreak havoc inside the aircraft. Unfazed by the bewildered expressions of Fool and the other pilots, Iron Claw thrust his head out of the opening, seeking a direct view of the battlefield below. Upon witnessing countless newly emerged greenskins armed with machetes and rifles joining the fray, Iron Claw felt a surge of emotion. Such a bountiful battle, one he had never experienced before. The exhilaration was overwhelming. The crooked-mouthed fellow truly had wealth. How splendid it is to be affluent. In his excitement, Iron Claw exclaimed loudly from above. He then retracted his head, sealing the broken window with a metal plate. With the lads charging so fiercely, I have ample room to execute my tactics. On the metal plate that sealed the window, Iron Claw began to sketch his battle plan. The cunning leader had initially used explosive distractions to draw the Shrimp's attention, followed by a feigned attack to consolidate their forces, then launching a surprise assault to capture them all in one fell swoop. As Iron Claw sketched, he muttered to himself, "My main force is here, and here, and here. The Shrimp have artillery and aircraft that are quite troublesome, not to mention those colossal iron giants. Which should I choose as the main attack direction? Boss Iron Claw, I've identified the target. Is that the colossal iron giant you mentioned?" Fool removed his aviation headset and shouted back to Iron Claw in the rear seat. Upon hearing that the target had been located, Iron Claw's attention shifted from his drawings. He had come to see how to tackle the colossal iron giant. Beneath the clouds, billowing white clouds drifted by as thousands of green skins charged against a human stronghold. Shielded by a multitude of artillery and filthy tanks, the green skins advanced with unstoppable momentum. The Shrimp's bunkers, barbed wire, and heavy weapon positions were shattered by the relentless bombardment from various calibers of greenskin artillery. Even those who managed to escape would be targeted individually by the filthy tanks as the greenskins surged into the Shrimp's defenses. When the Shrimp and the orcs engaged in chaotic combat just a few meters apart, they were swiftly overwhelmed by the orcs. The strength, physique, and resilience of the orcs vastly surpassed that of the Shrimp. The majority of casualties among the astral army occurred during such moments. If the orcs were not expelled quickly, they would soon slaughter everyone in the trenches one by one. Titan, the most formidable terrestrial weapon of the human empire, serves as the Emperor's iron fist and razor-sharp blade, unleashing the Emperor's wrath upon all adversaries. The imposing silhouette of the Warlord-class Titan has emerged in the distance, diligently patrolling the flanks of the supply lines. Countless times, when the orcs threaten to breach humanity's defenses, the Warlord-class Titan stands as an insurmountable mountain, a veritable bastion against the green tide. Before even reaching the most fervent battleground, the Titan's colossal arms, shoulders, and back are adorned with an array of formidable artillery and energy weaponry, which begin to unleash their fury. This overwhelming barrage of firepower ignites the orc horde like a genuine roar of the Emperor, cleaving the green tide in two. Chapter 133. I am the legend. The artillery roared, and the ground trembled. With each step the Titan took, the battlefield quaked as if an earthquake had struck. The orcs' crude tanks and demolitions were relentlessly firing upon the colossal Titan, yet the impact of tank shells and anti-tank missiles upon its massive form was negligible. The void shield absorbed the majority of the damage. Even attacks that breached the shield merely ignited a fleeting burst of fireworks upon the Titan's armor, leaving only superficial scratches. The Titan's size rendered it an enormous target, prompting an increasing number of orcs to launch their assaults. Countless cannons, bombs, and thermite weapons illuminated the Titan, transforming it into a grand pyrotechnic display. However, these ostentatious attacks failed to topple the Titan. With each retaliatory strike, numerous orc units vanished from existence. Of course, the Titan did not engage in battle alone, no matter how formidable a unit may be. It cannot withstand the concentrated fire of numerous foes without the support of allied forces to unleash its full combat potential. Accompanying the Titan was a battle group. The piercing wails of shells and rockets sliced through the sky as humanity commenced its long-range fire coverage, this time enveloping the orcs' ground with artillery and airstrikes. Traditional Imperial vehicles, such as the Lehman Russ tank and Chimera transport, advanced onto the battlefield, providing cover for the Titan's advance. Among them, the most prominent was an Emperor's Poison Blade heavy tank. Each time its massive barrel ignited, a small mushroom cloud erupted amidst the orc ranks. Under the relentless assault of the human steel behemoths, the orc morale shattered, leading to a disordered retreat. One orc chieftain stepped forth, rallying his elite forces for a final charge. Their bravery was commendable. They succeeded in destroying several human vehicles and even inflicted damage upon the side armor of the Emperor's Poison Blade. However, ultimately, they fell before the onslaught of the Emperor's Poison Blade and the Titan's firepower. The Great Hammer had met its demise, regrettably failing to destroy the massive tanks of the Shrimp. He was a commendable orc, truly a warrior of great valor, and his performance exceeded my expectations. Iron Claw, with a heavy heart, withdrew his head, continuing to cover the gaping hole in the window with metal plates. What do you think, Dimwit? That enormous robot, the sneaky little wretch with the gold tooth, caught the tongue of the Shrimp and called it a Titan. Are you confident you can handle it? With one hand pressed against the metal plate, Iron Claw inquired of Dimwit. It's not easy, boss. This so-called Titan is heavily guarded by numerous Shrimp forces. From Dimwit's perspective, a heavy artillery shell struck the Titan, but it was perfectly deflected by the void shield. Countless orcs, ensnared by the death net woven by their weaponry, could only produce faint sparks upon its armor. Moreover, this thing is exceedingly resilient. I believe only the ancient trash from space could shatter it. Even the boastful Dimwit felt a tinge of apprehension. The performance of the human Titan was indeed remarkable. Just tell me if you can do it or not. If not, I'll seek others. The air squad will look for someone capable. Iron Claw's patience was wearing thin. All right. Of course I can. However, I need to prepare adequately. Larger bombs are necessary, and the items from the Crooked Mouth are rather costly. Upon hearing Iron Claw's intention to usurp his position as air squad captain, Dimwit immediately grew anxious. I'll figure something out with the Crooked Mouth, teeth are no issue. With an abundance of debt, there is no cause for concern, for there exists the crooked promises of the Crooked Mouth. Iron Claw has long ceased to worry about dental issues. At that moment, a barrage of bullets clanged against the fuselage, some even injuring the passengers within. The co-pilot cried out in agony as a bullet pierced his arm. Iron Claw merely felt as if a mosquito had bitten him, remaining utterly indifferent. The enemy aircraft, 3 in number, had already locked onto us from the rear flank. The co-pilot, suppressing his pain, reported through the observation lens. Very well, it was time to showcase true skill. The simpleton became unexpectedly exhilarated. The co-pilot, now in a state of panic, halted his efforts to bandage his arm and implored earnestly, "Captain, we are piloting a reconnaissance aircraft. It's a modified heavy reconnaissance plane to facilitate your ascent, Iron Claw. Such an aircraft is ill-suited for dogfights with enemy planes. Thus, these fellows are far too inept. The orc pilots care not for suitability, but only for the ability to fly. And I intend not just to fly, but to eliminate the target." With that declaration, the simpleton yanked the steering wheel, discarding the auxiliary fuel tank and heavy loads, initiating a spiral maneuver. The co-pilot's face turned ashen, rendered speechless by despair. Observing the co-pilot's expression, the simpleton chuckled triumphantly, believing his audacious maneuver had astonished him. "Do not admire me, for I am a legend." "Admire you? Nonsense. You just abandoned Iron Claw. Simpleton, you insolent fool." Iron Claw plummeted from 10,000 meters in full gear, his voice trailing long. He understood that the life-saving device salvaged from the Crooked Mouth was likely lost once more. A component fell from the sky, poised to crash to the ground when Cheng Mingrue, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, utilized magnetism to seize it, verifying its precision before affixing it to the colossal incubator. The synthetic beast within the incubator was as fragile as tofu. Even the slightest violent treatment could lead to its swift demise. Its prolonged survival was not solely due to Cheng Mingrue's superior mechanical skills and continuous enhancements to the incubator's living conditions. There was another reason, the art of verbal persuasion. The synthetic beast had developed a soul and could generate a wax state, at least part of it was green-skinned. Thus, Cheng Mingrue connected with it through psychic energy, offering mental encouragement. He sought to instill in it the unwavering belief that it could survive, that it could endure all suffering. As long as it did not relinquish the will to live, healing would be possible, granting Ching Mingrue more time. I'm in so much pain, lamented the synthetic beast. It's not painful. You're fine. You will recover. Chang Mingrue began to console. But I still hurt. I hurt so much. It hurts if you don't think about it. The pain will dissipate, and you can persevere. You're lying. How could it not hurt if it hurts so much? Why does it hurt this way? Is all perception filled with such pain? Should sensation be synonymous with suffering? No, it's not like that. Chung Mingrue dared not reveal to the synthetic beast that its very existence was the result of a deranged necromancer's twisted pleasure in tormenting souls. Should the synthetic beast succumb to the onslaught, it may experience an immediate collapse of consciousness. The sensation of pain and suffering is a testament to one's existence. To exist is to endure pain and suffering? Then I would rather not exist, for in the absence of life, there would be no pain or suffering. Before Chung Mingrue could offer an explanation, the synthetic beast's thoughts interrupted him, steering the conversation towards the most tragic of conclusions. No, existence is not solely comprised of pain and suffering. It encompasses joy and happiness as well. And whack. By the way, are you familiar with the concept of whack? The mind of the ingenious Ching Mingrue was racing with ideas. Chapter 134. Sharing feelings, joy, happiness? What constitutes joy and happiness? And what is whack? The art of shifting topics has proven effective, piquing the curiosity of the synthesized beast. Allow me to regale you with our tale. Previously, I toiled away on a project, immersed in a whirlwind of busyness and anguish. Do you share a similar plight? Well, not quite, yet pain is universal. Eventually, I encountered a remarkably generous leader. Cheng Mingrue began to recount his experiences after traversing into a new world. I must admit, the days following my transition were truly joyous. I forged friendships, companions with whom to whack, faced challenges, and felt the exhilarating rush of fervor. As I narrated, the sheer delight of the journey enveloped me, drawing the synthesized beast into my euphoria, allowing it to experience genuine enjoyment for the first time. Just as I was about to describe the battle involving the star god fragments, the synthesized beast interrupted, expressing its inability to grasp the concept of joy merely through words. Despite the exuberance of whack, without a visceral understanding, it could not fully comprehend. The psychic communication allowed for a shared perspective and emotional exchange. I could now enable both parties to share sensations, yet I was beset by a reflexive response. The memories of despair and anguish from when I touched the cultivation apparatus remained vivid. Hence you. Are you speaking the truth? I detected a tremor in the synthesized beast's voice, a fear of deception, a reluctance to trust my words. I assure you, I speak honestly. Prepare yourself. You may have yet to witness the true nature of reality, never having truly opened your eyes. Fear not, nor be bewildered. For the brilliance of the world awaits your gaze. Once prepared, I connected my senses with the synthesized beast, entering a shared state. In an instant, a wave of piercing pain surged through my entire being, nearly rendering me unconscious. Fortunately, my initial experience had fortified my consciousness, enhancing my resilience. However, this agony slowed my efforts to modify the cultivation apparatus to a near standstill. To withstand the pain and avoid losing consciousness, I had to exert all my strength. For a considerable time, the synthesized beast remained silent, and I, too, refrained from speaking amid the torment. Clever imp, summon kid. I am in excruciating pain. The subsequent tasks must be led by him. Enduring the excruciating ache, I addressed the clever imp. Instead of obeying my command, it approached with concern, attempting to support me. A comical sight given our size disparity. Boss, what troubles you? Are you injured? The resilience of the greenskin genes renders them largely immune to illness. I shall find the mad doctor. The blade is nearby. The clever imp exclaimed with concern. At that moment, I found myself unable to respond to the clever imp's inquiries. The synthesized beast's questions overwhelmed me, leaving me in a state of confusion. The synthetic beast, endowed with a significant bandwidth and high speed through its psychic connection, inundated its surroundings with an incessant barrage of inquiries. It questioned the nature of this object, the essence of that entity, and inquired about the clever spirit, pondering why it exhibited movement. It then muttered to itself, "So, everything you said is indeed true. This is the clever spirit, is it not?" In its relentless quest for knowledge, it posed questions left and right, oblivious to the proper etiquette of inquiry, until it thoroughly overwhelmed the mind of Chung Mingrue, who was already grappling with agony. In the tangible realm, witnessing the agony of the cunning leader, who could provide no answers, the clever spirit became alarmed. The leader's commands faded from its mind, and it vaguely recalled that the leader was preoccupied with reviving the entity within the grand incubator. Was this very entity the source of the leader's torment, rendering him speechless? The formidable figures, Big Kid, Dio, the Mad Dr. Blade, Rambo, and Kuka, were summoned. As for the ruthless characters in the heavy assault squad, the clever spirit resolved to keep its findings confidential. These giants were ambitious. Who could tell if among them lurked a villain seeking to exploit the situation to usurp the cunning leader's position? While Chung Mingrue suffered from shared perception, the synthetic beast, relieved of its pain, became excessively talkative, thus distracting Chung Mingrue at a critical moment. Meanwhile, an urgent assembly of the Skyrus clan, more commonly known as the Screw clan, was convened before the cunning leader. I believe the cunning leader has indeed lost his essence. Perhaps equipping him with an antenna might restore him. The Mad Doctor, having truly embraced his role and boasting numerous successful treatment cases, continued to uphold his theories despite his growing stature and fame. This cannot be allowed. It is unequivocally misguided, he asserted. In my view, the cunning leader has transformed due to contact with this machinery. Having just examined the leader's modification path, he contemplated whether adhering to this trajectory would lead to recovery. Big Kid, after scrutinizing the incubator and modification circuits, speculated, I suspect it may be the machinations of certain foes, perhaps the ribs or demons. Regarding demons, the cunning leader has recounted tales of those cunning and despicable beings. I shall take my special forces to patrol the vicinity. Without hesitation, Rambo ceased participating in the discussion and began to traverse the laboratory with his subordinates. Why not destroy this incubator? Perhaps an explosion would yield results. Since we cannot currently identify the issue, I prefer to eliminate the source of the problem, which may bring about new developments. Upon uttering these words, Dio retrieved several packages of explosives from his person, preparing to affix them to the incubator. Big Kid immediately drew his modified firearm, aiming it at Dio. What are you intending to do? We are here to rescue the cunning leader. What purpose does blowing this place up serve? Dio, slightly delayed in drawing his weapon, hoisted the explosives high, declaring, I am indeed rescuing the cunning leader. Your firearm is impressive, but this explosive is formidable. Should it misfire, we would all be propelled into the sky, without even time to teleport. The clever one could hardly fathom that when the cunning leader was present, this group of orcs could engage in fruitful discussions. Now, however, with their resourceful leader rendered speechless, they quickly descended into chaos. Silence. Please. Let us think and devise a plan to save our cunning leader. The clever one flitted about anxiously. Had he not been at a loss for solutions, he would have drawn his weapon and quelled the increasingly tumultuous assembly before him. Amid the pandemonium among the orcs, the typically reticent Kuka rose and slowly approached Chung Mingrue, placing a reassuring hand upon his knee. Chapter 135. The Mad Doctor? The Genius? The Sly Boss. Hey, I'm Kuka, can you hear me? Kuka's voice joined the wave of communication between Cheng Mingrue and the synthetic beast. The introduction of this fresh voice immediately captured the synthetic beast's attention, and its consciousness swiftly converged around Kuka. Who are you? You must be Kuka, right? Where is your colorful mask? I want to see you dance. No. I mean perform your divine dance. I want to see. The synthetic beast resembled an inquisitive child. Sly Boss, what is happening? Who is this? Kuka, of course, did not recognize the synthetic beast. He found its incessant chatter quite bothersome, akin to a giddy spirit under the influence of hallucinogenic mushrooms. It's good that you came. I'm at my wit's end. This kid is a handful. Never mind it for now. Go find Kid. We cannot halt our work outside. Or else if this troublesome child perishes, all my efforts will be in vain. Chung Mingrue, akin to seizing a life-saving straw, promptly relayed his urgent tasks to Kuka. What does troublesome child mean? Kuka inquired, perplexed. Observing the urgency in the Sly Boss, he ceased his deliberation and began to focus intently on Chung Mingrue's words. Once Chung Mingrue finished speaking, Kuka responded, I shall go speak with Kid immediately. He then severed the consciousness connection amidst the synthetic beast's lamenting tone. The synthetic beast was decidedly displeased. It began to vent its frustration at Chung Mingrue. How could you let him go? I have so many questions for him. So many tasks I wish for him to accomplish. Cheng Mingrue maintained a gentle and calm demeanor. He must leave now, so that you will have more time in the future to get to know him, to ask him. Time? In the future? Only if you are alive will there be a future. Do you wish to live now? Yes. I want to live, to meet more characters from your story. To be happy, to understand what Wyack means. The synthetic beast replied almost instantaneously. Very well, Then you must endure a little longer. We will save you. Cheng Mingrui noticed that the synthetic beast had become significantly more obedient. It was even actively enduring pain to avoid imposing excessive mental strain on him. It had found a purpose, and for that purpose, it would choose to endure, to survive, and to patiently await the moment when Cheng Mingrui would declare it safe. Finally, with a bit of respite, Cheng Mingrui shifted some of his attention back to reality. Before him, Kid and Dio had begun collaborating busily, with the clever imp assisting them. Kuka, lacking mechanical talent, stood aside, his task being to immediately contact the sly boss if any issues arose. As soon as the boss's voice emerged, the earlier chaos vanished without a trace. After exchanging greetings with Kid and Dio, Cheng Mingrui joined in the transformation of the incubator. As per usual, Kid was responsible for the software, Dio for the hardware, and Cheng Mingrui coordinated and tackled the technical challenges. The rate of the synthetic beast's collapse had slowed. Now at half the previous speed, based on the pain index transmitted from its consciousness, the modifications were proving highly effective, and the synthetic beast's emotions were stabilizing. However, Cheng Mingrui soon discovered an insurmountable dilemma. The genes of the ancient beastmen were tainted. As various species cells incessantly clashed, they simultaneously merged. This fusion could culminate in the most tragic outcome, the demise of the synthetic beasts. The methods employed by the cosmic necromancers were excessively brutal, possibly intentional. The experimenters had not contemplated the possibility of achieving a stable structure through fusion. They merely sought to witness the synthetic beast struggle and perish. Thus, as this fusion continued, the genetic chaos would only escalate, ultimately leading to a catastrophic lack of coherence, condemning the synthetic beasts to inevitable death. Cheng Mingrui's actions merely postponed this fatality. Recognizing that the death of the synthetic beast seemed unavoidable, Cheng found himself torn in thought. Should he forsake the integrity of the genes, actively terminate the synthetic beasts, extract the fragmented ancient beastman genes from within, and conduct gradual research? Yet, this would be the least favorable option, lacking the extraordinary genetic technology of the ancient saints. Restoring the genetic fragments might prove an elusive endeavor. The three most astute minds of the Screw clan, Kid, Dio, and Cheng Mingrui, convened to explore alternative solutions. After half an hour of discussion, they found themselves at an impasse. Cheng began to wonder if such numerous challenges were fated. Perhaps the deities of the 40K universe were unwilling to witness the return of the ancient beastmen, or any being slightly comparable to them in this realm. I ponder, perhaps your reasoning is flawed, interjected the Mad Doctor, who had been idly observing. The 6 intelligent red eyes instantly fixed upon him, causing the Mad Doctor to feel a chill. Dio, known for his fiery temperament, nearly erupted in reproach. After all, they were masters of their craft, and an outsider had no right to interject. A large hand, belonging to Cheng Mingrui, restrained Dio. He felt that after much deliberation, the Mad Doctor might possess an extraordinary perspective, given that this individual had successfully revived at least a dozen legendary beastmen. Speak, we are listening, prompted the cunning leader. And both Kid and Dio fell silent, while the Mad Doctor gained confidence. I believe this matter pertains to the synthetic beasts. The genes within these synthetic beasts have merged to such an extent that separation is virtually impossible. Regardless of the number of methods you contemplate, it would be exceedingly challenging. Instead, we should strive to stabilize this fusion, articulated the Mad Doctor. Cheng Mingrui furrowed his brow. While he had considered the idea of stabilizing the fusion, the crux of the matter lay in its impracticality. This was not a simple notion that could be effortlessly realized. I can provide an example. When I assist the beastmen in repairing their heads, arms, and muscles, my favored material is the skug tendon. This substance is remarkably versatile, capable of adhering all organs. When placed in the brain, it serves as brain cells. Within muscles, it can replace muscular force, and sometimes, when situated in the heart, it enhances the explosive power of the young beastmen. In essence, the skug tendon is akin to skug itself, exhibiting myriad transformations and appearances, the Mad Doctor elucidated. Could it be possible to mend these fragmented and chaotic genes using the same method? Do you truly believe there exists such a miraculous adhesive at the genetic level? Dior exclaimed vehemently. With a resounding slap, Cheng Mingrui brought Dior crashing to the ground, and his gaze fixed upon the gleaming blade. There was a singular thought. Could this individual genuinely be a genius? Shiguj serves as a crucial component within this ecological system, truly embodying the essence that Shiguj can transform into anything and accomplish any task. Chapter 136. I wish to live previously. Cheng Mingrui had focused on researching the mucus creatures in the green-skinned ecosystem, paying particular attention to Shiguj, seeking to understand the reason behind Shigyu's shapeshifting capabilities. Consequently, he gained some insights into this enigmatic entity. To illustrate with simple logic, human development originates from the most basic embryonic stem cells, which differentiate into various tissues. Some evolve into bone, while others develop into flesh. The growth of the green-skinned beings, in addition to their intrinsic factors, is significantly influenced by Shigyu. The cells of Shigyu possess the remarkable ability to develop into any organ or tissue, their plasticity surpassing imagination. If one can conceive it, Shigyu can realize it. Certain clans adept at cultivating Shigyu could entirely forego technological creations, relying instead on Shigyu's variants to replace all forms of melee and ranged weaponry. The Shigyu war beasts they nurture can even engage in fierce battles with the Tyrannid Titans. Since being enlightened by the clever trickster regarding the cultivation of mushroom fields that simply requires mucus creatures, Cheng Mingrue has grown considerably more humble. The green-skinned race harbors many secrets, some of which remain elusive to him. Is it not entirely reasonable for such an extraordinary biological weapon, created by the ancient saints, to possess remarkable qualities? The words of the blade-wielding madman resonated with wisdom, and Cheng Mingrue felt it worth taking a risk. After contemplating for 2 minutes, he reached his conclusion. Boss, are you serious? The objector this time was Kid, who was calmer and more meticulous than Dio, yet he too found the madman's theory untenable. To demonstrate that the blade-wielding madman lacked a fundamental understanding of genetics and related knowledge, Kid posed several questions, all of which the madman failed to comprehend. Faced with this outcome, the seemingly omniscient trickster leader remarked, "Weakness is not an obstacle to survival. Arrogance is. The knowledge within our minds represents merely the tip of the iceberg in the vast ocean of knowledge. One must maintain a spirit of humility." Relenting, Kid ceased to insist on his viewpoint, beginning to perceive that the trickster leader's actions bore profound significance, one that he, due to his limited understanding, could not fully grasp. Madman, using your intuition and instincts, procure some Shigyu essence, the kind that can heal any greenskin being the moment they immerse themselves in it, Cheng Mingrue instructed earnestly. And to facilitate the process, he dispatched the clever trickster to assist the madman, urging the two green-skinned beings to swiftly gather the Shigyu essence. Kid and Dio, the two formidable technicians, looked at Cheng Mingrue with puzzled expressions, hoping for an explanation from their trickster leader. However, Cheng Mingrue himself was unsure how to articulate his reasoning. He simply felt an instinctive conviction that this course of action would yield positive results. At that moment, Kuka spoke up, expressing unwavering support for all decisions made by the trickster leader, convinced that his actions would inevitably lead to the desired outcome. Trusting in the trickster leader and the clever trickster, the two technicians began to entertain the notion that this plan might indeed prove fruitful. Before long, the clever trickster, having carved a path with his teeth, returned alongside the madman, bringing with them a full jar of milky white Shigyu essence. In simpler terms, one might say that even the most wretched of creatures, when nourished with essence, could be transformed into a formidable beast capable of surmounting great heights. As for the question of how to feed a mouthless synthetic creature, there exists a straightforward solution. Simply immerse it in the essence. This approach embodies the quintessential Orsish style. Uncomplicated and direct, the true test lies in its efficacy. Upon connecting the conduit for infusing the essence to the incubator, a mere pull of the trigger would suffice to fill the chamber with the precious liquid. In a moment of uncertainty regarding the outcome, Cheng Mingrue closed his eyes and addressed the synthetic creature. "We are striving to save your life, to ensure your survival, though we cannot guarantee success." He pondered. "There may be an additional means to augment your chances of revival, and that is your fervent desire for life. Do you wish to live?" "Yes," came the emphatic reply. "Living encompasses both joy and suffering. Do you still desire it? Will it be more painful than now?" "I wish to experience life. To relive the stories you have shared, to know the essence of Wyak." The synthetic creature exhibited no trace of confusion. Its yearning for existence was profoundly intense. "I want to live. I want to live. With such an ardent desire for life, I shall ensure your survival." Cheng Mingrue was moved by the creature's resolve. He pulled the trigger, and a copious amount of essence flooded the incubator, transforming the yellow liquid into a brilliant white. "If you say so, I will survive," the synthetic creature joyfully proclaimed. "I too." Cheng Mingrue wondered, surprised that he alone seemed to communicate with the creature. At that moment, the incubator brimmed with essence, enveloping the synthetic creature in a radiant green glow. Countless bubbles began to emerge, suggesting a tumultuous reaction within. Suddenly, the mental connection between Cheng Mingrue and the synthetic creature was severed. In astonishment, he attempted to re-establish the psychic link, but found himself unsuccessful. Had they failed? Was the creature dead, reduced to a putrid puddle? 10 minutes elapsed, and the once boiling incubator fell into a tranquil stillness, devoid of the vibrant whack energy. Cheng Mingrui placed his hand upon the incubator, employing his ability to deconstruct machinery in an effort to unveil the obscure truth behind the murky liquid. Deconstructing machinery does not equate to dismantling life. As he penetrated the liquid, he sensed a dismal atmosphere. The vitality of the essence appeared to have been entirely siphoned away. With a resounding explosion, the incubator burst open, sending its contents spraying in every direction, drenching Cheng Mingrui and all the greenskins thoroughly. They were not merely soaked in liquid, they were splattered with putrid flesh. It seemed a genuine failure. All the greenskins shared this sentiment, except for Cheng Mingrui, who suddenly lifted his gaze forward. A colossal figure lunged toward him from the distance, towering at least 10 meters high. Its immense strength knocked Cheng Mingrui to the ground. This creature was an exceptionally bizarre and terrifying being. Its entire body is adorned with emerald scales, equipped with a pair of formidable claws and a mouth filled with sharp teeth, including an exceptionally long set of tusks reminiscent of an orc. It possesses a tail and a pair of crimson, beady eyes, while its ears are pointed and upright, much like those of ethereal beings. A synthetic beast. Although it is alive, it appears to have lost its sense of self, and Cheng Mingrui is uncertain of the value of the ancient orc genes that still reside within its form. As the creature lunges at him with its gaping maw, Cheng Mingrui swiftly counters, delivering a powerful strike that sends the synthetic beast crashing to the ground. Chapter 137. Mutual Struggle. The fallen synthetic beast, unwilling to concede defeat, crouched low in a predatory stance before launching itself at Cheng Mingrui like a cannonball. In an instant, it sent him flying several meters, demolishing everything in its path and raising a cloud of dust that obscured the surroundings. "Cunning boss," shouted the clever ones, Kid and others, as the sudden turn of events left them at a loss for how to respond. With a resounding crash, a shadow tore through the vision of the green-skinned onlookers, crashing into another wall. From the green scales, it was evident that the creature had tackled the cunning boss. Shaking off the debris, Cheng Mingrui emerged from the smoke, his expression calm and composed. He had never feared anyone in close combat. Kid and Dio hastily drew their firearms, preparing to shoot at the synthetic beast, but were stopped by Cheng Mingrui. "You are no match for it. This creature is exceptionally resilient. Allow me to handle it," he stated with gravity. The diverse genes of the synthetic beast rendered it grotesque and misshapen, yet its strength was undeniable. The punch that had sent it flying had been delivered without restraint, yet it had failed to dislocate even the beast's jaw. If that blow had landed on a lesser opponent, it would have surely felled them to the ground. "This is my battle, a duel for the boss. You wait outside for news of my victory," he declared, intending to persuade his subordinates not to intervene by invoking the traditional notion of one-on-one combat. However, distracted by his words, the synthetic beast launched itself again, propelling Cheng Mingrui outwards with such force that it shattered the laboratory floor beneath them, both disappearing into the pitch-black chasm below. Recognizing the significance of the boss-esque duel, Dio and Kid reluctantly stowed their weapons, understanding that their interference would be unwelcome. In a bid to observe the battle, Kid tossed out a handful of marbles, which soared into the air and vanished within the laboratory. "My little invention will allow us to watch the boss fight even after we've teleported away," Kid said smugly. Dio felt a twinge of envy. His skills in crafting small devices paled in comparison to Kid's. Before the green-skinned creatures were teleported away, the clever one shouted down into the vast hole, "Cunning boss, the mightiest, the most formidable, the most whack." Below, Cheng Mingrui and the synthetic beast engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each strike resonating with a visceral impact. The synthetic beast, clearly agitated after receiving a punch to the face, retracted its claws and transformed its appendages into fists to engage in combat with Cheng Mingrui. The flurry of punches created a wall of shadows crashing against one another, each collision erupting with a sound reminiscent of cannon fire. The sheer force of their strikes even generated sonic booms, amplifying the destruction of their surroundings. It had been far too long since Cheng Mingrui had encountered an opponent of such caliber, one that warranted his utmost effort in battle. Realizing that its beastly form was ill-suited for standing toe-to-toe with Cheng Mingrui, the synthetic beast's green scale shifted and morphed, transforming it into a humanoid creature reminiscent of an orc, complete with a tail. The robust muscles of both combatants collided like steel, their physical confrontation intensifying with each exchange, fueled by an exhilarating fervor. Overcome with exhilaration, Chung Mingrue could not help but unleash a primal roar, whack. The synthetic beast paused momentarily, then its gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth, appeared to curl into a semblance of a smile. Whack! It echoed back with an identical cry. The evenly matched battle raged for several hours, while Dio and others, observing through kids' gadgets, reveled in the spectacle. To ensure the green-skinned onlookers were entertained, they arranged for a grand screen to share the experience. Orcs relished brawls, thriving on the excitement of witnessing combat. The more ferocious the fight, the more they savored it. However, unlike previous encounters, there were no bets placed by the green-skinned spectators, as they regarded the cunning leader as overwhelmingly powerful. Despite the strength of the opponent, they were certain that the cunning leader would ultimately prevail. Indeed, as all the green-skinned anticipated, Chang Mingrue grew stronger with every exchange, delivering a barrage of blows to the synthetic beast's head. Each punch sank deeper into the ground, causing the metallic surface to become increasingly polished, akin to a mirror. Yet, mindful not to slay the synthetic beast, intent on studying its genetic makeup to expedite the Orcish awakening, Chung Mingrue ceased his relentless assault upon noticing the beast's stillness. After a prolonged moment of gasping for breath, the battered creature raised its swollen head and addressed Chung Mingrue. Is this what whack is? Truly exhilarating. So delightful. Chung Mingrue was taken aback, initially believing the synthetic beast had been revived, yet had succumbed to madness. After enduring such torment, its newfound mobility had understandably driven it to frenzy. To his surprise, it was still capable of coherent communication. If you can speak, why did you not greet me before lunging at me? Chang Mingrue queried, although he felt a tinge of anger at the senselessness of the encounter, which had resulted in considerable damage to the laboratory. The beast, seemingly intimidated by Chung Mingrue's brusque tone, lowered its voice. I merely wish to leap forth and play with you. At the mention of play, the synthetic creature's spirits lifted, its tone brightening. Playing is so joyous. Whack is so exhilarating. It hurts when struck, yet it is also delightful. Chung Mingrue was tempted to exclaim, "Are you out of your mind?" However, reflecting on the creature's origins, he recognized the truth. Born from Sphinx's enjoyment of tormenting life, its suffering had become a trap for its own existence. With its survival hinging on Chung Mingrue's desire to harness the ancient orc genes it possessed, it was, indeed, a pitiable circumstance. With this realization, Chung Mingrue's heart softened, and he swallowed his reprimands, lowering his fists. Why can I not sense your wax dance? It was quite evident during the cultivation process. This aspect held great significance. Lacking a wax dance indicated one was not truly green-skinned, making it challenging to assimilate into Orcish society. For instance, the Genestealers can indeed infect the greenskins. Even if it is only a single generation, in theory, the scale could be expanded to serve the Great Devourer. However, the greenskins infected by Genestealers are unable to generate a whack energy, making them easily identifiable to their kin, which hinders the Genestealers' infiltration into greenskin society. Is this what you meant? The scales of the synthetic beast began to shift, its muscles and bones undergoing transformation. Beneath Chang Mingrue's gaze, the synthetic creature morphed into a colossal squiggoth. Goodness, the squiggoth is a shapeshifter, akin to a ditto before it has fully developed. This is indeed a remarkable transformation. This resembles a slime. Chapter 138. Halls as the synthetic beast transformed into a Skugger combat beast, it naturally manifested a wax dance, resembling an ordinary greenskin creature. Can you assume other forms? Cheng Mingrue inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed, the synthetic beast replied gleefully, akin to a child delighted by the presence of an adult willing to play. Subsequently, Cheng Mingrue witnessed the astonishing diversity of biological forms. The synthetic beast morphed into various creatures, from orcs to ethereal beings, as well as reptiles, mammals, crustaceans, birds, and mollusks. After the skirmish, many orcs dispersed from the viewing screen, leaving only a handful of orcs, clever tricksters, and a few impudent figures still watching. This is indeed a Skugger. It's impressive to contend with the cunning chief and transform into so many forms, some orcs remarked in awe. The clever trickster wore a troubled expression. Sensing a hint of crisis, he was the sole follower of the cunning chief, having outmaneuvered other competitors, yet unexpectedly, a new contender had emerged. The synthetic beast transformed into a mount, crouching down, awaiting Cheng Mingrue to climb aboard. During their earlier brawl, Cheng Mingrue's power armor had been thoroughly battered, and he indeed required a steed for mobility. The concealed laboratory lay deep within the folds of space. Returning to his workshop to forge a new set of power armor would demand considerable time. Once Cheng Mingrui mounted its back, the synthetic beast joyfully galloped, with Cheng Mingrui guiding it through their mental connection. Now that you are alive, what are your plans? Cheng Mingrui asked the synthetic beast. Plans? What do you mean by plans? Their exchange accelerated through their mental link. What do you wish to pursue in the future? I want to play with you. Playing with you brings me joy. Even when it hurts, I am still happy. The synthetic beast resembled a newly born child, innocent and straightforward. Cheng Mingrui, harboring ulterior motives, felt a twinge of guilt in deceiving and manipulating such a childlike being. I can play with you, but you must listen to me, otherwise I will not play with you, and I shall not take you along in the whack. Establishing familial authority was essential when communicating with a child. Okay, I promise to obey you. Please do not abandon me, nor cast me back into that dark place. The days spent in the incubator haunted the synthetic beast's heart, akin to the childhood traumas that linger with humans throughout their lives. Very well, I promise you. Let me give you a name. A name? What is that? It is a means of mutual identification. We cannot always refer to each other simply as you. Cheng Mingrui, akin to a patient teacher, explained. Chief. Suddenly, in the midst of the synthetic beast's gallop, the clever trickster teleported beside them, maintaining a relative stillness in the air. Chief, what are you riding? Is it that creature that keeps changing forms? Chief, I am your follower. I have always been by your side. You cannot replace me with it. The clever trickster exclaimed anxiously. Cheng Mingrui, while reassuring the clever imp with words of denial, was conversing silently with the synthetic beast in his mind. Did you hear that? I am known as Shuetu, the leader of all the green-skinned ones, and they refer to me as the Great Shuetu. Why do you sometimes refer to yourself in the first person and other times in the third? That is merely a quirk of my accent. Pay no heed to the details. Cheng Mingrui would never acknowledge that his shrimp-like soul often led him to mispronounce words. Have you decided on your name? Locke Phillips Pa Kinmeister Holst, Shuetu, what do you think of this name? Cheng Mingrui was utterly bewildered by the lengthy name proposed by the synthetic beast. What does it mean? Would a newborn truly choose such a complex name for itself? How about it? Is this name satisfactory? The synthetic beast seemed exceedingly pleased with its choice. What inspired you to select this name? Well, you mentioned naming yourself, and this name just appeared in my mind. Each time I utter it, I feel an overwhelming pride, indeed, a great pride. The synthetic beast's tone was imbued with a sense of elation. It felt akin to the ancient tradition of dragons in a fantasy realm, utterly absurd. Cheng Mingrui refrained from expressing his thoughts directly, opting instead to silently critique the situation. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the severed head mounted on his leader's stand. No, it's a fencite. The creature fixated on Cheng Mingrui's name, as if it held exceptional significance. The name likely pertained to the legacy of the wise young one, the technological lineage of the green-skinned orcs. Besides the name, do you recall anything else? Any information related to the name? Cheng Mingrui inquired hastily. No, I can't recall anything. I can only remember the name. Is it not good? Should I choose another? The synthetic beast struggled momentarily before responding with a hint of disappointment. Alas, it appeared that obtaining the legacy was not an easy task. The synthetic beast's genetics were already a complex amalgamation. It was commendable that even this fragment of information remained. Regrettably, a fencite was deceased, otherwise sharing this name with him might have yielded some valuable intelligence. Boss, it seems you've grown larger again, even more imposing. The clever imp perched on Cheng Mingrui's shoulder, stretching on tiptoe as if measuring its height against Cheng Mingrui's head. I used to be as tall as your head. Now I can no longer see the top of it. Cheng Mingrui was taken aback. It was entirely normal for green-skinned beings to grow in stature and strength through battle. However, he had already reached a considerable height, nearing his limits, during the intense confrontation with the fragment of the star god. Such fierce and overwhelming battles had allowed him to exceed 6 meters in height. Yet now, after a casual skirmish with the synthetic beast, his stature had surpassed that threshold. Was the ancient lineage of the beast folk influencing this? This revelation was of utmost importance. Cheng Mingrui cast aside his concerns regarding names and immediately commanded the clever imp. Imp, go find Kid and have him procure a clattering teleporter for me. I need to return to the workshop for experiments. As you command, Great Shuetu. Perhaps it is the inherent sense of urgency that comes with being a leader's subordinate. But this time, the clever little fellow reacted with remarkable swiftness. He offered a salute and promptly vanished. He is indeed a clever one. I shall remember him. Where has he gone? Is he a toy? I wish to play too. The synthesized creature clamored within Chang Mingrue's mind. I shall call you Halls. Wait a moment. I need you to assist me in some experiments, and all I ask is for your cooperation. Not only will I play with you, but I shall also provide you with delightful toys and treats. Chang Mingrue began to coax the child. Hooray! I will cooperate. I shall definitely cooperate. Halls gleefully responded. Chapter 139. I am hungry. With the click-click transmitter brought by Kid, Chang Mingrue swiftly returned to his workshop, encountering no difficulties except for a gigantic and incessantly clamoring skug. What a simpleton, not even aware of the concept of teleportation, observing Horace, who was cluelessly hopping around. The clever imp could not help but mock him. Transforming himself into a red, spherical skug, Horace was oblivious to the imp's sarcasm. He preferred not to converse with anyone but Chang Mingrue, mistakenly interpreting the imp's jests as an invitation to play. Hence, Horace opened his wide mouth and lunged towards the imp, who would have been devoured had he not possessed the ability to teleport. It took a bit of time to prevent the two little creatures from frolicking, during which Chang Mingrue noted that Horace genuinely enjoyed the imp's company and was fond of playing with him. Unfortunately, the disparity in their strengths was immense. What Horace considered playful antics could prove fatal for the imp. To ensure the imp's safety while he conducted his experiments, Chang Mingrue specifically instructed Horace to remain still and refrain from engaging with the imp. Horace obediently complied, as Chang Mingrue emerged from the workshop with his sampling equipment. Horace sat on the ground like a loyal pet, utterly motionless, while the imp occasionally teased him. With a swift kick, the imp was sent flying, and Chang Mingrue began to draw blood and conduct a full-body scan on Horace with a peculiar mechanical device in his hands. To achieve utmost precision, Chang Mingrue requested Horace to transform into various forms, collecting over 100 samples. Horace, surprisingly unbothered by the pain, found the blood draws and incisions to be quite amusing, and his wounds healed rapidly, which was why Chang Mingrue could gather so many samples in one go. Perhaps due to Horace's exceptional cooperation, the collection proceeded remarkably smoothly. And before he realized it, Chang Mingrue had amassed 3 kilograms of samples. Horace remained blissfully oblivious, sitting contently on the ground, his tail wagging joyfully, seemingly unconcerned that he had lost a few pounds of flesh. Chang Mingrue observed with his own eyes that Horace bore no visible injuries, though he appeared slightly diminished, as if other cells had compensated for the lost blood and flesh. Are you truly a slime? Chang Mingrue mused aloud. I am not a slime. I am a skug. As you previously informed me, slippery one. I must maintain my skug form and uphold the Wyak connection, Horace retorted. A talking skug. The clever imp's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, in Kid's visual projections, he had not heard any sound. A rare variety of skug was indeed a splendid trophy. For instance, those with colorful fur were exceptionally valuable. Ignoring the imp, Horace continued to sit obediently, and with sufficient samples collected, Chang Mingrue was ready to commence his experiments. After imparting a few more instructions, he re-entered the workshop. The clever imp's mind raced with ideas. Although it was unethical to steal the skug from his master, showcasing it would certainly elevate his status. In his imagination, he envisioned himself riding Horace, basking in the envious gazes of the green-skinned folk. Within his grand workshop, Chang Mingrue has constructed a laboratory of remarkable technological advancement, dedicated to the intricate study of the organs and cells of the green-skinned beings, striving to unravel the myriad secrets concealed within their genes by the ancient sages. Samples procured from Holus have been meticulously divided into hundreds of portions, corresponding to a multitude of species. This endeavor aims to explore the possibility of flawlessly extracting the ancient orc genes from Holus while simultaneously researching him. Prior to the experiments, Chang Mingrue stood for a moment on a platform, a device of his own design, created to monitor his physiological parameters. His height, weight, muscle quality, and neural response speed manifested as clear numerical readouts on the tablet in his hands. The results indicated that after engaging in combat with Holus, he not only increased in stature but also in strength, enhancing his overall combat prowess by 1/20th. The situation concerning Holus further captivated Chang Mingrue. As the notion of rapid enhancement is seldom straightforward, he was eager to conduct experiments to uncover the underlying reasons. Outside the workshop, Holus remained obedient, seated motionless on the ground. He yearned to play with the clever little sprite that had persistently teased him, yet the trickster had instructed him to behave, and he complied. Speak up. I know you can understand me. The clever one has gone to conduct experiments, and based on my knowledge of him, he won't return for at least 10 days. The clever sprite chattered incessantly. Are you really going to wait here for him? That would be dreadfully dull. How about I take you for a stroll? We can return afterward, and the clever one will be none the wiser. The sprite rambled on until his throat grew dry, but Hollis remained unmoved. At the onset of his existence, Hollis was oblivious and filled with pain. It was the arrival of the clever sprite that transformed everything. Thus, the sprite's commands held significant weight in his heart. Suddenly, a growl emanated from his stomach, an unmistakable sound of emptiness. Hollis, previously as still as a statue, quivered slightly. The clever sprite paused for a moment, then a grin spread across his face. Are you hungry? I can take you to enjoy some delectable treats. I know where to find the most delicious stugger, as well as exquisite mushrooms, and the mushroom wine is simply divine. To bolster his persuasive abilities, the clever sprite produced a pouch from his waist, shaking it to reveal an abundance of teeth, trophies from his victories in the Blood Bowl stugger competition. Having earned a handsome sum thanks to his association with the clever one. Look at all these teeth. Not only will they suffice for a hearty meal, but they will allow you to dine extravagantly. Just imagine, juicy stugger, perfectly roasted to a crisp exterior yet tender within, sprinkled with delectable mushroom seasoning, each bite bursting with flavor. Hollis remained still, though he swallowed hard. The clever sprite, undeterred, suddenly teleported away, leaving Hollis alone at the entrance of the workshop. Just as Hollis began to regret not accompanying the sprite for a feast, the clever one returned, holding a freshly roasted, succulent stugger. The tantalizing aroma eliciting a torrent of saliva from Hollis, his nostrils twitching in response. The clever trickster proudly presented the skewered meat before Horace, circling around it with delight. Horace's eyes followed the tantalizing morsels as they danced before him. At last, unable to resist, he seized the meat in his jaws and swallowed it in mere bites. Famished and faced with such culinary temptation, he exerted great effort to restrain himself. The trickster, whose scheme had succeeded, erupted into laughter. What of the steed of the leader? What of the shape-shifting scugger? As long as it was a scugger, there was none he could not tame. He produced even more delectable, roasted scugger. And Horace found himself irresistibly ensnared in a feast of indulgence. Chapter 140, Will There Be Living Ancient Saints? How remarkable! After conducting extensive experiments, Cheng Mingrue marveled at the existence of Halls. His cells and genes are undoubtedly unique within this universe. Even if replicated, it would be an improbable feat. It is a serendipitous convergence of luck and technology, a wondrous stability achieved through various coincidences. To describe it, it is akin to a magical amalgamation. It is certain that Halls is neither a green-skinned creature nor any other form of life. His genes exist in a state of perpetual combination and transformation. Manifesting in Halls, he possesses the ability to become any life form he has encountered. However, he cannot transform into a life form he does not comprehend. Much like Nico from League of Legends, who can only morph into the champions present in the match. Unlike Nico, whose transformations are merely superficial, Halls embodies a comprehensive metamorphosis. He can replicate 80 of the functions and strengths of the transformed beings. For instance, when he assumes the form of the gargantuan Skug, he emanates a whack aura, leading all green-skinned creatures to perceive him as one of their own. Observing the cellular transformations of Halls under the microscope, Cheng Mingrue could not help but exclaim, "It resembles the legendary 72 transformations." Given the current circumstances, isolating the genes of ancient beasts seems virtually impossible. However, this does not signify failure. When Halls simulates a green-skinned entity, he inadvertently produces effects reminiscent of ancient beasts, catalyzing nearby green skins, accelerating their evolution, and enhancing their stature and strength. In the underground, as Halls alters his upper body to resemble Cheng Mingrue's and they exchange blows, the catalytic effect reaches its zenith, allowing Cheng Mingrue to transcend genetic limitations. Yet, the power exhibited by Halls is overwhelmingly formidable, even with merely a fraction of the mutated ancient beast strength. He remains excessively powerful. Within the current Shrew clan, few can contend with him in combat. Without engaging in intense confrontations, the genetic catalytic effects remain dormant. This presents the first challenge in enhancing the clan's combat prowess through Halls. The second challenge lies in Halls' inherent fragility. It seems paradoxical to describe a being capable of matching Cheng Mingrue in battle as weak, yet the reality is that he is indeed vulnerable. Halls' genes exist in a state of dynamic equilibrium. Thus, any alteration would disrupt this balance, reverting him to a state of impending decay. Consequently, his strength cannot grow. His abilities are fixed. Furthermore, relative to other greenskins, he possesses more shortcomings. He is no longer an aplant life form, requiring sustenance and being susceptible to immediate death from a critical hit. These weaknesses epitomize Halls' fragility. He can transform infinitely, yet this does not confer upon him boundless strength. Conversely, the orc's singular focus on a specific growth model proves to be a superior approach. To grasp the multitude of paths superficially pales in comparison to mastering one to its pinnacle. Through Hall's manifestations, Cheng Mingrui gradually comprehends the rationale behind the division of green-skinned society into orcs, skugs, pigs, and snotlings. Each variety of green skin embodies a unique essence. While their combinations are intricately diverse, capable of adapting to a myriad of changes, the snotling possesses the ability to transform its environment. The squig can metamorphose into various forms. The orc exhibits boundless strength and impulsiveness, and the grot skillfully amalgamates the three. Above all this, there exists the enigmatic figure known as the Big Boss, who shelters all green skins from a higher echelon. One cannot help but wonder if any ancient saints still thrive within the 40K universe. I yearn to converse with them about their motivations for creating orcs and crafting them to such perfection. Were they merely intended as instruments of war? Or is there a deeper, more profound purpose? The curiosity stirring within me even compels me to seek the ancient battlefields in search of traces left by these ancient saints. For now, however, I shall postpone this quest and focus on locating Horus. Unlike the greenskins, Horus cannot endure prolonged periods without sustenance. His extraordinary physique demands an immense amount of energy, and a single day without substantial intake could spell disaster. Rushing out of the workshop, I was met only with the desolate entrance and a scattering of bones. Meanwhile, at the grand arena of the Super Blood Bowl, an extravagant competition was on the verge of commencing. A fashionably attired orc stood at the center of the field, microphone in hand, energetically stirring the crowd. His head sported a striking array of colorful hair styled into a single row resembling a broom, exuding an aura of flamboyance. Orcs typically do not possess hair. Rather, they have hair squigs that form a symbiotic relationship with them. The hair squig, with its sharp fangs, latches onto the orc's scalp, siphoning nutrients to enhance the vibrancy of its own fur, thereby rendering the orc a dazzling sight. Furthermore, the production of these creatures is exceedingly rare, making them prohibitively expensive. One might trade a single hair squig's tooth for a hulking, reckless battle tank. To humans, hair squigs may appear fearsome, yet orcs revel in such fashionable adornments. Sometimes finding that neither teeth nor dirty vehicles can procure a magnificent hair squig resembling a skyward braid. Lads, gents, and grots, gather around. Gasgul raised his right hand, the microphone nearly pressed against his lips. Welcome to the Super Bowl. The stands reverberated with the resounding roar of hundreds of thousands of green skins. Whack! Gasgul adjusted his suit, continuing to energize the atmosphere. Those fortunate enough to be present were renowned green skins. For only those who had triumphed in numerous bouts had avoided the fate of being sent to the mines. And we, the exceptionally formidable greenskins, have congregated here not for trivial pursuits, but to witness the birth of the mightiest Blood Bowl squig team. Let the competing teams enter. Gasgul sliced his raised hand downwards, directing attention to the right side of the field. First up, led by the Copperhead boss, is the Wyack Thunder team. The flying grot helicopters above were equally astute, illuminating the entrance of the teams with a dazzling array of lights. 12 burly figures, adorned with scars and muscular physiques, followed the copper-headed leader into the arena. Many of these orcs sported mechanical prosthetics, though their formidable power claws had been replaced with mechanical fists. The copper-headed leader, once a loyal companion of the cunning chief, had led hundreds of followers through the treacherous depths of a rib-laden tomb during their Wyack campaign. In the arena, he had triumphed in countless matches without a single defeat. Each time the Wyack Thunderous team emerged victorious, the ground was littered with an abundant array of teeth. As Gez introduced them, the captain of the Wyack Thunderous team, the copper-headed leader, raised his hands in salute to the surrounding green-skinned spectators. The audience responded with an enthusiastic chorus of Wyack, indicating the team's immense popularity among the crowd. Chapter 141, the Super Bowl Skug Ball Game. As Gez awaited the crescendo of the audience's cheers, he gestured towards the opposite end of the field. The helicopters dutifully directed their lights towards the opposing team, illuminating the players. It was no surprise that the team competing against the formidable Wyack Thunder team, led by Big Boss Copperhead, was also a force to be reckoned with. Let us extend a warm welcome to the reigning champions of the last Blood Bowl Skug game, the Gorger Grimsmirk team. Instantly, the crowd, who had just been fervently cheering for the Wyack Thunder team, erupted into even more enthusiastic roars, now directing their fervor towards the Gorger Grimsmirk team. Enhanced by the spotlight, the players of Gorger Grimsmirk became the undeniable focal point of the arena. Copperhead, observing the jubilant Gorger Grimsmirk team basking in the audience's adulation, felt an overwhelming surge of displeasure. The previous champions, indeed, yet he was determined to claim the title for himself. The 12 massive brutes of the Gorger Grimsmirk team fixed their murderous gazes upon Copperhead. Through the interplay of lights and introductions, gaze not only stirred the audience's emotions but also intensified the palpable tension between the two teams. In the stands, a colossal skug resembling a dinosaur occupied a significant portion of space. Under normal circumstances, the nearby greenskins would have united to deliver a sound thrashing to this unruly creature. However, they refrained, having learned from past experiences that such attempts were futile. This enormous skug was none other than the chimera Horus, who was currently gnawing on a large piece of meat while intently watching the match unfold in the center of the field. Behind him, the cunning goblin and his minions had set up a cooking station, feasting and bustling about. The expertly cooked chunks of meat were tossed down to Horus, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. The cunning goblin, having swallowed a mouthful of meat washed down with mushroom brew, remarked, "The Wyack Thunder team and the Gorger Grimsmirk team are evenly matched. However, their characteristics differ significantly." Horus, seemingly comprehending, nodded in agreement. The Gorger Grimsmirk team is a traditional powerhouse. Not only do they boast an impeccable record, but their win rate is also exceptionally high. Each of their massive players is a formidable character with exceptional skills, and their teamwork is nearly flawless, rarely distracted by the allure of combat over ball retrieval. It was evident that the shrewd goblin was well versed in the nuances of betting. Conversely, the Wyack Thunder team, as a rising force, displays tremendous strength, with Big Boss Copperhead being the fiercest among them. Rumor has it that during his time with the cunning leader Wyack Thunder, he dispatched numerous ruthless foes, leaving behind a gruesome display of skulls impaled on ribs. In terms of impact, the Wyack Thunder team may hold an advantage. Yet much of their combat prowess is concentrated in Big Boss Copperhead. In contrast, the Gorger Grimsmirk team exhibits greater cohesion and experience, with their strength distributed more evenly. The outcome of the match will hinge upon which team can best leverage its advantages. Horus, unable to contain his enthusiasm, nodded repeatedly, swaying slightly as the cunning goblin gave him a light kick. "Do you truly understand? Stop nodding so incessantly. How could I have not anticipated your voracious appetite? Let me clarify. My teeth have all been ground down, and should I lose, there will be no teeth left to procure meat for you." Upon hearing this, Horus ceased his consumption of meat, feeling a twinge of grievance. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his neck and raised his head, unveiling his formidable jaws lined with sharp teeth. This startling display momentarily shocked the clever imp, who nearly believed that the esteemed pet of the boss intended to devour him. Had it not been for a hasty mispress of the button, he would have teleported away in fright. When Horus's massive maw loomed before him, the clever imp finally grasped the implication. Should funds run dry, he could extract Horus's teeth. No need to fret, no need to worry. It is not yet time for tooth extraction to procure meat. I am confident I shall triumph in this wager. It would be quite disheartening for the esteemed pet of the boss to lack funds. On the battlefield, the gruesome contest of Blood Bowl has commenced. Just as Gad's words fell, the Wyack Thunder team clashed with the Gawker Grin team. The sound of muscle colliding with muscle reverberated heavily, and the audience erupted in excited roars of Wyack that echoed throughout the arena. The Ironhead boss felled his opponent with a single, devastating punch. The force was extraordinary, shattering fangs in the process. Gads commenced his fervent commentary, exclaiming how formidable the Ironhead boss was. The Gawker Grin team was compelled to dispatch 2 teammates to intercept him. It seemed both teams were intent on engaging in a fierce battle to determine the victor before seizing the ball. Our choice of the most robust and imposing Nasha was somewhat lonely on the field. It began to run amok. Allow me to clarify the rules. Even if no one touches Nasha, if it runs into the goal itself, it counts. Shall the outcome of this match hinge upon this foolish, tempestuous Nasha? Gads, while passionately narrating the fray, emphasized the rules. It appeared that neither team was heedful of the regulations. They seemed solely intent on brawling, with numerous large figures being toppled and just as many rising again. Blood from faces and fists swiftly stained the arena, and after more than 20 minutes, not a single giant had fallen. Each fallen giant, bolstered by sheer determination, managed to rise again. Even the seemingly invincible Ironhead boss, who had been toppled several times, now bore a swollen visage and a broken fawn. The spectators, enthralled by the fierce exchanges, became excessively engaged, some even exchanging friendly punches with those nearby. At that moment, the Nasha, which had been wandering about the field, suddenly sprang into action, inexplicably charging towards the Gawker Grin goal. This unexpected movement captured everyone's attention. A brilliant beam from the helicopter illuminated the Nasha, highlighting its crimson body, robust muscles, and sharp fangs in striking clarity. The two teams, previously locked in combat, instantaneously ceased their fighting as if enchanted and rushed towards the Nasha, being pursued by a score of burly giants. Even the ferocious beast known as the gluttonous scourge would undoubtedly feel a surge of trepidation. Thus, it fled with even greater urgency. Alas, the giants were swifter. And soon the creature, hailed by the Gads as the mightiest and most formidable of its kind, found itself overwhelmed and pinned beneath a throng of these titanic figures. After a tumultuous scuffle, the once vibrant red scourge was reduced to mere crimson fragments. Fortunately, the organizers of the competition had anticipated such an eventuality, swiftly introducing a second gluttonous scourge into the arena. Chapter 142. The chaotic encounter. The competition raged with fervor, not merely between the two teams, but also for the notorious Bitey Stooges. Typically, these fearsome creatures could rend their captors to shreds, yet in the presence of the towering giants, they appeared as fragile as tattered rags, easily torn apart. The match reached a stalemate, with the Wyak Rampage team and the Grinning Gang displaying remarkable zeal and profound comprehension of the game. Without possession of the ball, defeat was inevitable. Despite the hour that had elapsed, no giant had succumbed to the battle, even as they bore the weight of injuries and blood streamed down their faces. Both teams were determined to give their utmost in response to the fervent crowd. Gazdaz had never witnessed such an intense clash. If the contest continued in this manner, the excited spectators might erupt into chaos themselves. He gestured towards the enormous chest behind him, exclaiming that the champions of the Super Bowl would claim not only the treasures within, but also the teeth lost upon the field. Such immense wealth could purchase an ancient, colossal spacecraft. This was what the slippery boss referred to as a Grand Wyak. The chest behind him was a veritable mountain, filled with the tickets from every spectator, each contributing 2 teeth, ensuring fairness for all. At that moment, a giant from the Wyak Rampage team was decisively taken down, struggling futilely to rise again. In terms of collective strength, the Wyak Rampage team could not match the previous champions, the Grinning Gang. To enhance the spectacle, the organizers decided to unleash 10 Bitey Stooges into the fray. Regardless of which Stooge was captured and brought to the opponent's goal, it would be deemed a victory. Seeing an opportunity to conclude the match before the audience descended into utter disorder, Gazdaz resorted to underhanded tactics. After all, the prize teeth could be shared. Representing his core interests, the match devolved into a farce as players from both teams began scrambling for the Bitey Stooges, charging towards each other's goals. In the stands, some greenskins protested this blatant disregard for rules, while others found the chaos exhilarating, leading to a brawl among them. The Copperhead boss barreled into the goal clutching a Bitey Stooge, raising it triumphantly as he shouted to the sky, only to discover another greenskin giant within the goal doing the same. Soon, multiple giants surged into the goal, both sides awkwardly realizing that such antics could not determine a victor. As the aggrieved greenskins turned their furious gazes towards the commentary booth, seeking out Gazdaz, he had already vanished with a large bag in tow. The chest filled with teeth erupted, scattering a multitude of teeth across the ground. This was a quantity ample enough to procure an ancient colossal spacecraft. The red eyes of the greenskins blazed with fury. What was this match? Merely a sham. Ultimately, it would all come down to fists to secure the teeth. Thus commenced the great melee. This dramatic turn of events left Horst astounded. He struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Was this not a formal competition? Were they not meant to cheer for their teams? Were they not vying for victory and wagered stakes? How did it suddenly escalate into a brawl? Is this situation truly a fight or merely a playful scuffle? Although the cunning leader had elucidated the distinction between the two, at this moment, Horace remained perplexed by the difference. Come on, everyone. Let us charge. In this chaos, only the fiercest fighters can seize the most teeth. The clever one urged from behind Horace. But the cunning leader forbids me from fighting, Horace timidly responded, his voice a mere whisper, contrasting sharply with his imposing size. What kind of green-skinned creature avoids a brawl? You are the beloved mount of the cunning leader, aren't you? Therefore, you must engage in the fight, and you must fight fiercely, for that is the nature of the cunning leader, the clever one proclaimed with certainty. Is it truly permissible? However, the cunning leader said that if I misbehave, he won't play with me or provide me with treats. Due to the generous feeding from the clever one, Horace had come to trust him significantly. Haven't I fed you plenty of delightful morsels? Besides, this ISNT fighting, it's merely playing with them, just a bit of fun. Well, all right, playing ISNT the same as fighting, Horace conceded. Okay, charge towards that box. Smash everything in your path. The clever one commanded, simultaneously instructing his minions to use nets to collect the teeth, for such an opportunity amidst the turmoil was rare. The Super Bowl venue had devolved into utter chaos. Chang Mingrui, emerging from the workshop, regretted not equipping Horus with a tracking device. There were billions of beastly youths on this planet. Finding a lost, shape-shifting synthetic beast in the labyrinthine tunnels of this planet would indeed be a formidable challenge. Realizing that a clever one was persistently teasing Horus, Chang Mingrui immediately attempted to contact him, but the call failed. Unanswered, the clever one had employed a little trick to avoid immediate detection. Growing anxious, Chang Mingrui recognized that Horus was a reckless, infantile creature, barely a day old, and his uninhibited nature could lead to unforeseen consequences. Just as Chang Mingrui contemplated summoning his skilled subordinates to search for Horus, he noticed that the youngsters from his workshop were rushing out. Seizing one of them, he inquired, "What is happening?" The cunning leader. "The Super Bowl match has turned chaotic. Teeth scattered everywhere, enough to purchase ancient relics. If we arrive late, those teeth will be claimed by others." In an instant, Chang Mingrui comprehended the situation. This was a game invented by the green-skinned ones to vent the pent-up energy accumulated from the absence of adversaries, a game marked by extreme violence and bloodshed. The internal casualties from the match were considerable, yet they paled in comparison to a true melee, and thus Chang Mingrui reluctantly accepted it. He vaguely recalled that the clever one relished watching such games, and even enjoyed gambling within them to earn teeth. Was it possible that the clever one had deceived Horus into attending the match? With a resounding thud, Chang Mingrui vanished, transported to the arena. Before him lay a scene of chaos, with blood flowing like rivers from a fierce brawl. The greenskins, adhering to some semblance of decorum, refrained from employing heavy weaponry, opting instead for fists and makeshift implements to inflict harm upon one another. The ground was strewn with fallen greenskins, scattered teeth, and large pools of crimson blood. Chang Mingrui's initial reaction was not one of immediate outrage at the violence, but rather a contemplation of the future. He envisioned that this spot would soon transform into a bountiful mushroom field. In no time, Chang Mingrui located his target at the very center of the arena, where the clever imp was recklessly charging about atop the beast transformed by Horus. Chapter 143. The Tyrannid Swarm, the formidable leader, known as the Copperhead, one of Chang Mingrui's most capable subordinates, was sent flying by halls, crashing into a throng of greenskins. In this tumultuous scenario, halting the greenskins' chaotic melee seemed an insurmountable task, unless Chang Mingrui himself intervened to topple each of the bald-headed fighters individually. However, that would be an arduous endeavor, with hundreds of thousands of greenskins in play, including the likes of the troublesome squigs. Though a tinge of irritation lingered, Chang Mingrui resolved to observe the spectacle instead. Recognizing that this grand melee served as a means for the greenskins to sustain their combat prowess and vitality, the victorious greenskins emerging from such a ruckus would only grow larger and stronger. Even if half of them were to be vanquished, the remaining would simply become more robust and formidable. Having come to this realization, Chang Mingrui chose not to intervene in the melee. He teleported to Hall's side, offering a few words of caution before adorning him with a bell-like artifact around his neck. This creation, fashioned by Chang Mingrui himself, was designed to generate a protective shield in the event of high-energy or lethal attacks, subsequently teleporting the wearer to a predetermined location, specifically his workshop. This invention stemmed from a previous encounter with a widespread assault by the space undead, which prompted him to devise a life-saving tool. With a fleeting thought, relevant knowledge and designs had surged into his mind, leading to the creation of this artifact. In contrast to the obedient Halls, the sly one trembled with fear, having audaciously commandeered the leader's cherished mount. Would the cunning leader crush him for his audacity? With a sharp clap, Chang Mingrui struck the sly one on the head, a gesture of affectionate reprimand, for he was fond of those around him. Chang Mingrui recalled the times when he was gravely injured and unconscious, with the sly one dutifully tending to him, a thought that stirred his heart. After advising the sly one to exercise caution, he teleported away, with Chang Mingrui's tacit approval. The sly one and Halls reveled in their newfound freedom. Chang Mingrui did not intend to indulge them recklessly. Halls possessed the ability to accelerate the genetic awakening of the greenskins, and this grand melee might allow him to influence even more of them. With a mind full of mischief, Chang Mingrui teleported into the folds of space, sealing the portal to prevent the technicians within from being distracted by the external chaos. Amidst the revelry, the progress of shipbuilding could not be neglected. Time passed swiftly, and Chang Mingrui found joy and fulfillment in his endeavors. He orchestrated the technicians in constructing the ancient behemoth and his own cunning flagship, while simultaneously promoting the Blood Bowl Squigball tournament on a grand scale. Hall's impact on the genetic enhancement of the greenskins proved effective, with the strongest leaders surpassing 5 meters in height, inching closer to greater dimensions, while he himself approached 6.5 meters. As the enhancement effects began to wane, Cheng Mingrui pondered the necessity of inciting a colossal wyak to achieve further breakthroughs. Raising his head from the mechanical depths, he pushed up his goggles and mused about the whereabouts of worthy adversaries, feeling the monotony of endless shipbuilding. Suddenly, a voice erupted in his mind. "Cunning leader, come quickly. It's raining bugs outside." Cheng Mingrui was utterly oblivious to the panic in the sounds around him. Instead, he was filled with an exhilarating thrill. It was as if fortune had bestowed upon him a pillow just as he felt drowsy. In the blink of an eye, he had teleported from the folds of space and found himself standing atop a ridge. Before him lay vast expanses of verdant mushroom fields. As the ecological structure brought forth by the greenskin spores was transforming this once desolate planet into a habitable realm. Above, countless spore sacs blotted out the sky, traversing the atmosphere like shooting stars, descending into the mushroom fields. From these spore sacs surged innumerable tyrannid swarms, ranging from knife bugs and gun bugs to the formidable warrior bugs and butcher bugs. The green-skinned inhabitants within the mushroom fields quickly engaged with the tyrannid swarms, painting a vibrant tableau of life and competition. A similar scene unfolded across the entirety of Aronia 4, with nearly all green-skinned mushroom fields witnessing the swarm fleets launching a comprehensive assault. The hive mind determined that the orcs posed a greater threat than humans and prioritized their extermination. In the first wave, the hive mind dispatched a staggering 100 million combat insects, with plans to escalate this number to 500 million, aiming to overwhelm the greenskin foes through sheer numbers and seize the advantage from the very onset of battle. Some of the larger swarm fleets extended their colossal tendrils from space, embedding them within the mushroom fields, facilitating the deployment of insect troops while simultaneously siphoning away spoils, biomass, back to their biological vessels. The Tyranids possessed exceptional biomass reclamation technology. They relished in fierce, brutal combat, for any losses inflicted upon the enemy could be converted into new Tyranid units. Hunger, consumption, and evolution were the guiding principles of the Tyranid race. A cluster of spore sacs erupted around Cheng Mingrui, and from within emerged a warrior adept in close combat, enhanced with adrenaline, leading a squad of around 100 knife bugs and gun bugs, launching an immediate assault upon him. A barrage of bullets, trailing green tails, was unleashed from the gun bugs, but most were intercepted by Cheng Mingrui's protective shield. Watching the living bullets, clawed creatures desperately attempting to pierce through his shield with their sharp heads, evoked a sense of revulsion in him. The mere thought of being struck by such projectiles, incessantly burrowing into his flesh, was excruciatingly painful to imagine. The biological technology of the Tyranids was essentially at its pinnacle. Their combat insects were alive, their weapons were symbiotic organisms, their bullets were sentient, and even their large-scale computational devices functioned as living brains. After the gun bugs provided covering fire, the knife bugs split into several teams, encircling him under a unified command. During combat, the coordination among Tyranid units was remarkably precise. "Humph," Cheng Mingrui scoffed, summoning 2 phase great blades to his hands. With each swing, he cleaved through swathes of knife bugs, reminiscent of using a cannon to swat flies. After dispatching yet another group of knife bugs, he sensed an enemy approaching from the side, and turned to see a massive warrior bug attempting a sneak attack, concealed behind the knife bugs and wielding a bone blade. However, the disparity in combat prowess was insurmountable, and the difference in size was equally pronounced. Cheng Mingrui pivoted, wielding the phasal great blade like a door, striking the warrior bug with tremendous force. Enhanced by adrenaline and close combat prowess, the warrior bug was sent hurtling away, its body reduced to a mass of flesh, its head and spine flying off in a grotesque display. Devoid of the node bug's command, the blade bugs and gun bugs descended into chaos, flailing about like headless flies. They were utterly, pitifully weak. Cheng Mingrui raised the phasal great blade in his right hand towards the heavens, pointing at the faintly discernible silhouette of the colossal insectoid vessel in the distance. He proclaimed, "This is lackluster. Let the swarm come with greater ferocity." Chapter 144. Struggling against the swarm, the collective consciousness of this swarm fleet perceived their offensive as relatively successful. Nearly all the mushroom fields on Euronia 4 had been subdued by their horde. With the mushroom fields rendered ineffective, the war potential of the Orcish denizens would plummet. making a war of attrition favorable for the swarm. To further consolidate their advantage, a vast number of spore sacs were dispatched, carrying the second wave of combat insects. For engagement with the greenskins could not be delayed. The initial assault had also unveiled formidable individuals within the orc ranks, allowing the second wave to focus on targeted extermination. Orcs, unlike the Tyranids, did not accumulate experience or learn from their encounters, a notion the swarm fleet as collective consciousness regarded with disdain. In Octalius, the Tyranids had triumphed in battles through decapitation tactics, a strategy that remained equally effective now. Prior to deployment, the hive mind had prepared for the initial assault. Specialized melee elite units were primed and ready to be awakened. Within the mushroom fields, the greenskins were either newly spawned youths or the sluggish and inept snotlings and grots, whose combat capabilities were indeed concerning, merely serving to provide biomass to the Tyranids. However, the greenskins within the tunnels were a different story. The tribe led by Chang Mingrue possessed terrifying combat prowess, poised to deliver a significant shock to the swarm fleet as collective consciousness. As the second batch of spore sacs began to descend upon the greenskin mushroom fields, 80% of the terrain had fallen under Tyranid control. 3 10-meter-tall Tyranid executioners, accompanied by a throng of warrior insects, charged forth from the mushroom fields, their sights set on Chang Mingrue, who stood upon the ridge. The executioners encircled him, seemingly wary of his potential escape. The appearance of the colossal Tyranid units bore a striking resemblance to one another, characterized by sharp fangs, greater size, more claws, and sharper blades. Standing atop the ridge, surrounded by the carcasses of slain Tyranids, Chang Mingrue gazed at the deluge of descending spore sacs, the mushroom fields, and the vast expanse of Tyranid forces that blanketed the desolate surface of this lifeless planet. Fear? Concern? No, it was solace. The enigmatic presence of the enemy was indeed responsive to his desires, as he welcomed formidable adversaries, hoping these insects would prove more resilient. In a flash, Chang Mingrue appeared amidst the 3 executioners, the first to react being the warrior insects, who surged towards him like the previously encountered blade insects. Their fate mirrored that of their predecessors, as Chang Mingrue's phase greatsword cleaved them in twain. One executioner charged directly at him, its claws raised high, crashing down with immense force. Yet, it was effortlessly caught by Chang Mingrue, as if he were merely grasping a balloon. Not much of a challenge, are you? Chang Mingrue mused, lowering his head slightly to look down upon the executioner. A visage adorned with sharp fangs met that of an orcish head, characterized by tusks and a brutish demeanor as they exchanged glances. The executioner howled in fury, while Chang Mingrue merely curled his lips into a subtle smile. Behind him, another executioner bore a massive acid cannon, ready for the fray. This cannon is a symbiotic organism, whose powerful acidic digestive fluid possesses a remarkably corrosive effect, adept at inflicting tremendous damage upon large armored units. As the acidic projectile soared swiftly towards Chang Mingrue, he forcefully snapped the lethal claws of the executioner before plunging his other hand into its chest, hoisting it up to shield himself from the incoming acid round. Soon, amidst the executioner's anguished cries and the billowing white smoke behind it, half of its body was corroded away by the acid. Even the shell, with a hardness comparable to that of a space battleship's armor, could not withstand this terrifying substance. As the executioner, equipped with the acid cannon, sought to fire a second shot, Chang Mingrue raised his hand, causing the phasing great blade to vanish, and swiftly cleave the executioner in 2 from behind. Employing the teleportation device with simple precision, the final executioner sprouted a pair of arms-wielding bone blades from its abdomen, indicating it was a specialized type enhanced for close combat. It brandished its claws and bone knives, attempting to corner Chang Mingrue from all directions. However, its weaponry paled in comparison to the phasing great blade, and after a mere 2 clashes, it lost a claw and an arm. Unwilling to concede defeat, the executioner attempted to leap upon Chang Mingrue, but was met with the phasing great blade piercing through its chest. Utilizing teleportation technology, Chang Mingrue executed a swift counter. And in just a few fleeting moments, he eliminated 3 executioners, mercilessly cutting down elite nodes like the samurai insect in great numbers. The collective consciousness of the Tyranid swarm recognized the formidable threat posed by Chang Mingrue. After crushing the skull of one executioner, he surveyed his surroundings, noting how the encircling Tyranid forces instinctively retreated a step. These brutal and terrifying insects seemed to grasp a fundamental truth. The orc warlord they faced was extraordinarily powerful. The tide of insects had surged, with some hatcheries emerging in the mushroom fields, and structures housing the razor-toothed Tyranids rising from the ground, continuously converting the biomass of fallen units into new Tyranid entities. The Tyranid war machines had commenced their efficient operations, and after a brief contemplation, the swarm surrounding Chung Mingrue launched another assault. The collective consciousness surmised that this exceptionally powerful orc individual, despite being a flesh and blood life form, must possess limits. And with billions of swarm units at their disposal, coupled with their cyclical production and consumption, their numbers had escalated to over 1 billion. Such a vast horde, they believed, would inevitably wear down this singular orc entity. However, the collective consciousness perhaps overlooked a crucial point. The green-skinned orcs thrive on overwhelming their foes with sheer numbers, often forcing the Tyranid swarm to resort to decapitation tactics to achieve victory. Suddenly, numerous failure messages flooded the central processing of the collective consciousness. A significant portion of the first wave of assassination squads it dispatched had failed, indicating that the orc warlord on this planet was far more formidable than Octarius. Whack! Accompanied by the ferocious roars of the orcs, colossal drilling machines burst forth from the earth. These mighty excavators, enhanced by the Orcish engineers, have been transformed into formidable instruments of destruction. With their immense drill bits and dual tracks, their speed has been significantly augmented, allowing them to traverse the subterranean landscape with the swiftness of fish swimming through water. The scene bears a striking resemblance to the underground tombs of the necromancers in the cosmos. However, this time, the excavators do not descend from the heavens, but rather emerge from the depths below. Countless orc battalions surge forth from the tunnels carved by these machines, their numbers and ferocity rivaling that of the Tyranid swarms. The clash of the green tide and the insect horde erupts, sending forth a spray of blood and shattered flesh. Chapter 145. The War of Attrition against the Orcs. The sudden onslaught of the orc forces took the collective consciousness of the swarm fleet by surprise. It had not anticipated the existence of such a multitude of orc troops hidden beneath the desolate surface of this barren planet. Their numbers so vast that an accurate tally was momentarily unattainable. The collective consciousness felt its advantage waning. Past experiences in combat against the green-skinned orcs warned it against allowing the orcs to gain the upper hand, for doing so would significantly heighten the likelihood of its own defeat. For the swarm fleet, traversing the vast expanses of the Starry Sea was a journey undertaken to consume all and alleviate its insatiable hunger. The fleet's reserves of combat insects were not yet saturated, as their biomatter form rendered storage more efficient. The swarm was ravenous, yearning for a feast to satiate their growling bellies, rather than being vanquished by their prey. In a bid to regain the initiative and potentially crush the green-skinned orcs in one fell swoop, the swarm fleet resolved to retain only around 50 million combat insects, deploying the remainder to the battlefield, channeling all its computational power into the fray. The collective consciousness aimed to gain a comprehensive advantage in combat against the orcs within a span of 7 days. As for the more formidable orc leaders, the strongest could be held at bay while the decapitation operation commenced with the weaker ones. By concentrating their efforts, the swarm intended to gradually dismantle the orc ranks. For no matter how powerful an orc leader might be, without the support of their minions, they would be but a solitary hand clapping in silence. In the Octarius star system, when the immense swarm fleet found itself unable to vanquish the orc warlord who dominated the system, it diverted some of its forces to eliminate the orc factions that consumed others. This strategy not only bolstered its own strength by plundering additional biomatter, but also impeded the arrival of orc reinforcements. This tactic proved effective, ultimately. The swarm succeeded in slaying the super orc warlord who ruled over multiple orc star domains, achieving a significant breakthrough in their conflict against the orcs within the Octarius star system. On the desolate planet Aerolonia 4, after eons devoid of life, it stood as a lifeless and silent world, a place to which the vibrancy of life seemed utterly foreign. Yet at this moment, it erupted like a bomb that had been pent up for billions of years. As countless green-skinned orcs and insectoids engaged in a fervent clash, the most passionate collision of life conceivable, a war of unyielding ferocity, across the planet's surface. In both the southern and northern hemispheres, war was an eternal affair, and slaughter was ceaseless. With the deployment of a substantial number of combat insects, the Tyranid swarm managed to stabilize its previously faltering position. Amidst the suppressed mushroom fields, the towering Tyranid biostructures rapidly transformed the corpses of the battlefield into new combat insects, reinvesting them into the fray. To enhance efficiency and reduce costs, many of the newly hatched combat insects were even devoid of digestive organs. as they would not live long enough to feel hunger. Time and again, the Tyranid swarm had triumphed over countless foes using such tactics. However, this time was different. For 3 days and nights, the relentless assault of the swarm continued unabated, yet the front lines remained in a state of stalemate. The orcs appeared inexhaustible, continuously surging forth from below, wielding an array of devastating weapons that shattered swathes of insects into fragments. As the orcs fortified the entrance, establishing a rudimentary forward base, their diverse vehicles and formidable weapons began to arrive. Leading the charge were the motorcycle enthusiasts, now significantly upgraded, as their cunning leader suggested that each assault should feature lightweight motorcycles at the forefront, despite considerable casualties. He proposed enhancing the motorcycle's durability and weight, implying the need for tanks, and urged the young ones to coordinate infantry with armored vehicles. The youngsters understood perfectly. How could there be a mistake when it came to the divine selection? Consequently, they enlarged the motorcycles, equipping them with powerful engines, large wheels, and formidable front rollers resembling bulldozers. With the motorcycles now grander, more drivers joined the fray, and the vehicles were adorned with armor far tougher than that of a battered tank, since they had made the motorcycles so large. The young ones even mounted several turrets and heavy guns upon them. Thus, the motorcycle enthusiasts transformed their rides into veritable orc war fortresses. Dozens of these red-painted war fortresses charged out from each entrance, moving at speeds akin to motorcycles. The massive rollers at the front proved unstoppable, carving a crimson path through the tide of insects, extending further with each advance. With the orc war fortresses leading the way, a myriad of orc vehicles surged forth, decimating the Tyranid swarm's front lines. As the hive mind summoned heavier units like executioners and tyrant guards to counter these vehicles, the orcs' various mechs made a dazzling entrance, truly a spectacular arrival. The teleporters flickered incessantly, summoning a range of murderous canisters, chainsaw-wielding automatons, towering behemoths from 20 to 50 meters high, and colossal constructs from 50 to 150 meters, all appearing on the battlefield. They unleashed their full firepower, creating a cascade of explosions within the swarm, with mushroom clouds rising one after another, obliterating the insects within and leaving little of their biomass behind. The incessant emergence of green-skinned creatures from the portals resembled festering sores, continuously expanding and engulfing the surrounding insect forces. To maintain the front line, the hive mind infused its consciousness into a colossal Tyranid tyrant, leading a host of tyrant guards, swarm leaders, and even some of the highest-tier Norn emissaries to confront the orc armored battalions. However, the results were far from satisfactory. These once formidable Tyranid behemoths, known for their battlefield dominance, struggled to stabilize the line and incurred significant losses instead. The convergence of numerous Tyranid behemoths attracted many fierce giants and their subordinate forces. Having triumphed over the space Necrons, they had repressed their bloodlust for too long. The Blood Bowl matches and occasional brawls were insufficient to quell their excess energy and thirst for battle. The Tyranid tyrant found itself in a rather awkward predicament, surrounded by an increasing number of elite orc units and decisive vehicles, while the lower-tier insects, such as gaunts and termagants, were rendered utterly ineffective and swiftly exterminated on such a battlefield. A colossal orc warlord confronted the tyrant of the swarm, distinguished by a cranium forged from bronze. After exchanging blows for several rounds, the orc warlord unleashed a furious roar of whack, raising his battle axe high before delivering a devastating strike that cleaved the tyrant in two. The collective consciousness departed from the tyrant's corporeal form, scattering across the entirety of the swarm. Information from all corners of the battlefield converged upon the planet. Chapter 146. Decapitation Operation. The swarm is faltering. The elite insectoid forces, previously roused, have succeeded in decapitating only a few designated orc leaders, achieving a meager success rate of merely 5%. The orc chieftains, who vanquished the elite swarm, have only grown stronger and larger. This phenomenon is not unfamiliar to the swarm. The orcs become increasingly formidable and challenging with each victorious battle. The swarm consciousness remains perplexed by this peculiar trait of the orcs. Can biological evolution truly be influenced by subjective awareness? This may be tied to a peculiar energy known as psychic force. Upon feeding various intelligence and battlefield conditions into the collective brain for computation, the swarm consciousness was astonished to discover that its calculated probability of victory had plummeted from over 60% to below 30%, a figure that continues to dwindle. The swarm is even losing its numerical advantage. The aggregate biomass is diminishing. Initially, With the deployment of several million combat insects to suppress a majority of the mushroom fields, the swarm had just begun to turn its biomass into profit. Yet, following the attrition of battle and the shifting front lines, an increasing number of swarm units perished beneath the relentless firepower of the orcs, with most units leaving no corpses behind. Conversely, as the battlefield shifts to a disadvantageous position, the number of orc units being slain diminishes as well. In this ebb and flow, the collective consciousness calculates a loss of 100 million combat insects in biomass, and as time progresses, this gap continues to widen. All of this deviates significantly from the predictions of the Great Devourer. The swarm fleet arrived in this star system to subdue the orcs and expand its ranks. If this continues, the fleet shall face annihilation upon exhausting its biomass. In moments of dire crisis, the collective consciousness remains increasingly composed. After a minute of contemplation, a fleet of thousands began to consume one another, devouring 1/10 of the biological vessels. The biomass and energy gleaned from this act were utilized by the collective consciousness to establish a long-range connection across light years, linking itself with the Great Devourer to report the extraordinary circumstances at hand. The anomalies exhibited by this green-skinned orc clan are too abundant. The Great Devourer must be informed, as grasping every nuance of the battlefield is fundamental to achieving victory. The collective consciousness, which may also be referred to as the hive mind, consists of these dispersed awareness fragments, each part of the larger hive consciousness. Each swarm fleet's collective consciousness functions akin to brain cells, and when these cells amalgamate, they form the incomprehensibly powerful Great Devourer. This terrifying amalgamation of vast consciousness manifests in subspace as a profound and indelible shadow, having transmitted the intelligence. The collective consciousness devised its own strategy. It resolved to gamble once more in hopes of reversing the tide of battle. Having invested too many combat insects, precious biomass, surrendering would be an immense loss. The swiftest method to defeat the orc forces is singular, to slay their mightiest chieftain. In typical circumstances, determining the leader of the orcs necessitates several large-scale assaults, followed by a selection of the strongest among the notable contenders, ultimately concentrating elite forces to eliminate him. However, this time, the process seems unnecessarily convoluted. Despite the presence of numerous formidable orc leaders, there exists but one who is the mightiest. His displayed combat prowess is so astonishing that it even astounds the collective consciousness. Within the realm of thought, thousands of battle depictions of orc leaders flash by, each highlighting his brutality and ferocity. In every scene, powerful units of the swarm fall victim to his overwhelming might. All these images coalesce into a singular representation, allowing the collective consciousness to simulate a virtual model of the orc leader, capturing his characteristics, strength, speed, and even deduced weaknesses. This wealth of information is subsequently fed into a colossal Tyranid warship, which houses the collective consciousness's ultimate weapon, an advanced Tyranid unit known as the Norn Ravager, specifically designed for dismantling critical strongholds and eliminating key figures. Unperturbed by such scrutiny, Chung Mingrue continues to fight from his original position. Over the past 4 days, he has engaged in relentless combat, having slain over 1 million insects and faced thousands of colossal Tyranid units. The Tyranids seem to recognize their inability to vanquish him. Thus, after suffering considerable losses of their precious elite units, they resort to deploying vast swarms of knife bugs and gun bugs to restrain Cheng Mingrue. He, in turn, finds delight in this, adopting a playful demeanor, a sentiment echoed by his clan. It is noteworthy that numerous orc infantry units remain unengaged in battle underground. This is not merely due to the battlefield's inadequacy in accommodating them. Cheng Mingrue intentionally restricts their deployment, fearing that overwhelming force might scare the insects away. Moreover, the initial wave of orc forces appears to have successfully subdued the Tyranids. With 10 more elite Tyranid units now deployed, they encircle Cheng Mingrue. Among them are the butchers serving as meat shields, melee-enhanced swarm leaders wielding massive bone blades, and colossal beasts equipped with enormous acid cannons. Yet, the most formidable threat is not posed by them, but by a gigantic psychic brain bug, whose potent psychic energy seems to distort the surrounding space. The battle commences as the swarm leader brandishes 6 colossal bone blades. The floating brain bug slightly lifts its enormous head, nearly collapsing under its own weight, while a surge of psychic energy envelopes the swarm leader, enhancing its strength and speed. Confident in its newfound abilities, the swarm leader believes that, even if it cannot defeat this mightiest orc leader, it can at least trouble him and inflict injuries. Indeed, since the onset of the conflict. Chung Mingrue has yet to sustain any injuries. His power armor bears only minor damage and scratches. He himself had not anticipated attaining such formidable strength, transcending the capabilities of mere mortals in the material realm. In a flurry of rapid movements, the swarm leader engages Chung Mingrue for 5 exchanges, only to have its 4 arms severed, with its chest pierced by a phasic blade, resulting in its body being cleaved in twain with a resounding rip. As the 2 group leaders advanced with ferocity, Chung Mingrue still had the presence of mind to extract one of their heads along with the spinal column, showcasing his remarkable prowess. This individual proved to be quite formidable, earning a place among the ranks of his superior. The 2 group leaders collided with one another, allowing Chung Mingrue to effortlessly evade their ambush with a swift teleportation. At that moment, the colossal brain insect unleashed its might, shaking its head violently as the armor on its cranium radiated heat, releasing an imperceptible shockwave that rippled through the air. The dimensional threads in the vicinity were disturbed, rendering teleportation an impossibility. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Chung Mingrue cast a sidelong glance at the brain insect, recognizing it as a troublesome adversary that needed to be eliminated. While deep in contemplation, a horde of other monstrous insects surged forward, encircling Chung Mingrue and denying him the opportunity to breach their ranks and eliminate the brain insect. Chapter 147. Slaying the brainworm. The brainworms, utilizing various psychic abilities, assisted the horde of monstrous insects in battle. For the first time, Chung Mingrue found himself ensnared, feeling an overwhelming pressure of psychic energy weighing down upon him, diminishing his speed. Since their entrance into the galaxy and exposure to subspace, the Tyranid swarm began cultivating their own psychic units, which turned out to be the most formidable. Despite being the latest race to explore psychic energy, their achievements surpassed all others. This was due to the fact that while other races were still sifting through their ranks to select powerful psychics, the Tyranids had already initiated targeted genetic engineering to create psychics, while other races treated psychics as rare, specialized units. The various brain worms of the Tyranids proliferated across the battlefield, sometimes employed merely as standard artillery units. Suddenly, a barrage of shells rained down from above, seemingly from the distant support of the Wyack cannon, yet they were thwarted by a thin veil of psychic shields. The Tyranids were determined to isolate the external threats and eliminate the Orc warlord without interference. Within a 5-kilometer radius of psychic shielding, only Tyranids roamed, rendering the Orc warlord nearly helpless. To create this barrier, a multitude of ordinary brainworms outside bore immense pressure, given the heightened activity of the green-skinned Wyack. Utilizing psychic energy was fraught with peril, leading many brain worms to have their minds explode under the strain. A gruesome head soared into the sky, landing beside a massive brainworm. It belonged to a swarm leader, its sharp teeth and lengthy tongue making it resemble the countless victims it had mercilessly slaughtered. To shield the rapidly diminishing monstrous insects, some relatively smaller warrior insects surged onto the battlefield, positioning themselves before Chung Mingrue. To his astonishment, the phase blade struck the warrior insect but became lodged in its body. This was a phase weapon, capable of piercing through a titan without damage. Previously, aside from being caught by the greenskins using the Wyack as advantage, it had been virtually unstoppable. The Tyranid's targeted evolution was progressing more swiftly than Chung Mingrue had anticipated. The warrior insects were specialized for defense, and for a moment, Chung Mingrue found it challenging to eliminate them all swiftly. Meanwhile, the brain worms continued to amplify the psychic intensity, increasing the gravitational force he had to endure, further slowing him down and exhausting his stamina. Psychic energy was Chung Mingrue's Achilles heel, leaving him unable to devise a countermeasure in that moment. After being decelerated, an acid projectile struck him with precision, depleting a significant portion of his shield's energy. A swarm leader's bone knife also slashed through his power armor, after accumulating a wealth of failed experiences. The swarm began to inflict damage upon Chung Mingrue. As the collective consciousness perceived everything unfolding according to their plan, the giant brain worm noticed another warrior insect, clutching its Wyack, had joined the fray. Engaging in combat, the collective consciousness commanded this warrior insect, but the mental connection failed. Had this warrior insect's nervous system sustained damage during the battle? The moment of confusion was brief, as the Bug King's guardian leaped ferociously, bringing the massive brain worm crashing to the ground. With its gaping maw, it shattered the protective shell encasing the worm's brain. A gaping hole was formed in the white, gelatinous mass of brain matter, which crumbled like tofu under pressure. Seizing the opportunity, the minuscule pest tossed a hand grenade, larger than its own fist, into the breach. The Bug King's guardian clutched the pest protectively against its chest, and with a thunderous explosion, the entire head of the brainworm was obliterated. Great Mubal, your ability to transform is astonishing, the clever little creature exclaimed, exhilarated by the spectacle of such a colossal worm being toppled by a single grenade. Envisioning the tales it could boast of to other greenskins, Horses let out a low, threatening growl. He despised being referred to as Great Mudball. His name was splendid and elegant. Yet, the greenskins could scarcely remember such a lengthy name, opting instead for a more down-to-earth moniker. However, considering that even their leader was called Slippery, he found a measure of solace in conforming to local customs. With the suppression of psychic energy lifted, Cheng Mingrue's power surged forth, fueled by the recent injuries inflicted upon him by the monstrous swarm, which had left him quite displeased. The Bug King's guardian has a tough shell, does it? It can withstand the phased Great Blade, can it? Cheng Mingrue fused the handles of two phased Great Blades into a longer, more formidable weapon. The principle behind the phased Great Blade involved oscillating the cutting edge across different planes, allowing for rapid vibration and producing a resonant hum as it approached, effectively countering teleportation techniques that traversed other dimensions. When faced with the bombardment of the space undead pyramid, Cheng Mingrue had previously endured damage inflicted by the phased Great Blade of the abandoned Scorpion Exile. He wholeheartedly agreed with Dio's adage. As long as the quantity is sufficient, no problem remains insurmountable. The energy within his powered armor was ample, a testament to Orsish technological prowess. A massive surge of energy coursed through the phased Great Blade, doubling its vibration frequency, resulting in a resonant hum that was both deep and imbued with unstoppable might. With a mere flick, the Bug King's guardian, which had previously managed to trap the phased Great Blade within its shell, was effortlessly cleaved in two, the cut smooth and precise. With a deluge of blood gushing forth a second later, the phased Great Blade was designed for lethality, intentionally avoiding high temperatures to prevent coagulation of the wound. Equipped with this formidable weapon, Cheng Mingrue unleashed a barrage of unexpected assaults utilizing the click-click teleportation device, rendering his movements impossible to track. The surrounding swarm of monstrous insects fell before him like vegetables under a cleaver, while he scarcely acknowledged the lesser creatures, dispatching them with a mere stomp of his foot. Horses transformed into a colossal Skugger war beast, sporting a massive horn and a pair of formidable tusks. He emulated Cheng Mingrue's aggressive tactics, even managing to gore a butcher armed with an acid cannon. The clever little creature stood triumphantly atop the fallen butcher, waving at Cheng Mingrue as if claiming the kill as its own. Slippery leader, I've come with Great Mubal to assist you. Beside him, Halls emitted a joyful grunt, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. With companions and friends by his side, the camaraderie of their shared Wyak was a far cry from the desolation of that pitch-black place. Cheng Mingrue materialized, his colossal form resembling a small mountain, rendering the clever little creature before him minuscule in comparison. You should keep your distance. The insects seem to be targeting me. They possess a collective consciousness, their awareness fused into one. Cheng Mingrue intended to elucidate the current level of peril. The battlefield was fraught with danger, and he wished for the safety of those who followed him, hoping they would not meet the same fate as the second Kuka. Though the destiny of the greenskins often entailed emerging from the earth only to perish in the throes of Wyak, they were nonetheless exuberant and willing to embrace such a fate. Cheng Mingrue, however, resolved to protect them within the confines of his sight. Chapter 148. The Noan Marauder's clever ghost was in high spirits, having been among the first to follow the cunning leader. Back on the warship of the Shrimp, when the shrewd leader praised the cunning chief, Clever Ghost sensed that this young lad was extraordinary. Indeed, the once youthful boy had transformed into a formidable leader. Following such a powerful figure often left Clever Ghost feeling inadequate. The cunning leader was too strong, too overwhelming, and he felt helpless. However, now with the leader's pet mount accompanying him, Clever Ghost could remain close to his leader and share in the exhilaration. Cunning leader, we wish to follow you. Clever Ghost began, but before he could finish, he shouted in alarm. Cunning leader, watch out behind you. His high-pitched voice pierced the air like a needle, alerting Cheng Mingrue. A fierce sense of danger surged within him, unprecedented after such a prolonged battle. Cheng Mingrue immediately crouched down, instinctively preparing to evade. What on earth is this? How could it evade his perception? The response came in the form of dozens of thick, spiked tendrils. In an instant, Cheng Mingrue, Clever Ghost, and Halls were engulfed by these deadly appendages, a cloud of dust obscuring them from view. rendering them invisible to ordinary beings. However, the initiator of the attack, the Noan Marauder, was anything but ordinary. It possessed the ability to cloak itself and could clearly perceive that 2 of its 3 targets remained, with the primary objective still alive. The spiked tendrils retracted, hanging ominously from the Noan Marauder's back, their bloodstains indicating they had inflicted serious harm. The collective consciousness was astutely aware of its combat capabilities. This was a Noan Apostle, a unit specifically created by the hive mind to eliminate enemy commanders. The Noan Marauder was a melee-enhanced variant I had devised. The sharp tendrils pierced Chung Mingrue's body, remaining motionless as they withdrew. In this ambush, Clever Ghost was mercilessly dispatched, turned into a mist of blood, leaving no remains behind. Chung Mingrue reached out, attempting to gather data on Clever Ghost. It was the first step toward resurrection. The more comprehensive the collection, the greater the likelihood of successful revival. The enormous brains of the 5 Noan Marauders began to shimmer. Not only had the hive mind instilled them with a vast array of combat knowledge and techniques, but they were also robust physical entities and formidable psionic units. The previous wave of monstrous swarms had merely served to facilitate the Noan Marauders' assault, as hunting prey effectively requires the element of surprise. Now that their presence was revealed, the Noan Marauders unleashed their full might, launching a powerful psionic shockwave from 5 directions, creating a deep crater centered around Chung Mingrue. The formidable psionic force was anchored within a 10-meter radius of the target, the concentrated psionic energy set to obliterate everything within that range, as dictated by the calculations of the collective consciousness. With only 1 target remaining, the collective consciousness deemed this outcome acceptable and commanded the Noan Marauders to continue their assault, offering no respite to the target. Chung Mingrue's entire power armor had turned to dust, his body riddled with wounds, yet the wounds were scorched by psychic energy, preventing any blood from flowing. Fortunately, Halls possessed a life-saving artifact bestowed by Chung Mingrue, allowing him to teleport away just in time. However, the clever spirit had no chance left. Chung Mingrue gazed at his outstretched hand, his thoughts frozen in place. The force of the psychic shockwave was overwhelming, obliterating all traces of the clever spirit's existence, rendering any semblance of resurrection, like that of Kuka, impossible. Wayawayaf. The howling screams startled the Noan Marauders, causing their auditory systems to throb painfully. Their energy accumulation was violently interrupted by the sonic waves produced by the roar. In the culture of the orcs, Wayak encompasses numerous positive connotations. Battle, bravery, greatness, and war cries can all be encapsulated within this term. Yet at this moment, Chung Mingrue's Wayak was devoid of any positive sentiment. He was engulfed in profound sorrow and grief. From the very inception of his journey, he had known the clever spirit. After acquiring the ability to gather information, he had even felt a sense of pride, believing that the greenskins around him would no longer perish. Now, he understood that he was not yet powerful enough, that he was utterly helpless. Kuka, he communicated through psychic channels, informed Kid and the others that they need not hold back. Bring forth all their firepower. I want the bugs dead. I want all the bugs dead. Chung Mingrue commanded Kuka. Previously, he had refrained from deploying all his forces to attract more bugs, but now he was filled with sorrow and rage, disregarding everything else. Understood, crafty chief. Kuka seemed to mimic a salute akin to Rambo. Once the Wayak subsided, the Noan Marauders shook their heads, seeking to reacquire their target's location. Just as their eyes detected the source of heat, the target vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a Noan Marauder found itself tackled to the ground by Chung Mingrue, who seized one of its claws and snapped it apart. The Noan Marauder howled in agony, its severed claw thrust deep into its own mouth, penetrating its brain. Devoid of any weapons, Chung Mingrue, with his formidable muscular physique, remained an indomitable force. As death approached, the spiny tentacles on the Noan Marauder's back lashed out in retaliation, piercing Chung Mingrue's body and creating gaping wounds in his steel-like flesh. The other 4 Noan Marauders showed no hesitation in the wake of their comrade's demise. Swiftly encircling Chung Mingrue, Chung Mingrue broke the arm of the Noan Marauder beneath him, seized its bone blade, and with a horizontal sweep, severed the tentacles that had impaled him. Standing at 6 meters 5, wielding the tyrannid bone blade, he faced the 4 towering Noan Marauders, smiling as he felt they were far too few to adequately vent his fury. The surface of Aronia 4 began to tremble. Countless golden lights flickered as vast swathes of greenskin forces were teleported onto the battlefield. Firstly, there exists Rambo and his elite squad of special forces, who seldom engage in direct confrontations, not due to a lack of strength, but rather because they are more adept at unconventional warfare. With a shotgun in one hand and a curved blade in the other, they unleash a tempest of bloodshed amidst the swarm, achieving the highest combat effectiveness ratio against the insect horde compared to their orc counterparts. Then there are the orc mechanized units, notably the towering 100-meter Gorkanaut, upon which Gid sits, bellowing a fierce whack. The artillery mounted on the Gorkanaut erupts with overwhelming firepower, igniting the tide of insects as countless battle bugs are reduced to mere ash. In a single barrage, hundreds of thousands of these combatants vanish. The terrifying, decisive weaponry of the orcs begins to mercilessly crush the tide of the Tyranid swarm. Chapter 149. Crushing the insects. If there exists a force more formidable than Beaky's mechanized battalion, it is undoubtedly Dio's whirring cannons. These artillery pieces, designed to serve as the primary weaponry aboard ancient gargantuan vessels, unleash devastation upon the battlefield that is nothing short of cataclysmic. Standing before a long row of these whirring cannons, Dio secured his firearm at his side, momentarily placing a screw he had been gnawing on into his mouth. With a grave demeanor, he raised his hands and proclaimed in a garbled tone, "Explosion is art. Yield is truth." The whirring cannons erupted in a symphony of firepower, unleashing scorching rays of yellow energy that swept relentlessly through the tide of insects, igniting a series of mushroom clouds. Even the titanic Tyranid beast faltered under such relentless bombardment. Since the last time Chung Mingrue had encouraged, or perhaps deceived, Kuka, the latter had embraced his mission to assist the cunning mastermind in fulfilling his grand designs, establishing a bridge for communication with the enigmatic second-in-command. Seated amidst the chaos of explosions and roars, Kuka appeared detached from the surrounding tumult. As if the war unfolded in a different dimension, he could sense the flow of energy, the exuberance and agitation of Wyak energy, all emanating from the cunning leader. Kuka channeled this force, directing the Wyak energy to fortify every greenskin within the clan. The cunning leader stood as the pinnacle of Wyak energy, tasked with ensuring that this power flowed seamlessly through the consciousness of every greenskin. The neurotic lads also bolstered their comrades. As long as the greenskins believed they could not be vanquished, they would rise again. If they had faith that their axes could cleave through all insects, even the colossal Tyranid titans would be unable to withstand the onslaught of their blades. The Wyak perspective warped reality in a manner entirely advantageous to the greenskins. In the rear lines of the fierce battlefield, the Blade Masters and Mad Doctors engaged in their own brand of frenzied and sanguinary medical care. Injured or dying orcs were dragged into this chaotic sanctuary by the Gretchen, where chainsaws, hammers, drills, and cutting devices converged, regardless of the injury sustained. If the Mad Doctors deemed it treatable, they would proceed, which is why they earned their moniker. Yet, it is undeniable that the unique biological structure of the Orcish flora and fauna allowed them to endure remarkably. Some orcs were indeed healed, armed with their iron skulls, claws, and legs. These injured warriors, having paid the price of their teeth, charged back into the fray, more ferocious and resilient than before. Now, whether in elite or ordinary combatants, the Tyranid forces found themselves ensnared in a position of utter disadvantage, with no hope for resurgence. The collective consciousness swiftly grasped this reality from its perspective. The last of the Norn tyrants had met its demise at the hands of the Orcish chieftain. In a display of brutal ferocity, the Orcish leader savagely perched upon the Norn tyrant's head, delivering relentless blows that shattered its skull into fragments. In the midst of the chaos, the Norn berserker relentlessly retaliated. Its other appendages, vestigial limbs on its chest and spiked tendrils protruding from the back of its head, continuously assaulted the orc warlord. Yet, a shroud of green energy enveloped the warlord. The Wyak, aura effectively nullifying almost all damage. After delivering a final, crushing blow that reduced the Norn berserker's head to a mere pulpy mass, Cheng Mingrue rose to his feet, unleashing a thunderous roar, "Wayawayath." He was filled with sorrow, unable to shed tears. He could only vent his feelings through such a simple exclamation. Across the planet, all the greenskins echoed his fury in unison, "Wayawayath." This primal utterance encapsulated their rage and fervent battle spirit, and with that singular roar, the collective consciousness realized that the casualties among their swarm had surged by 2 percentage points. Retreat had become the optimal choice. The collective consciousness calculated that its probability of victory had plummeted from 30 to a disheartening 0. If 0 were not the lowest possible value, it might have dwindled even further. The remaining swarm forces on the planet were divided into 2 factions. One continued to fend off the greenskin onslaught, buying time, while the other plunged into the digestive pools to be converted into biomass for transport to the biological ships in space. The collective consciousness meticulously calculated every conceivable method to mitigate losses, demonstrating its efficiency and ruthless pragmatism. Thinking of escape, Chung Mingrue's eyes had evolved to penetrate the atmosphere, clearly discerning every swarm fleet outside. The monstrous entities, bristling with menace, were departing from the planet's synchronized orbit, their lengthy tendrils retracting from the ground as they absorbed biomass. Offending the crafty old boss of the Slippery, and still wishing to flee. The Slippery boss's flagship was not yet fully constructed, yet its inertialess engines were presumably operational. Fueled by rage, Cheng Mingrue disregarded these concerns, utilizing a psychic teleportation to transport himself to the command chamber of the Slippery boss. After a flurry of modifications, he slapped his palm against the large red button. As the engines powered up, the Slippery boss began to tremble, toppling scaffolds and construction machinery outside. Kid, Dio, bring your technical prowess and hurry up. We're off to space to battle the bugs. Chung Mingrue called out to his two skilled technicians through psychic communication. Operating such a colossal apparatus alone was impossible, especially in its semi-complete state. Boss, your flagship isn't finished yet. Recklessly activating the engines could lead to an explosion. Cautioned the prudent kid, his brow furrowed with concern. I don't see a problem, boss, as long as we move swiftly. Before the engines explode, we'll already be in space. The weapon systems on the Slippery boss are 80 installed and designed by me. We can fight the bugs. Dio, standing before the crackling artillery, was brimming with eagerness for battle. You're absolutely right. As long as we're fast enough, the explosion won't catch us. In previous times, Cheng Mingrue would have supported the cautious kid, but now he was solely intent on quelling his anger with the blood of the insects. The commands of the war boss hold absolute authority within a clan, unless a greenskin dares to challenge the supremacy of the cunning chief. The techies and the skilled artisans quickly assembled, and many of the armored leaders who caught wind of the news transported their lads aboard the cunning chief's vessel. How could they possibly miss out on the exhilarating pursuit of bugs? What if the cunning chief became so enthralled that he chose not to return, leaving them stranded on the planet? Initially, there were not many orcs aboard the cunning chief's ship, but it swiftly became overcrowded, with every position filled by eager younglings. Some even resorting to fisticuffs to voice their opinions on their roles. The engines were fully charged, and with a resounding crack, the cunning chief's vessel vanished, only to reappear in the skies of the planet. Due to structural inadequacies, it nearly performed a catastrophic disintegration midair. Chapter 150. Mechanical marvel. The unexpected malfunction of the warship during its emergency launch was a foreseeable occurrence. Chung Mingrue, well prepared, delivered a swift kick to the control panel, placing both palms firmly upon it. The structural machinery's capabilities instantaneously granted him comprehensive awareness of the entire warship's condition. Under normal circumstances, its prowess would not be so formidable. Whether it was due to its expansion or an augmentation from his fury, all of its abilities had significantly escalated. In 3 minutes, the warship would begin to disintegrate. And in 10 minutes, it would be utterly obliterated, drawn to the planet's surface by its gravitational pull, transforming into an unrecognizable heap of debris. Theoretical knowledge remained just that, theoretical. Without delay, Cheng Mingrue commanded the pivotal greenskin technicians and the skilled artisans to commence damage control and repairs, while simultaneously activating the energy source to charge the living metal aboard the Sly Boss, reinforcing the hull. Cheng Mingrue himself teleported to the rear of the warship to undertake emergency repairs. Kid and Dio were present, alongside numerous craftsmen, all demonstrating mechanical wonders. 2 minutes later, countless fragments cascaded from the Sly Boss, each piece a component, steel plate, or various devices. These falling remnants inflicted severe damage upon the swarm below. Disintegration seemed imminent, prompting the insect horde to abandon the battle and retreat, while only the orcs continued their fierce assault. The orcs perceived the Sly Boss as their ally, intensifying their onslaught. On an orc battle motorcycle, one warrior hefted a shoulder-mounted missile, shattering a gargoyle, a colossal flying beast of the Tyranid swarm. In exhilaration, he bellowed defiantly toward the Sly Boss overhead. Whack! Beneath the shadow cast by the Sly Boss, the swarm fled in panic, while the orcs roared in battle fervor. A miracle unfolded. The engines at the rear of the Sly Boss suddenly erupted with searing flames. In a mere 2 minutes, Chung Mingrue and his skilled artisans ignited the warship's engines. Soon, the engines adjusted the vessel's orientation, shifting from a balanced stance to a head-up position. In the vicinity of the flame-spewing engines, Cheng Mingrue ensured that all the technicians and craftsmen were teleported away before he was the last to leave. Within the cockpit, After merely a second spent calculating angles and structural integrity, he extended his hand to the control panel, activating the inertial S engine. In an instant, the entire slime boss seemed to enter a new universe, with everything in the external cosmos appearing as mere fantasy, utterly disconnected from this realm. In the real universe, the slime boss vanished abruptly, only to reappear in the heart of the insect fleet, its colossal form dwarfing all Tyranid vessels. The collective consciousness was engulfed by a singular emotion, terror. It began mobilizing all computational units, urgently calculating the current situation. Could an offensive lead to victory? How had the orcs achieved this, and what was their ultimate objective? Before the calculations could yield results, the colossal orc warship sprang into action. Its 6 massive engines erupted with searing flames, casting a dazzling spectacle that extended for hundreds of kilometers. Visible to all life on the surface of Euronia 4 with but a glance upward, amidst the swarm fleet, the inferno unleashed by the engines instantaneously obliterated a dozen Tyranid bioships. This was merely the prelude. The most intact structure aboard the sneaky boss was its array of artillery turrets, and the positions controlling these emplacements were swiftly occupied. Only those who had forged bonds with orcs through more than mere fists were deemed worthy to man these stations. Silence reigned momentarily, a mere prelude to the impending onslaught. From the smallest anti-aircraft guns to the formidable artillery, every orc behind the turrets firmly gripped their triggers, resonating with the satisfying roar of whack that accompanied the convulsions of the artillery. Brilliant beams of energy, white and yellow, swept across the Tyranid bioships, piercing and shredding them to pieces. The kinetic artillery was particularly exaggerated. The armor of the Tyranid vessels was notoriously thick, often withstanding more punishment than the Imperial battleships of equivalent class. At times, a shot from a light spear would merely create a large blood hole or char a section of the carapace. Due to the substantial size of the sneaky boss and its formidable kinetic artillery, the large turrets were arranged in a matrix formation. When they unleashed a barrage, it resembled an impenetrable wall. A synchronized fire would clear a swath of the starry expanse, annihilating any Tyranid bioship caught in their path. After demonstrating its firepower, the sneaky boss began to advance slowly, its comically massive orc visage crashing through several Tyranid vessels. With casualty and artillery data in hand, the collective consciousness swiftly reached a conclusion. Retreat was imperative. It had its own mission and could not afford to sacrifice the entire swarm fleet in this place. It prepared to lead its fleet to another planet for resupply, where, having replenished enough biomass, it could seek further combat. The gene stealers on that planet had relayed intelligence indicating that the humans there were significantly weaker than the orcs. The Tyranid swarm fleet promptly divided into 2 factions, one veering towards a synchronous orbit to depart for Euronia 3, while the other remained to encircle the sneaky boss. The Tyranid bioships were characterized by their size, durability, rapid burst speed, and relatively feeble long-range firepower. Most of their vessels bore a large mouth, divided into 3 segments, lined with razor-sharp teeth. Identifying Tyranid ships proved challenging. Their defining features included gaping maws, vicious claws, and long tentacles. At their center lay a circular mouth, and when this maw latched onto a target, the outer jaws would gnash incessantly, while the inner mandibles ground the prey to shreds. In addition to melee capabilities, the Tyranids wielded bioplasma and acid cannons for ranged combat. Yet, in the vastness of space, their most formidable weapons resembled locusts. The Tyranid bioships incubate a species of locusts characterized by an exceptionally brief lifespan, devoid of digestive organs, and possessing an extraordinary speed of flight. These locusts are filled with highly corrosive acid, and their immense numbers can effectively penetrate the void shields, annihilating the mechanical constructs within and leaving no trace of corrosion in their wake. Approximately 200 surviving bioships launched themselves in a suicidal charge, their gaping maws aimed directly at the sneaky boss as the sky becomes engulfed in a dark, fog-like swarm of locusts descending upon the vessel. While such a formidable display may appear to be an overwhelming show of force against an orc battleship, the collective consciousness has calculated that this maneuver merely serves to buy the swarm fleet some time for their retreat. Chapter 151. The defeat of the swarm fleet as calculated by the collective consciousness. The seemingly ferocious swarms of locusts proved ineffective, swiftly annihilated in droves. Flanking the sides of the sly boss were 2 colossal spherical orbs, glowing incandescently from the energy surging within. Any locusts that ventured too close were instantly met with a bolt of lightning, forming a cascading network of electrical discharge that reduced them to ashes in an instant. This was the ingenious invention of Cheng Mingrue, derived from the technologies of the space undead, modified to also counter psionic units. Any enemy within the orb's firing range, upon releasing psionic energy, would experience immediate backlash, with damage proportional to the magnitude of the released energy. The greater the potency of the psionic spell, the more severe the retaliation. As for the other swarm bioships, the closer they approached, the more ferocious the firepower of the greenskins became. It is well known that the effectiveness of the greenskins' firepower is determined by sheer volume, and the locust stench charge had the gunners and the turrets laughing in delight. After suffering significant losses, the swarm ships finally collided with the Sly Boss, using their formidable fangs to gnaw at its hull, while their elongated, spiked tendrils inflicted damage through stabbing and striking. However, the heavily armored Sly Boss proved too resilient, rendering the locust ship's teeth ineffective against its multi-layered armor combined with the living metal of the space undead. The Tyranid ships found themselves in a futile endeavor, incurring losses of 500 for every 1,000 they inflicted. Following in the wake of these Tyranid vessels, countless combat bugs leapt onto the Sly Boss. Their orders straightforward: to penetrate deep into the Orc warship's interior, wreak havoc, and sow chaos, thereby delaying the Orc fleet. To some extent, these combat bugs succeeded in their mission. The Orcs, deprived of turret action, were elated to engage with the newly arrived Tyranid combat bugs, finding a fresh opportunity for battle. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the one most discontented aboard the Sly Boss was undoubtedly the Sly Boss himself. Although he commanded the ship with the prowess of a seasoned player in a Gothic fleet game, decimating Tyranid vessels into bloody fragments, the sight of bloodshed could not quell his fury. The cunning trickster was lost, and Hollis lay grievously wounded in his workshop's life pod. The multitude of grievances he faced could not be absolved by merely vanquishing a handful of Tyranid insects. The Sly Boss was in a dire state. The engines were under emergency repair, and their longevity was uncertain, reliant on the fickle favor of the Wyak. Even the distorting power of Wyak has its limits. Adhering to the principles of science, pursuing the retreating main force of the Tyranid swarm fleet was unattainable. Cheng Mingrue could only watch helplessly as they escaped. With the loss of a target to attack, a sigh of relief escaped him, and he plopped down onto the deck, his right hand pressed against his chest. The recent battle had taken its toll, leaving him with ruptured organs and torn muscles, sustained solely by a surge of rage and Wyak energy. But now the repercussions were catching up with him. A searing pain surged through him, nearly overwhelming his sanity. It was not his first encounter with the torment that transcended the limits of perception, yet he managed to withstand it for the moment, avoiding unconsciousness. Clever one, Cheng Mingrue involuntarily exclaimed, wishing to impart some final instructions before succumbing to the abyss, only to suddenly realize that the clever one was no longer present. Damn! His animosity toward the tyrant bug species deepened yet again. Just before his fading consciousness slipped away, Cheng Mingrue conferred with his two formidable subordinates on how to proceed with the ongoing battle, instructing them to continue shipbuilding afterward. Then, having seized Kid's Kaka transporter, he teleported to the surface, arriving before the Great Blade. I'm injured. I require treatment, stitch my muscles and organs, but refrain from any bizarre modifications. Otherwise, when I awaken, I shall not spare you. My payment will be settled once I am alert. With that, his consciousness could bear no more, and the massive Cheng Mingrue collapsed, inadvertently crushing two hapless underlings in the process. The Great Blade was taken aback. Why did the slippery boss always appear before him in such a horrifying manner? Suddenly, his scalpel slipped from his grasp. However, he quickly regained his excitement. He had the opportunity to treat the illustrious slippery boss. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. As long as the modifications were not peculiar, everything would be fine. Cheng Mingrue fell into a deep slumber, while Peaks jolted awake from a nightmare, gasping for breath. Cold sweat streaming down his forehead, and an icy chill gripping his spine. His memories slowly resurfaced. He recalled guiding the followers of the four-armed God Emperor in prayer within the church, beseeching the angels of the God Emperor to descend swiftly, praying for their souls to return to tranquility and unite with the divine. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head, and upon opening his eyes, he realized that dawn had broken. He must have been unconscious throughout the night. Reflecting on the dream, Peaks felt an intensifying dread. There was a figure emanating a green glow from its back, its four-clawed arms distinct, yet the rest remained shrouded in obscurity. His instincts told him that this was the very being for whom they had prayed, the four-armed God Emperor. But how could that be? The four-armed God Emperor did not exist. All prayers ought to be directed toward the great devourer. The four-armed God Emperor raised an arm, gesturing toward the distance, implying that they should flee. The swarm fleet had already reached the Oronia star system. Why should they escape? Was it to carry the pure-blooded descendants to infect other worlds? Peaks found himself bewildered. As the leader of the Gene Thieves, he possessed greater knowledge and strength. Previously, when his church was exposed, he remained unperturbed and resolute. He simply reassured his followers that the upper nobility on Oronia 3 had fallen into corruption, straying from the Emperor's faith, while their own belief remained pure and steadfast. For the angels of the Emperor were soon to descend. The hearts of the people were swiftly calmed, despite losing supplies from Kester. They resolutely continued to battle the green-skinned foes, subsisting on moldy food and tainted water. However, should Pex reveal his dreams to the congregation, the ensuing chaos would be beyond his imagination. If Chung Mingrue were to learn of Pex's terror and confusion, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. The invaders have infiltrated the human empire to such an extent that they have nearly become a part of it. Even though their prayers are predominantly directed towards the Great Devourer, if even a fraction of these beliefs were to escape, it would be entirely possible to forge a new deity within the hyperspace. The faith of the invaders is remarkably steadfast, and their numbers are indeed vast. Chapter 152. The Four-Armed Divine Emperor. The more Pex thought about it, the more unsettled he became. His followers were equally astonished upon entering his chamber to find their usually resolute and formidable leader in such a disheveled state. Pex's vacant gaze suddenly sharpened as he waved his hand, dismissing his attendants. Once the room was devoid of company, he reverently knelt on one knee, bowing his head, fervent as a zealot. "Great Master, you have summoned me," Pex intoned respectfully in his mind. "There has been a critical error in your intelligence. The swarm has suffered significant losses on Oronia 4, with a considerable amount of biomass depleted. The orc clans here are unnaturally formidable. It is impossible for them to have developed to such a degree in just over a year." The voice of the collective consciousness resembled a calm, precise, and direct feminine electronic tone. I cannot explain this. Since my arrival in the Oronia star system, I have not miscalculated. When I submitted my intelligence reports, I copied my memories accurately, Pex replied, his panic rising as he realized his intelligence had led to grave losses for his master's fleet. "You are indeed not lying, yet you have underestimated the potential of these orcs. The responsibility does not rest solely upon you. This appears to be another instance of their unexpected evolution. These green creatures are indeed troublesome. They seem capable of remarkable feats at any time and place, their behavior exceeding anticipated calculations." The electronic voice remained exceptionally calm. "The swarm requires replenishment of biomass to advance to the next phase of warfare. What kind of assistance can you provide? The overall condition of the planet, the defensive status of the human worlds, and the number of fleets are all critical intelligence. It would be best if you could seize the spaceport, destroy the munitions depot, and weaken human forces," commanded the collective consciousness. "However, the church has been compromised. The intelligence we can provide may deviate from reality. Attacking the spaceport and munitions depot are areas strictly guarded by the Astral Army. Although the church still possesses some power in the Northern Hemisphere, it may not be sufficient to accomplish such a challenging task," Pex responded with concern, detailing the church's existing strengths to the collective consciousness. "Indeed, according to calculations, the likelihood of your success is low. Here is what we shall do. Facilitate guidance and assist the swarm in launching an attack. The swarm is hungry and requires a substantial replenishment of biomass. Fortunately, you have performed admirably, gathering a considerable amount of life, which will significantly bolster the swarm's strength." The collective consciousness praised Pex. This brought Pex a glimmer of joy. He felt assured that his master had not forsaken him. Ultimately, during the ritual of return, his flesh and blood would become the strength of the swarm, and his soul and consciousness would merge with his master, akin to the collective consciousness of the swarm itself. "It is my honor to serve my master. My consciousness eagerly anticipates merging with the Great One." Pex expressed his fervent thoughts with excitement. The collective consciousness conveyed its stance. "The core consciousness collective shall neither accept you nor any of the individual consciousnesses within the church. Your greatest contribution to the swarm is to transform into biomass." The AI voice remains melodious, yet the words spoken are colder than the biting wind. Upon hearing the words of the collective consciousness, Pex was astonished, questioning if he had misheard. As a part of the tyrant swarm, the consciousness of each tyrant insect merges together, ultimately coalescing into the Great Devourer. This concept, akin to cells forming a brain and the brain generating consciousness, is undeniably real and vividly clear. How could there be any error in this? Upon repeated inquiries, The response from the collective consciousness remained unchanged. Why? Why? We, too, are a part of the swarm. We are also enacting the will of the core consciousness collective, guiding its objectives and battling its foes. We endure, we sacrifice, we fight. Pex's voice rose slightly, sensing that his tone had become problematic. Thus he lowered it again, pleading, "My lord, may I ask why?" His voice trembled with a blend of despair and helplessness. Your consciousness is excessively independent, intertwined too deeply with the infected species. Your memories harbor an abundance of negativity. You are capable of deceit, concealment, betrayal, and sacrificing the entire collective for your own gain. Such consciousnesses are poison, impurities, elements that have long been excised. In the annals of the swarm's history, there were instances of impure consciousness being absorbed into the core consciousness collective. Initially, there was no change, everything remained the same, but later some branches of the swarm grew increasingly selfish, seeking only their own advancement, collecting biomass to evolve their own kind, even rebelling against the core consciousness collective. Unity is the foundation of the swarm. If even the most basic battle insects prioritize their own interests over the collective struggle, the swarm will lose its strength and become insurmountable no longer. The collective consciousness offered a considerate explanation. We shall not. Our consciousness cannot become poison. We are capable of uniting. Pex continued to struggle. We shall not risk accepting your consciousness. This is a rule of conduct, and rules cannot be broken. However, I am grateful for your contributions to the swarm, especially you. I can offer you an opportunity to enter a new world. The swarm will launch an attack in due course, but I shall leave you a path to the new world as a token of my appreciation. To the untrained ear, such words may seem compassionate, yet there was not a trace of pity in its tone. Of course, you may choose to resist, indeed. There are those with impure consciousness who have opposed the arrival of the swarm, but such actions are futile and will only render death more agonizing. Pex could not recall how he withdrew from the remote communication. Perhaps it was the gradual dissolution of his consciousness that rendered the collective consciousness bored in perceiving it as a waste of time, leading it to sever the connection voluntarily. What should I do? What course of action should I take? Pex sat upon the ground, remaining still from day into night, untouched by the food and water sent by the devotees. The siblings of the four-armed God Emperor Church were engulfed in panic. Was it not foretold that the angels of the God Emperor would soon descend? Why has the patriarch come to this state? Pex's disillusionment is profound. His faith and efforts have proven utterly futile, devoid of meaning, leaving only a profound sense of despair. What else can he do? Perhaps it is not so bad to simply await death in this desolation. If one fears not death, then why should one fear life? A notion began to take shape within Pex's mind. This concept seemed to articulate more than mere words. It struck him like a thunderbolt, causing him to tremble. Do not forget your promises to the brothers and sisters of the church. Do not betray their trust. Chapter 153. The Battlefield of Flesh and Blood with a Dim Gaze. Pex rose to his feet, the spark of faith rekindling in his eyes. He devoted himself to the four-armed God Emperor, who had bestowed upon him a divine mandate that he now felt compelled to fulfill. For the sake of his brothers and sisters in the church, he resolved to seize the spaceport. Leaving this planet necessitated the capture of that crucial location, situated near the equator, to the north of Capello City. The city had transformed into a bastion, a focal point of defense for the astral army. The task of conquering it was fraught with challenges. Yet Pex believed that no obstacle was insurmountable in his quest for the four-armed God Emperor. A wailing banshee bomber soared through the azure sky, cleaving through the white clouds, revealing an expansive battlefield below. From the vantage point of the aircraft, the horizon of the endless battlefield unfolded, teeming with countless greenskins, orcs, Gretchens, and squigs assailing the human lines. Explosions erupted every second, mushroom clouds indiscriminately consuming lives. The cacophony of machine guns, grenades, melta-weapons, and lasers intertwined along the front, some unleashed by the greenskins, others by humanity. Burning, smoke-belching vehicles lay strewn about, a mix of human and orc machinery. Some battered tanks, salvaged and repaired by orcs with rudimentary tools, re-entered the fray. Red-skinned squigs, laden with explosives, seemed endless, occasionally charging into human defenses, detonating everything within reach. Alongside these smaller squigs were colossal behemoths, resembling armored dinosaurs, bearing fortified strongholds on their backs, from which numerous orcs and Gretchens fired cannons and machine guns down at the enemy. The wailing banshee dropped its payload with precision, obliterating an orc battle tank, only to be struck in its wing by a melta-beam. The pilot desperately attempted to gain altitude, but thick black smoke billowed as the aircraft plummeted, adding yet another vibrant explosion to the chaotic tableau of war. Within the frontline command bunker of Pioneer City, in the most fortified section of the half-buried structure, Commissar Kester rubbed his weary eyes. The greenskin assault intensified, from Pioneer City to Capello. Nearly 10 million greenskins relentlessly battered his defenses. Were their numbers the only concern, it might have been manageable, as light weapons and blades could not penetrate the steel and concrete barriers. The troubling reality was that the greenskins' technology was advancing at an alarming pace. Artillery, aircraft, and heavy tanks emerged rapidly. According to the text from the Loyalist Academy, Kester feared he might soon witness the orcs deploying their Gorkanauts, followed by colossal ancient mechanized giants rivaling human titans, or even towering heaps of refuse. The orcs in this star sector were astonishingly powerful, unbelievably so. Fortunately, the Tyranid fleet had arrived in the Oronian star system and had immediately engaged the orcs on Oronia 4, granting the humans on 3 a brief respite. One could only hope that the orcs would hold their ground against the Tyranids for a while longer. Otherwise, should Tyranid spore pods descend upon them, Kester truly wondered how the battle could be fought. The emergence of the Tyranid swarm has incited widespread panic among both the common folk and the nobility. Some timid souls are already contemplating an escape route, such as the planetary governor, Cornwall. He has unprecedentedly departed from Glory Fortress under the pretext of leading the planetary defense forces to the front lines, only to take refuge near the equatorial spaceport, leaving one to wonder whether he is there to assist or merely to prepare for his own flight. Oh, if only I had 3 more Titans. 10 Emperor-class venomous blade heavy tanks, along with 2,000 Lehman Russ tanks. Kester halted his musings, fully aware of the impossibility of such wishes. Where are those space marines, the Emperor's angels of death, when they are needed? The emergency communication device on the table flickered to life, ruthlessly shattering his rare moment of respite. With a weary hand, Kester activated the communicator. My lord, urgent intelligence. The Tyranid fleet is approaching us. The panic and fear in the voice were unmistakable. What? It's only been a few days. The orcs couldn't possibly have held out? Surely the Tyranids would take some time to consume them. The news was worse than Kester had anticipated. He had thought the orcs would last at least a few months. It seemed the greenskins were far more inept than expected. Was it truly that the barren landscape of Oron 4 could not sustain a sufficient number of orcs? There was a brief silence on the communicator before the tone shifted to one of diminished fervor. It was the orcs who defeated the Tyranid swarm. The biological fleet of the Tyranids suffered devastating losses, at least half of their vessels. What? Kester thought he must have misheard. The sheer volume of bad news leading to auditory hallucinations. A swarm fleet exceeding 1,000 ships defeated in mere days by the orcs? Over half lost? What a hellish jest. That was 1,000 biological vessels, nearly all combat ships by human standards. Logically, a swarm fleet of such magnitude should be able to breach the defenses of over 90 of worlds. I do not care who you are. Reporting false military intelligence is a grave offense. Even a mistake in delivery is unacceptable. Kester admonished sternly, struggling to believe his own ears. And my lord, how could I possibly misreport military intelligence? This information was gathered by one of our star-class frigates. The entire crew risked their lives to observe it. And they recorded the battle. My lord, I shall transmit the records at once. Soon, accompanied by a soft chime. The visual records were sent to Kester's terminal. In the dark expanse of space, a colossal fleet of Tyranid biological ships formed a lengthy armada, with the largest vessels exceeding 10,000 meters in length and the smaller ones still measuring around 700 to 800 meters. It was unfathomable that life could grow to such immense sizes, and in such numbers. Just the sight of them from a distance instilled a profound dread. The swarm fleet hovered above Oron 4, their undersides resembling egg-laying creatures, as seemingly endless spore pods were cast down upon the planet. Some sizable swarms of bioships, reminiscent of balloons, descended to a lower orbital altitude, plunging elongated tubes into the depths below. Within a short span, copious amounts of fluid were voraciously drawn upward, akin to siphoning the very lifeblood of a celestial body. Kester had encountered similar scenes in his records. The Tyranid race was insatiably greedy, mercilessly harvesting entire planets, leaving no trace of air or water unconsumed. The scene shifted, suggesting the passage of time. The once orderly and tightly knit swarm fleet had descended into chaos as a colossal battleship materialized in the heart of the Tyranid armada, seemingly teleporting into existence. Its provenance was unmistakable, characterized by a haphazard, junk-like metallic exterior devoid of any symmetrical aesthetic, hastily adorned with artillery, and crowned by the enormous visage of an orc at the prow. There was no doubt it was undeniably Orcish. Chapter 154. Bad news comes one after another. The Orc warship, the Guangdao, proved to be futile, and while the Orc dreadnoughts, crafted from hollowed meteorites, were indeed colossal, their combat prowess was lamentably inferior. Just as this thought flickered through Kester's mind, a shocking revelation unfolded before him. The Orc super dreadnought commenced a merciless onslaught, annihilating and slaughtering the swarm fleet to a point of utter despair. By the Emperor above, what have I just witnessed? Kester marveled, uncertain whether the Imperial War Fortress, the mountain formation, could rival the formidable combat capabilities of the Orc behemoth. The display of power from this vessel was simply astounding. The outcome of this battle appeared to be one of mutual destruction. The swarm fleet had inflicted damage upon the Orc warship, rendering it immobile. Yet, the swarm was equally incapable of continuing the conflict on Aronia 4, which compelled them to set course for Aronia 3. In a matter of days, those terrifying aliens would arrive overhead, releasing a disheartening quantity of spore pods. Without delay, Kester terminated the video feed and commanded his aides to convene an emergency meeting, insisting that General Hanks and all ship captains be in attendance. In times of urgency, efficiency soared. A straightforward projection meeting was held in Kester's command chamber, and as he had requested, Hanks and all the captains participated, some appearing slightly disheveled due to the haste. Such trivialities mattered little. War was no place for concerns about attire or punctuality. Those belonged to Gallus. The attendees were all key commanders, and Kester promptly replayed the footage he had just witnessed. As he anticipated, every pair of eyes widened in disbelief. Exclamations of "How is this possible?" echoed throughout the room, along with fervent prayers for the Emperor's protection. A collection of high-ranking Imperial officers found themselves in a state of confusion, anxiety, and bewilderment, akin to the common populace. Kester did not blame them. He had initially felt the same, unable to fathom why such a remote star system could harbor so many formidable enemies of the Empire, each seemingly more powerful than the last. "Hanks, how is the fleet's preparation progressing?" Kester inquired after relaying the intelligence gathered by the escort ships, aiming to redirect everyone's focus to practical matters. "Commissar, in accordance with your directives, the fleet is nearly ready. Under the command of the Doombringer, our main battle group, consisting of 1 battleship and 7 cruisers, has completed its reorganization and stands as our strongest combat force. 36 destroyers and 58 frigates are fully staffed and stocked with torpedoes and munitions. Should they have the opportunity to unleash their ordnance, they could inflict significant damage upon the enemy." Over time, Hanks had grown more adept. It was said he had boarded each vessel to familiarize himself with their conditions. And the transport ships? They comprise the largest number. How is their modification progressing? Nodding in approval of Hanks' performance, Kester posed the second question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Just yesterday, the transformation was entirely completed. The areas requiring modification were relatively straightforward, their function singular. And all the pilots of the transport ships were the most loyal soldiers of the Empire. When the subject of transport ships arose, Hanks's expression grew markedly serious. "Excellent." Without dwelling excessively on the transport ship issues, Kester shifted his gaze to each captain of the warships, striving to establish eye contact with them. The captains, perhaps feeling the weight of the political commissar's presence, composed themselves and sat upright, as if undergoing inspection. "Our primary mission is to maintain our position in the Aronia star system for as long as possible. Previously, facing 1,000 Tyrant biowarships, we had little hope. Now, thanks to the Emperor's blessing, they are reduced to less than half, and each is battered, significantly increasing our chances of victory." At this juncture, Kester placed his sidearm upon the table before him. "Only through sacrifice, only through responsibility shall we bear the heavy burden upon our shoulders. The brave shall return their souls to the golden throne, while the coward shall be consumed by shame until death. May the Emperor's radiance shine in our eyes, and may his wrath incinerate all enemies of humanity." The operational plan remains unchanged. Above Aronia 3, our fleet will ambush the Tyrant forces, driving them into the skies of the southern hemisphere. Having stated this, Kester rose, raised his right hand, and solemnly saluted all the captains, who in turn stood and returned his salute. "Sacrifice is the foundation of the Empire. We shall fight to the death," they declared in unison. After the meeting, without taking a moment to rest, Kester connected to another urgent communication. Due to the high stakes of the captain's conference, he had severed all external communications, and this message had been suppressed for several minutes. "What? The Caparo crisis. Half of the urban area has fallen. How is this possible?" Kester believed he had prepared himself for most bad news, yet this latest report shattered his composure and left him in shock. If Caparo falls, the defensive line from Caparo to Pioneer City, including his command post, will be severed, leaving 5 million mixed forces of Star Realm Army and Planetary Defense Corps encircled and isolated. What? The Greenskin warlord Gobbard is still alive. It is he who led this assault. After severing the communication, Kester nearly smashed his desk in frustration. Gobbard had not died. He orchestrated this series of attacks. He is far too cunning. Fortunately, he still possesses the Emperor's toxic blade, the mighty Titans, and a sufficient number of Star Realm troops. Although they have suffered considerable losses as the war drags on, in the rear medical facilities are operating at full capacity. He must immediately return to Caparo. Meanwhile, the source of Kester's fury, the Iron Claw, Gobbard, was seated atop his crooked-mouthed Orc War fortress. His driving skills were lacking, and he adhered to no code of conduct, flooring the accelerator as the massive Orc War fortress crushed through the lines of the Star Realm Army, truly a devastating onslaught. The affluent battle truly exhilarates, as Iron Claw revels in an abundance of resources and an inexhaustible supply of equipment. In such a position of advantage, strategy merely serves as a decorative embellishment, diminishing in significance. He first commanded his lieutenants to launch a series of assaults towards the direction of the Shrimp, while he himself led the main force in a surprise attack on Capello, which proved to be remarkably successful. Golden Tooth and his cunning accomplices initiated a flawless underground ambush through the tunnels, obliterating numerous strongholds and defensive positions of the Shrimp. Subsequently, he commandeered the crooked-mouthed Orc War Fortress, leading the Orc Armored Division in a decisive incursion into the heart of the city. Chapter 155. Linking group positions. Once engaged in this close-range combat, the fiery prowess of the shrimp-like creatures faltered, and the advantage shifted entirely to our side. My fierce warriors, the time has come for you to showcase your might. Utilize your rocket packs for rapid maneuvering and obliterate every last one of these shrimp in this city. Iron Claw bellowed into the communicator, the fierce warriors accompanying the armored units after a unified cry of whack, swiftly dismounted their vehicles and surged into the depths of Capello's interior with a sudden assault. They were well acquainted with this combat style, having accrued experience during previous encounters in Capello. As long as they maintained high-speed movement and coordinated effectively, it was effortless for a mere 5 or 6 of them to swiftly dispatch around 100 shrimp, after which they could advance to the next combat zone. Golden Tooth also joined the fray, riding his Crimson Scugger, accompanied by his stealthy comrades. Leveraging the diminutive size of both the Pigeon and the Scugger, they launched simultaneous strikes amidst the chaos of the ruins. The Scugger, ever elusive and laden with explosives, consistently identified the vulnerabilities of the shrimp, obliterating their defenses with a series of thunderous detonations. The fall of Capello appeared to be merely a matter of time. Iron Claw had also considered the looming threat of the Shrimp's colossal tanks and titans. As he pressed the assault on Capello, it was inevitable that the Shrimp's main forces would rush to reinforce, presenting an opportunity for ace-around and strike strategy. Indeed, it wasn't long before he received a transmission from Dimwit. Iron Claw, the airstrike was a resounding success. The Shrimp's convoy has been decimated. I blew up their giant tank. With a resounding boom, the turret of the Shrimp's colossal tank soared into the sky. Dimwit's voice brimmed with excitement. Did you manage to take out the Shrimp's Titan? Iron Claw inquired, focusing on the critical matter. The Shrimp are quite cunning. Next time, for sure. The signal here is a bit spotty, Iron Claw. I must hang up, Dimwit replied hastily. Iron Claw intended to say more, but the only response he received was the static of a disconnected line. What a slippery character. Iron Claw thought of berating Dimwit, but suddenly realized that such a flattering description was hardly befitting of him. Next time, I shall certainly give him a good whack on the head. Unaware of Iron Claw's grievances, Dimwit piloted his aircraft, absent-mindedly touching the iron bump on his head, a remnant of Iron Claw's earlier reprimand. Thankfully, the injury was not severe, and the Mad Doctor had mended it without extracting too many teeth. The Titan of the Shrimp. It still needed to be eliminated. Only by destroying such a formidable entity could he truly prove his prowess. However, meticulous preparation was essential. In the northern expanse of Capello, near the spaceport, Cornwall had stationed his 200,000 planetary guards. Aware of the dire circumstances facing the Euronia star system, Kester had also reached out to Cornwall, hoping that this planetary governor would cooperate more effectively. On the surface, Cornwall assented wholeheartedly, yet in truth, he was indifferent. He had witnessed the immense power of his master, and the might of the material realm held little significance for him. Cornwall greedily sought to attain higher wisdom, greater strength, and ultimately, the mortal pinnacle, immortality. The master commanded him to assist the malevolent entity, and he devoted himself entirely to this task, willing to relinquish his strongest army to the demon without hesitation. Observing the frail mortals being corrupted by the powers from the subspace, Cornwall gazed upon them with arrogance, regarding these humans merely as tools, slaves, expendable resources, while he envisioned himself as the supreme sovereign. How is the preparation progressing? The mysterious voice of the master resonated in Cornwall's mind, causing him to tremble with excitement. All is proceeding smoothly, my master, he replied with reverence. Excellent. Keep up the good work, and I shall reward you beyond your wildest imagination. As you command, my master, Cornwall responded, his voice tinged with even greater humility and awe. Meanwhile, on the Oroni of 4, Cheng Mingrui awoke after approximately 3 hours of unconsciousness. Before him stood a large blade wielding a chainsaw, its expression bewildered. Wondering why the boss had awakened so soon instead of sleeping longer, as there were still many ideas he wished to explore. Upon seeing the terrifying chainsaw still buzzing ominously above his head, Cheng Mingrui was momentarily startled, relieved that he had awakened early. Such madness was typical of the Mad Doctor. He extended his hand and seized the chainsaw, crushing its teeth and casting it aside. I warned you not to engage in unnecessary actions. Should this happen again, I shall affix an antenna to your head. I promise, I promise. I am merely adhering to the boss's instructions, the blade stammered. Perhaps out of fear or guilt, before turning and fleeing. Initially, Cheng Mingrui felt unfazed, but the blade's sudden flight left him somewhat uneasy. He inspected himself thoroughly and found no additional or missing components. Perhaps his body was simply too robust for the blade to execute any bizarre modifications. Realizing this, Cheng Mingrui felt reassured, acknowledging the uniqueness of his physique. During a whack, even a searing blast would only singe a patch of skin, barely breaching his defenses. Once he confirmed his well-being, Cheng Mingrui began contemplating other matters, primarily how to swiftly deal with the bugs. The insects were truly detestable. Even if they gathered elite forces to behead him, he would not be nearly as enraged, but harming those around him was intolerable. He tapped his forehead, activating the psychic communication, and reached out to Kuka. Kuka had now fully adapted to his role as the second commander of the chaotic forces, his powers gradually strengthening. Approaching the peak of his former prowess. Sly leader, you summoned me? Kuka was currently summoning a colossal foot, which crushed numerous tyrannid creatures beneath it. Yes. Link me to the entire WAC network. No problem, boss. As Kuka initiated the connection, Cheng Mingrui's consciousness began to ascend, as if his soul were lifting from his body. He entered the communal WAC network of the green-skinned beings, a phenomenon that occurred solely during times of great conflict. At the moment consciousness entered the WAC field, Cheng Mingrui was immediately engulfed by the fervor of battle within, unable to restrain a shout in reality. After a brief immersion, he managed to reclaim his wandering awareness. He could sense that the entire planet was enveloped in the verdant embrace of the WAC field, with the remnants of the tyrannid swarm also shrouded beneath its influence. This is the advantage of connecting to the WAC field. Cheng Mingrui could observe the vast battlefield of the planet from a higher perspective. Even though the tyrannid forces still numbered a staggering 500 to 600 million, they were increasingly being encircled and divided by the burgeoning ranks of green-skinned warriors. Chapter 156 Accelerating Shipbuilding Progress. The remaining tyrannid combat bugs were aware of the situation and ceased their direct confrontations with the greenskins. Instead, they commenced digging tunnels and engaging in guerrilla tactics. Observing this from a high vantage point, Cheng Mingrui suddenly found himself intrigued. It was reminiscent of playing a strategic game. He established a connection with the war bosses commanding on the battlefield through the WAC stance, akin to utilizing multiple psychic communications at once. In this manner, he directed these war bosses to lead their troops in encircling and intercepting the tyrannid forces. Upon hearing Cheng Mingrui's voice, the war bosses complied readily. Convinced by the wisdom of the cunning war boss, under Cheng Mingrui's command, the combat efficiency of the greenskins improved significantly, and soon, large swathes of the gorilla-minded tyrannid bugs were eradicated, further diminishing their numbers. After a time, however, Cheng Mingrui grew disinterested. The bugs were merely scurrying about, and pursuing them consumed too much time. Furthermore, their struggles were futile. They would ultimately be annihilated. Cheng Mingrui's time was far too precious to waste on such trivialities. He conveyed several key points regarding guerrilla warfare to the war bosses, summarizing them into familiar phrases. Enemy advances, we retreat. Enemy camps, we disrupt. Enemy tires, we strike. enemy flees. We pursue. Cheng Mingrue urged the orc war bosses to consider how to reverse these strategies and employ them against the guerrillas, before shifting his attention to the cosmos. Kid and Dio, along with all the orc war bosses, had claimed their respective territories aboard the cunning war boss' ship, which was spacious enough to accommodate their allocations. They cheerfully employed the ship's weaponry to reduce any approaching Tyranid creatures, be they combat bugs or biological warships, to mere rubble. Not a single orc noticed that Cheng Mingrue had departed from the cunning war boss' vessel. Pick up the pace. Why are you dawdling? We've been battling these bugs for too long. Cheng Mingrue thundered in the minds of all the war bosses. Cunning war boss? Cunning war boss. Boss, there are too many bugs. We'll speed up. Cheng Mingrue did not respond to these war bosses. He could not afford to wait. After surveying the global battlefield from the Wyak stance to ensure everything was in order, he withdrew. Kuka, instruct the war bosses below to eliminate the bugs swiftly, or my great Wyak will not wait for them. Having said that, Cheng Mingrue did not return to the workshop to forge new war boss armor. Instead, he directly utilized psychic teleportation to arrive aboard the cunning war boss' ship. Following the emotional upheavals and the battle in the realm of souls, his control over psychic energy had strengthened. Once aboard the warship, Cheng Mingrue activated his deconstructive machinery ability, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the positions, numbers, and attack priorities of the encroaching Tyranid warships and combat bugs. This ability proved immensely useful, surpassing traditional radar and sensors in both precision and speed. In a bid to swiftly eradicate the encroaching Tyranid swarm, Cheng Mingrue commanded a multitude of his subordinates to venture into the fold space, activating the semi-finished ancient warships within. Utilizing the Kaka transporter, a vast array of artillery and weaponry, though not entirely completed, was dispatched into the cosmos. The battlefield formed a concentric circle, with the cunning flagship at its core, encircled by a layer of Tyranid biological vessels, and further out, the Orcish ancient warships. The ancient warships of the orcs varied in size, yet even the smallest surpassed the capabilities of human cruisers, boasting far greater firepower. Thus, under the relentless barrage from both inner and outer artillery, the swarm of biological vessels, remnants of a collective consciousness, could not withstand for long. Ultimately reduced to mere remnants of flesh and debris in the void of space, their former ferocity extinguished. Once the biological vessels in space were vanquished, Cheng Mingrue turned his attention away from the battlefield, leaving the combat insects that had landed on the flagship to his subordinates. Kid, Dio, you are aware that you too are the technological titans of the Screw clan, my most trusted allies. I now have a new task for you both. Upon hearing yet another assignment, the two titans expressed their discontent. Tasks assigned by the cunning leader were seldom straightforward, often leading to exhaustion and the risk of reprimand. Boss, I still need to construct the squeaky cannon. Dio was the first to voice his objections. Moreover, half of the engines remain unfinished, and half of the hulls are yet to be completed, Kid added in agreement. Forget about the previous tasks. I have new directives. Focus on completing my flagship, the cunning leader, and get it operational first, while we gradually finish the ancient warships within the fold space. Waiting for a year to complete the shipbuilding project was not an option for Cheng Mingrue. He was eager to set sail on the cunning leader and annihilate the insects. The ancient warships that we produce thereafter will be yours to distribute. You may even choose to command a fleet to seek your own Wyak. To incentivize Kid and Dio, Cheng Mingrue presented his terms. As anticipated, Kid and Dio became invigorated, eagerly promising to work overtime to ensure the swift construction of the cunning leader. In addition to rallying his technological titans and craftsmen, Cheng Mingrue also focused on his tools. He initially assembled a multitude of engineering vessels using the completed engines and skeletal frames of the ancient warships, employing them as platforms to construct the cunning leader from the outside. Those colossal constructs, akin to titanic weapons, were repurposed and affixed to the backs of the ancient vessels, serving as cranes and welding apparatus. They would later be modified back into war machines. Previously, Cheng Mingrue had largely allowed the young members of his clan to operate with autonomy, primarily utilizing competitions and brawls to allocate tasks among them. He actively promoted events such as the Blood Bowl or similar contests to enhance the joyous cultural life of the Greenskins, for the orcs were, above all, meant to live joyfully. In a bid to expedite the construction progress, within the span of a month, Cheng Mingrue resolved to leave no stone unturned in ensuring that the lads completed the work on the sneaky git. He instructed Kuka to utilize psychic communication to inform all greenskins within the clan aboard orc ship number for that he would soon be departing in his vessel, preparing for a Grand Wyak expedition. With only a month at their disposal, every greenskin, be they lads or grots, was compelled to toil tirelessly to accumulate points. Only points mattered. The top 400 million greenskins with the highest scores would earn the privilege to board the sneaky git and partake in his monumental expedition. Time waits for no one. Opportunities are fleeting, and the Wyak waits for no one. If one does not wish to be left behind by the Wyak, one must labor diligently. Chapter 157. The green-skinned capitalist Ching Mingrue's unorthodox methods as a capitalist have proven remarkably effective, viewed from the vastness of outer space. The entire ship known as the Cunning Boss is alive with welding sparks. On the planet below, the green-skinned inhabitants are engaged in combat with the remnants of the Tyranid swarm, while in the cosmos, Cheng Mingrue's grand construction plan is in full swing. To further inspire the enthusiasm of his crew, Cheng Mingrue not only expanded upon Dio's labor point system, but also employed a few crafty laborers. As the clan grew in size, the green-skinned tribes began to exhibit a greater sense of order, giving rise to some clever and cunning individuals who could focus on their tasks rather than indulge in brawls. Cheng Mingrue gathered a group of these younglings before him to deliver an address. You all know that I am about to initiate a Grand Wyak, a truly magnificent Wyak. However, the number of participants in this grand event is limited. I seek only the most formidable, diligent, and obedient among you. The astute and cunning orc youths nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "We are hardworking and obedient. Cunning boss, do not leave us behind in the Grand Wyak. I have a plan." He continued, to divide all construction members into teams and tally labor points through this group system. Each team will be led by the larger orcs, who will themselves supervise the younger members in completing their tasks. You will be responsible for recording their labor points and announcing the totals each day. As he spoke, Cheng Mingrue took a few steps to a window, through which he could see a massive construction project underway, a colossal vehicle adorned with a prominent sign. This sign displayed the labor points, which would be updated daily, and the colossal vehicle would orbit the cunning boss's ship, allowing every working youngling to see the current standings. As long as you accurately record the labor points and fairly select the most exceptional, diligent, and obedient team, I may make an exception and not require you to tally your own labor points. Instead, I will take you directly to participate in the Grand Wyak. Cheng Mingrue cast his enticing bait, knowing full well that without incentives, his subordinates would falter in their duties. Wyak, the green-skinned individuals, whom Cheng Mingrue had designated as laborers, shouted with delight, repeatedly assuring him they would perform the tally diligently. Trust them? How could that be? While most greenskins are indeed simple and honest, there are always those who are cunning, treacherous, and ready to stab you in the back. After all, manga embodies both cunning and savagery. I will establish a supervisory group to oversee your work. Should they discover that you have not accurately recorded the labor points, or, heaven forbid, engaged in trading labor points for favors, Cheng Mingrue seized a large gun from one of the laborers, crushing it into a metallic ball. The bullets were then exploding under the pressure. Do not even think about slacking off or attempting to bribe the supervisory group. I will personally oversee the entire process. Once any misconduct is discovered, there will be no opportunity for redemption. This will be your fate. The scabs resembled geese with their necks tightly grasped, rendered voiceless. Among them, some harbored nefarious intentions. In the ensuing period, the system of labor points was implemented effectively. The skilled workers and technical overlords toiled day and night, gradually transforming the schematics into a battleship, the Slide Boss. Occasionally, hidden Tyranid combat bugs would be discovered nestled within the crevices of the warship, and they were promptly eradicated. Now, they were mere insects in the presence of the greenskins. The ancient machine bearing the labor points board became the focal point of all the greenskins' attention, with the records fluctuating dramatically each day. To avoid being left behind, the larger orcs transformed into overseers, incessantly urging their subordinates to hasten their pace. This oppressive atmosphere left many orcs and their leaders discontented. The greenskins embodied freedom and joy. It was not that there were no greenskin leaders willing to rise against the oppression. Rather, they had all been vanquished by the Sly Boss, who showed no malice towards these rebellious leaders, not even deducting their labor points. Cheng Mingrue was aware that his actions were unpopular. Yet in his quest for vengeance against the Tyranids, he could only endure the ire of the greenskins, bearing the blame himself. Amid the frantic construction of the Sly Boss, Cheng Mingrue also found the time to relocate his workshop from the planet to the battleship, placing halls in the core area of his workshop. Lying quietly within the medical bay, even Cheng Mingrue suffered severe damage from the Norn's assault. Halls, a less than pure green skin, was afflicted even more gravely. His genetic chain disrupted by overwhelming energy flows. Hall's was meant to be the shortcut for the greenskin orc's accelerated awakening of genes. But since Chung Mingrue's repeated attempts to save his life began, everything seemed to falter. It was as if a higher dimensional existence forbade Halls from surviving. Perhaps that was indeed the truth. Those exalted beings, revered as gods, appeared unwilling to witness the swift rise of the greenskins, seeking to stifle it in its infancy. Fortunately, Cheng Mingrue exercised remarkable caution. While conducting a physical examination on Halls, he made backups of his genetic samples, preserving the data. In the medical bay, Halls remained in the form of a Skuger war beast, appearing not to suffer grave external injuries, albeit missing half of his head and body. However, due to the shattered genetic chain, he had essentially lost his self-repair capability. Without Cheng Mingrue, he would slowly perish. Cheng Mingrue constructed several mechanical arms, each equipped with micrometer-level needles capable of performing cellular and genetic-level therapeutic procedures. Each mechanical arm possessed millions of needles, tirelessly working to gradually mend Halls according to the preserved sample data. The materials employed were still Skuger essence, a substance remarkably versatile, capable of transforming into desired forms. Even with such therapeutic methods, restoring Halls would require extensive time, unlike Cheng Mingrue, who rejuvenated after merely 3 hours of slumber. Cheng Mingrue's mindset underwent a transformation. Following the loss of his clever companion, he no longer regarded Halls as merely a tool for strengthening his power, but began to see him as a true comrade. A child in need of protection. The universe of 40K is exceedingly brutal, the birth of a new life, a new soul, but not to endure suffering and torment. It should be endowed with freedom, joy, and the power of choice. Even if this universe harbors malevolent forces intent on extinguishing the life of Horus, Cheng Mingrue would exert every effort to safeguard him, without conditions or justification, akin to the unwavering protection offered by the benevolent manhwaerec. Manhwaerec bestows equality in his guardianship upon every greenskin being, ensuring they remain untainted by the encroachments of the warp. This is the very foundation upon which their enduring freedom and happiness rests. Chapter 158. The Wyak expedition. After examining the various conditions of the medical warehouse and conducting a thorough check on Horus's health, confirming his steady recovery, Cheng Mingrue secured the area with a spatial lock. Each day, he would return to inspect everything, ensuring all was well before embarking on other tasks. While he relentlessly exploited the greenskins, he also pushed himself to the limit. He discovered that he could forego sleep at will, and since then, he had not taken a moment's rest, dedicating himself entirely to the construction of the sneaky git. His name even graced the leaderboard, firmly seated in first place, outpacing the second by more than double. To sustain his relentless work ethic, Cheng Mingrue prepared 3 engineering cans, one for repairs, one for recharging, and one for active use. His formidable dedication astonished the greenskins, who regarded the sneaky git as truly impressive, whether in battle or labor, excelling in both realms. With unwavering determination, a month swiftly passed, and the sneaky git was completed as scheduled. Beyond the various calibers of artillery and energy lances, he also equipped the ship's bow with the stellar weaponry of the space Necrons, taking the time to significantly enhance both its dimensions and power. Should they encounter fragments of a celestial scale akin to their previous confrontation, there would be no need for the intervention of the formidable manhwaerec. The main cannon of the sneaky git would obliterate them with ease. The ship's defenses were also maximized. After amassing sufficient armor and living metal, Cheng Mingrue installed 2 layers of energy shields, one being a traditional void shield, and the other a versatile barrier shield capable of withstanding various forms of attack. Any surplus energy was naturally devoted to augmenting the already robust defenses. In terms of maneuverability, the frequency of teleportation had increased, allowing the sneaky git to store up to 3 teleportations, providing both flexibility in use and the option for a single, decisive application. If employed astutely, one could achieve a level of evasion akin to Cheng Mingrue himself, deftly navigating through the onslaught of the swarm and standing invulnerable. With the sneaky git completed, it was time to set forth, fulfilling promises made. According to the leaderboard rankings, Cheng Mingrue's direct subordinates, 500 of the most formidable big greenskins, accompanied by their young, were to embark, though only 2/3 could board. Even if he expanded the contingent of greenskins to 500 million, countless others aboard the Aronia 4 would remain unable to join the sneaky git. This was largely due to Cheng Mingrue's earlier agricultural endeavors, which had proliferated mushroom caverns across the planet. compounded by a skirmish with the bugs that significantly catalyzed Wyak energy, resulting in a greenskin population exceeding 2 billion. As the greenskin numbers swelled, so too did the spores they emitted, leading to a further proliferation of mushroom fields until the entire planet brimmed with greenskins. Those fortunate enough to board the ship were exuberant, having proven their superiority over their peers, and they generally appeared larger in stature. Conversely, those left behind were deeply disheartened. Despite their diligent efforts, their scores fell short, with some greenskins even lamenting potential errors in the tallying of work points. The complaints swiftly escalated into an armed protest, with increasingly fervent calls for a recount of work points. The victorious greenskins boasted of their triumph, while the vanquished lamented their defeat, accusing the winners of deceit. The two factions remained obstinate, with yet another tumultuous clash on the horizon. In truth, once the vessel was completed, Chung Mingrue could have departed without a trace, much like many orc chieftains before him. For instance, the Bone Breaker, after amassing a sufficient following, abandoned Octarius for Amikitotan. Chang Mingrue, however, desired to exact his vengeance without leaving any regrets. He did not wish to follow in the footsteps of the Bone Breaker, though there existed unscrupulous greenskins. The majority harbored a profound simplicity in their thoughts. To betray such innocence left Chung Mingrue feeling discontent. Standing upon the bridge, Chung Mingrue reached down to stroke the small scug beast, or, now resembling a diminutive pet that accompanied him ever since his recovery. Perhaps it was a lack of security that compelled, or to seek comfort in Chung Mingrue's presence. Enough of the bickering, lads. I have something to discuss with you regarding the cunning leader's divine selection. Once more through Kuka, Chung Mingrue established a connection with the collective Wyak stance, communicating telepathically with all greenskins. I have verified the work point statistics. There are no discrepancies, and I have rectified any issues. A loss is a loss, and one must learn to accept it. Who would wish to wager on a Blood Bowl scug match with someone who cannot bear to lose? Persuaded by Chung Mingrue's words, the defeated greenskins laid down their arms, for they were receptive to reason, especially from the esteemed cunning leader who had personally guided them. Do not dwell on regrets. This Wyak expedition is not an end, but a beginning. I will navigate the stars aboard my ship, igniting a grand Wyak that will turn everything upside down, and it will endure for a long duration. You may feel left behind, yet time remains. There is still time to forge new colossal constructs and to soar into the cosmos, following in my footsteps. The Wyak awaits you. As long as you are willing to pursue it, I, the Cunning One, shall be here to guide you. Upon concluding his speech, Chung Mingrue adjusted the prow of the cunning leader's ship, directing it towards the trajectory of Aronia 3 as he activated the inertia-less engine. Although he departed, he had instilled in the remaining greenskins a sense of purpose and aspiration. On Aronia 4, all the greenskins gazed toward the vanishing direction of the cunning leader. Pausing their grievances and infighting, united, they roared towards the path the cunning leader had taken. Forge new colossal constructs. Catch up with the cunning leader. Became their most cherished goal, the most exhilarating and fulfilling endeavor they could pursue. Each greenskin harbored their own vision of Wyak. Some sought aimless brawls. Others yearned for worthy adversaries, while yet others aspired to unite all greenskins for the grandest Wyak imaginable. Cheng Mingrue, however, held no such distant ambitions. His immediate desire was to unleash a Wyak upon the Tyranids. In the month of his shipbuilding, numerous events transpired. Above the planet, the warships of the human empire formed a formidable square formation, engaging nearly 500 bio-warships of the Tyranids. On paper, the Tyranids held a significant advantage, their collective consciousness easily discerning the strength of the human empire's fleet. The 8 capital ships represented the pinnacle of human naval power, while the smaller vessels posed little threat to the swarm fleet. However, the presence of over 200 transport ships piqued the curiosity of the collective consciousness. What purpose could such feeble vessels serve on the battlefield? They seemed to be but a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Chapter 159. Space Warfare. The act of a mantis attempting to block a chariot may seem utterly foolish, yet within the realm of the human empire, such individuals are not uncommon. These transport ships, equipped with only rudimentary armaments and the bare minimum of crew, are laden with formidable explosives. Unable to launch lethal projectiles, they resolve to become munitions themselves. General Hanks, the skies are entrusted to you, came the holographic projection of Kester before Hanks. Rest assured, my lord. We shall exert every effort to fulfill our combat mission, Hanks responded, standing at attention and saluting the image of Kester. General, our sensors have detected the alien monstrosities entering the designated zone, The communication device chimed in with urgent intelligence. After exchanging farewells, Hanks donned his military cap and proceeded onto the bridge of the Doombringer. In truth, the battle plan had been meticulously prepared in advance. All warships were merely required to adhere to the established strategy. Hanks's primary responsibility was to ensure the compliance of all vessels while simultaneously, in critical moments, leading the Empire's precious ships in retreat from the battlefield. This latter directive was unbeknownst to most captains, shared only among the commanders of the capital ships. Compared to the capital vessels, corvettes and destroyers were far simpler to construct. Methodically, regardless of size, the human warships began to unleash a barrage of space torpedoes, round after round, until they had expended their entire supply. Thousands of torpedoes, trailing long streams of fire, soared towards their target, a standard tactic of the human empire in naval warfare, employing a swarm of torpedoes to inflict damage from a distance. More often than not, the impact of these torpedoes was minimal. However, they could compel the enemy fleet to decelerate or disrupt their formation in an effort to evade. To inflict significant harm upon enemy vessels, a close-range release of torpedoes was preferred, yet given the vast disparity in firepower, it was prudent to launch them earlier. Most ships would likely not survive until the completion of the torpedo strikes in the ensuing melee. The swarm fleet did not veer or slow down. The torpedoes struck true. Many torpedoes found their mark. The reconnaissance corvette, illuminating the position of the Tyranid fleet at the front lines, transmitted exhilarating news. The results of the torpedoes exceeded the corvette's reports, with several smaller Tyranid bioships obliterated. Hanks was astonished by the success of the torpedoes. Although the reconnaissance corvette was swiftly annihilated by the Tyranid vessels, the information relayed was sufficient to bolster the morale of the human fleet. Unbeknownst to him, the colossal battleship-class Tyranid biovessels extended their long tendrils, drawing the blasted remains of the smaller bioships into their maws. For the collective consciousness, both the living and the deceased were mere biomass, not to be wasted. The mindset of the collective consciousness diverged sharply from that of humanity. It refused to decelerate. The swarm, driven by hunger, sought to breach human defenses swiftly and commence the harvesting of biomass from the planets. Therefore, after calculating the cost of enduring the torpedo strikes, the collective consciousness deemed the losses acceptable and chose to accelerate forward. Suddenly, a high-energy alert echoed through the void ahead. It was a stasis bomb, a control weapon frequently employed by the human empire, capable of decelerating the passage of time for all objects within a certain radius, thereby slowing down the targeted area indiscriminately. Nearly 100 bioships of the swarm would be affected by the stasis bomb, an affront intolerable to the collective consciousness. In response, these biological vessels erupted with intensified power, surging forward with a sudden and fierce acceleration. The stasis bomb detonated harmlessly. However, swiftly thereafter, a second and then a third stasis bomb materialized in the path of the advancing swarm fleet. This was a premeditated tactic. The collective consciousness had elevated the command capabilities of the hostile human fleet, prompting a more cautious approach to this cosmic battle. The clustered swarm fleet instantly dispersed, resembling a peacock unfurling its feathers, an exquisite display. Such a meticulous scattering would have resulted in an astonishingly high actions per minute in a real-time strategy game. As the stasis bombs affected fewer than 30 bioships, the Nova Cannon was launched. Hanks calmly commanded from the bridge of the Doombringer, dispatching a squadron of fighters to illuminate the enemy vessels ahead. The swift reaction of the swarm fleet astonished Hanks. Yet he held a profound admiration for the operational plans devised by Kester and the other captains, who had accurately anticipated the maneuvers of the enemy ships. This was the culmination of countless naval engagements and accrued experience. The Nova Cannon was a formidable weapon, equipped by the human empire's navy. Due to its immense recoil, typically, only one could be mounted on each capital ship, situated at the vessel's bow. Moreover, owing to its exorbitant cost, most capital ships opted not to allocate their bows for the Nova Cannon, favoring cheaper, more cost-effective armaments like rams. The Nova Cannon boasted an exceedingly long range, a weapon of area effect, requiring prolonged charging for each attack. It could generate extreme temperatures within its firing range, capable of melting steel and incinerating flesh. Generally, a corvette with insufficient structural integrity would be rendered combat ineffective by a single shot from the Nova Cannon, if not sunk outright. A synchronized volley from 6 Nova Cannons, if aimed accurately and under the Emperor's blessing, could potentially obliterate an Imperial cruiser. This occasion was indeed blessed by the Emperor. The high-energy reaction from the volley caught the swarm fleet off guard, making it difficult for them to fully evade despite their dispersal. This barrage annihilated 20 of the swarm's bioships and inflicted damage on over 10 more. After accounting for the bioships wounded by the cunning flagship, approximately 300 intact Tyrant bioships remained, igniting a fleeting illusion in Hanks that victory might be within reach. The youthful, high-ranking officer was inevitably susceptible to the delusion of being the chosen one destined for monumental achievements. Fortunately, he refrained from issuing blind commands and sought the counsel of all the capital ship captains. "Are you mad?" exclaimed the captain of the Doombringer. Echoing the sentiments of the majority, Hanks felt a flush of embarrassment at this retort. He believed he had merely offered a reasonable suggestion, not deserving such humiliation. He nearly retaliated with more caustic words, but he managed to suppress his emotions. "Unless our flagship is augmented fivefold, I shall categorically refuse to obey the command to engage. The majority of the Tyranid bioships remain intact. A proactive assault would lead to our utter annihilation." The captain of the Doombringer subsequently spoke words that awakened Hanks to the gravity of the situation, prompting him to abandon his previous stance and instead direct the fleet according to the original strategy. The human fleet commenced a slow retreat, extending their formation while incessantly deploying static bombs to disrupt the battlefield, thereby fracturing the alignment of the Tyranid biofleet. Concurrently, they swiftly reloaded the Nova cannons for long-range attrition. Meanwhile, the Tyranid fleet did not remain passive. They quickly organized into several dispersed small fleets and activated their stealth mode. Chapter 160. The malevolent ritual. The movement of the Tyranid fleet diverges significantly from that of other races. They navigate by manipulating gravity, eschewing the lengthy ion engines and flames typical of other vessels. Coupled with the extraordinary cellular control of their biological ships, they can alter the color of their exoskeletons and regulate their body temperature, allowing for stealthy maneuvers. This constitutes the Tyranid's cloaked mode of operation. In this mode, the collective consciousness commands the swarm fleet to swiftly close in on the human armada, simultaneously releasing a multitude of self-destructing locusts to obliterate human aircraft, probes, and reconnaissance units. With these eyes eliminated, the accuracy of the human warship's long-range artillery and Nova cannons plummeted, enabling the swarm fleet to approach even more rapidly. Soon, the fleets of the human empire and the Tyranids entered mutual bombardment range. The humans retaliated with light spears and heavy cannons, while the Tyranids countered with bioplasma and acid cannons. The numerical disadvantage of the human fleet soon became apparent. Although the Tyranid fleet was not particularly adept in long-range firepower, they nonetheless managed to suppress the human vessels within the engagement zone. Those modified transport ships advanced to the forefront, using their bodies to shield the combat vessels from harm. A stealthy Tyranid cruiser opened its maw wide, sinking its teeth into a transport ship, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattered ship bones as a crimson flash erupted, blowing off half of the cruiser's fangs. Inflicting severe damage on a Tyranid cruiser with a transport ship was deemed a worthwhile exchange. The slow, fire-powered efficient transport ships, having been modified, could only engage in such straightforward tactics, either absorbing damage for the main fleet or self-destructing to inflict damage upon the enemy. The Imperial Navy, akin to the Astral Army, forms a crucial part of the human empire's military, comprising many loyal officers willing to sacrifice themselves for victory, albeit a victory that feels utterly hollow. Prior to launching their assault, the collective consciousness anticipated the humans' intentions. Self-destruction was calculated within its strategies. It possessed an intimate understanding of humanity, finding them far more manageable than the orcs. Once thoroughly studied, the predictive deviations rarely exceeded 5%. The orcs, in contrast, introduced an element of chaos. Their battles were fraught with unpredictability, sometimes exhibiting strengths beyond imagination, while at other times displaying weaknesses that were almost laughable. The collective consciousness commanded the swarm fleet to maintain its relentless advance. Truthfully, such self-destructive tactics posed no existential threat to its vast swarm fleet, as it could later reclaim the fallen biological ships, sustaining minimal losses. It aimed to compel the human fleet into a continuous retreat, subsequently seizing synchronous orbits above planets to commence spore deployment, a domain where the swarm excelled. Should the humans refuse to retreat, it would be even more advantageous, providing an opportunity to annihilate them on the spot. The conflict had devolved into a war of attrition, with the human fleet gradually withdrawing, striving to safeguard their capital ships by incurring losses among the transport and smaller combat vessels. Meanwhile, the Tyranids pressed forward relentlessly, with the biological ships in the lead recklessly destroying human warships, while the larger biological vessels consumed the remains of the fallen, stockpiling biomass. As Hank observed the escalating losses of his fleet, he realized how naive he had been. The Tyranid swarm, with its colossal bioships giving birth in the void of space, was a stark reminder of the grim reality they faced. Fortunately, despite the dire circumstances, the situation had not devolved into complete chaos. The human fleet was in retreat, but had inflicted some casualties upon the swarm, managing to confine them to the southern hemisphere and the equatorial skies. From the human perspective, there was still a semblance of purpose in their struggle. Yet the collective consciousness of the swarm aimed to land in the southern hemisphere, perhaps to reclaim biomass from the unsuspecting. As they entered the orbital zone for deploying ground combat organisms, the spore pods descended like meteors from the inferno of hell, crashing into the surface of Aerolonia 3 amidst the friction of the atmosphere. When the first spore pod detonated, unleashing a cacophony of battle organisms, the first victim to wail in despair was none other than the planetary governor, Cornwall. The demon, Lozak, tore him asunder before his very eyes. He had been warned that such a being was to be utilized, never trusted. Once the objective was achieved, it was imperative to eliminate it. A massacre, a sacrificial rite, unfolded within the encampment of the planetary defense forces. Opening the portal demanded a price, one paid in flesh and soul, with a preference for abundance. The planetary defenders, thoroughly corrupted, twisted in their morals and perceptions, sought more intense emotions and exhilarating experiences, plunging into extremes and madness. Bloodshed and slaughter were merely the foundations. Torture and torment represented the escalation, while loss, insanity, and frenzy became the norm. In their pursuit of heightened ecstasy, the defenders initially indulged in carnal pleasures, evolving into countless deviant practices, ultimately resorting to abuse, torment, and blood to elevate their depravity. They had devolved into a state where they disregarded the demons surrounding them, chanting blasphemous verses and painting frenzied images. One soldier meticulously sliced his own flesh with a small knife, relishing each cut, while another group placed a victim upon an altar, methodically dismantling him with flames, branding irons, and bone saws, each participant, including the victim, reaching a state of ultimate satisfaction. These scenes represented only a glimpse of the hellish reality, as even more insane and brutal acts transpired. The intensity of emotions and the anguished cries of shattered souls reached a crescendo, tearing open a rift in the fabric of reality, a portal to another realm. From the depths of depravity, a grotesque menagerie of monsters emerged into the material world. A multitude of these abominable demons trampled upon the earth, their presence a nightmare for mortals, heralding calamity. Lozak stood before the Legion, his previous concerns dissipated, with such formidable support from his master. Fulfilling the task was now an effortless endeavor. Alongside the demons and twisted creatures, a cadre of chaotic interstellar warriors also traversed the portal, arriving on Aerolonia 3. Among the most infamous leaders of the warbands is Lucius, a figure marked by a grotesquely contorted visage, clad in armor inscribed with blasphemous symbols. A space marine who succumbed to chaos during the Great Rebellion. He has been bestowed with the favor of Slaanesh, rendering him immortal and granting him a peculiar ability. Any individual who slays him, if they experience even the slightest sense of satisfaction, will find Lucius replacing them, resurrecting within their very being. He is exceptionally cruel, committing innumerable heinous acts within the Imperium of Man, and stands as one of the favored pets of Slaanesh. The Dark Prince regards his minions not as allies, but rather as mere playthings meant to indulge his whims. The act of sending forth his favored pets to procure ever more delightful spoils brings him immense pleasure. In turn, these pets, driven by a yearning for their master's attention and blessings, engage in increasingly extreme acts of vengeance against the maddening and brutal universe of Warhammer 40,000. Chapter 161. A chaotic convergence as the malevolent entities and monstrous beings infiltrating the realm of reality grew ever more numerous, their ranks swelling to the staggering figure of 1 million. The portal erupted with a resounding explosion, signaling reality's rejection of the subspace. The two realms are inherently incompatible. Otherwise, the multitude of demons residing within the subspace would freely invade the universe, leaving not a trace within the galaxy. Lothar was decidedly displeased. Among the million demons, the majority were of a lesser tier, with formidable beings like himself being exceedingly rare, and the Chaos Star warriors scarcely numbering 1,000. The portal's collapse occurred far too swiftly. Logically, the figure should have doubled. It seemed something was interfering with the subspace. Just as this thought crossed his mind, He raised his gaze to behold a sky awash with swarming spore pods. It became evident that it was the subspace projection of the Great Devourer, which provided an explanation. Were the insects vying with their master for sustenance? This was not part of the plan. Lothar grimaced as he cast a glance at the mangled remains of Cornwall, torn asunder. He could not ascertain whether this was part of the machinations of the entity behind that unfortunate soul. No, this was beyond his capacity to speculate. And he lacked the luxury of time to ponder such matters. He must harvest more emotions and souls for his master. Lothar emitted a piercing shriek, abruptly halting the demon's carnage and the torment inflicted upon the planetary guard. The demons soon recognized that their presence was not solely for indulgence and revelry. The will of their master was not to be defied. Consequently, they swiftly divided, one faction charging towards the spaceport, which was encircled by a city housing 2 million humans, now shrouded in the ominous spore pods. The demons resolved not to relinquish this bounty of 2 million souls to the insects. They must intercept the soulless beings. The other faction ascended, making their way northward along the roads leading to the city, immediately commencing the harvest of human lives and souls, aiming to secure a worthy offering for their master before the situation deteriorated further. Yet, the coveted spaceport was not only the target of the demons. The Tyranids descended from the skies, their green-skinned forces prowling the city as periphery. The recent conflict on the planet had taken a dire turn for the Starbound army, with Commissar Kester leading the main force in a pincer movement against Capello, advancing from the direction of Pioneer City and the Northern Front. They sought to exploit numerical and armored superiority to drive the Orc warlord Gobad and his forces from Capello. However, Kester discovered that his troops were not only outmatched in numbers, but also in quality. Daily, his armored divisions suffered losses, with each vehicle likely to be repaired by the Orcs and repurposed into grotesque war machines to assail his defenses. The skies, which should have belonged entirely to humanity, were increasingly perilous. As the intensity of the war escalated, the Lightning fighters faced continual attrition. In the last aerial skirmish, the Orcs had emerged victorious, engaging in fierce exchanges with their seemingly dilapidated aircraft against the human fighters. Gradually losing air superiority, the Air Force's losses were not the most devastating. A cumbersome Orc warplane, resembling a plump hen, executed a dive-bombing maneuver that obliterated a Sacred Emperor's Venom Blade heavy tank. Upon hearing of the tank's destruction, Priest Carter of the Machine God cult could only emit nonsensical binary language, overwhelmed with anguish to the point of being unable to articulate his despair. The situation deteriorated further as the campaign to reclaim Capello not only failed, but the Orc leader Gobad, piloting his Crimson War fortress, pierced through the encircling forces of the Starbound army. 200,000 Starbound soldiers, still in an offensive posture and lacking robust fortifications, found themselves confronted by a surging tide of green from the ruins, accompanied by bizarre vehicles and the fearsome Skug beasts led by a cadre of Orc chieftains. The outcome of this conflict was inevitable. The 200,000 Starbound soldiers had been fragmented and encircled across the vast plains. In the chaos of battle, an ordinary Starbound soldier, devoid of structure, proved inferior in stamina, morale, strength, and resilience compared to a single Orc warrior, often falling victim to their slaughter. Kester had initially anticipated that once the Orcs breached the lines, they would march northward, breaching the aesthetically pleasing yet practically ineffective defenses constructed by Cornwall, ultimately spreading throughout the entire northern hemisphere. At that point, the fate of the planet would be sealed, as the greenskins would propagate wherever they tread. However, Gobad, displaying an unexpected cunning in battle, did not advance northward, having discerned little enjoyment to be found in the north. He turned back to engage the 500,000 Starbound soldiers fighting at Capello. Only a few roaming greenskin units ventured northward in search of new entertainment. Indeed, new amusements awaited, not in the north, but in the south, emerging from Stone Ridge. Masses of mutated humans surged forth, launching a counteroffensive against the Orcs, with their sights set on Capello. These mutants, possessing 4 arms and sharp fangs, exhibited a reckless fearlessness. Caught off guard, the Orcs found their rear ranks breached by these relentless foes. After a fortnight of fierce combat, the well-trained and united brigands managed to seize a strategic position southeast of Capello, albeit at a tremendous cost in casualties. Capello, now reduced to ruins and fortifications, suddenly became the focal point of conflict as Orcs, Skaven, Starbound soldiers, planetary defenders, and brigands clashed in chaotic disarray. Each faction pursued divergent objectives, resulting in mutual hostility and combat. Naturally, The most formidable force remained with the Starbound army, which had regrouped in the northern sector with 300,000 soldiers, diligently constructing defensive lines north of Capello to leverage their fortifications against the Orc onslaught. Despite the increasing numbers within Ironclaw's ranks, their combat effectiveness waned. The Crooked-Mouthed commander, perceiving that Ironclaw had fought for too long, grew impatient and ceased to support him with his own resources and funds, instead siphoning off several skilled technicians from Ironclaw's command. These technicians were assembled by the Crooked-Mouthed leader in the Greenskin Corridor, where they began constructing a spacecraft on-site, making commendable progress, with the engines and hull nearly completed. However, the two ancient vessels are unlikely to transport many greenskin beings into space, as Commissar Kester personally maneuvered an Emperor's Blade heavy tank, leading the Imperial Titans alongside the Astral Army from the north to launch a campaign to reclaim Capello. A myriad of spore sacks rained down from the southern hemisphere of the Empire to the equator. Kester's countenance was grave, indicating that the outcome of the space battle had not met expectations. He could only hope that not too many creatures had been unleashed upon the northern hemisphere, where the defending Astral Army in various cities was already dwindling. Meanwhile, Ironclaw was exhilarated. The prolonged Wyak had already brought him immense joy, and he was pleasantly surprised by the prospect of even more thrilling events to come. Simultaneously, on the outskirts of the city near the spaceport, a concealed passage was revealed, through which the clan leader of the Greedlings, Pex, and his entourage emerged from the tunnel, weary yet resolute. Chapter 162. A New Hope. The army of Gene Thieves descended upon Capello. Navigating through the tunnels to bypass the city and escort Pex and his companions proved to be a formidable task. At the tunnel's exit, a group of church faithful awaited their arrival. "Thank you, brothers of the church," Pex exclaimed, embracing the individual before him. His physique had begun to undergo mutations, notably the hard shell adorning his head. The churchgoer, however, appeared troubled, his gaze cast downwards as he lamented, "Those foolish lost souls have erred in their faith. Blinded by hatred, they have accused us of heresy, taking the lives of many brothers and sisters within the church. Had it not been for the tremendous losses, our rescue would have been swifter and more timely." Releasing the sorrowful churchgoer, Pex placed his hands on the man's shoulders, offering encouragement. "Do not be daunted by transient hardships. The Four-Armed Emperor teaches us to be brave and resilient, regardless of the magnitude of the blows we face. We must continue to fight. We are not alone. Every member of the church embodies the strength that supports our struggle. Indeed, it is through prayer to the Emperor in these dark times that I have managed to endure." The churchgoer's eyes now gleamed with resolve. Pex turned his gaze towards the distant spaceport, one of the most heavily fortified locations on the planet. The walls surrounding the city were lined with watchtowers, while the core of the spaceport itself could be likened to a steel fortress. He inquired gravely, "Is everything prepared within the spaceport?" "All is arranged. Here, take this. It is your identification and passage document. There are brothers waiting for you inside the spaceport. She will secure a vessel for your departure." The churchgoer produced an envelope, extracting its contents before presenting them to Pex. After Pex had inspected the items, he returned them to the envelope and tucked it securely away. "Thank you, brother. With this, hope is restored, and the spark of the cult shall endure." Pex stepped aside, revealing several robust men behind him, each cradling a sleeping infant. The sight of the babies elicited a radiant smile from the churchgoer, who remarked, "Look, they are like angels. Their sacrifice was not in vain. For their sake, I express my gratitude once more, not as a patriarch, but as an individual for your sacrifices and efforts." Pex even bowed slightly to the churchgoer. For the Four-Armed Emperor, the churchgoer clasped his hands over his chest, bowing his head in return. For the Four-Armed Emperor, after bidding farewell to the supportive churchgoer, Pex and his team pressed onward with determination. He had deceived the church's brethren, assuring them that the Emperor's angels would soon descend, but urged them to spread the flame of the church and their faith further. The angels of the Emperor would indeed arrive, yet these angels would consume them whole. The tranquility of the soul and the paradise of consciousness were mere illusions. The true Emperor was the Four-Armed Emperor, for only he genuinely cared for those who prayed to him. To aid the faithful in evading the insatiable grasp of the tyrannid swarm is the divine decree of the Four-Armed Emperor and the wellspring of courage for Pexus to rekindle his faith and continue the struggle. Infiltrating the spaceport is no trivial endeavor, as the Astral Legion has long since secured this area to prevent any wavering elements from fleeing, thereby severely undermining the morale of the planetary resistance. Perhaps it is indeed the blessing of the Four-Armed Emperor that a small band of green-skinned raiders diverted the attention of the Astral Legion. allowing Pexis and his companions to slip into the city. At a checkpoint, while Pexis fretted about whether he would be recognized by the servo skull, a horde of winged demons descended from the heavens, disrupting the queue of waiting civilians and unleashing a bloody rampage. Amidst the chaos, Pexis and his group suffered considerable losses, and by the time they reached the spaceport and made contact with their liaison, only 5 remained. As they proceeded towards the shuttle, a grave voice called out to them. A commissar adorned with a wide-brimmed hat approached, questioning the female sergeant regarding how the civilians clutching children managed to enter the spaceport in such an emergency. Without orders from higher authorities, this place was ostensibly sealed off from the outside world. Sir, they possess a hand order from the Bastion of Glory. It is a covert mission that permits their entry, the sergeant replied calmly, presenting the pass and identification. The commissar scrutinized the documents closely. They appeared legitimate. Yet an inexplicable unease lingered. The paperwork stated that the shuttle was for the transport of crucial components for a starship. The commissar cast a suspicious glance at Pexis and his companions. You do not resemble servitors, nor do I see any critical components. Turning to the sergeant, the commissar declared. They are suspicious. I shall escort them to a compartment for further examination and interrogation. Sensing the imminent exposure of their ruse, the sergeant suddenly drew her sidearm and fired at the commissar. Anticipating treachery, the commissar cursed the traitor, narrowly evading the shot, and with a swift kick, he toppled the sergeant, drawing his chain's word to deliver a fatal blow. In that moment, the once formidable commissar appeared to be ensnared by some unseen disturbance, his gaze becoming vacant and his movement sluggish. As clarity returned to his eyes, he found his chest pierced by 2 vicious claws. Detestable, Xenos, he uttered with his last strength, grasping the talons that had breached his torso and using his chain's word to slay the mutant assailant. Pexis slowly lowered his weapon. The commissar had always been a formidable adversary among humanity. The commotion of the battle attracted the attention of nearby Astral Legion forces, who quickly converged, causing the situation to deteriorate rapidly. A terrifying roar echoed as a massive winged fiend was suddenly struck from above by an even larger Tyranid gargoyle, crashing down between the Astral Legion and Pexis's group, perfectly positioned. Pexis recalled that the collective consciousness had once promised him a chance to escape. Initially disdainful of such an opportunity, he now found himself compelled to accept it silently. He must ensure the hope of the cult was delivered. The consciousness of the insect hive does not deceive. While others may hesitate to assert this, one can be assured of absolute safety in the company of Pex. The shuttle has successfully taken off, and it is not the sole vessel to do so. The spaceport is on the brink of devastation. Remaining here equates to certain demise. Thus it is preferable to take flight and gamble for survival. However, how many shuttles can navigate through the throngs of demons and swarming insects to safely reach the battleships in the expanse of space? The chaotic situation has prevented Hanks from attending to the trivialities of the planet, and he has observed that the Tyranid bioships have ceased their fierce assaults, now favoring ground attacks to establish fortified bases. Moreover, the fleet at Hanks's disposal is insufficient for launching a daring offensive. Chapter 163, A Brief Equilibrium. After approximately 10 days of fierce combat, the human fleet under Hank's command had been rendered nearly incapable of further engagement, with each capital ship suffering varying degrees of damage. The only vessels still operational were the Doombringer and 2 heavy cruisers equipped with Nova cannons. The rest had either been severely battered or sunk. The smaller crafts, such as frigates and destroyers, had experienced catastrophic losses, leaving fewer than 10 still able to fight. The transport ships fared slightly better, numbering around 20. Such a diminished fleet would be utterly annihilated should it face a swarm fleet. Yet the Tyranid race refrained from such an action, simply due to a lack of time to attend to them. The ground conflict consumed most of the computational power of the collective consciousness, which, as an amalgamation of awareness, rarely exhibited emotions, remaining as objective, calm, and merciless as a machine. Nonetheless, it found itself profoundly astonished by the chaotic situation on Euronia 3. While the presence of humanity's star fleet and planetary defense forces was comprehensible, the existence of the Greenskins was also understandable, albeit their combat prowess exceeded traditional records. However, the demons and chaotic space marines posed an enigma. Engaging such entities yielded no biomass. They were devoid of flesh. The human fleet had been decisively repelled. And to amass greater power and secure a larger advantage in biomass, the collective consciousness divided its forces into 3 segments. One segment descended in the southern hemisphere at Stone Ridge, tasked with expanding its strength by consuming the remnants left behind and engaging the Greenskins. Though formidable, These greenskins were not as excessively powerful as those on Euronia 4. The second segment was deployed near the equator, contending with the demons and their subservient forces in the port city. The existence of these beings threatened to disrupt the balance and required swift eradication. The third segment was stationed in the northern hemisphere, an area abundant in biomass, where resistance was significantly weaker. Only a few cities, guarded by robots and cyborgs, posed a considerable challenge. Regardless, the swarm would circumvent them, prioritizing the consumption of easier targets before tackling the more formidable ones. With the replenishment of biomass, the biological fleet in space began to increase in number. A colossal biological ship emitted a wretched wail, akin to a mother in labor, twisting and shuddering. After struggling for over an hour, it released a sigh of relief as it birthed a mass of blood and flesh. The newly formed biological ship rolled several times, shredding the sack that enveloped it, and with a mouthful of fangs and sharp teeth, it let out its first cry upon entering this world. As it absorbed nutrients and the biomass allocated by the collective consciousness, the newborn biological ship would grow even larger, with enhanced defensive and offensive capabilities. Drawing from its experience of defeat on Euronia 4, the collective consciousness felt a profound sense of insecurity. Previously, upon reaching a planet, it would first allocate biomass to ground combat, awaiting the complete victory of land battles before expanding its biological fleet. This time, it distributed the biomass evenly, dedicating half to augmenting the quantity and combat effectiveness of ground warriors, while the other half replenished the biological fleet, compensating for the losses incurred. Due to his consistent involvement, the situation aboard the Euronia 3 remains intensely stalemated, with demons, orcs, and insects achieving a precarious equilibrium. Each faction possesses its own advantages on localized battlegrounds, yet they collectively hinder one another on the broader field of conflict. It is solely humanity that struggles to endure amidst this chaotic melee. Hanks finds himself confronted with a harrowing decision. Should he lead the remaining fleet into subspace for a retreat? Or should he wait a while longer in hopes of rescuing more individuals, particularly his superior, Commissar Caster? He contemplates dispatching a squadron of reconnaissance craft to assess the battlefield. Hanks wishes to ascertain the current scale of the Tyranid fleet before making his decision. "Sir, we have no reconnaissance craft left. Our space fighters and bombers have all been lost," his aide replied. The aide's words once again filled Hanks with a sense of helplessness and highlighted the brutal nature of the war against the Xenos. Disagreements arose among the fleet commanders. Some proposed retreating early while the Tyranids were preoccupied, in order to preserve their remaining forces. Others vehemently condemned such actions as disloyal, insisting that the entire Astral Legion must fight to the last on Euronia 3 for the Empire, and that the Imperial Navy could not simply withdraw. What should he do? Hanks, lacking experience, hesitated to make a unilateral judgment, and Commissar Caster was engaged in combat at the epicenter of the battlefield, making contact impossible for the time being. A communication arrived, providing Hanks with a glimmer of hope. The Space Marine Strike Force had arrived. The Tyranid Slaughterer Chapter, as their name suggests, typically engages in combat against the Empire's myriad Xenos foes. Their prolonged engagements have endowed them with considerable experience in battling the Xenos, and they bear the scars of many fallen brothers, which fuels their extreme hatred for these alien adversaries. Since the Great Rebellion, the devastation wrought by the insurrections within the Astartes ranks has prompted the division of the once massive Space Marine legions into smaller chapters. Typically, a chapter consists of around 1,000 Space Marines, organized into 10 companies, each comprising approximately 100 warriors. In most scenarios, a chapter conducts special operations, often with its 10 companies operating independently across multiple battlefields, with only 1 or 2 companies typically assigned to any given engagement. The true guardians of the human empire over the long term remain the Astral Army and the planetary defense forces of various worlds. The Tyranid Slaughterer chapter displayed utmost sincerity toward the Department of Military Affairs, mobilizing 8 out of 10 companies, amassing over 700 Space Marines, and deploying 2 strike cruisers as their entire force entering the Euronia system. This formidable strength, once deemed overwhelming, now appears rather inconsequential in the current context of the Euronia system, where the Empire's enemies are overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter Master Lawrence shared this sentiment. After surveying the situation within the system, he was astonished that such a remote sector could be so perilously dangerous. Why was there such a significant discrepancy in the intelligence? How do the mortals of this galaxy endure such a hellish existence? Has the planetary governor concealed critical intelligence? Lawrence was exceedingly irate. The meager forces at his disposal would scarcely make a dent on any battlefield, let alone stir the slightest bloom. Indeed, planetary governors of the human empire frequently withhold information, seeking to evade the attention of imperial higher-ups, which might prompt various departments to dispatch forces to encroach upon their authority. Numerous early reports, which could have averted disasters, are often neglected by these governors, evolving into calamities that threaten multiple star systems. Report: we have established contact with the Imperial Navy in this system, and their situation is dire as well. The technical sergeant, burdened with mechanical appendages, communicated to the commander. Bring them in. Lawrence hoped to discern the reasons behind such a staggering deviation in intelligence. Chapter 164, the Space Marine chapter when Hanks and Lawrence met for the first time. They exchanged no pleasantries and immediately delved into military matters. After 3 hours of outlining the dire situation in the erroneous star system, Hanks expressed his frustration, lamenting why the Space Marines, the Emperor's Angels, had arrived so belatedly. We had reached the erroneous star system with utmost haste, emerging from the warp 2 weeks ahead of schedule. Naturally, Lawrence was reluctant to entertain Hanks's complaints, as they had always been proactive in combating the Xenos threat. According to the Department of Military Affairs, we were to expect a world in the midst of fortification. Nesting facilities were under construction. The Astra Militarum was spread across the planet, and only a formidable Imperial Navy fleet remained in orbit. Yet, what do I see now? Xenos, heretics, traitors, and demons ravaging the Emperor's realm. A fractious Astra Militarum, a battered Imperial Navy fleet. This is a far cry from what was anticipated. In a fit of anger, Lawrence struck the armrest of his seat, exclaiming, "The Tyranid fleet has also arrived ahead of schedule. Why has such crucial intelligence not been reported to the Department of Military Affairs? These occurrences do not materialize out of thin air. There must have been warnings. Where's the planetary governor? I demand an explanation for this situation and accountability for it." Lawrence, incensed by the corruption and incompetence of imperial officials, felt an urge to execute the governor of this planet, regardless of whether he bore responsibility willingly or not. Hanks paused for a moment, his expression grave, and replied, "Governor Cornwall has fallen in battle. The heretical corruption spread among his planetary defense forces. He left behind documentation in his office, indicating that he had discovered this corruption and sought to suppress it with his troops. Unfortunately, it was too late. The corruption had taken root. By the time Cornwall arrived, those cultists had already summoned demons, and he perished on the battlefield, while the forces he left behind continued to fight for the honor of the fortress. Faced with the reality of a deceased governor, Lawrence found some of his pent-up rage dissipating. To continue to blame a governor who sacrificed himself for the Empire would tarnish the image of the Space Marines. Commander Pex had been corrupted by the gene thieves of the Tyranids. Governor Cornwall had fallen while combating the cultists, and Commissar Kester's Astra Militarum was heavily encircled by orcs. With no communication from the fiercest points of the battlefield, Lawrence felt an overwhelming headache. Of the 4 highest command figures appointed by the Department of Military Affairs, he was the only one left. The orders from the Department of Military Affairs were to hold the erroneous star system for as long as possible. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the system had already been lost. Should he continue to follow the orders of the department? As the chapter master, he had to consider the future of the entire chapter. Was it worth risking the lives of his brothers for this remote, already fallen planet? Lawrence found himself grappling with the same dilemma as Hanks. Suddenly, the dedicated communication device on Hank's person came to life. "This is Commander Kester of the Caparo War Zone. We have engaged the Orc warlord Gobad and request orbital bombardment support. Coordinates are." Lawrence understood all too well what it meant to eliminate an Orc warlord. Time and again, during perilous battles, their battle group had employed such methods to stem the relentless tide of green. After hearing this, Lawrence cast a keen glance at Hank. It appeared that, General Hank, even amid such dire circumstances, there were still actions we could undertake. However, we have already lost air supremacy. The coordinates are in the southern hemisphere. An orbital strike is impossible. That is a task for the Imperial Navy. For the Astartes, it is a different matter entirely. Our strike cruisers are designed precisely for such scenarios. While orbital bombardment may be infeasible, the Astartes themselves are the most potent of munitions. Lawrence responded with pride. Indeed, as Lawrence, the battle leader, noted, although the firepower of the Space Marine ships is not as formidable as that of the Imperial Navy, they excel in rapid deployment of strike forces, using the Space Marines as lethal projectiles aimed directly at the heart of the enemy. Determined to decapitate the Orc chieftain, Lawrence prepared to visit the chapel to join his brothers in a pre-battle prayer. Within the sacred chapel, the spacious area was filled to capacity. Among the 4 companies listed for deployment, 400 Astartes formed a square formation, kneeling on one knee in prayer to the emperor. A priest, adorned with a human skull atop his helmet, paced back and forth at the front, repeatedly inquiring, "What is your duty?" The Astartes replied, "To fulfill the emperor's will." "What is the emperor's will?" The priest continued. "We shall fight for the emperor until death," they answered resolutely. "What does until death mean?" The priest circled once more, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the space marines below. "Until death is our duty," the Astartes proclaimed, their voices unwavering. "What is your duty?" "To fulfill the emperor's will." Over and over, their responses were marked by unwavering loyalty bordering on fanaticism. If Cheng Mingrui were to witness this scene, he might compare it to a cult gathering, as the two bore striking similarities. Since the emperor ascended to the golden throne, it was no longer the imperial truth guiding the human empire, but the imperial cult, which revered the emperor as a deity. Most Space Marine chapters have adopted this belief. Indeed, the imperial cult proves to be more resilient than the imperial truth. The blind faith in the emperor has transformed many Space Marines into zealots, enabling them to more effectively withstand the corruption and erosion of the warp. Upon concluding their prayers, the 3 company commanders approached Lawrence, standing in silent anticipation of orders. The Thunderhawk gunship was fully prepared, with the 2nd, 5th, and 6th companies assigned to intercept the Orc reinforcements and isolate the Orc warlord. I led a company in a decisive operation against an Orc warlord, whose personal combat prowess is formidable, making him one of the most challenging adversaries. His subordinates are equally formidable, and the brothers of each battalion must exercise utmost caution. Lawrence's gaze swept across the company commander before lingering on the warriors behind him. The mission to eliminate the Orc warlord Gobad is on the verge of commencing. Are there any questions? The response came in the form of resolute gazes from hundreds of eyes, accompanied by the profound silence akin to the stillness of a falling needle. Excellent. Now proceed with the final equipment preparations. We have 15 minutes left. Let us meet again on the battlefield. With that, Lawrence departed from the chapel. In the southern hemisphere of Oronia 3, Capello and Ironclaw are engaged in an intense battle against Kester, with both sides exhibiting unwavering determination. Chapter 165. Amidst the ruins of the city Capello, a city ravaged countless times by the ravages of war, has become more a name of a place than a city in its own right. The remnants of destroyed weapons, vehicles, and aircraft, alongside the lifeless bodies strewn across the debris, form a grim tableau. The skeletal remains of brigands, orc warriors, tyrannid creatures, and humans lay scattered like a macabre landscape. Kester, leading the elite forces of the Astral Army, engages in a brutal meat grinder battle against Gobad, a conflict that has transpired many times before. Yet this time feels as if it may be the final confrontation. Ironclaw relishes the chaos, believing that warfare should be relentless, battling insects by night and shrimp by day, with no respite in between. Behind him, the spoils of war hang heavily, including the heads of shrimp adorned with wide-brimmed hats and the fearsome remains of insects. Ironclaw feels emboldened, convinced that his prowess warrants the title of a formidable warlord. Suddenly, the colossal shrimp titan comes into view, a fearsome entity responsible for the demise of many valiant warriors. The titan's cannon flashes ominously, and from its rear, a spark erupts from the Orc Wharf Fortress, sending one of its turrets soaring into the air. The shrimp's armored divisions, tanks, and colossal war machines emerge, heralding yet another day of unrestrained whack. Ironclaw raises his battle axe to the heavens, bellowing a battle cry of whack. In response, countless warriors behind him raise their blades, echoing their leader's fervor. With the activation of his rocket pack, Ironclaw charges into the fray, leading his fierce comrades into the heart of the Astral Army. The bloody combat escalates into a fever pitch. Warfare rages not only on the ground but also fiercely in the skies, where human aircraft, orc fighters, and tyrannid flying beasts clash violently. Once the dominion of humanity, the skies now bear witness to their vulnerability, as the replenishment of aircraft and pilots falls woefully short of the relentless attrition. In contrast, the orcs replenish their losses with remarkable speed. For every aircraft lost, a new one takes to the skies by the following day. These seemingly inferior machines exhibit surprisingly high combat effectiveness, with orc pilots relying on innate talent rather than extensive training. The Tyranids, however, surpass all, as their aerial beasts appear to be inexhaustible, growing in number and embodying a hive mind that possesses innate battle knowledge. Provided with sufficient biomass, They can fill the skies with their monstrous flying entities. With precision, a missile obliterates a gargoyle into fragments, prompting the pilot, Daifu, to exclaim joyfully, "Hua." He swiftly pivots his aircraft, utilizing his cannons to dispatch a smaller Tyranid flying creature. "Captain, we cannot dawdle any longer. Ironclaw warned us that if we fail to destroy the Shrimp Titan this time, he'll twist our necks." It is evident that Daifu has switched to a new co-pilot. The co-pilot's words bear weight, and Daifu, after contemplating, resolves to confront the Shrimp Titan. Leading his squadron through the barrage of fire, he successfully intercepts the Shrimp aircraft, finally laying eyes on the combating Shrimp Titan. From a lofty vantage point, one could clearly observe the chaotic clash between the forces of Xiaomi and the young warriors, engaged in a fierce and indecisive struggle. Xiaomi, typically unable to confront these youthful adversaries, appeared exceptionally valiant, repeatedly toppling them with his bayonet in close combat. The Titan stood resolute, akin to a stabilizing pillar of the sea. Despite numerous waves of Orcish foes breaching its defenses, it valiantly repelled them with its unwavering artillery and armor. However, the advance of the brash fool was overly hasty and reckless. The co-pilot shouted a warning, "Be careful," as the fool's aircraft was first raked by the cannon fire of human warplanes, subsequently losing an engine to the talons of a Tyranid flying beast. "Captain, we can't hold on any longer. We must parachute," the co-pilot exclaimed in a flurry of panic upon witnessing their aircraft lose balance. "Humph," the fool scoffed disdainfully. "I am unlike you. I am a legend, the most legendary orc pilot." As the aircraft trailed a thick plume of black smoke, it plummeted from the sky. Its descent perfectly aligned with the Titan above. The nearby human forces and Tyranids spared this aircraft from their fire, who would concern themselves with a downed plane. Closing his eyes, the fool savored the sensation of free fall and gliding, the friction of air against the aircraft resonating in his ears, while the co-pilot's screams pierced the silence. When the aircraft was merely a few hundred meters from the ground, an epiphany struck the fool, who opened his eyes and executed a series of maneuvers incomprehensible to the co-pilot, briefly restoring balance to the aircraft, transitioning from a headlong plunge to a slanted descent. The bomb bay of the aircraft opened, revealing a black bomb adorned with the visage of a popular cartoon character. In an absurd act, the comically descending plane released the whimsical bomb, which plunged into a vulnerable section of the Titan, already weakened by previous assaults. A colossal explosion erupted, sending a towering mushroom cloud skyward, as if the cartoon character's face grinned malevolently upon the earth. On the turret of the Emperor's poison blade, Kester, partially exposed, narrowly avoided being hurled away by the shockwave of the explosion. Fortunately, his body, having undergone numerous enhancements, far exceeded the resilience of a mere mortal. Otherwise, the force of that blast could have been fatal. Still reeling from the shock of the Titan's destruction, a massive figure descended from the heavens, crushing the Lehman Russ tank guarding the right flank of the Emperor's poison blade. The orc warlord, Gobat. Kester seethed, realizing this breakout was the most ferocious assault launched by his Star Realm forces, possibly their last. Time was of the essence. If they did not breach Capello soon, supplies of ammunition and food would dwindle for the millions of Star Realm soldiers, while numerous wounded continued to hold the line behind enemy lines. Faced with impending failure, Kester devised a perilous plan, the elimination of the orc warlord Gobat. 20 minutes prior, he had initiated a call for orbital bombardment and fire support, hoping that Hanks would have the capability to deliver a fatal blow to this monstrosity while he engaged Gobat, observing the sky teeming with insectoid flying beasts. Kester felt the weight of the challenge. This was a dire situation, yet, on the battlefield shared by humanity and aliens, was there ever a day without such peril? For the Emperor, Kester let out a furious roar, brandishing his chainsaw sword and sweeping it forward. The turret of the Emperor's venom blade emitted a resounding growl, unleashing a powerful main cannon shot towards Gobbard, which created a significant crater upon impact. However, Gobbard adeptly evaded the attack with the aid of his rocket backpack. Kester, manipulating the turret's external framework, skillfully targeted the wings of the rocket backpack and struck true. Ironclaw cast a glance at Kester, instantly recognizing him as a formidable opponent. Seizing the last opportunity provided by his rocket backpack, he leapt onto the turret, bringing his iron claw down heavily towards Kester. Chapter 166. Aerial Assault. Ironclaw discovered that his claw was obstructed by the wide-brimmed hat of a shrimp, as the slender power sword intercepted his attack. Elated, Ironclaw realized he had encountered a worthy adversary. Kester felt an immense pressure, despite his extensive body modifications. He found it exceedingly difficult to merely withstand a single strike from the orc chieftain. Recognizing the rarity of such a formidable opponent, Iron Claw seized the opportunity, raising his power hammer and delivering a powerful blow, though it merely created a large dent in the turret of the Imperial Poison Blade. Fortunately, Kester managed to leap from the turret, thanks to his superhuman reflexes. In mid-roll, he drew his plasma gun and aimed for Iron Claw's head, firing a shot. Iron Claw leaned back to effortlessly evade the attack. Dismounting the tank, he crushed Kester's legs with a single stomp. Encased in heavy iron armor, Iron Claw's weight was enough to reduce Kester's legs to mere fragments. Remarkably, Kester did not cry out in pain. He raised his plasma gun in an attempt to retaliate, only to be sent flying by Iron Claw's strike. However, he cleverly used this moment to obscure Iron Claw's vision, slicing through the orc's knee with the power sword. Not quite strong enough, shrimp. Just wearing a wide-brimmed hat 1T suffice. You ought to equip yourself with a laser eye and a power claw, Iron Claw taunted, unfazed by the wound. Yet, his moment of triumph was short-lived. A massive red airship soared overhead, and Iron Claw was struck squarely in the chest by a molten round, sending him staggering backward and depleting much of his whack energy. The Thunderhawk gunship squadron had arrived. Kester, instead of awaiting Hanks's orbital bombardment, was greeted by the arrival of the Emperor's Angels. Utilizing bombardment tactics, the Thunderhawks created a quarantine zone centered on the battlefield between Iron Claw and Kester. While several gunships landed in critical positions within this zone, a multitude of Astartes, Predator tanks, and dreadnoughts disembarked, showcasing exceptional tactical prowess. Their movements were swift, direct, and lethal. Initially stunned, the orcs soon rallied. The whack-driven orcs were undaunted by any enemy and launched a fierce assault against the Space Marine defensive line. In space, the Imperial Navy's strike cruisers received communications from the Thunderhawk pilots, indicating that the Tyranid air units had descended into chaos during the recent ambush. With the drop zone clear, the order was given, commence airdrop. Brothers, may your hunt be fruitful. The orcs' counterattack was swiftly disrupted by numerous airdrop capsules cascading from the heavens. These capsules, akin to heavy artillery shells, bore 4th Space Marines, well-trained killing machines armed with blast cannons, flamethrowers, and heavy explosive weaponry, who quickly decimated numerous orcs. Within a brief span, a few hundred Space Marines managed to suppress thousands of greenskin foes. It appeared that, even before the greenskins could deploy their more formidable war machines, they would be able to hold their ground for quite some time. Just as Iron Claw began to sense something amiss, he found himself surrounded by 5 Space Marines clad in Terminator armor, led by Lawrence, who donned the armor of a captain. Without a moment's hesitation, Lawrence seized the opportunity while the Iron Claw remained unaware of the situation, swinging the power hammer directly at its head. The Iron Claw was no easy adversary. It did not attempt to block but instead retaliated with its own hammer. The clash of the power weapons erupted into a thunderous explosion, causing the Iron Claw to stagger back 2 steps, while Lawrence retreated 5, barely managing to maintain his balance. Feeling the tingling in his hands, Lawrence reaffirmed that the orc warlord before him posed a formidable threat, one that must be eliminated before it could grow stronger, lest the damage it inflicted upon the Empire become even more severe. The Iron Claw, emboldened by its advantage, relentlessly pursued Lawrence, wielding its hammer in aggressive strikes. The tactic of besieging the alien was deeply ingrained in the culture of the alien Butcher Squad, and 2 Terminators, swifter than the Iron Claw, raised their large shields to block its hammer. Lawrence saw no dishonor in overwhelming their foe with numbers. Had the circumstances allowed, he would have commanded a dozen Terminators to assail the orc warlord. However, after several exchanges, Lawrence and his elite veterans found themselves unable to subdue Gobad. One Terminator had even been impaled through the chest by Gobad's claws. This was a troubling sign. The experienced Lawrence understood the orcs' unique nature. When roused, their whack energy surged, exponentially increasing their combat prowess. Delay was not an option. The 3 battalions providing cover had already suffered casualties, and the Greenskins, realizing the superior fighting strength of the Space Marines, continued to swarm in greater numbers. Resolute, Lawrence executed a tactical maneuver amidst the fray. The 2 Terminators quickly grasped their leader's intent and, without hesitation, flanked the Iron Claw from either side. The Iron Claw, perplexed by the seemingly foolish tactic of its recent adversaries, sent one Terminator flying with a powerful strike, feeling through the impact that the armor had likely been reduced to mere flesh. In quick succession, it thrust its claws through a second Terminator. Seizing the moment of the Iron Claw's attack, Lawrence swung his hammer towards its chest. The Iron Claw sneered, realizing the Space Marine's intent. However, it had prepared for such a strike and nimbly leapt back to evade the blow. In midair, with no leverage to assist it, the Iron Claw became the perfect target for sniping. Several precise rounds of melta fire struck its chest, shattering the protection of its Wyak energy and armor. A three-stage accelerated sniper bullet aimed directly at the Iron Claw's heart. Clearly, the alien butcher squad was no stranger to such tactics. With all its might, the Iron Claw twisted its torso, managing to shift slightly as the bullet penetrated its skin, exploding beside its heart. The explosive round lived up to its name, truly detonating upon impact. Although a portion of its heart was obliterated, the Iron Claw did not succumb immediately. Its plant-like vitality endowed it with remarkable resilience. Facing the advancing Lawrence, the Iron Claw delivered a head, but that sent him sprawling. Despite its grievous wounds, the Iron Claw was losing strength, collapsing onto the ground. Another squad, equipped with lightning claw terminators, swiftly closed in, their weapons shimmering ominously with the light of impending death. Suddenly upended by the Iron Claw, Lawrence's eyes widened in astonishment. These seemingly invincible lightning talons did not claim the life of the Iron Claw. Instead, they were thwarted by a cadre of heavily armored behemoths that materialized on the battlefield. This group of Orcish warriors was particularly remarkable, their power armor reflecting the Orcish aesthetic, yet upon closer inspection, it was undeniably more refined, sturdier, and formidable. From the midst of these armored giants emerged an even larger behemoth, who cast a disdainful glance at the Iron Claw and then at the prostrate Lawrence. In a tone laden with contempt, he uttered in the Orcish tongue, "I wonder what the slippery chief meant by a tough character. Could it possibly be this tin-can shrimp?" Chapter 167. The Equal Destruction. Having fought against the orcs for an extended period, Lawrence was naturally adept at understanding their language. The orc before him, adorned with a copper plate atop his head, was of an immense stature, ranking among the elite of the orc warlords. Yet, astonishingly, he was not even the strongest leader. A chilling wave of terror surged from his feet, penetrating his spine and conjuring a dreadful speculation. He recalled the beast wars faced by the human empire, where a colossal orc chief, often referred to as the Orc Emperor, had instilled fear. During the era when humanity was united under the Emperor's banner, the Orc Empire was formidable, posing one of the greatest threats during the Emperor's campaign to unify the galaxy. The war between humans and orcs was arduous, stretching over a long duration before the orcs were finally vanquished. Rumors had even circulated that the Emperor was nearly strangled to death by a gigantic orc, a tale Lawrence had dismissed until now. However, after witnessing his elite First Company being ruthlessly slaughtered by the suddenly transported orc heavyweights, he began to waver in his disbelief regarding the veracity of that rumor. The brothers of the battle group sensed their leader's peril and fortified their defenses to prevent reinforcements from the orcs, allocating part of their forces to launch an assault on the cunning squad led by the copper-headed orc. The bullets fired from the explosive guns were remarkably precise, yet utterly meaningless. They were either thwarted by force fields or merely clanged harmlessly against armor. The heavily armored orcs raised their disproportionately large weapons, pulling the triggers, unleashing a storm of metal that engulfed the incoming Space Marines. The unsuspecting Space Marines attempted to shield themselves with their pauldrons, yet the bullets' power exceeded their expectations, tearing through their robust armor as if it were mere paper. The projectiles, undeterred, continued to obliterate the flesh beneath. Planting his power hammer firmly on the ground, Lawrence stood tall. Even if he seemed outmatched by this horde of orcs, he was resolute in his willingness to face death with honor. "The purpose of my life lies in fulfilling the Emperor's will, until my last breath." With a fierce cry, Lawrence prepared to launch a final assault against the copper-headed orc when, suddenly, he was ensnared by psychic energy and flung backward. "Protect the battle leader. Everyone, retreat immediately." The battle group's psychic advisor emerged onto the battlefield, his eyes crackling with psychic energy, flanked by two ancient, indomitable battle mechs. As the most powerful psyker within the Space Marine chapter, he seemed to foresee impending doom. "Lawrence, my brother, this withdrawal is not an act of shame. You must survive, carrying vital intelligence that will awaken the entire empire to the threat ahead." The advisor did not turn away, but remained fixated on the approaching copper-headed chief. "I have glimpsed a new green tide, sweeping across the galaxy, a more terrifying beast war. They are shadows looming over the galaxy, akin to the Tyranid swarm." The copper-headed orc understood none of this language, not for a lack of intelligence, but rather for his disdain in acquiring knowledge. His thinking is rather straightforward. His journey of becoming stronger commenced alongside the cunning leader, the Wyak, as they traverse the subterranean crypts of the space undead. He relishes facing any adversary head-on. Exclaiming his catchphrase, "I have traversed the sea of ribs alongside the cunning leader, so what are you weaklings?" In the presence of such an orc chieftain, the prospects for those left behind as a think tank are rather grim. In the vastness of space, the Tyranid fleet is scattering in disarray. The inertia-less engines grant exceptional maneuverability within the gravitational pull of stars, allowing for sudden assaults without any forewarning, in the blink of an eye. The cunning leader's ship finds itself amidst the swarm of alien vessels. Simultaneously, Chung Mingrue launches a comprehensive offensive against the entire planet of Oronia 3, employing energy spears and artillery to annihilate the Tyranid bioships in space, while teleporting his troops to the surface to eliminate the enemies on the planet. To enhance the enthusiasm of his subordinates and encourage them to disembark voluntarily, recognizing that boarding can be arduous. With many greenskins never having returned after climbing aboard, Chang Mingrue remarks that there are many formidable characters on the planet, making the battles more exhilarating. Upon hearing of these formidable foes, Copperhead and a band of similarly minded leaders quickly teleport to Oronia 3. Chang Mingrue is unconcerned with whom they engage. He is confident that regardless of the opponent, they will emerge victorious. Chang Mingrue possesses immense confidence in the combat prowess of his subordinates. For aboard the cunning leader's ship are the most cunning and savage greenskins, meticulously selected for their ferocity. Nonetheless, Chung Mingrue primarily focuses his energies on combating the Tyranid swarm. Observing that these creatures develop at an alarming rate, what once numbered less than 500 bioships upon their escape from Oronia 4 has now surged back to 700. Many of these bioships appear to have only recently been birthed, their exoskeletons not yet hardened, their fangs and claws still underdeveloped. Chang Mingrue is not one to indulge in notions of chivalry or morality. He does not wait for the Tyranid swarm to prepare. He unleashes a full barrage, decimating the Tyranid bioships that venture too close to the cunning leader's vessel. Witnessing the overwhelming firepower of the cunning leader's ship, far exceeding the recorded intensity from previous battles, the collective consciousness realizes its inability to contend with such an orc warship. Preserving its remaining forces and executing a successful retreat becomes the collective consciousness's foremost priority. Consequently, across Oronia 3, all Tyranid units are in retreat, as the collective consciousness must allocate more computational power to counter the onslaught of the cunning leader's ship. Significant chaos erupts among the ground and aerial units of the Tyranids, providing other factions the opportunity to launch more ferocious attacks against them. Under normal circumstances, the collective consciousness would partition effective computational power to stabilize the situation. However, this time it is unable to do so, as the cunning leader's ship strikes with unprecedented ferocity. One might say Chung Mingrue strikes with unparalleled severity. As he gazes upon the Tyranid bioships drifting in the cosmos, he cannot contain his fury. The anger wells up within him, akin to witnessing a malevolent invader from a distant land, compounded by the visceral reality of having witnessed loved ones fall to the swarm before his very eyes. Utilizing the firepower of the cunning flagship to gradually annihilate the Tyranid swarm proved to be an excruciatingly slow endeavor. Chang Mingrue, in a moment of frustration, delivered a swift kick to the control panel, and before him, a button ascended. This large, unadorned button bore a deep crimson hue on its surface, while its interior glimmered with a shadowy green. With a gentle press, "I shall bestow upon you the equality of obliteration," Chung Mingrue intoned, as if conducting a solemn ritual. Extending a finger to delicately depress the button, the bow of the cunning flagship began to morph, unfolding like a door to reveal a colossal, obsidian cannon. This formidable piece of artillery was impeccably straight, devoid of any imperfections, achieving absolute precision in both geometric and microscopic realms, embodying the elegance of mathematical beauty. Chapter 168. The Convergence of Wyack in the Depths of the Cannon, a potent fusion of green and golden destructive energy simmered, reaching its zenith before unleashing a beam that sliced through the swarm fleet hovering above Oronia 3 with the precision of a surgical scalpel. Every Xenos vessel struck by this luminous beam was cleaved in twain, the light's velocity rendering it an unstoppable force. The very surface of the planet, where the beam made contact, buckled and warped, as if a swift blade had carved a gash on a grand scale. Chung Mingrue had ingeniously modified the Necron's star god weaponry, enabling it to not only devastate celestial entities, but to wield immense power on conventional battlefields as well. Yet, the artillery's performance transcended mere destruction. Those Tyranid bioships situated too closely were struck as if by a chain of arcane lightning, transmitting energy imbued with golden illumination and the essence of death itself. The Tyranid vessels, electrified, began to disintegrate, their flesh and sinew collapsing. Bones fracturing, once formidable warships now crumbling like grains of sand. The genetic collapse triggered a chain reaction, and the Necron weaponry, initially designed to obliterate star gods, now wrought similar devastation upon the mundane battlefield. The hive mind, quick to react, attempted to disperse the swarm fleet, yet still suffered significant losses. With half of its vessels annihilated, many robust bioships, though not immediately destroyed, bore grievous wounds. Calculations revealed that this single barrage had diminished 80% of the fleet's combat efficacy. The orcs had developed a new class of weaponry. Such phenomena were commonplace on Octarius. But the orcs' prowess in this remote locale was astonishing. The hive mind recognized that retreat was no longer an option. The orcs wielded such formidable warships and weaponry that escape was futile. A more pressing mission now beckoned, to relay information and prepare the Great Devourer for impending conflict. The interstellar mental link required vast amounts of biomass, rendering the swarm fleet essentially expendable. Ground combatants would be needed to gather resources. The hive mind commanded any remaining bioships to plunge into the atmosphere of Euronia 3, for the successful recovery of even one vessel would yield a considerable bounty of biomass. Those too damaged to descend continued to fight, diverting the orc warship's attention and buying time for their brethren to fall. A breathtaking tableau unfolded in the cosmos. As Chung Mingrue's formidable flagship, the Cunning Boss, wreaked havoc amidst the swarm fleet. Any Xenos vessel that strayed within range, regardless of size, was reduced to mere fragments. The remaining Tyranid ships began their flight, entering the atmosphere, where friction ignited them into fiery trails reminiscent of meteors, cascading towards the planet in an apocalyptic spectacle. Farther north of Capello, near the equatorial port city, the landscape lay in ruins, much like Capello itself. The station's celestial army had long been devoured by the insidious demons and Tyranid combatants. The balance of power, once tenuous, now manifested in the chaotic skirmishes amidst the debris of the port city, where both factions clashed with fervor. Due to their high level of organization and the shrouded presence of the subspace shadows, the Tyranid swarm held a slight advantage. However, as Chung Mingrue piloted the sneaky boss to annihilate the swarm fleet amidst the void of space, the prolonged chaos among the Tyranid combatants provided the demons with an opportunity. The sin-spawn beasts, sin-spawn demons, and sin-spawn lust demons swiftly breached the Tyranid defenses, inflicting substantial casualties. The sin-spawn's defining traits include rapid mobility, acute reflexes, and overwhelming lethality. Their vulnerability lies in their fragility. They prefer to evade rather than absorb attacks with their bodies and armor. In ordinary circumstances, the collective consciousness would command a retreat after sustaining such losses, regrouping before launching a counteroffensive. However, the situation had changed. The collective consciousness recalibrated its priorities, seeking to gather sufficient biomass for remote linking before being annihilated by the orcs. A Tyranid bioship, measuring 3,000 meters, plunged directly into the heart of the spaceport city, unleashing a torrent of biological plasma and corrosive acid upon the demon horde, resulting in the deaths and expulsion of numerous demons back into subspace. The second and third Tyranid bioships followed suit, providing fire support while unleashing a multitude of Tyranid combatants against the sin-spawn demons upon landing. The collective consciousness aimed to seize the spaceport city as a strategic foothold, facilitating the southern reinforcement of Tyranid bioorganisms while enabling the northern consumption of human biomass. Not far from the city lay the ocean, and the Tyranid gene pool contained marine genetic material, allowing for the evolution of aquatic traits to harvest biomass from the sea. Through the surprise assault of the descending bioships, the Tyranid swarm captured the spaceport city, achieving their initial operational objectives. Simultaneously, the collective consciousness lost its final bioship in space, having seen its fleet decimated by the orcs in such a brief span. Chung Mingrue, of course, would not be satisfied with such a modest tally of carnage. He desired the complete annihilation of the Tyranids. To ascertain the population and distribution of the Tyranid swarm across the planet for a more effective assault, he, guided by Kuka, connected to the Wyack network on the planet. This connection felt dissimilar to previous ones. It bore a sense of unfamiliarity, as if he were forcing his consciousness into a body that did not belong to him, struggling to integrate. Once assimilated, however, Chung Mingrue found himself devoid of a global aerial perspective, as many greenskins were reluctant to share their vision. When he attempted to convey his identity as the sneaky boss, he was met with incredulity. Who is the sneaky boss? How does he compare to the Ironclaw boss? At that moment, Chung Mingrue realized that his legend had yet to be established in the hearts of the greenskins on this planet. The lack of recognition was the source of the network's resistance. To his surprise, the strongest boss on this planet was none other than Ironclaw, who had somehow survived. Reflecting on how he had once regarded Ironclaw merely as a pawn, Chung Mingrue felt a twinge of embarrassment. In order to seize command over the greenskin populace on the entire planet, Chung Mingrue must, in the presence of the younger ones, deliver a thorough beating to the Ironclaw. This method of establishing authority is the simplest. For the sake of his grand whack, he must reluctantly endure the Ironclaw's plight. Just as Chung Mingrue was preparing to locate the Ironclaw, an unexpected psychic communication request came through. Evidently not from his own subordinates. Out of curiosity, he accepted the communication. Cunning boss, I've heard of you. You are the chosen one of manhwarecap. And manhwarecap has urged me to join you in igniting a tremendous whack. Chapter 169. The Greenskinned on the Unified Planet. Who are you? A native neurotic of this planet? Chung Mingrue inquired with a hint of confusion. I am called Rymouth. I am not a neurotic. I am a master of technology. I excel in crafting all manner of mechanical devices. I can construct war vehicles as large as fortresses and create ancient behemoths even greater than mountains. Your grand whack surely requires my expertise, cunning leader. To the south of the planet, Rymouth maintained a meditative posture, antennas protruding from his head as he engaged in psychic communication with Chung Mingrue. He was overjoyed. For the prophecy bestowed upon him by Gao Mao Urge had come to fruition. He was in pursuit of a powerful leader to partake in the greatest whack. He had nearly reached the point of impatience, preparing to construct an ancient behemoth spacecraft to seek out the cunning leader that Gao Mao Urge had mentioned, when unexpectedly, this very leader had appeared before him. Chung Mingrue, however, was not overly concerned about the addition of another admirer to his ranks. He had far too many formidable subordinates to bother keeping track of them all. Yet, Rymouth's mention of Gao Mao Urge's guidance piqued Chung Mingrue's curiosity. Could it be that Gao Mao Urge was not only safeguarding him but also rallying all greenskin beings to join his grand whack? The answer he received from Rymouth was a resounding no. Even in silent prayer to Gao Mao Urge, there was no response. Chung Mingrue speculated that perhaps Gao Mao Urge was offering him a subtle nudge, encouraging him to strive further and embrace the essence of whack. In the culture of the green-skinned, one must earn the title of leader through personal prowess, garnering the respect of fellow greenskins. There are no shortcuts. It was likely that Gao Mao Urge had his sights set on more than just him. As for how to treat Rymouth, Chung Mingrue favored fairness. Ascending to his cunning leader's ship would not be a simple endeavor. While contemplating how Rymouth could prove his worthiness to join the crew, Rymouth declared, I am nearing completion on my 2 ancient behemoths. I can join your fleet at any moment. Through Rymouth's perspective, Chung Mingrue observed that the construction was already over 75% complete. With ships ready to join, there was no further hesitation on board. Next, he turned his attention to Ironclaw. After learning of Ironclaw's whereabouts from Rymouth, Chung Mingrue focused on the vicinity of Capello, where he spotted Copperhead leading several heavy armored bosses in battle against a group of space marines. In Chung Mingrue's eyes, the mystique surrounding the space marines had faded. Once, he regarded their ironclad might with reverence, but after encountering a Necron dynasty and a swarm fleet during whack, he had come to view the combat capabilities of the human empire with a degree of disdain. As for whether he should spare these space marines due to the Emperor's prior assistance, that was of no consequence. He was green-skinned and held his own convictions. Furthermore, to speak candidly, the human empire had inflicted as many casualties upon its own as any alien force, and the Emperor had shown no intervention. Ironclaw fought alongside Copperhead, exhibiting a somewhat subordinate demeanor, his strength noticeably inferior to that of the other heavy-armored leaders. Ironclaw, can you hear me? It is I, Chung Mingrue communicated within Ironclaw's mind. Ah, cunning leader. Yes, it is truly you. I never imagined you were still alive and had risen to such heights. No. That was merely the raucous chatter of the youngsters. The cunning leader is the true embodiment of dominance. Ironclaw felt a twinge of apprehension. When he was alone aboard the Oronia 3, he boldly proclaimed himself the leader in front of all the greenskins. However, witnessing the indomitable Copperhead as a subordinate of the cunning leader made it difficult for him to fathom just how powerful and formidable the cunning leader had become. Indeed, you have not forgotten me. Now, await my summons. A summons? What could it be? The confusion in Ironclaw's mind was fleeting, as a mountain suddenly loomed before him. The cunning leader himself casting a shadow that enveloped his form, now standing at a towering height of 8 meters due to the grand construction project. Chung Mingrue had revealed his prowess before the youngsters, causing his stature to rise even further in their eyes, though it seemed he had reached a limit. With a height of 14 meters when clad in his heavy power armor, Chung Mingrue resembled a somewhat shorter version of a mighty war machine. This colossal figure instilled an unprecedented sense of intimidation within Ironclaw. Reflecting on his previous thoughts of wanting to spar with the cunning leader if they met again, he felt a wave of arrogance wash over him. The cunning leader, a symbol of strength, a veritable titan. The fact that such a formidable figure sought him out stirred delusions of grandeur within Ironclaw. These delusions were swiftly extinguished by a resounding slap that sent him spinning before collapsing to the ground. Dazed, Ironclaw sat bewildered. While Chang Mingrue recorded the entire incident from Copperhead's perspective, subsequently disseminating it to all greenskins aboard the Aronia 3 via a WAAC network. The native greenskins aboard Aronia 3 were taken aback to discover a new leader who surpassed their legendary Ironclaw by such a margin. In the presence of the new cunning leader, Ironclaw seemed but a mere shadow of his former self. The transfer of power among the greenskins can sometimes be astonishingly simple. The obstruction within the WAAC network dissipated in an instant. Everything became remarkably clear. The fog of war lifted, and all that the greenskins could perceive was transmitted to Chung Mingrue. The greenskins were abuzz with excitement, inundating him with vast amounts of data and imagery, alongside their desires to communicate with the cunning leader. This overwhelming influx created a headache for Chang Mingrue, whose mind struggled to process such an immense volume of information. After severing all data streams, Chang Mingrue issued a command: eradicate the Tyranids. As if engaged in a game, he gestured to coalesce all the greenskins together and propelled them toward the location of the Tyranid swarm. In the minds of all the greenskins, a direction materialized, one of WAAC, one of battle. Stone Ridge, the initial landing site of the Tyranid fleet, where all the biothieves had been devoured and transformed into biomass. Vast structures of flesh and blood rose from the ground, with viscous slime seeping outward, burying the hard stone beneath. This is one of the most fortified bases of the Tyranid swarm. Numerous green-skinned warlords, accompanied by their offspring, have attempted to assault this stronghold. Yet all have met with failure. The myriad waves of green merely contributed additional biomass. Now, the situation has transformed dramatically. The relentless tide of green, both in the sky and on the ground, stretches endlessly, rendering the horizon indistinguishable. The insects find themselves at a significant numerical disadvantage. Even the most formidable elite combat bugs, capable of taking on 100 foes, may succumb to the overwhelming onslaught of countless lesser foes. With Chang Mingrue emerging as the emotional fulcrum of the WAAC stance, the intensity of this position has markedly escalated several degrees. Chapter 170. The unstoppable green tide in the city of Pioneer, once forsaken by humanity, besieged by the greenskins, and later reclaimed by the Astra Militarum, transforming it into a formidable frontline stronghold. The final chapter has arrived. As the thunderous roar of the Space Marine's Raven gunship soared above the city, a relentless tide of greenskins surged forth, drowning everything in its path: fortresses, artillery, tanks, and the very essence of the Astra Militarum were engulfed. Resisting such a tide was a futile endeavor. Lawrence, seated beside the window, witnessed a band of orc youths wielding stone axes to shatter a sentinel war machine, subsequently repurposing the wreckage into a charging motorcycle. Each display of the orcs' extraordinary mechanical prowess left Lawrence in awe. This latest venture had cost him 221 brothers, including his chapter's wisdom and clergy, along with the irreplaceable, timeless resolve of his battle brothers. Fortunately, the apothecary had managed to collect a considerable number of genetic seeds from his fallen brethren, allowing for a swift restoration of the chapter's combat efficacy. The commissar, known as Kester, had chosen to remain in Pioneer City. Lawrence had intended to take him with them, as this world had succumbed to the alien menace. Kester's fervent declarations dispelled Lawrence's intentions as he resolutely returned him to Pioneer. I brought a regiment of Astra Militarum here. They left their homes, fought valiantly, sacrificed themselves, and now lie in eternal slumber, while I cling to life. I am weary. My incompetence has led to their demise. So let me accompany them in death. Kester's words echoed like those of a valiant martyr, akin to Lawrence's own counsel, igniting within him a seething rage that caused him to grind his teeth, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. His hatred for the Tyranids, greenskins, and chaotic fiends deepened further. The WAAC, tide showed no signs of abating with the obliteration of Pioneer City, as Chung Mingrue himself teleported onto the battlefield, leading his slaughter squad as the spearhead of the assault. The ongoing chaos in Capello was soon trampled underfoot. As Chung Mingrue traversed the ruins of Capello, he gazed upon the devastated city, where the corpses of humans, greenskins, cunning scavengers, and Tyranids adorned the desolation like grotesque decorations. He was starkly reminded of the brutality and bloodshed inherent in the 40K universe. On his shoulder, the transformed Horus Skug licked his face, pulling Chung Mingrue back from his contemplative reverie. In turn, he affectionately patted the creature. The cruelty of the game had become his reality, and he had found both companions and purpose. Endless combat, a relentless journey of becoming stronger through strife, had become his path, his objective, his destiny. Leading the tide of greenskins onward, Chung Mingrue beheld yet another twisted and brutal battlefield. In a port city, the Tyranids had constructed a living metropolis from fallen Tyranid bioships. The buildings pulsed with life, the walls throbbed, and the turrets were animated. A viscous blanket of fungal growth extended far and wide, adorned with spore towers that poisoned the air, flowing eastward into the sea. This is a vision of hell, where the Tyranid swarm ravenously devours everything in its path, from biological matter to microorganisms, air, and water. Outside the spaceport city lies another hellish scene, where a purple landscape and sky are marred by chaotic subspace energies reshaping the planet. A multitude of low-tier demons are birthed from the energies, surging toward the Tyranid biological city. The conflict between the demons and the Tyranids grows increasingly brutal. Their discord is irreconcilable. Every second witnesses the demise of numerous demons, banished back to subspace, while countless combat bugs are slain, becoming corrupted flesh and pus. Both sides begin to understand one another. The Tyranids utilize psychic energies to exploit the demon subspace characteristics, while the demons pollute the biological matter of the swarm, rendering it difficult to recycle. Squinting, Chung Mingrue spots a familiar face on the battlefield, the great demon that had ambushed him in the trap of lust. His height, features, and the details of its claws are unmistakable. What a splendid day it is. He had thought it was dead. But how delightful it is that it still lives. He can slay it once more. Chung Mingrue chooses not to call for an orbital bombardment, even though the prospect of raining destruction upon such a dense enemy is tempting. However, he cannot disappoint his followers, can he? If they were to be annihilated by orbital strikes, what joy would remain for them? A throng of green-skinned orcs, surpassing even the combined numbers of the Tyranids and demons, crashes into this bloody battleground. The green tide first breaches the Tyranid swarm, tearing a massive hole in the living city of bugs. The barbecue boys wielding flamethrowers and various mechanical contrivances make their maximum impact at this moment. Few fleshly beings are unafraid of fire. The low-tier combat bugs of the Tyranids, the spore towers, and the toxic air are all reduced to ash in the flames. The Tyranid swarm cannot withstand Chung Mingrue's green tide for long, and is soon overwhelmed. It seems there are few high-tier Tyranid units present, and warrior bugs are scarce. A handful of massive Tyranid titans stand little chance against the onslaught led by Chung Mingrue's Orcish warriors and Trash Mountain. They are swiftly annihilated the moment they reveal themselves. Often, several Orc Titan mechs besiege a single Tyranid Titan, reminiscent of a saying, "Your swarm suffers casualties every moment, while my green tide is inexhaustible." Before long, the shattered Tyranid forces retreat along the mycelium carpet and the spore tower forest toward the ocean. During the pursuit, Chung Mingrue observes that many of the Tyranids' physical structures have changed. They no longer exhibit the agile forms suited for evasion. After slaying a warrior bug, he discovers gills at the back of its head and webbed feet between its claws. Realizing the implication, Chung Mingrue soars into the air, gaining a higher vantage point. He comprehends that the bugs are not fleeing in disarray but conducting an orderly retreat. Numerous combat bugs leap directly into the sea, while many long tentacle-like tubes siphon the collected biological matter toward the ocean. This presents quite the dilemma. Orcs are not aquatic creatures, after all. Constructing warships and submarines to engage the Tyranids in naval combat is indeed a protracted endeavor, as the Tyranid swarm proves to be quite formidable. Nevertheless, the idea man, Chung Mingrue, relinquished his contemplation. After all, there remain several Tyranid ground nests in the north that must be obliterated first. Additionally, there lies the matter of his infernal nemesis, which he hopes to vanquish once more, with the hope that this time it shall yield a trophy for him. Previously, during the skirmish, his former leader was reduced to ashes by the psychic onslaught of the Norran marauders, taking with it any spoils of war. Curse it. The old grievances have now been compounded with new enmities. Chapter 171. The Realm of Demons. As the green-skinned creature emerged, Lozake became acutely aware of Chung Mingrue's presence. It puzzled him as to why his master desired to savor the soul of a human encased within such an unusual green exterior. Was this soul truly exceptional? After opening the portal, he had already delivered millions of souls to his master, including many beautiful and enchanting pure youths and maidens. Surely, these should be far more delectable. Alas, there were no spirits present here. His master had a particular fondness for the souls of the ethereal, especially those that embodied strength, courage, restraint, and hope. Witnessing such souls fall from grace, tormented and gradually consumed by his master, filled Lozake with a delightful thrill, igniting a fervent warmth within him. Nevertheless, it was not for Lozake to speculate on his master's preferences. His sole duty was to fulfill the commands of his master and avoid disappointment. After claiming so many souls, under Lozake's guidance, certain regions of this planet had been transmuted into subspace, where the laws of physics deviated from that of the conventional universe. This was why the demons were assaulting the Tyranid swarm and not the other way around. Once ensnared in these realms, the combat prowess of the Tyranids would diminish significantly. Their formidable shells would soften, and the bullets they fired would lack potency. Their sharp claws and bone blades would lose their penetrating power. Subspace was a domain of magic, devoid of reason. Armed with this advantage, Lozake dared to confront Chung Mingrue, who stood 14 meters tall in his powered armor, nearly matching Lozake's own height. The combat prowess of a green-skinned orc of such stature was formidable, as Lozake had observed with clarity in the aftermath of those insects crushed beneath Chung Mingrue's feet. Watching his underlings, the depraved demons, falter under the relentless advance of the green tide, Lozake recognized the opportune moment to spring a trap. Luring the greenskins deeper into the demon realm, the Orcus in the forefront brandished their small firearms, firing ineffectively at the retreating demons. Though their aim was poor, the sound of gunfire served to enliven the atmosphere, and in close combat, the weapons could also function as hammers. Gradually, many of the youths discovered that their triggers yielded no response. No bullets emerged. It was not merely them. The orc gunners, along with the powerful vehicles, found that all their firearms had seemingly malfunctioned in an instant. When the components of gunpowder changed, explosions ceased, and no matter how vigorously the firing pin struck the cartridge, no bullets would emerge. Simultaneously, ever since the greenskins set foot on this peculiar purple terrain, the mist that had enveloped the green tide thickened, and countless demons emerged from the fog, encircling the greenskin vanguard led by Chung Mingrue. With the ranged firepower of the greenskins diminished, the depraved demons planned to launch a swift assault as they excelled in close-quarters combat. In a moment, the number of demons eclipsed that of the greenskins, and a thicket of thorns sprouted from the ground, ensnaring some of the unwary youths who were pierced and hung upon the wildly growing thorns. Utilizing magic to sow chaos and overwhelming the enemy with sheer numbers, a quintessential strategy. The green-skinned warriors are far from ordinary soldiers. In the face of mightier foes, they only become more exhilarated. Even when their firearms fail to fire, they wield them as hammers. The greenskins have a penchant for close combat, with the number of their melee fighters being the most abundant. Knives, bludgeons, massive iron hammers. Any iron rod that can be detached becomes a lethal weapon in the hands of these warriors. In the thorns of the forest, the demons clash with the greenskins, resulting in a significant toll on both sides. The demons slay many of the greenskins, yet they too suffer considerable losses, with the advantages of terrain and ambush proving insufficient. Chung Mingrue does not hasten to confront the demons. The lowly insects, akin to demons, fail to pique his interest. He closes his eyes and allows his consciousness to linger within the Wyak energy, sensing the shifts within. This is a tableau of energy contention. Wyak manifests as a vibrant, life-affirming green. In contrast, the energies of the warp are tinged with purple and pink, built upon chaos, resonating with extreme emotions and madness. Indeed, the Wyak energy becomes unstable under the encroachment of the warp energies, weakening its ability to distort reality in favor of the greenskins. However, the Wyak simultaneously erodes the warp energy, with both forces distorting and consuming one another. In terms of mass consumption, the quality of Wyak energy is superior, possibly due to Chung Mingrue serving as an emotional fulcrum, elevating the limits of the Wyak. The temporary supremacy of the warp energy will soon wane as more greenskins enter this warped land. The Wyak energy will grow stronger, ultimately dispelling the warp energies entirely. With his eyes closed, Chung Mingrue senses a shift. Upon withdrawing his consciousness from the collective whack, he perceives changes in his surroundings upon returning to his body. The environment appears elongated and distorted. Isolated from the tide of greenskins, he finds himself accompanied only by 100-strong squad of elite warriors, his personal guard, capable of restraining their own battle lust to protect him. Emerging from the distorted energies are fierce Chaos Space Marines, led by Lucius the Eternal, a chosen of the dark god Slaanesh. Lucius has not been sent here by Slaanesh, but has come of his own volition to curry favor. He harbors no doubt of victory, as his closest retinue comprises veterans who have fought for over 10 millennia, coupled with his own prowess and immortality. Known as the Undying, Cassius exhibits a touch of arrogance. Cheng Mingrue patiently awaits the arrival of the Chaos Dreadnoughts, wielding massive mechanical claws, the Chaos Terminators, and the myriad of Chaos Space Marines armed with diverse weaponry before making his move. He gently touches the shoulder of Horus, lifting him and entrusting him to his loyal guards, not for Cheng's protection, but for Horus's safety. This time, he selects not the phase blade, but a colossal, well-suited power hammer. A piercing wail echoes as a sonic cannon strikes Cheng Mingrue's force field, sending ripples across its surface. The explosive sound waves, like a tempest, sweep outwards from Cheng Mingrue, engulfing all greenskins in their wake. The sonic aberration cannon, capable of reducing both tanks and their flesh to mere fragments, appeared to be as gentle as a breeze in front of Cheng Mingrue and his heavily armored behemoth. The deafening roar of the cannon heralded the commencement of battle. As the Chaos Space Marines surged towards Cheng Mingrue and his green-skinned allies in a menacing encirclement, a multitude of remote weaponry, including the lethal energies of chaos, inundated Cheng Mingrue and the armored giants behind him. Chapter 172. The slaughter of the Chaos Space Marines. The barrage unleashed caused mere inconvenience without resulting in casualties, as few attacks penetrated the formidable shields of the armored giants. The heavily armed behemoths raised their weapons, green Gauss energy coursing through their barrels. Green Gauss rays and searing plasma rained down upon the lines of the Chaos Space Marines, their firepower far surpassing that of the Chaos Forces, as if the latter were under the relentless assault of a Titan, suffering severe losses. The Gauss rays and plasma were unyielding, and no amount of subspace energy could shield these Chaos Space Marines. Being struck meant certain death. Cheng Mingrue's understanding of the technology of the space Necrons deepened with each passing day. He had thoroughly grasped the Gauss weaponry employed by the ordinary infantry. Thus, he was fully capable of equipping all his subordinates with Gauss and plasma weaponry, though the phase blade's steep cost temporarily precluded its deployment. Lucius, with his grotesquely distorted visage, was filled with astonishment. He had never witnessed infantry capable of such devastating firepower in his millennia of existence, while his primary target, the towering Orc warlord, remained unmoved. Timidity was a disgrace, as the chosen one. What was there to hesitate about? He was the indomitable Lucius. With a decisive flourish of his hands, he commanded the entire Chaos Army to advance. The demon-possessed engines could no longer contain their impatience. Their massive claws raised high, they scuttled swiftly on mechanical legs akin to crabs. They unleashed a torrential barrage from their chest-mounted cannons while their talons struck at the targets. Yet, the target neither evaded nor was it shattered by the claws. One of its claws was seized by a heavily armored giant, while the other soared into the air. The armored giant grinned wickedly at the demon engine, convinced that his power claw was undoubtedly superior to this cumbersome mechanical beast. Amidst the full-scale battle, Cheng Mingrue and his slaughter squad swiftly gained the upper hand. These elite Chaos Space Marines were infamous, having annihilated countless worlds and billions of lives over the eons. Some of these warriors arrogantly believed the galaxy was their playground. They were powerful, exalted, and capable of crushing the feeble at will. At that moment, they encountered a truly formidable adversary, one who could ruthlessly eliminate them as if they were the weaklings they so often preyed upon. Lucius, accompanied by a Chaos Warlord mech that had served for over 10,000 years, 5 veteran warriors, and 3 Chaos Terminator veterans, besieged Cheng Mingrue with a Chaos Predator tank that utilized Chaos energy as ammunition. He believed he had accurately assessed the Orc Warlord's combat prowess, given his towering stature, resembling an Imperial Knight mech. A minute later, Lucius felt as though his worldview, painstakingly shaped over a millennium, had been shattered. His once mighty forces, the most formidable warriors of his faction, were being slaughtered like the mortals they had once decimated. The process of annihilation was swift and brutal, so rapid that he could scarcely react. 5 seasoned veterans met their end with just 2 blows. Among the 3 Chaos Terminators, one was shattered by Cheng Mingrue's mighty hammer. Another was crushed at the torso, and the last suffered the most grievous fate, reduced to dust by the orc chieftain's hammer, akin to a golf ball being struck. The Chaos Dreadnought activated its berserk mode, unleashing a pair of vicious power claws upon Chung Mingrue, who deftly evaded the assault with a flicker and retaliated, transforming the machine into scrap metal with a single blow. The Chaos Predator tank unleashed a barrage of chaotic energy, all of which were deflected by Chang Mingrue's shield. Such attacks lacked sufficient potency, as his shield could withstand hundreds of strikes before succumbing to overload. Chang Mingrue raised his hand towards the Chaos Predator tank, and with a gentle grip, the sturdy vehicle was crumpled into a ball of iron. As a master of grand techniques, he could not forget his old methods. The formidable magnetic force remained his most reliable weapon. Lucius, who had lost everything, was consumed by rage. His subordinates represented the culmination of his efforts over millennia, gone in an instant. Enraged, Lucius roared, his distorted visage trembling as he thrust his long sword viciously at Chung Mingrue. The blade pierced the air, embedding itself into Chung Mingrue's armor. Lowering his gaze to the insignificant insect before him, Chang Mingrue had intentionally dropped his shield to test the resilience of his armor. Indeed, a weapon with disintegration properties could penetrate, though not deeply enough to free itself. Lucius was astonished that his divinely blessed longsword failed to breach the orc chieftain's defenses. Was it due to the vast difference in size? He attempted to withdraw his sword for another strike, when a gust of wind alerted him to an incoming attack. Instinct honed from years of combat kicked in, and he swiftly sidestepped, but his recollection abruptly ended there. With a single slap, Chung Mingrue ended Lucius's life, his powered gauntlet reducing the man to mere pulp. Lucius's combat experience was not in question. The disparity in raw power was insurmountable. Speed, strength, and reaction times were all too great. After vanquishing the Chaos Space Marines, Chung Mingrue felt no sense of accomplishment, akin to casually crushing a swarm of low-tier Tyranid combat bugs. Only a stronger adversary could evoke any feeling within him. In the moment of slaying the Chaos Space Marine, he experienced a sticky sensation, reminiscent of squishing an insect and releasing its innards. Raising his hand to inspect, the ascended soul granted him an extraordinary perception. Indeed, a mass of purple-black energy coiled around his palm. Uncertain if it was some arcane subspace magic, Chang Mingrue harnessed the potent energy from the Wayak, concentrating it in his right hand until the purple-black entity dissipated. But that was not the end. Chang Mingrue would not allow the Wayak energy to waste, and with a casual toss, unleashed a colossal blow that felled an entire squad of Chaos Space Marines. The battlefield was overwhelmingly in his favor. In less than 15 minutes, every Chaos Space Marine and their demonic vehicles were thoroughly eradicated. In the realm of the slaughter squad led by Chang Mingrue, not a single life was lost. The squad was composed exclusively of the most formidable 500 individuals, among whom the mightiest heavyweights stood nearly 5.5 meters tall, with the possibility of reaching 6 meters in due course. Their rapid augmentation in strength can be attributed primarily to their relentless pursuit of combat alongside Chung Mingrue, engaging in the fiercest of battles. Additionally, their camaraderie with Halls, who often wrestled and fought with them, fostered their growth through playful rivalry. With a sudden crack, the barrier enclosing the area dissipated, and the cacophony of battle erupted around them, becoming a tumultuous din. On the front lines, millions of green-skinned orcs clashed with countless demons. The demons' advantage in the assault dwindled, while the orcs grew increasingly formidable, causing the twisted realms of the demons to recede and vanish. Chapter 173, Stepping into the Trap, What a Waste. On a high vantage point, Lossic observed Lucius's failure through magic, unable to contain its fury. Having prepared such an advantageous battlefield for Lucius, this fool had the audacity to perish so easily. The arrogant expression that Lucius wore while boasting still lingered in Lossic's memory, had it not been for the master's favoritism. How could he dare speak so brazenly before it? Fortunately, Lucius possessed the ability to resurrect upon death, re-emerging within the body of his slayer. If all went as anticipated, his demise could still be regarded as a form of success. Lossic fervently hoped that no unforeseen circumstances would arise this time. Should Lucius successfully reincarnate, it would have the perfect opportunity to seize the soul expelled from Lucius's body. The effectiveness of Lucius's ability required time, and Lossic contemplated ways to hasten this process. Utilizing its claws, Lossic began inscribing a magical array on the ground. While combat was not its forte, magic was where it excelled. Or, gleefully perched upon Chang Mingrue's shoulder, held a chaotic, fearless head in its mouth. Despite Or's adorable appearance, it possessed a fierce combat prowess. Recently, however, it had felt somewhat disheartened. There were few who could best it in battle, yet now half of Chang Mingrue's formidable killers could overpower it. The impure mixed genetics had rendered it unique but also constrained its potential for growth. The demons were overwhelmed by the Wyak, and it seemed that nothing on this planet could withstand the tide of green. Chang Mingrue felt a tinge of boredom. He sought vengeance against the depraved demon that had ambushed him, only to find that the fiend had seemingly lost its nerve and dared not show itself. Just as he was about to commend its wisdom, otherwise, with his current strength, it would be a trivial matter, an unusual voice resonated in his mind. Following the sound, he gazed towards the rear of the demon horde, where atop a cliff stood the depraved demon, seemingly taunting him, clad in divine armor. Chang Mingrue could not tolerate such an affront. This time, he would not rely on his legs to traverse. The teleporter was compromised by subspace interference. But he could still utilize psychic teleportation. The boys were reveling in their battle, and with the Wyak's overwhelming presence. Traversing several kilometers within the demonic realm was a mere trifle for Chang Mingrue's psychic prowess. When he suddenly appeared before Lasik, the depraved demon was taken aback, fortunately. The psychic teleportation bore a premonition, or else it might have been struck down in an instant. Regardless of the sequence of events, Lasik had achieved its objective. Luring the master's prey into the trap. Humph, foolish barbarian, has your prolonged stay in the orc's body dulled your wits? Here, luck will not favor you. This is the master's domain, and no entity can aid you, not even the golden one. Lasik glared fiercely at Chang Mingrue, its form shifting to become smaller and more elongated. Without its pointed tail for balance, it now resembled a demonized spirit. Simultaneously, a dozen bizarre, scantily clad depraved succubi emerged from the magical array, encircling Chang Mingrue. Is this all? It appears that my previous blow has failed to impart a lasting lesson, and you still dare to tempt me? Chang Mingrue scoffed. Having witnessed the combat prowess of these demons, which he believed could merely engage in a stalemate with a typical brute. To be frank, in this environment of overwhelming Wyak fervor, even a dozen formidable demons akin to Losik do not intimidate him in the slightest. Or, allow me to demonstrate the autumn winds sweeping away the fallen leaves. Chang Mingrue shook his body, gripping the heavy hammer horizontally in his hands, prepared for battle. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he positioned the hammer against the side of his head. A resounding clang echoed in his ears. He had successfully blocked a sneak attack from a lust demon. How could it be so swift? Did it employ a teleportation skill? It was no surprise that demons possessed such abilities. Chang Mingrue's thoughts grew heavy yet exhilarated. This was what true combat entailed. Unlike the previous encounters that had been overwhelmingly one-sided, more lust demons surged forth, and Losik joined the fray. Chang Mingrue found himself in perilous circumstances. Struggling to track the movements of his foes, while his own defenses were far from impenetrable, to avert injury. He was compelled to activate his defensive shield at full intensity to fend off the oncoming claws, depleting the shield's energy rapidly. Ultimately, prolonged defense invites inevitable failure. A careless moment allowed a claw to pierce his armor. Fortunately, the demons were diminutive, and their claws, too, were small, preventing any serious injury to his flesh. Nevertheless, he had sustained a wound, and it would be utterly humiliating to be slain by the claws of these lust demons, facing foes whose attacks seemed to evade him entirely. Chang Mingrue felt akin to a giant swatting at flies, his strength formidable, yet utterly ineffective against these trivial adversaries. This vexing sensation ignited a fervent rage within him, and he wielded his hammer like a grandsword, unleashing a whirlwind of might. The powerful gusts, however, failed to harm the lust demons, merely pushing them back. The battles Chang Mingrue had previously endured were characterized by direct confrontations. This scenario was an unprecedented challenge. Losik laughed, sprawled on the ground like a beast. Realizing that to subdue a brute reliant solely on violence, finesse, and elegant magic were the true markers of wisdom. Seizing the opportune moment, Losik leapt with ferocity, his claws rending through Chang Mingrue's armor, inflicting a wound upon the back of his hand. While engrossed in the battle, minor injuries typically went unnoticed. Yet, when Losik's claws grazed his hand, Chang Mingrue was engulfed by a suffocating agony, as if his very soul were being torn asunder, nearly crying out in pain. The blessings bestowed by the lust demons allowed their attacks to inflict harm upon the target's soul. The blades that sliced through flesh also carried away fragments of spirit. Damn it! Chang Mingrue sensed the nature of this transcendent assault. His soul was resilient, and only a small portion had been stripped away. Insufficient to jeopardize his consciousness, rest would suffice to recuperate. However, this also signified that he faced one of his most arduous battles yet, with an enemy capable of wounding him while he could not retaliate effectively. Should he utilize psychic teleportation to escape? Yet, his retreat would undoubtedly have dire consequences for the Green Tide. The notion of the slippery old fox failing must never be ingrained in the minds of the young ones. Why are you so slow, slippery chief? Are you toying with these peculiar little fellows? Halls, unfamiliar with the demon of desire, regarded them as oddly shaped beings. Am I truly slow? What do you mean? Chung Mingrue had been exerting himself to the utmost, striving to enhance his speed. How could Halls still claim he was sluggish? Indeed, you are quite slow, Halls retorted, his form shifting into that of a spirit clan member. A physique perfectly suited for high-speed combat thanks to its remarkable neural response capabilities. Chapter 174. Time Magic. Even a mere imitation of the ancient spirit race's physical prowess by Horus is astonishing. In a flash, he pounced on an attacking demon of desire, bringing it crashing to the ground. With a fierce bite to its neck, he thrashed his head back and forth, flinging the creature away, still clutching a portion of its throat in his jaws. Despite not having mastered the ancient spirit race's martial arts, Horus relied on his formidable physique to easily dominate the horde of demons. Sprawled on the ground, Horus expelled the remnants of his prey from his mouth and raised his head, proudly meeting Chung Mingrue's gaze. The elegance and elongated form of the spirit race, combined with the feral grace of his movements, the blood at the corners of his mouth, and the mixture of pride and innocence in his eyes, left Chung Mingrue profoundly shaken. At that moment, he found himself at a loss as to how to regard Horus. However, upon encountering the purity in Horus's gaze, he smiled and praised, "Well done, Horus." Elated by the commendation, Horus bounded forth like a beast, bringing down a second demon of desire, similarly tearing its throat apart with his teeth. Chung Mingrue came to a realization: in such a chaotic universe, concepts of beauty and ugliness, good and evil, were beyond his control. As a green-skinned being, his focus was solely on the primal instinct to fight. The third demon of desire evaded Horus's assault, inflicting a ghastly wound upon him with its razor-sharp claws. The agony of his soul being rent asunder elicited a pain scream from Horus, who fled backward like a frightened pup. In the next moment, a powerful hammer strike obliterated the demon, reducing it to a bloody pulp. Chung Mingrue understood that while the movements and speed of the demons and Horus were indeed rapid, they were not so swift that his eyes could not follow. Something had distorted his perception of speed, perhaps an external influence or some other method. It must be the work of that vile demon. Chung Mingrue glared fiercely at Lasik, who was also crouched on the ground. Lasik regarded Horus with a more menacing gaze. The illusion of speed, fast and slow, was reliant on time magic. In truth, all time within this battlefield had been accelerated to enhance Lucius's abilities. This manipulation also affected Chung Mingrue's perception, rendering him unable to sense the hastened passage of time, leading him to perceive the enemies as moving too swiftly to be seen. Horus's unexpected presence complicated matters. This being had transformed into a spirit race, and his formidable spiritual energy nearly shattered the magic at play. Presently, this magic could only be applied to a conscious entity, and having been bestowed upon Horus, it could not ensnare Chung Mingrue. Lasik resolved to eliminate this unanticipated contender before confronting the orc leader. He commanded the demons of desire, and two of the nearest rushed forward. To Lasik's astonishment, this peculiar spirit evaded the first demon strike, but the second managed to sever one of Horus's arms, only to pay the price with its own throat being crushed by Horus's powerful bite. Due to the inherent strength of this spirit's energy, its resistance to magic was significantly heightened, diminishing the effects of the time magic and the blurred perception by at least half. As Chung Mingrue gazed upon Halls, who had lost an arm, his eyes turned crimson. A pair of Faye's great blades manifested in his hands, which he hurled like darts, skillfully striking down two demons and shielding Halls in the center. Then, targeting the distant demon of lust, Chung Mingrue clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom. Lasik, believing himself to be a safe 50 meters away from Chung Mingrue, was taken aback by this unexpected long-range assault. He was first pinned to the ground by the force of the air pressure, then pierced by the rushing power gauntlet, and finally obliterated by a violent explosion, leaving no trace of him behind. Lasik perished before he could feel the effects of Lucius's abilities. In numerous battles, Chung Mingrue had predominantly engaged in close combat, not due to a lack of skill in ranged warfare, but because he relished the visceral thrill of hand-to-hand combat. He possessed an arsenal of long-range weapons at his disposal. Without Lasik's magic, the demons, despite their formidable appearances, were reduced to mere ants under Chung Mingrue's might. After vanquishing the demons, Chung Mingrue lifted Halls and inquired about his wounds. "Does it hurt?" Halls nodded slightly and shook his head, indicating that while it did hurt, it was bearable, especially compared to the agony he had endured in the jar. He transformed once more into a red skug, climbing from Cheng Mingrue's arms to his shoulder, appearing unharmed, albeit slightly smaller in size. Cheng Mingrue glanced at the severed arm on the ground, now tainted with an ominous hue. As the claws of the demons seemed to carry poison, he expressed further concern for Halls, who conveyed that although he felt considerable pain, he could endure it and continue the Wyak. Cheng Mingrue, however, paid little heed to his words. He entered the collective Wyak stance and, through his elevated perspective, realized that during their brief skirmish, 8 hours had elapsed in the real world, and the sun had already set. The green tide had thoroughly infiltrated the northern hemisphere, surging forward alongside the tyrannid swarm and the realm of demons, engulfing everything in its path, be it demons, bugs, or human cities. In the void of space, the human fleet had retreated, leaving the cunningly named Slippery Boss adrift and solitary in the cosmos. Some technicians, unable to escape in time, had released a plethora of ancient debris from the Slippery Boss, commencing repairs in the vastness of space. The recent labor point system had etched itself deeply into their minds, instilling a fear of abandonment. Even without the point system now in effect, they still found time to construct vessels. With the situation looking exceedingly favorable, Cheng Mingrue felt little to concern himself with. He teleported Halls aboard the Slippery Boss and entered his workshop, unceremoniously depositing Halls into the medical bay for a comprehensive examination and treatment. After Cheng Mingrue departed, the subspace realm gradually succumbed to the pressure of the Wyak stance, ultimately collapsing as the last remnants of subspace energy coalesced into a swirling vortex, twisting and merging into a maw. Gazing intently at the severed arm upon the ground, saliva pooled at the corners of its mouth. It extended an exaggeratedly long tongue to lap at the arm, as if it were an exquisite delicacy of unparalleled sweetness. The arm, now drenched in saliva, succumbed to the creature's insatiable hunger, which could no longer resist devouring it whole. Perhaps the exquisite flavor compelled it to merely chew twice before swallowing. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Insufficient. Deep within the confines of the subspace, the voice of sin reverberated throughout its palace. The souls of the ancient spirit race, so intricately entwined, souls tormented beyond measure. Oh, how delectable they are. Truly, they are utterly delectable. Chapter 175. The deities as the god of desire. Lust finds it exceedingly challenging to restrain its own cravings. Delectable souls are akin to the most potent of narcotics, rendering it utterly addicted. With a flourish of its hand, a drop of energy fell upon the exquisitely rare carpet within its opulent palace, and soon flesh and blood began to swell and transform into the visage of a lustful demon. Lozak stood there, bewildered, resembling a mere puppet, the colossal embodiment of lust. Seated regally upon its lavish throne, elegantly snapped its fingers, infusing Lozak's eyes with a spark of awareness. He awakened. Having endured death once, Lozak's gaze brimmed with joy. Though he was a demon, destined to slowly reconstitute and resurrect in the subspace after demise, such a process demanded considerable time. Once the initial excitement waned, Lozak lifted his gaze towards the throne of lust, a blend of admiration and trepidation compelling him to kneel. I am grateful to my magnificent master. Thank you for reviving me with your great power. I shall serve you with unwavering devotion. This is a reward for you. You have performed admirably, allowing me to experience new sensations and savor exquisite souls, echoed a voice, both masculine and feminine, in Lozak's ears. Reflecting on his previous life, where he had sacrificed countless souls, he was astonished to have garnered his master's favor. He resolved to strive for even greater accomplishments in the future. No, no, no. Not those souls. Lust seemed to perceive Lozak's thoughts, specifying instead that peculiar creature named Horus, the one perched upon the orc leader's shoulder, the shape-shifting little being. Ah? That little creature? Lozak was taken aback, his mind racing to comprehend his master's strange preferences. With a resounding bang, Lozak shattered into countless fragments, each piece trapped in the crevices of time, enduring relentless torment. Those who drew near could hear his anguished cries echoing from the shards. Another crisp snap of fingers brought forth the reassembly of those fragments. Lozak was revived once more. This time, he had no leisure to ponder the trivialities, trembling. He knelt upon the ground, possibly a remnant of his torment, lacking the courage to even glance at lust. I am merciful. I shall grant you another opportunity to assist my most cherished champion, Fugan. Relay my commands to him. All the forces within the material realm that worship me shall be under his command. There is no need to aid Abaddon any longer. I require them to unite in pursuit of the most delectable sustenance. At the mere mention of food, Lust's voice became increasingly jubilant, brimming with excitement as if it could almost taste it. Yes, my master, I shall fulfill your desires, Lozak replied, his voice trembling. You had better, Lust remarked, losing interest in Lozak, and with a wave of its hand, dismissed him from the palace. Meanwhile, within the endlessly shifting crystal labyrinth, the cunning one reveled in the intricacies of its designs, savoring its schemes, and contemplating the myriad possibilities reflected within the boundless crystalline corridors. Change, whether good or bad, is inherently beneficial. It empowers the cunning forces, rendering them even more formidable. At times, in pursuit of greater transformations, he may thwart the success of his subordinate schemes, leaving a glimmer of hope for those ensnared in despair. On other occasions, to facilitate further changes, he may first obliterate certain transformations, weaving disparate threads of fate into a single strand. After allowing this strand to flow for a while, he observes the emergence of grander transformations and branches at its bifurcation. The motivations behind such actions by the cunning are not solely rooted in a desire for strength. There exists an element of curiosity, enjoyment, and leisure. As a deity, all things are meant to be toyed with at his whim, and everything serves as his amusement. Recently, certain matters have piqued his interest and curiosity. The human soul, observed and deemed the chosen one by him, has once again eluded the traps set by fate and lust. This outcome has left him somewhat disheartened. His arrangement with lust stipulates that the memories and knowledge of the soul belong to him, while the soul as fate and disposal are the purview of lust. This agreement remains unfulfilled, leaving one to ponder whether lust is simply inept or if the enigmatic brother has shielded this human soul too effectively. Reflecting on the enigmatic brother, he finds himself perplexed. The two beastly deities are challenging to comprehend. Despite a human soul occupying the vessel of their kin, they not only acquiesce to this occurrence but also actively protect it. It is essential to recognize that the greenskins constitute a substantial civilization within this galaxy, capable of providing immense faith and power. Numerous deities have sought to claim this power, including himself, Nagwa, and Kormo. The results were disheartening. Nagwa suffered minor injuries, and Korma failed to coordinate effectively with the enigmatic brother. As for him, the cunning one, upon sensing possible exposure, wisely withdrew before being detected. Consequently, he remains unable to penetrate the enigmatic brother's intentions. However, he doubts that the enigmatic brother would assist the emperor. These two beastly deities act capriciously and disdainfully, making collaboration with other deities unlikely. Allowing this human soul to roam freely is inadvisable, yet at present, its power and essence have significantly escalated, complicating matters. He has crafted a replica based on the collected memories of this individual soul, subsequently placing the imitation within a crystal labyrinth. Countless enchanted mirrors refract infinite possibilities surrounding this soul, rendering the future inscrutable. This indicates that this soul has transcended the role of a mere pawn of fate, asserting control over its destiny. Despite his self-proclamation as the deity of fate, he too cannot fully master it. For the essence of fate is not but a web of lies. The reasoning is straightforward. His power emanates from ceaseless change. If fate were entirely predetermined, change would cease to exist. Without change, his strength would wane, ultimately leading to his downfall. Change is both the source of his power and a constraint upon it. This is entirely understandable. He recognizes that no power is invincible, as invincibility implies stagnation, while the world is perpetually in a state of motion and transformation. After a moment of contemplation, Jinshi resolved to employ the strategy of using pieces to counter the emperor's own chessmen, fully aware that as the unseen puppeteer, he must not step into the fray himself. In the depths of the Glory Fortress, within the basement of the governor's residence, secrecy enveloped the surroundings. Following Cornwall's demise, the Star Realm army had scoured the governor's mansion countless times, yet they failed to unearth this hidden chamber. Instead, they only discovered what Cornwall had hoped they would find: deception and falsehoods. A subtle transformation had quietly taken place here, as an enigmatic force began to influence the atmosphere, stirring a gentle breeze within the otherwise still confines. Chapter 176. Weaving conspiracy. A gentle breeze fortuitously toppled a bottle, which shattered upon striking the floor. Dark crimson blood flowed forth from the vessel, staining the exquisite flooring and carpet. The blood seemed to possess a life of its own, twisting, coiling, and amalgamating. As the mass grew taller, a finger emerged from the sanguine fluid, followed by a palm, an arm, until the liquid transformed into a complete being. A peculiar mirror, positioned directly opposite this scene, gazed upon it like an eye. The reborn Cornwall lay upon the ground, coughing violently, His recent revival left him feeble and without further sustenance. He appeared on the brink of death. A beam of blue light emanated from the mirror, illuminating Cornwall, causing his withered body to regain its fullness. Vitality blossomed from his soul like seedlings, flourishing to fill his corporeal form. Once his spirit was replenished, Cornwall truly came to life. He rose to his feet, respectfully regarding the mirror before gradually kneeling. The wise apostle listened attentively to the revelations of wisdom, expressing gratitude for the guidance of the prophetic sage. Your servant stands ready to obey your commands. Ah, you are quite adept, knowing to safeguard your blood and soul. Your keen intellect has earned you a new task. Special characters materialized upon the mirror's surface, all of which Cornwall comprehended. I heed your command, my master. Having endured so much, Cornwall had fully transformed into the most devoted of servants. Your new identity is that of a wandering merchant. I require you to traverse the galaxies, uniting several secret societies. There exist myriad paths to pursue the power of wisdom, yet you must consolidate them into a formidable force. The relevant knowledge and intelligence reside within your mind. Time is of the essence, embark on your mission. As these final words faded, the mirror regained its tranquility, resembling an ordinary reflective surface. Cornwall stood tall, exuding an air of confidence. His physique was as sculpted as that of a fitness instructor, elegant yet powerful. Approaching the mirror like a venerable gentleman, he appraised his new form. Strength is ubiquitous, yet wisdom is singular. With that, Cornwall stepped forward, lightly touching the mirror's surface with his nose, and penetrated through it. In the next instant, he appeared neatly attired upon the bridge of a merchant vessel. In stark contrast to the imperial warships, the bridge of the Wanderer was considerably disheveled, adorned with peculiar graffiti and trinkets, while heavy weaponry and grenades were strewn about. Among the stars, merchants were regarded as traders, yet they bore a resemblance to pirates. In legitimate realms, they were merchants, but in suitably chaotic zones, they became marauders. The cargo of the merchant ship was also ambiguous, ostensibly labeled as laborers. They could in truth be slaves. Additionally, provisions and weaponry comprised the hard currency of interstellar trade. The crew held Cornwall in high esteem, as captain. He required little effort to consolidate his authority, for everything was arranged with clarity. Directly ahead lay their destination, the Alert Star. After the Great Rift opened, the eastern and western galaxies were nearly completely separated by the energy of subspace, with the Nachmund corridor serving as the lone exception. Strangely, this subspace energy could not isolate this corridor. Thus, it became the vital artery connecting the human empires of the East and West, aptly named the corridor, which, when viewed on a galactic scale, appears remarkably vast. Presently, chaos reigns within the corridor, populated by worlds occupied by rebels, loyal imperial territories, swarms, chaos entities, and even remnants of the Titan Empire. The Vigilant Star stands at the corridor's entrance, and various factions are embroiled in a tumultuous struggle for control, with frontlines and spheres of influence in a state of intense flux, leaving all parties bewildered. Though the Wanderer of Cornwall possesses combat capabilities akin to those of a light cruiser, in such a tumultuous environment, even a vessel like the Glorious Queen would struggle to exert a decisive influence. However, as Cornwall aptly noted, wisdom is unparalleled. He need not engage in direct confrontations with warships. The intelligence residing in his mind would undoubtedly enable him to navigate this chaos with remarkable ease, serving as a convenient means to establish connections among the various factions and consolidate power. Meanwhile, Cheng Mingrui toils away in the workshop, unaware that malevolent forces are weaving plots against him, as he diligently conducts inspections on Horus. During the thorough examination, issues were indeed uncovered. Horus's physical injuries were minimal, negligible even, merely requiring a hearty meal for recovery. However, the depletion of his spirit was grave. The claw of the Desire Demon had severed not only Horus's arm, but also a fraction of his soul. Fortunately, all souls possess the innate ability to self-repair. Souls are the fruits of the corporeal form, and as long as they do not suffer catastrophic losses, such as a reduction beyond half, they can gradually mend. Following this injury, Horus would require a month of recuperation in the medical bay. Cheng Mingrui found it curious that every time Horus indulged, he encountered life-threatening danger. If only the genes of the ancient beast-men within him could fully manifest, these two battles might have increased Horus's height by at least a meter. After comforting Horus for a while and encouraging him to rest, Cheng Mingrui began to contemplate strategies to eradicate the tyrannid swarm lurking beneath the sea. To be candid, the situation was quite precarious. The greenskins were ill-suited for underwater combat. and the vast expanse of the waters surrounding Aronia 3 posed significant challenges for constructing warships or submarines to engage the Tyranids, both time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavors. Should the Tyranids not be swiftly countered, they might amass sufficient biomass to launch a counteroffensive against the surface. Unbeknownst to Cheng Mingrue, the hive mind harbored no intentions of a counterattack. After enduring these recent skirmishes, the hive mind had elevated Cheng Mingrue and his clan to the highest threat level, marking them as a priority for immediate extermination. This intelligence needed to be relayed to the Nest consciousness without delay. Alternatively, could an orbital bombardment be employed to vaporize the entire ocean? Wouldn't that amount to an extinction order? Such a course of action seemed excessively brutal and would require considerable time to execute, necessitating the construction of numerous ancient dreadnoughts. What if they were to fabricate a colossal bomb akin to a whirlwind torpedo to obliterate the entire planet? The technology resides within Cheng Mingrue's mind. Yet the complexity of bomb-making is daunting. Simply obliterating a planet may be achievable with the full power activation of the Star God Destruction Cannon on the cunning boss. However, annihilating a green-skinned planet merely to eradicate a swarm of creatures seems excessively wasteful, akin to throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Is there anyone with a swift solution to eliminate the pests lurking in the ocean? Helplessly, Cheng Mingrue posed this question to all the greenskins amidst their collective whack stance, as they had largely subdued the planet's foes and were now engaged in tedious internal squabbles. His inquiry plunged them into deep contemplation. Chapter 177, The Heart Lacks Sincerity. Hence it is ineffective when Cheng Mingrue submitted the queries to all the green-skinned individuals. He was oblivious to the magnitude of his action. The immediate responses from the greenskins were utterly unreliable, ranging from absurd suggestions such as draining the water entirely to creating numerous deep-sea bombs to obliterate the underwater insects. One particularly outlandish notion posited that if they believed they could engage in combat beneath the surface, then they indeed could. An hour later, the ideas remained ludicrous, save for a somewhat plausible proposal from a character named Jinya, who suggested cultivating a species known as Shiguch, utilizing a substantial number of these aquatic beings in conjunction with orc warships to gradually eliminate the sea-dwelling pests. Subsequently, after witnessing the ferocious underwater assault capabilities of the Shiguch, reminiscent of fishmen or megalodon sharks, Cheng Mingrue found himself deeply intrigued and was already inclined to adopt Jinya's recommendation. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Countless psychic beings began transmitting energetic communications to Cheng Mingrue, all expressing exuberant excitement. "Boss, we can now battle the insects underwater." Bewildered, Cheng Mingrue sought the counsel of Kuka, the one he trusted most in such perplexing situations. Kuka confirmed the veracity of the excited chatter and led him to a cliff overlooking the ocean. Cheng Mingrue was astounded by the sight before him. The sea parted, revealing a pristine path extending through the riverbed into the depths of the Tyranid insect base. A multitude of greenskins surged down this route, engaging in fierce combat with the Tyranid warriors. Since the Tyranids had optimized most of their units for underwater combat, some of them had even transformed into mere fish, the Orcish fighters held a significant advantage. Given the current trajectory, it appeared that the greenskins would soon eradicate all Tyranids. At this juncture, Cheng Mingrue had lost interest in the fate of the Tyranids, devoid of water's protection that could not withstand the green tide. He was far more intrigued by the phenomenon of the parting sea and the inexplicable levitation of water. This defied scientific understanding. In a moment of teleportation, Cheng Mingrue ascended to the riverbed, deploying his equipment to scan the surroundings. He discovered that the water's density was lower than that of air, thus explaining the separation. However, how could this be possible? He reached out to touch the water wall before him. His hand passed through without any alteration or peculiarity. The seawater remained undisturbed, and the sample retrieved was merely ordinary seawater, devoid of any anomalies. A throng of eager beings rushed forth, and the water, as if enchanted, began to float. Parting to the sides, the jubilant crowd shouted a jubilant whack as they plunged into the depths, leaving Cheng Mingrue standing bewildered in the wind. Could this truly be a manifestation of sheer willpower? Cheng Mingrue recognized the formidable nature of will, yet he had never anticipated it could alter the properties of objects, especially on such a grand scale. Faced with the incomprehensible, he could only quietly accept the marvel. Cheng Mingrue yearned to venture beneath the surface, to stroll amidst the extraordinary walls of water, which presented a breathtaking spectacle. As he stepped into the waterway, the walls of water on either side collapsed, submerging Cheng Mingrue within. It became evident that his heart was not sufficiently sincere, nor his conviction robust enough, hence the distortion of matter's effects failed to manifest. The power contained within this conundrum was immensely profound, Had it been possible, Chang Mingrue would have ardently sought to unravel the underlying logic of it all. Regrettably, with his current reservoir of knowledge, such an inquiry remained entirely elusive. The collective consciousness experienced immense suffering, as he tragically realized that despite his diligent calculations and efforts to gather biological matter, he was unable to fulfill even the simplest task of reporting intelligence to the Great Devourer. According to experimental data and prior experience, there was a 95.327 probability that the orcs would be utterly powerless against him in the ocean, and he was certain he could endure long enough to accumulate sufficient biological matter. He had even calculated that the orcs would use such weaponry to evaporate the ocean, providing him ample time. Yet, an unforeseen twist occurred. The orcs, employing a method beyond his comprehension, subverted the properties of matter, causing the oceans of the entire planet to part beneath their feet. This was utterly irrational. The collective consciousness yearned to relay this intelligence, yet alas, it lacked sufficient energy, forced to watch in despair as the last remnants of its fighting bugs, akin to its own consciousness, were completely annihilated. Throughout the Oronian system, aside from a handful of human Imperial Navy warships evacuating with important members, the non-green-skinned forces were entirely eradicated, and the entire system was poised to flourish. On Oronian 3, the planet was blanketed with greenskin spores. As the climate and natural environment proved favorable, coupled with the Wyak stance that had thrived under Chang Mingrue's guidance for some time, the nascent greenskins here would likely proliferate in numbers akin to those on Oronian 4. Chang Mingrue's vision extended beyond this modest system. He intended to return to the Octarius sector, where the abundance of bugs would provide a more satisfying outlet for his wrath. To amass greater power, Chang Mingrue spent a year in the Oronian system, focusing solely on shipbuilding, constructing vessels, and more vessels, relentlessly. Utilizing a system of merit credits greatly enhanced the productivity of all greenskins within the system. When he was finally prepared to embark, his orc fleet boasted around 200 warships, exceeding his initial plan by 20%. Moreover, there were almost no smaller vessels, with the fleet comprising primarily of heavy cruisers and battleships, the smallest being light cruisers, each armed with colossal ZZZ cannons. And over half were battleships equipped with the Orc S Nova cannon. With an abundance of technical prowess at his disposal, he was free to act as he wished. To initiate superliminal travel on a galactic scale, one must enter subspace. In the vernacular of the greenskins, this is akin to traversing the Devil's Forge. However, Chang Mingrue had become significantly more cautious, recognizing that he had drawn the attention of formidable beings within subspace, rendering casual navigation through it perilous. Lacking the guidance of human navigators, venturing through interstellar space without a clear course was no trivial matter. Ultimately, Chang Mingrue opted for the most rudimentary approach, to expand the scale of the inertial-S engine and conduct superliminal travel within conventional space. This method may render travel to the space of the beast somewhat sluggish, yet it is reassuringly secure. Fortunately, the next star system is not far away. With the full thrust of the inertia-free engine, arrival is anticipated within 6 months. This star system has been aptly named the Origin Star System by Chang Mingrue, symbolizing the inception of the extermination of all the insects. After Chang Mingrue's departure, the Orc fleet that had been pursuing the Tyranid fleet barely reached the Orolonia star system, a realm fraught with calamities that has endured much, though that is a tale for another time. As Chang Mingrue embarked on his journey with a new fleet and 1 billion greenskin warriors, the designated Origin star system was embroiled in fierce combat between the Tyranids and the greenskins. The Tyranids held the upper hand, having established absolute dominance over 2 of the 3 orc planets within the stellar system, systematically slaughtering the greenskins and converting them into biomass. On the final planet, the greenskins barely managed to maintain a semblance of equilibrium, yet they were on the brink of being overwhelmed by the Tyranids. The reason the orcs have managed to endure this long is quite straightforward. They have devised a new weapon specifically designed to counter the Tyranids. Chapter 178. The Greenskin Navy fleet in the 3rd planet of the Origin star system, on the largest continent, the most formidable stronghold of the green-skinned inhabitants is established. The smaller continents have succumbed, becoming mere digestive pools and breeding grounds for the Tyranids. Countless Tyranids have crossed the sea, launching attacks from all directions upon this central landmass. Each battlefield on the continent resembles a desperate beachhead, where the greenskins utilize barbed wire, trenches, and bunkers to thwart every Tyranid that attempts to ascend from the sea, annihilating them with a crossfire at the water's edge. However, it appears that the collective consciousness controlling this star system intends to establish a forward base on the southern beachhead of the continent. concentrating a greater number of combat bugs in this location. A relentless tide of mutated knife bugs and gun bugs surges forth, advancing over the corpses of their fallen comrades. Driven by an unwavering determination to breach the orc defenses. From the depths of the sea, several massive Tyranid beasts rise, including the damage-absorbing Tyrant Guard and the formation-breaking Butcher. Accompanied by colossal support creatures armed with giant acid cannons. 2 shots from the acid cannons accurately strike the orc bunkers on the beach, while the Tyrant Guard charges forward. Absorbing substantial gunfire, enduring several hits from heavy meltas before finally succumbing. A Butcher accelerates forward, crashing through an orc defensive line and toppling an orc artillery piece with its mighty claws. Behind this breach, an array of orc knife boys and Shoulda boys rally, attempting to halt the onslaught. The Butcher emits a terrifying roar, bolstering the morale of nearby lower-tier bugs as a rallying point. With a swift whoosh, a heavy shell strikes the Butcher, the explosion engulfing its upper half in flames. The devastating blast obliterates the Butcher's torso, its severed remains collapsing and crushing numerous lower-tier bugs beneath it. On the surface of the sea, a fleet of green-skinned vessels emerges. Their gargantuan hulls adorned with an array of artillery of various calibers, reminiscent of Earth's battleship era, the orcs maximizing the potential of their massive ships and multiple cannons. The initial cannon fire serves merely as a prelude, as the fleet swiftly unleashes a catastrophic barrage upon the landing Tyranid horde, the naval artillery shaking the entire beachhead, engulfing the swarm in a deluge of explosive mushroom clouds and shockwaves. Among the fleet, the flagship of the notorious Blackheart, the Badwater, stands out for its exceptional performance. To describe this vessel merely as a warship would be an understatement. It resembles a circular island capable of traversing the seas. When it roars to life, the entire expanse of Tyranids is thrown into disarray. Even the most fearsome storms of the ocean pale in comparison to the thunderous cannon fire it unleashes. Beneath the surface, the combat bugs of the Tyranids loom like underwater behemoths, their shadows casting a far larger area than that of the orc fleet, yet they dare not approach. The Badwater has been newly crafted by the orcs as a weapon specifically designed to counter the Tyranids. Within the command room of the Badwater, Blackheart, adorned in his naval cap, barks orders at his subordinates, urging them to swiftly eliminate the bugs. Under the deft manipulation of the crew, the vessel known as the Badwater opened a breach in its center, from which an orb-like object descended, reminiscent of a magnetic storm coil. The Tyranid forces engaged at the swamp's edge and within the waters began a methodical retreat, as did the aerial beasts above. The Orcish war machines, upon revealing themselves, exerted a formidable psychological impact. The nefarious leader, however, was displeased. He yearned for rivers of insect blood. The sheer number of Tyranid warriors made an immediate retreat impossible. The orb atop the war machine emitted a wave-like disturbance, seemingly innocuous, yet the concentric ripples spreading across the ocean's surface signified the initiation of an unseen assault. These ripples swiftly caught up with the retreating Tyranids, regardless of their size, causing them to burst like balloons, scattering flesh and bone in all directions. Fortunately, the Tyranids retreated swiftly, otherwise, their losses would have been far more devastating. Observing the fleeing insects, the malevolent leader erupted in excitement within the command room, bellowing, "What is there to fear from these bugs? Bring on as many as you wish. I shall slay them all." Witnessing their leader's triumph once more, the greenskins along the entire defensive line erupted in a cacophony of whack. Before long, the young brutes had eliminated every Tyranid that breached their defenses. Although it appeared that the Tyranid offensive against the orcs had once again faltered, this was merely one of the tactical maneuvers employed by the Tyranid hive mind. They had repeatedly dispatched forces to engage the orcs in order to thoroughly ascertain the capabilities of their weaponry, including cooldown times and attack ranges. The hive mind had invested an inordinate amount of time in this star system, significantly affecting the plans of the Great Devourer. It was imperative to expedite their efforts to utterly annihilate the orcs and convert them into biomatter to bolster the swarm's strength. After a lengthy period of accumulation, the Tyranid fleet had grown immensely, with the number of bioships nearing 3,000. Accepting the loss of a portion for a decisive assault was deemed tolerable. A day later, above the planet designated as starting point 3, 1,000 Tyranid bioships congregated. Due to the planet's rotation, this fleet would soon reach the skies above the Orcish central continent, where they would face the most formidable and possibly final confrontation. The space warships appeared colossal and formidable, bombarding planets and annihilating civilizations as if executing a dimensional strike. However, engaging in battle against planets equipped with robust defensive systems proved to be quite arduous. for no matter how large the warships, they could scarcely rival the magnitude of a planet. Weapons such as massive cannons and energy lances, which could not be accommodated aboard the warships, could easily be stationed on the planet's surface. Just as naval vessels seldom engage coastal defenses and cannonade, space warships rarely choose to exchange fire with ground-based defense systems. A beam of crimson energy shot up from the surface, striking a Tyranid bioship with pinpoint accuracy, the immense energy output cleaving the cruiser-class vessel in twain. In addition to energy lances, a barrage of projectiles swiftly pierced the atmosphere, ruthlessly plummeting into the Tyranid fleet, resulting in the sinking and crippling of numerous bioships caught unawares. On the continent of the Orcs, the malevolent leader, along with his progeny, established a comprehensive air defense system. It is through this meticulous fortification that he has managed to withstand the relentless onslaught of the Swarm for such an extended period. In response, the fleet of the Swarm has begun its counterattack, biological plasma cascades like shooting stars from the heavens, illuminating various air defense locations across the central land of the Orcs. The airborne spore sacs descend in a deluge, so numerous that when gazing up at the sky from the planet, they nearly obscure the sun's radiant glow. Chapter 179. The dimensional cannon. The Tyranid swarm not only airdropped spore sacs but also dispatched numerous hive ships that traverse the atmosphere to engage in aerial combat above the planet. These bioships, upon descending to a certain altitude, opened their bellies, revealing neatly arranged rows of spore bombs within. Much like heavy bombers, they released the spore bombs into the air. To ensure a comprehensive carpet bombing that covered all the greenskin terrain, these spore bombs unfurled in the sky like dandelions, systematically executing their bombardment. The spore bombs of the Tyranid were, in fact, alive. The entire expanse of the greenskin continent was engulfed in the chaos of bombardment. And shortly after, spore sacs descended upon the ravaged areas, facilitating the assault of the combat insects and the establishment of bases. The green-skinned inhabitants had long anticipated this, constructing robust underground fortifications. While the bombardment could obliterate surface structures, the subterranean impacts were significantly less severe. Heavy anti-aircraft weapons were shielded and impervious to the onslaught of the Tyranids. The collective consciousness was well aware of this, hence, it initiated a full-scale offensive across the continent. With battles erupting on every front, the fierce landings persisted for several days, and even the Orcs' formidable defenses began to show signs of vulnerability, allowing the Tyranids to establish forward bases in certain regions of the continent. The ruthless leader of the bad watership was infuriated. Had these creatures gone mad? They had obliterated so many of his fortresses. Were it not for the fact that his fleet was already deployed, he would have taken to space to confront the insects himself. He mused that while the immediate situation was manageable, prolonged bombardment would inevitably overwhelm his air defense positions. Consequently, he commanded the bad water to navigate through the river towards the heart of the continent, where the magnetic storm coil was once again activated. The escorts accompanying the bad water unleashed their full anti-aircraft firepower, shooting down every approaching Tyranid spore bomb and aerial combat beast. The dimensional cannon was initiated, and the ruthless leader pressed the launch button. A faint buzzing emanated from the rounded head of the magnetic coil, releasing a shockwave that swept across the land. In an instant, a portion of the continent witnessed the spore sacs and bombs raining down from the sky, all detonating simultaneously. For that fleeting moment, the sky was cleared, leaving only the remnants of flesh and dust to descend. However, the collective consciousness had anticipated this eventuality, and the losses were entirely within its calculations. The spore sacs and explosive bombs continued to be deployed, swiftly replenishing the void left by the dimensional cannon sweep. Cursing under his breath, the ruthless leader resolved to witness the extent of their numbers. Each time the dimensional cannon cooled down, he unleashed it again, each discharge clearing another section of the sky. This tug-of-war persisted for an entire month. Despite the cannon's immense power, there were limits. Half a month prior, its components began to fail frequently, with the technicians laboring day and night to repair and maintain it. The wear and tear had reached a breaking point. The dimensional cannon required a thorough overhaul. Rather than this continuous cycle of repairs, the collective consciousness found itself overwhelmed with an abundance of cards, and even if it launched a fierce assault on the third planet, it would incur immense losses in biomass. Yet, it could replenish its resources from the other two planets. The first swarm fleet had vacated the skies above the Orc continent due to casualties and injuries, while a second fleet took its place, continuing to inundate the Orc lands with a tide of insects. The collective consciousness observed that the Orcs were increasingly utilizing their area effect weapons less frequently and with longer intervals between uses. At last, After the nefarious leader activated the dimensional cannon once more, spores rained down from the skies like droplets of rain, and with a thunderous explosion, the dimensional cannon detonated. Through a Tyranid gargoyle, the collective consciousness witnessed this earth-shattering blast and felt a surge of joy. Everything unfolded according to its calculations. With the dimensional cannon silenced, the endless swarm began to suppress the Orc continent. The nefarious leader's Orc fleet struggled to provide support across every front, laboring to clear every patch of land occupied by the insects with their ship-mounted artillery. However, the sheer number of insects proved overwhelming, and the Orc forces began to dwindle. Unable to fill the front lines, the Orc underground fortresses began to crumble as the insects and green skins clashed in combat, achieving victory time and again. The calculation units informed the collective consciousness that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the third planet would be thoroughly subdued within a month, with all Orcs therein exterminated, allowing the swarm to commence consumption of the planet. The collective consciousness resolved to expedite this timeline. Aboard the flagship Badwater, the nefarious leader was consumed by rage, crushing every aide who reported the grim state of affairs. Each report spoke of failure, with even the most fortified anti-air positions succumbing one after another, and the colossal artillery and light lances being dismantled by the insects. The nefarious leader raised his gaze to the blue sky and glimpsed the Tyranid ships in space. Infuriated and unwilling to accept defeat, he seized his cleaver and, brandishing it, unleashed a furious whack towards the Tyranid fleet above. In a moment of frustration, he sensed something amiss and swung his cleaver to the side. The metallic clash echoed as a spiny tendril, thick as a forearm, suddenly emerged, only to be deflected by his cleaver. As the armor plate shifted, a small Tyranid organism appeared before the nefarious leader, resembling a chameleon. This 2 to 3 meter tall elite unit, known as a lictor, was specifically designed by the hive mind for assassinating enemies. Lictors are agile, cunning, adept at stealth, and striking with the precision of an assassin. Their most illustrious achievement was successfully assassinating the supreme leader of humanity in a religious world, amidst billions of humans, plunging the entire realm into chaos and greatly facilitating the entry of the swarm fleet. Surrounding him were 5 lictors, revealing their presence. The nefarious leader bellowed for his guards to assist him, but received no response. Due to the recent volatile temperament of the malevolent leader, the number of guards surrounding him has significantly diminished. Taking advantage of this situation, Lickett has stealthily eliminated the remaining members of the guard. Now, the 5 Lickets have ample opportunity to dispose of the Orc leader, who has squandered a considerable amount of time for the collective consciousness. The malevolent leader is not fully equipped. He is not donned in powered armor and possesses only a machete and a relatively small pistol, as perceived by the Orcs. Even in such perilous circumstances, the Orc leader would never show cowardice. An Orc who shrinks from a brawl is unworthy of leadership. The malevolent leader raises his hefty machete and, with a fierce whack, charges toward the nearest Licket, while the 5 Lickets execute a perfectly coordinated assault. Chapter 180. Arrival at the Origin Star System. The battle was fiercely intense. The 5 Lickarts were elite warriors cultivated through a collective consciousness, proving to be far superior to their ordinary counterparts, each possessing an abundance of combat experience. Having awaited this opportune moment, they seized the chance to strike at a target that was ill-equipped, yet the fight was arduous. The act of beheading the Orc chieftain, though seemingly straightforward in theory, proved to be a daunting endeavor in practice. The larger the Orc horde, the greater the strength of their leader. Despite their meticulous planning, the 5 Lickarts suffered heavy losses, with 3 perishing and 2 gravely injured, yet they managed to barely slay the Blackheart chieftain. One injured Lickart, still capable of movement, hoisted the decapitated head of the Blackheart chieftain, dragging his body and displaying it prominently on the mast of the Blackheart vessel. The sight struck terror into the hearts of every green-skinned creature aboard. If even the formidable Blackheart could fall to the insects, how could they possibly contend with them? The morale among the greenskins began to crumble, spreading like wildfire, as many of them grew reluctant to engage the Tyranid swarm. Meanwhile, those ambitious chieftains, after a period of panic, sought to rally the fleeing greenskins, aiming to usurp the position once held by the Blackheart. The collective consciousness calculated that by the time a new Orc chieftain was chosen, the number of Orcs present would be insufficient to inflict significant damage upon the swarm. In the entirety of the Octarius sector, the battles between the Tyranid swarm and the Orcs often mirrored the struggles witnessed on Origin 3. The Orcs could temporarily withstand the Tyranids through their capable leaders or formidable weaponry. However, as the Tyranids accumulated experience and refined their tactics, they gradually eroded the Orc lines, ultimately delivering a fatal blow through the assassination of their leaders. The Orcs remained too fragmented, lacking cohesion, whereas each tendril fleet of the Great Devourer operated with a singular strategic objective, showcasing greater efficiency and coordination. Having successfully assassinated the Orc chieftain, the anticipated extermination campaign was projected to be reduced from a month to merely 10 days. After harvesting this star system, the collective consciousness would significantly bolster its biological fleet. The Great Devourer issued a command. In the next star system, a previously dispatched tendril fleet reported unsettling intelligence. It appeared that the Greenskins had established a foothold within the system, rendering eradication exceedingly difficult. Moreover, after such an extended period, the fleet had inexplicably lost all subsequent contact. Could the Orcs truly have annihilated a tendril fleet in such a short span? If so, the implications were dire. Such uncertainties were unwelcome to the Great Devourer, prompting the collective consciousness in the Origin star system to hastily investigate the situation. With the number of biological Tyranid fleets steadily increasing, surpassing 3,000 and nearing 4,000, the unwelcome variables emerged before the collective consciousness could amass a sufficiently formidable swarm. Cheng Mingrui arrived at the Origin star system with his cunning flagship and his Orc fleet. The planets within the Origin star system were numbered from the innermost to the outermost, with the outermost of the 3 battleground planets being Origin 3. Surrounding the gravitational field of Point 3, both the eastern and western hemispheres are anchored by fleets of 600 to 700 Tyranid bioships, recuperating from the recent siege. In the face of the sudden emergence of Orc warships, the hive mind of this tentacled fleet is not taken aback. The Greenskins are inevitably drawn to conflict. Relying solely on the forces within the Orc domain of Octarius, the Greenskins could not endure against the Tyranid swarm for long. The Orc pirate fleets, appearing spontaneously from any direction, continuously plunge into the fray like moths to a flame, prolonging the battle between the Orcs and the Tyranids. With 200 Orc warships and a colossal Orc space fortress, the hive mind encounters the cunning flagship for the first time, assessing its combat capability to be equivalent to 50 Orc battleships. On Planet 3, the swarm possesses approximately 1,400 bioships, even accounting for some damaged vessels. Devouring a pirate fleet of this size should pose little challenge. To ensure prudence, the hive mind also instructs the fleets on Planets 2 and 1 to prepare, amassing a total of over 2,000 bioships across the 2 planets. The hive mind perceives a significant advantage from an experiential standpoint. The probability of victory for the Orc pirate fleet is less than 1%. The reason it is not a certainty stems from the Orcs' unpredictable nature, making it impossible to calculate their randomness in battle. Observing the encroaching Tyranid fleets from both hemispheres, Cheng Mingrui smiled. Should the Tyranids fail to upgrade their bioships to enhance their offensive capabilities, their ordinary bioplasma, razor-sharp claws, and corrosive acid would be insufficient to breach the cunning flagship as formidable defenses. In the absence of a breach, no matter how many Tyranid fleets are deployed, the flagship could easily vanquish them. With a mere flick of his finger, Cheng Mingrui could utilize the green-skin version of the Star God Shatter cannon with the right angle. A single shot could obliterate an entire fleet. The drawback of the Star God Shatter cannon is its lengthy cooldown time, if the Tyranids are not densely packed. Achieving maximum effectiveness with a single shot becomes challenging. Cheng Mingrui intends to spare no Tyranid bioship, for exhibiting excessive combat prowess might compel the Tyranids to retreat in an effort to conserve their strength. With the inertialess engines still cooling down, it is inevitable that some of the numerous Tyranid bioships will escape pursuit. If it were a fleet of another race, it would be relatively simple to order subordinates to feign defeat to lure the enemy. However, with Orc warships, this task proves exceedingly difficult. Within the Greenskin horde, only the special operations lads can somewhat restrain their inherent nature. As expected, before Cheng Mingrui could issue his command, his fleet surged forth like wild stallions. Almost all Greenskin captains pressed the large red button, catapulting their warships to maximum speed. Those who lagged behind would be deemed foolhardy. Hurry, go faster. If we dawdle, the cunning flagship will snatch the glory. After flying for so long, I can hardly contain myself. Tell the lads in the engine room to step it up. We are off to hunt the bugs. In the communication network established for the sake of unified command, each captain of the green-skinned vessels disregarded the various regulations previously set by Cheng Mingrui, treating the command channel as a mere public chat group. This chaotic state could be viewed as a lesser evil. At least the green-skinned captains did not resort to violence over disputes regarding whose warship was faster. Cheng Mingrui was poised to exercise his authority to impose order upon the actions of these captains. For any command issued directly by him was typically obeyed. Who would dare defy the words of the cunning leader? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Cheng Mingrui chose to remain silent, allowing the communication channel to remain in disarray. To deceive the enemy, one must first deceive oneself. To entice the Tyranid swarm to commit all their biological warships, one must first instill in them the belief that their fleet is vulnerable to defeat. Chapter 181. The cunning leader arrives 200 ancient colossal ships divided into two groups, charging towards the swarms of fleets in the eastern and western hemispheres. The cunning leader did not engage in the assault through his perception of the Wayak stance. Cheng Mingrui discerned that there were still numerous green-skinned troops on Planet 3, embroiled in chaos, battling amongst themselves, which led to their gradual annihilation by the Tyranid swarm. Uninterested in the space battle, considering such adversaries offered little in the way of experience, he deemed it prudent to leave that to his subordinates. However, he was inclined to partake in the ground combat. On the Orc continent of Outpost 3, the last colossal spear fortress was on the verge of collapse. Several Tyranid titans had breached the Orcs' outer defenses, with knife-wielding and gun-wielding creatures surging into the fortress, filling every available space. Many timid souls fled in terror, having heard that the most formidable leader, the black-hearted chief, had perished. How could they hope to contend with the swarm? Only a handful of slightly more competent Orc leaders remained, steadfastly defending their positions with their subordinates. As a terrestrial fortress, the longevity of this spear fortress was attributed to its robust construction and its strategic connection to the waterways, serving as the garrison for the black-hearted chief's fleet. Upon the demise of the black-hearted chief, his subordinates promptly retreated, piloting their warships back to this location, where the firepower support from their large vessels alleviated the defensive pressures on the spear fortress. Now, with the outer defenses breached, the Tyranids had seized the high ground. Their colossal titans wielding symbiotic acid cannons launched attacks against the Orc fleet stationed in the inland waterways. This fleet, which had long stood against the tide, annihilating countless Tyranid vessels, was now on the brink of obliteration. A titan armed with an acid cannon accurately struck an Orc warship, rapidly corroding its hull, while river water surged through the breach, flooding the interior. The ship's cannons returned fire, with some crew members frantically attempting repairs, but their efforts were futile. A second acid cannon shot obliterated the ship's bow artillery. More executioners ascended to the high ground, and massive Tyranid structures began to hatch. Once the bioplasma turrets within matured, the Orc fleet was destined for destruction. Yet, the Orc fleet within the harbor would not meet its demise. Instead, it was the Tyranids that faced annihilation. Cheng Mingrui commanded the cunning leader to reposition, aligning the artillery on both sides towards the planetary surface, unleashing a barrage against the Tyranids below. After completing a round of bombardment, he pivoted to the other side, continuing the onslaught. The heavy spear array remained relentless, casting vibrant colors across the ground. Each strike carving out death trenches hundreds of meters wide and spanning dozens of kilometers, incinerating the Tyranids to ash. Although the bombardment yielded remarkable results, the cunning leader's current posture was rather unsightly. There was little choice. Dio had forgotten to install a powerful orbital bombardment system beneath the warship. However, there was a bomb bay that allowed for the airdrop of some payloads and orbital debris, although the intensity of the bombardment could not be guaranteed. The orbital bombardment lasted for half an hour, effectively decimating approximately 80% of the Tyranid forces on the ground. It was time to commence the landing. Cheng Mingrui instructed Kuka to connect him to the Greenskins' collective Wayak stance on the planet. Soon, he found himself engulfed in a tumult of negative emotions, confusion, fear, cowardice, and a hint of anger. Through the collective Wayak stance, Cheng Mingrui addressed all the greenskins on the planet. Lads, you are a bunch of useless fools. How can you not even defeat the bugs? Allow me to teach you how to exterminate these pests. With that, he activated the live streaming mode, teleporting with his mechanized legion down to the war-torn continents occupied by the Tyranids. The Orcish mech units, ranging from the smallest can models to the formidable Grommash and the colossal Gigabehemoth, were plentiful and diverse. In truth, supersized mechs were exceedingly rare among any race, seldom seen on the battlefield and incapable of sustaining prolonged combat, leading to the establishment of an aristocratic lineage among the human knight mech pilots. However, for the Orcs, such complexities were of little concern. Cheng Mingrui had an abundance of skilled technicians at his disposal, and deploying hundreds of Titan-class orc mechs on a battlefield was merely a trivial endeavor. Once unleashed, the vast array of mech units overwhelmed the Tyranid forces, whose Titan warbeasts were utterly incapable of matching them. The only advantage the Tyranids possessed was the sheer number of lower-tier combat bugs. Yet, this advantage soon evaporated as the mechs led the way, and numerous greenskins were teleported down. This new wave of warriors was plentiful and well-equipped. Even the most basic of the knife fighters were no longer clad in ragged scraps of metal, wielding a knife in one hand and a small pistol in the other. Instead, they donned full-body armor, with only their eyes exposed, and soft metallic protection at the joints. Their weapons had transformed into cutting-edge thermal blades, and their sidearms upgraded to submachine guns. The characteristic knife fighters of the Screw clan displayed astonishing combat prowess upon entering the battlefield. Typically, ordinary orc warriors, due to inferior equipment and chaotic command, engaged in exchanges with lower-tier Tyranid bugs at a ratio of approximately 1-to-1. An orc knife fighter could take down several, even 10, of the knife bugs with sheer physical strength. However, the bugs' discipline and superior command often allowed them to prevail in skirmishes. Now, this ratio dramatically shifted to 1 orc for every 30 bugs. As more orc forces entered the fray, this disparity would only widen, and the Tyranids would find themselves at a complete disadvantage in terms of attrition. Cheng Mingrui held the head of a Tyranid swarm lord, inspecting it from left to right before ultimately discarding it. Even though it was the most formidable Tyranid unit he had encountered thus far, it was still too weak and unworthy of being called a leader. At this moment, Cheng Mingrui could no longer perceive the sense of exclusion from the collective Wyak stance of the planet. The native greenskins had acknowledged his authority as their leader. To ignite the fighting spirit of the native greenskins, Cheng Mingrui pointed at the severed head of the group leader on the ground and declared, "Behold, vanquishing the pests is not a formidable challenge. What you require is the courage to rise up in Wyak. I am the chosen one destined to incite a grand Wyak that spans the entire galaxy. Only the mightiest shall join me in this endeavor. Mere promises are insufficient." Seizing a nearby blade wielder, he stripped away the armor and weapons from him, addressing the onlookers in a broadcast tone. "If you dare to take action, if you are willing to fight and strive, 1 insect's head can be exchanged for this equipment, 3 for a formidable firearm, 6 for canned provisions, and 100 for a mighty war beast. There is no restriction on the size of the heads. What are you waiting for? Rise up and Wyak." Chapter 182. The star god shattering cannon deep within the subterranean realm of the Orc continent, the green-skinned denizens, teetering on the brink of collapse, were instantly ignited with fervor by Cheng Mingrui's words. Those gleaming axes and guns beckoned irresistibly to the hearts of the young warriors. Wielding new axes to mercilessly chop their foes and brandishing new guns to unleash a barrage of firepower was a tantalizing vision. Merely contemplating such might was exhilarating. Even seasoned leaders often lacked such formidable equipment. The native greenskins aboard number 3 no longer quaked in fear before the Tyranid swarm. Instead, they perceived not terrifying Tyranid battle bugs, but rather a plethora of heads ripe for harvesting, with Cheng Mingrui serving as the emotional fulcrum for the Wyak movement. Coupled with the encouragement from material provisions, the subterranean realm of the Orc continent erupted like a seismic upheaval, a cacophony of war cries reverberating under the banner of Wyak. The native greenskins commenced their counteroffensive, as the Tyranids above had already suffered significant attrition from Cheng Mingrui's orbital bombardments. Faced with the relentless resurgence of the subterranean greenskins, the Tyranid forces swiftly faltered. The underground counterattack grew increasingly ferocious. The Orc warriors no longer feared the bugs, but rather worried that there might be too few to exchange for the coveted equipment from their cunning warlord. The collective consciousness was taken aback by its defeat at Station Number 3, having labored extensively to conquer the planet, only to see it crumble with the arrival of a new warlord. This Orc clan's combat prowess surpassed all previous records. The collective consciousness recalled the intelligence provided by the Great Devourer, noting that in the very star system it intended to traverse, a formidable Orc clan had risen to vanquish the onslaught of the Tyranid horde. Calculating units determined a 76.81 probability that this Orc fleet was indeed the clan that had triumphed over the Tyranid forces, while a 97.21 probability suggested that the absence of further intelligence was due to the tentacle fleet being utterly annihilated by this Orc clan. Encounters in the void of space further validated the collective consciousness's hypothesis. Logically, its 2 biological fleets should have easily dispatched the Orc vessels, which appeared as mere refuse. The combat capability of the Orc warships had long been documented. However, The Tyranid fleets from both hemispheres were pierced through by the Orc ships head-on. The Tyranid biological vessels were first met with a deluge of torpedoes, comprising not only explosive torpedoes but also boarding torpedoes. Subsequently, they faced the bombardment of the Orc Nova cannons. Although the collective consciousness attempted evasive maneuvers, the sheer density of the Orc artillery inflicted considerable losses. Upon entering firing range, the large, screeching cannons mounted on the Orc warships unleashed a volley of golden lightning, decimating numerous Tyranid biological vessels. In the battlegrounds of space, the Orc fleet, though numerically inferior, exhibited firepower that rivaled the vast numbers of Tyranid vessels. As the skirmish drew closer, what should have been the Tyranid warship's domain of advantage yielded unexpected results. Behind each Orc vessel loomed a colossal robot, potentially an ancient behemoth, a massive transforming titan, or a gigantic mound of refuse. These mechanized giants wielded an array of weaponry with their arms, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the Tyranid biological ships in the cosmos. Their serrated teeth and chainsaw drill heads clashing in a fierce stalemate. Some Orc warships collided directly with the Tyranid bioships, the prow of the Orc vessels ruthlessly piercing through the Tyranid crafts. Among the Orc warships, the most striking was the ancient behemoth at the rear, which extended a colossal iron arm and forcefully thrust it into the mouth of a Tyranid bioship. The weapons at the front of the iron arm unleashed their full fury, obliterating the Tyranid vessel from within. After the initial charge, the Orc fleet sustained only around 10 ship losses, while the Tyranid swarm suffered over 300 bioships destroyed, with many others significantly damaged. The Orc warships began to collectively pivot, preparing for another assault. These vessels, akin to heavily armored knights, penetrated the enemy infantry formation, claiming numerous lives before choosing to charge once more. Realizing the futility of engaging the Orc warships in close quarters, the collective consciousness discerned that its bioships were at a disadvantage in terms of firepower, armor thickness, and impact force. Acknowledging the disparity in combat strength, the collective consciousness opted to retreat, abandoning Planet 3 and consolidating its remaining forces towards Planets 2 and 1. Once the remaining 3,000 or so Tyranid bioships were gathered, it would seek a decisive battle, leveraging their numerical superiority to overwhelm the Orc fleet. Although the Orc warships were formidable, they were not invincible. They had recently destroyed and damaged some Orc vessels. If they could surround and exert numerical pressure, the swarm fleet had over a 65% chance of victory based on recent combat performance. Moreover, the collective consciousness had its own plans, even in defeat. It could collect comprehensive combat data on the Orc clan fleet, which would be reported to the Great Devourer. Understanding the enemy was key to eventual victory. Meanwhile, Cheng Mingrue, who was currently overpowering the Tyranid swarm on the ground, received a psychic communication from Horus. To ensure his safety, Cheng arranged for him to command from the bridge, hoping that this would shield him from the battle's repercussions. Cunning leader, the Tyranid warships have fled, and those Orc captains disobeyed and pursued them. You taught me. This is called luring the enemy into a trap. Yes, the bugs are drawing the enemy deeper. Cheng cursed, before teleporting back to the cunning leader. Indeed. On the radar, he observed Kid and Dio pursuing over 90 Orc warships after 1,000 Tyranid bioships, growing more distant with each moment. Thanks to their advantage in straight-line acceleration, the Orc fleet was able to pursue while engaging, continually inflicting casualties on the Tyranid bioships with their Nova cannons and ZZT cannons. The thrill of mercilessly pursuing a beleaguered foe only motivated the Orc warships further. By the time Chung arrived on the bridge, the Orc warships had already exited the planet's gravitational well, while the retreating Tyranid fleet was merging with their support ships. The central Tyranid retreating fleet was flanked on both sides by approximately 1,000 support vessels, forming a V-shaped encirclement. Unfazed, Kid and Dio pressed forward, as the Orc warriors within their ships rallied with a resounding whack. A colossal green face of an Orc loomed over the fleet, significantly boosting their speed. With the backing of the whack stance, Cheng Mingrue still harbored concerns that Kid and his crew might falter, as their numbers were vastly outmatched by a factor of more than 10. Even though the Orc side boasted capital ships of cruiser class and above, it was challenging to bridge the disparity in combat power. Cheng Mingrue skillfully maneuvered the sneaky boss, leveling its stance and sliding his hand across the star map, seeking the optimal angle to activate the Star God Annihilation Cannon, aiming for a single shot to obliterate the Tyranid fleet. This was not a matter of seeking glory for himself. It was imperative to minimize significant losses for his fleet, particularly for formidable figures like Kid and Dio, who could ill afford such setbacks. The swarm of 3 fleets of Tyranids aligned in a straight line, At the moment of perfect alignment, he pressed the launch button. Do you understand? Cheng Mingrui aimed to operate the teleportation device to find a favorable angle, and once it was set, he would simply let Halls handle the launch. It all came down to pressing the button. Chapter 183. The commencement of the storm. No problem, I understand. To ensure he pressed the launch button with utmost precision, Halls transformed into a form reminiscent of the spirit race, utilizing a lightning-fast reflex to execute a simple launch operation. The collective consciousness commanded its entire swarm fleet to advance. Even prudently arranging a tactical maneuver, the central fleet of insects gradually retreated to entice the orc warships to charge forward, while the flanking fleets encircled them. By ensnaring the orc vessels with their bodies, they aimed to slow their momentum, ultimately allowing the central fleet to strike back and establish a pincer formation. With such overwhelming numbers and formations, victory would inevitably belong to him, provided the tactics were executed flawlessly. Had the colossal orc warships vanished? Reports from other observation points conveyed this intelligence to the collective consciousness. Had they fled, or were they en route to provide reinforcements? The collective consciousness was aware of the orcs' teleportation technology. However, their method of teleportation had distance limitations. There had been no prior records in the swarm's database of such a transfer from a synchronous orbit around the planet to the current battlefield. Indeed, the collective consciousness observed the orc warships teleporting 3 times consecutively, yet it appeared they had miscalculated their destination, still an hour's journey from the battlefield. The stability of orc technology was quite reasonable. An hour was ample time for the swarm fleet to inflict severe damage on the orc armada. Beneath the pitch-black expanse of the starry sky, a golden and green light sliced through the darkness, cleaving through the ranks of the collective consciousness's insect fleets. The collective consciousness felt an abrupt halt in its thoughts, as if it had experienced death once. When it regained its composure, the visuals transmitted from the surviving Tyrant biological vessels rendered its mind stagnant for several seconds. Its seemingly invincible fleet was perishing, crumbling like sand, disintegrating and scattering with the wind. The collective consciousness, a confluence of the Tyrant insect race's awareness, suffered a significant decline in thought and computational capacity due to the catastrophic loss of so many entities. Am I impressive? Indeed, I am. Halls precisely obliterated 3,000 Tyrant biological vessels with a single shot, largely because the Tyrant fleet was positioned closely together to effectively encircle the orc ships, and also due to Cheng Mingrui's astute choice of angle. Although the teleportation position appeared distant from the battlefield, it impeccably aligned the Star God shattering cannon's muzzle with the insect fleet. Ah, truly remarkable. Halls is indeed extraordinary. Cheng Mingrui coaxed Halls like one would a child, perceiving a certain cleverness in Halls that reminded him of a cunning spirit. In the Origin Star system, a single battle led Cheng Mingrui to decimate the majority of the insect fleet, leaving little uncertainty for the subsequent engagements. He, alongside his 2 billion green-skinned allies, simultaneously landed on planets 2 and 3. Over the course of a month, the Tyrant insect race, whether within the star system or on the planets, was thoroughly eradicated by Cheng Mingrui's green-skinned forces. Unlike the collective consciousness of the Orionide galaxy, the collective consciousness of the Origin galaxy transmitted all the intelligence it had gathered to the Great Devourer before its demise. It provided a forewarning of its own death, allowing the Great Devourer to prepare for the emergence of a formidable orc clan. Cheng Mingrui, stationed in the Origin galaxy, recognized that relentless aggression could prove perilous. The Origin galaxy was merely a remote system, yet even here, the Tyranid swarm had amassed a colossal fleet. Should they continue their unbridled assault? They risked being overwhelmed by the swarm. He needed to ascertain the current situation within the Octaria sector and the progress of the conflict. With the deployment of reconnaissance fleets to gather intelligence, he initiated extensive infrastructure projects to construct more orc warships. In the interest of efficiency, he decided not to start from scratch with ancient relics. Instead, they would begin with the asteroid belt, hollowing out meteors to forge mighty orc vessels. As long as they were sufficiently sturdy, swift in charge, and armed with powerful artillery, the orc warships would possess combat effectiveness. Other functionalities, such as maneuverability and stability, could be sacrificed to some extent. Having traversed from Blue Star, Cheng Mingrui held his own understanding of weaponry. He believed that while exquisite weapons could not secure victory in war, a multitude of reliable and functional arms could prevail in the unending conflict. This principle was evident within the human empire, where the standardized weaponry of the Astra Militarum proved to be effective, while the limited Astartes were deployed only in critical positions, leaving the bulk of the battlefield to the Astra Militarum. As Cheng Mingrui expanded his fleet in the Origin galaxy, he frequently encountered orc pirate fleets. ranging from a few ships to over a dozen. Upon witnessing the cunning flagship of Chang Mingrue, they astutely chose to join his orc armada. While Chang Mingrue gathered intelligence and consolidated power, the subtle flutter of his butterfly wings was initiating a tempest that would sweep across the galaxy. The human empire, Tyranid Swarm, and Eldar were all making choices that would dictate the fate of their respective races, or rather, were on the path to making such choices. The Plague Wars, ignited by the jealousy of Mordorion against Regent Guilliman of the Empire, unfolded within the realm of Ultramar, which was the domain of Guilliman's elite warriors. Due to Mortarion's offensive, the Ultramar sector was engulfed in flames of war. With the support of the most formidable forces of the human empire, his progeny, the Titans of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Primarchs of the Astra Militarum, and the Imperial Navy, Guilliman was laboriously striving for victory in the Plague Wars. During the pivotal Parmenio campaign, the final and most crucial battle of the Plague Wars, Guilliman found himself compelled to step onto the battlefield personally, confronting his traitorous brother Mordorion. The Emperor's sword blazed fiercely in Guilliman's grasp. Demons could not be truly slain, only banished back to the warp. However, those demons vanquished by the Emperor's true blade would meet genuine death, never to be reborn, with few exceptions. This is the power of the Emperor, the sovereign of humanity. After vanquishing countless demons, what disappointed Guilliman was that his cowardly brother dared not appear before him, leaving only a single demon of Nurgle to confront him in battle. It was evident that one demon of Nurgle could not withstand Guilliman's might, yet the prolonged struggle had showcased the formidable strength of this demon. Ultimately, the Emperor's true blade pierced the belly of the Nurgle demon, distorting the once manic visage of the fiend. In a final act of desperation, the demon, at the cost of its own life, extended its claws to tear through the weak points of Guilliman's armor, inflicting injury upon this powerful pre-march for the very first time. Chapter 184. Mordorion. The foul toxins that once tainted the grip of the Great Deceiver were lethally potent, capable of transforming any mortal it touched into a putrid pool of ichor. Regrettably, the formidable pre-march Guilliman was no mere mortal, no matter how vehemently he denied his lineage. He was the son of the Emperor and existed beyond the realm of humanity. The foul toxins had no effect after shedding but a few drops of blood. Guilliman's wounds healed seamlessly. In the visage of the Great Deceiver, Guilliman discerned a smile that filled him with revulsion. To him, the notions of camaraderie and benevolence propagated by the Deceiver were but manifestations of corruption and distortion, the very scourge that polluted the purity of humanity. He raised his sword, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the demon before him, only to discover himself ensnared by a formidable binding spell, a magic that entrapped even a demigod such as he. Engaging the Great Deceiver had been a trap. The blood he shed served as a conduit for the dark magic, plunging the hope of the Imperium and its regent, Guilliman, into dire jeopardy. At long last, his brother Mordorion descended from the heavens, his massive wings unfurling like the harbingers of death, casting a shadow over Guilliman that seemed to foretell his fate. Mordorion raised his right hand, the side of death pointing ominously at Guilliman, and proclaimed with triumphant glee, "Ah, dear brother, you have failed. Do you not realize? I have awaited this day for so long." Faced with the ire of Guilliman, Mortarion's arrogance swelled. "Yes, that is the expression I relish seeing. Do you comprehend the depth of my envy? Your origins, your experiences, the love you have known. Yet what of me? The torment of my past, a suffering you have never endured. Indeed, our ideologies bear resemblance. You once considered me a brother, extending your care to me. But that care was steeped in arrogance. You have never truly understood me. Cease your blind obedience to that tyrant upon the throne. You must embrace independence, forge your own identity. Allow me to liberate you. Nay, I comprehend anguish, perhaps better than you know. Awakening to find the Imperium in such disarray, the truth of the Empire abandoned by humanity, and those treacherous brothers. The pain within me is unfathomable." Guilliman lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of confusion, regret, or sorrow. Yet still, he declared, "Even so, I shall wield every ounce of my strength to protect the Imperium, to safeguard humanity. It is only through perseverance that hope may yet dawn." Hope? Huh. Foolishness. Mordorion erupted into laughter. Hope is a mere illusion. It has never existed. With that, Mordorion raised his scythe, proclaiming, "Once I sever your limbs and guide you to embrace the power of our Father, you will understand. You will see that all I have done has been for the betterment of humanity." A golden flash flickered between the two Primarchs, and in that moment, everything stilled. The battlefield, their dialogue, their movements, and even the fundamental structure of the cosmos came to a halt, enveloped in a serene silence. As the concept of time came to a standstill, everything on the battlefield, from the dominion of the human empire to the legions of demons, transformed into mere statues. Mere spectators. A beautiful human girl, adorned in a flowing white dress, emerged as the solitary splash of color in this frozen world. She moved gracefully like a delicate sprite, traversing the ruins, stepping over corpses, gliding past the bullets that soared through the air. Approaching the two primal entities, her pace was slow yet resolute. As she walked, a radiant light emanated from her, first illuminating her eyes, then her features, until her entire being was enveloped in a golden glow. Time resumed its flow, and the demons let out terrified wails, desperate to flee, yet it was far too late. The girl ascended into the sky, transforming into a golden sun, its light shimmering brilliantly yet devoid of warmth, imparting a chilling sensation. All demons caught in its rays perished in agony, not banished to the warp, but slain by the power of the human sovereign. Whether by coincidence or fate, on the horizon, the sun rose slowly, casting its rays upon the earth, causing demons, corruption, and decaying corpses to dissipate like snowflakes in the sunlight, as the energies of the warp were swiftly expelled. The magic that had ensnared Gilliman shattered like glass. And as he gained his freedom, he brandished the Emperor's true sword, eager to confront his brother. Yet, all he beheld was Mordorion's panicked retreat. The demon Primarch fled, and despite his disdainful words for the Emperor, Mordorion remained fearful of his might. With a scythe of death, he cleaved open a portal to the warp, and those powerful demons yet untouched by the Emperor's power surged through. Mordorion cast a fierce glare at Gilliman before retreating with his demonic host. He did not perceive his defeat. Rather, he attributed it to an unfavorable battlefield and the Emperor's meddling. Gilliman vehemently denounced Mortarion's cowardice, redirecting his rage upon the demons unable to escape, the flames igniting on the Emperor's true sword manifesting as a tangible embodiment of his fury. As he vanquished one demon after another, Mordorion's retreat marked Gilliman's victory in the Plague Wars, yet the regent of the Imperium found himself engulfed in profound confusion. He approached the girl in white, whose state barely warranted the title of girl any longer. The Emperor's overwhelming power had nearly reduced her to cinders. Her features hollowed out like dark voids, consumed by searing energy. Upholding the truth of the Imperium, Gilliman was at a loss on how to confront such a situation. This miracle had saved him, yet how could he face such a marvel? The girl's breath grew faint, her life hanging by a thread. With her last vestige of strength, she lifted her head, gazing at Gilliman with her empty eye sockets. In her mind, a figure shone with brilliance akin to the Emperor himself. "Sir, are you not the Emperor's earthly representative? Sir, have I aided you in any way?" "I am not. I am but a human," Gilliman replied mechanically, having answered such questions countless times before. "Who are you? What is this power?" Kiriman harbored his own conjectures. Yet he felt compelled to hear the truth with his own ears before reaching a conclusion. The girl had long since exhausted her strength to respond to his inquiries. Her spirit and body had been entirely consumed, and she lay lifeless. Throughout the expanse of Pomenio, the forces of the human empire had achieved a decisive victory. Some reveled in jubilant cheers, while others continued to collaborate with the celestial stronghold in vanquishing the chaotic troops that had yet to retreat. In that moment, however, Kiriman felt an overwhelming sense of disconnection from it all, as a golden concept whispered a solitary phrase within the depths of his heart. Chapter 185. The New Fleet. And Matthew was both thrilled and apprehensive at being received by the demigod. His disquiet stemmed from the fact that, although his arrangements had salvaged the demigod, they had not been sanctioned by him and contradicted his core beliefs. The demigod steadfastly clung to his human identity, while Matthew felt compelled to guide him gently towards accepting his non-human reality. His excitement, however, surged at the thought that should the demigod, in a fit of rage, wield the Emperor's true sword to end his life, he would be granted an unparalleled proximity to the power of the Emperor and his progeny, a prospect laden with honor. The more Matthew pondered, the more his exhilaration overshadowed his unease. He lightly tapped on the ornate door before him, which opened in silence, as if it had awaited his arrival. Within, Gilliman sat in a chair, engrossed in the reading of a tome, the Book of Lorgar. This work, composed prior to Lorgar's treachery to disseminate the Emperor's faith, had led to severe repercussions for Lorgar due to its misalignment with the imperial truth. Following the Emperor's ascension to the Golden Throne, this book had become akin to a scripture of the imperial cult. While some of its contents appeared to hold merit, they ultimately contradicted the tenets of the empire. Science and reason were the paths that humanity ought to pursue, yet religion and divinity loomed large in his thoughts, leaving him with unresolved doubts as he turned another page of the Book of Lorgar. "My lord, did you summon me?" Matthew inquired, bowing reverently upon entering, his voice cautious. Gilliman lifted his gaze, regarding Matthew with disdain. He felt deceived by this charlatan. He had once believed Matthew to be a follower of the imperial truth, only to discover that he was, in fact, a fervent zealot of the emperor's faith. Promoting Matthew to a high position within the state religion now seemed a grave error. Carefully, Gilliman set the Book of Lorgar aside and stated, "That girl was arranged by you. I may overlook the deaths of those battle sisters, as they were warriors, but that girl was entirely innocent. Her sacrifice was noble. It embodied the emperor's will and saved his son. It was worth it, and I envy her. If I could, I would gladly take her place." Matthew's response was both sincere and genuine. Gilliman's disdain for this fanatic deepened. Matthew exhibited a blatant disrespect for life, and Gilliman found himself on the verge of drawing his sword to slay him. However, the notion of miracles on the battlefield caused him to hesitate. "What do you know of the Orc star system of Octarius?" Gilliman finally managed to suppress his fury and broach a question he had previously deemed unimportant, for the threat from that direction felt distant. "I do not possess extensive knowledge, my lord, but I assure you, should you require it, I will instruct the star speakers to urgently contact Terra and relay detailed intelligence," Matthew replied. The demigod was not the emperor, yet his will must be fulfilled. Matthew immediately shifted into a mode of urgent work. No, I do not require such detailed information. What I mean to ask is, how much do you know about the green-skinned orcs? What is the status of the conflict there?" Gilliman swiftly clarified. As Matthew began to recount the process of leading the Tyranid fleet to Octarius, he also elaborated on the indomitable defense constructed by the Justicar Hansen, as well as the current state of warfare in the entire Octarius Orc star system. It became evident that the impenetrable line was utterly insufficient. On the dark side of the Empire, separated by the Great Rift, there was a lack of military might to thwart either the green-skinned orcs or the Tyranids. Perhaps to assuage the region's concerns regarding disheartening news, Matthew continued, "My lord, there is no need for worry. Though the Tyranids are gradually gaining the upper hand in Octarius, the orcs are capable of holding out for quite some time. Our fleet remains vigilant, constantly monitoring the situation there. Once we eliminate the immediate threats and expel the malevolent entities from the subspace, we will be able to consolidate the Empire's strength and possess adequate military resources to address the issues arising from Octarius." Gilliman, after contemplating Matthew's words in silence for an extended period, long enough for Matthew to ponder whether he should excuse himself and leave the regent with his thoughts, finally spoke. "Do you believe the threat to humanity's extinction will emerge from Octarius?" The reason for such a question from a demigod puzzled Matthew greatly. The Empire faced numerous adversaries, and it was a widely accepted notion among the Empire's high command that the most lethal threats originated from the warp. While it was true that the Tyranids and Orcs posed persistent dangers to the Empire had triumphed over them on numerous occasions. Matthew firmly believed that if the Empire resolved to act, it would surely vanquish these two alien races. As he was an ardent believer in the Emperor and did not entertain the notion of a swarm vast enough to eclipse the galaxy itself emerging from beyond the stars, "I do not believe they can extinguish humanity. The Emperor's light shines upon us, and in moments of dire crisis, his radiance only grows brighter. Was it not the unparalleled power of the Emperor that defeated the traitors and demons in previous battles?" Matthew candidly expressed his thoughts. Gilliman hesitated again, uncertain whether to share the concept that had arisen in his mind with Matthew. The thought of this fervent believer potentially misinterpreting the situation compelled him to remain silent. With the threats facing the Empire escalating, the Astartes, the strongest force of the human empire, were excessively dispersed. "I believe it is time for a change," he declared. "To reorganize the scattered Astartes chapters into a legion model to better confront the Empire's foes." Gilliman was not merely discussing, but had already issued his command. "I shall execute your will, my lord. In all matters, I will support you," Matthew replied, bowing humbly. "I have a task for you," Gilliman continued. "To death and beyond. My lord, I will establish an expeditionary fleet, akin in scale to that of the unyielding expedition, though this fleet shall possess even greater military strength than those former detachments. I will speak with the Battle Sisters and the Adeptus Custodes, persuading them to join this fleet. And you?" Matthew did not raise his gaze, yet he sensed the fervent gaze of the demigod seemingly searing his very soul. "You are entrusted with leading this fleet towards the Octalius star region. I shall steadfastly defend the impervious line of the Empire, as long as I draw breath," No Tyranid swarm shall breach that domain to threaten the Empire. Matthew sensed a revelation from the demigod's inquiry. He understood that the demigod required him to guard against the Tyranids emerging from the Octalius star region, safeguarding the Empire's territories on the other side of the Great Rift. No, I believe you have misunderstood my intent. Your focus must be on the green-skinned orcs. You must remain vigilant, constantly assessing their strength. Are the orcs a threat? Does the demigod foresee a resurgence of the beastly wars? How could this be, when all intelligence indicates that the Tyranids hold a significant advantage? Matthew found himself perplexed by the demigod's reasoning. Yet he soon grasped that the demigod's wisdom was beyond his comprehension. You must pay attention to the unique individuals among them. Should any situation arise that threatens to spiral out of control, or should you sense an extreme danger, contact me immediately. I shall personally lead the fleet to your side. Chapter 186. A minor misunderstanding on the Uvis arc. The silhouette of Matthew vanished from Gilliman's sight, leaving him uncertain about the validity of his command. Yet, that fervent notion resurfaced, offering its commendation. The Xenos were utterly untrustworthy. All green-skinned orcs of Octarius must be eradicated. If this concept indeed stemmed from his father, what could possibly be the rationale? During his audience with the Emperor, he recognized that the remnants of humanity within the Emperor were scant. The Emperor regarded himself as a mere instrument. How could such an entity concern itself with a remote region's green-skinned orcs? After all, when assessing the present circumstances, the dire threats confronting the Imperium of Man bore no relation to the greenskins of Octarius. In due time, they might very well be consumed by the Tyranid swarm. Casting a glance at the Book of Logia beside him, curiosity prompted Gilliman to pick it up and delve into its contents with earnestness. To him, having dispatched such a formidable fleet, with the unyielding Watch and the Black Templars among the Space Marine chapters present, maintaining stability within the star system seemed manageable, unless Abaddon himself led a vast host to their doorstep. While Gilliman immersed himself in reading, the Uvis arc of the Eldar glided silently at the edge of the Octarius sector. Over the past few centuries, this arc world had grown significantly, its population swelling, and the number of warships doubling to over 1,500, with military strength having expanded accordingly. The reason for this rapid growth was a sorrowful one. It stemmed not from its own development, but from the intake of refugees from other Eldar arcs. The galaxy is a perilous and merciless expanse, capable of sinking even the mightiest of arc worlds. As a refugee from the Malantai arc, the war leader Iriel Ishira faced initial rejection from the local inhabitants upon her arrival at the Uvis Arkansas. Though the local Eldar feigned cordiality, an invisible ceiling of exclusion remained. In critical positions and matters, the residents of Uvis Arc did not truly engage with her in frankness. She could comprehend this. The Uvis Arc had taken in a multitude of Eldar refugees out of a sense of kinship. Yet the limited expanse of the Arc meant that a burgeoning population led to diminished resources. Consequently, many from the Arc opted to leave and become Eldar pirates, seeking adventure while living on their own terms. 3 centuries had passed. Although a ceiling of promotion existed, for someone of Iriel's exceptional abilities, such a barrier was surmountable. Her competence was recognized through diligent efforts, and she ascended to become one of the decision-makers of the Arc. The Uvis Arc traversing the perilous Octarius sector bore her influence, for she harbored personal motives, driven by a thirst for vengeance. Centuries ago, her homeland, the Malanai Arc, was laid to ruin by the Tyranid swarm, a fate that was also a consequence of her own hubris, having underestimated the menace of these creatures. Indeed, the creations of chaos were the greatest foes of the Eldar. Yet the threats posed by the tangible world could not be dismissed lightly. She still vividly remembers the monstrous brainworm devouring the souls of her kin, a sight more avaricious and loathsome than the most greedy of demons. Regrettably, only a minority within the higher echelons of her people perceive the Tyranid as the primary threat, and they are scarcely represented among the leadership of the Uvis Arkansas. Her proposal to dispatch a fleet to assist the orcs of Octalius in combating the Tyranids was once again dismissed. Iriel could not recall how many times this had occurred, so often that fatigue began to settle in, to the extent that she impulsively contemplated defying orders and departing alone aboard the warships of the Malantai Arc to execute her battle plan. Standing at the entrance of the spaceport, she leaned against the smooth, white railing, observing the comings and goings of various spacecraft. Her gaze traversed beyond the smaller shuttles, landing on the larger warships laden with diverse energies and stellar weaponry. The shimmering optical camouflage slowly faded, revealing a rather unfamiliar elven cruiser entering the spaceport. Its unique design, unlike anything Ariel had encountered before, compelled her to study it further. Before long, she noticed a group disembarking from the vessel. At the forefront was a young girl clad in a prophet's robe, flanked by several attendants. A male elf, impeccably dressed, appeared more reminiscent of a seasoned poet than a warrior, save for the runic longsword at his waist. Another tall, red-haired woman, donned in the armor of a banshee, clutched her helmet as though perpetually prepared for battle. An adept in the warrior's path, Ariel squinted, discerning that apart from the leading prophet, the others had traversed far along the martial journey, achieving mastery. Was the young lady of a noble lineage merely indulging in life experiences? Were the others her protectors? How foolish to choose the path of a warrior at such a tender age, Ariel thought disdainfully. Suddenly, the young girl raised her head, their gazes intersecting. Ariel was momentarily taken aback. Even from such a distance, her keen eyesight allowed her to perceive the girl's beauty, radiant like the twinkling stars and the vibrant sun, particularly in those eyes that exuded not just beauty, but also a sense of hope. In that fleeting moment, Ariel found herself captivated, displaying a rare lapse in composure. Regaining her senses swiftly, Ariel felt a surge of anger. The prophet had dared to use psychic energy against her, a gross breach of etiquette and an act of hostility. Ariel, known for her fiery temperament and penchant for dueling at the slightest provocation, could not abide this affront. With a subtle exertion of her arm, she gracefully vaulted over the railing before her, her descent akin to a bird in flight. As she fell, her toes delicately touched the floating artistic embellishments. And after dissipating the force of her leap, Ariel descended from hundreds of meters above, landing lightly on the ground, accomplishing this feat solely through her physical prowess. Without any reliance on psychic energy, she strode purposefully towards the young prophet, halting approximately 3 meters away. With her head held high, she proclaimed loudly, "Child of the Ark of Maranthe, walker of the warrior's path, Aurelia Ashalia challenges the offender to a duel. Let the combat of the war god Cain bear witness to the rightful claim of glory." Osuvis was somewhat taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Her intuition was strong, and she had just sensed someone watching her, leading her to glance back, only to be confronted by the imposing challenger demanding a duel. The fierce wailing banshee, Talanda, who stood protectively behind her, responded, "Esteemed Aurelia Ashalia, I believe you have misunderstood our intentions. We meant no offense. As newcomers to the Ark of Uvis, we are still unacquainted with the local customs. I, Talanda of the Gale, son of Cananthal, extend my sincerest apologies to you." Chapter 187, Contest or Misunderstanding. Ariel's demeanor remained icy as she casually enchanted passers-by with her psychic energy. "I do not perceive this as a mere misunderstanding. Psychic energy is a weapon. What distinguishes it from being threatened by a sword? Are the inhabitants of the Cananthal Ark accustomed to greeting one another with blades?" Ariel's words caused Parpan to furrow his brow. He had never instructed Osuvis to wield her psychic energy in such a manner. Had her power unintentionally surged beyond her control? Lowering his gaze, Parpan exchanged a glance with Osuvis. Noticing the small prophet's fluster, he concluded that her actions were not deliberate. It seems he must incorporate additional lessons on psychic energy to ensure Osuvis can master her abilities at the earliest opportunity. Esteemed battle commander, this must surely be a misunderstanding. Our little Osuvis did not intend any offense. Her psychic aptitude is formidable, but she simply failed to control it and inadvertently affronted you. Parpan stepped forward, speaking with courtesy. "This indeed is our oversight. Poet Parpan extends his sincerest apologies to you." Ariel's expression softened considerably. She no longer bore the stance of one perpetually prepared for combat. Through the figures of Parpan and Tyrant, she glimpsed the petit Osuvis behind them, and her previously calming mood soured once more. The child who stirred trouble hid behind the adults, their protective wings casting a heavy shadow, preventing the fledgling from daring to soar. How ironic. Ariel remarked with a hint of sarcasm. In the upper echelons of the Ark, she observed many individuals of noble lineage occupying high positions. It cannot be said that they lack knowledge or capability to lead the Ark. However, in Ariel's eyes, they are woefully deficient in practical experience and a spirit of adventure. In this turbulent and perilous era, only through struggle can one hope for survival. Indeed, the prideful Osuvis discerned the subtext of Ariel's words. Her face flushing with indignation as she retorted, "I am not a fledgling, nor am I a child. I am in search of a prophecy to pursue my destined path." Ariel chuckled softly. "A child seeking a mission's prophecy? Do you possess 200 years of age? How many prophets have traversed this starry sea with their followers, striving for the future of our kin, while countless tribesfolk have been devoured by this merciless expanse, unable to reclaim even their soul stones?" My apologies if my words have caused offense. However, child, while ambition is commendable, relying solely on yourself, even within the arc, will render your journey immensely challenging. With that, Iriel ceased her laughter, regarding Osuvis with seriousness, believing that a dose of reality would be beneficial for the child's growth. I have discovered the prophetic mission. I witnessed change emerging from the orcs of Octarius, and I saw the fates of all races entangled. Osuvis, indeed a child at heart, blurted out everything upon being provoked by Iriel's remarks. A flicker of surprise crossed Iriel's face. A prophecy involving all races could be deemed a grand prophecy, one that would undoubtedly bear significant ramifications for the entire spirit race. Yet, judging by the status of the young prophet and her followers, this prophecy seemed to be of little consequence. Indeed, who would place credence in the prophecies of a mere child? Each day aboard the Ark of Uvis, renowned seers render their predictions, which have woven themselves into the tapestry of daily life for its inhabitants, becoming an integral part of the ordinary existence of the spiritual beings. Thus, this prophet named Osuis may merely have sensed something, elevating her intuition to the level of prophetic duty. This adventurous spirit is indeed admirable, yet it borders on recklessness. Child, I sense your profound sense of purpose. It is commendable for one so young to possess such a calling for your entire kin. However, Iriel wished to counsel Osuis to relinquish her aspirations. The resonant hum of a drawn rune blade interrupted her contemplation, as the self-proclaimed poet, Parpan, unsheathed his sword, declaring, I believe in Osuis. You should not doubt her prophecy. Words are futile. Let the duel with the god of war, Cain, determine right from wrong and honor from disgrace. It seemed as though fate had long since decreed this encounter. Once the duel was initiated, it was destined to unfold. Iriel narrowed her eyes. While she was not a seer, an inexplicable sensation told her that events were progressing toward an unforeseen direction. In the arena, Parkman brandished his rune blade with poise, while Iriel gripped her long-handled razor firmly. The cold gleam of ethereal light danced along the edge of the razor, a manifestation of high energy that rendered the blade nigh indomitable. Though this was not a life-and-death struggle, the use of combat weaponry heightened Iriel's focus. In contrast, Parkman circled Iriel with a leisurely grace, as if meandering through a tranquil garden. He was a master, having traveled far along the path of the warrior. Iriel, too, felt a surge of indignation. How could such a master condescend to be the subordinate of a mere girl? As her thoughts wavered, the rune blade seemed to transcend space itself, piercing toward Iriel. She felt the sharpness of the sword's tip pressing painfully against her armor. Employing her exceptional martial skills, Iriel parried the rune blade, propelling her razor forward, prompting Parpan to leap aside with agility. Both were adept warriors, their weapons clashing with precision, the two figures moving swiftly and gracefully. Osuis, observing from the sidelines, was entranced. Her own skills were not exceptional, and the high caliber of this combat left her struggling to follow the rapid movements. After a dazzling exchange, the victor was ultimately revealed. The fabric of Parkpan's robe was torn by the razor, yet his rune blade rested firmly against Iriel's throat. I concede, Iriel stated calmly, her visage betraying no hint of regret. Once their weapons were sheathed, she bowed respectfully to Parkpan. Master Parkpan, your extraordinary achievements shine as brilliantly as the stars in the night sky. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. If fate allows, I hope to befriend you and glean from your wisdom. You are too humble, Iriel of the battle path. I merely triumphed by chance, Parpan replied modestly, returning her bow. As fellow travelers on the path of the warrior, none of us are masters. I have simply journeyed a bit longer, that is all. I am immensely delighted to have the opportunity to meet Master Parkerpan. I sincerely apologize for my previous remarks, and I hold the utmost respect for. Iriel cast a glance at Osuvis, who was meticulously inspecting Parkerpan's robe for any signs of injury. I deeply honor the prophetic mission of the seer Osuvis and am willing to extend my assistance. I surmise that your visit to the Ark of Uvis is not without purpose, and as your host, it is incumbent upon me to extend the courtesy befitting my role. Osuvis shot an irritated glance at Iriel. She was petrified when the razor in her hand pierced Parkerpan's chest. Parkerpan gently stroked Osuvis's hair and replied, Certainly. I am grateful for your invitation, Commander Iriel, and we are more than willing to accept. Chapter 188. The Battle of Octaria. Iriel's abode was remarkably simple, yet spacious enough to accommodate the esteemed company of Osuvis and his entourage. The longevity of the elven race has bestowed upon many of them a wealth of skills, and Iriel took great pleasure in preparing a sumptuous feast. Not merely for Osuvis, but out of profound respect for Master Parpan. A venerable master, well-versed in multiple paths, commands great esteem in any arc. Once the meal concluded, Iroh graciously provided delightful pastries and beverages for Osuvis and his companions. As a member of the Ark's decision-making body, she was well endowed with resources. As I previously mentioned, Prophet Osuvis, in service to your prophetic mission, is there anything I can assist you with? Iroh inquired earnestly, seated before Osuvis. Osuvis felt a twinge of trepidation. Iroh's formidable presence was palpable when she assumed a serious demeanor. Encouraged by Park Pan's reassuring gaze, she began to elucidate the circumstances surrounding her visions. The genesis of her anxiety stemmed from a dream in which she beheld a group of towering, enormous, beasts engaged in combat against an endless host of adversaries. She sensed an undeniable connection between these formidable creatures and the fate of the elven race. With Park Pan's guidance, she embarked upon a voyage aboard an elven cruiser to unearth the truth behind her prophetic vision. Over the past year, they traversed the galactic web, seeking clues and encountering numerous green-skinned tribes. However, their multitude rendered it impossible for her to discern where the transformation might commence. A furrow formed upon her brow as she expressed her melancholy. Thus, they arrived at Octarius, the region in the galaxy most populated by orcs, who were recently embroiled in conflict with the Tyrannid swarm. It was a gamble she felt compelled to take. As they entered the stellar domain, her premonitions intensified. The threads of fate she perceived were so chaotic that they intertwined with all races. Her voice trembled as she spoke of the dread she felt, for she envisioned a cataclysm, a calamity that would engulf all races in its wake. After hearing Osuvis recount the intricate details, Iroh's expression darkened. This did not resemble a mission prophecy, but rather an apocalyptic foretelling, akin to jesters performing a grim dance. What you describe sends chills down my spine. What has transpired in Octarius of late? Iroh continued. Orcs evolve through battle. I once clashed with a chieftain during my prime. It was the most arduous fight I have ever faced. Without the cover fire from a ranger, I might not have survived. Reflecting on his encounters with orcs, Park Pan too felt a sense of apprehension. Indeed, significant events have unfolded recently. The battle in the Octarius sector has been prolonged, with many critical developments. I shall summarize the essence of the Octarius campaign. In brief, after humanity lured the Tyrannids into the fray, they initially suffered substantial losses, depleting vast quantities of biomass. Subsequently, the Great Devourer, having learned from its mistakes, altered its tactics, opting for guerrilla warfare against the orcs, skillfully amassing strength rather than engaging in direct confrontation. After an extended period of maneuvering, the Great Devourer finally amassed sufficient power. Its primary swarm fleet has arrived at the core star system of the Octarius Orc domain. The Octarius system, launching a comprehensive offensive against its main planet. The prolonged conflict with the green-skinned orcs has rendered the Great Devourer increasingly cunning and astute. It incessantly incited internal strife among the orcs, thereby obtaining a substantial amount of biomass, which bolstered its confidence to lavishly expend resources within Octaria. The war has been arduous and brutal, reaching a level where rivers of blood scarcely encapsulates the horror. Ultimately, the Great Devourer gained the upper hand. But just as it was poised to seize the main planet of the Octarius system, the colossal rock from the sky disrupted its strategy. The self-proclaimed prophet, the Bonebreaker, descended with his army, and under the leadership of a new, more formidable Wyak chief, the orcs' combat prowess surged, directly shattering the Great Devourer's assault. This marked the first battle of Octaria. Iriel paused to sip from her cup of water, reflecting on the situation. Do you believe this orc chieftain, the Bonebreaker, is the one foretold in your prophecies? Parker Pan inquired of Osuvis. He is indeed powerful and bears a striking resemblance, yet I remain uncertain, Osuvis replied, shaking his head, and continued to question Iriel. What transpired next? Was the Bonebreaker still leading the orcs against the Tyrannid swarm? Unexpectedly, the Bonebreaker led the majority of the strongest orcs away from Octaria, heading towards a planet named Armageddon. This planet, once the capital of the Orc Empire, held extraordinary significance for them, compelling the mightiest Bonebreaker to forsake the Octarius domain. After his departure, the Tyrannids found respite, regaining control over Octaria. Given the current circumstances, the outlook for the orcs is grim. The second battle of Octaria has commenced. Osuvis's tone grew somber. The new orc warlord, also referred to as the Great Overlord, continues to fight, while the Tyrannids exert pressure over the orcs with fleets numbering in the millions. The advantage of the Great Devourer is overwhelming, without external intervention. The orc overlord cannot sustain the struggle for long. Dear Commander Iriel, do you seem to lament the orcs' defeat? Are not the Tyrannids, like the orcs, hostile aliens to us? Their demise should bear no consequence for us, Talanda interjected, keenly perceptive of the emotional undertones. Indeed, I feel a pang of regret, for I loathe these Tyranids even more. They have ravaged my homeland, and I fervently wish for the orcs to eradicate them entirely. The previously courteous tone of Iriel now carried a palpable bitterness that chilled the atmosphere. However, given the current trajectory, it appears that the orcs are merely fodder for the Tyranid swarm, and the scale of the insects will only continue to expand. Unless an external force intervenes to assist the orcs, such as ourselves. Assist the orcs? This notion is excessively audacious, not only Osuvis, but even the typically composed Parker and exhibited a look of astonishment. It appears that since the celestial conflict, the elves have not collaborated with the orcs. So how could Iriel conceive such a remarkable idea? I must caution you, Iriel, even if you are fervently inclined to forge a temporary alliance with the orcs, their leader may merely contemplate whether your head would suitably adorn his trophy rack. They are far too violent, far too barbaric. I possess countless examples to substantiate this claim. Parker Pan stated earnestly. I am aware, Master Parker Pan, Iriel replied courteously. At this moment, I believe the arrival of Prophet Osuvis here is not coincidental. She has reminded me of the importance of daring to pursue and to act upon what one believes is right. Iriel smiled, a rather unsettling smile. We need not collaborate with the orcs, rather, we can subtly guide them from the shadows, aiding them in gaining the upper hand. Chapter 189, The Piece, the Player, or the Board. Might I inquire, esteemed prophet, do you foresee that I shall stand beside the orcs, assisting them in becoming ever stronger? Iriel maintained her serene smile, as she gently posed the question to Osuvis. Osuvis lowered her gaze, seemingly hesitant to meet Iriel's eyes. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. I am uncertain, yet, ever since I boarded the Ark of Uvis, I have felt as if I am being driven by some unseen force. Indeed, it appears our sentiments align. At that time, I merely sought solace at the spaceport, and thus our paths converged. I have a proposal, esteemed prophet. I shall escort you to the Uvis Ark Council, where you may articulate your prophetic mission. Iriel's words ignited a spark of excitement within Osuvis, yet her spirits soon plummeted upon hearing Iriel's subsequent words. However, please trust me. No matter how eloquently you speak or how deeply you move them, they will still take no action. I have endeavored to guide the Ark of Uvis past Octarius. To draw attention to the orcs and the Tyranid swarm are two great adversaries, and this has consumed over a century. Any governing political system operates in such a manner. They pursue stability and abhor risk. Yet, do not despair. They will grant you the right to gather followers aboard the Arkansas. At this, Iriel smiled, and in that instant, all present understood, their astonishment directed towards her. Within the military framework of the Ark, a significant proportion of refugees hail from the Malant Ark. For during the Ark's most perilous times, those with superior physical prowess were more likely to survive. I shall rally them to join you as your followers. We can venture to the core star system of the Octarius domain and play a pivotal role. Esteemed prophet, is this part of your prophecy? Osuvis, overwhelmed by Iriel's commanding presence, found herself rendered speechless. Parker stepped forward, gently shielding Iriel's gaze, allowing Osuvis to regain her composure. Calm your mind. Feel with your heart and choose with your spirit. Even if you do not believe in yourself, trust in the choice I have made for you, Parker tenderly advised Osuvis. Taking a deep breath, Osuvis closed her eyes and summoned her psychic energies, striving to perceive the threads of destiny, to touch upon the prophecy she had envisioned. The threads of fate are a nebulous concept, often incomprehensible to the uninitiated, appearing as an enigmatic notion that blurs the line between truth and falsehood. However, to those truly powerful and adept in this realm, it becomes vividly apparent, much like gazing upon a towering mountain, unmistakably present and impossible to ignore. Yet, discerning the nature of fate proves exceedingly challenging for a psychic. Echoing the lines of the poem, one cannot recognize the true visage of Mount Lu, for one is enshrouded within its embrace. The prophet within the mountain cannot perceive the entirety of the landscape, and above the mountain, a notorious malevolent deity stirs chaos, complicating the act of prophecy even further. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Osuvis opened her eyes. The innocence and slight timidity in her gaze were replaced by a brilliance akin to twinkling stars. I concur with the proposal put forth by Irelsis, she declared, sensing that this was a fragment of prophecy. As her words resonated, laughter erupted from all present. Irel smiled in satisfaction at achieving her objective. Tyran beamed with affection. and Park Pan chuckled with relief at witnessing the growth of the prophet he had placed his hopes in. A sizable fleet of the spirit race was set to embark on their journey. Though their numbers paled in comparison to the greenskins and the swarm, their combat prowess was formidable. Some of their vessels were armed with weaponry preserved from the Celestial War. The perspective shifted away from the spirit race, soaring above to survey the entirety of the Octalius Orc star domain. Each day, this realm was engulfed in brutal warfare, with the advantage of the Great Devourer expanding with each passing second. Yet, the composed Great Devourer remained vigilant, sensing an increasing array of threats and instabilities encircling him. In the northern expanse of the star domain, he was compelled to deploy a multitude of swarm fleets, as the psionic brain insects designated for reconnaissance had detected the presence of the spirit race. Given the spirit race's inherent aptitude for camouflage and elusiveness, it was impossible to ascertain their exact numbers, necessitating the deployment of additional swarm fleets to counter any unforeseen events. The eastern region posed an even greater challenge, where a stationed swarm fleet had encountered a battalion of space phantoms and was subsequently annihilated. These metallic foes were the bane of the Great Devourer. Engaging them, regardless of the outcome, resulted in a loss of biomass. The formidable skeletal adversaries, with their main forces clashing against the swarm on the outskirts of the galaxy, significantly impeded the swarm's consumption of the cosmos. Thus, in this eastern sector, it was imperative to reserve a portion of powerful swarm fleets to guard against the relentless incursions of the space phantoms. To the south and west, the situation was relatively stable, as these areas bordered the human empire and posed little pressure. The Great Devourer contemplated dispatching several tendril fleets to launch assaults on the protruding territories of human-controlled regions, potentially restraining them while also expanding his dominion. However, an unexpected variable emerged on the southern battlefield, a newly ascendant Orc clan. The losses of 2 swarm fleets compelled the Great Devourer to allocate computational resources to assess whether the situation in the south would continue to deteriorate. A green and gold-hued energy beam had obliterated over 3,000 of his biological vessels. Such weaponry warranted serious consideration. Coupled with the extraordinary combat capabilities displayed by this new Orc clan, unprecedented in any recorded history, 2 tendril fleets had gleaned invaluable intelligence. The Great Devourer recognized the urgency of neutralizing the Orcs before they could unleash bizarre and devastating armaments that would inflict significant losses upon the swarm. The deceased collective consciousness transmitted the sensations of the fallen Tyran biological fleets, and he contemplated utilizing additional biomass to facilitate the evolution of the swarm fleets. This strategy could potentially counter the cascading collapse of genetic integrity that was not insurmountable. By merely augmenting the thickness of the exoskeleton and concurrently increasing the metal content within its crevices, one can effectively mitigate such extensive damage. If these weapons were solely classified as energy weapons, their impact on the swarm fleet would be significantly limited. The evolution of the swarm fleet in the southern star domain necessitates time, and the Great Devourer lacks sufficient forces to assault this newly emergent clan. Several Orc clans, posing a corresponding threat, have materialized, having been reinforced from other star domains. As long as the war persists, Orc fleets will continuously arrive from all corners of the galaxy. Furthermore, the collective consciousness requires a concentration of greater military strength to confront the Orc tyrant of the Octarius star system. Once this Orc overlord is vanquished, the resistance from the entire Orc star domain will diminish considerably. The Orcs, mired in chaos and civil strife, will cease to be a threat and instead become mere biomass. Chapter 190, The Choice of 3 in the Realm of the Starpoint Galaxy. Cheng Mingrue remained oblivious to the extensive intelligence possessed by the Great Devourer. Upon his arrival, the timeline he traversed was still embroiled in the fierce conflict between the Octalarius Tyranids and the Greenskins. As time has progressed, the situation has shifted dramatically, with the Great Devourer nearing total victory. Had he arrived earlier, he might have altered the course of events with his foreknowledge of the narrative. However, in his current predicament, he must rely solely on his own resources. One could only wonder whether the Bonebreaker had reached Armageddon. Should he have failed to transport a significant number of elite Orcs, the Greenskins would hold the advantage in the Octalarius system. Over the course of 6 months, Cheng Mingrue's clan in the Starpoint Galaxy had assimilated the indigenous Orcs and undergone substantial reconstruction. Additionally, the occasional straying pirate vessel had bolstered his fleet, which now approached a formidable count of 1,000 ships, including 400 capital ships and over 500 Orc warstones. This accumulation of strength afforded him the capability to embark on a Wyak expedition with approximately 2 billion greenskins. Having not engaged in battle for half a year, the greenskins across the galaxy were engulfed in a restless fervor. Their inherent agricultural nature allowed them to cultivate the land, yet their martial disposition prevented prolonged periods of peace. They were driven to seek new adversaries. Cheng Mingrue realized that without such an outlet, it would be challenging to quell the inevitable infighting among his subordinates. The reconnaissance fleet had yet to relay any information back, and the insights gleaned from the orc pirates who had inadvertently entered the Starpoint galaxy yielded little of value. In such a fog of war, Cheng Mingrue deemed it unwise to initiate an offensive. If possible, he preferred to cultivate for a while longer, amassing a larger fleet while awaiting more precise intelligence. According to verified reports, within a year's journey of the inertialist drive lay an orc star system, reputed to possess numerous habitable planets. Some of the pirate youths claimed that the Tyranids had devoured that system entirely, while others argued that battles still rage within its confines. Each side adamant in their beliefs. The discord among the differing opinions nearly escalated into conflict, had it not been for the cunning leadership of their commander. Cheng Mingrue now faced two options. The first was to activate the inertialist drive and venture towards the habitable orc star system. The second was to instigate a grand melee to allow the youths to release their pent-up energy. After contemplating for several minutes, Cheng Mingrue opted for a third course of action. He summoned the members of 500 cunning leaders' slaughter squads, who were all eagerly anticipating the expansion of their fleet. Having already caught wind of their commander's impending departure, this gathering might very well serve to allocate tasks and declare the objectives of the Wyak. However, Cheng Mingrue, with his mischievous intentions, was destined to disappoint them. I am preparing to lead the youths into the Wyak. Cheng Mingrue's declaration elicited a thunderous roar from the armored brutes of the slaughter squad. What did I say? A fight is imminent. Indeed. The Tyranids here are far too feeble. I am on the verge of losing my patience. Let us hope that our next foes are stronger, ideally akin to the Bonebreaker. For such battles are the most exhilarating for a Wyak. Observing the enthusiastic discussions among the large orcs below, Cheng Mingrue stood atop the platform with a mischievous smile. An idea struck him. The notion of launching an assault on one star system at a time was far too tedious. Moreover, each star system harbored only a scant number of foes, insufficient for their ambitions. Cheng Mingrue's words immediately resonated with the assembled orcs. The cunning leader acknowledged the truth in his statement. There were simply too few enemies to engage. What brilliant strategy do you propose, O great leader? We yearn for a proper battle, as I have not had the opportunity to fight recently. Whatever the plan, just command, and I shall follow your lead. Seeing that the orcs were intrigued, Cheng Mingrue felt a mix of amusement at their naivety and a desire to further entice them. Only the mightiest greenskins can wage the most glorious battles. Do you not agree? The orcs nodded in unison. Thus, my plan is to divide and conquer. Each orc shall command a few vessels and launch separate assaults on the enemy star systems. With their own fleets, no one else can steal the glory. And they can fight to their heart's content. Cheng Mingrue articulated the first step of his nefarious scheme. He considered that while these orcs were powerful in numbers, the fall of several star systems would be inconsequential to the Great Devourer. The flames of war needed to be stoked more fiercely to truly inflict pain upon their adversaries. Moreover, conquering a star system did not necessarily require an overwhelming force of greenskin warriors. Many orc systems remained embroiled in conflict, and what they sought was not mere reinforcement, but a legendary leader to descend from the heavens and rally them to decimate the alien hordes. Of course, risks were inherent in this strategy. A single ancient warship, accompanied by 2 to 3 million greenskins, and a few auxiliary vessels and orc behemoths, would amount to around 5 million at most. If they could land intact on a planet, Cheng Mingrue believed that his lieutenants might just achieve miracles, slaying the Tyranid combatants in droves. However, facing a multitude of Tyranid bioships, even a handful of orc vessels would seem rather insubstantial. Yet, this was a gamble. Cheng Mingrue intended to dispatch between 50 to 80 flotillas, as long as more than 10 orcs could rally to slay the foes. The results would far exceed the efficiency of a singular, methodical assault. This was merely the first step. The second would be to unite these greenskin star systems, creating a steadfast support base for the ongoing war against the alien swarm. This would necessitate the establishment of a cross-system Wyak movement, fostering a collective acknowledgement among the greenskins that the cunning leader was the strongest, the most dominant, and the epitome of Wyak. These dispatched flotillas would serve as instruments of the cunning leader's renown. Upon hearing that they could command their own fleets, many orcs erupted in cheers, for until now, only Kid and Dio had possessed such privilege. With so many orcs now presented with the opportunity, how could they not be exhilarated? No one would encroach upon their glory. It was their fleet, their whack. Some of the larger individuals, however, refrained from joining in the cheers. After exchanging meaningful glances for an extended period, the copper-headed leader stepped forward. Sly leader, we yearn to follow you, whack. There is no greater thrill than to accompany you, whack. We have no need for ancient relics. Should the fleet require more ancient artifacts, we are more than willing to assist in their creation. Please do not cast us aside. Chapter 191. Branching out Copperhead, this fellow is recklessly audacious and rather uncouth, possessing a poor reputation and standing among his peers in the realm of the greenskins. He frequently usurps the enjoyment of other formidable brutes. Having engaged in combat with no fewer than 400 of the 500 heavily armored warriors in the slaughter squad. However, perhaps due to his association with Chang Mingrue during their wa'ak through the cosmic realms of the Necromancer dynasty, he has evolved from a mere lad into a formidable giant. He harbors deep admiration for the cunning chieftain and is genuinely loyal to Chang Mingrue. Warriors of his mindset are not uncommon within the ranks of the slaughter squad. After all, do not all orcs revel in the wa'ak? Chang Mingrue had not anticipated such a turn of events and thus inquired, those who wish to remain, raise your hands. Witnessing a fraction of the colossal brutes lifting their right hands, a wave of emotion surged within Chang Mingrue. In the harsh society of the greenskins, where affection is a rarity and laws are but a myth, violence, slaughter, and unbridled chaos dominate the conduct of most greenskins. Given this cultural backdrop, the number of greenskin chieftains raising their hands in response to Chang Mingrue's query was astonishing. Chang Mingrue felt a tinge of bitterness in his nose and quickly pinched it, murmuring, "Those who wish to stay must heed my commands. I intend to construct some things here, and laziness shall not be tolerated." Upon hearing of the option to stay, Copperhead was the first to roar with exuberance. Observing these ferocious orc brutes cheering like children, Chang Mingrue silently etched this moment of inspiration into his memory. Contemplating further, he decided that since the desires of the greenskins varied, it would be best to let them branch out on their own while he retained the most loyal and obedient among them. In the future, as the scale of warfare expands, the society of the greenskins would need to become increasingly orderly. Only an effective organizational structure could harness the boundless numbers of the greenskins. Initially, Chang Mingrue had intended to conduct a trial to select the strongest greenskin chieftains, distributing ancient Titan ships to enable them to launch surprise assaults on corresponding star systems. Upon realizing this, he called upon Kukka to send out a mass communication, inviting the young warriors to volunteer and organize fleets of ancient Titans for departure. He resolved to refrain from concerning himself with how the youngsters formed their teams, planning instead to stabilize in the starting star system for another 6 months to undertake significant construction projects. With 3 habitable planets in the starting star system, it would be unwise to depart without establishing some infrastructure. Under Kukka's persuasion, the local greenskin youths were swiftly transformed into skilled technicians with remarkable efficiency. After all, there had been numerous instances proving that whenever Kukka claimed a lad possessed technical aptitude, it invariably turned out to be true. Moreover, the greenskins brought by Chang Mingrue, akin to the Mok Sekai, had annihilated the creatures of the sea, leading the local greenskins to believe that joining the Screw clan was an incredibly advantageous opportunity. Various mines across the 3 planets were opened, and countless minerals were loaded onto the backs of the industrious thugs, who transported the resources into newly established orc workshops. In the Beast Workshop, a creature resembling an insatiable monster continuously devoured various minerals, while on the other side, an array of parts and machinery were being dispatched from the workshop. A multitude of Orcish equipment was being meticulously crafted, enhancing the overall quality of the Screw clan's armaments. In the vastness of space, countless materials and components were being transported, and the ancient Goliath, burdened with engineering tasks, was constructing an enormous structure as part of Chang Mingrue's infrastructure initiative, a space shipyard. The greatest advantage of the Tyrannid swarm in cosmic warfare lies in the sheer number of warships, prompting Chang Mingrue's intention to produce more vessels to bridge this disparity. Not only were space shipyards being established within the galaxy, but similar Orc Goliath shipyards were also commencing operations in the asteroid belt on the outskirts of the starting star system. These shipyards were designed with simplicity in mind. Resembling hollow cylinders, Chang Mingrue operated a colossal engineering Goliath, standing atop a meteorite observing a fleet of Orcish Goliath ships departing from the internal cockpit. This fleet was notably larger than usual, comprising over 20 vessels, marking it as the largest orc fleet to set sail. This was Dio's fleet, following Chung Mingrue's mass communication. One of his two major lieutenants, Kid, chose to remain with him, while Dio opted to depart. According to their prior agreement, Dio was entitled to take 50 Goliaths. Yet he only claimed 20, leaving the rest as a gesture of goodwill for the cunning leader. During this period of infrastructure development in the starting star system, heavy-duty brutes frequently piloted Goliaths in pursuit of their wayak, and Cheng Mingrue felt no regret, sincerely wishing for their continued success in their endeavors. Each orc leader would come to bid farewell to Cheng Mingrue upon their departure, and he would genuinely express, "May Gork and Mork be with you," blessing your wayak with joy and exuberance. Many of the brutes, upon hearing Chung Mingrue's words, would respond with hearty laughter, proclaiming, with the cunning leader's words, "I believe I can surely conquer every foe and vanquish every bug." Dio's departure without a farewell puzzled Cheng Mingrue, yet he still watched him leave, extending his blessings. On the bridge of his flagship, Dio sat in the captain's chair, his gaze fixed intently on the screen before him. Having followed the cunning leader for so long, he had grown to be one of the slowest in stature among the lieutenants, standing just over 3 meters tall. He observed the engineering Goliath of the cunning leader on the screen, though he could not discern the driver within. He instinctively knew it had to be the cunning leader himself, who was unaware of the cunning leader's notorious workaholism. His engineering mechs operated on shifts, and even when repairs were needed, the cunning leader remained steadfast in his duties. Dio did not wish to bid farewell to the cunning leader in person. His fondness for him was profound, yet he feared that a face-to-face farewell might make him reluctant to depart. As an orc, a formidable warrior, one cannot perpetually fight in the shadow of the cunning leader. That shadow looms excessively large, providing a sense of security, yet potentially stunting personal growth. Thus, Dio resolved to lead his own fleet into the unknown, aspiring to achieve remarkable victories that would instill pride in the cunning leader. How splendid it would be to possess accomplishments worthy of boasting even before such a leader. Cheng Mingrue remained oblivious to Dio's subtle intentions. He silently observed as Dio's fleet ventured into hyperspace, murmuring in Chinese, "Dio, I wish you a smooth journey." After Dio's fleet had completely vanished from view, Cheng Mingrue paused for a moment before commencing his tasks for the day. Chapter 192, Refinement of the Dimensional Canon. Cheng Mingrue's engineering marvel, the mechanical behemoth, is nearing completion on this fragment of a meteorite. Out of the 5 propulsion units designed for have been installed, only one remains before propulsion can commence. Each time Cheng Mingrue harnesses his mechanical prowess, he finds the strength of this talent astonishing. Whenever he contemplates a solution, the relevant technologies and manufacturing methods effortlessly emerge from the depths of his mind, as if his hands have been trained with millennia of muscle memory, allowing him to materialize what he envisions with ease. Moreover, he has clearly discerned that his innate talent surpasses that of ordinary technicians and engineers, with only Kid and Dio occasionally exceeding him in their respective fields of expertise. His mechanical talent is formidable, yet it does not reach a level unattainable by other orc engineers. Sparks erupted from the mechanical arm of the behemoth as the 5th propulsion unit was successfully welded, with Cheng Mingrue's manufacturing speed accelerating further, requiring fewer propulsion units to maneuver the meteorite. Other orc technicians and engineers would need at least 8 to 10 propulsion units to shift such a massive meteorite, and their construction timeline would be twice as long. With a resounding boom, Cheng Mingrue's mechanical behemoth instantaneously teleported to the shipyard within the hollow cylindrical structure. After securing the behemoth, he utilized his psychic energy to transport himself into the operational chamber of the shipyard. The engineer, Crooked Mouth, was overseeing operations, commanding a colossal orc stone being processed within the shipyard. Numerous mechanical arms of varying sizes were penetrating the meteorite's surface, installing essential components such as space battleship cannons and torpedo launchers. Were it not for the patchwork appearance of the mechanical arms and the frequent repairs being conducted by technicians, the scene would radiate a high-tech, sci-fi aesthetic. Simultaneously, many technicians were utilizing the most rudimentary tools, drills, wrenches, and sledgehammers, to execute in-depth manufacturing processes, such as reinforcing the battleship's internal framework and installing radar systems and hyperspace engines. The juxtaposition of the sci-fi and fantastical elements created a visually stunning tableau. "How is the output at shipyard number 3? Cheng Mingrue inquired as he approached Crooked Mouth, positioning himself in a manner that would not disrupt his work. While issuing commands from the screen in front of him, Crooked Mouth shouted into his communicator, "You lot in Sector 5. You've misaligned the welds. The keel is off by 0.3 degrees. Adjust immediately. Who trained those incompetent assistants?" Observing the technicians he had scolded promptly adjusting the angle, Crooked Mouth finally responded to Chang Mingrue's question. "We're producing 1 cruiser-class Orkstone per day and a battleship class every 3 days. Of course, the shipyard is not yet fully expanded. Once it is, production capacity can increase by an additional 20%. Nodding in satisfaction, Chang Mingrue was pleased with the current output. In the grand construction plan, 5 of these cylindrical shipyards are to be built, complemented by 3 large shipyards in planetary orbit. If the production capacity of the origin system is fully activated, a continuous stream of warships can be produced. Indeed, your ingenuity is commendable, and the completion of this Ork battleship is remarkably advanced. Let us unveil it, while the remaining progress can be entrusted to the younger crew members." Upon receiving Chang Mingrue's command, the Ork battleship's mechanical arms retracted, the engines ignited, and the vessel began to glide forward, emerging from the hollow barrel structure of the shipyard. Once the shipyard was vacated, Chang Mingrue pressed a button on his power armor, prompting the Ork battleship, now equipped with engines, to navigate toward the shipyard's entrance. Due to its considerable size, the Ork battleship inadvertently shoved aside other vessels queued to enter the shipyard, provoking curses from the technicians aboard those ships. Yet, they were powerless to intervene and could only watch as Chang Mingrue cut in line. This particular battleship was specifically procured for testing new weaponry. Chang Mingrue felt little remorse for his line cutting. After all, as the leader, what harm was there in such an act? Behold this. With that, Chang Mingrue transmitted his concepts, design ideas, and underlying logic related to the new weapon directly to the screen before Yazue. During the Ork battleship's approach to the shipyard, Yazue quickly perused the details. The dimensional oscillation cannon? The design concept was indeed intriguing. I learned about it from the technicians in the Origin star system. It was devised by their unscrupulous leader. Upon further research, I discovered that the theory hinges on generating powerful energy oscillations across lower dimensions, creating ripples that inflict harm upon enemies. Given that the destructive effect stems from spatial rifts caused by dimensional oscillations, conventional shields and armor are rendered utterly ineffective. The lethality is substantial. However, as Chang Mingrue, with the meticulousness of a scientist, began to elucidate his creation, he noted the drawbacks. The requirement for immense energy to induce dimensional vibrations necessitates installation on a colossal platform, thereby constraining the operational range of the dimensional oscillation cannon. Furthermore, as it is a weapon designed for area attacks, the oscillatory ripples diminish in potency over distance. While effective in ground combat, its range appears inadequate in the realm of space warfare. Yazue, though unattractive in appearance, possessed a sharp intellect and swiftly articulated the concerns Chang Mingrue had identified. Using the dimensional oscillation cannon against enemy ships at close quarters could indeed be viable, yet the energy consumption is rather excessive. After equipping an ancient battleship with the dimensional oscillation cannon, it would scarcely accommodate any additional energy weapons. Following his analysis, Yazue suggested, "I believe constructing a few of these battleships would suffice. They could serve as the spearhead for naval charges or as heavy-hitting vessels to decimate swarms of foes. The adversaries often employ brute force against our ships, so let us retaliate in kind." However, Chang Mingrue countered Yazue's proposal. "I have conceived a new theory. By employing a phased array approach, we can project the oscillatory waves of the dimensional oscillation cannon in a straight line, which would not only extend the range but also concentrate the firepower, enhancing its penetrative capabilities." A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Yazue's eyes, and upon reflection, he recognized the efficacy of this method. He exerted a forceful tug on the screen before him, connecting it to the backpack behind him, his hands briskly tapping calculations upon the display. "We can assume the output of a reactor to be 100, of which typically 30 to 40 is allocated to the engine compartment and thrusters. The remaining energy consumption can be the energy designated for the dimensional cannon can be. If we design the weapon in this manner." Chang Mingrue's power armor projected a virtual image, presenting his various ideas and designs in a more intuitive manner, facilitating a clearer understanding for the crooked-mouthed individual. The crooked-mouthed observer glanced at the screen in his hand, then raised his gaze to Chang Mingrue's virtual model, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 193, Departure of the Fleet. I pondered. "Oh, cunning leader. You truly are a genius." The crooked mouth seemed to twist a bit further, as he expressed his admiration after calculating and validating Cheng Mingrue's design twice. Cheng Mingrue did not take pride in this compliment. The ease with which knowledge and ideas came to him made him feel as though his formidable intellect did not belong to him. It was as if the younger members of his clan grew increasingly brilliant with every thought he shared. We face numerous enemies, and our weaponry must diversify to confront these increasingly complex foes. The Tyranid's genetic technology has reached extraordinary heights and evolves rapidly. They adapt to new weapons with remarkable speed. This is precisely why Cheng Mingrue was more inclined to dedicate his time to research and development. I envision the new weapon should take on such a form, with enhanced coils to improve functionality and concentration. The overall design resembles the original dimensional cannon, yet the launch head transforms from a curved shape into an open form. Inside lies a gathering ring. When the curved sphere opens, revealing the inner accumulation ring, it becomes a penetrating dimensional cannon. Its range and power rival that of the Zhiji cannon, but unlike the latter, it will not have its damage diminished by heavy armor or defensive shields. When the arc closes and reverts to a sphere, it becomes the original dimensional cannon, capable of inflicting area damage at close range. Cheng Mingrue's hands moved up and down on the virtual projection, showcasing this new model of the dimensional cannon. The crooked mouth, akin to a diligent student, observed intently and recorded notes on his terminal. Once Cheng Mingrue concluded his explanation, he excitedly exclaimed, "What a splendid design! We can promote this. New ships can be equipped with a dimensional cannon as their main artillery, rendering the Zhiji cannon obsolete. Go ahead and construct it." "Let us first build an experimental vessel," Cheng Mingrue replied. "A comprehensive transition will take time. New weapons must be validated on the battlefield, and we cannot rely on a singular type of weapon as it becomes vulnerable to countermeasures. Additionally, I must contemplate how to modularize the Gauss weaponry of the rib bones." As the green-skinned forces grew in number, Cheng Mingrue not only became more astute but also more composed, considering matters with greater thoroughness. The crooked mouth had long regarded the cunning leader as an idol. He nodded and reconnected the screen to the control panel, commencing operations of the shipyard's robotic arms to construct a new orc battleship based on Cheng Mingrue's blueprints. In subsequent trials, the new dimensional cannon battleships exhibited combat capabilities that met Cheng Mingrue's expectations, sinking a heavy cruiser with a well-placed shot. However, due to the high production costs and energy consumption, Cheng Mingrue did not intend to produce them in large quantities. After constructing 100 dimensional cannon battleships and equipping the cunning leader's flagship with a large dimensional cannon, he ceased further expansion. A year had passed in the starting point galaxy, and those who intended to leave had mostly departed with their ancient relics. The majority of those who exited were the orc pirates who had mistakenly wandered into the starting point galaxy. Loyalty issues undoubtedly arose from not being nurtured by their own kind. The number of orc warlords who departed far exceeds the 50 to 80 that Cheng Mingrue initially anticipated. He had originally intended to hold a competition to select the leaders, but once the restrictions were lifted, more than half of his slaughter squad abandoned him, leaving only 200, including the Copperhead warlord. Additionally, some ordinary warlords, such as Ironclaw, also gathered their followers and left. Ironclaw, having been struck down by Cheng Mingrue, suffered significant disheartenment and resolved to seek out a more intense whack to hone his skills. The warships taken by these warlords likely number between 500 and 800, a figure Cheng Mingrue did not fully account for, thus rendering it somewhat ambiguous. Coupled with the high output of the newly established shipyards, Cheng Mingrue felt little regret over the loss of these vessels. Even with so many ships taken, the fleet under his command continues to grow rapidly. Aside from the notorious sneaky warlord, there are 300 ancient gigabattleships, of which 100 are outfitted with the new dimensional cannons. The fleet also boasts 500 cruisers, most equipped with ram horns, while a select few are armed with the orc star cannons. The largest contingent consists of 200 orc monoliths, which possess considerable combat strength. However, due to the unreliable nature of hastily constructed stone vessels, they could potentially become wrecks after a single battle, effectively counting as half a cruiser. As for smaller destroyers and frigates, there are none. Such diminutive ships are beneath the orcs' regard. Cheng Mingrue finds this particularly vexing, as a complete fleet necessitates a substantial number of smaller vessels for escort duties, reconnaissance, and minesweeping. Yet, each time he orders the construction of small warships, his subordinates invariably miscalculate, resulting in a small vessel being overproduced into a cruiser. Alas, perfection is a rare commodity. During his extensive tenure in the Starting Star system, Chang Mingrui has not only amassed a formidable fleet but has also constructed a defensive perimeter within the asteroid belt, hollowing out many asteroids to serve as defensive platforms. Aware of the formidable vitality of the green-skin spores, Chang Mingrui scattered a considerable number throughout the asteroid belt to widen the defensive circle, given time. These asteroids will sprout new greenskins. Chang Mingrui genuinely regards the starting star system as his primary base for construction and management. However, despite his aspirations for further development, time has run its course, and the orcs must engage in warfare. Fortunately, he has gathered sufficient intelligence during this period. Within a year, the greenskins indeed faced defeat, and the system is on the verge of being overrun by the Tyranid swarm. Yet, in a twist of fate, just as the Tyranids were voraciously consuming the biological resources of the system, a fleet of Dark Eldar pirates launched a surprise attack on the Tyranid forces. This devastating raid inflicted significant damage upon the Tyranid fleet, allowing the Dark Eldar to capture a multitude of orc slaves before making their hasty retreat. Such is the nature of the Dark Eldar, in their desperate bid to escape the relentless consumption of their souls by depravity. They devised a method to replenish their spiritual losses through the anguish of other souls. Thus, the Dark Spirit clan has been tirelessly amassing slaves throughout the galaxy, tormenting them as the most terrifying of interstellar pirates. It appears that the recent demands for souls and slaves from the Dark Spirit clan have intensified, compelling them to seize spoils from the Tyranid swarm. After capturing their slaves, the Dark Spirit clan swiftly retreated from the battlefield using their technologically advanced warships at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, before the Tyranid fleet could regain its composure, rifts in subspace tore open, heralding the arrival of a vast orc fleet, seemingly in pursuit of the Dark Spirit vessels. Upon entering the realm of reality, the orcs found no sign of the Dark Spirits, but instead encountered the Tyranids, which delighted them even more. Consequently, disregarding the fleeing Dark Spirits, they engaged in combat with the Tyranid swarm. Chapter 194. The Colossal Beast. Thus, in this star system aptly named Abundance, the orcs once again clashed fiercely with the Tyranids. In the short term, it seemed nearly impossible to determine a victor. Even if the Tyranids emerged triumphant, it would take time for them to amass a sufficiently formidable fleet. This interval would be ample for Chang Mingrui's fleet to arrive in the Abundance system and deliver a devastating blow to the Tyranids within. Before departing, Chang Mingrui had one task to delegate. The Origin Star system required a trustworthy individual to safeguard it and continually replenish the strength of his fleet. While there were numerous loyal greenskins, only one could be relied upon to fulfill Chang Mingrui's directives: Rambo, the leader of the Special Operations Unit. Rambo, I entrust the Origin Star system to you. You must defend this place for the Screw Clan. Accelerate the construction of defensive facilities. I expect the defenses on platforms 1 to 3 to be robust enough to obliterate any number of insects that dare to approach. Transforming the Origin Star system into a fortified bastion and shipbuilding center was a plan Chang Mingrui had firmly established. Rest assured, Commander, Rambo replied, his physique having grown more imposing. His muscular upper body gave him the appearance of a typical orc, albeit with a slight hunch. However, each time he received orders from the cunning leader, he would stand tall and salute. Chang Mingrui scratched the shoulder of Hulse, saying, after we leave, Hulse, you will stay here. Rambo, you must ensure his safety. Before Rambo could respond, Hulse let out a sharp squeal and bit Chang Mingrui's neck. Though it did not break the skin, it was quite painful, and he had bitten down hard. I won't stay here. I want to go with the cunning leader for the Wyak. Chang Mingrui pulled Hulse down, who was currently in his Scrog form. Holding the little dog like Hulse, Chang Mingrui said, battling the insects is perilous. It is dangerous for you to accompany me. Here, there is a fortress and a comprehensive air defense system. It is much safer. If a greenskin doesn't Wyak, can he still be called a greenskin? Hulse retorted, countering Chang Mingrui's prepared argument with a single sentence. I do not wish for your demise, nor do I want you to meet your end before my eyes like the clever one did. Chang Mingrui finally said after a prolonged silence, I am not afraid of death. I want to slay countless insects to avenge the clever one. Although Hulse had never voiced it, Chang Mingrui could tell that he cherished the clever one deeply. They had often played together, forging a profound bond of friendship. Once you are gone, there will be nothing left. You will never again experience the joy of living, savor the delicious, juicy Scrog, partake in the Blood Bowl Scrog matches, or see me and all the orcs you hold dear. As the orc leader, Chang Mingrui, who usually spoke with coarse language, expressed himself with an unusually gentle tone. Now it was Hulse's turn to fall silent. He resembled a petulant child, mumbling for a long while before finally uttering, "Although, death is truly terrifying. I still want to enjoy delicious food and engage in games. However, I simply want to follow the cunning leader when I am with you. The things I fear become far less daunting." Cheng Mingrui gently placed his hand atop Or's head, caressing it softly. Or too was caught in a web of conflicting thoughts. Fearing that the fish swimming into the vast ocean would never grow, realizing that excessive protection could also be misguided. Eventually, Cheng Mingrui sighed and said, "You can follow me, but you must obey." "I will certainly obey," Or replied, nodding his head with the speed of a woodpecker, regardless of whether Or spoke the truth. Cheng Mingrui resolved to equip him with the finest armor and tools. He utilized Kukka's collective psychic communication to inform all the greenskins that anyone departing from the starting star system after the slippery leader must heed Rambo's commands. The significance Cheng Mingrui placed on Rambo deeply moved him, and he silently vowed to not only fulfill the slippery leader's orders but also to expand the influence of the Screw clan further. Soon, the time to embark arrived. Cheng Mingrui was confident that with nearly 2,000 orc warships at his command, no matter how dire the circumstances in the fertile star system, victory was within reach. Centered around the slippery leader, a powerful energy radiated outward, resembling a membrane. Outside the membrane lay the conventional universe, while the physical constants within began to alter, rendering Newtonian mechanics nearly laughable. Under ordinary circumstances, a vehicle's sudden acceleration or braking would cause passengers to lean back or lurch forward, and high-speed aircraft would subject pilots to several Gs of pressure, risking irreversible harm. However, within the membrane, regardless of the speed of the vehicle or aircraft, passengers remained unaffected, as if in a state of stillness. Inertia was nullified, allowing the spacecraft to accelerate infinitely with minimal energy, even surpassing the speed of light. Once the membrane enveloped the entire orc fleet, the massive armada vanished, moving at velocities untraceable by light. For this superluminal journey, Cheng Mingrui opted for the inertialess engine. Initially reluctant to use it due to its relatively slower pace on a cosmic scale compared to subspace travel. Yet, as time progressed, not only did he grow increasingly astute, his ranks swelling with more and more greenskins admiring the slippery leader's prowess, but his comprehension of necrotechnology also deepened. By enhancing the output of the inertialess engine, he transformed a year-long journey into a mere 5 months, a time frame he found acceptable. However, he acknowledged that for the next journey, the inertialess engine could not be employed again. Subspace travel would be necessary. Otherwise, how many years would it take to eradicate all the pests in the vast Octarius sector using merely the inertialess engine? Their destination, the fertile star system, originally boasted 6 orc planets. War had rendered one into a desolate wasteland, while the previous orc fleet's counterattack reclaimed 2 planets, leaving 3 under the dominion of the Tyrannid swarm, which was actively consuming them. Numerous Tyrannid bioships, resembling balloons, hovered above the planets, siphoning up the biological material, water, air, and everything else they required through colossal tubes thicker than mountains. Once absorbed, these materials were transformed into more easily utilized primal biomass to sustain larger Tyrannid organisms. Imagine a grotesque sphere, exceeding 300 kilometers in diameter, devoid of eyes or a brain, yet possessing a terrifyingly vast maw. As the Tyrannid bioships approached, it unfurled its gaping mouth, lined with razor-sharp teeth resembling a black hole, and devoured them whole. The act of consumption was thorough and meticulous. Not a single drop of blood was spilled. The immense swallowing sound reverberated like an earthquake, akin to thunder. For never had such a horrifying creature manifested even in the most dreadful nightmares of ordinary mortals. The human empire had yet to encounter such a being. Within the Tyrannid race, it bore a unique designation, translatable as the matriarch, brood mother, or simply mother, serving the singular purpose of reproduction and propagation. Having sated its hunger, the matriarch now turned to the task of breeding, its colossal, spherical body beginning to undulate, with its internal organs rising and sinking beneath the surface like rolling waves. After a prolonged gestation, the posterior of the sphere, reminiscent of a crab's shell, slowly began to open. Chapter 195. Captain Rotten Tooth. Beneath the enormous shell lies a sight that would send any individual afflicted with a fear of clusters into a state of fainting. Rows of Tyrannid bioships writhe upon the exoskeleton, letting out guttural roars as they twist and contort. These nascent Tyrannid bioships tear through the fleshy membranes that envelop them, emerging into the void. Their robust tendrils, akin to arms, press against their bodies. With a sudden exertion, they sever the nutritional umbilical cords that bind them. After traversing several minutes in the vastness of space, their exoskeletons harden, and guided by a collective consciousness, they swiftly align into formation and soar into the distance. The grotesque, ball-like matriarch produces thousands of Tyranid bioships in a single brood, an efficiency unmatched by any other race. Were it not for the multitude of formidable foes within this galaxy, the Tyranids would have long since consumed it whole. A fleet of thousands of Tyranid bioships represents a considerable and formidable force anywhere, except in the Octarius sector, where the Orcish horde is equally ferocious. The battlefield confronting this nascent swarm can be aptly described. As swiftly as they are born, they may meet their demise. On the fertile planets 1 and 2, now occupied by the Greenskins, vast war fortifications have been erected. Each synchronized orbital shipyard on these planets boasts numerous facilities, where Orcish tech savants tirelessly toil alongside their underlings, tirelessly producing warships for deployment. As the war drags on, their proficiency and output continue to escalate. Yet they remain unable to match the Tyranids' capacity for mass production. Counterbalancing the numerical advantage are the densely packed anti-air installations on the planets. Fertile Planet 2 serves as the front line, where both poles are bristling with an extensive array of anti-air turrets, ensuring that any Tyranid bioship entering their attack range is met with a deluge of firepower. Even if the Tyranids were to endure the onslaught from the defenses on Fertile Planet 2, 3 colossal space fortresses constructed from massive asteroids loom in its synchronized orbit. These fortresses are characterized solely by their armaments: cannons, light spears, laser launchers, and torpedo tubes, all encased in thick armor. Should the Tyranid bioships seek to assault the space fortresses, they would also contend with a pirate fleet of over 3,000 Orcish vessels lying in wait to ambush. This fleet is cunning in its approach. When the Tyranid vessels are outnumbered, they strike to obliterate them. Conversely, when the Tyranids possess a clear numerical superiority, the fleet coordinates with the defensive structures to whittle down their ranks. At the heart of the 3 space fortresses stands a monument of exaggerated proportions, bedecked with vibrant lights that illuminate its colorful faade. Beneath this colossal effigy resides the command post of Captain Rottentooth, a traditional Orcish pirate captain who has fought countless battles over what may well be centuries, though he himself has long lost count. He has plundered many races: shrimps, humans, canned shrimps, space marines, pointy ears, elves, dark pointy ears, dark elves, blue-skinned fisher lads, Tations, and ribs, space wraiths. Due to his numerous victories, the toothless captain is exceedingly self-satisfied, convinced that he is the most formidable orc pirate captain. He believes he can traverse the galaxy at will and seize from whomever he pleases. Thus, he found himself drawn to the battles of Octarius and arrived at this place. Recently, a figure known as the Bonebreaker has circulated among the Greenskins, rumored to be a prophet of the Great Maw, who intends to incite a Wyack that will sweep across the galaxy. The toothless captain dismisses the notion of the Great Maw's prophecy, considering himself the orc favored by the Great Maw. The teachings of Gorgitz imparted to him savagery, while Mork taught him cunning. It is through these virtues that he has repeatedly surmounted crises, growing ever stronger and his fleet expanding in scale. Moreover, he has indeed begun to hear whispers of the Great Maw's words in his mind, mentioning a term, the chosen of the Great Maw. Could this refer to him? The thought invigorates the toothless captain. Especially in the recent war against the Tyranids, he has employed brilliant strategies, forcing the bugs into retreat and establishing a formidable line of defense. He has come to believe that a mighty orc warlord like himself is truly deserving of the exalted title of Chosen of the Great Maw. Today, standing confidently at the heart of the command center, the toothless captain faces a daunting challenge. A fleet of 10,000 Tyranid biological ships looms before his space fortress like a black curtain. The Tyranids are indeed relentless. In the face of such a massive Tyranid fleet, the toothless captain briefly reflects before immersing himself in command and coordination. On the ground, the greenskin lads can match the Tyranid warriors in numbers. However, in space, the efficiency with which the Tyranid queen expands her biological fleet is unparalleled, rendering the greenskins' attempts at rapid construction with scrap and ancient technology insufficient, while other civilizations are simply unable to compete. The hive mind has chosen an opportune moment for its full-scale assault, as the orc planets are at their farthest distance from each other in the orbital path. Furthermore, due to gravitational pull, the orc space fortress, Prosperity 2, and the orc pirate fleet are positioned farther apart than usual. The hive mind's strategy is to exploit this moment when the orcs' 3 fire support points cannot adequately cover one another, aiming to break through a gap, either severely crippling the orc fleet or landing on Prosperity 2 to engage in a ground stalemate. The Orc fortress is remarkably robust and challenging to destroy in a short time, if even one gap can be opened among the 3 support points. The stalemate will shift significantly in favor of the hive mind. To execute the hive mind's plan effectively, it must first contend with the Orc's aerial minefields. These clusters of Orc mines, both large and small, are well known to the hive mind yet pose significant challenges as each deployment of Orc mines varies unpredictably, making them difficult to counter. In a bid to penetrate the Orc's aerial minefield, the collective consciousness unleashed a multitude of self-destructive locusts, accompanied by smaller bioships armed with acid projectiles for mine clearance. However, the efficiency of this operation was notably lacking, primarily due to the sheer volume of Orcish mines and the intricate designs of certain devices. For instance, as the locust swarm approached, some of these mines were specially engineered to activate and propel themselves towards the locusts, resulting in colossal explosions that wrought devastating shockwaves, annihilating vast swathes of self-destructive locusts. The Tyranid bioships, which attempted to clear mines with their acid projectiles, also suffered significant collateral damage. While the collective consciousness deployed its forces for mine clearance, the Orcs were not idle. Nova cannons, heavy light spears, and space torpedoes rained down upon the Tyranid fleet. With each passing moment, the collective consciousness incurred dire losses among the Tyranid bioships. Chapter 196. The fierce battle above Prosperity 2. The Tyrant biological fleet has long been at a disadvantage in long-range weaponry, struggling to breach the air minefield within a short span. The swarm fleet was rapidly approaching the defensive artillery range of Prosperity 2, where they would face even graver repercussions. In a desperate move to enhance mine-clearing efficiency, the collective consciousness dispatched a large biological vessel as its vanguard. To ensure the success of this offensive, the collective consciousness deliberately fortified the overall defenses of the biological ships, with some vessels' prows heavily armored. At the cost of casualties, the Tyrant biological fleet began a reckless push through the air minefield. The collective consciousness commanded a fleet of 10,000 Tyrant biological ships, allowing for some losses to be endured. Upon observing the Tyrant swarm's reckless assault, the Gruff Tooth ordered his subordinates to unleash their firepower without restraint, striving to diminish the swarm's combat capabilities as much as possible during the long-range phase. However, the sheer number of Tyrant biological ships proved overwhelming, and despite sacrificing over 1,000 vessels, the collective consciousness managed to achieve its tactical objective, suppressing over 6,000 swarm ships against the Orc cosmic fortress and fleet, while 3,000 swarm ships encircled Prosperity 2. On the synchronous orbit of Prosperity 2, several small Orc space stations and artillery positions remained. However, they could not withstand the onslaught of such a multitude of Tyrant biological ships for long before being annihilated. The true threat to the Tyrant biological fleet emanated from the air defense positions situated at the southern and northern poles of Prosperity 2, which the Orcs had fortified into veritable steel continents. The landscape was marred by dilapidated iron plates and labyrinthine tunnels, with the occasional dark maw of a massive light spear launcher or missile launcher visible. Numerous towering towers loomed over the metallic expanse, as a multitude of green-skinned Orcs maneuvered various vehicles across the terrain, delivering shells and energy to the air defense towers. The thunderous roars emitted by these colossal turrets, which resembled mountains at a distance, reverberated across the continent with each volley, akin to the sound of thunder. The sky above the continent, battered by the relentless barrage of shells and energy weapons, resembled a boiling surface, tumultuous and shattered. Even the faintest wisp of cloud would be torn apart, leaving no trace. In space, the acidic liquid and biological plasma deployed by the Tyrant biological ships were insufficient to obliterate a continent, as many were intercepted by the protective shields established by the Orcs. Only occasionally would a turret succumb to the firepower of the Tyrant biological fleet. Conversely, the Orcs' anti-air firepower struck the Tyrant biological ships with devastating accuracy. Each successful hit yielded significant results, often resulting in the destruction of a Tyrant biological vessel with each shot, if only the hit rate were slightly improved. After a cursory assessment of the disparity in firepower, the collective consciousness swiftly adapted its strategy. Over 2,000 Tyrant biological ships collectively veered, orbiting the planet while striving to remain above the equator to minimize exposure to fire coverage. As the biological fleet descended in altitude, they systematically dismantled the Orc shipyards in orbit, determined that even in the event of another failed assault, they would severely diminish the production capabilities of the green-skinned Orcs. Meanwhile, the Tyranids unleashed a deluge of spores, obscuring the sky as they descended upon Prosperity 2 in a sweeping arc. Billions of Tyranid warriors were deployed, clashing incessantly with the green-skinned denizens on the ground. Once the orbital Orc shipyards were dismantled, the remaining Tyranid bioships plunged into the atmosphere, crashing to the surface and transforming into biomass, continuing their relentless assault against the greenskins on the planet. Due to the audacity of the Great Devourer in deploying such an immense fleet of biological warships, the Tyranid swarm swiftly gained the upper hand in ground combat on Prosperity 2, securing the equatorial region as their foothold to launch attacks toward the poles. If this onslaught persisted, the Tyranids might very well reclaim Prosperity 2. In the theater of space, the cunning commander, Rotten Tooth, directed the battle with poise. As the space fortress and Orc fleet under his command relentlessly targeted the Tyranid bioships, which were being obliterated one after another. Yet, their numbers remained staggering, the collective consciousness of the swarm proving overwhelming. Some Orc vessels, caught up in the fervor, began to disregard orders, charging recklessly at the Tyranid fleet, prompting Rotten Tooth to swiftly command the fortress's heavy artillery to obliterate the leading Orc ship as a lesson in discipline. Listen up, you worthless lot. No one is to charge without my command. As long as you obey orders and stay in your designated positions, feel free to whack as you please. Should anyone lead a charge, they will face the consequences. I, Rotten Tooth, stand by my word. He bellowed over the communication channel, deprived of their leader. The agitated Orc ships retreated to their positions, managing to suppress their instinctual urge to whack, largely due to their respect for their commanding chief. The reason for his caution in forbidding reckless assaults was clear to Rotten Tooth. He understood his advantages and disadvantages well. Moreover, the temporary advantage he held was insufficient. Based on his experience, he suspected the Tyranids had further plans and would not commit their entire fleet. As he pondered this, a sudden, thunderous explosion shook the command center of the fortress. Almost all the greenskins were thrown to the ground, and Rotten Tooth pressed his hands onto the sand table, shattering its edges to maintain his balance. Damn it! What in the world is happening? He shouted, only to be met with the groans of fallen technicians around him. He soon realized he no longer required their input for the answer. A massive maw had clamped down upon his command center, its rows of jagged teeth glaringly visible, as it relentlessly squeezed the chamber. The horrifying sound of steel being crushed echoed in Rotten Tooth's ears. The Tyranids had launched a surprise attack. How could such a colossal creature have evaded the dense barrage aimed at his command center? Rotten Tooth was utterly astonished. The evolution of collective consciousness has birthed its own swarm, accelerating the assault speed and stealth capabilities of biological warships. This advancement has enabled colossal vessels, some 2 to 3 times the size of conventional battleships, to launch covert strikes. Concurrently, these gargantuan biological warships not only targeted the command center of the wretched Tooth but also engaged the Orc fleet, disrupting the formation of the frontline Orc ships. As wretched Tooth utilized the fortress's heavy artillery to obliterate the Tyranid super-colossal warship that had seized his command center, the vanguard of the Tyranid fleet had already penetrated his formation, plunging the space battle into the chaotic realm of close-quarters combat. Chapter 197, The Cataclysm. The foul-mouthed chief, known as the Rotten Tooth, was overwhelmed with rage. Unable to contain himself, he crushed a hapless creature tasked with cleaning the wreckage of the command center, which had been sullied by the remnants of the Tyranids. The treachery of these vile insects was insufferable. They had launched a surprise attack on his second planet and ambushed his fleet, resulting in the current dire predicament. His original strategy had been to inflict severe damage on the Tyranid fleet within 10 days, before proceeding to bolster the defenses of the second planet. However, given the present circumstances, he was now at a disadvantage, and it seemed increasingly likely that he would lose the second planet. From his vantage point over the battlefield, the situation was grim. The 3 Orc space fortresses commanded by Rotten Tooth were arranged in an inverted triangle, forming a formidable defensive perimeter that facilitated mutual support and overlapping fields of fire. The Orc pirate fleet maintained a position behind the space fortresses, providing long-range artillery support, while numerous aerial mines were strategically placed between the fortresses to hinder the efficiency of Tyranid assaults. Among the 3 fortresses, the most formidable was the one where Rotten Tooth himself resided, facing the least amount of pressure. In contrast, the fortresses flanking the left side were under immense strain, nearly overwhelmed by the Tyranid bioships encroaching upon them. A multitude of combat organisms descended from the Tyranid vessels, some instantly incinerated by high-voltage discharges or shattered by gunfire. Yet, an even greater wave of Tyranid warriors surged downward, outnumbering the bullets fired, trampling over the bodies of their fallen kin as they flooded into the fortress. Engaging in fierce combat with the green-skinned defenders within, the tyranny defensive was concentrated on the left flank, where their numbers were overwhelming. After subduing the left fortress, they pressed forward, crashing into the orc fleet positioned behind, resulting in a chaotic melee. Should the left flank succumb to the relentless assault of the Tyranids, the massive Tyranid bioships would be poised to deliver a devastating left hook to Rotten Tooth's fleet and fortresses. In light of such dire circumstances, Rotten Tooth was compelled to resort to his ultimate weapon. He retrieved a metallic box, inside which lay a red button emblazoned with the visage of a notorious figure. With a grim determination etched upon his face, he pressed the button with force. Deep within the recesses of the left fortress, a plethora of explosives lay buried in the shadows, concealed in the impenetrable darkness. Yet, one bomb flickered with a blinding red light, soon spreading like wildfire throughout the obscurity. Under the crimson glow, the multitude of explosives became visible, revealing a shocking arsenal hidden beneath the fortress that few greenskins had been aware of. The erratic pulsations of the red light gradually found a rhythm, and when the flickering synchronized perfectly, the silence of the cosmos was shattered. A cataclysmic explosion erupted from the left fortress, obliterating the contested battlefield where the green-skinned orcs and Tyranid organisms had clashed. The violent radiance of the explosion consumed everything, submerging the surroundings in a blinding white void. The self-destruct mechanism of the space fortresses had been a contingency plan long prepared by Rotten Tooth, implemented across all three fortresses. As the blinding light of the explosion began to fade, the collective consciousness of the Tyranids suffered a grave loss of at least 2,000 bioships, leaving a significant indentation in their formation. Upon witnessing the devastating blow dealt to the insect fleet by his reinforcements, the cunning orc leader, known as Ragged Tooth, immediately commanded his subordinates to launch a counterattack. His directive was succinct, a single word: whack. The entire communication channel erupted like a powder keg, igniting the pent-up fury of the orcs who fervently responded with their battle cry. With the insect swarm deprived of numerical superiority, they suffered grievous losses under the onslaught of the orc pirate fleet and the orc space fortress. The combat prowess of the orcs, fueled by their battle cry, surged to unprecedented heights, even amidst the vastness of space. The whack battle stance not only shielded the orc warships, but also accelerated their speed and firing rate. Under normal circumstances, the collective consciousness of the swarm would have commanded a retreat, recognizing that the cost of such a chaotic melee would be too steep. Ragged Tooth shared this reasoning, urging his fellow orcs to charge ahead, striving to entangle as many insect vessels as possible and inflict further casualties. While the insect fleet was indeed retreating, it was not the kind of withdrawal that signified an exit from the battlefield. Rather, it resembled a meticulously calculated maneuver designed to draw the orcs in and restrain them. After pursuing for a while, Ragged Tooth sensed something amiss. The insects seemed unusually sluggish this time. Could there be a hidden scheme at play? He was well aware of the cunning nature of these creatures. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he discerned no signs of ambush, and indeed, the insect warships were dwindling in number. Could it be that he was overthinking the situation? Ragged Tooth pondered. Suddenly, a jittery subordinate burst into the command room, breathless, exclaiming, "Ragged Tooth, Planet 1 is under siege. There are countless insects up there." To validate his claim, the anxious subordinate attempted to poke Ragged Tooth, intending for his finger to land on the leader's forehead. But his short stature prevented him from reaching it. On Planet Abundance 1, an innumerable fleet of Tyranid vessels obscured half the planet, having obliterated the orbital defense systems and shipyards. On the surface, the planet was drenched in a rain of insect spores, each spore sac harboring countless ferocious combat insects. Driven by an insatiable hunger, the green-skinned warriors continued their fierce resistance. Yet the footage from the jittery subordinate indicated that time was not on their side. The insects would gradually expand their advantage until all the greenskins were eradicated. How could this be possible? How did the insects infiltrate our rear? Why was no one alerted? Enraged, Ragged Tooth kicked the jittery subordinate aside, his mind racing at high speed as he recalled the insect warships that had ambushed his command post. Adept at stealth and surprise attacks, the number of insect vessels was far greater than he had anticipated. They were capable of opening two fronts. Caught in a dilemma between holding firm on Planet 2 or returning to provide reinforcement on Planet 1, Ragged Tooth wrestled with his decision. Fortunately, during Ragged Tooth's offensive, the Tyranid biofleet finally retreated, with just over 1,000 vessels exiting the battlefield. Ragged Tooth could at least choose to deploy his fleet into orbit around Abundance 2. providing bombardment support for the greenskins engaged in fierce combat on the surface against the Tyranid combat insects, aiming to eliminate them as swiftly as possible. Clinging to a solitary planet is indeed a choice, yet the battles that lie ahead may be steeped in pessimism. For the decrepit leader may soon find himself ensnared between the prepared Tyranid swarms. Do you consider yourself the mightiest of leaders? In a moment of confusion, the beleaguered leader found a notion stirring within. Of course, I am undoubtedly the strongest. I have vanquished countless creatures. How many leaders can claim such a feat? The leader retorted with a surge of indignation. Then prove it to us. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the fertile galaxy, Chung Mingrue and his fleet emerged above the expanse of Fertile Planet 5. Chapter 198. Annihilation through the exceptional radar system of the Sly Boss. Chang Mingrue swiftly discerned that the bountiful planet number 5 had already become a feast for the Tyranid swarm, which had greedily consumed half of its surface. Curiously, there was a conspicuous absence of Tyranid fleets in the skies above, with only auxiliary ships remaining. Chang Mingrue surmised that the abruptness of his assault had left the Tyranids unprepared. Seizing the moment, he promptly commanded his fleet to commence the attack. The Sly Boss and the Orsish Grog dispersed into a bombardment formation, gradually securing a strategic position above planet number 5, initiating orbital bombardment. Located on the periphery of the galaxy, planet number 5 was relatively safe, and constructing colossal spore towers for air defense would demand immense quantities of biomass. Consequently, the Tyranids had only minimal defensive preparations and soon found themselves in a predicament, subjected to relentless bombardment. The surface of planet number 5 was boiling, ablaze, and fracturing. Chang Mingrue had specifically equipped the Sly Boss with a comprehensive orbital bombardment system, aptly dubbed Annihilation by the orcs. Upon the largest continent of planet number 5, the Tyranid biological structure sprawled across the land, with digestive pools and toxic vines proliferating, voraciously absorbing every available resource. The shadow cast by the Sly Boss was distinctly visible above the continent. In the darkened expanse, the lower-tier Tyranid warriors, paralyzed by fear, struggled to control their survival instincts. Some fled in panic, while others defiantly raised their heads to issue threatening roars at the Sly Boss above. The Sly Boss opened a circular aperture, where destructive energy brewed within. When the energy reached its zenith, a crimson beam, reminiscent of divine judgment, pierced through the heart of the continent. The shockwave from the subterranean explosion rolled through the layers of earth as though a great dragon were thrashing, scorching flames radiating outward along the shockwave. Not merely the Tyranid structures, but water, air, and everything appeared to be seared by the flames ejected from a star, leaving behind nothing but a desolate, ashen surface and flowing lava. With a single strike, the Sly Boss had incinerated half of the continent. The Orsish warships, fashioned from colossal stones, lacked the sophisticated apparatus for orbital bombardment due to their rudimentary construction. Thus, they were dispatched to eradicate the Tyranid biological facilities and ships in space. The remaining Tyranids, appearing formidable in size and terrifying in appearance, were, in reality, mere auxiliary units lacking significant combat prowess, utilized primarily for transport and biomass processing, or for hatching Tyranid biological vessels. Over 1,000 Orsish stone constructs, divided into several squads, swiftly cleared the skies above planet number 5 of Tyranid lifeforms. After executing a single bombardment from the Sly Boss, Chang Mingrue refrained from further strikes, entrusting the remaining tasks to the other Orsish Grog. Seizing the opportunity of the Tyranids' unpreparedness, he prepared to lead his fleet towards the next planet. The collective consciousness of the Tyranid swarm in the fertile galaxy failed to foresee the transformation of the interstellar conflict. Its original strategy was to divert the attention of the Orc fleet by launching a primary assault with a biological fleet of 10,000 ships against the Orcs' second planet. While drawing the Orcs' focus, a secondary fleet of 5,000, enhanced for stealth and surprise attacks, was dispatched to ambush the Orcs' primary planet. This tactical maneuver proved remarkably successful. The first planet was subdued, and although the swarm fleet suffered significant losses due to the self-destruction of the Orc fortress on the second planet, a substantial number of combat organisms were deployed there. The greenskins required considerable time to eradicate them, and this offensive had devastated a majority of the Orcs' production facilities. With the accumulation of an equally formidable swarm fleet, the annihilation of the greenskins in the fertile galaxy seemed inevitable. However, the sudden emergence of the newly formed Orc clan, the Screw clan, shattered all plans of the collective consciousness. Such a vast and well-equipped Orc fleet was beyond the current capabilities of the swarm to withstand. The collective consciousness had yet to evolve its own swarm fleet, according to intelligence received from a previous Great Devourer. The Screw clan possessed a weapon capable of inducing a genetic chain collapse. Theoretically, if the swarm density were sufficient, this weapon could obliterate all swarm units. In haste, the collective consciousness calculated the feasibility of various strategies, ultimately opting for a more conservative approach, to leave a portion of the forces behind while the majority of the swarm fleet retreated with as much biomass as possible. It divided its computational power into 3 segments. One segment remained on fertile Planet 2, where numerous Tyranid combat organisms and ample biomass were present, allowing it to distract the attention of the native orcs. The second segment was allocated to fertile Planet 1, where the collective consciousness initially intended to execute several encirclement battles to harvest biomass swiftly. Now, it merely aimed to minimize losses, halting all large-scale offensives and leaving behind only the combat organisms adept at guerrilla warfare to engage the greenskins, while recovering all combat organisms within 3 days to gather resources from Planet 1. The third segment, receiving the most computational power, was directed towards fertile planets 4 and 3. On the surface of fertile Planet 4, the collective consciousness rapidly altered the performance of the swarm structures in the biomass supply, with numerous towering spore towers erupting from the planet's surface. In space, the fragile Tyranid biological ships, akin to balloons solely for biomass transportation, promptly retreated. Meanwhile, the massive, immobile space units were propelled by other biological ships into the planet's gravitational field, descending to the surface for recovery, thereby reinforcing the defenses of fertile Planet 4. Fertile Planet 3, the planet managed the longest by the collective consciousness, still harbored 5,000 Tyranid biological ships in orbit, serving as reserve forces, while a mother organism capable of birthing 1,000 Tyranid biological ships hovered above the planet, under the command of the collective consciousness. The other biological ships loaded with biomass would commence their retreat in 2 days, though the substantial mother organism was undoubtedly unable to escape. After consuming 2 transport ships laden with biomass, the matriarch extruded a silken cocoon, enveloping herself in a colossal shroud. Within the confines of this cocoon, her corporeal form reverted to a primordial soup, undergoing a metamorphosis under the guidance of the collective consciousness. In a strategic maneuver to preserve her remaining forces, she left a contingent behind while the collective consciousness established communication with the Great Devourer, transmitting crucial intelligence regarding its plans and the emergence of the Orc Screw clan. As the collective consciousness meticulously executed its strategy, Chung Mingrue, piloting the cunning flagship, led the Orc Stone Giants to Planet Fertile 4, poised to commence their assault. Chapter 199. Meteorites descend from the sky much like the 4th and 5th planets. The surface of the planet is adorned with the venomous vines of insectal biological architecture, and the air is suffused with toxins, despite the vastness of space being remarkably pristine, devoid of even the faintest trace of these creatures. The Orc warship, a traditional design, boasts swift charges, formidable armor, and fierce firepower. However, it lacks the capability for orbital bombardment. As Cheng Mingrue pondered whether to tilt the fleet and present its flank to the planet to bombard the Tyranid swarm above, a cascade of green meteors erupted from the surface of the 4th planet, clearly targeting Cheng Mingrue's Orc fleet. These meteors represented the anti-air capabilities of the spore towers on the planet, with their essence being a highly concentrated corrosive acid, a defensive measure orchestrated by a collective consciousness to buy time for retreat. The sheer volume of green meteors was breathtaking, resembling a spectacular meteor shower cascading through the skies above the planet. Soon, the meteor shower converged with Chung Mingrue's Orc fleet and several Orc warships, positioned in lower orbits and unable to evade in time, were struck by the meteors. These hastily manufactured Orc vessels were devoid of quality control, and upon impact, the corrosive acid within the meteors inflicted severe damage upon the Orc warships, with some of the poorly constructed vessels losing their combat capability entirely. A one-sided massacre held little allure for Chung Mingrue. It was the ebb and flow of battle that piqued his interest. The Tyranid swarm was well prepared, and as the meteor shower thickened, the Orc fleet's maneuvering became futile. Remaining stationary or accelerating would only invite them deeper into this beautiful yet lethal meteor storm. This was a strategy meticulously calculated by the collective consciousness, allowing the spore towers to remain silent until the Orc fleet encroached upon their attack range, at which point the towers unleashed their full offensive might. Cheng Mingrue rested his chin upon his hand, contemplating the situation. Should he insist on breaking through, he would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, potentially losing half of his fleet. Initiating evasive maneuvers now would mitigate some losses, yet substantial damage would still ensue. The quality of the orc warships paled in comparison to the ancient giants. Evasion? That was not the orc way. A smile crept upon Chung Mingrue's lips, bright and maniacal. All you little ones, point the bows down and let us charge forward. Whack! He commanded with a resounding voice. Whack! The captains of the orc warships erupted with excitement, feeling no trepidation in this bold maneuver. Without exception, every orc warship angled its bow downward, with some captains pressing the accelerator and slamming the red whack charge button emblazoned across their green vessels. A spectacle unfolded in space. As an endless line of orc warships shot forth, flames erupting behind them as they plunged headlong toward the fourth planet. The skies of the fourth planet ignited with fiery meteors, ablaze like a cascading waterfall of molten crimson. Anyone on the surface of the fourth planet who glanced skyward would perceive this as the harbinger of the apocalypse. Fortunately, the Tyranid swarm is controlled by the emotionally detached Great Devourer, who faces any spectacle with serene composure. Otherwise, the ordinary low-tier battle organisms might tremble in fear, succumbing to their survival instincts and fleeing, leading to utter chaos. As the planet Prosperity 4 rotates, orc stone giants descend in relentless succession, each crashing to the ground, igniting violent explosions, their enormous mushroom clouds visible even in the vastness of space. Chung Mingrue is in high spirits, broadcasting the anthem of nuclear explosions across the public communication channel, humming along while nodding his head. Although Halls, beside him, cannot fathom why their cunning leader is so elated. He shares in the joy, swaying in tandem. The cunning leader's vessel has entered cruise mode to shield against the corrosive acid projectiles launched by the Tyranids. It advances a distance, utilizing its energy shields to absorb the impact before plummeting down. This strategy not only mitigates damage to the orc stone giants, which are designed to withstand tremors, but also protects the green-skinned occupants from perishing en masse due to the acid's corrosive nature. Furthermore, given the immense size and weight of the cunning leader's ship, a direct collision without any deceleration could inflict significant harm to Prosperity 4, potentially flattening the planet like a fruit bursting with juice. With molten lava erupting from the depths, creating a ring of devastation around the globe, Prosperity 4 would become uninhabitable. Its surface temperature soaring to several hundred degrees, with the atmosphere completely dissipated. Transforming such a molten planet into a suitable habitat for greenskin spores poses a daunting challenge, especially since Cheng Mingrue plans to unleash more troops on this very world. As the final cunning leader vessel descends, the explosions on Prosperity 4 reach a crescendo, and the whack intensifies. The Orcstone giants obliterate the meticulously arranged defenses of the collective consciousness, unleashing a thunderous war cry from the green-skinned warriors bursting forth. A tidal wave of green spreads outward from each stone giant, gradually engulfing the entire planet, heralding disaster for the Tyranid swarm on Prosperity 4. The collective consciousness's strategy, initially devised to withstand the orc fleet for a month, has crumbled. Calculations indicate that within 10 days, the Tyranids on Prosperity 4 will face total annihilation. This burgeoning orc clan is overwhelmingly powerful, previous intelligence was insufficiently detailed, and battle assessments were overly cautious. With ample whack energy, the combat prowess of this orc clan will further escalate. Moreover, their ferocity knows no bounds. The collective consciousness hastily commands the swarm fleet to retreat, leaving many battle organisms on Prosperity 3 and Prosperity that have yet to be transformed into biomass. The prepared swarm fleets begin to align into formation, ready to harness gravity for faster-than-light travel. To counter the impending assault from the Screwy clan, the collective consciousness orders the mother creature to accelerate its evolution, while retaining 1,000 Tyranid biological vessels. There was initially enough time for the biological fleet to retreat entirely, yet the collective consciousness opted for this arrangement, as the most formidable warship within the Orc Screwy clan is indeed the largest one. Through the memories extracted from the slain orc youths on the battlefield, it has been revealed that the leader of the Screw clan is known as Slippery, and his flagship is the grandest of vessels, aptly named the Slippery Leader. The collective consciousness believes that if this operation can significantly damage the Slippery Leader or even eliminate the clan's chief, it would greatly impede the offensive momentum of the Screw clan. To avoid disrupting the Grand Devourer's plans, such a risk is deemed worthwhile. The cocoon of the motherworm is writhing more vigorously, and the thin membrane outside can no longer conceal what lies within. It is evident that there are exaggeratedly large fangs and tusks visible. Chapter 200. Urgent repairs. Who is this Slippery boss? I've never heard of him. The one called Rotten Tooth is the most formidable leader. On Prosperity 4, Rotten Tooth received a psychic communication. Through this message, he learned of a certain slippery boss who, leading a fleet from the far reaches of the galaxy, had struck the rear of the bugs, resulting in their mass retreat. Ordinarily, such news would be welcomed as timely reinforcements among other races, a true lifesaver. However, in the culture of the greenskins, it was quite the opposite. The orcs believed, "This is my battle, my glory, how dare an uninvited interloper steal my thunder?" Thus, a lesson must be imparted to this audacious individual. Rotten Tooth was determined that it should be he who vanquished the bugs, not this slippery fellow. Consequently, he disregarded the lengthy explanations in the psychic communication, abruptly terminating the call, and resolved to confront this slippery orc leader with his fleet. As fate would have it, Gao Mao Air had previously urged him to prove himself. And now he would demonstrate to Gao Mao Air who truly deserved the title of the mightiest leader. With centuries of warfare and combat experience behind him, Rotten Tooth brimmed with confidence. On Prosperity 4, Chung Mingrue accompanied Horus as they frolicked amidst the swarms of tyrannid bugs, truly reveling in their play. For none of the tyrannid's weaponry could penetrate their defenses. Upholding a design of redundant protection, Chung Mingrue had devised several defensive apparatuses for Horus. One such device was a necklace worn around Horus's neck, which provided a seemingly thin yet extraordinarily resilient shield over his body. Chung Mingrue had conducted tests and confirmed that unless subjected to the bombardment of interstellar battleship firepower, it could not be breached. This was the first layer. The second layer involved a small orb embedded near Horus's core weakness, which remained passive until Horus faced mortal danger, at which point it would activate a robust shield. This shield endured for but 5 seconds, yet during that brief interval, no projectile or energy weapon could penetrate it. Even direct hits from nuclear weaponry posed no threat. These 5 seconds were crucial for teleportation, the destination being the medical bay of Chang Mingrue's workshop, where any injury could be treated if promptly attended to, offering a glimmer of hope for survival. Armed with such an array of life-saving devices, Chang Mingrue felt emboldened to take Horus out for a jaunt. Horus transformed into a beast reminiscent of a wolf, effortlessly dispatching lower-tier bugs like blade bugs and gun bugs, as well as more formidable foes such as warrior bugs and serpent bugs, each falling victim to his strikes. Any attack from the tyrannid swarms merely bounced off Horus, repelled by a veil of white light, rendering them utterly ineffective. Chang Mingrue followed closely behind, and when Titan-level tyrannid units appeared, he would teleport with swiftness, delivering a devastating blow to shatter them. Having endured a series of fierce battles, Chang Mingrue had retained his height of 8 meters, yet his strength continued to burgeon. With the addition of his powered armor, even the most formidable of the tyrannid, the Noan apostles, would struggle to withstand him for long. Chang Mingrue and Horus continued their slaughter for some time. Their efficiency was so overwhelming that the seemingly endless waves of bugs began to falter. And not a single Titan-level tyrannid unit remained in sight. Or, having dispatched yet another warrior insect, found the endeavor rather uninteresting. Transforming into a crimson, leaping figure, he bounded back onto Chung Mingrue's shoulder and declared, "The insects are no longer a challenge. It has lost its thrill. I am famished and desire a succulent stuk." Very well, Chang Mingrue acquiesced, closing his eyes to attune himself to the collective Waka's essence, surveying the landscape of fertile 4 from a lofty vantage. The tyrannid swarm struggled to mount effective offensives and defenses. The green tide spread across the planet like a lethal contagion, overwhelming all in its path. It appeared there was little left for him to direct, prompting him to transport or back to the crash site of the Sneaky Git. The colossal Sneaky Git lay ensnared in the mire like a stone caught in sludge, having failed to carve out a deep crater upon its descent into fertile 4. Yet it had nonetheless distorted vast swathes of earth. Even a slowed descent impacted the structural integrity of the vessel. Placing his hand upon it, Chang Mingrue noted that the hull's integrity exceeded 80, a commendable figure, though repairs would require considerable time. It would take at least 10 days. Especially since the crew had disembarked to combat the insects, and their return was uncertain. Time is of the essence. We must hasten our assault on the insect's 3rd planet. He resolved. "Kid, have you completed the bombardment of Fertile 5? Chung Mingrue initiated communication with his most trusted demolitions expert, Kid. Only completed 1 pass. The insects on the surface should be obliterated, though many remain underground. I am preparing for a 2nd round, came Kid's reply, accompanied by the sounds of his crew loading the bombardment systems, indicating that he was preoccupied with reloading the artillery for his own enjoyment. Cease the bombardment. Leave 2 large kill teams on the planet to eradicate the remaining insects. Choose the weakest among them. Then proceed to fertile 3, where the insect presence is more substantial. Eliminate them, Cheng Mingrue commanded. Understood, boss. We're setting off now. Just wait for us to reach fertile 3, Kid responded promptly. Proceed first. We have encountered a minor setback. If I am delayed, engage without me, Cheng Mingrue concluded the communication. A minor setback. Repairs to the sneaky Git would take 3 to 4 days, and the timeline to engage the insects on the third planet was becoming increasingly urgent. He feared that while he was occupied with repairs, the conflict would escalate without him. Cheng Mingrue glanced at or perched upon his shoulder. Can you transform into a sprout-like form? You know, the slender, elongated kind with pointed ears. Certainly, but I wish to feast upon a succulent stug. I crave meat. Or replied, reminiscent of a child. Transform first. Once you have, I shall take you to dine, Cheng Mingrue instructed. All right. Or's skin began to ripple as if enchanted, elongating and morphing into the guise of an Eldar. Cheng Mingrue pressed his finger to Or's forehead, stating, channel your psychic energy into me. Very well, Or replied, furrowing his brow as he commenced the flow of his entire psychic essence. Cheng Mingrue distinctly sensed an immense force coursing from his fingertips into his body. The power was so formidable that he felt a sense of swelling within. Indeed, the spiritual energy of the ancient spirits clan was remarkably potent. With this newfound strength, Cheng Mingrue was eager to explore the capabilities that accompanied the burgeoning might of his spiritual energy. He placed his other hand upon the surface of the ship, activating its mechanical structure. As he meticulously constructed a simulation of the entire warship in his mind, the overwhelming spiritual energy seemed to breathe life into the vessel, rejuvenating it. Portions of the ship that had sustained damage began to mend slowly under the nurturing essence of the energy, akin to a life force awakening and healing its wounds.